Family, who would have thought? In front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and instantly defeated the bounty of 800,000, the mountain bandit King Sieg. I have traveled to become Karp's grandson and gained strength through the skill simplification system. Soon after, Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit and was captured by bandits, and a great battle was about to break out. Let me tell you, it was simply amazing. Right in front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and took down that 800,000 bounty mountain bandit king in one move. Who understands that moment? I felt like the whole atmosphere in Windmill Village went silent. This story needs to start from the beginning. I am Monkey D. Lu Chun, a proud traveler. As soon as I arrived, I fell into the sea and almost became fish food, but luckily I was rescued by Old Man Karp. Upon hearing that this is the world of One Piece, I didn't hesitate and immediately recognized my family, becoming Karp's chief grandson and a brother to the future Pirate King Luffy. That day, I was enjoying food and drinks with Luffy at Makino's Tavern, accompanied by none other than the living Shanks. My CPU was nearly overheating. This is the future Yonko. Sitting next to him were Ben Beckman and others, an absolute all-star lineup. To survive in this world of divine battles, I could only rely on my golden finger, the skill simplification system. This system has one amazing function, skill simplification. For example, my swordsmanship was simplified to swing sword. While others toil for decades, what I need to do? Just swing the sword. Swing once to gain a bit of experience, focusing on the idea that quantity can lead to quality. Just as I was pondering how to exploit the system, my silly brother Luffy started acting up again, hugging Shanks' leg and shouting, "Shanks, take me to sea. I want to be a pirate too." Shanks laughed heartily. "You? A pirate?" Luffy's face puffed up with anger. "My punches are as powerful as guns." Shanks teased him, "Is that so?" With that tone, he casually handed over a cup of juice, and Luffy, without a second thought, gulped it down. "See, you're still just a little kid." Shanks laughed, slapping the table. Everyone in the tavern joined in the laughter, making Luffy jump up and curse. I also got a cup of juice. To be honest, it didn't taste great. Luffy leaned over and asked what I wanted to do in the future. I said I want to be a Marine, specifically to catch him. He put his hands on his hips and shouted arrogantly, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the tavern door was kicked open. A tall mountain bandit, with a knife at his waist, swaggered in with a few lackeys behind him. "Huh, is this how pirates behave?" he scoffed. I squinted my eyes, realizing that this was the mountain bandit King Sieg, with a bounty of 800,000 berries, known to be the only person who dared to challenge a Yonko with a bottle of wine. A notification rang in my head. Defeat Sieg. Reward energy points 2, quick sword 1. Well, I had to step up for this one. The tavern owner Makino quickly approached with a smile, but Sieg demanded 10 barrels of wine. When Makino said they were sold out, he immediately became displeased, pointing at Shanks and the others. "So what are they drinking? Plain water?" Shanks, with his good temper, raised an unopened bottle of wine and handed it over. "Sorry, we finished it. Hey, race this bottle for you." Guess what happened next? Sieg smashed the wine bottle right on Shanks' hand with a punch. The wine mixed with glass shards splattered all over Shanks. "I'm an 800,000 bounty man. Is one bottle enough to rinse my mouth?" I saw a flash of killing intent in Shanks' eyes, but it disappeared instantly. He was still apologizing to Makino for messing up the floor and asked for a cloth to clean it up. Sieg was getting more excited, drawing his knife and smashing the cups and plates on the bar, arrogantly saying, "You love cleaning, right? Now you have plenty to clean." He turned to leave, cursing coward. Luffy was shaking with anger, but I couldn't let him go. I stood up and coldly shouted, "Stop." The bandits laughed. "Kid, looking for death?" I said expressionlessly, "You broke my friend's wine. Either pay for it or apologize." Makino turned pale with fright, urging me to sit down. Although Shanks and the others didn't say anything, their eyes were already locked on those bandits, ready to move at any moment. One of Sieg's lackeys grinned and charged at me with a knife. To me, his movements seemed slow, full of openings. I dodged to the side and countered with a knife, cutting a gash in his back. He screamed and fell. Sieg's face changed, and he personally stepped in. "Kid, you have some skills, but in front of me, the mountain bandit King Sieg. It's not enough." He swung his knife at me with real strength. I blocked it with my sword, but was nearly knocked back. This guy was at a higher level than me, pressuring me with his attacks, clanging loudly, forcing me to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my sword. Looking down, I saw a crack on the blade. This broken sword, could it be from a bargain bin? Sure enough, when Sieg swung down again, with a clang, my sword broke in half. "Ha, no sword now, let's see how you fight me." Sieg laughed madly. But I wasn't afraid. I charged forward with the half-blade, taking advantage of his moment of distraction to slash at his waist. He cried out in pain, completely enraged, "Kid, you will die today." Seeing that he was about to go all out, Shanks suddenly shouted, "Liu Chun, catch the sword." A magnificent western sword flew over. I jumped up and caught Itwo, who was his weapon, the Griffin, one of the 12 great blades. With this divine weapon in hand, I was bound to soar. Sieg didn't recognize the sword and insulted it as the sword of a foolish pirate, then swung down at me. I took a deep breath, sheathed the Griffin at my waist, and assumed a stance to draw my sword. Luffy was anxiously yelling my name, but Shanks held him back. At the moment Sieg's knife was about to hit my head, I moved. One sword style, draw slash. A flash of silver light cut through the air. Sieg froze in place, his knife clattering as it broke in half, and then a spray of blood erupted from him as he fell straight to the ground. The remaining bandits were terrified, screaming the captain is dead, and fled in a panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards. Quick sword 1. Energy points 2. Awesome. I returned the sword to Shanks, who looked at me with admiration. Who taught you that swordsmanship? I smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Just as I was saying this, there was a commotion on Luffy's side. Shanks turned around and turned pale. Luffy, did you eat something from that box? Luffy was holding half of a purple strange fruit. Shanks grabbed Luffy's ankle and shook him frantically. Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out. As a result, Luffy's legs stretched out like rubber bands. Wow, that fool actually ate the gum fruit. He'll be a landlubber for life. It was hilarious. When the tavern quieted down, I noticed Sieg's body was gone, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. I knew this guy had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily. Just right, I could still use him. I walked out of the tavern and heard singing from the ship. It was Yuta. I went over to chat with her for a while, and the system chimed again, giving me a new task to help Yuta lift her curse on Music Island, with a reward that was shockingly generous. All right, you'll remember this. Back at my place, I took out the new dagger I earned from the system rewards. Although it couldn't compare to Griffin's, it was much better than my broken one. I then started swinging the sword wildly in the yard. Watching my experience points rise, by 11 it felt incredibly satisfying. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the urgent knocking of Makino. "Liu Chun, Luffy is missing," she said, holding a note that read, "Trade the knife for the person, Sig's Mountain Bandits." I couldn't help but feel a thrill the bait had been taken. I immediately put on a serious face and pulled Makino to find Shanks. As soon as Shanks heard this, his expression darkened instantly, his killing intent almost overflowing. "Let's go. We need to bring Luffy back." We charged towards the village entrance, and sure enough, we saw Sig and his gang flaunting their power while holding Luffy captive. Sig even had the audacity to slap Luffy. Shanks' crewmate, the chubby Lucky Roo, was munching on a large drumstick. When he saw a bandit pointing a gun at Shanks, without a second thought, he pulled the trigger, and the guy was gone in an instant. Clean and swift. Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, coldly remarked, "Despicable? Do you think your opponent is a saint? What stands before you is a pirate." Sig panicked completely, putting a knife to Luffy's neck. "Aren't you afraid he'll kill him?" I was right beside them, and Shanks' aura was something else. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but every word struck deep. "You can throw wine at me, spit on me, and I can laugh it off. However, no matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends." Let me tell you, as soon as Shanks said that, the leader of the bandits, Sig, completely disregarded him. That guy was furious, glaring with bulging eyes, and yelled for his underlings to charge at us. What happened next? Shanks didn't even need to lift a finger. His first mate, the older brother Beckman, stepped forward casually, looking completely unfazed. I was also filled with adrenaline, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to complete a task, so I grabbed my knife and shouted, "Uncle Beckman, I'm here to help you." The end. The family of Gorin has no need for it at all. I just felled one, and over there, another has already begun to unleash a barrage of skills. Moving as swiftly as a streak of black lightning, wielding a spear in a chaotic dance. The bandits fell like bowling pins. My mind was still ringing with the commotion when they asked if I wanted to learn some martial arts. I outright declined, jokingly stating that if I were to learn, I would aim for the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, all the minions lay defeated. Beckman pointed his gun at that Shiga, smirking, and said, "If you want to move against us, you might as well bring a warship." Luffy stood by, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. The bandit leader, sensing the shift in atmosphere, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Shanks, with a smile, asked him how much his head was worth. This man was so frightened that he pulled out a smoke bomb and smashed it to the ground. With a bang, as the smoke cleared, he vanished, taking Luffy with him. Shanks, the thespian, cradled his head and began to act, exclaiming, "Oh no, I was careless. What'll I do if Luffy gets captured?" I was nearly bursting with laughter beside him. Who could understand such acting? It would be a shame if he didn't get an award for it. I wasn't too worried at all. Luffy is the main character and cannot die. Task accomplished, I secured 1 energy point, feeling quite pleased. The group dispersed to search, and of course I followed Shanks. Meanwhile, that foolish bandit took to the sea, still believing himself to be anointed by fate, and threw Luffy into the water. The next moment, a grotesque creature, the king of the near sea, emerged behind him and devoured him and his rickety boat as if they were mere snacks. Then that monstrous beast set its sights on Luffy, floundering in the water. I was frantically rowing my small boat, my heart racing, shouting, "Shanks, wait a moment. Let me get closer to snag a skill." Just as that gaping maw was about to snap down, Shanks dashed over, running across the surface of the water, and scooped Luffy up. The creature, realizing its prey had escaped, was about to take another bite when Shanks turned back and simply glared, uttering one word: "Scram." I tell you, at that moment, I felt every hair on my body stand on end, an invisible pressure pinning me down. The king of the near sea, even more cowardly than I, performed an impressive underwater retreat, fleeing faster than anyone. In that instant, a thought struck me. The skill conquers haki. Do I want to learn it? Yes, I must learn it. I decisively spent 1 energy point. Then, an idea struck me. Spending another point. System, simplify it for me. The next second, I received a notification. Conqueror's haki sleep. I immediately understood. Sleeping could make one stronger. Wasn't this the life I had always dreamed of? When Shanks brought Luffy onto my boat, I noticed that his left arm was gone. The empty sleeve swayed. My heart sank. Was it worth losing an arm for the Yonko and the East Blue? Upon returning to the village, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing Shanks's arm, no one could muster a smile. Just as I was preparing to go home to train, Yuta came to find me, informing me that she would be leaving the next day. I was alarmed. Leaving so soon? I had to even glean the Busashoku and Kin Bunchaku from Shanks yet. It seemed she misunderstood, blushing furiously. I immediately played the emotional card and made a heartfelt promise to her. Sure enough, the system chimed again, presenting me with a new task, one with a substantial reward. After chatting with Yuta, I hurried home, eager to try out my newly acquired Conqueror's haki. I focused on a vase and glared at it, resulting in a crack forming. Yet, I was the one who blacked out first. When I regained consciousness, it was the next day, with Luffy outside calling me, saying that Shanks and the others were leaving. I checked my system, and to my astonishment, after just 1 night's sleep, my Conqueror's haki had leveled up. Arriving at the dock, I caught the iconic moment when Shanks placed a straw hat on Luffy's head. I approached Shanks and told him that the one who taught me swordsmanship was our and Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. The expression on Shanks's face was one of sheer shock, his eyes nearly popping out. He must have been thinking about how he had deceived the grandson of a marine hero into becoming the Pirate King. What a situation! Shortly after Shanks and his crew departed, Sister Magino informed me that my grandfather Garp would be arriving that afternoon. I thought, here's my chance. Following Luffy will lead to nowhere. I must go to the Marine headquarters to glean some knowledge. The system, ever accommodating, promptly granted me a task to join the Navy. In the afternoon, Garp arrived just as Luffy was showing off his rubber powers in the tavern, landing a punch squarely on Garp's face as he entered. What a hornet's nest he stirred. The old man immediately unleashed a barrage of love-infused punches, and despite Luffy being a rubber man, he was howling in pain, 3 large lumps appearing on his head. I realized then that there was something hidden in those punches. Sure enough, a system notification appeared. Discover the skill Busashoku haki. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Why not learn something for free? Luffy, the hard-headed lad, dared to shout in front of Garp that he wanted to be the Pirate King, only to be pounded again. Garp turned to me and asked if I wanted to be a pirate. I shook my head vigorously. I certainly didn't want to endure that punch. Then, the old man took Luffy to the Bandit den at Dayton, and I followed along. There, I met Ace. This guy was pretty cool, without a word. He threw a rock at me, which I easily dodged. His expression changed as he looked at me. I felt a twinge of discomfort. This guy was destined to perish in the Marineford War. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the system presented me with a daunting task: save Ace during the Marineford War. The generous rewards left me gasping. I had to undertake this mission at all costs. After ensuring Luffy was settled, I boarded the warship with Grandpa Garp, officially embarking on my journey to Marine headquarters. During my time on the ship, I didn't waste a moment, practicing my swordsmanship on the deck during the day and collapsing in a bed at night, my sword skills and conqueror hockey experience points soaring. I even reached the level where I could slice a bead of sweat in half, leaving Garp utterly astonished. Meanwhile, in the New World, Mihawk sought out Shanks. When they met, they exchanged a strike, cutting the sea in half. Mihawk inquired about Shanks's arm, to which Shanks replied that he had wagered it in the new era, adding that he encountered an interesting little swordsman in the East Blue, hinting that Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman might be at risk. Hey, he was referring to me. After 18 days at sea, we finally reached Marineford. I checked my status panel. Level E, Swordsmanship D, Conqueror's Hockey E, and my newly learned Busashoku was still a G. My strength had taken a significant leap. As soon as I disembarked, a man in a gray round hat and a slender build rushed over, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Vice Admiral Garp." The old man pointed him out to me, saying, "Liu Chun, this is my aide Bogart. If you have any issues with swordsmanship, just ask him." My eyes lit up at that. I promptly approached him, saying, "Vice Admiral Bogart, I look forward to your guidance. Let me tell you, Vice Admiral Bogart is undoubtedly a formidable individual." Upon scanning him with my broken system, I was taken aback. All his levels and skills were marked with question marks. What does this signify? It indicates that this guy was so powerful that the system couldn't even detect him. My heart sank. It seems I need to be extra polite when seeking his swordsmanship advice. Garp then led me directly to the highest building in the Marine headquarters to handle some paperwork for the Admiral's office. The number of heads turning was off the charts. Everyone was eyeing me, whispering like a surround sound system. Who is this? Following Vice Admiral Garp? Must be new. Carrying a sword, probably has connections. I tell you, that feeling was akin to a giant panda parading through the streets of zoo. Upon reaching the Admiral's office, Garp instructed us to wait while he kicked the door open. Bogart and I stood at attention outside, and I could hear Garp's booming voice reverberating like thunder inside. "Sengoku, sign the papers. Let my grandson attend the Navy training camp." After a brief moment of silence, the voice of Zhanghua emerged, likely under the impression that the old man was referring to either Luffy or Ace. Given Ace's notable status, something understood by those in the know. However, the old man, while absent-mindedly picking his nose, declared, "Not them. It's my newly recognized grandson, Liu Chun." With that, he tossed my dossier onto the table. I could almost envision Marshal Zhanghua adjusting his glasses, wearing an expression that seemed to question what sort of nonsense was unfolding. Yet he ultimately signed off, as it was, after all, Garp's request, and promptly arranged for me to attend the intermediate training camp. Before leaving, the old man casually mentioned, "By the way, get my grandson the best swordsmanship instructor available." Once he exited, he handed the documents to Bogart, instructing him to assist me with the necessary paperwork, and then he vanished without a trace. A sudden chime resounded in my mind. Task completed. The system rewarded me with 1 energy point and a book titled Si Fong Zhan on sword techniques. Without hesitation, I immediately began to study it. Then, feeling bold, I utilized that precious energy point to simplify my armed hockey. To my astonishment, the system panel displayed a message: "Armed hockey, taking hits." I was momentarily dumbfounded. Taking hits? Is training hockey synonymous with seeking a beating? Was this a manifestation of some cybernetic physique awakening? This system certainly knew how to intensify my experiences, just as I was questioning my existence. Major Bogart patted me on the shoulder and said, "Liu Chun, let us go. I'll take you to the intermediate training camp." He kindly warned me that the intensity at the intermediate camp was quite high, advising me to mentally prepare. I thought to myself, could there be a more direct form of training than taking hits? Bring it on, I was ready. A few minutes later, we arrived at a small affiliated island, the site for the training camp. The playground was filled with Navy personnel drenched in sweat, their battle cries echoing throughout. Bogart led me directly into the office of the chief instructor. The instructor, named Peter, frowned upon seeing me. A newcomer? So young? Jumping straight into the intermediate camp? As Bogart handed over the documents, Peter's eyes widened, and pointing to the name Garp, He inquired, "What is carp to you?" I immediately stood at attention, smiling as I replied, "Report, instructor, he is my grandfather. But please, do not give me any special treatment. I prefer to be treated equally." Peter nodded, and once Bogart completed the handover, he departed. Peter then took me to the training ground. To my astonishment, there were 50 strapping young men standing in perfect formation, as if copied and pasted. After introducing me, the instructor had me stand at the back of the line, and my status as a transfer student was abundantly clear. Just as I settled in, a blue-haired fellow erupted from the ranks, stepping forward to challenge the instructor. "Report. I refuse to accept this. Who is this guy? Why does he get to jump straight into the intermediate camp? We fought tooth and nail to emerge from the beginner camp. What gives him the right? Where is the Navy's justice?" His shout ignited a fire among the others, and I could feel their disdainful glares piercing through me. The instructor's face darkened as he shouted back. This was a special approval from the marshal. If you have an issue, take it up with the marshal. But the blue-haired individual was obstinate, defiantly shouting, "I refuse to accept this. It's unfair." The instructor was at a loss for words. Seeing the unfolding situation, I chuckled and stepped forward, addressing the blue-haired challenger. "Enough with the noise. If you're dissatisfied, let us settle it with a fight." The entire area fell silent. All eyes fixated on me, as if I were a fool. The instructor seemed taken aback. "Luchun, are you certain? His name is Barton, and he ranks among the top 5 in the beginner training camp." I nodded confidently. "Absolutely. I'm quite eager for him to take a swing at me." The system task was triggered. Silence everyone and gain recognition. Reward: energy points. Wasn't this a golden opportunity for KPI? I raised the stakes. If I lose, I'll leave. If I win, you'll be my sparring partner moving forward. Deal. Barton agreed without a second thought. I discreetly scanned him with the system. His rank was E, and his strongest attribute was physical combat. Truly a tailor-made experience opportunity for me. As the match commenced, everyone cleared a large space. Barton, his fists clenched, charged at me with a powerful roar, exhibiting impressive speed. Yet, as he reached me, he found I hadn't even drawn my weapon, standing there calmly. Assuming I was paralyzed by fear, he landed a solid punch right on my chest. The impact echoed, and I stumbled back a few steps, but in my mind, I heard a delightful chime. "Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 20 experience in armed hockey." Unable to contain myself, I burst into laughter. I brushed off the dust from my chest and taunted him. "Hey buddy, did you forget to eat? Is that all the strength you've got?" Barton's face turned a deep shade of purple with rage as he bellowed for a rematch, unleashing a flurry of punches that landed squarely on me. I merely raised my hands to shield my face, passively absorbing the blows while retreating step by step. To the onlookers, it appeared as though I was being thoroughly thrashed, utterly defenseless. The other trainees jeered. "Of course, a privileged kid can't hold his own. Go home." The instructor was visibly anxious, while even Marshal Zhonghua, observing from a distant building, frowned in concern. Yet, unbeknownst to them, I was reveling in the experience. Ding, armed hockey experience 30. Ding, armed hockey experience 40. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading armed hockey. I realized that the harder I was hit, the faster my experience accumulated. This was not merely taking hits. This was a VIP experience buffet. After a full quarter of an hour, Barton was panting like a dog, exhausted, and finally stopped. Meanwhile, despite my body being bruised and battered, I felt invigorated, still smiling at him. "Hey, don't stop. Keep the music playing." Barton, bewildered, must have thought he had figured it out. "You're trying to drain my stamina? I want to fall for that." I saw that my experience package was about to run out. Sighing, I declared, "All right, since you insist, I'll just have to take you down." "Just based on that?" Barton scoffed. No sooner had he finished speaking than I sprung into action. With a swift motion, I executed a one-sword draw. A flash of green light glimmered, and I found myself behind him, having already sheathed my blade. No one in the audience had seen how I struck. The next instant, a sickening sound echoed as Barton spat blood, a gaping wound opening on his chest as he collapsed. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. I turned around, smiling as I asked, "Now, do I qualify?" No one dared utter a word. The instructor hurriedly stepped in to mediate, officially announcing my acceptance and instructing others to take Barton to the medical room. Just like that, I stood proudly in the 4th position, a place that rightfully belonged to Barton. The system notified me that the task was complete, granting me 1 energy point. Delightful. Subsequently, Instructor Peter began discussing the training content, the Navy's 6 styles. The requirement for the intermediate camp was to master 3 styles to graduate. Today, we would learn the first style, iron block. The instructor demonstrated by lifting his shirt to reveal his chiseled abs, allowing a trainee to strike him with a knife, which produced a resounding clang, sending sparks flying as the blade bent. Everyone watched in awe, except for me, whose heart remained unfazed. Iron block. I already possessed armed hockey. Wasn't this redundant? The system prompted me to confirm if I wished to learn, and I promptly declined. Therefore, when the instructor announced that we would practice this for the next month, I raised my hand. Instructor, may I opt out of this training? The entire room was once again in shock. Instructor Peter turned pale. Why? Have you mastered it? I scratched my head. Well, I suppose you could say I have. He invited me to demonstrate, promising that if I truly had mastered it, I would receive a month off. I stepped forward, extending my arm, and said to the same trainee, "Come, strike me." In the midst of his hesitant gaze, I activated my armed hockey. Instantly, my arm was enveloped in a layer of darkness. With a sharp sound, his knife was sent flying. At that moment, the way everyone looked at me transformed entirely, shifting from disdain to admiration. The instructor recognized that this was not iron block, but hockey, yet he refrained from exposing it, likely to avoid discouraging the new recruits. Thus, he granted me my break. To my astonishment, my joy was short-lived as I soon witnessed the commencement of their training. To my surprise, pairs of individuals were fiercely colliding against each other while clutching hefty wooden stumps, causing anguished cries to echo throughout the training grounds. My eyes brightened in an instant. For was this not the experience-gaining paradise I had longed for? Regret washed over me, and disregarding any semblance of dignity, I eagerly approached a solitary figure. "Brother, since you have some free time, may I join you in practice?" The individual, named Slayedthe, responded with a look of astonishment and readily agreed. Consequently, I spent the following day in sheer delight amidst the resounding thuds of impact and the melodious notifications of experience points being accrued. Instructor Peter observed me, appearing utterly bewildered, likely pondering whether I was some sort of masochist. This practice continued for an entire month. I trained with my sword in the mornings and engaged in sparring with Barton and Slayedthe in the afternoons. My conqueror's hockey grew stronger with sleep, and my armament hockey improved through receiving blows, leading to a significant surge in my strength. Remarkably, after a month, 23 individuals in the training camp had mastered the iron block, surpassing Instructor Peter's previous record. As the month concluded, a new curriculum began. Instructor Peter was set to teach the technique known as shave. He briefly explained the principle, which involved generating explosive speed through short bursts of high-frequency movement. Demonstrating the technique, he vanished from sight and reappeared several dozen meters away. The trainees were left in awe, with Barton's eyes sparkling, likely envisioning revenge once he mastered this maneuver. Meanwhile, I silently observed the system panel. At that very moment of the demonstration, a notification resonated in my mind. Ding, Skill Marine 6 forms. Shave successfully learned. If Barton were to discover that I had already mastered it, his mental state would surely crumble. Just as Instructor Peter was preparing to commence the grueling leg strength training, a desperate Marine rushed in, breathless, delivering orders from above that our intermediate training camp was to board a ship and join the squad in eliminating pirates. Upon hearing this, Instructor Peter's demeanor instantly grew serious. Without further ado, he commanded, "All personnel, are yourselves and follow me." Our group erupted in excitement, hastily retrieving our weapons. I was bewildered and quietly inquired of Slayedthe, "Brother, what is happening? Isn't this a training camp? Why are we heading into combat?" Slayedthe, with an expression suggesting my naivety, replied, "It's a common occurrence. The seas are in chaos, and the Navy is severely understaffed. We often had to engage in skirmishes during our time in the junior training camp." He glanced at me curiously and asked, "By the way, Is this your first time on the battlefield? I nodded, having skipped levels. He immediately patted my shoulder and earnestly advised, be cautious. Today, as pirates, are no trifling matter. Our strength is limited. Safeguarding your life is paramount. Do not engage recklessly. I acknowledged his words and boarded the warship with the main force. The sight was astonishing. The deck was teeming with personnel, surrounded by a vast fleet of our warships, at least dozens of them, an impressive display indeed. Instructor Peter donned a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, and with the wind billowing and drums sounding, the atmosphere was electrifying. Leading the charge was the largest warship, where a lieutenant colonel stood at the bow, vociferously calling, "Set sail." At his command, dozens of ships surged forward in unison. I glanced around, realizing that our group was the only one comprised of training camp novices. The rest were seasoned Marines. I approached Shiza once more, asking, "Do you know the specifics of the situation?" It appeared a Navy ship had been attacked by pirates, and we were to rescue them. "Whose ship?" I inquired. "Colonel Monka." At that moment, my heart sank. Monka? The infamous axe-hand Monka, the unfortunate soul who had been defeated by Luffy in the early days of the Pirate King saga, where Zoro had made his debut. How could he have been ambushed? This narrative felt off, and I sensed there was a mission at hand. Perhaps I could simplify the shave technique I had just learned. After approximately an hour of sailing, we finally arrived at the location. In the distance, I spotted two ships, one belonging to the Navy and the other flying a Black Cat flag. I recognized it instantly. The Black Cat pirates. How had they come a blows? The lieutenant colonel immediately commanded, "All units, accelerate. Surround them. Let not a single one escape." As we drew closer, the scent of blood wafted toward us. I beheld the deck of the Navy ship, littered with fallen comrades, blood flowing like a river, with not a single survivor in sight. At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind. Mission triggered. Eliminate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Reward, 2 energy points. 2 energy points. It seemed that Kuro was no ordinary adversary. Instructor Peter turned to us, his expression grave. Warning, be on your guard. The Black Cat Pirates are cunning, and their captain, Kuro, is known for his devious tactics. Do not underestimate them. At the instructor's command, we charged forth, shouting in excitement. I propelled myself onto the pirate ship, where chaos ensued in an instant. Following closely behind Instructor Peter, I steadied myself when a rotund man wearing a black headscarf swung a spiked club toward me. I evaded by sidestepping, drawing my Ling Feng blade, and swiftly severing his weapon arm with precision. The result was instantaneous. Blood sprayed across my face as the man writhed in agony on the ground. I stood there momentarily stunned. Who could understand my plight? Having been a law-abiding citizen in my previous life, I had never witnessed such brutality. I was momentarily paralyzed. "Liu Chen, what are you dawdling for? Finish him." Shiza's furious shout jolted me back to reality. I focused, realizing this was no childish play. The pirate, seeing my momentary hesitation, attempted to retaliate, raising his remaining arm with the club. Reacting quickly, I disarmed him and swiftly delivered a fatal strike to his neck, severing his head, which rolled away. Shiza approached and reassured me. "It's fine. After a few kills, you'll get used to it. We all went through this." I nodded, feeling the previous discomfort dissipate. Yes, this was no longer my former world. This realm was one of survival of the fittest. Either you perish, or I do. With that realization, I transformed entirely. The speed of my strikes astonished even myself, as I moved like a phantom through the crowd, evading all attempts to harm me. The flash of my blade sent another pirate collapsing. Instructor Peter observed, hardly engaging, allowing us to seize opportunities while occasionally assisting those struggling. Spotting me, a smile crept across his face. This kid, impressive. No wonder he is the grandson of Rear Admiral Carp. In mere minutes, I had nearly cleared the deck of the lesser foes. However, something felt amiss. Why were there only F and E-ranked minions? Where's my target, Captain Kuro? Had he taken refuge on the Navy's ship? I recalled the storyline, where the Navy believed Kuro to be dead, yet he had executed a clever escape. Without further contemplation, I leapt onto the adjacent, silent Navy vessel. The deck was strewn with corpses, each marked with 3 distinct claw marks, clearly the work of Kuro. Cautiously, I crept into the ship's cabin, finding it deserted. That old fox must be hiding within. Upon entering the cabin, I spotted a robust man in a navy cloak sprawled on the ground, his jaw shattered, yet I recognized him immediately. Monka! So that was how he had sustained his injury. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over me. Instinctively, I activated the newly acquired shave technique, propelling myself 5 meters forward like a cannonball, barely managing to turn around. Standing where I had just been was a man clad in black-rimmed glasses, wielding 10 razor-sharp claws. Kuro. Character: Cluo. Level: C. Skill: Silent Step: C. The naval training camp? How could he evade my attack? He adjusted his glasses, evidently surprised. I gritted my teeth. The pain searing across my back where 3 deep cuts marred my skin, but fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury. It wasn't evasion. I could only deem it a stroke of luck that I was still alive. A wave of dread washed over me. Had I hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, I would have been cleaved in two. This fellow smirked devilishly, and I glanced around, deliberately taunting him. Your crew is out there fighting valiantly, yet you, their leader, hide here? Doesn't that seem rather inappropriate? He chuckled with increasing delight. They are merely a part of my grand scheme. But you, a mere child, think you can take me down without summoning help? We were both cautiously probing each other, seeking any hidden cards. In truth, I was aware that his core crew had long since fled. As for me, I had to eliminate him to secure my mission's reward. It seems I have encountered an arrogant member of the Navy. So let us make you part of my plan as well. Cluo sneered, crossing his hands like claws, and in an instant he vanished from my sight. His speed was so astonishing that not even a shadow remained. Ding, skill silent step detected. Do you wish to learn it? My scalp tingled. This silent step was insidious, making not a sound. Just then, I sensed a faint whisper of wind to my left. I focused intently, without a moment's thought. My left hand instinctively crossed in front of me. Armament hockey. A crisp clang resounded as Cluo's claws struck my hockey-clad arm. Yet my defense held firm. His expression shifted dramatically. What is this? Hockey. I smirked coldly. The opportunity had arrived. Seizing his moment of confusion, I drew my sword with my right hand, one sword style, drawing slash. The blade flashed, slicing across his body. However, he reacted swiftly, retreating a half step, leaving a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. I cursed under my breath. I was a tad too slow, otherwise that strike could have ended him. Cluo adjusted his glasses, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Young man, though you wield hockey, you are far too conceited. We shall see about that. I gripped my sword tightly, fully focused. Spoon, he suddenly bellowed, swaying like a drunken man, before vanishing again, this time launching a random assault. Ding, skill spoon detected. Do you wish to learn it? My brow furrowed. This move was even more troublesome than silent step, as he himself wouldn't know where he would strike. I immediately maximized my armament hockey, enveloping my entire body. Bang! A crate behind me shattered into splinters. Instantly, a tremendous force slammed into my chest, and with a resounding clang, I was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the cabin wall. My shirt tore, but I remained unharmed, my hockey absorbing the blow. The sounds of his high-speed attacks reverberated around me as he nearly dismantled the entire cabin. I took a deep breath, steadied myself, and focused my gaze ahead. Suddenly, I caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Now was the moment. Direction slash. My right hand appeared to raise slowly. It was so swift that 4 phantoms emerged, simultaneously unleashing 4 arcs of blade energy from 4 directions, forming a deadly net that sealed off all his escape routes. Boom! A tremendous crash sounded as a massive square hole was blasted into the cabin wall. Cluo was caught right in the center of the blade net. The right side of his body severed, collapsing into a pool of blood. Confirming he was dead, I finally dared to breathe deeply, utterly exhausted. At that moment, a white figure darted in. It was that Major. Seeing Cluo on the ground, his jaw nearly dropped. Cluo, you actually killed him. A fluke, merely a fluke. I feigned humility. He scrutinized my face for a long moment, suddenly grinning. So, it's you? Lu Chun, right? I'm Rabani, and I will be waiting for you. With that, he departed, leaving me utterly perplexed. Who was this fellow? Never mind, I couldn't recall. I picked up Kluo's head. After all, it was worth 16 million berries. Money cannot be disregarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: 2 energy points. Ding! Simplification of Naval 6 styles. Soru, successful. Naval 6 styles. Soru acquired. I was elated. I could strengthen myself just by walking. This system truly understands me. I exited with Kluo's head in hand, and the battle outside had also concluded. Instructor Peter's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing what I held. Kluo's head? You really took him down solo. I tossed the head to him. Excellent vision, instructor. Don't forget to assist with my bounty application. Back at the naval headquarters, I resumed my grueling training. However, this time was different. I practiced weighted leg kicks while frantically traversing the training grounds, grinding for Soru experience. Shiza watched me darting around like a headless chicken, nearly dizzy from my antics. Days later, my grandfather Carp unexpectedly arrived. He held my bounty documents, beaming as if he were a child weighing 200 pounds. Not bad. Kid, you actually took down Kluo. Though I could defeat that guy with a single punch, it's quite an achievement for you. He patted my shoulder, declaring that once I entered the advanced training camp, he would ensure I joined Zifa Sensei's elite camp, or else he wouldn't recognize me as his grandson. Ding. Mission triggered. Join Zifa's elite training camp. Reward: 2 energy points, 1 good quality sword. I accepted this mission. Carp noted that I had also learned Soru and waved his hand. Perfect. I'm heading back to the East Blue to check on Luffy. I'm too lazy to go, so you can go in my stead. Consider it a vacation. Goodness. He didn't want to move himself and push the responsibility onto me. However, I wanted to return to Windmill Village as well, so I agreed. Carp directly spoke to Admiral Sengoku, arranged my leave, and even placed me in Vice Admiral Tsuru's team, instructing her to bring me back to the East Blue. Carp proudly introduced me to Vice Admiral Tsuru. Little Tsuru, this is my grandson Lu Chun. Please take good care of him on a journey. He has only been enlisted for a few months and already dispatched Kluo. Vice Admiral Tsuru, known affectionately as Granny Tsuru, regarded me with a kind smile and joked with my grandfather about whether she should introduce her granddaughter to me. My mind buzzed at the thought. Tsuru's granddaughter? The one with the Nagi no Mi powers? Imagining an alluring woman wielding a small whip, my skin prickled with goosebumps. Never mind. Young matters should be sorted by ourselves. Thus, I boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship, commencing my journey back to the East Blue. On her vessel, I felt genuinely secure. Not a single oblivious pirate crossed our path. For 2 months, my days were filled with sleep, practicing Conqueror's hockey, sword training by day, and walking to refine Sora by night, my routine as precise as a machine. Finally, after 2 months, we reached the East Blue. Vice Admiral Tsuru transferred me to another naval ship, agreeing to meet me here in a month to return to the headquarters together. After bidding her farewell, I watched her colossal warship recede into the distance, silently vowing that one day, I too would possess my own ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Achieve the rank of lieutenant. Obtain your own warship. System rewards: 1 warship, 3 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 martial arts technique. I must say, upon receiving this reward, my heart felt incredibly secure. I had acquired a warship, and my rank as a lieutenant was secured. Next, it was time to return home for a visit. Days later, I boarded a Navy ship back to Windmill Village. Even before the vessel docked, the pier resembled a bustling market, swarming with people. Upon hearing my return, the older gentlemen raised their voices, each louder than the last. As I leaped off the ship, I was besieged by a throng of relatives. They surrounded me like a talent market, bombarding me with questions about my romantic pursuits, eager to introduce me to someone with ample assets. Family matters can be so overwhelming. I wanted nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. After a Herculean effort to break free from the crowd, I made a beeline for Sister Machino's tavern. As I gently pushed open the door, her eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a startled fawn, as she rushed towards me, grasping my hands, anxiously inspecting me while murmuring about the hardships I must have endured. noting my sun-kissed complexion and newfound strength, her concern palpable. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and I found myself grinning foolishly, unable to resist boasting about my recent conquest of a grand pirate worth 16 million berries. The bystanders gasped in astonishment, showering me with praise. Yet Sister Makino's eyes were filled with worry as she inquired about my well-being. Ah, who can withstand such tenderness? The village chief approached with his cane, questioning my return. I explained that my unreliable grandfather had sent me to Gerbo Mountain to check on those two rascals, Lu Fei and AC. It struck me that I must bring Sister Makino along, for she too missed Lu Fei. Thus, we ventured into the mountains together. Not long after, a group of mountain bandits sprang forth from the thicket, blocking our path. Sister Makino, frightened, instinctively hid behind me. I boldly proclaimed my grandfather's name, Kapu. The bandits turned pale, scrambling away in terror to spread the news. I quickly reassured Sister Makino, urging her not to fear, for these bandits were merely acquaintances of my grandfather, embodying the adage that one must not fight without first knowing their opponent. Before long, a portly woman named Dayton emerged from a nearby dwelling. Upon recognizing me, she wasted no words, bluntly stating that Lu Fei was not present and had gone with AC to some dreadful dump. I casually inquired about Sabo, to which she responded with a blank stare, indicating she did not know him. Understood. The plot had yet to unfold to that point. That dump was far from a pleasant locale. I instructed Sister Makino to wait for me among the bandits while I swiftly made my way there. The sight of me vanishing in an instant left the bandits and Dayton astounded, likely pondering the extraordinary training regimen of the Navy. I must tell you, the place was a colossal heap of refuse, the stench wafting through the air like a noxious cloud. Clad in pristine attire, I felt like a walking ATM machine, immediately attracting the attention of several unsavory characters. A system notification chimed, and I chuckled, realizing this was a golden opportunity for experience points. Without hesitation, I drew my blade, dispatching two of them swiftly. With my blade pressed against the throat of the last ruffian, I inquired about AC's whereabouts. Terrified, he stammered that they were holed up in the pirate den. After extracting the information, I delivered a swift kick, shattering his heart. Remember, my friends, villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Following his directions, I arrived at the pirate harbor just in time to witness AC and Sabo bursting into a decrepit building to rescue someone. Peering through the crack of the door, I was stunned to see Lu Fei bound and helpless, while AC, in his recklessness, was prepared to engage a muscular brute named Boergiami. As AC faced imminent peril, Lu Fei and Sabo were helplessly restrained, their cries echoing in desperation. In that critical moment, I sprang into action. With a swift motion, I appeared before AC. The muscular man's eyes widened in shock. I grinned, drew my sword, and with a flash, severed his weapon, sending him flying, a gash appearing across his chest, blood gushing forth like a burst hydrant. In the next instant, Lu Fei's rubbery arms enveloped me, clinging to my face, wailing in a cacophony of sorrow, his tears and snot staining my attire. I disdainfully pulled him off. Upon learning my grandfather was absent, he visibly relaxed. I proposed the idea of him joining the Navy, but he vehemently shook his head, expressing his desire to become a pirate instead. Very well, as long as it brings him joy. Sabo urged us to leave quickly, fearing the pirates would summon reinforcements. I halted them, insisting that since someone had bullied my younger brother, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. I would single-handedly dismantle their lair. Of course, the primary motivation was the enticing system reward. Yet, these three young brats, each more stubborn than the last, insisted on accompanying me. Fine, we would venture forth together. After all, the protagonist's aura would keep us safe. We stormed directly into their stronghold. Upon seeing us approach, the leader, Bulujumu, was overjoyed, waving his hand to summon his minions. I could not help but laugh. When he asked what I found amusing, I replied, "What is there to laugh at? I shall unleash my might." With that, I unleashed my conqueror's haki. A powerful aura erupted and saved for him. All his lackeys collapsed, their eyes rolling back as if they had been mowed down like wheat. The efficiency of the clearing was simply unparalleled. Lu Fei and his companions stared in astonishment, questioning the nature of my powers. Next came my duel with Bulijimu. Let me be clear, I had no intention of finishing him off quickly. Being a D-class opponent, he served as the perfect sparring partner to hone my armament hockey. From time to time, I intentionally allowed him to land a few blows, and the system notifications chimed with experience points. 50, 30, accumulating delightfully. As he continued, he sensed something amiss, questioning whether I was a Navy officer. He even attempted to curry favor, mentioning his connections with the nobility. I cut him off, declaring, "You think the nobility holds you in esteem? You are but a tool, discarded once used." At that, his composure shattered, and his attacks became erratic. Once my armament hockey reached D rank, it was time for my training session to conclude. With a swift movement, I appeared behind him and delivered a decisive blow, finishing the fight. Task completed, energy points secured. Just as I was preparing to bag Bulijimu's head for a reward, I sensed a presence nearby among the refuse. I called out, "Friend, no need to hide. I have already discovered your presence." Out stepped an elderly man wearing a tattered top hat. A system scan revealed he was an A-class heavyweight, none other than Najali, a formidable figure who had once matched wits with Rogia. I quickly extended my politeness, requesting he keep an eye on my 3 young brothers in the future. Returning with the 3 rascals, I bid farewell to Sister Makino, whose gaze spoke volumes. In a month, I would be departing, yet I promised to return to see her. During this month, aside from my regular training, I spent my accumulated energy points to upgrade the system, enhancing its functionalities significantly. I also sought out Najali to learn Kinbunshaku, which the system simplified into a 6th sense. I assure you, it was transformative. I gained experience even while eating and sleeping, effectively engaging in round-the-clock training. Before I knew it, the month had flown by, and I found myself aboard a Navy vessel, preparing to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Hay. As I reveled in the refreshing sea breeze and the pleasure of experience points, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon, its black flag emblazoned with a crimson shark. It was the Arlong pirate crew. The Navy personnel on board turned pale, shouting in panic to turn the ship around. I thought to myself, isn't this precisely the moment when Arlong intends to wreak havoc upon Kekiaxi village? Nami. Sure enough, a system task arrived, promising generous rewards, including a formidable blade. Engaging a pirate crew in single combat? Now that was exhilarating. Fueled by fury, I bellowed at the cowardly Navy, "Stop right there!" To my surprise, the frightened sailors halted, staring at one another in confusion. My anger surged as I pointed accusatorily, scolding them for their cowardice. "Look at your pitiful selves. We are the Navy. To flee at the sight of pirates? What will people think? You are tarnishing the Navy's reputation." The sailors bowed their heads in shame. Sensing an opportunity, I continued to incite them. "I am about to eliminate these fishmen. Who will stand with me? Regardless of the outcome, we shall uphold the honor of the Navy." What happened next? To my astonishment, they merely exchanged glances, none willing to step forward. At this moment, a Navy petty officer named Jesai spoke up with a woeful expression. "Bro, it's not that we do not wish to fight, but that is the Arlong pirate crew. With our numbers, we will be sending ourselves to slaughter." I thought to myself, just waiting for someone to say that. I unleashed my trump card. "What are you afraid of? Use the Den Mushi to call for reinforcements. Inform the headquarters that the grandson of the Navy hero Kapu is here, requesting urgent support." Upon hearing this, the ship erupted in excitement. What? The grandson of Kapu? The one who has pursued the pirate king Rogia across the seas? My goodness, I had no idea I was considered royalty. Jesai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, recognizing the gravity of my lineage. He rushed to make the call, almost delirious with excitement. "Hello? Is this headquarters? We've spotted the Arlong pirate crew. The grandson of Vice Admiral Kapu is aboard our vessel." Yes. We are preparing to take them down. Please send assistance immediately." I assure you, his fervent cries echoed with desperation, fearing the headquarters might miss the significance of mentioning Kapu's grandson. After hanging up the phone, he approached me with an ingratiating expression. "Brother Lu, they said they would send someone right away." I nodded. "All right, Then what are we waiting for? Let's follow them. With my unreliable grandfather backing me, what is there to fear? Meanwhile, aboard the dilapidated ship of the evil dragon pirates, Arlong was leisurely picking his teeth when one of his subordinates reported the presence of a Navy ship behind them. Arlong peered through his binoculars and scoffed. Puffed. Just a small, shabby vessel. I can't be bothered with them. Our priority is to collect the bounty from Cocoa Village. Who understands? This flag is being raised with textbook precision. At the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone, his face blank, and turned to my grandfather, who was absent-mindedly picking his nose, and exclaimed, "Kapu, you troublemaker. You just took down Kuro, and now you're going to provoke Arlong." For the first time, my grandfather put aside his playful demeanor, his face serious as he asked, "Have you sent reinforcements?" Sengoku sighed. "Of course I sent them. Do you think I wouldn't?" Only then did my grandfather feel at ease, casually strolling away while continuing to pick his nose. As for us, we trailed the evil dragon's ship at a careful distance until we arrived at Cocoa Village, watching Arlong and his crew disembark to wreak havoc and pillage. The Navy personnel aboard began to tremble. Jess suggested a surprise landing from the side, but I firmly rejected. No need. We shall attack head-on. Jess turned pale. Head-on? ISNT, that walking right into the line of fire? I shot him a look that conveyed my confidence. Trust me, I have a plan. Seeing my expression, which likely reminded him of my grandfather, he reluctantly agreed. As our ship docked, the fishermen guarding the opposing vessel noticed us. The leader, Kurubi, resembling a blue catfish, checked the system panel and noted he was a C-class fisherman karate expert. Seeing that we had only 20 or so men aboard, none of whom were officers, he burst into laughter. What the panic? Just these small fries? Wipe them out. As soon as he finished speaking, several fishmen jumped into the water like dumplings, charging towards us like torpedoes. The Navy personnel aboard were so frightened that they could barely hold their guns steady. I patted Jess on the shoulder and calmly said, "Leave that blue one to me. You handle the rest." Jess's face lit up with delight at the thought of me tackling the toughest opponent. As the fishmen boarded our ship, Kurubi bared his rotten teeth and shouted, "Chop them up and feed them to the sharks." I chuckled inwardly, thinking it could be the other way around. I stomped my right foot on the ground, executing the Navy's 6 styles, Suru. In an instant, I disappeared from my spot, reappearing behind Kurubi, drawing my blade in a flash. With a swift motion, I inflicted a deep gash across his back, blood spraying high. This guy was tough, despite the intense pain. He retaliated with a powerful fishman karate elbow strike. I was taken aback by his speed and had to raise my arm to block it. The impact was thunderous, and I felt as if my arm had been struck by a battering ram, causing searing pain as I flew backward several meters. Looking down, I saw a large bruise forming on my arm. Goodness, I thought, this fishman karate is no joke. But the more it hurt, the more exhilarated I became. For I heard the system notification chime. Armament hockey experience points are increasing. Kurubi was equally bewildered, probably questioning how a seemingly inexperienced individual could wield the 6 styles and strike with such speed. I flashed him a grin. "You're impressive too. Let us have some fun." With that, I used Soru again. In an instant, we were engaged in combat. Let me tell you, his fishman karate was fierce, each punch landing with force. But I focused on enduring the hits while gathering experience points. My blade was swift, and no matter how tough he couldn't withstand it. Before long, his body was riddled with wounds resembling a fishing net, blood flowing freely. As for me, aside from slightly numb arm, I suffered no harm. His blows felt merely like scratches. Kurubi, panting heavily, looked at me as if I were a ghost. I beckoned him with my finger. "Is that all you've got? Your so-called 10-fold Wazai fist and 100-fold Wazai fist are useless against me. Do you have no other tricks?" Provoked, he shouted in anger, muscles bulging, "Arrogant brat. Allow me to demonstrate my 1,000-fold Wazai fist." My eyes lit up at the mention of a special move. Hurry up. I even prepare my stance. Eager for his performance. Kurubi was utterly flabbergasted, likely never having encountered someone who voluntarily sought to be hit. Nevertheless, he charged at me with a roar, raining down punches on my chest like a torrential downpour. Bam, bam, bam. I must say, The scene was exhilarating. He fought with great effort while I reveled in the experience points accumulating in my mind. Armament hockey experience points. 20, 30. It was pure bliss. After the final blow, I stepped back, brushing off the dust from my chest as my armament hockey leveled up. I chuckled. Seems like you're not that impressive after all. Kurubi was on the verge of collapse, his hands swollen, pointing at me in disbelief. Devil, are you even human? I shook my head. My gaze I see. It's you who are too weak. Game over. Upon hearing this, he turned to flee towards the sea. Not a chance. Navy 6 styles, Soru. 1 sword style, Bateau. I instantly appeared behind him, my blade flashing, and he was bisected, plunging into the sea, staining the waters crimson. I dove into the ocean, severed his head, and stashed it in my system backpack. This was money. Returning to the ship, I swiftly assisted the other Navy personnel in dispatching the remaining fishmen, deliberately allowing one to escape to spread the word. Jess panicked. Quick, pursue him. If he escapes, Arlong will know. I laughed. What is the worry? I want him to report back. We'll execute an empty city strategy. I'll have him set Arlong's ship ablaze while we leave our Navy ship as bait. We'll all sneak into the village. Indeed, not long after, a tremendous explosion resonated from the village, signaling the destruction of Arlong's ship. Meanwhile, Arlong, who was collecting protection fees in the village, turned pale as the fleeing fishermen stumbled back with urgent news. Captain, the Navy is here. Kurubi is dead. Enraged, Arlong dispatched his subordinates, Xiaoba and Jiao, to investigate the situation. As for him, having caught a whiff of the cooking smoke from the Belmere household, he led his men directly there. I, along with several Navy personnel, stealthily infiltrated the village, taking out a few straggling fishmen, and made my way toward Belmere's Orange Grove, based on memory. Upon arrival, I was taken aback to see Arlong had already captured Belmere, using his massive steel teeth to snap her weapon in half. Instead of confronting him head-on, I circled around to the back door, coincidentally finding Nami and Nojiko blocked by the village doctor, preventing their return home. At that moment, Belmere's anguished cries echoed from the front, and the two girls were nearly in tears. I approached them and gently patted their heads. Don't worry. I'm here. She will be all right. With that, I strode towards the front entrance. Just in time, I witnessed Arlong aiming a gun at Belmere's head, grinning maliciously. Inferior race, die. Bang! The gun fired. In that split second, I executed Suru, dashing in front of Belmere, and with a swift motion, cleaved the bullet in two. Arlong's eyes blazed with fury. A mere Navy soldier dares to stand in my way? I pushed Belmere aside, pointing my blade at him. I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to kill you. I had no time for idle chatter and launched into a powerful bateau. Arlong took the blow to his chest, a deep gash opening up. But his fishman regenerative abilities were extraordinary, quickly staunching the bleeding. This guy was indeed formidable, boasting a bounty of 20 million at the peak of C-class. He opened his monstrous mouth and lunged at me, his teeth shattering a nearby pillar upon contact. I used Soru to evade and countered with a strike aimed at his neck. To my astonishment, my blade was caught in his jaws. Moreover, his teeth grew back instantaneously, using the lost ones as weapons. My beloved blade, Lingfeng, was beginning to show signs of cracks. I was infuriated. This was a blade that had accompanied me for so long. I sheathed it and resorted to my arm, enveloped in armament hockey, to block his attacks. A long, decisive bite from Along resulted in a resounding crack, shattering his own teeth. Stunned, he was no match for my indifference. With my left hand enveloped in hockey, I seized his shark-like jaws, rendering his struggles futile. I then coated my nearly shattered Ling Feng with armament hockey, transforming the entire blade into an obsidian black sword. D, I proclaimed, raising the black blade high above my head, and brought it down upon Along's skull with the force of a watermelon being cleaved. A splatter of crimson erupted as I severed his head cleanly in two. The remaining fishmen, driven mad with rage, charged at me, but I focused my energy, unleashing a burst of Conqueror's hockey. Begone! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, causing all the lesser foes to foam at the mouth and collapse. Exhausted from the exertion, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Belmare approached with Nami and Nojiko to express their gratitude, with little Nami inquiring about my name. I introduced myself as Lu Chun, teasing her that she might have to look after my foolish younger brother in the future. After regaining my strength, I made my way to the shore, where Vice Admiral Crane's warship had arrived to clean up the aftermath. The mission completion notification chimed, and a reward appeared, a brand new greatsword. It was twice the width of Ling Feng, a pale black, and I named it Heirun. In a flash, Vice Admiral Crane appeared before me, astonished at the sight of Along's head in my possession. "You actually killed Along?" she inquired, and I nodded. The change in her gaze toward me was palpable, and without further questions, she urged me to return to the headquarters. I followed her aboard the ship, took a shower, and realized I had no change of clothes. Just as I was feeling awkward, Vice Admiral Crane's voice echoed from outside. "Lu Chun, are you there?" As I opened the door, she tossed me a brand new uniform and a justice cloak. "Put this on." To my astonishment, it was a justice cloak, and a lieutenant's at that. Bewildered, I asked Vice Admiral Crane, "What is this for?" "It doesn't seem appropriate for me right now." She, without turning around, coolly remarked, "The pirates you took down, along with the 2 from the Evil Dragon crew, have already earned you enough merit. Consider this a preemptive reward." With that, she walked away. I quickly shouted my thanks to her, feeling overjoyed. Finally, I had new clothes, as my current outfit was nearly in tatters. 2 months swiftly passed, and we returned to the Navy headquarters. Before I even disembarked, I spotted a familiar figure on the dock, wearing a dog-headed hat, nodding off while a large snot bubble dangled from his nose. It was unmistakably my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Vice Admiral Crane was equally surprised. "Oh, how curious. Carp actually came to pick you up." I could only manage a dry laugh. Whether he comes or not, it's all the same. Trouble is inevitable. As expected, just as his aide reminded him, the old man vanished in a flash, reappearing beside me and delivering a hearty slap on my shoulder that nearly dislocated it. "Ha ha ha. My grandson, you've brought honor to the family. You've made it to lieutenant." I gritted my teeth, forcing a smile. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Grandpa." My shoulder felt like it was about to shatter. A glance at the system revealed Carp's attributes listed entirely as SSS. Was this the might of a Navy hero? It was terrifying. However, Carp's next words shattered my composure as he shouted to Vice Admiral Crane, "So, how about it, little Crane? Now that you've introduced your granddaughter to my grandson, it's a fair trade, right?" Vice Admiral Crane rolled her eyes, nearly sending them to the heavens. "Peacock is barely grown. What are you fixating on?" The old rascal then smacked his forehead. All right. He proceeded to drag me off the ship, boasting to everyone we encountered, "Look, this is my grandson, Lu Chun." He seemed eager for the entire world to know our relation. I felt a bit embarrassed, but the ordinary sailor saluted and called me lieutenant, which felt surprisingly rewarding. Before long, we arrived at the training camp, where Instructor Peter was leading my old classmates through their paper drawings, each of them flailing about with no one having mastered it. As we entered, all eyes instantly turned to us. "Wow, Lu Chun is back. Not just Lu Chun, but Lieutenant Lu Chun now." Instructor Peter rushed over to salute Vice Admiral Carp. My grandfather nodded, pointing at me. I returned the lad. "Make him work hard. Don't go easy on him." After delivering his orders, he turned and left, only to fall asleep standing just a few steps away. Instructor Peter, unfazed, smiled at me. "Lu Chun, it's been a few months. You become a lieutenant. You must have grown stronger." As I was about to respond modestly, an unharmonious voice interrupted. "Instructor, I want to challenge Lu Chun." I turned to see an old acquaintance, Barton, stepping forward with a defiant expression. He likely felt confident after months of training in the Six Styles and sought to reclaim his pride before I learned Moonwalk and Gale. Anyone who has been a mere sparring partner understands the psychological toll it takes. His challenge sent the crowd into a frenzy. Barton is challenging Lu Chun again. He seems confident this time. With his newfound mastery of the Six Styles, he might indeed stand a chance. Instructor Peter, however, did not intervene, but instead looked at me. "He is challenging you. The decision is yours." Before I could respond, the system chimed with a new mission. Defeat Barton once more to earn 1 point of energy. A free experience package? How could I refuse? I readily accepted, thinking I could also glean some skills from him. The crowd parted to create a space for our duel. Barton wasted no time, announcing, "Lu Chun, if I win this time, I will no longer be your sparring partner." I chuckled. "Win first before you say that. Prepare yourself," he shouted, and before I could respond, he moved with Shave, appearing before me in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at my face. Having long since perceived his intentions, I didn't even bother to dodge, crossing my arms as my armament hockey enveloped me. With a dull thud, I was pushed back several steps. Regaining my balance, I flashed him a grin. "Not bad, you've improved." His confidence swelled, but then his expression froze as he noticed the dark aura surrounding my arms, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Hockey? You actually know armament hockey?" "Of course. Do you think I've been slacking off these past few months?" Barton's face paled, yet he remained defiant, shouting, "So what if you know hockey?" He then unleashed a flurry of punches, each one a storm of blows, thousands of shadows of his fists raining down upon me. To be honest, I felt no anxiety, even finding it somewhat amusing. He was merely scratching at me, while my mind was filled with the system's notifications. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. This was turning into my personal charging station. I even casually learned his D-rank martial arts, simplifying it to movement. After a prolonged exchange, Barton was the first to tire, stepping back and bewildered, asking, "Why aren't you hurt at all?" I chuckled. "Perhaps your strength is just too weak." His face turned a deep shade of purple as he grit his teeth. "Just wait. You'll witness my newly learned Navy Six styles." "Excellent. That's exactly what I'm waiting for." With a fierce kick, he executed Gale, sending a vacuum hurtling toward me. In that moment, I heard the system chime again. "Skill Gale detected. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes." Ding. Skill Gale simplified to walking. What a remarkable turn of events. While I effortlessly retreated using Shave, I awaited the system to finalize the process. Barton, thinking I was intimidated, boasted, "Lu Chun, you can't evade this." I thought to myself, who said I was going to dodge? Planting my feet firmly, I executed a kick of my own, unleashing a matching gale that soared toward his attack. The two strikes collided in midair, creating a burst of energy that sent dust swirling everywhere. The entire arena fell silent. "What? Lu Chun can also use Gale? Didn't he never learn it?" Bandit's expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "When did you learn that?" he demanded. I replied with utmost honesty, "I just learned it." Naturally, he was incredulous, shouting, "If you're going to lie, at least concoct a better excuse." I admitted that I couldn't defeat him, but he shouldn't expect to triumph over me either. He perceived my words as a display of talent, scoffing at the notion of learning skills on the spot. I shook my head in resignation. In this day and age, honesty seems to be met with skepticism. Enough pretending. I unsheathed my new blade, Hey Run. As the black blade emerged, all eyes were drawn to it. Bandit's demeanor shifted, clearly recalling the terror of being swiftly vanquished by me before. I had no time for idle chatter and charged forward with a swift strike. Bandit reacted quickly, propelling himself into the air with a leap. Ding, skill Yebu detected. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Ding, skill Yebu has been simplified to Zolu. Perfect. Another technique in my arsenal. Floating in the air, Bandit seemed rather pleased with himself. "Lu Chun, I told you, you will not defeat me again." I smiled. Playing in the air with me? Very well, I would give him a little shock from the system. Gripping my sword, I unleashed my full aura. Black energy surging into the blade. Moyenjan. I swung fiercely, unleashing a colossal strike enveloped in black flames, tearing through the air at an astonishing speed toward the sky. Bandit went pale. He had no way to evade. Just as he was about to be cleaved in two, a white figure appeared before him in an instant. My grandfather, Kapu, had seemingly awakened once more. With a clenched fist shrouded in red lightning, he struck my attack with a punch. Iron Fist. The resounding crash shattered my devastating move as if it were glass. Countless black sparks rained down like confetti. The arena fell silent. I instinctively exclaimed, "Impressive." Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering the skill Ba Chi Chanrao. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Before I could revel in my success, Kato landed in front of me, delivering a heart-shaped iron fist to my head. Ouch! I yelped, feeling a lump form instantly, as if I had synchronized with Ufei's childhood. You little rascal. Who taught you such swordsmanship? Using such brutal moves against comrades? I cradled my head, feeling wronged. I taught myself. Kapu shot me a glare, but did not press further, merely stating, the advanced training camp selection is imminent, so prepare yourself to excel and enter the elite camp of Dijangafa. Do you understand? Yes, Grandpa. Once he departed, Badung slinked over to concede defeat. I had successfully completed my task and felt elated. The ensuing days were filled with intense training. A month later, the advanced training camp selection officially commenced. Upon entering, I spotted many familiar faces, such as the white-haired and blue-haired, who would soon become prominent figures. Naturally, as Slayedthe's grandson, I became the center of attention, bombarded with envious gazes. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent as a muscular, purple-haired elder entered. Slayedthe, possessing SS-level strength. His mere presence commanded an oppressive aura that stifled the air. Scanning the assembly, he coldly inquired, is there anyone among you who dares to claim they are certain to enter my elite camp? Silence enveloped the arena. Slayedthe chuckled. What? Are you all a bunch of cowards? At that moment, the system prompted me with a task to alter Slayedthe's perception. Very well, let us shake things up. I raised my hand. Slayedthe called me forth, asking my name. Lu Chen, I replied. His eyes flickered, evidently having heard of me. Do you believe you will definitely succeed? I shook my head, no. The audience gasped, thinking me insane for challenging Slayedthe. He became irate. Then why did you step forward? I boldly retorted, Instructor, I merely wished to ask, does merely stating that guarantee entry? If not, why utter it at all? Gaining entry to the elite camp relies on strength, not empty rhetoric. One must dare to act, not just speak. My words left Slayedthe momentarily speechless. After a lengthy contemplation, he surprisingly nodded, You speak wisely. To test your abilities, I shall reduce the number of spots by half, accepting only 25. The notification of task completion resonated in my mind, and I felt elated. Yet, the piercing gazes of those around me sent chills down my spine. Brothers, forgive me. On the platform, Koko, John Guo, and Tongjing He were watching the spectacle unfold. Slayedthe announced, The selection begins. Only the last 25 standing will pass. As his words faded, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki swept across the arena like a tsunami. In an instant, many collapsed, while others struggled to maintain composure. I reveled in joy. This haki pressure was akin to a bounty of experience. Ding, armed haki experience 60. Ding, congratulations, host. Slayedthe intensified his output, hurling taunts at us. One by one, participants fell, until only Slayedthe and I remained. We exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. For the sake of the task's first place, we fought on. Seeing us persist, Slayedthe seemed intrigued. This kid, I am curious to see your limits. Boom! An even more terrifying pressure doubled down upon us. Slayedthe staggered, on the verge of collapse, resorting to transforming into smoke. Let me tell you, when Slayedthe pulls a fast one, the pressure diminishes slightly, but that elder's oppressive aura was no joke. He had to endure his elemental form, and I felt the pressure multiply. It felt as if a mountain had suddenly settled on my shoulders, and my knees buckled, threatening to send me crashing to the ground. Could I withstand this? I could almost hear Slayedthe's internal monologue. Wait, that kid also has Conqueror's haki. Of course. How can I not hold my ground? At this juncture, hiding was futile. I drew my Hey Run, activating my armed haki, and the faint red Conqueror's haki coiled around my arm. Guess what? My blade erupted in red lightning, crackling and dazzling. With a swift draw, I struck at the invisible pressure above. A flash of red light cleaved through Slayedthe's Conqueror's haki. The sword aura soared into the heavens, parting the clouds above. In an instant, the pressure on me dissipated, and the sensation was exhilarating. Slayedthe's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to accommodate an egg. He must have been roaring internally. What in the world? Haki coiling. How can this kid do everything? He momentarily forgot to maintain pressure on me. The prominent figures on the platform erupted in chaos. John Guo pointed at me and shouted to my grandfather, Kato, You wretched brat, can wield the Conqueror's haki and even the advanced technique of haki wrapping? Such skills are only grasped by the most formidable of warriors. Did you teach him? My grandfather, Kapu, casually picked his nose and declared with an air of nonchalance, Lu Chun is my grandson. What of it? Though he spoke with bravado, I could wager that he was just as bewildered within, undoubtedly thinking, when did this little rascal learn that? I never taught him. Observing the situation, I sensed that the momentum had shifted and the pretense had concluded, so I hastily raised my hand and exclaimed, Instructor, I concede. It's all in jest. If this continues, who knows what tricks this old man might pull. Just moments ago, I was the last one standing, and yet he applied more pressure. It was clearly intentional. The elderly Zifa cleared his throat awkwardly, conceding, All right, you have passed the first trial. The rest of you may leave. No sooner had he spoken than I heard a chime in my mind, signaling the system's reward, bringing me immense satisfaction. The once crowded training ground of the Navy was now devoid of all but a solitary 25 individuals. I glanced around and found that only Bartolomeo and I remained from our group. Zifa surveyed us all, then began to deliver an inspiring speech. Young ones, do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the first hurdle. A new era has dawned, with the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords emerging one after another. The world is far from peaceful. We, the old guard, are no longer fit for the task. The future belongs to you. Go forth and let the banner of justice fly high in this new world. His words ignited a fervor within us, stirring our spirits as we cheered loudly. Satisfied? Zifa nodded. All right, return and prepare. Formal training begins tomorrow. As everyone dispersed in a rush, I was about to leave when he called out, Lu Chun, stay behind. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this old man intended to give me special instruction, or was he about to settle some score? Once the crowd had cleared, Zifa descended from the platform, fixing his gaze upon me. The hockey rapping, did Carp teach you that? I was about to affirm when a familiar voice interjected, Old man, Lu Chun is my grandson. If his hockey is not my teaching, then whose could it be? My grandfather Carp sauntered over, munching on a donut, accompanied by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Fu. Carp, showing no regard for modesty, unabashedly claimed all the credit. Sengoku and the others were eager to pry for information, but my grandfather swiftly took hold of me, asserting, Enough of this, he is my grandson, and I shall take him now. No need for your incessant questioning. With that, he dragged me away. Once inside my grandfather's office, and with the door closed, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lu Chun, tell me honestly, who taught you hockey? Was it red-haired Shanks? I learned it on my own, I replied truthfully. My grandfather's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical. After all, who would believe that someone so young could master hockey rapping? He remained silent for a protracted moment before sighing. Regardless of whom you learn from now on, you shall say it was I who taught you. Understood, Grandpa. Then, suddenly, he became particularly earnest, advising me. This world is more complex than you realize. While I am still here and capable, venture forth and explore without restraint. No matter the chaos you create, I shall bear the consequences for you. I only ask one thing. I was taken aback. It was rare to see him so serious. What is it, Grandpa? Luffy and Ace, those 2 troublemakers, are prone to causing mayhem. As their brother, do lend them a hand. He smiled, yet his expression was laden with resignation and understanding. I was well aware of the gravity of the situation. His son, Dragon, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Ace is the son of Roger, both being thorns in the side of the world government. During the Summit War, he witnessed Ace's death before his eyes, powerless to intervene. That was the deepest wound in his heart. Rest assured, Grandpa, they are my brothers, and I will certainly look after them, I promised earnestly. After leaving my grandfather's office, I returned to my dormitory. The elite camp privileges were quite splendid, with single accommodations. After a refreshing shower, I lay on my bed and opened the system panel. To my delight, my armament hockey had risen to C rank, and I had accrued 6 energy points. The system also rewarded me with a fine blade that bore an uncanny resemblance to my Ling Feng sword. I promptly named it Ling Feng II, straightforward and unpretentious. Early the next morning, I arrived at the training ground, where Smoker surprisingly approached me first, extending his hand. Hello, I am Smoker. I shook his hand. Though he appeared formidable, he was genuinely a decent fellow. When Zifa made his entrance, the entire area fell silent. He ascended the platform, smiling as he declared, "The elite training camp is no easy place to be. For the graduation assessment, each of you must single-handedly defeat a pirate crew." The faces in the crowd turned pale. Taking on an entire crew alone? What sort of absurdity was this? Zifa appeared pleased with our reaction and continued, "From today, you will learn hockey. We will commence with armament hockey. You will progress to the next level once you have mastered this." Excitement rippled through the group. Zifa then turned to me. "While the others learn armament hockey, Lu-chun, you will learn observation hockey with me." I smiled. "Instructor, I have already mastered that as well. May I learn something else?" Zifa was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by my unexpected prowess. The surrounding recruits were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as they surely thought. "Is there no end to this?" After a long pause, Zifa waved his hand dismissively. "All right, go practice on your own," having taught for over a decade. He had never encountered a student as challenging as me, one who seemed to know everything. I practiced my swordsmanship nearby, and after a while, Zifa approached me again. "Speak. What do you wish to learn?" "Swordsmanship," I replied cheerfully. He pondered for a moment, then stated, "I will find a way to assist you with swordsmanship. For now, practice your hockey." As he turned to leave, I called out again, "Instructor, I wish to learn how to project hockey externally, as well as how to deliver internal damage." "Oh." Zifa's face finally registered a look of satisfaction, as if he had regained his dignity as a teacher. "Good. Follow me." He led me to an open area and demonstrated. With a flick of his finger, he enveloped it in armament hockey, wrapping it with hockey, and purple lightning flickered around it. Then, with a powerful thrust, a small sphere of hockey was unleashed, directly penetrating the wooden post. "Ding! Skill hockey projection detected. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes." Following that, he demonstrated the technique for delivering internal damage, striking out with a punch that sent a shockwave imbued with hockey, leaving the exterior of the post unscathed while obliterating the interior. "Ding! Skill hockey internal damage detected. Do you wish to learn?" "Yes." I repeatedly expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, instructor." My heart was overflowing with joy. If Zifa were to discover that I had learned it simply by watching, he would probably dislocate his jaw in disbelief. That evening, just as I returned to my dormitory, Shiza sought me out, announcing that we had a holiday and planned to visit the Slayedthe archipelago. Upon hearing this, I was eager to join. We boarded a ship and arrived within half an hour. The Slayedthe archipelago is a remarkable place, comprised of gigantic red trees forming 79 islands, each serving a distinct purpose. We agreed to explore separately and reconvene in the evening. However, shortly after parting ways, I spotted 3 children clad in black cloaks, behaving suspiciously at a street corner. Scanning my system panel, I was astonished. Character: Boa Hancock, the Empress, in her youthful form, no less. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Assist Boa Hancock and her sisters in escaping from the Slayedthe archipelago. I observed as the trio, taking advantage of the vendor's inattention, pilfered some food and attempted to flee, only to be pursued by the vendor, shouting for help. Hancock ordered her 2 younger sisters to run ahead while she stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. Without hesitation, I interposed myself in front of the vendor, producing 1,000 berries. "I will pay for what they have taken," seeing that the money was worth significantly more than the stolen goods. The vendor's expression transformed to one of delight. I noted the direction in which they fled, well aware that they had yet to encounter Rayleigh. Following them into a narrow alley, I found the sisters dividing the stolen food, with Hancock taking the smallest portion for herself. Suddenly, a repugnant voice interrupted. "So, it is you 3 slaves here." A portly figure wearing a bubble-head mask, flanked by dozens of Navy soldiers, surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was St. Charlos, a celestial dragon. This foolish creature smirked wickedly as he commanded, "Shoot their legs off." Simultaneously, dozens of Navy soldiers raised their guns and opened fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Hancock positioned herself in front of her sisters. "Sister," they cried out in panic, as the bullets were about to strike. I swiftly executed a T-Shan and positioned myself in front of her, whispering with authority, "Bachi Waifang." A crimson aura enveloped me, forming a protective shield that deflected all the bullets, which clattered to the ground. Han Ku-Kur recognized me as the one who had provided the funds earlier. Meanwhile, the Tianlong Run continued to shout provocatively. My gaze turned icy, and I unleashed my Bawang Sura, causing both the ruffians and the Tian to collapse in a stupor. I merely inquired if everything was all right, but his eyes remained fixed upon mine. I pondered to myself. This young empress possessed an undeniable charm from a tender age. At that moment, I raised my voice towards the alleyway, calling out, "Since you have been watching for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, is it not?" In an instant, an elderly man with white hair appeared before me, separating me from the three sisters with astonishing speed. Young lad, to possess the Bawang at such a young age is remarkable. I scanned his profile with my system and was taken aback. Character, Shi'ar Badzu Slayedthe, level SS Bounty Su Billion. The legendary Slayedthe. The plot had finally aligned. Yet his gaze towards me seemed to harbor a hint of hostility. Who might you be, and what are your intentions? I feigned ignorance of his identity. Slayedthe chuckled. Young brother, why not remove your mask and reveal your true self? He likely assumed I was a member of the Navy, concerned for Han Ku-Kur and her companion's safety. Realizing this, I removed my mask. Li scrutinized my youthful visage, his brow furrowed, likely unable to fathom my significance within the Navy. Ignoring him, I addressed Han Ku-Kur, "Come with me. I will escort you all to safety as the Navy is on its way." "All right." Han Ku-Kur nodded without hesitation, even taking my hand. Her trust in me was genuine, especially since I had just confronted a Tianlong Run. Observing the situation, Lili appeared somewhat exasperated and quickly followed up with an explanation. "You are from, right? You're a third-generation empress. Guloliosa has entrusted me with your rescue. She is at my bar." Despite Li's convincing words, Han Ku-Kur continued to grip my hand tightly, replying to Li, "We will follow him." With no other recourse, Li suggested, "How about we visit my bar first?" I pretended to contemplate before nodding in agreement. Thus, Li led us to Island 13, where a sign hung outside a bar that read Slayedthe Chaozhugong Bar. I mused, who would dare enter such a place with that name? Li scratched his head awkwardly. This is it. Upon entering, I spotted a young-looking woman with black hair behind the bar, smoking a cigarette, adorned with a string of pearls around her neck. Surprisingly, although she appeared to be in her 30s, she was actually over 60, remarkably well-preserved. She was Shachi. I was about to introduce myself when her sharp gaze suddenly turned towards me, and she threw down her cigarette, pointing at me, exclaiming to Li, "Why did you bring an extra person? And a Navy one at that?" Upon hearing the term Navy, the elderly woman beside her nearly gasped in shock. Li remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not be alarmed. He saved Fuka and her companions, and even dealt with the Tianlong Run." Shachi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Though her smile was laced with skepticism. "You know he is Navy, but do you know who he is? He is the grandson of a..." Li burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "I actually brought back Kabu's grandson. If that old man knew his grandson was taking down his own, he would be green with envy." Han Ku-Kur and her sisters were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with questions. Indeed, a Navy officer, especially a hero's grandson, why would he assist them? I thought there was no need for secrecy and laid it bare. Indeed, my grandfather is Feko, but that is a separate matter. I simply cannot abide the actions of those world nobles. They offend my sensibilities. "Does Kapu know of your bravery?" Shachi teased, releasing a puff of smoke. I shot her a glance. "Are you suggesting I should have my grandfather come here with a warship to deal with me?" This elicited laughter from Shachi, who remarked, "You are quite amusing. Since you are involved, your Navy status will facilitate their departure." "Absolutely." I agreed without hesitation, as the system task was clear. I had no grounds to refuse. Surprisingly, she did not expect my promptness and decisively stated, "Tomorrow at this time, return here in your Navy uniform, and I shall make the arrangements." "Understood." I nodded and crouched down to Han Ku-Kur and her sisters, pulling out 100,000 Bailey to hand to Kuka, instructing her to buy something delicious. I needed to return and would see them tomorrow. Little Kuka's eyes glistened with tears as she softly said, "Thank you, brother." I patted her head. "You'll be fine tomorrow." With that, I turned to leave. As I departed, I heard the remark behind me, "This lad is intriguing. He does not seem to be putting on an act, and his talent is astonishing." Slayedthe's voice followed. "Not only that, he is already a lieutenant commander, having taken down 3 pirate crews. Had it not been for this promotion, I would have never known such a figure existed in the Navy. That old man Kapu truly has a remarkable grandson." Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. The assault on the Tamlin Run was a monumental incident. In the Marshal-S office, Jungo was visibly troubled, his forehead glistening with sweat as he tossed a document at my unreliable grandfather, who has been attacked. "You must investigate." My grandfather, engrossed in picking his nose, retorted, "Not going, too busy." Jungo's expression darkened. The assailant possesses Bongsa and demonstrates formidable strength. "If you do not go, who will?" "Not going," my grandfather repeated like a broken record. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted. It was Jogon Zafa, a clever old man who leisurely spoke. "Jungo, if you agree to one request from Ko, you will surely go." Jungo paused, intrigued. "What request?" My grandfather leaned in, curious as well. Zoafa grinned. "Find a top-tier swordsman for Luchan to train under. What do you think?" "Family, you must understand. This was an exchange of my future for my grandfather's KPI. John Goa hesitated before reluctantly agreeing, likely thinking he could find anyone to appease him. Upon hearing this, my grandfather became immediately enthusiastic, accepting the task and departing in haste. They had no inkling that the figure who had caused such a stir was indeed me. The following morning, Jugundafa mysteriously approached me. "Buvin, I have found you an extraordinary swordsman. Be prepared to learn." I hurriedly expressed my gratitude and casually inquired, "Who is the teacher?" "Confidential," he playfully responded, much to my annoyance. Never mind. My priority was to assist Kankuka and her sisters in their escape. In the afternoon, I donned my lieutenant commander uniform and confidently strode toward the Ispar. Dressed in this attire, I noticed that small pirates would divert their paths upon seeing me. It felt as though the entire Shinbudi Chindao was my runway. Upon arriving at the bar, Lilith and the others were already prepared. Han Kukua and her sisters initially appeared delighted upon seeing me, but upon noticing my Navy uniform, they retreated in fear. I quickly crouched down. "It's me, Lu Chun." They timidly approached, sweetly calling me Guga. I took out some candy I had purchased on the way and handed it to them. A simple treat was enough to win their hearts. Once Shichi confirmed everyone was present, she extinguished her cigarette and stated, "We leave now. It will be more stringent at night." Thus, our group swiftly embarked on a prearranged ship. Hancock and her sisters were concealed within the cabin, while I stood at the bow of the ship, clad in my naval uniform, resembling a guardian at the gate. Riley lay beside me, leisurely sipping his drink. Shortly after we set sail, a naval patrol boat intercepted us. A chief petty officer shouted, "Halt! Routine naval inspection." I stepped forward, asserting my authority with a commanding tone. "Step aside. Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing my insignia, the chief immediately saluted, "Warrant officer." However, he remained reluctant to let us pass, expressing his dilemma, "Warrant officer, this is an order from above. We must apprehend criminals associated with the Celestial Dragons. All ships must be searched, including those of the admirals. I hope you can understand our predicament." A chill ran down my spine as I glanced back at Riley, who gestured for me to refuse their search. I was in a quandary, feeling compelled to perform an act of righteousness against my own kin. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the tension. "I will conduct the search on their ship." Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a dog-headed hat, leisurely munching on a rice cracker, making his way towards us. I nearly exclaimed in surprise, but managed to swallow my words just in time. It was my grandfather, Carp. He pretended not to recognize me, boarded the ship, and exchanged a silent glance with Riley, a scene rich with unspoken dialogue. He then entered the cabin and immediately spotted Hancock and her sisters huddled in a corner. I hurried inside and whispered, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Thankfully, I was present. My grandfather shot me a glare and lowered his voice. "Was that incident you're doing?" I feigned innocence. How could it possibly be me, grandfather? To my astonishment, he seemed to believe me. He probably thought that I had only been away for a few days and couldn't have developed such audacity, thus shifting the blame entirely onto Riley. surely cursing him for leading his good grandson astray. He sighed and waved his hand. Fine, do as you wish. I will not hinder you. Take them and leave. A heavy burden lifted from my heart. Thank you, grandfather. Carp exited the cabin and waved dismissively at the naval officers. All right, inspection complete. You may proceed. With a Vice Admiral's authority backing him, who would dare to defy? Our ship promptly set sail, successfully departing from the Shambody archipelago. Once we were a distance away, I could no longer contain my curiosity and asked Riley, "You must have known all along that the inspector was my grandfather, right?" Riley took a swig of his drink and chuckled, shaking his head. "I didn't know. It was all arranged by that woman, Xiachi." I remarked, "These old fellows are all schemers, each more cunning than the last." The three sisters of Hancock emerged from the cabin, joyfully thanking me. I pinched her cheek and said, "I will definitely come to visit you on Daughter Island." "Great. I will be waiting for you, Brother Lu Chun." As the system notification chimed in my mind, a new task appeared. Fulfill the promise and travel alone to Daughter Island. Goodness, this place is in the doldrums surrounded by sea kings. Going alone? This is perilous. After contemplating, I entered the cabin and retrieved my old sword, Ling Feng, which bore cracks, and handed it to Hancock. "Here, a token for you to remember me by." Hancock gingerly accepted the sword, treasuring it dearly. Seeing her delight, I couldn't help but think, a wife must be nurtured from a young age. It's all about cultivating joy. Half an hour later, Riley and the others switched to another ship, preparing to return to Daughter Island. Hancock stood at the bow, frantically waving at me. "Brother Lu Chun, you must come find me." "Yes, I will definitely come," I replied loudly. With the task completed, the system rewarded me with a book titled Twin Blade Flow, Tornado. The following days were tranquil. Carp's mission had been satisfactorily concluded, and he specifically sought me out, instructing me to gather my belongings for a visit to my swordsmanship instructor. On Carp's warship, I inquired multiple times about our destination, but he remained tight-lipped. After more than a month at sea, my grandfather finally led me onto a smaller vessel, embarking on a solitary journey. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I asked, "Grandfather, can you finally tell me where we are headed?" "To Kelikana Island." I was momentarily stunned. Kelikana Island? Isn't that where Mihawk resides? My grandfather managed to arrange for the world's greatest swordsman to teach me? That's quite the connection. As our small boat approached the shore, the island appeared ominous, reminiscent of a horror film set. My grandfather pointed towards a massive castle atop a distant mountain, patting my shoulder. "Do you see that? That is where your teacher, Mihawk, resides. Make your own way there. This is your first test from him. Whether you earn his acknowledgement is entirely up to you." With that, he departed on the small boat, leaving me alone. Who understands the hardcore bond between grandfather and grandson? The system task also appeared. Complete Mihawk's trial and reach the castle. I gazed at the dark forest ahead, sensing a treacherous journey awaited. Indeed, after merely a few minutes of walking, a baboon clad in a steel helmet and wielding a large sword leapt from the trees, launching an attack. The system panel indicated that this creature possessed sea-level strength. I executed a shave to evade and countered with a sword-drawing slash imbued with haki, swiftly dispatching it. These baboons were merely AI training partners, imitating Mihawk's techniques without adaptability, easily countered by my observation haki. Thus began my 9-day quest of battling and leveling up in the forest. Each day was filled with encounters against baboons or frantic chases from them, leaving me battered but steadily increasing my haki and swordsmanship experience. On the 9th day, the castle was finally in sight. However, a formidable gathering of baboons awaited me, a staggering 20 or more, led by a colossal baboon king boasting B-level strength. Its sword resembled a counterfeit version of Mihawk's black blade, Yuru. Today I had to push through, my gaze sharpened as I drew my swords. With a roar, the baboon king commanded its minions to charge at me. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my blades and spun rapidly. Twin blade flow. Tornado. A whirlwind filled with countless sword auras erupted, rapidly expanding like a colossal meat grinder, crashing into the baboon horde. In one strike, I cleared a significant portion of the lesser foes, leaving only the B-level baboon king and and a few injured ones. Angered by the downfall of its subordinates, the Baboon King unsheathed its massive sword, unleashing a devastating slash aimed at me. Goodness! I hurriedly used Shave to dodge. With a thunderous crash, the ground where I just stood was cleaved open, creating a deep chasm. This Baboon King clearly understood numerical inflation. Its normal attacks were as powerful as a special move, incredibly formidable. Yet, I evaded several of its slashes, and it began to lose its composure, abandoning ranged attacks. It charged at me with its sword. It seemed we were destined for close combat. I was ready to meet the challenge head-on. In that moment, I decided to put away my Ling Feng and face it with my black blade. Let me tell you, the scene was akin to Mars colliding with Earth. The clash of blades and sparks flying was intense. Neither of us could gain the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, I sensed something was amiss. Who understands the pressure I felt? The Baboon King's swordplay was textbook level, swift and ruthless, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Each strike was aimed to kill, and its overwhelming power forced me to retreat steadily. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. My mind raced. I needed a breakthrough. Just as it launched another fierce strike, inspiration struck. Instead of blocking with my sword, I braced myself and absorbed the blow with my body. Hockey hardening, I shouted, and the black hockey enveloped my shoulders. That impact felt as if a mountain had descended upon me. The ground beneath me sank, and I nearly toppled. Yet, I held my ground, and with a swift motion, I seized its sword. It attempted to withdraw its blade, but it was trapped. I couldn't help but chuckle, a grin spreading across my face. Well, it seems it's my turn now. The explosive energy had long since coalesced on the black blade in my right hand, dark aura entwined with crimson lightning, and it felt utterly magnificent. Mayan-Jan, my gaze turned steely as I struck down. The Baboon King attempted to flee, yet my grip on the blade was unwavering. It was a struggle he was reluctant to abandon. In that moment of hesitation, the colossal black sword aura engulfed him entirely. With a thunderous boom, the ground was cleaved, leaving a chasm over 100 meters wide, while the black flames raged on, refusing to extinguish. As for the Baboon King, it lay prostrate on the ground, oblivious to its fate. The remaining small baboons gazed at me, with eyes brimming with terror. I bellowed, "Scram!" They immediately scattered, trembling in fear, clearing a path for me. Thus, I stepped into the ominous castle. Upon entering, I could no longer withstand the strain. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The earlier confrontation had shattered several of my ribs. Fortunately, the task had been completed. The system chimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Reward, 2 energy points. Swordsmanship level 1. At that moment, by a window on the upper floor of the castle, a man with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's revealed a cryptic smile. He murmured to himself, "I never expected such a monster to emerge from the Navy. No wonder they sent for me to teach." Unbeknownst to me, someone was watching as I lay unconscious in the hall for an entire day. When I awoke the next day, my body ached as if it had been run over by a freight train. I stretched my shoulders, prepared to seek out the legendary Yin Mahok. I searched floor by floor until I found him in a room on the top floor. I was exhausted, while he appeared leisurely, savoring steak and sipping red wine. The life, I thought, envious of his nonchalance. Upon noticing me, he simply remarked, "You've arrived." I nodded, my eyes fixed on the system panel displaying his attributes. Good heavens! A string of SSS ranks, his level rivaling that of my unreliable grandfather, Kapu. Truly, he was the world's greatest swordsman. He gestured for me to sit, saying, "Come in, eat, and after you finish, we shall train." Upon hearing this, I quickly sat down, cheerfully exclaiming, "Yes, master." However, he promptly doused my enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. "I'm not your teacher and will not teach you anything. You may simply reside here for 2 years." What? I was utterly perplexed. "So, you're not here to teach me, but rather to have me as your neighbor for 2 years? I presumed this might be some sort of arrangement between him and Kapu, and I did not press the matter further. He set down his wine glass and added, "The healing medicine is on the 5th floor. Go fetch it yourself. After eating, come to the 1st floor." With that, he departed. Fine then. I quickly devoured the steak. hurried to the 5th floor to apply some medicine, and eventually made my way to the open space on the 1st floor. Mahok was already standing there, blade in hand. Upon seeing me emerge, he stated, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet you overly rely on haki. Prepare yourself, unleash your strongest strike, and take my sword." What on earth? I was taken aback. My friend, this was not the script when you trained Salong. You're not teaching anything, and instead, you want me to receive your sword? He paid no mind to my reaction, swiftly drawing the formidable black blade. Yeah, upon seeing that weapon, my expression darkened. You wield a small cross for Salong, and now you bring out the big guns for me? I wasted no time and fully armored my body with haki. I drew my sword. He slowly raised the black blade, lightly waving it in my direction. I must say, that single motion appeared unremarkable, yet the overwhelming pressure instantly immobilized me, rendering escape impossible. I felt as though I were facing not a man, but a primeval beast. With a roar, I summoned courage, gripping the black blade tightly, channeling my haki to its utmost potential, conjuring a 10-meter-long black flame blade. Moyen-Jan, with all my strength, I charged to meet his strike. My colossal Moyen-Jan paled in comparison to his seemingly minor slash. Upon contact, with a resounding explosion, my attack was cleaved in twain, erupting like a black firework. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. To make matters worse, his strike, having shattered my grand assault, still surged towards me with relentless power. With no chance to evade, I was left to brace myself with my blade. Boom! As our blades met, an overwhelming force surged through my arms. I felt as if I had been struck by a high-speed train, sent hurtling backward, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a halt. I landed heavily on the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. I looked up at Mahok in the distance, speechless with rage. Had I not been in agony, I would have shouted, "Is this how you teach?" Yet he merely chuckled, leaving me with the words, "Understand for yourself. When you can withstand my sword, you may leave." And then he departed. Lying on the ground, my insides felt displaced. And just as I was on the verge of questioning my life choices, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered the skill Sword Intent. Would you like to learn it? Yes. I decisively chose to learn. Instantly, an enigmatic sensation flooded my mind. Ding! Simplification of skill Sword Intent successful. Sword Intent Grip Sword. Goodness, as long as I held a sword, I could accrue experience for Sword Intent. I chuckled, realizing that Yin was so formidable because of this skill, transforming every ordinary strike into a spectacular move. Thus, I lay on the ground, gripping my blade, healing while accumulating experience. Mahok in the castle was likely still enjoying his wine, pondering when I would grasp the concept. After several days, I finally regained mobility and began training fervently. By day, I wielded my sword. By night, I engaged in battles with baboons, striving for comprehensive development. The system even triggered a new task. Within 2 years, withstand a sword strike from Yin Mahok. Mahok observed my rapid comprehension of the Sword Intent with surprise and began to grant me more freedom. Before long, he announced he would be away for half a year, leaving me to fend for myself. With his departure, I had to cook my own meals, which were atrocious, but I had no choice but to simplify the cooking skill. Thus passed over half a year. While I was practicing my swordplay, the system chimed again. Ding! Task triggered. Rescue Nike Lobine's mother, Nike Aoruia. I was momentarily stunned. Was the system asking me to become a historical corrector? However, the task promised generous rewards with no penalties for non-completion, so I felt compelled to undertake it. I approached Mahok, expressing my desire to venture out for training. He appraised me and surprisingly agreed, stating that I indeed needed practical experience. I set sail on a small boat, heading for Ohala. Yet guess what? As a Navy elite, I ended up lost at sea. Just as I was bewildered, a Navy warship appeared on the horizon. Through my telescope, I discerned a giant rear admiral, Haguer D. Salon, the very one who rescued Robin's mother. The timing was perfect. I quickly donned the black attire I had worn when I confronted the celestial dragons at Shang Bodhi and steered my small vessel towards them. The Navy on board spotted me and quickly reported my presence. Salong approached the stern, his brow furrowing at the sight of my black garb. I leaped onto his ship. Lowering my voice, I commanded, "Release Aoruia." Upon hearing this, Salong's expression shifted. "Who are you? The black-clad individual from Shangbodi? I thought if you say so, then let's roll with it," and continued with my bravado. "Release Aoruia, or I won't hold back." I struck a pose, ready with my lines, prepared for a grand showdown. But guess what? That giant admiral simply capitulated. With a serious expression, he declared, "Very well, I will surrender Aoruia, provided you spare us." I was left dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Surrendering without a fight? Was this a case of reverse prediction? Later, I came to realize that he was utilizing my hand to facilitate the release of the captive. Shortly thereafter, a woman with flowing white hair and a graceful appearance was brought forth. She was Orvia. Upon her arrival, I immediately embraced her waist and leaped off the ship, leaving behind a cool remark. "Inform the Navy that I, extend my gratitude. The more mysterious, the better." Once aboard my small vessel, I shattered the chains, binding Orvia with an imposing force. She inquired about my identity, questioning whether I was a member of the Revolutionary Army. Rather than elaborate, I succinctly warned her, "Do not return to O'Hara. It is about to face the Demon Slaughter Order." Yet, to my astonishment, she insisted on going back, claiming she needed to rescue her companions, proving difficult to deter. Reluctantly, I turned the ship around and headed back, contemplating that as long as I was present, I could ensure her safety. As we approached O'Hara, the system chimed, "Ding, mission triggered. Acquire the historical text from the all-knowing tree of O'Hara." What purpose did that serve? Nevertheless, since it was a mission, I resolved to undertake it. Upon reaching the island, Orvia made a beeline for the all-knowing tree, and I stealthily followed her. While she conversed with Dr. Karoba and others, I discreetly slipped into the basement, which was filled with books, but after a lengthy search, I could not locate the historical text. Just then, a bookshelf unexpectedly opened, revealing a young girl who asked my identity. To my surprise, it was none other than a young Robin. Seizing the opportunity, I deceived her, stating, "Dr. Karoba sent me. Your mother has returned, and the Navy is on its way. Hurry outside." Upon hearing that her mother had returned, young Robin's eyes lit up, and she dashed outside, forgetting to close the hidden door. I quickly slipped through the concealed entrance, and, indeed, discovered a massive historical text within. Without hesitation, I stored it in my system backpack. Mission accomplished. Upon emerging from the basement, I overheard Robin asking Dr. Karoba, "Didn't you send someone to call me out?" She pointed to my previous position, but of course, nothing was visible. At this moment, Orvia had resolved to confront the Navy herself, distancing the scholars from any association. This woman truly had a penchant for seeking trouble. My mission was to save her, so I had no choice but to follow her closely. Before long, she was apprehended by the CP9 officer, Spandam, that incompetent old fool. I refrained from intervening, fearing the appearance of an admiral. I trailed them back to the all-knowing tree, only to find that Dr. Karoba and the others had been captured, including young Robin. Soon after, Dr. Karoba initiated communication with the five elders via a din-din mushi, revealing the truth about the ancient kingdom. He had barely finished his statement when the five elders issued a command to execute him on the spot. Just as I was listening, cannon fire erupted outside. I tell you, my snack was still unfinished when the booming sound began, resembling the celebratory fireworks of the new year. Turning to look, I was astounded to see O'Hara besieged by Navy warships, cannonballs raining down from the sky like hail. The Demon Slaughter Order arrived with no ambiguity whatsoever. That coward, Spandam, upon witnessing this chaos, cursed and was the first to flee, akin to a rat whose tail had been stepped on, prioritizing his own survival over his comrades. Meanwhile, the all-knowing tree had caught fire, blazing like a colossal torch. Yet Orvia and Dr. Karoba charged into the inferno, determined to save the books. I was astonished. These scholars truly valued knowledge more than their lives. At that moment, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Salong. He was actually fleeing while carrying young Robin, suggesting they shared a close bond. My heart sank. Why was he back? But there was no time to ponder. Saving lives was paramount. With a swift movement, I transformed into a shadow and dashed towards the burning world tree. Upon arrival, the entire tree was nearly engulfed in flames, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, I could still see the scholars desperately throwing books out of the windows, striving to salvage whatever they could. In all honesty, this was futile. Even if the books were not burned now, the Navy would inevitably destroy them during the cleanup. Without further deliberation, I looked up at the window from which they were tossing books and propelled myself upward with immense force, soaring into the air with a series of powerful kicks, as if stepping on invisible stairs, utilizing the moonwalk technique to ascend. As I reached the window, several books flew out, and I swiftly slapped them away before leaping inside. I must say, the heat within was terrifying, and the thick smoke made it impossible to see. Many scholars had already collapsed. Only Orvia and a few others were still holding on. Upon seeing me, the figure clad in black burst in. She recoiled several steps in fright. But her quick thinking led her to explain to the others that I was there to rescue her. I had no time for pleasantries. I stated plainly, "I am here to take you away." She hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and asked if I could rescue the others as well. I outright refused. I can only take one. This was a dire rescue mission, not a bus service. Upon hearing this, her face was etched with guilt. She insisted I take someone else, proclaiming her desire to stay and atone for her sins. How could she understand the gravity of the situation? This was not the time for melodrama. The elderly scholars nearby also exhibited remarkable integrity, urging her to flee, asserting that she was the one who should survive to carry forth the truth of history. Observing this heart-wrenching scene of parting, I hastened her. "If you do not leave now, the flames will consume us all." I feared not the fire, but the approach of those two monsters, Akiji and Akainu. If they arrived, my own escape would be impossible. With a determined resolve, Orvia finally conceded. "All right, I will go with you." Without another word, I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around her waist, and leaped through the window. She was far too slow, so I resorted to a princess carry, sprinting at full speed. Orvia must have been in a daze, pressed against my chest, with the wind howling past her ears, while cannonballs fell from the sky like rain. Yet I skillfully maneuvered, ensuring not a single one grazed us. She was likely wondering who this mysterious figure in black was. However, upon reaching the shore, I was taken aback. A Navy warship was hot on our heels, the prominent doghead emblem on its bow unmistakable. It was my grandfather's ship, Captain Carp's. A Navy soldier aboard spotted us through a telescope and hurried to report. "Captain Carp, Admiral Kazan, we have identified a black-clad figure along with a scholar." Captain Carp snatched the telescope, and I could only imagine his heart sinking at that moment. The silhouette was all too familiar. How could it resemble my unfortunate grandson so closely? Akiji initially stood up to pursue, but was halted by my grandfather, who calmly declared, "This black-clad individual is on a mission from Sengoku. You stay here." What ingenious excuse my grandfather had crafted. I would give him a perfect score. Akiji, pleased to have the leisure, likely wished to avoid confrontation with his good friend Salong. I lifted Orvia onto my small boat and set sail without delay. However, we had not ventured far before my grandfather's warship caught up to us. I silently prayed, "Grandfather, please recognize your own grandson." As it turned out, he had already recognized me, and his expression was likely thunderous. Nearby, a Navy sailor foolishly inquired, "Captain Carp, should we fire?" My grandfather cleared his throat and commanded, "Bring out the cannons. I will handle this personally." I must say, the most audacious maneuver was yet to come. He stripped off his righteous cape, seized a cannonball, and hurled it towards us as if it were shot put. One cannonball after another whizzed towards us, causing Orvia to scream in fright as she shielded her head. However, utilizing my observation hockey, I was rather amused. Each cannonball seemed to have a mind of its own, either striking the left or right side of my boat, creating tremendous waves that propelled my small vessel forward even faster. This was pure firepower suppression style escorting indeed. My grandfather continued to hurl cannonballs while bellowing, "You shall not escape." In his heart, he must have been cursing, "You little rascal, just wait until you return. I'll show you how to deal with it." With his assistance, I swiftly escaped the range of the attack, vanishing beneath the horizon. Once the cannon fire ceased, Olivia dared to open her eyes, astonished that we emerged unscathed. At that moment, a sound resonated in my mind, indicating that the system had registered the completion of the mission, and the rewards were credited. Once Olivia regained her composure, she expressed a desire to see her daughter, Robin. As a mother, I understood her feelings and my heart softened, leading me to agree. We turned the ship around and soon encountered her. Little Robin was alone in a small boat, crying inconsolably, evoking a sense of pity in anyone who beheld her. Olivia watched from afar, tears streaming down her face. Yet she was acutely aware that she was a fugitive and could not approach her daughter for fear of endangering her. Ultimately, she wiped her tears and said to me, "Let us go." Then, with her head bowed, she asked if she could stay by my side, considering the system's directive to rescue her. I concluded that having an extra ally would not be amiss, and I consented. Half a month later, we returned to the eerie Kalika Island, where Eagle Eye resided. That scoundrel had already fled, leaving behind a note stating he would return in a year. Truly the most irresponsible of teachers. I made arrangements for Olivia, telling her that she would reside there from now on, with fields behind the castle and provisions in the basement. Her only task was to prepare meals for me and to refrain from wandering, as there were baboons outside. After saying this, I removed the black robe I had worn for so long. Olivia was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the mysterious savior who had rescued her was, in fact, a mere teenager. A few days later, a newsbird delivered a newspaper. The report stated that Olivia had perished in the O'Hara incident. It seemed the Navy sought to suppress the news. However, the most shocking revelation was that my alias, Black Knight, had been placed on the bounty list. The initial bounty was a staggering 100 million berries. I was momentarily stunned, staring at the string of zeros. Ponder my worth. This would surely send Hancock into a frenzy upon seeing the news, and I could just imagine my grandfather, Carp, scratching his nose in irritation, grumbling, "You little rascal, look at you now. Just wait until you return. I'll teach you a lesson." Thus, I commenced a year of rigorous training on the island. Olivia became my dedicated support, occasionally joining me in archaeological pursuits. Time flew by, and Ace, far away in the EC, had long since set sail to establish his own pirate crew. One day, a year later, while Olivia and I were enjoying a meal filled with laughter, a powerful aura, familiar to my very core, enveloped us. I immediately set down my utensils and said to Olivia, "Prepare yourself. We may need to leave." Without hesitation, she retreated to her room to pack, demonstrating her unwavering trust in me. I descended the stairs with my black blade in hand. Finding Eagle, I already waiting in the courtyard of the castle. He looked at me and smiled. "Have you emerged? Are you confident in landing a full-powered strike? Come on." I slowly unsheathed my black blade. In this year, my swordsmanship had indeed grown stronger. This time, Eagle Eye did not hold back. He drew his black blade, and the overwhelming intent and aura of his sword had intensified manifold compared to a year prior. I poured forth my all, entwining my conqueror's haki and sword intent around my blade, crackling with crimson arcs of lightning. He seemingly swung his sword effortlessly, yet a white slash cleaved through the air, hurtling towards me. I did not employ any fanciful sword techniques. Instead, I gripped my blade with both hands, meeting his strike head-on with my most powerful blow. With a thunderous roar, the red and white slashes collided, instantly fracturing the ground beneath us, as blinding light and shock waves overturned everything nearby. As the radiance faded, I stood my ground, spitting blood, yet ultimately remained upright. I had withstood it. Eagle Eye sheathed his long sword and turned his back to the castle, leaving behind a simple remark, "All right, you may depart." I strained to maintain my composure, bowing deeply to his retreating figure. "Thank you, master," regardless of the circumstances. Having such a mentor meant that no one would dare to provoke me in the future. Olivia hurriedly emerged, handing me my clothing. Once we were dressed, we boarded the ship. This time, I had no intention of returning to the Navy headquarters. Bringing back a fugitive would be tantamount to seeking death. I planned to return to the East Sea, as many years had passed since I last saw Luffy and Ace. However, just a few days into our voyage, our small boat succumbed to a violent storm. Olivia and I found ourselves clinging to a makeshift raft, and she chided me, questioning if I had jinxed our vessel, as it had failed right after I mentioned it. Just as she finished speaking, she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Luching, look over there. Isn't that a pirate ship? There are so many." Following her gaze, I was taken aback to see a multitude of ships, at least dozens, with a massive flagship among them. It dawned on me that this was none other than the notorious Slayedthe pirate crew, claiming to be the rulers of the East Sea, though in reality, they were rather pathetic. A smile crept across my lips as I remarked, "Stay put. Our new ship is arriving." Initially taken aback, Olivia quickly grasped my intention and wore a knowing smile. I employed the moonwalk technique to soar towards their flagship. The pirates attempted to bombard me with cannon fire, but I effortlessly sliced their cannonballs mid-air, transforming them into bursts of fireworks. I landed steadily on the deck, leaving the pirates dumbfounded. One of the pirate lackeys scrambled to their captain, Slayedthe, stammering incoherently, "Captain, he-s here?" Slayedthe, rather foolishly brazen, brandished a golden axe and inquired as to my identity. I smiled and introduced myself, Vice Admiral of the Navy, Luching. A quick glance at his stats revealed 8D rank, utterly pathetic. Upon realizing I was with the Navy, he still dared to resort to underhanded tactics, pulling out a gun to shoot at me. I sidestepped effortlessly, retaliating with a slash that severed his golden axe and an arm in one fell swoop. Terrified, he knelt and begged for mercy, but seizing the opportunity, he launched a gas grenade in my direction. I was utterly bemused. How dull. Did he truly believe such petty tricks could harm me? I strode through the poisonous gas, enveloped in hockey, rendering it ineffective against me. In Slayedthe's astonished gaze, I raised my hand and dispatched him to meet the Sea King. With their captain slain, the pirates were paralyzed with fear, crying out as they attempted to flee. My expression turned cold as I unleashed a wave of Conqueror-esque hockey, causing everyone aboard the ship to foam at the mouth and collapse. Watching the other pirate ships attempting to turn and escape, I smirked. "Leave them all behind," I commanded, my gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the hapless pirates who dared to flee. Ordinarily, I would have preferred to avoid confrontation, but this insistent system had issued a task requiring the complete annihilation of Slayedthe's crew. With the mission unfinished, how could I allow them to escape? I raised my right hand, wielding my black blade, and a surge of black flames erupted, coalescing into a massive flaming sword several meters long. The spectacle akin to a VIP pass to hell. Demonic flame slash. I bellowed, cleaving downward towards the fleet of pirate ships. The scene was reminiscent of divine retribution. A black flame streaking from the heavens, slicing straight through the foremost vessel. Boom! With a thunderous crash, that ship was cleaved in half, its wreckage plunging into the sea, creating towering waves that obliterated the surrounding smaller vessels. Once the waters calmed, what had once been a fleet of 50 ships was now reduced to mere splinters and floating corpses. I surveyed the scene, noting the absence of Agin and the Iron Wall Man, but it mattered little. The system chimed, indicating that the task was complete, rewarding me with 1 point of energy. After all, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. I sheathed my blade and turned, using moonwalk to skim across the surface of the water in search of Olivia. Upon reaching her, I was taken aback to find her completely drenched. I was momentarily stunned, questioning her predicament. She shot me a glare, exclaiming, "Isn't this all you're doing?" It was only then that I realized the force of my earlier action had sent a wave crashing against her. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Come on, I've prepared the boat for you." But to my surprise, when Olivia stood up, she naturally leaned against me, leaving me momentarily stunned. I pondered her intentions, wondering if she thought I was going to sweep her off her feet again. In a moment of impulsivity, I remarked, "Oh, so you enjoy this kind of thing?" Of course, I said that while my hands were not idle, instinctively wrapping around her slender waist. The sensation was electrifying, enhanced by her wet clothes clinging to her form, stirring a flurry of excitement within me. I hurriedly glided toward the ship we had seized, eager to get on board. After securing her safely on the deck, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We've arrived. You should rest in the cabin while I have these captives man the ship." She blushed and nodded, darting into the cabin like a little rabbit. Meanwhile, I woke the few captives I had intentionally left alive, thrusting a knife against their throats to ensure they complied and served as my free labor. Half a month later, our ship finally wobbled its way to my hometown, Slayedthe. However, upon reaching the dock, I was taken aback to find it utterly deserted, the village resembling a ghost town. Aoria questioned, "Are you sure this is your hometown?" We wandered toward Slayedthe's tavern, yet still encountered not a single soul. Just then, the tavern door creaked open, and Slayedthe peeked out with the stealth of a thief, pulling us inside and whispering urgently, "Stay quiet. The Slayedthe pirate's ship is approaching." At this, I burst into laughter. "Ha, Slayedthe, fear not, that ship is mine. As for the Slayedthe pirates, they've already been fed to the fishes." Slayedthe's expression was a mixture of shock and joy as she hurried outside to inform the villagers. Aoria nudged me and whispered, "Is she your sister?" I nodded, replying that she had looked after us during our childhood. Once the villagers emerged and learned of my triumph over the notorious pirate, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. They surrounded me, showering me with praise, and one elderly lady even attempted to introduce me to two potential brides. Overwhelmed, I quickly made an excuse to slip back to my old room to rest. After settling Aoria in Slayedthe, I ventured alone up Gurbo Mountain. Upon arriving at Dayton's doorstep, a woman smoking a cigarette stepped out, squinting at me until recognition dawned. "You are Luffy's brother." I directly inquired about Luffy's whereabouts, and Dayton informed me that he had gone out to train. Just as I took a seat indoors, a familiar voice boomed from outside. "Luchingu." Before I could respond, Luffy barreled through the wooden door like a cannonball, wrapping his rubbery arms around me and grinning widely. "Luchingu, why have you come back to see me?" Goodness, it had been years since we last met, and he had grown significantly taller, now possessing a formidable C-class strength, truly befitting a protagonist. I teased him, "Just on vacation. Thought I'd come check on you. I was worried you might get beaten by Grandpa again." At this, he immediately released me, chuckling sheepishly. I realized he had clung to me so tightly out of fear of my potential reprisal. I laughed. "You little rascal, are you afraid I'll hit you? Cool, me. Let us see what my fist can do now." "All right, you hit," he eagerly replied, having initiated the challenge himself. Without a second thought, I activated my armament hockey and delivered 2 swift punches to his head. Instantly, lumps rose on his forehead, and he leaped around in pain, exclaiming, "That hurts. Luchingu, why are your punches so painful?" I roared with laughter, deeming this a lesson in tough love. After a few days in Slayedthe, I prepared to depart. It was far safer for Aoria to remain here than to accompany me back to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the system had bestowed upon me a new mission, to journey to the Sky Island and procure the sound thunder fruit along with the historical text. A month later, I arrived at Jaya Island in the North Sea. I selected a few clever captives from the Slayedthe pirates, offering them 1,000,000 berries to modify the ship by adding flying wings. I then set off to explore the town alone. Not far into my stroll, I spotted some familiar figures, the Mon pirates. Instantly, I recognized the one resembling a monkey. I realized he was none other than the guide to the Sky Island. I approached him and exclaimed, "Wow, my friend, your resemblance to a monkey is uncanny. You are the very embodiment of a primate." Upon hearing this, the Mon mood brightened, his tail almost wagging with joy as he pounded his chest, saying, "Brother, just let me know if you need anything." I expressed my desire to find the descendants of Mong Bulang Nalant. His demeanor shifted to one of caution, prompting me to clarify that my intentions were not for gold, but to reach the Sky Island. Although still skeptical, I earnestly assured him, "I've heard that if a monkey fails to keep its word, it risks devolving back into a mere monkey." His face turned pale, and he quickly relented, obediently leading me to his leader. His leader was the chestnut-headed Slayedthe, possessing C-class strength. I wasted no time, stating, "Uncle, I wish to go to the Sky Island." Slayedthe scrutinized me for a while before explaining a plethora of information about GD and the rising sea current, yet he himself had no means of ascent. I boldly replied, "Just tell me where GD appears, and I'll take a look myself." Without further ado, I plunged into the waters of the area he indicated. Before long, a B-class Sea King approached me with its jaws agape. I simply uttered, "Get lost." Drawing my sword, I executed a smooth slash, cleaving through the water and decapitating the beast in an instant, its blood staining the sea crimson. The onlookers, including Kalikai, were left in stunned silence. Upon diving down, I discovered that there was no hollow, merely a colossal underwater volcano. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This was a natural rocket launcher. All I had to do was wait for GD to drift above the volcano and trigger an eruption to ascend. Upon returning to shore, I relayed my discovery to Kalikai, who was filled with realization and excitement, insisting on accompanying me to witness the Golden Bell's existence. After a 2-day wait, the ship was finally modified, and GD appeared at last. The sky darkened, and the silhouettes of the Sky Islanders loomed within the clouds. We hastily sailed beneath GD. Kalikai began to fret. "Oh no, the volcano hasn't erupted. We can't ascend. Do we have to wait for the next opportunity?" I stepped to the bow of the ship, unsheathing my black blade, and grinned. "No eruption? Then let us make it erupt." I unleashed my full power, wrapping my armament hockey around me, and released a colossal sword of black flames, aimed precisely at the volcano's location, executing a devastating flame slash. The black sword energy tore through the surface of the sea, plunging down to the depths, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The underwater volcano erupted instantly, creating a massive whirlpool on the surface, followed by a violent surge of a rising sea current that sent our 2 ships soaring into the sky like mere toys. I hastily severed the ropes and deployed the ship's wings. Riding the current, our vessels burst through the clouds, ascending to heights of 500 meters, then 1,000 meters, finally reaching an astonishing altitude of 7,000 meters. We had breached a vast expanse of white sea. My friends, who can comprehend the ocean at an altitude of 10,000 meters? The sight was so breathtaking it felt unreal. Kalikai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed about the authenticity of the experience. I paid him no mind and produced the non-Jian bird that Kalikai had captured, allowing it to guide us. Before long, an island came into view. I urged my subordinates to accelerate, racing ahead. Upon reaching the shore, I cautioned the captives against wandering off, then leaped into the forest alone. To find the sound thunder fruit and the historical text, I needed to first locate a local for directions. I was lost in thought when a small white fox darted past me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Kenny's pet. Without hesitation, I followed it and soon found myself at Tianshur Beach, where I encountered the stunning angelic figure of Kenny's, adorned with magnificent white wings. I inquired directly, "Where is Shanduola?" She pouted and countered my question, "What do you want to do there?" With a smile, I swiftly pressed my blade against her pristine neck and replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just curious to see. With your beauty, I presume you wouldn't want any scars on your face." She was instantly frightened to tears, trembling as she pointed the way. Upon receiving the directions, I dashed into the depths of the forest. However, I hadn't ventured far when I heard a commotion ahead. Wingless Mongrel returned to Qinghai. As I approached, I was taken aback to see a group of winged inhabitants from the Sky Island mercilessly beating a man without wings. To my astonishment, the man being assaulted was none other than Ainalu. The future god was being bullied right before my eyes. This world was becoming increasingly surreal, embodying a stark contrast. Those iconic long ears and narrowed eyes unmistakably belonged to Ainalu. I glanced at the status board, which clearly displayed skill, taking hits. Level, G, bounty none. This was undoubtedly during his powerless days before consuming the Raijin fruit. What was I waiting for? The opportunity had presented itself. I unsheathed my sword and charged forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that instantly transformed the bullies into 6 pieces. Blood splattered across Ainalu's face, and to my surprise, he smiled. I quietly positioned myself behind him and remarked, "You don't seem frightened at all." Startled, he jumped and glared at me. "Who are you?" Could I tell him I was here to seize his future opportunity? Certainly not. I waved my hand dismissively, claiming I was merely a passerby, and turned to leave, planning to tail him until he found the Rygene fruit. Just as I was about to depart, he called out to me, asking if I was seeking the golden land of Slayedthe. He surprisingly proposed a deal. He would guide me in exchange for some gold. I chuckled inwardly. It was as if someone had delivered a pillow while I was dozing off. I was well aware that he had ulterior motives, likely aiming for the Rygene fruit himself. He couldn't manage it alone and wanted me as his muscle. Fine by me, I agreed. Ainalu led the way, navigating a convoluted path as if he were a cab driver deliberately taking a longer route for a better fare. Remarkably, he evaded all patrols of the divine officials. After half an hour, a dazzling city of gold came into view. My word, even the bricks beneath our feet were made of gold. I had never seen so much wealth in my life, my eyes nearly popping out. Ainalu gestured towards the golden city, saying I could take what I wanted, as he couldn't carry much. I inwardly scoffed. What could he possibly carry? In the next moment, he began hammering a piece of small gold against a larger one. A chill ran down my spine. This was undoubtedly a signal. As I anticipated, the ground trembled and a massive serpent, at least 50 meters long, coiled out from behind the golden city. Nula, the Lord of the Skies. With its enormous magape, it lunged toward Ainalu. Seeing the gleam of excitement in Ainalu's eyes, I instantly understood. He intended to be swallowed by the serpent, knowing the treasure lay within its belly. I couldn't let him succeed. I swiftly executed a Navy SIG-style shave, pushing him aside and feigning concern, then willingly allowed the serpent to engulf me. Ainalu was momentarily stunned, likely thinking, how could this person be braver than I? As I slid down the serpent's throat, I discovered it was indeed capable of devouring a plethora of items, gold, stones, and even human skeletons. After searching for a while, I still couldn't find the Rygene fruit. Something fell off. Ainalu must have had a purpose. I realized I needed to think from his perspective. With no strength, he had 3 options to escape. 1, burst out of the belly, which he lacked the ability to do. 2, exit through the mouth, which was impossible, leaving only the 3rd option, exiting through the serpent's posterior. My goodness, I was utterly exasperated, contemplating if I was to play the role of a master of extraction for the sake of the Rygene fruit. The stench was overwhelming, yet I had no choice. I had to push through for the sake of gaining strength. I activated my haki to shield myself from the unsavory contents as I ventured deeper into the digestive tract. To my surprise, I stumbled upon a corner of a chest, now fused with the serpent's flesh. I swiftly drew my black blade and excavated the entire chest. Upon opening it, I found the blue Rygene fruit, crackling with arcs of electricity. Just as I contemplated consuming it immediately, I recalled its growth environment and restrained myself, deciding to wash it before eating. As soon as I stored the fruit in my system backpack, a prompt appeared, indicating that I could simplify the fruit for 10 energy points, rendering it immune to seawater and haki. Without hesitation, I chose to simplify it. The system always delivered quality. With a decisive strike, I cleaved through the serpent's body and emerged. The massive serpent had fainted from the pain. Without delay, I returned to Slayedthe and collected the historical text. Just as I finished, Ganfuer, the current god of the Sky Island, surrounded me with his men, demanding to know where the inscription was. I shrugged innocently. Do I look like someone who can hide things? To my astonishment, he believed me and ordered me to leave promptly. Finding a secluded spot, I meticulously washed the Rygene fruit 8 times before consuming it whole. To my delight, it was sweet, likely a result of the system's simplification. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through my body, and arcs of electricity crackled at my fingertips. The system confirmed the completion of my task and unlocked 2 skills, electrocution and divine retribution. Even more astonishing, I simplified the skill development of the fruit into nap time, emphasizing the notion of lounging and becoming a deity. I lay on the ship for 3 days, waiting for Kalikai and the others to return when suddenly I heard a commotion ahead. Goodness, Kalikai and his companions were being pursued and battered by Ganfuer and a large group of divine officials, looking utterly disheveled. The system prompted me to assist. I swiftly unsheathed my sword and shouted, "Everyone get down!" Kalikai recognized me instantly, and without hesitation, rallied everyone to flatten themselves. I unleashed a strike charged with sword intent, aiming for Ganfuer. He attempted to counter with his own strike, but it disintegrated before me, like paper, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several trees and spitting blood. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly appeared before him and demanded a pass, warning him that I would dispose of them all otherwise. Ganfuer, dazed by my sword's might, had no choice but to comply, obediently handing over the pass. Upon returning to the ship, we followed the river of clouds and safely returned to Qinghai on an octopus hot air balloon. After bidding farewell to Kalikai, I instructed my subordinates to set sail for the naval headquarters. More than half a month later, I finally returned. I dared not seek out my grandfather Kapu, and instead stealthily snuck back to the elite training camp. Teacher Zifa was conducting practical training with Smog and Ein. Upon my appearance, all activities ceased. Teacher Zifa smiled warmly at me, remarking that I had finally decided to return. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked who wanted to challenge me. To my surprise, Smog, Ein, and 3 others stepped forward, looking as though they had received a shot of adrenaline. The system prompted me to defeat all challengers. I thought it would be too cumbersome to face them one by one, so I declared, "You 5, come me all at once." The entire room fell silent in shock, believing I'd lost my mind. Teacher Zifa, however, understood my intent and encouraged them. "What are you waiting for? Do you think 5 of you can defeat him?" As soon as the words left my mouth, Smoker and his companions were ignited with fervor, charging towards me in their small group aboard the Shave. I assure you, it was akin to an adult confronting a child. With a single strike of my 4 directions slash, 4 streams of sword energy sealed off the space, sending Ein and her 3 comrades flying, crashing through the walls of the training ground. Smoker, relying on his Logia abilities, managed to evade by dispersing into mist. However, his pride compelled him to attempt a display of strength with his hockey-imbued fists. The result was a swift and painful cut from my sword infused with hockey. Even Zifa-sensei could no longer stand by idly, declaring, "He has already mastered hockey." Smoker was left dumbfounded. Undeterred, the 5 of them surged forward again, attempting a relentless wheel battle. Ein, intent on a sneak attack using her retreat fruit, was precisely what I was waiting for. With a flourish, I unleashed a dual-wielded vortex, sweeping all 5 skyward, only for them to crash back down, battered and bruised. Zifa-sensei rose, proclaiming their defeat, asserting that I hadn't even exerted my full strength. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Smoker and the others turned pale. Just as Zifa-sensei suggested he would personally engage with me, a thunderous voice interrupted. "Zifa, how dare you teach my grandson a lesson? Allow me to test this lad's strength." My grandfather, Karp, stormed onto the training ground in a fit of fury. The task had shifted. I was now to endure 5 minutes under Karp's onslaught. My heart raced, and I could only muster a sheepish grin as I said, "Grandpa, take it easy." He paid no heed, dashing towards me in an instant with a punch enveloped in hockey, sending me crashing into the wall and creating a human-shaped crater. Stumbling from a wreckage, dazed and bleeding from the corner of my mouth, I protested, "It's just a spar. Do you really need to hit that hard?" I was incensed. I tell you, that old man was clearly out for blood, glaring at me, urging me to get up and take my licks. Fine. If you wanted to go hard, then I wouldn't hold back any longer. I unleashed my full aura, the A-level sword intent soaring into the heavens, causing the onlooking students to turn pale, exclaiming how powerful I was, noting that I hadn't even used my full strength. Of course, if I had, would the wall remain merely punctured? The old man grumbled, chastising me for showing off in his presence, but I could see the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I thought to myself, wasn't this what you were pushing me towards? Wiping the blood from my mouth, I raised my black blade and executed the one-sword style. Heavenly Maiden-esque scatter. Thousands of sword energies, resembling cherry blossom petals, filled the air, raining down upon him. The scene was utterly romantic, yet each petal was lethal. However, the old man was formidable. He cast aside his cloak of justice and unleashed the meteor fist, his fists raining down like a Gatling gun, shattering most of my sword energy. Nonetheless, a few managed to slip through, leaving a small cut on his face. The ground behind him was reduced to ruins. After the bout, he simply dusted himself off and declared the spar over, retreating for a nap. Who could understand the whims of family? This old man operated purely on impulse. Thankfully, he left. Another 5 minutes, and I would have been reduced to a pulp. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, a notification chimed in my mind. Task completed, rewards acquired, blissful satisfaction washed over me. Yet, just as I was catching my breath, Zifa-sensei pointed at the massive hole in the wall and instructed me to repair it. Very well, I would fix the wall. It would afford me a brief respite, as that last punch had left me reeling. Later that evening, Zifa-sensei summoned me, announcing my graduation task, to eliminate a pirate named Demon Diaz with a bounty of 60 million. 2 notifications chimed in my mind. One task to kill Diaz, and the other, intriguingly, was to rescue all the crew members aboard Zifa-sensei's future training ship, with a particularly generous reward of a supreme blade. In an instant, I recalled Zifa-sensei's mechanical arm, which had been severed by the self-proclaimed Whitebeard II Weevil on that very training ship. This task was evidently designed to have me confront that S-rank monster. But I was only A rank. How could I possibly contend? It was an initiation into hellish difficulty. In the following days, I trained relentlessly while seeking information about Diaz from Anxia. To my dismay, she demanded 100,000 berries, an outrageous fee. Very well. I would rely on the Navy's free intelligence instead. Upon reviewing the data, I was astounded to discover that Diaz was affiliated with Doflamingo, specializing in the slave trade. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This task wasn't merely a graduation assignment. It was the Navy's higher-ups leveraging me to send a message to Doflamingo. They intended to use me as a pawn, didn't they? Days later, the intel arrived. Diaz was set to conduct a transaction at the Slayedthe archipelago. I launched a small, rickety ship and awaited his arrival at sea. Before long, a pitch-black pirate ship approached. The lookout spotted me and hurried to report. I could hear Diaz laughing from afar, a Navy ensign. Worthy of a report? I thought, laugh while you can. Soon, that mirth will vanish. Without hesitation, I unleashed a magic flame slash. A massive wave of sword energy engulfed in black flames, cleaving his ship in two with a thunderous crash. Chaos erupted aboard as cries of despair filled the air. I leaped onto the wreckage, scanning the remains, and noticed several slaves in the hold, most of whom were fishmen. Their appearances less than pleasant. As I searched for Diaz, an audacious individual charged at me. I didn't even glance back, swiftly slicing his throat with my sword. The others, petrified, dare not move. I seized a lowly crew member and demanded to know Diaz's whereabouts. Trembling, he pointed me in the right direction. There he was, a grotesque figure sporting a middle-parted hairstyle. Scanning him with the system revealed he was B rank, feeble, and relying solely on Doflamingo's reputation. As I approached, he had the audacity to boast about being a warlord of the sea. I couldn't be bothered to respond, drawing my sword instead. To my amusement, this coward grabbed a nearby fishman as a hostage, threatening to kill him if I made a move. I laughed, saying go ahead and kill him. It has nothing to do with me. I'm here to kill you, and their fate matters not to me. He stood there, momentarily stunned, likely unaccustomed to a Navy officer so devoid of martial ethics. I swiftly unleashed 2 streams of sword energy. He hastily conjured 2 shadowy doppelgangers to block my attack. Interesting. Was this his devil fruit ability? Then, in a frenzy, he summoned dozens of identical black creatures to swarm me, just as I was preparing to unleash a devastating attack. An ominous feeling washed over me. My observation hockey blared a warning. The doppelgangers were about to self-destruct. He bellowed, demon exploding man, and the area erupted into a fiery inferno. Diaz cackled, believing my demise was imminent. Yet, as the smoke cleared, I wiped the blood from my mouth. Aside from a little dishevelment, I was unscathed. I remarked, your fruit ability is quite intriguing. His face paled, realizing he was at a loss for words. In a fit of desperation, he merged with a massive black mass, transforming into a towering giant over 20 meters tall. While his strength had surged, his speed had diminished to that of a snail. I thought, fine, if you're going all out, so shall I. Drawing my dual swords, I enveloped them in hockey and executed the dual sword style, Demon Slash. An X-shaped scarlet sword energy cleaved through him and his weapon, severing him into 4 pieces. His true form attempted to flee from the pile of wreckage, but there was no escape. I activated Moonwalk, swiftly pursuing him, and with a swift stroke, severed his head. Task accomplished, I returned to headquarters, dragging Deus' head behind me, leaving everyone in shock. I sought out Zephas Sensei. He took one glance and declared my graduation, promoting me to lieutenant on merit. Upon learning that he would be taking students to sea for practical training soon, I eagerly requested to accompany him. Wasn't this the very task that rewarded the Supreme Blade? I had to go. After graduation, I celebrated with Aunt Xia, and Uncle Rayleigh tossed me a letter, pink in hue, sent by the beautiful Hancock. Inside was a photograph. I must say, after years apart, that girl has truly blossomed into a stunning beauty. Aunt Xia was still casting furtive glances, leaving me utterly speechless. A few days later, I embarked on a voyage aboard teacher Slayedthe's training ship. That afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened, and I sensed something amiss. Indeed, a vessel emerged on the horizon, and the 2 prominent white beards at its bow could only belong to Slayedthe. I hurriedly instructed a nearby individual to summon the teacher. As I fixated on the ship, aside from the clumsy, giant Slayedthe, there was also a short and unattractive old woman, his mother, Bajin. Upon scanning them with the system, I had an epiphany. While Slayedthe was undoubtedly an S-class brute, it was his mother, Bajin, who was the true ability user, an A-class fruit developer specializing in support. It made sense. There was no way Slayedthe could overpower Teacher Slayedthe without someone cheating on the sidelines. When Teacher Slayedthe arrived and recognized them, Bajin commanded Slayedthe to attack, and a colossal slash hurtled toward us. Teacher Slayedthe, however, was formidable. He leaped and delivered a punch that shattered the attack. Slayedthe, howling, charged forward, but Teacher Slayedthe effortlessly pinned him to the ground. I shook my head in disbelief. This was not the true prowess of Slayedthe. The real threat was that old woman. I had to devise a plan to dispatch her swiftly. I executed a swift maneuver and approached her ship. However, the old woman was cunning and immediately spotted me, shouting for Slayedthe to protect her. Upon hearing his mother's cry for help, the fool's eyes turned red. He disregarded Teacher Slayedthe and swung his blade at me. The force was absurd, and when I parried with my sword, I was sent flying dozens of meters. His strength was overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Slayedthe landed a punch on his face, but it was as if nothing had happened. Slayedthe retaliated with another slash. It dawned on me that this brute was virtually indestructible. The scars on his body, his head and arms, were all stitched up. His regenerative ability was akin to a mobile spring. The true turning point lay with that old woman. Just then, my old companion chimed in, and the system upgraded. It granted me a divine vision, allowing me to see others' fruit abilities. I directed my gaze at the old woman and identified her as the healing fruit user. Eureka! She was Slayedthe's mobile health pack. The clever old woman immediately directed her dim-witted son to attack me. I exchanged glances with Teacher Slayedthe and silently communicated, "I'll distract them. You take care of the rest." Teacher Slayedthe understood instantly and turned to assist the other trainees, ensuring they wouldn't be overwhelmed by those reckless lackeys. The pressure on me was immense. Relying solely on swordsmanship was insufficient. There was no choice but to cheat. System, amplify my sword intent to the maximum. Once my S-class sword intent ignited, my aura transformed entirely, keeping the rain at bay. I unleashed my ultimate technique, the one-sword flow, Heavenly Maiden-S Blossom. A flurry of pink sword energy cascaded like cherry blossom rain. While it appeared romantic, each petal bore my sword intent, expertly targeting their wounds. This strategy was designed to inflict minimal damage while delivering a profoundly humiliating experience, causing Slayedthe to wail, while his mother yelled, "Son, hold on. Fight him." At that crucial moment, Teacher Slayedthe descended like a divine being. He flashed behind the old woman and declared, "Old hag, it's time for you to go." With a resounding punch, he sent her plummeting into the sea. As a user of the ducky fruit, she flailed helplessly before sinking to the depths. Game over. Upon witnessing his mother's disappearance, Weibo Air broke down, crying and scrambling to retrieve her. Could I allow him to escape? I executed the two-sword flow, demon slash. Teacher Slayedthe performed an Iron Mountain push to block him, and my strike landed solidly on his back. With his health pack gone, his formidable physique faltered. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into the sea. The other trainees were dumbfounded, shouting that simplicity was the ultimate sophistication, but I knew better. This was clearly the power of premium resources. Mission accomplished. The system rewarded me with a flood of notifications, 20 energy points, and a magnificent weapon, the Supreme Great Blade. War Heaven, looking exceptionally splendid. Teacher Slayedthe, being generous, attributed all the credit to me. Upon returning to headquarters, I was celebrated as a celebrity. Wherever I went, whispers followed. Look, it's him, the one who defeated Weibo Air. He must be promoted to Rear Admiral now. My grandfather, Carp, a heavyweight in his own right, greeted me with a love-infused iron fist before informing me of my promotion to Rear Admiral, albeit with a caveat. I was assigned to the East Sea. Upon hearing this, I was delighted. It was my hometown. My grandfather grumbled about the higher-ups lacking vision, but then quietly advised me to visit Luffy and to avoid causing trouble while outside. The world's news spread like wildfire, disseminating my story far and wide. Influential figures such as Doflamingo, Shanks, and Mihawk took notice. Amusingly, Shanks was taken aback to learn that I was Mihawk's disciple. My little brother, Luffy, upon seeing the newspaper in Windmill Village, exclaimed his eagerness to set sail, fearing my return would lead to him being caught. Hancock, too, blushed while clutching my newspaper. Ah, the weight of the Empress's affection is heavy. A few days later, I set sail back to the East Sea aboard a military vessel, accompanied by Ein and Barton. Ein had become my first mate, and Barton had been promoted to ensign, both basking in my glory. The old-timers back at headquarters, Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, and my grandfather, watched me leave from the city walls, their expressions somber, as if I were departing for demolition rather than a new assignment. After more than a month, I arrived at the town of Shells in the East Sea. A grand welcome awaited me, orchestrated by a fellow named Monka, who bore an iron plate on his chin, leading the entire Navy in a welcoming parade. I exchanged a few formalities, speaking of upholding justice to invigorate the troops, before passing the grueling 6-month training mission to Ein and Barton. That evening, I donned civilian attire and strolled out. In a restaurant, I spotted a green-haired individual with 3 swords at his waist. Goodness, was that not Zoro? The system task appeared immediately, urging me to subdue him and have him regard me as his new goal. This required careful planning. After finishing my meal, I left, but I could feel that the lad was watching me with a peculiar gaze, likely sensing my formidable aura. In the following days, the naval base was filled with cries of anguish. Ein and the others finally seized the opportunity to torment the new recruits, repaying them double for the hardships they endured under Teacher Slayedthe. Monka and I observed nearby, shaking our heads. These recruits were abysmally lacking in physical prowess and needed to train significantly harder. Frankly, these rookies were worlds apart from the elite back at headquarters, as if they belonged to entirely different dimensions. As I stood there shaking my head, 2 conspicuous figures in the crowd suddenly silenced me. One had a shock of bright yellow hair and a chin resembling a posterior, while the other sported pink hair and glasses, appearing frail. Surely, these were the antics of Barumabur and Kobe. I was astonished that they had indeed infiltrated the Navy, although it was a pity they would miss the chance to become Carp's disciples. At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind. A system task appeared, requesting me to take these 2 as my disciples, with a reward of 5 energy points. What a delightful opportunity. I felt elated. I sauntered over to Monka, nudging him with my elbow, and pointed at his disappointing son. Old Monka, that yellow-haired one is yours, right? Monka beamed with pride. Yes, Rear Admiral. That's my son. He has aspired to be a just Marine since childhood. I smirked inwardly, thinking otherwise, yet said, oh, I see he is quite dedicated. And the pink-haired one, too. They both possess a spark of talent. I was not exaggerating. These two were clearly favored by Karp. Their potential was truly exceptional. Upon hearing my words, Maka's eyes widened in astonishment, his face lighting up with joy. Rear Admiral, do you mean? With nothing better to do, I feigned boredom and decided to take them under my wing. As soon as the words fell, Meng Ka nearly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with excitement and stammering. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Belu Meibo to you, Brigadier General. Thank you so much. By evening, the group of new recruits had long vanished, leaving only KB and Belu Meibo on the training field, engaged in a weight-bearing lap run, competing fiercely like two spirited warriors. I thought it was time to intervene, and with a swift motion, I appeared before them. They were so startled that they plopped down on the ground as if they had seen a ghost. Brigadier General, they scrambled to their feet, standing at attention. I crossed my arms and leisurely remarked, "You are quite diligent. However, I wonder about your actual abilities. Come, let us exchange a few moves." They exchanged glances and charged at me with a battle cry. Let me tell you, their punches were so soft that it felt like a mere tickle. With a gentle push from my toes, I executed a technique, vanishing from their sight, only to reappear several dozen meters away. They stood there, bewildered, looking around in confusion. Where did he go? I sauntered back into view, explaining, "This is called Shay from the Navy's 6 Styles. Would you like to learn it?" Their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they nodded vigorously. "We want to learn. It's incredible." "Very well," I smiled, when there are no others around. "You may call me teacher instead of Brigadier General." Suddenly, a chime rang in my mind, indicating 5 points of energy gained, along with a new task, to guide these two novices to D rank. All right, it seems my role will be one of nurturing companionship. Just as I exited the training ground, I bumped into Ayn, who was leaning against the wall with her sword, raising an eyebrow and teasing me. "Oh, Brigadier General Liu is moonlighting as a kindergarten principal?" I shrugged, my face filled with resignation. "What can I say? It's too dull. I feel like I'm rusting." Ayn's eyes lit up. "How about we go out tomorrow for some exercise? Clear out the surrounding pirates?" I slapped my thigh. "Let's go. We can visit that famous seaside restaurant in the East Sea, Bartai, and indulge." The next day, Ayn and I skipped work, leaving Barton alone at the base as a strict instructor. We basked in the sun and enjoyed the sea breeze on the deck of the warship, utterly delightful. Soon, a large fish-shaped vessel appeared on the horizon. Bartai had arrived. However, I quickly noticed something amiss. A Navy ship, a pirate ship, and lo and behold, was that not Luffy's Going Merry? Ayn's hand had already reached for her sword's hilt. "Lu Chun, are we engaging?" I hurriedly stopped her. "Not so fast. Today we are here to eat, not to fight." No sooner had I spoken than the nearby Navy ship fired a cannon, sending a figure wearing a straw hat flying, crashing through Barity's roof like a cannonball. I cover my face, exasperated. This kid, Luffy, always causing trouble. Our ship gradually approached, and I could see Zoro and Usopp's faces turn pale, fearing yet another wave of Navy troops aimed at their annihilation. I stood at the ship's edge, attempting a friendly smile. "Hey there, long time no see." Zoro was still in shock, but Nami leaped over from their ship, throwing her arms around me. "Brother Lu Chun, no one understands family like this little girl, who bombarded me with questions. What are you doing here? I saw you in the newspaper. You became a brigadier general. Why haven't you visited me all these years?" Dazed by her rapid-fire inquiries, I patted her back. "Hold on, let me catch my breath. Let's go eat. It's on me." Upon hearing "on me," Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, dragging me towards the restaurant. Upon entering, we spotted a pompous Navy lieutenant named Habapati. As soon as I walked in, he sprang from his chair, saluting, "Brigadier General Lu Chun." Instantly, all eyes shifted from him to me, and it felt exhilarating. I led Nami and the others to a table, but Nami and Ayn promptly flanked me, sandwiching me in between. Just as I was about to order, a golden-haired lad with curly eyebrows approached, showering Nami and Ayn with flattery while completely ignoring my presence. I couldn't be bothered to engage with him, so I pulled out a box of money from the system and slapped it on the table. 1,000,000 berries. I'll have one of everything on the menu. The curly-haired lad persisted. "Can you finish all that? We don't allow waste." My patience thinned. I shot him a cold glare, releasing a hint of my conqueror's haki. "That's none of your concern. And keep your distance from them. If you bother them again, don't blame me for being rude. His face turned pale, and he scurried back to the kitchen, trembling. As the dishes were served, Luffy descended from upstairs, looking quite aggrieved. I beckoned him over. Luffy, come eat. Without hesitation, he sat down and devoured an entire table's worth of food in a whirlwind. Just as he finished with a satisfied burp, an old man with a wooden leg burst out, brandishing a spatula, ready to hit Luffy. You little rascal. I told you to work, not to steal food. I flicked my fingers lightly, sending his spatula flying back. The old man, Zeph, staggered back several steps, his expression shifting dramatically. I inquired, what did he break? How much will it cost? Is my 1 million enough for compensation? Zeph nodded. That will suffice. I turned to Luffy. All right, you're free now. While we were conversing, a group of pirates suddenly burst in, and I recognized the two leading them with a grin. Were these not the two stragglers from the Kuro pirates, Akin and T-Bone? Akin shouted, We are commandeering this ship. Hand over all your money. I stood up, smiling at them. Gentlemen, long time no see. Upon recognizing me, Akin's face contorted in horror, stumbling over his words. Why you? T-Bone shouted run, and they turned to flee, thinking they could escape? Not a chance. Without fully unsheathing my sword, I unleashed 2 swift arcs of crimson sword energy. In an instant, they were cleaved in half, their upper bodies flying forward while their lower halves fell to the ground. What a sight! The remaining underlings quaked at my gaze, and with a single look from mine, she rushed out to dispatch them swiftly and decisively. I exchanged polite words with Zeph before feigning modesty. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. As a Navy officer, it is my duty. I almost convinced myself. Luffy asked me who taught me swordsmanship, and I replied, the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes turned red, and he sprang up. Let's have a duel. Very well. Here's your chance. We stepped onto the fighting platform, and I drew the supreme blade, War Heaven, a reward from the system. At the sight of the blade, Zoro's face turned pale. I instructed him to use his strongest move, and with a battle cry, he charged, executing his flashy 3-sword style. Great universe. I couldn't even be bothered to use my sword energy. With a casual swipe, my blade grazed his chest. A deep cut appeared, and his 2 swords shattered into pieces as he fell to the ground. One move, and he was defeated. Luffy called out, claiming I had been too harsh. Zoro, clinging to his last breath, raised his remaining sword, declaring to Luffy through tears, I will never lose again. Not until I defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Pirate King, do you have any objections? Luffy grinned, none. Seeing the scene, I chuckled. This kid has some spirit. I waved goodbye to them, taking on with me, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, farewell. I hope the next time we meet, you will all be stronger than ever. As the Navy ship gradually sailed away, I glanced back at their dilapidated vessel, pondering how my interference had turned their narrative upside down, depriving them of countless opportunities for leveling up. Whether this was good or bad remained to be seen. Regardless, I was certain that my system would not leave me idle. A plethora of tasks awaited me in the future. As long as the rewards are substantial, I would not hesitate to take on any role, even that of caretaker. Just as I was contemplating this, the young lady AI approached, whispering softly. I never imagined that the 2 grandsons of Vice Admiral Carp would choose such divergent paths. One is a Navy officer, and the other is a pirate. I couldn't help but chuckle at this, waving my hand dismissively. Ah, that kid Luffy is just like that. Let him be. Even my grandfather couldn't rein him in, a true wild stallion. AI nodded in understanding and refrained from probing further into family matters. Just as I turned to head back to the cabin for a brief rest, a sudden realization struck me like a bell. Work had arrived. The system promptly assigned me 2 tasks, akin to meeting KPIs. The first was to retrieve Luffy from Logtown, rewarding me with 50 energy points. The second was to venture to Alabasta and subdue one of the Shichibukai, Crocodile, thereby liberating an entire nation. This was impressive, a direct reward of 500 energy points and a supreme blade. I calculated inwardly. Rescuing someone from Logtown should be a matter of minutes. So how could it be worth 50 points? Nevertheless, I shrugged it off. Rewards are rewards. These energy points are invaluable, capable of elevating my skills, akin to premium items. For the sake of those 500 points and the supreme blade, I would brave the treacherous depths of Alabasta. Fortune had finally come knocking at my door. A few days later, we returned to the East Blue Navy base. Upon entering, I was greeted by the disgruntled face of Barton. As if someone had owed him a fortune. He fired off at us. You two are living it up while I'm here, slaving away with the new recruits. AIN and I exchanged glances and burst into laughter. I patted his shoulder. No worries. We'll have AIN cover for you. You deserve a break. Upon hearing this, AIN objected, rolling her eyes at me. Oh, so you won't be the carefree one. Do you think I 1T turn you into a diaper-wearing baby? Little did they know, upon hearing this, my scalp tingled with dread. Her backward fruit would rejuvenate the elderly, but for someone in their 20s like me, a mere touch would send me back to kindergarten. Who could withstand that? I swiftly retreated, calling out, "You better defeat me first." However, this ability was not without its merits. Last time, she turned Robin back into an 18-year-old. It was quite the sight. Truly remarkable. That evening, I strolled through the training grounds to check on Kobe and Barumaber's progress. To my surprise, they had grasped the concept and were practicing with weighted leg straps. After over a month of rigorous training, their abilities had risen to F rank, showing promise. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One deep night, AIN and I returned to the training grounds, just in time to see the two of them remove their weights. With a sudden burst, Kobe propelled himself off the ground, instantly vanishing from sight and reappearing several meters away. He nearly stumbled upon landing, but was ecstatic, jumping around and shouting, "Barumaber! I did it! I learned Soru." Barumaber landed gracefully, smiling. "I learned it too." We stepped out from the shadows, and I crossed my arms, nodding, "Not bad. After 2 months, you finally mastered it." Upon seeing us, they immediately stood at attention and saluted Commodore. "Instructorion." Barumaber, ever the charmer, grinned. "Commodore, can we learn the other Rokushiki techniques now?" I straightened my face and doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "Not yet. Spend a few days mastering Sora first. Don't get cocky. It took you over 2 months to learn it, while in the Navy headquarters, prodigies would master it in a month." They stood there stunned. "A month?" AIN chimed in. "Indeed, our Commodore learned it in just 1 day." 1 day. Kobe and Barumaber's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, looking at me as if I were a monster. I waved my hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on past glories. All right, you two stay at the base and let AIN teach you the new Rokushiki techniques. I need to set sail for patrol." After giving AIN a few instructions to supervise their practice of Jeppo, I turned and vanished into the night. Once I departed, Kobe curiously asked AIN, "Instructor, is the teacher going out to hunt pirates again?" AIN nodded. "Yes, in recent months, the East Blues pirates have nearly been wiped out by your teacher." Little did she know, I was merely farming monsters for energy points. I donned a black robe and hood, for from this day forth, I would be known as the bounty hunter, knight. I boarded a small vessel, setting course for Logtown. Calculating the time, Luffy and his crew should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, at the Navy base in Logtown, swirling smoke created an ethereal atmosphere. A frantic young sailor rushed in. "Colonel Smoker, it's bad. The Straw Hat Pirates are heading this way." A figure rose abruptly from the smoke, growling, "Silence. Who told you to panic?" It was Smoker, the natural fruit user. With 2 large cigars in his mouth, he nonchalantly replied, "What's the fuss? Since I took over this town, which pirate has escaped my grasp? Gulme, let us go catch them." On the other side, I had arrived at the execution platform square. Standing in the corner, gazing at the very platform where the pirate King Roger was executed, I felt a wave of nostalgia. Just then, my peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a stunningly beautiful woman with long legs walking by. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Yarlita. After consuming the slippery fruit, she had undergone a transformation. Following her gaze, I spotted several shadowy figures in gray robes, one of whom had a distinctive red nose. Sure enough, the clown buggy had arrived. It seemed the main characters were about to make their entrance. I remained patient, settling beneath the execution platform to wait. That fool Luffy would undoubtedly climb up to experience the view of the Pirate King. As expected, it wasn't too long before Luffy's rubber arms stretched out, grabbing the edge of the platform, and he bounced up, surveying his surroundings. Wow. Is this where the Pirate King was executed? The officers below shouted through megaphones, urging him to come down, but he ignored them, engaging in banter. In the midst of this, Slayedthe knocked out an officer with a spike club and began to fawn over Luffy, declaring she wanted him to be her man. Luffy, utterly bewildered, failed to recognize the beauty before him. Shortly after, Buggy and his crew shed their gray robes, making a flashy entrance, babbling about their exploits. Luffy squinted, pondering for a long moment before finally responding. Who are you again? All right, you're called Manure. I nearly burst out laughing, while Buggy's face turned as green as matcha cake. I'm Buggy the Clown. Amidst their chaotic exchange, Buggy's subordinate Kabeji executed a sneak attack, pinning Luffy down on the execution platform with a wooden collar. Buggy, filled with pride, ascended the platform, raising his sword to deliver a grand public execution. Just as I prepared to intervene, I suddenly felt a chill sweep through the air, and the sky darkened ominously. My heart sank as I realized something was off. Dragon was coming, Luffy's enigmatic father. I had to act before him. That 50 energy points were as good as mine. Without hesitation, I pointed my right wrist skyward, which transformed into pure white arcs of electricity, exclaiming, "Divine judgment." A brilliant bolt of lightning shot from my fingertip into the heavens, causing thunder to roar across the sky. Buggy on the execution platform remained oblivious, grinning as he swung his sword towards Luffy's neck. At that moment, a colossal pillar of lightning, wider than a barrel, descended from the sky, striking the execution platform squarely. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash of white lightning, as the anguished cries of Baki reverberated. His skeletal structure laid bare for all to see. In an instant, the execution platform was reduced to mere rubble, engulfed in swirling black smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure emerged from the debris, grinning widely and exclaiming, "I am alive, haha. That kid Luffy. The Gomu Gomu no Mi truly counters lightning. I am unscathed." I chuckled inwardly, thinking, why aren't you running? What are you waiting for? Meanwhile, Baki had transformed into a charred, humanoid shape, still coughing up black smoke as his subordinates helped him up. At that moment, Smoker and a throng of Marines charged in, encircling the square. Seeing the dire situation, Slayedthe and Baki hastily prepared to flee. Luffy, utilizing his rubber elasticity, swiftly propelled himself out of the encirclement. Observing Smoker, I thought to myself, this fellow is a nuisance. To ensure the mission's success, I must witness Luffy and the others safely set sail. Thus, I made a swift move in pursuit of Luffy's direction. However, not far into my chase, I sensed a chilling presence behind me. I halted abruptly and addressed the empty alleyway coldly. "My dear sir, there is no need for subterfuge. Reveal yourself." As my words fell, a man clad in a green coat, adorned with a checkered tattoo on his face, stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixated upon me. "Why did you attack Luffy?" he inquired. A shiver ran down my spine as the system panel in my mind automatically displayed. Monkey D. Dragon, SSS rank. My goodness, a top-tier figure. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father. Dragon repeated his question. "Who are you, truly?" I shook my head and replied in a hushed tone. "You need not know my identity. Merely understand that I harbor no ill will towards Luffy." I was reluctant to reveal my identity at this moment. He was too enigmatic. Dragon, clearly skeptical of my words, snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and a small whirlwind began to gather in his palm, growing larger and more formidable, ultimately forming a terrifying tornado. "Are you serious?" I thought, my brow furrowing. "I cannot contend with his power right now." "Hurricane Tornado." Dragon gently thrust his hand, sending the tornado that could tear everything asunder spiraling toward me. Not daring to underestimate the attack, I quickly enveloped my hands in armament hockey, gathering strength in my right hand before unleashing a powerful palm strike that caused the air to erupt with a thunderous boom. Mountain-crushing palm. The massive shadow of my palm collided fiercely with the tornado. An explosive sound reverberated, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that obliterated the surrounding walls. The tornado dissipated, and my palm's shadow vanished. However, I was sent staggering back, taking several steps to regain my balance, while Dragon merely retreated 3 steps. My friends, this is the disparity in strength. You are formidable, but there are no bounty hunters of your caliber in the East Blue. Dragon regarded me with keen interest. I had no time for idle conversation and cautioned, "No more guessing. Someone is coming. Smoker is pursuing us with his men." Dragon glanced at me and uttered, "Fate shall bring us together again," before taking flight, vanishing into the sky. What a guy, leaving me to deal with the Marines. As the Marines surged forward, I raised my right hand, crackling with electricity, and smirked, "Discharge 1 million volts." In an instant, a vast current surged across the damp ground, electrocuting the Marines, leaving them charred and foaming at the mouth, collapsing in a heap. Only Smoker managed to evade the attack by transforming into smoke by the time he regained his form. I had long disappeared. Infuriated, he hurled his cigar to the ground. Concealed in the shadows of the dock, I watched as Luffy's small vessel drifted away, and a notification echoed in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward: 50 energy points." At last it was accomplished. I glanced at my attributes. I now possessed 119 energy points. Without hesitation, I spent 80 points to elevate my fruit development ability to rank C. After resolving matters in Rogetown, I set sail alone towards the Grand Line, with my sights set on Alabasta. Days later, I entered the first half of the Grand Line, and as I approached the waters near Alabasta, another system notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Obtain the historical text from the ancient ruins of Alabasta. Reward: 50 energy points, sword skill 1. I examined the map and spotted the silhouette of an island ahead. That must be Little Garden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. Reward: 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Resolve the conflict between Dory and Broggy. Reward: 100 energy points. My goodness, the system was ramping up the difficulty. Tasks were coming one after another. It would be foolish to refuse rewards. So I promptly turned my ship towards Little Garden. Minutes later, I set foot on this island inhabited by prehistoric giants. Not long after entering the forest, I heard an eerie screech, and a large green bird lunged at me, seeking death. Just in time for dinner. I smirked, unleashing my conqueror's haki. The giant bird's eyes rolled back as it plummeted to the ground with a thud. Approaching it, I drew my sword, Battle Heaven, and with a swift kick, sent the bird's carcass soaring into the air. My wrist flicked, and the blade shimmered. By the time I sheathed my sword, the bird was neatly processed, leaving only edible chunks of meat. I gathered some dry branches and ignited a fire using my thunder fruit, commencing a barbecue feast. With my B-rank cooking skills and my personal spices, the aroma of the grilled meat was exquisite. Just as I savored a juicy piece, the ground began to tremble violently. Turning around, I spotted a giant clad in armor, wielding a massive axe and round shield, crouching down with gleaming eyes fixed on my barbecue, drooling profusely. "Hello. Your grilled meat smells delightful. Could you spare me a bit?" I glanced at his panel, Captain Broggy of the Giant Warrior Pirates. I handed him the remainder of my grilled meat. He devoured it in a matter of moments, wiping his mouth and exclaiming, "Thank you, friend. I am Broggy, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. You can call me Luchin." We exchanged pleasantries when a thunderous roar from a volcanic eruption echoed in the distance. Broggy stood up, saying, "Luchin, we shall drink again next time. I must go to battle." With that, he dashed toward the volcano. I knew he was off to duel another giant, Dory. These two had been brawling over trivial matters for a century. As I watched them clash, the entire island trembled. I paid them no mind and ventured deeper into the island. My immediate priority was to deal with the pest from Baroque works. Soon, I stumbled upon a peculiar white structure made of candles, standing out starkly against the landscape. Inside, a man with hair styled in a 3 shape was leisurely sipping tea with a little girl beside him, munching on sunbae. It was Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week. I sneered and appeared at the entrance. "So this is where you two have been hiding." "Who?" The pair sprang to their feet. In the next instant, I was upon them, my sword flashing as I cleaved the candle house in twain. With my sword drawn, I materialized before them, swinging once more, Prepare to meet your end. Marines, retreat. Mr. Three's expression changed drastically as he and Miss Golden Week hastily retreated. Simultaneously, he flung his hands, unleashing a torrent of wax that solidified before him into a thick wall. Candle wall. Yet the very next second, I cleaved through it effortlessly. The look of shock on his face was priceless. He clearly hadn't anticipated his technique would crumble so easily. But he recovered quickly, squeezing out more wax from his body. Desperately crafting an even thicker and more absurd wall, humorously named the extra-large service candle wall. Well, at least you have a flair for naming. Unfortunately, before me, even the grandest of walls was mere child's play. With another resounding crash, the wall shattered more completely than the last. Finally, the two had no barriers left to shield them and could see my face clearly. The individual referred to as Mr. Three had his eyes nearly bulging out as he pointed at me, exclaiming, "Navy Brigadier, you are Lu Chun. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in the East China Sea?" I chuckled, brandishing my blade, and replied, "To capture pirates, of course. What do you think? I'm here for a vacation? Your inquiries are rather excessive." As I glanced at their stats, one was a B rank and the other a C, their combined bounty barely reaching 100 million. They were truly insignificant, particularly the young lady known as Miss Huang Jinzhu, who, astonishingly, was not a fruit user but could influence emotions merely through her artistry. If she were to manage people, she would undoubtedly become a sensation. Seeing that I dismissed him, Mr. Three became agitated and shouted, "Don't think I fear you just because you are a brigadier." With that, wax began to ooze from his body, and soon he clad himself in a towering suit of wax armor, resembling a low-budget version of a Gundam. The girl next to him swiftly produced a palette and began to paint his white armor in a myriad of colors. "Wax Candle Champion," he proclaimed, striking what he believed to be a heroic pose, laughing maniacally. "You didn't see this coming. Today, I shall achieve the feat of slaying a Navy brigadier." At that moment, I wore an expression akin to an elderly commuter engrossed in their phone. In this day and age, who still indulges in such flamboyant antics? I could hardly muster a response, instead saturating my armament with haki, my weapon transforming into an obsidian hue. Black flames erupted forth, extending into a gigantic sword several meters long. Demonic flame slash. I bellowed, cleaving downward towards his waxen armor. He was instantly paralyzed with fear. Attempting to flee? Or could he possibly run from a sword of that magnitude? With no other option, he charged at me with his waxen fist, shouting something about a champion's punch. Truly absurd. What was a fist made of wax against my black flames that could melt anything? Upon impact, it merely dissolved into a puddle of wax. He could only watch helplessly as the colossal sword descended upon him. With a resounding crash, the ground was shattered, creating a vast pit, and he slumped into the bottom like a rag doll, unconscious. The girl, caught in the shockwave, also succumbed to unconsciousness. How dull. I shook my head, approached, and bound the two with sea stone chains, dragging them towards the shore. Just as I retrieved my den mushi to call my Navy colleagues for retrieval, I suddenly furrowed my brow, sensing something speeding towards me. Without a second thought, I seized Mr. Three and Miss Huang Jinzhu as makeshift shields. With a resounding boom, a small black projectile exploded upon contact with the unfortunate duo, sending smoke billowing from them. Then, a woman's voice echoed from above, 10,000 kilos of pressure. A figure descended like a cannonball. I had anticipated this. With a swift shave, I evaded to several meters away, allowing her to crash into the ground, creating a massive crater. At that moment, I discerned two more figures approaching. One was a blonde giantess wielding a yellow umbrella, and the other, a dark-skinned fellow with curly hair, clutching what appeared to be a black bomb. I glanced at their stats, Miss Kingranji and Mr. Five, members of Baroque Works. The woman had an impressive physique, yet her intellect seemed lacking. She stomped her foot in frustration. How could I have missed? The dark-skinned man, Mr. Five, appeared more composed, glancing at his unconscious comrades before addressing me sternly. "Navy, we are subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. If you dare to act against us, you risk violating our agreement." I chuckled. "You sought me out. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. But now it seems I have gathered a full table for mahjong." The man, realizing the futility of combat, attempted a sneak attack, flicking his finger to launch his bomb towards me. I merely tilted my head aside, evading it. But as it zipped past my ear, it detonated with a bang. Ha ha ha. Mr. Five laughed triumphantly. Did you think you could evade me? I am a bomb man. As the smoke cleared, I stood unscathed. I admitted I'd been careless and nearly overlooked this aspect, but with such minimal power, even my hockey shield remained intact. Your fruit is commendable, but alas, you are too weak, I retorted coldly. He was left dumbfounded, wearing an expression of disbelief, and launched 2 more bombs at me. This time, I could not be bothered to evade. With a shave, I appeared behind him, and before he could react, I executed a quick draw slash across his back. Blood gushed forth, and he was sent flying like a tumbleweed, a deep wound visible on his back. Seeing the dire situation, Miss Kingrangy turned to flee. Utilizing her fruit ability to lighten her body like a feather, hoping to escape with the wind. Do you think you can escape? I smiled, casually waving my hand towards her retreating figure, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swiftly brought her down from the air, landing beside her unconscious companion. Task accomplished. I had bundled all 4 of them together. Utilizing Sea Stone, I strung them along and dragged them towards the shore. Before long, my friend Slayedthe's warship arrived. With a heave, I tossed the 4 of them onto the deck like sacks of grain. Slayedthe pulled me aside, quietly cautioning that these individuals were under Crocodile's command, and my apprehension of them might lead to trouble with the rear admiral overseeing this region. I waved him off. Do you not know who my grandfather is? Why would I fear him? Just escort these individuals to the Navy headquarters and spread the word that Crocodile's subordinates have been captured by a mysterious Navy officer. But do not mention my name. I am curious to see how Crocodile will react. After sending off Slayedthe, I turned back to delve deeper into the island in search of the 2 giant brothers. Upon my arrival, I found them both exhausted on the ground, having just concluded a bout. Seeing me, Brokey smiled and inquired about my presence. I replied, I came to see if the strongest warriors of your giant village had emerged victorious. The other giant, known as Dongli, immediately took offense. Who do you call the strongest warrior? That would be me. The 2 began to bicker once more, and I quickly intervened. Gentlemen, there is no need for this. Wait until you've rested before continuing your duel. They agreed and collapsed back to the ground. Observing their antics, I suddenly conceived an idea and smiled. Since you both assert your superiority, why not compete in a different fashion? Surely, you do not wish to fight for eternity here? They exchanged glances, finding the notion reasonable. Brokey proposed, all right, let us see who can hunt the largest sea king. You shall be the judge. Agreed. Donnelly concurred instantly. Without further ado, the 2 of them rose and headed to the shore to hunt. I too busied myself, delving into the forest. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the 2 giants returned, each dragging enormous prey resembling small mountains, and immediately began to argue over whose catch was larger. Cease this. Allow me to show you. I pointed behind me. They followed my gesture, bewildered to see a massive wooden platform floating at the water's edge. What is this? They both questioned, utterly perplexed. I chuckled and explained, this is called science. We shall play a game akin to Chow Chone weighing the elephant. One shall place their catch on it, and we will note how deeply the platform sinks. Then the other will do the same. Whose catch causes the platform to sink deeper will be deemed heavier and larger. What do you say? Upon hearing this, they found the method sound. I proceeded to weigh their catches. Ultimately, the results revealed that Brokey's catch, resembling a hefty fish, outweighed Donnelly's by a slight margin. Ha ha ha! It appears my catch is indeed larger. Brokey exclaimed triumphantly. Though Donnelly was dissatisfied, he accepted the outcome, agreeing to a rematch the following day. Seeing them reconcile, I jovially suggested, why don't we roast these 2 catches and enjoy some drinks? Excellent, they replied in unison. That night, we gathered around the bonfire, feasting heartily on meat and drinking liberally, reveling in the joy of camaraderie. A century's worth of conflicts seemed to gradually dissolve in the presence of a mere barbecue. Meanwhile, in Alabaston, a man with a cigar received news regarding the capture of his subordinates and let out an eerie laugh. Wahaha! Can it be that the Navy dares to lay hands on my people? Mr. 1, go fetch me the head of that reckless Navy officer. The following morning, I bid farewell to two towering giants who expressed concerns about my journey, warning me that I would have to traverse the treacherous territory of a peculiar island on my way to Alabaston. I waved my hand dismissively. Fear not. It is but a minor creature. I can handle it. After all, I have a system mission to complete with a reward of 50 energy points. I want to let you snatch that from me. As I set sail in a small boat, I had not traveled far when the sea ahead surged like a volcanic eruption, revealing a colossal golden fish the size of an island, which opened its massive jaws to devour my vessel. Its size was impressive. I wondered if its flesh was delectable. I scratched my nose, drew my sword, and enveloped it in the aura of hockey, as its blade crackled with crimson arcs of electricity. One sword style, open heaven. I struck at the monstrous fish. A terrifying, blood-red sword energy cleaved through the air, slicing the clouds overhead in two. Just as the beast let out a roar, its voice was abruptly silenced as my sword energy neatly severed its body in half, instantly staining the vast ocean with its blood. I sheathed my sword and turned to wave at the two giants on the shore, who were left in a state of shock. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first. Days passed, and while lying on my boat, I sensed a sudden chill in the air. Rising to check the map, I deduced I was nearing the kingdom of Drum. Perfect, I thought. Time to see if Chopper was around. However, before I could approach, I noticed smoke rising from the island ahead, suggesting a battle was underway. A group of soldiers, clad in royal uniforms, were frantically retreating towards a large ship, led by a particularly grotesque figure dressed in lavish attire. I furrowed my brow and moved closer. To my surprise, it was none other than Walpo. The system's notification chimed in. Eliminate Walpo to receive 50 energy points. How simple this task seemed. I steered my ship closer, and the soldiers aboard noticed me. One soldier rushed to inform Walpo, "Your Highness, someone is approaching." Upon hearing this, Walpo exclaimed with delight, "Is it the Navy? Is it the Navy? Wonderful. It truly is the Navy. Quickly bring me to them. With the Navy here, we need not fear those pirates." Ecstatic, he rushed to the side of the ship, only to see me alone, approaching in a small, shabby boat. His joy swiftly morphed into rage. His arm transformed into a spear, and he shot at the messenger soldier, roaring, "You fool. Only a single Navy officer. And you dare tell me it's the Navy?" Having just executed his own man, he aimed his weapon at me, cursing, "Useless Navy. Arriving now, what good are you?" With a bang, a bullet whizzed towards me. Truly a tyrant, deserving of demise. I swiftly tilted my head aside. The next moment, he became frantic. To my astonishment, he did not dodge, but transformed his other arm into a second gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at my small vessel. "Look how you dodged this," he taunted. I couldn't help but laugh. Dodge? Family, who needs to dodge? With a gentle push of my toes against the deck, I vanished from sight. Yes, you heard that correctly. I disappeared. Utilizing moonwalk, I soared into the air, observing Walpo flailing about like a headless fly, searching for me. Where is he? Where is he? Suspended in midair. I couldn't be bothered to give him a glance, my voice icy as I declared, "Dare to strike at a vice admiral of the Navy? I hereby pronounce your sentence, death." Upon noticing me, his eyes bulged in disbelief. Just as he opened his mouth to utter something, I raised my hand and sent a wave of sword energy his way. Quick to react, he managed to conjure a thick iron wall from his mouth. Transforming himself into a miniature fortress he whimsically named Walpo House. What a farce! Unfortunately, his flimsy defenses were no match for my prowess. My sword energy sliced through the iron wall as effortlessly as cutting through butter, cleaving both it and his little fortress in half. Walpo reverted to his human form, a line of blood trickling down from his head. His eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare kill me? What a question, having already engaged in combat. What was there to hesitate about? Even in death, he could not fathom how a Navy officer could dare to kill a prince. Blood erupted from him, and he crumpled to the ground. Lying next to the soldier he had just slain, their expressions of disbelief eerily similar. The soldiers aboard his ship, upon witnessing their prince's demise, erupted into chaos. "The prince is dead. Run. The Navy is killing us," they shouted, creating a scene of utter disarray. I scoffed. What nonsense! Having witnessed my actions, Could they truly escape to spread rumors? My sword battled heaven, ignited with a crimson aura as I aimed it at the ship and unleashed a sweeping strike. In a decisive motion, the entire vessel and all aboard were obliterated into a cloud of splintered wood and crimson mist. With a thunderous roar, the sea lay pristine, as if nothing had transpired. Just as I prepared to turn and leave, a weathered male voice called from behind. Who would have thought that a vice admiral of the Navy would resort to killing a prince of a kingdom? I frowned and swiftly turned around. To my astonishment, a burly figure loomed behind me, a man I had not sensed at all. This fellow was rugged, his hair resembling a wild porcupine, chains adorning his neck, fingers laden with rings, and a mouth filled with crooked teeth that made his smile particularly memorable. The system chimed. Marshal D, teach Blackbeard, S-class monster. Although his bounty was merely 10 million, a trivial sum, he was destined to become one of the 4 emperors. The system thoughtfully provided a new task: eliminate Blackbeard. I chuckled inwardly. Engaging him now would be akin to delivering myself as a meal. The task was not time-sensitive, so I decided to accept it. I regarded him with a smile that lacked warmth. My affairs seem to bear no relation to you. Blackbeard let out a raucous laugh, his voice grating on the ears. You are indeed correct. It bears no relation. I was actually here to kill him. You've done me a favor by resolving it. His beady eyes darted, clearly recognizing me. Kong's grandson, mentioned in the papers. I glanced at the distant, smoking drum island and directly inquired, Did you do this? To my surprise, he showed no hesitation, grinning broadly as he admitted, I suppose you could say that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marshal D. Teach. I hope you inform the Navy of my good deeds and perhaps suggest they raise my bounty. I was utterly taken aback. What sort of mindset was this? Eager to be a wanted criminal, yet dissatisfied with his performance metrics? Truly an exceptional case of cognitive dissonance. He too belonged to the D clan, yet he was the antithesis of Luffy and Carp, an exemplary counterexample. Nevertheless, it seemed he had no intention of engaging me for the time being, so I thought it best to ignore him. Until we meet again, I stated, turning to leave. The troubles of the Kingdom of Drum were trifling. With a king of such caliber, perhaps its downfall would benefit the common folk. Blackbeard watched my retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his face. Days later, I finally arrived in Alabaston. The landscape was awash in golden sand, and the heat was unbearable. As I stepped into the desert, scarcely having taken a few steps, I spotted a figure ahead, glimmering under the sun. Upon approaching, I realized it was a bald man. No wonder he was reflecting light. Mr. One, the foremost henchman of Lao Sha. His gaze was sharp, akin to a blade. As he fixed it upon me, You are the one who took down Mr. 3 and his men, aren't you? I smiled and nodded. Indeed. Have you been waiting for me all this time? The system chimed again, announcing the elimination of Mr. 1 and awarding me 80 energy points. Physical transcendence, primarily aimed at relieving stress. Mr. 0 sent me to eliminate you. Prepare to meet your end. He was known for his explosive temper and wasted no words. As his arms transformed instantaneously into sharp blades, lunging towards me, I stood still, lethargic in my movements, casually releasing a wave of sword energy. Mr. 1, initially valiant, charged forward with a roar, but the moment his blades collided with my sword energy, his expression twisted in agony. With a crack, his arms were severed and blood gushed forth. He let out a cry of despair, huddling on the ground, clutching his stumps, his face contorted in pain. Too weak. I scoffed. Battling such a fruit-dependent novice was akin to a dimensional strike. Undeterred, he struggled to rise, his body enveloped in steel blades, transforming into a motionless iron hedgehog, challenging me to strike. I had never encountered such a bizarre request in my life. Very well, I shall indulge you. I cloaked my right fist in dark conqueror's hockey, entwining my weapon, Jean Tian, with it, and with a delicate slash across his neck, a line of crimson flashed, and his head was severed from his body. His bald cranium rolled to my feet, eyes wide open, refusing to close. How dull, to merely stand there and offer me his head. I collected his severed head and was about to depart when a familiar voice called out, Lu Chun. Turning, I was astonished to find Ace, my younger brother. After years apart, He had grown taller and matured significantly, now boasting a bounty of 500 million. I exclaimed his name. He approached, his face a mixture of surprise and admiration. I never anticipated your strength had escalated to such heights. Of course, I have been leveraging exceptional abilities. I jested. You're not doing too shabby yourself, having become the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grandfather is still muttering about wanting to bring you back for some affection. At the mention of Carp, Ace's expression darkened. After exchanging pleasantries, I learned he was pursuing Blackbeard, and alas, his stubborn nature remained unchanged. Even Whitebeard couldn't dissuade him from this reckless endeavor. However, during the Marineford War, I could still rely on him to rack up energy points. We traversed together for a while, but Ace soon turned, stating he would wait for Luffy here. I did not stop him and continued my solitary journey towards the capital, Alba. After approximately 10 days, I finally arrived. Finding a place to rest, I awaited nightfall, then swiftly slipped into the royal palace like a phantom. The guards at the entrance and the hidden agents posed no challenge to me. Inside the king's office, King Cobra was lamenting with his two strongest guards, Hu Lang and Kaka, expressing concern for his daughter, Vivi. Their lamentations irritated me, so I emerged from the shadows, declaring, "Your capabilities are indeed limited, for you are far too weak." Who? The two guards unsheathed their swords, their tension palpable. I shed my dark cloak to reveal the Navy's rear admiral uniform. Asserting my identity, Navy, Monkey D, Lu Chun, grandson of Carp. Hearing Carp's name softened the king's demeanor slightly. I avoided pleasantries. Getting straight to the point, enough of the chatter. Hand over the historical text within the palace, and I shall assist you in eliminating Crocodile, that sand crocodile. Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression soured again, questioning whether the Navy sought ancient weapons too. "Ido," he replied bluntly. He scrutinized me for a full minute, as if contemplating a monumental gamble, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. "Very well. As long as you can eliminate Crocodile, the historical text shall be yours." A deal struck. I bestowed a faint smile upon him. His guards attempted to dissuade him, but were swiftly rebuffed. A king of resolve indeed, willing to forsake ancestral treasures for his people. Before departing, I unleashed a hint of Conqueror's Haki as a warning not to play tricks, then vanished into the night. Naturally, a thief does not leave empty-handed. I discreetly took a few items from the palace as a token of good faith, which seemed reasonable enough. Meanwhile, in the rain-drenched area, Crocodile had just hung up a din mushy, aware of my approach, boasting about awaiting my grand entrance. Beside him, Robin's eyes lit up at the mention of my name. I lacked the patience to allow him to wait. I stealthily approached his lair, executing a stylish window entrance. Sword in hand, smirking as I greeted him in my native tongue. "Crocodile, Sasa Niraiden." Long time no see. Lao Sha was momentarily stunned, but quickly recognized me. Monkey D, Lu Chun, Carp's grandson. As I scrutinized him, I taunted, "What is this? The 7 warlords can act with impunity in allied nations? Do you truly believe the Navy is oblivious to your misdeeds?" It was a blatant provocation, yet he fell for it, his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Sandstorm. He conjured yellow sand, forming a small tornado aimed at me. I effortlessly dodged with a swift movement, condemning him. How amusing, a dignified warlord resorting to ambush. "I must apprehend you for attacking the Navy." He cackled, transforming into yellow sand as he lunged towards me. I maneuvered him into the vast desert, his domain, where he gleefully proclaimed, "You've chosen your grave well. Is that so?" I retorted. He unleashed his full strength, his arms morphing into colossal sand blades, striking down upon me. I remained undeterred, enveloping my arms in Haki. My dual blades entwined with it, arcs of red and black electricity crackling furiously. Dual sword style, demon slash. I crossed my blades, unleashing a combined sword energy that morphed into a colossal demon, clashing against his sand blade. An earth-shattering boom erupted, sending yellow sand billowing into the air. Suddenly, I felt a chill behind me. The desert greatsword. He had attempted a surprise attack from the sand beneath my feet, thrusting a massive sand sword towards my back. Unfortunately for him, My observation hockey was far from trivial. I hardened my back with armament hockey, absorbing the blow. The immense force sent me flying, skidding across the sandy ground for several meters before halting. I brushed off the tattered remnants of my once pristine navy cloak, gritting my teeth, thinking, how dare he? This was my limited edition Navy Justice cloak. I glared at him with a cold chuckle. Not bad at all. Just as the words left my lips, we both paused, sizing each other up. Lao Sha wore a serious expression, aware that my hockey countered his, yet he remained utterly confident. Unfortunately, he could not triumph over me. He suddenly struck again, his arm transforming into a crescent-shaped sand blade. I recognized this move, capable of draining moisture from a person. I swiftly dodged. As I landed, Lao Sha, now in sand form, floated behind me, aiming to stab me with his golden hook. I countered with a swift sword strike, creating distance. Realizing it was time to escalate the intensity, drawing a deep breath, I concentrated my hockey and dark energy in a Jean Tion, summoning a massive black flame sword spanning several meters. Demon Flame Slash. As I swung down, the enormous black blade surged with cataclysmic force toward Lao Sha. He, frightened, transformed into sand in an attempt to evade, but my attack speed far surpassed his. Boom! A tremendous explosion ressonait, shaking the earth as a cascade of yellow sand rained down like a waterfall. I focused on the swirling sand, failing to detect his presence. He had melded into the sand once more, proving to be quite the nuisance. Just then, I felt a sudden pressure at my feet. A small clump of sand converged behind me, transforming into the golden venomous hook, viciously stabbing into my right foot. Crocodile's form rematerialized behind me. Wearing a sinister grin, I told you, you cannot defeat me. My golden hook contains deadly poison. You are doomed. Oh, is that so? Luchan replied, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Before one's very eyes, his right foot, which was supposed to be struck, transformed into a radiant foot imbued with the essence of thunder. The attack did land, yet it failed to poison Lu Chun. Discharging electricity, Lu Chun unleashed a torrent of lightning that surged through the golden poison hook towards Crocodile. The crackling energy enveloped Crocodile's entire form, charring him black and revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. A pained cry escaped Crocodile's lips as he collapsed to the ground. Astonished, a devil fruit? You too possess such powers. His previous information had led him to believe that Lu Chun was not an ability user. To his surprise, he was indeed a wielder of the Thunder Fruit. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chun raised his hand and struck with a blade infused with sword intent and domineering aura. The golden sand desert blade. Crocodile's expression shifted slightly as he transformed his hands into 4 great sand blades to counter. In the instant their energies collided, he transformed into sand once more, retreating into the distance to create space between them. Trying to escape? Not a chance. However, Lu Chun had already discerned his trajectory. With a focused gaze, he soared into the air, wielding his long sword to strike at Crocodile, who was concealed within the desert. One sword stroke followed another, each swing stirring up clouds of yellow sand, creating large craters in the ground. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the sandstorm, crashing heavily onto the ground. It was none other than Crocodile, who had just attempted to flee, now marred with wounds, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I did not expect one so young to possess such strength. No wonder you are hailed as a marine supernova. You are likely the strongest among this generation of supernovas. Many pirates shall surely fall before you. Thank you for your praise, but I shall not let you go, Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Crocodile suddenly erupted into an odd laugh, transforming his entire being into sand, which swirled together with the ground sand to form a raging sandstorm that expanded rapidly. It threatened to engulf everything around it, transforming into a towering vortex of sand, as if to devour all in its path. Anything caught within would be stripped of moisture in an instant. The weighty sand tempest. In an instant, Crocodile's voice echoed from within the massive sandstorm, charging towards Lu Chun with incredible speed. Good, I've been waiting for you. Lu Chun grinned, raising his sword to strike into the air, not attacking the approaching sandstorm. Just as Crocodile was puzzled, He noticed dark rain clouds gathering above, the previous sword stroke having hastened their descent, transforming into raindrops that began to fall. A torrential downpour ensued. This was all part of Lu Chen's meticulous planning, having procured the dance powder that Crocodile had used to frame Cobra in the palace. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Subsequently, Lu Chen smiled broadly, lifting his right hand as countless dazzling bolts of lightning converged within it. His entire body crackled with arcs of electricity. A colossal Thunderbird coalesced in his right hand. With a swift motion, the Thunderbird soared at incredible speed towards the sandstorm. The lightning struck with unparalleled swiftness, impacting the storm with a tremendous explosion. The resounding crash echoed, and the Thunderbird transformed into a multitude of lightning bolts, merging seamlessly with the sandstorm. Though dry sand would have been manageable, the rain rendered it conductive. Consequently, Crocodile, hidden within, was also affected by the Thunderbird's power. The thunderous sounds continued to ravage the storm, transforming the once yellow sandstorm into a tempest of electric fury. Moments later, Crocodile's voice emerged from the swirling chaos. As the violent yellow sand gradually dissipated into charred remnants, falling like stones from the sky. The previously golden sand had been rendered pitch black by the electric onslaught. With a thundering crash, Crocodile fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen appeared beside him, binding Crocodile with sea stone chains, effectively subduing him. At this point, Crocodile lay unconscious, his powers quelled by the sea stone, utterly unaware of the events transpiring around him. After neutralizing Crocodile, Lu Chen prepared to depart, only to be suddenly surrounded by numerous residents wielding various makeshift weapons. Release our hero. Yes. Free Crocodile. He is the hero of our Alabasta kingdom. Marines, let him go. The commotion from their battle had drawn the attention of nearby residents. In their eyes, Crocodile was a hero. Fools, how can you place your hopes in a pirate? Lu Chen barked, unceremoniously commanding, get lost. He raised his sword and struck, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. The impact caused everyone nearby to recoil in fear, burying those closest in a torrent of sand. Moments later, as the sand settled, a massive trench several meters deep and over 10 meters long appeared on the ground. The residents trembled in terror, too frightened to speak, fearing this reckless pirate might resort to violence. Dare to obstruct me, and you shall be judged for attacking a Marine colonel, Lu Chen declared, holding his long sword with a dispassionate demeanor. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. Silence enveloped the area, and they instinctively parted to create a path. With a soft chuckle, Lu Chen was about to drag Crocodile away when a figure clad in a Marine cloak stepped forth, followed by several other Marines. The leading Marine was a lieutenant, thin and sharp-eyed, striding forward with a furrowed brow. Which Marine are you? How dare you cause trouble in our territory? Colonel Lu Chen of the East Blue. Lu Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant's expression faltered. Manchi D. Lu Chen. How could I not know that name? A Marine colonel, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the prize pupil of Admiral Zifa, a supernova of the Marines. Such a multitude of identities belonging to one individual could not help but capture the attention of all Marines. However, there were agreements between the Marines and the 7 warlords, and, as the officer in charge of this area, he could not yield. Colonel Lu Chen, while you oversee the East Blue, this region falls under my command as a Marine. I kindly ask that you hand over Crocodile. The lieutenant's tone softened somewhat. Yet Lu Chen would not yield Crocodile, smiling as he replied, the East Blue is within my jurisdiction, and matters beyond that which you control in the Grand Line are also my concern. What can you do about it? If you disagree, feel free to report it. Get lost. Make way. As the conversation concluded, Jean's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Firstly, his strength was undoubtedly inferior to Lu Chen's. Secondly, his background paled in comparison to that of his opponent. How could he possibly engage in a confrontation? Without delay, Lu Chen dragged Kalua Kadur away. The Navy and the nearby residents dared not utter a single word, merely watching him depart in silence. After a few minutes, a striking figure appeared before Luchin. It was Robin, who had stealthily come to him. "You are the one who called me out from the basement, correct? Where's my mother? I can tell you, but you must promise not to speak of my matters to anyone." Luchin replied with a serious expression. He had already discerned that Robin might have guessed some truths, so he was not surprised. "All right, I promise," Robin replied without hesitation. Luchin continued, "Your mother is not dead. I have placed her in a very safe location. When the time comes, you will naturally reunite." "Where is she?" Robin pressed. "What would knowing her whereabouts accomplish? With your current strength, could you protect her? If the two of you were together, your demise would be swifter." Luchin replied mercilessly. At his words, Robin fell silent, finally uttering just a few words. "Thank you. Fate will bring us together again." Luchin waved his hand, taking Slayedthe away. Robin remained rooted to the spot, watching his figure gradually fade into the distance. Not long after, within the Alabaster Royal Palace, Luchin entered, escorting Slayedthe, and remarked with a smile, "I have captured Slayedthe. You should fulfill your promise now." It really is him. He has even defeated a warlord. Bayer and his companion were astounded, unable to believe that Slayedthe had been bested in such a brief period. "Thank you." Upon saying this, Kobula quickly rose to express his gratitude. Luchin, with a stoic expression, replied, "It was merely a transaction. What I seek is the historical text. Lead me to it." "Of course. Please follow me," Kobula said, guiding Luchin into the palace's basement, where a heavy historical text was stored. "This is the historical text our royal family has preserved. You may take it whenever you wish," Kobula announced. He had long since made a copy, rendering the original's existence irrelevant. "Very well, you may leave," Luchin said, dismissing Kobula before directly placing the historical text into his system backpack. He then used his sword to create an opening in the secret chamber and exited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 50 energy points, sword technique 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: Supreme Great Blade 1, 500 energy points. Hearing the commotion, Kobula rushed into the chamber only to discover that Luchin had already departed, and the historical text had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Luchin made his way to the nearby coast, intending to return Slayedthe to the Navy's headquarters at Impel Down. As he walked, he reviewed his system interface. Host: Luchin, level S, position: Commodore, fruit, sound, thunder fruit, skills, swordsmanship S, sword intent S, body techniques B, fruit development B, conqueror's hockey S, armament hockey S, observation hockey S, Navy 6 style shave, Navy 6 styles Galefoot, Navy 6 styles moonwalk A, cooking talent, simplified skills, energy 969, berries 32,890, 000,000, Chapter 82, Navy Major. We shall meet again. Following this battle, Luchin's strength had once again seen an elevation. Additionally, his energy points had reached over 900, and he had acquired a new Supreme Great Blade. Now, he possessed 2 Supreme Great Blades. His power surged further. The new Supreme Great Blade was a long sword with a sapphire blade, named Qingfeng. A few days later, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, Luchin awaited the arrival of the Navy to escort Slayedthe to Impel Down. Suddenly, Slayedthe spoke. "I never imagined I would fall into your hands. However, I do have a question. Why did you say long time no see? Have we met before?" "Haha, you will find out soon enough," Luchin replied with a smile, explaining that Slayedthe's habitual phrase, "Sashibulidana," was simply uttered out of habit. Upon hearing this, Slayedthe ceased to inquire further. Approximately half an hour later, a Navy ship approached. Luchin looked up, slightly surprised. It's Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship. He had not expected Vice Admiral Tsuru would personally come to escort Slayedthe, but upon closer examination of Slayedthe's strength, perhaps her presence was indeed warranted. During these days, Wei Wei had unveiled the Baroque Works conspiracy. Naturally, the Navy had to make a show of force by taking Slayedthe away. Consequently, Luchin seamlessly became a naval hero, earning both accolades and a promotion. Soon, Luchin boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship and transferred Slayedthe to her. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I never expected it to be you. Indeed, your ability to defeat Slayedthe indicates that your strength has indeed progressed. The headquarters is currently discussing your return to the Navy headquarters. Many pirates have been rising in the world recently, and the headquarters may assign you to intercept some pirates heading to the New World in the Grand Line. Vice Admiral Tsuru stated earnestly. Yes, I understand. Luchin nodded. This was not merely the headquarters' intention. It was clear that with Slayedthe captured, one of the warlords was now absent. Without any constraint on the pirates heading to the New World, they needed someone to fill that gap. After all, it was he who had captured Slayedthe. By the way, your grandfather asked me to convey a message. If you see that brat Lu Fei, teach him a lesson. Vice Admiral Tsuru added. All right, Luchin replied with a smile, knowing full well he would comply with this request. The transfer order will be issued in a few days. You should remain at the base in the Grand Line for now. If you need anything, just use the snail phone to notify me. Thank you, Vice Admiral Tsuru. After exchanging a few words, Vice Admiral Tsuru set sail with Slayedthe. Watching Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship depart, Luchin followed her instructions and made his way to the nearest Navy base. The Navy maintained bases throughout the Grand Line, aimed at swiftly mobilizing forces and curbing pirates headed for the New World. They intended for weaker pirates to perish in the earlier segments of the Grand Line. It was for this reason that the first half of the Grand Line resembled a training ground for pirate strength, with very few successfully traversing it. This was how the phenomenon of pirate supernovas emerged. A few days later, Luchin arrived at a nearby Navy base, where the transfer orders had already been issued. He was now designated as a major and had become the base's commander. His primary task was to intercept all advancing pirates, which aligned perfectly with Luchin's ambitions. Meanwhile, far away in the East Blue, Ein had brought Lumiba and Kabi to the base where Luchin was stationed. Days earlier, the system had already indicated the completion of a new task. Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the task. The system rewards you with 10 energy points and a Liang Kuai Dao. The three individuals can be considered as Luchin's loyal subordinates. Thus, they will accompany him. Baiting, on the other hand, must continue to manage the Eastern Sea and temporarily assume the position of base colonel. In the office, teacher, KB and Bei Lu Mei stood straight and called out in unison. Ein, you have taught them well. It seems their strength has significantly improved. Luchin remarked, gazing at their information with satisfaction. Their strength had reached D rank, and they had triggered the next phase of the task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the third phase of the task. Elevate KB and Bei Lu Mei Bo's strength to A rank. The system rewards you with 2,000 energy points, a customized Kuai Dao, and a pair of gloves. You flatter me. Ein replied with a gentle smile. Bei Lu Mei Bois, here is a knife that should suit you well. Take it and use it, Luchin said as he produced a double-edged sword from the system rewards. This was indeed a reward for completing the phase task, a Liang Kuai Dao. Clearly, the reward was intended for his two disciples rather than for Luchin himself. Thank you, teacher, Bei Lu Mei Bois exclaimed, his eyes brightening with gratitude. This double-edged sword was far superior to what he possessed. At least it was a Liang Kuai Dao. Luchin nodded slightly. Turning to KB, he reassured him, you practice martial arts, so I have not prepared a sword for you. Next time, I shall present you with something worthy. Thank you, teacher. KB's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. All right, seeing that your strength has grown, accompany me as we patrol the seas, Luchin declared as he rose. Yes. Upon hearing this, Ein and the others immediately followed suit, especially KB and Bei Lu Mei Bois, who had trained for so long without experiencing actual combat. Thus, under Luchin's guidance, they boarded several ships to patrol the nearby waters. In Luchin's view, this was not merely a patrol, it was a hunt for pirates. The main ship was the one carrying Luchin and his companions, accompanied by 6 ordinary naval vessels, totaling 7 Navy ships. Luchin reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Gourmet, fruit juice. Suddenly, Ein approached with a glass of fruit juice for Luchin. Thanks. Luchin took the glass and sipped the chilled juice, feeling utterly relaxed. Finally, some respite. To him, The absence of pirates equated to a peaceful rest. You know, if Vice Admiral Kapu were to see you like this, would he not give you a beating? I jested. One must enjoy life. After all, we only live once. Lucien replied, taking another sip of juice. I chuckled softly, covering his face with a smile. At that moment, KB suddenly rushed over to report, Colonel, we have spotted a pirate ship. Sail toward them and eliminate them. Lucien responded sharply, yes. With a command given, the 7 ships sped toward the nearby pirate vessel. Meanwhile, on a pirate ship not far away, the crew had also noticed the approaching Navy and quickly reported to their captain. Captain, several Navy ships are heading our way. Oh, the Navy dares to disturb me? Charge forward, fire the cannons, and obliterate them. A man with a red nose, a downturned mustache, and triangular eyes resembling a fox ordered nonchalantly. Chapter 83. Too fast. Increase the attack speed. Yes, Captain. With a command issued, the crew swiftly maneuvered the ship toward the Navy vessels. Lucien stood at the bow of the ship, using a telescope to observe the pirate ship, and recognized a familiar pirate. Character, Fukashi. Position, Captain of the Fukashi pirate crew. Fruit, sluggish fruit. Level, skill, fruit development. Bounty, 24 million berries. So it's him. Lucien murmured to himself. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the Fukashi pirate crew. System rewards, 80 energy points. Major, who is it? I asked, puzzled. It is the Fukashi pirate crew who has consumed the sluggish fruit, Lucien replied, his expression serious. Inform everyone to be cautious and not to approach too closely. In truth, the sluggish fruit could be quite troublesome. One could only blame Fukashi for developing it so poorly. Understood. Ein immediately descended to instruct the other Navy vessels. Meanwhile, on the Fukashi pirate crew's ship, fire the cannons. Fukashi commanded loudly. Yes. The crew quickly targeted the Navy ships with their cannons and opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Black cannonballs the size of basketballs rained down upon the Navy vessels. Quick, return fire, Ein shouted, drawing his sword from his waist. Yes, Commander. With a command given, all Navy ships pointed their cannons at the Fukashi pirate crew's ship, preparing to fire. Just as they were about to unleash their cannonballs, Fukashi suddenly stood at the bow of his ship, retracting his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger, and then raised his index and little fingers to launch sluggish photons. Sluggish light. A pink beam of light emanated from his hands, enveloping all the pirate ships. Everything within the beam's range was slowed to a crawl. The Navy soldiers poised to fire their cannonballs found their movements impeded, as if they were intentionally moving in slow motion. In reality, it was all due to Fukashi's fruit ability. Only the cannonballs fired by the Fukashi pirate crew maintained their speed, hurtling towards the Navy ships at a relatively rapid pace. Be careful. Ein's face paled as he shouted. Even the speed of his speech had slowed down significantly. However, Lucien appeared unaffected by the deceleration. He unsheathed his Wushang Da Kuai Dao, preparing for swift strike. In an instant, the sword light flashed. The red sword energy surged forth at an astonishing speed. When one's speed reaches its peak, even if slowed, their strike can still be executed swiftly. Lucien's sword technique, Ba Dao Zhan, could overcome this limitation. The essence of Ba Dao Zhan lies in the speed of drawing the sword. Moreover, his innate strength was formidable. The reduction in speed affected only a fraction of his abilities. The sword energy sliced through the incoming cannonballs, cleaving them in two. Boom! 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 Each projectile exploded mid-air, sending plumes of smoke rising. Yet, the sword energy did not dissipate. It continued to race toward the Fukashi pirate cruise ship at an accelerated pace, even producing a sound of breaking air. Quick, set sail! Fukashi shouted urgently. However, even his speech was somewhat slowed. The sword energy struck the bow of the ship. Boom! With a single slash, the entire bow was severed and fell into the depths of the sea. What? Fukashi's expression momentarily froze as he turned to identify the source of the sword energy, only then noticing Lucien standing at the bow. Suddenly, their faces changed dramatically as they exclaimed, Monkey D. Lucien, Run. It's a Navy Rear Admiral. Munki de Lucien. What? It's him. Run. Chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship, and the crew immediately began to flee. Some pirates even leaped into the sea in their desperation. With the bow of the ship destroyed and the crew in a state of panic, the vessel was nearly immobilized. Moments later, the effects of Fokushi's slow light dissipated. Everyone, it's our turn now. Charge. Eliminate all Navy personnel. Lu Chun proclaimed, standing at the ship's bow, wielding his weapon, Jean Tian, and raising his arm in fervor. Kill. Charge. Defeat the pirates. Onward. In an instant, all Navy soldiers surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the pirate crew. With Lu Chun present, the Navy soldiers displayed an unwavering fearlessness. They decimated Fokushi's pirate crew without mercy. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, Lu Chun ascended the ship and directly confronted Fokushi. Grinning as he remarked, "Your fruit ability seems rather ineffective against me." Upon hearing this, Fokushi's expression darkened, yet he stubbornly refused to yield. Abruptly, he unsheathed his long sword and aimed it at Lu Chun's ankle, exclaiming, "Slow lock." The slow factor stored in the sword shot toward Lu Chun's position. Suddenly, Lu Chun moved his right foot, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Fokushi thought he could control Lu Chun and escape, but his opponent had simply vanished. Suddenly, Lu Chun's voice echoed from behind him. "Looking for me? Too bad you have the wrong person." Fokushi felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had plunged into a 1,000-year ice cellar. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of a red flash slicing through the air before him. In reality, it was the gleam of a blade that severed his neck. As the blade flashed, his head was detached from his body. Fokushi barely had time to register the pain before he was left in a disoriented state, witnessing the lower half of his body, finally grasping the grim reality. Had he truly perished? His head rolled to Lu Chun's feet, which he picked up. This was a bounty of 24 million berries. In this world, wealth seemed to pale in comparison to strength. Possessing power equated to possessing riches. After dispatching Fokushi, the rest of the Fokushi pirate crew fell into further disarray. The captain is dead. The captain died far too quickly. I haven't even escaped yet. Run. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to perish under the sword of a Navy supernova? Lu Chun refrained from making another move, instead observing the battlefield from the ship's towering mast, assessing the Navy's strength. Indeed, the Navy of the Grand Line appeared stronger than that of the East Blue. Additionally, Barumber and KB had utilized the Navy's 6 styles to eliminate numerous pirates. The most formidable among them was Ein, whose fruit ability allowed him to continuously touch others, causing the pirates to regress in age, transforming them into mere children who could barely wield a sword. Any pirate attempting to flee would be struck down by Lu Chun's sword energy, leaving no one unscathed. Approximately half an hour later, all pirates had either been slain or captured. At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Chapter 84. The Seven-Colored Mist. What is its purpose? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 80 energy points. Lu Chun glanced at the system's message with satisfaction and leapt down from the mast, landing gracefully before KB and Barumber. Well done, but you both need more practical experience. Whether you can awaken Haki depends on your own efforts. Yes, teacher. KB and Barumber responded in unison. Very well. Lu Chun nodded slightly and called out, "Gather the troops and return to base." Yes, Rear Admiral. With that, all Navy ships altered their course and began their return to the G-39 Navy base. However, along the way, Lu Chun discreetly departed from the ship, heading towards another destination. Lieutenant Ein, where is the teacher headed now? KB inquired curiously. Gazing at Lu Chun's departing figure, Ein smiled knowingly. He is likely off to eliminate more pirates alone. He simply can't sit still. Oh, teacher is indeed a righteous Navy officer, much like the heroic Vice Admiral Karp. KB exclaimed. Indeed, Ein affirmed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun remained oblivious to their conversation, having distanced himself from the Navy vessel. His choice to leave was to undertake a newly triggered mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the mayor of Lelugia Island, Wei Dun. System reward: 50 energy points. It was unclear why the system had initiated this task, but it was undoubtedly advantageous for the system, or perhaps for himself. The task was relatively simple, yet the destination posed its own challenges. Lelugia Island was home to a seven-colored mist, which not only harbored vast treasures, but also had a time flow significantly slower than the outside world. 1 year outside equated to merely 1 day within the seven-colored mist. Did the system intend for him to enter it for training, to hasten his strength, or was there another purpose? After much contemplation, Lu Chun could not decipher the system's intentions, but he reasoned that there was no harm in the venture, only potential benefits. A visit would be inconsequential. Days later, Lu Chun arrived at Lelugia Island, where a small town awaited him, marking his intended destination. As he disembarked from the dock, he caught sight of a towering structure reaching for the sky. The tower's peak was shrouded, obscuring its full visage. Yet it was evident that it served as a bridge between the real world and the realm of the seven-colored mist, the Rainbow Tower. Currently, Lu Chun was dressed in civilian attire rather than his Navy uniform, allowing him to remain inconspicuous. Upon reaching the shore, he promptly sought out a restaurant for a meal. "Boss, I'll have a serving of fried rice," Lu Chun declared, plopping down into a chair and waving his hand. "Coming right up." The restaurant owner replied enthusiastically, immediately starting to prepare the dish. Meanwhile, Lu Chun surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed a familiar name. At a nearby table sat an elderly man with white hair, his face etched with wrinkles as he silently read a book. Character: Henzhua. Position: Scientist of the seven-colored mist. Fruit: None. Level: Skill: Science. Bounty: and Henzhua was a member of the Pumpkin Pirate crew and a crucial element in accessing the seven-colored mist. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Gain Henzhua's trust and provide funding for his continued research on the seven-colored mist. System reward: 50 energy points." The task was straightforward. It merely required continued financial support. If he could uncover the secrets of the seven-colored mist, it would yield remarkable research findings. At that moment, the owner brought over the fried rice. "Here, that's your fried rice." "Thank you," Lu Chun replied, picking up a spoon and diving into his meal. Best to fill his stomach first. Halfway through his meal, a cacophony of drums and gongs suddenly erupted from outside. Bang! 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 Upon hearing the noise, the patrons in the restaurant were gripped with fear, their expressions tense as if they had encountered ghosts. Everyone began to voraciously clean the table of all the food, leaving not a single morsel behind. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, unlike the others who were in a hurry. Shortly after, a young man with a fierce countenance entered, accompanied by several soldiers. He was none other than Lei Ku, the grandson of Mayor Wei Dun of Lelugia Island. With an air of arrogance, Lei Ku surveyed the diners in the restaurant and quickly noticed Lu Chun, who was still eating. He approached with keen interest and exclaimed, "Oh, you're still enjoying the large plate of fried rice. Quickly pay the plate tax, 2,000 belly." However, Lu Chun paid him no mind, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued his meal. "You little brat." Lei Ku's face turned furious, and he began to curse. Observing this, the restaurant owner quickly interjected, "My lord, he is new here and unfamiliar with the customs of Lelugia Island. Please do not take offense." Oh, hearing this only piqued Lei Ku's interest further. Since he is new, he must not have paid the island tax yet, which amounts to 20,000 belly. The restaurant owner's face darkened, rendered speechless in embarrassment. Yet, Lu Chun remained indifferent to Lei Ku's provocations, continuing to dine undisturbed. "Hey, you little brat, are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." Eli Kiskiviko soted angrily. The onlookers began to express their concern for Lu Chun. What was happening? Was he not afraid of Lei Ku? Perhaps he was new and unaware of the situation here. Indeed, the young man was too naive. He had to learn the hard way. Lei Ku's expression turned grim, his pride bruised. He drew his sword and swung it down towards Lu Chun. "You bastard! You dare ignore me!" In an instant, Lu Chun's gaze turned icy. With a slight movement of his right hand, he touched the sword at his waist. In a flash, the blade gleamed, slicing through Lei Ku's neck. Blood gushed forth as his head rolled onto the restaurant floor, landing squarely in the middle of the dining area. The speed of Lu Chen's strike was so swift that no one had witnessed the action. It was as if he had remained seated, motionless. After a brief moment, the crowd finally reacted, staring in shock at Slayedthe's lifeless body. What? The mayor's grandson is dead? He is dead. The mayor's grandson is dead. How strong? We must flee. The soldiers, seeing the scene, hastily retreated. They had never encountered a man of such formidable strength, and knew they were no match for him. If they did not run now, when would they? Lu Chen made no attempt to pursue. He had merely finished his meal, placing down his utensils with a nonchalant expression. Interrupting my meal is quite bothersome. Isn't that simply courting death? Friend, you should leave quickly. The mayor will surely seek to avenge his grandson. Yes. Having killed his grandson, he will certainly come for you. Leave now while you still can. The patrons of the restaurant urged him. It's nothing. Merely eliminating a person who deserved it. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and collected. Upon hearing this, the restaurant patrons fell silent. As he spoke the undeniable truth, the man lying on the ground had indeed deserved his fate. Suddenly, Henswa stepped forward, his tone devoid of emotion. Yes, he deserved to die. Humph. On what grounds do you say that? You should be the one to die, taking our money to study some nonsensical rainbow mist. Indeed, otherwise, Lelugia Island would not have fallen to such a state. His words ignited the crowd's ire. However, Henswa remained unfazed, appearing accustomed to their vitriol. He scrutinized Lu Chen's face and directly asked, You are Monkey D. Lu Chen, the grandson of Marine Hero Carp, are you not? You know me? Lu Chen smiled, pleasantly surprised that he was recognized. His words sent shock waves through the crowd. What? He is the grandson of Marine Hero Carp? How did he end up here? It seems our town is saved. Yes. With him here, we will no longer suffer under Weiduan's oppression. Lu Chen, not wearing a Marine uniform, was difficult to recognize. However, they had learned of his exploits through the newspapers. Suddenly, Henswa knelt before Lu Chen, his expression serious and earnest. Major Lu Chen, I implore you to save our town. Weiduan is actually a pirate, not a mayor at all. This is all my fault. If you wish to capture anyone, take me as well, but please, you must save our town. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a gesture. Yet, he stepped forward to help Henswa to his feet, speaking earnestly, Do not worry. It is the duty of the Marines to eliminate pirates. Moreover, while I am here, there is no pirate I shall fear to confront. Thank you, Major Lu Chen. Henswa expressed his gratitude hastily. This major was capable of defeating even the warlords of the sea. Surely he could assist them. Thus, he chose to speak the truth. Meanwhile, the others chimed in with their thanks. Thank you, Major Lu Chen. Thank you, Major Lu Chen. Suddenly, a piercing voice resonated from outside. Who dares to kill my grandson? You bastard. Who dares to kill my son? The familiar voice sent a chill through the crowd, some even hiding behind Lu Chen. It was Weiduan and his son, Philip. With a loud crash, the restaurant's door was kicked open, revealing not mere humans, but two beings resembling robots. Within those robotic frames sat Weiduan and his son, Philip. Upon hearing of Slayedthe's demise, they donned their armor and rushed to the restaurant. Weiduan, clad in his mechanized suit, bellowed, Who killed my grandson? The crowd trembled in fear, rendered mute. At this moment, Lu Chen stepped forward, declaring, It was I who did. It's you. Seeking death. Weiduan's eyes reddened as he raised his mechanical arms, aiming at Lu Chen, ready to unleash flames. Marine 6 dials shave. In an instant, Lu Chen vanished from sight before the flames could be released. A flash of the blade whizzed past him, severing the mechanical arms that fell to the ground. Sparks erupted from the malfunctioning armor, crackling violently. What? Weiduan's eyes widened in disbelief. Beside him, Philip, in a panic, raised his mechanical arms to aim at Lu Chen, releasing flames. Father, be careful. Scorching flames erupted from the arm's nozzle, engulfing the area where Lu Chen and Weiduan stood. Yet amidst the flames, only Weiduan's screams were heard. You little brat, why are you roasting me? What? Philip hastily shut off the flame-throwing mechanism, but to his dismay, Lu Chun was nowhere to be seen. Only the charred remains of Wei Dun. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" "What?" Philip's expression shifted as he turned, but it was too late. The blade glimmered. Philip's body, along with the mechanized suit, was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood mixed with machinery, staining the floor crimson. "Ah, I will kill you." Wei Dun's crimson eyes glared fiercely as he lunged towards Lu Chun, claws bared. "Seeking death, are we?" However, Lu Chun merely executed a simple sword strike. The blade of light swept across Wen's form, cleaving him in twain, much like Slayedthe. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the restaurant floor with a pool of crimson. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events. "The mayor is dead. Run, run." At the sight, Wei Dun's henchmen fled in unison. The patrons of the restaurant stared at Lu Chun in astonishment, rendered speechless. They all knew of Lu Chun's prowess, yet they had not anticipated such a swift execution of violence. It became abundantly clear why he was dubbed the most ruthless naval prodigy throughout history. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 50 energy points. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Chun smiled and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to tidy up the aftermath. I have other matters to attend to." "Why, yes, of course." The restaurant owner nodded vigorously, not daring to refuse. "Major Lu Chun, thank you. Whatever you require, I shall comply." At that moment, Hungo approached Lu Chun, expressing his sincere gratitude. Lu Chun stated plainly, "It is simple. I shall fund your continued research on the Slayedthe. Please inform me promptly upon any groundbreaking findings." Of course, Hungo readily agreed. Having devoted his life to the study of the Slayedthe, yet still lacking a companion. Just as he finished speaking, a cry echoed from outside. "The Slayedthe, a pirate ship, has appeared at the port." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, initially thinking yet another pirate was upon them, and stepped outside. Others followed suit, rushing out. Before them lay a massive vessel, its exterior somewhat worn, with the head of a Red Bull at the prow. "The Slayedthe!" Wei Dun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was the very ship he had encountered 50 years prior when he and the Bandit ventured into the Slayedthe. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Dun eagerly boarded a smaller vessel, heading toward the Slayedthe. It seemed the Slayedthe was on the verge of reappearing. Lu Chun smiled faintly, stepping onto the water, swiftly following suit. His speed surpassed Slayedthe's by a considerable margin, allowing him to reach the Slayedthe first. The ship bore the scars of battle, yet no souls were in sight. Strangely, the hull appeared remarkably clean, devoid of dust, as though it had been used not long ago. At that moment, Hungo arrived aboard the ship, anxiously calling out, "Is anyone there?" Chapter 86, Treasure Hunting. Seeking an exit. "Stop searching. There is no one," Lu Chun advised. Nevertheless, Hungo continued his thorough search throughout the vessel. He ultimately paused in the galley, gazing at the familiar surroundings with a furrowed brow. This is the ship that vanished 50 years ago. It feels as though no time has passed at all. Indeed, the food is still intact, Lu Chun remarked, observing the uneaten meals on the table. This led him to ponder the slow passage of time within the Slayedthe. A day inside equates to a year outside. However, if one were to cultivate within, what transformations might the outside world undergo? After much deliberation, Lu Chun ultimately decided against training within. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds emanated from the machine strapped to his back. He quickly removed the radar to examine it, exclaiming in astonishment, "I've never seen a radar respond so vigorously." He then dashed out of the galley. Lu Chun followed closely behind, emerging onto the deck of the Slayedthe. Before them loomed a vast expanse of Slayedthe. The Slayedthe! It truly is the Slayedthe! Hungo exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Lu Chun also observed the vibrant mist ahead, furrowing his brow, though he perceived no abnormalities. "Is that the Slayedthe over there? Inside lies the Eternal Kingdom. Major Lu Chun, could you transport me there? I wish to enter," Hungo implored earnestly. Lu Chun nodded. "Certainly, let us venture forth together. I too wish to uncover the mysteries within." "Thank you." Thus, Lu Chun guided Hungo aboard a small boat. Together, they entered the Slayedthe. As they crossed into the realm of the Slayedthe, a naval vessel docked at the port. A sailor at the bow gazed at the vanishing mist, murmuring, "After 50 years, the situation remains unchanged." Meanwhile, upon entering the area enveloped by the Slayedthe, Lu Chen found himself surrounded by a kaleidoscopic haze. As they delved deeper, numerous colorful orbs began to materialize ahead, seemingly emanating from a singular point, swirling away from Lu Chen and his companion. Within this realm, the passage of time felt imperceptible. They could not ascertain how long they had been submerged in the mist. Gradually, the fog dissipated, revealing a vast sea strewn with wrecked ships. Hungjua surveyed the surroundings, declaring, "This is a Pusakata, the Eternal Kingdom, also known as the Graveyard of Ships. Ah, it may be a ship's graveyard, but it certainly is not mine." Lu Chen chuckled lightly, leaping from the boat to search the vicinity. Since they had arrived, they could not leave empty-handed. They must seize the treasures hidden within. After all, ample funds would be necessary to support this ongoing research into the Slayedthe. Meanwhile, busied himself with his machinery while continuing his search. Minutes later, Lu Chen had amassed a considerable haul of treasures, depositing them into his system backpack. Just as he was about to depart, a mournful voice resonated around him. "Those who disturb the spirits of the deceased, hasten to unload your cargo, lest the curse of the dead befall you." "Oh, do the spirits truly desire these possessions?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, a smirk gracing his lips. The spirit paused momentarily before insisting, "Leave at once, or the curse of the dead shall surely descend upon you." No sooner had the words left the spirit's lips than several phantoms draped in white cloth emerged before them. "Huh!" Lu Chen chuckled lightly, drawing his weapon, the Zhang Can, and swiftly slashing towards the source of the voice. The blade flickered with light, slicing through the nearby wreckage. With a resounding crash, the entire ship was cleaved in two, disintegrating into countless fragments that plummeted into the depths. Suddenly, a child appeared, plummeting from the sky. Character, RGB. Level, G. Lu Chen discerned the child's identity through the system interface, employing the Yuebu technique to leap into the air. Simultaneously, several other children rushed forth, anxiously calling out, "RGB." As RGB was about to crash into the debris, a figure caught him, landing gracefully on the deck of the wrecked ship. The other children hastened to check on RGB's condition. "RGB, are you all right? What happened?" One boy, pouting defiantly, stood resolutely before Lu Chen, piercing him with a fierce gaze. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ah, I see it as you." Lu Chen responded, recognition dawning upon him as he regarded the boy before him. Character, Rabani, level, F. Before him stood the boy, the very naval lieutenant he had encountered during his first mission in the Navy, Rabani. No wonder he knew his name immediately. "What do you mean?" Rabani furrowed his brow, his face a mask of skepticism. Observing his expression, Lu Chen clarified. "I am Monkey D. Lu Chen, brought here by your friend Henzo." "Henzo?" Rabani retorted. Few could claim knowledge of that name. And Lu Chen did not appear to be a pirate. Moreover, had Lu Chen not intervened to save Akibai, he would have met his demise impaled by the debris. Not to mention that strike. Even when combined, they would have been powerless to resist it. There is absolutely no need for him to lend aid. "Yes, he is over there, though he may not be quite the same as you now." Lu Chen indicated the direction where Henzo was situated. "Understood." Rabani nodded and quickly departed with his companions. Even so, he still found it difficult to fully trust Lu Chen. Of course, whether they believe in him or not was of little consequence to Lu Chen. It was far more important to scavenge the treasures in this place. After Rabani and the others left, Lu Chen resumed his treasure hunt, thoroughly cleaning out the area of its riches. As for Rabani and his companions, they were likely seeking out Henzo. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen had nearly finished collecting the treasures and set off towards Henzo's location. He had to find an exit, otherwise he would be trapped here indefinitely. However, as he walked, he felt as though he had lost his way and could not find an escape. Just as anxiety began to swell within him, a loud explosion echoed through the air. That way. Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he swiftly ran towards the source of the explosion. Moments later, He could see the situation ahead. Yet, it appeared that only Henzo remained. Rabani and the others were nowhere to be found. Had they traversed back 50 years into the past? Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he swiftly approached Henzo, asking, "What happened?" "Rabani and the others sacrificed themselves to save me, perishing alongside Ian." Henzo's eyes glistened with tears. "Fear not. They will not perish. We must exit first." Without waiting for Henzo to respond, Lu Chen hoisted him and dashed towards the exit. They could not afford to linger. Hesitation might lead to eternal confinement here. Chapter 87, Rainbow Tower. Ancient Weapons. Henzo wore a face of reluctance, seemingly unwilling to leave, still wishing to search for Rabani and the others. However, Lu Chen would not indulge him, for he had already caught sight of the Rainbow Tower. Following the Rainbow Tower would undoubtedly lead them out. Meanwhile, at the port of Lulujia Island, Rabani and his companions anxiously gazed at the colorful mist. Will Henzo and Lu Chen emerge? The pink-haired Izuo asked with concern. Rabani reassured, "Rest assured, we have taken down the Rainbow Tower. They will surely find their way out." "Indeed," Izuo nodded. Suddenly, a gasp rose from the crowd. "Look, someone is coming out." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Emerging from a mist of colors were two figures, gradually solidifying before the crowd. It was Henzo. Izuo's face lit up with joy. Simultaneously, Lu Chen also noticed Rabani and the others, quickening his pace. In a blink, he reached Rabani's group, tossing Henzo to them. "Here? You are all waiting here." Lu Chen, Rabani, and the others exclaimed in unison, bowing in respect. "All right, I shall not interrupt your reunion any longer. I am off to rest." Lu Chen waved his hand and departed. "Yes, Major." Rabani expressed his gratitude, and then he and Henzo began to reminisce. After 50 years apart, there was indeed much to discuss. However, there were reasons why Rabani and his companions had not returned to find Henzo during those 50 years. If they had returned prematurely, it could have shattered the time loop. Disrupting the original timeline could lead to unpredictable outcomes. They may not even return to 50 years ago, but instead remain as their younger selves, appearing 50 years into the future. Once their reminiscence concluded, Lu Chen handed a bag of money to Henzo. "Here, there are 10 million berries, a preliminary fund for you. If you require more in the future, inform me, and I will ensure timely deliveries. With my name on it, no one will dare to lay a finger on you." "Thank you, Major Lu Chen," Henzo quickly replied. This would indeed be his singular endeavor in life. "Very well." Lu Chen nodded slightly. He also asked Rabani to extend his regards to his grandfather Karp at the Navy headquarters before departing alone. After Lu Chen's exit, Akibai smiled faintly. "I did not expect his strength to have grown so formidable. Indeed, back then, he truly showed restraint. Otherwise, we might have perished." Rabani chuckled helplessly. "Fortunately, we joined the Navy. Had we remained pirates, we would have likely met our end at Major Lu Chen's hands." Now, the entire Navy headquarters was abuzz with tales of Major Lu Chen. First, regarding his strength. Second, concerning the origins of Major Lu Chen's parents. Speculation swirled that his parents might have been slain by pirates and subsequently rescued by Karp. This was believed to be the reason behind Lu Chen's intense hatred for pirates. He would capture and eliminate any he encountered. However, regarding this matter, even Karp had said little, as if tacitly accepting the situation. A few days later, Lu Chen returned to the G-39 naval base. He chanced upon AI in leading the remaining Navy personnel in training. The nearby naval forces had been largely swept away, leaving only a handful behind. Thus, the remaining time was to be devoted to training. "Major Lu Chen, you have returned," AI in exclaimed, rushing forward with a smile. Yes. Has anything occurred at the base in the past few days?" Lu Chen inquired. AI in shook her head. "Nothing has happened. In fact, everyone is rather idle now. Rest assured, it will not be long before I take you all to annihilate another warlord." "Really? Which one this time?" "You will find out when the time comes." "TCH. If you won't say, then forget it." Speaking of combat, AI seemed rather eager. After years of training at the naval headquarters, she had not encountered many real battles. Witnessing Lu Chen in action had sparked her anticipation for the battlefield. Subsequently, Lu Chen returned to his office, reclining in his chair while examining the virtual interface before him. Just moments ago, the system had triggered 2 tasks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Obtain the design blueprint for the Pluto. System reward: 200 energy points. Materials required for the construction of Pluto: 10. Pluto is one of the 3 ancient weapons, alongside Poseidon and Uranus. All 3 are treasures indeed. Unfortunately, according to the storyline, the blueprint for Pluto would be publicly burned by Frankie. Now that the system rewards materials needed for constructing Pluto, could it be that I am meant to build Pluto myself? It appears I must acquire the skill of shipbuilding. Securing the design of the Ming Wang will undoubtedly enhance my strength, and Lu Chen is certainly determined to pursue it. As for the other task, it pertains to Lu Chen's mission to eliminate one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as mentioned to Ein. That task can be set aside for the moment. My priority is to obtain the design blueprints of the Ming Wang. Moreover, it is imperative that I avoid detection by Frankie, for he would undoubtedly incinerate the blueprints, rendering the mission unattainable. Thus, Lu Chen remained at the naval base, biding his time for an opportunity. Several months later, Lu Chen, seated in his office, came across news of Luffy and his companions causing a ruckus at the naval base. It seemed they were about to head to Water 7. Rising from his seat, Lu Chen donned a black cloak, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, it is time for me to set forth. After extensive training, his strength had finally reached the S rank. Host: Lu Chen, level S. Position: Rear Admiral, Devil Fruit, Sound Thunder Fruit. Skills: Swordsmanship S, Sword Intent S, Body Technique A. Devil Fruit Development C, Conqueror's Hockey S, Armament Hockey S, Observation Hockey S, Navy 6 Style Shave S, Navy 6 Style Gale Foot S, Navy 6 Style Moonwalk S. Cooking A. Talent: Skill Simplification, Energy 1099, Berries 39, 89 billion. After a fleeting glance at the system interface, Lu Chen left a note and vanished from the room. Shortly thereafter, I knocked on the door. Receiving no response, he entered. Rear Admiral, did you receive the telegram from the naval headquarters? Only then did he realize the office was empty. Approaching the desk, he discovered the note left behind, which read, Ein, I've stepped out for a while. We shall discuss matters upon my return. Ein's expression darkened, anger evident as he stomped his foot. You leave without taking me. The naval headquarters has assigned you a mission to visit Water 7. What shall we do now? Chapter 88. Water 7. The night reappears. With Lu Chen gone, Ein had no choice but to inform the naval headquarters, hoping they would send someone else to Water 7. A fortnight later, Lu Chen piloted the warship gifted by the system, steering toward Water 7. Suddenly, a siren blared nearby. Peering out, Lu Chen spotted a train-like vessel traversing the sea. Was it the sea train, Puffing Tom? Indeed, the technology in this world is quite advanced, albeit different from the modern technologies of Blue Star. The warship awarded by the system incorporated some technology from Blue Star, enabling a single individual to control the vessel's direction and speed. Not relying on sails, but powered by electricity. Lu Chen typically charged it using the Sound Thunder Fruit. By following the sea train, he would arrive at Water 7. At a nearby seaside station, an elderly woman and a young boy observed Lu Chen's peculiar ship. Grandmother, what kind of ship is that? I have never seen one before. Asked Kamengmi. Even I have never encountered such a vessel. Could it be crafted by that master shipwright? Replied Kokoro, shaking her head. Having once served as a secretary at Tom's workshop, she had never witnessed a ship like this. All right. With that, Kamengmi took a couple of bites from his biscuit, secretly noting the ship's features. Minutes later, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the distinct silhouette of Water 7, a water-blue metropolis seemingly floating upon the sea. Yet it appeared unaffected by the ocean's currents. As he drew closer, the citizens of Water 7 were captivated by the ship he piloted. What kind of ship is that? I've never seen anything like it. Is it a naval vessel? Or perhaps a pirate ship? With no pirate flag in sight, they speculated about the faction it belonged to. Observing the gathering crowd, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, realizing this attention was unwelcome. He was there to procure the Ming Wang design blueprints. He swiftly redirected the ship toward a secluded alley of Water 7, seeking a deserted spot to stow the warship within his system's backpack. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, disappearing from sight. While en route to Water 7, he caught sight of a familiar ship, the Going Merry. However, the vessel now bore numerous scars and signs of repair, barely holding together. From a distance, Lu Chen murmured, "It appears there is no one on board." Luffy and the others must have already gone inside. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro was sleeping on the ship. He then proceeded directly into the aquatic metropolis. In the central commercial district, clad in his black cloak, Lu Chen searched for the establishment he sought, ultimately halting before an exchange office. Entering with a sizable bag, he was soon greeted by the shopkeeper, who, upon seeing the large sack, rushed out with a welcoming smile. "Esteemed guest, please allow me to escort you to the VIP room." This man was Dean, the owner of the exchange office. Lu Chen nodded slightly, following Dean into the private chamber. Sitting down on the sofa, he inquired directly, "Has anyone come to exchange gold before me?" Dean frowned slightly, stating, "Our client's information is confidential, and we cannot disclose such details." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen produced a golden goblet from his bag, placing it before Dean. "Will this suffice?" Instantly, Dean's eyes sparkled. Yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "Guest, we truly cannot divulge other clients' information. Surely this should be enough. If you remain silent, you will have nothing." Lu Chen produced another golden cup, smiling as he spoke. Having amassed a significant amount of gold from the Sky Island and Rainbow Mist, he intended to convert it all to berries in Water 7. "Ah, thank you, esteemed guest. Indeed, 3 individuals have visited us to exchange gold, 2 men and 1 woman. Likely a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Dean eagerly seized the gold, revealing what he knew without hesitation. Lu Chen nodded, extracting the remaining gold, nearly filling the room to capacity. The golden sheen illuminated the chamber, casting it in a warm, golden glow. "So much." Dean's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The quantity of gold surpassed anything he had ever witnessed, far exceeding that brought by the previous 3 visitors. "Name your price," Lu Chen stated calmly. 1. 5 billion berries, esteemed guest." "What does that sound?" Dean cautiously proposed. A person possessing such wealth could not possibly be weak. Unlike the previous pirates, he dared not quote a lower price. "Agreed," Lu Chen replied with a serene smile. The price was quite reasonable. After receiving the money from the proprietor, he sought refuge in a hotel. What lay ahead was merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment to proceed to Seafar Island. While at the hotel, Lu Chen received a piece of insider information. Isabagu had fallen victim to an attack and was now unconscious. This referred to Mr. Bing Shan, the mayor of the city of Chishui. Meanwhile, at a certain location within the shipyard, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, adorned with pink glasses, reported to the man before her. She was Khalifa, a member of CP9. The man she addressed was none other than Rob Lucci, the leader of CP0. "The knight has also arrived in Chishui City?" Rob Lucci's pupils narrowed as he spoke coolly. As a clandestine organization of the world government, they had previously investigated the knight. However, this figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, displaying little strength and managing to elude the Navy repeatedly. They could not ascertain his allegiance, as if he operated independently. At one point, they suspected he might be Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman, but ultimately dismissed that notion. The knight remained an enigma. Could he have come to Chishui City for the design of the Pluton? Khalifa speculated, her brows furrowing. "Uncertain, but it is prudent to exercise caution. The Pluton design must be ours." As she spoke, a fierce glint flickered in Lucci's eyes. The design of the Pluton must remain in the hands of the world government. Should it fall into other hands, it would pose a grave danger. Chapter 89. The Gods of Water. Late at night, in the hotel, Lu Chen was resting in bed when he heard cries from outside. "Help! Fire! Fire!" Upon hearing the commotion, he sprang from his bed and opened the window to assess the situation. Not far away, a building was engulfed in flames, with a crowd gathered outside attempting to extinguish the fire. Has CP9 already initiated their operation? Lu Chen mused, his brow furrowing. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, You have triggered a mission. Save Nami and SlayedThe. System reward: 50 energy points. Glancing at the specifics of the mission, Luchan realized Nami was in peril. He leaped from the window, donned a black cloak, and vanished into the night. Simultaneously, within SlayedThe's office, flames roared around Nami and SlayedThe, both bound by ropes and unable to move, helplessly watching as the fire drew closer. Nami's face flushed from the heat, and she cried out, "Is anyone there to help me?" Suddenly, the door was smashed open. A black figure appeared at the threshold. Luchan immediately spotted Nami and SlayedThe inside. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. "Who are you?" Nami furrowed her brow, recognizing the figure before her. "No time for questions. We must leave now, or the flames will consume us." In an instant, Luchan was before Nami, cradling her in his arms, while he hoisted the unconscious SlayedThe. "You are." Nami recognized the familiar voice and suddenly understood. Just as she was about to speak, Luchan executed a swift strike. Using the Navy's 6 styles, SwordsmanWho, the fierce blow extinguished the flames before them, creating a gaping hole in the wall. With a single maneuver, he had carved a safe passage. Luchan then led Nami and SlayedThe out of the room, landing smoothly on the ground. He set SlayedThe down gently, then released his hold on Nami's slender waist, smiling as he said, "We've arrived. I must take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, Nami unexpectedly reached out and removed his hat, revealing his true face. "Luchan, it really is you. What are you doing here? And what else with this outfit?" Nami exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. "I have business in Slayedthe City and saw your ship," Luchan explained. "I see," Nami replied. Luchan glanced at the unconscious SlayedThe and continued, "If you wish to know about Robin, wait until he awakens to ask him. I have matters to attend to and must depart first. Remember, do not tell Luffy that I am here. He will surely let slip." "I promise I won't say a word," Nami assured him. She could deceive anyone, but she would never lie to Luchan. "Rest assured, with me around, you will be safe until we meet again." With that, Luchan evaded a few steps and vanished into the darkness. Left alone, Nami gazed at his retreating figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed, unsure if it was due to the heat of the flames or another reason. "Has Luchan been watching over me? Is he protecting me?" She pondered, realizing that he could have easily stopped her. With his strength, it was impossible for her to have removed his hat without his consent. On another note, ding. Congratulations, host, task completed. System reward: 50 energy points. After Luchan departed, he headed straight for the sea train station to obtain the blueprints from Frankie. He had to reach Slayedthe Island, and the only means was to take the sea train. Otherwise, even if Luchan went by himself, it would require considerable effort. Upon reaching the sea train station, Luchan found that the sea train had yet to depart and spotted Frankie and Usopp being escorted by members of CP9. Robin was absent, likely already on board the train. Just as Luchan was about to make his move and infiltrate the train, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. What's she doing here?" At that moment, AIN was leading a contingent of Navy officers, escorting CP9 members away. Their base was the closest to Slayedthe City, necessitating Navy support, so the Navy headquarters had dispatched them. Originally, Luchan was slated for this task, but with his departure, AIN had been sent instead. Luchan was unaware of this development. "It seems I cannot board this sea train after all," he thought. His brow furrowed in resignation. While others might not recognize him, AIN certainly would. There was a high likelihood she would identify him. So it was wiser to proceed to Slayedthe Island on his own, hoping to avoid any encounters with AIN, wishing she would merely visit Slayedthe City and then leave. A few minutes later, Luchan noticed a figure blending into the train, Sanji. Soon after, the sea train commenced its journey, departing from Slayedthe City. "It is time for me to leave." Luchan emerged from the shadows, boarding the warship rewarded by the system, following along the tracks towards Slayedthe Island. The warship's speed matched that of the sea train. Thankfully, it required only one person to operate. Otherwise, the journey to Slayedthe Island would have been quite taxing. If he could avoid exerting unnecessary energy, he would do so. However, as time passed, dark clouds suddenly began to gather in the sky. Dark clouds accompanied by rain cascaded down, and the waves upon the sea grew increasingly agitated. Could it be that the gods of water were making their descent? Lu Chun gazed ahead, murmuring to himself. The phrase gods of water referred to the residents of the city of Qishui, essentially denoting a massive tsunami. The rain from the heavens intensified, and the waves on the sea surged violently. Slayedthe, atramandos rua aqua. Boom! Lu Chun stood at the bow of the ship, fixated on the horizon. A colossal wave, resembling a ferocious beast with outstretched arms, surged towards them, towering at least several dozen meters high, enough to capsize the entire vessel. Perfect! I shall test my new sword technique on you. Observing the impending disaster, Lu Chun merely smiled faintly, retrieving the supreme great blade Zhan Tian from his system backpack. Armament hockey hardened. The hockey enveloped both his right hand and the blade of Zhan Tian. A piercing sword intent coalesced around Lu Chun and concentrated within the weapon. In an instant, Zhan Tian radiated a terrifying aura, enveloped by a crimson mist. One sword style, Earth Splitter. With that, Lu Chun slowly raised Zhan Tian, aiming at the ferocious tsunami approaching. With a single stroke, the blade glimmered. The crimson sword energy shot forth, targeting the oncoming wave. The fierce sword intent cleaved through the tsunami, dividing it effortlessly in two. The waves that once threatened Lu Chun were now split, continuing their advance as two separate torrents. The warship smoothly navigated through the tsunami, maintaining its course. Not bad. I only exerted 30% of my strength. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, sheathing Zhan Tian. It was merely a tsunami. It hardly warranted his full effort. Approximately half an hour later, they had exited the area of dark clouds, revealing a broader expanse ahead. A small island gradually emerged above the sea surface, dominated by a formidable gate, the Justice Gate at the forefront of Judicial Island. The entirety of Judicial Island comprised 3 sections: the main gate, the court, and the Judicial Tower. It would not be long before Luffy and his crew stormed Judicial Island. Lu Chun's task was to infiltrate the island. He first stored the warship in his system backpack before swiftly landing on Judicial Island. Selecting a less populated area, he vanished, penetrating the island's interior. At the main gate, the station marines sensed something darting past. Glancing back but seeing nothing, one marine inquired of his companion, "Did you see something fly by? In broad daylight, what could possibly fly past? You must still be half asleep." The marine waved his hand dismissively, irritated. "All right." The marine scratched his head, ultimately concluding he had misperceived. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had silently infiltrated the main island, standing atop a high tower, quietly observing the waters before the main gate. He could already see a marine train racing towards them. A figure clad in red stood atop the train, suddenly extending an arm to grasp the mast atop the main gate, propelling himself towards it at remarkable speed. At that moment, the marines below finally caught sight of the intruder, raising their weapons to fire. "Quick! We have an intruder. There's an invasion." Bullets rained down upon Luffy, but unfortunately, they failed to inflict any harm. Witnessing this, Lu Chun allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, sensing that it would not be long before he would make his move. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Spandam. System reward, 20 energy points. To kill him? Too weak, offering only 20 energy points." Lu Chun shook his head slightly, but swiftly vanished, heading towards the Judicial Tower in search of Spandam. In the top office of Judicial Island, Spandam sat furiously in his chair, directing his ire at Robin. "Do you really think the Straw Hat crew can rescue you?" Such delusions. As Luffy and his group invaded Judicial Island, Spandam had dispatched all members of CP9 to eliminate the Straw Hats. Robin remained silent, anxiously gazing out the window. Spandam, growing more enraged at her indifference, abruptly stood and approached her, delivering a sharp slap. "You wretched girl." Boom! Just as his hand was about to strike Robin's face, the tightly shut door suddenly shattered with a thunderous crash. The blade glimmered. The entire iron door was neatly severed, slowly collapsing to the ground. Who dares to invade my office? Do you not know I am inside?" Spandam bellowed at the entrance. Suddenly, Lu Chun, cloaked in black, appeared before him. stating coolly, "Are you addressing me? Who are you?" Spandam trembled at the sight of the sharp sword, feeling a chill run down his spine. Robin furrowed her brows. Recognizing Lu Chun, "It's him. How'd he get here? Is it the world government offering a bounty of 100 million for my head? I wonder if it has increased. I haven't been keeping track." Lu Chun chuckled lightly. With plenty of time on his hands, engaging in conversation with Spandam seemed entertaining. "You are the notorious Hei Yi, with a bounty of 100 million berry." Spandam realized, "It seems my bounty hasn't increased. If I kill you, it should rise." Saying this, Lu Chun revealed a knowing smile. Spandam's complexion shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees, begging, "Lord Hei Yi, please don't kill me. I can offer you as much berry as you desire." Before he could finish, he suddenly lunged, drawing his sword to stab Lu Chun. "Die, brat. Ivory charge." Simultaneously, the sword in his hand transformed into a robust elephant, adopting the form of an elephant sword. With its trunk bearing a long blade, it charged forth with sharp tusks. "How tiresome." Lu Chun shook his head slightly. He had long since Spandam's murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, Zhan Tian was unsheathed, unleashing a chilling slash. The blade gleamed. It struck the tusk, sending both the elephant and Spandam hurtling back to the ground with a resounding crash. Boom! Spandam, severely injured, coughed up blood repeatedly, reaching for the snail phone in his chest to call for help. Suddenly, another flash of sword light came slicing through. His entire arm was severed, blood gushing from the wound as both the limb and the snail phone fell to the ground. My hand! Blood, blood!" Spandam wailed, clutching his right arm, crying out in agony. "Your cries are quite bothersome," Lu Chun remarked, visibly annoyed, raising his hand for another strike. The sword energy swept past Spandam's head. In that instant, his head was severed from his body. Blood splattered. Spandam was no more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward, 20 energy points. "Now, it is quiet." Lu Chun smiled in satisfaction, sheathing his sword and severing the sea stone chains that bound Robin. "Thank you." Robin flexed her hands, glancing at the corpse on the ground, curiously asking, "He was one of the world government's agents, and you are a Marine. Won't there be consequences for killing him? Is it unreasonable for the knight to kill him?" Lu Chun retorted. Upon hearing this, Robin fell into deep contemplation. "Sometimes, I truly cannot discern whether you are a Navy or a pirate. I am simply myself. Why should I cling to a singular identity? I merely wish to do what I desire," Lu Chun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a figure flashed through Robin's mind, and she seemed to grasp something. "Stop lingering. Luffy and the others have already come to rescue you. Go find them. I will handle things here." "All right, thank you." With that, Robin hurriedly dashed out. Before leaving, she cast another glance at Lu Chun, still puzzled about what kind of person he truly was. After Robin departed, a multitude of Navy personnel appeared, discovering Spandam's lifeless body lying on the ground. "Commander, Spandam is dead. Did you kill him?" Chapter 91, Blueprints Acquired. "Who gave you the courage? Get lost." Lu Chun snapped, unleashing his red Haushika haki, sweeping the area and incapacitating all the Navy soldiers before him. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Subsequently, Lu Chun strode toward the exit. The Navy rushing from outside were also overwhelmed by his haki, considered a favor to Luffy and the others by clearing some of their foes. Moments later, hidden atop the Justice Tower, Lu Chun suddenly heard familiar shouts from below. "If I may wish for something, I would ask to be taken to the sea as well." Captured again? Hearing this, Lu Chun frowned slightly, recognizing Robin's voice. Looking down, he found Robin ensnared once more, flanked by several members of CP9. Their commander, Spandam, had already been slain by Lu Chun. However, it seemed likely that Lu Chi and the others had no regard for Spandam as a commander. Robin must have attempted to escape and was subsequently recaptured by the CP9 members. Lu Chun glanced upward and was startled to see Luffy and his companions standing across the Justice Tower. From left to right were Nami, Roronoa Zoro, Monkey D, Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, and Chopper. Luffy crouched low, his expression serious, and shouted, "Robin, We will definitely rescue you. Quite an impressive spirit. Califa tossed her hair with a dismissive smile. Kaku remarked coolly, "It's futile. They cannot defeat us at all." With a cold chuckle, Lucci seized Robin, preparing to leave. "You handle them here. I will take her away first." "All right, boss." Califa and the others echoed in unison. Just as Lucci was about to capture Frankie, Frankie suddenly produced several yellowed blueprints from within his body, presenting them before Lucci and the others. The blueprints depict the ancient weapon, Pluton. Lucci exclaimed in astonishment. He had searched Frankie but found no blueprints, though he knew Frankie must be aware of their location. To his surprise, they were hidden within his own body. "Indeed, they are genuine." Frankie chuckled lightly, unveiling several sheets of blueprints. At that moment, both Lucci and Karp exchanged glances, their pupils contracting as they immediately recognized the authenticity. "I cannot believe you hid the blueprints within your own body." Ultimately, the blueprints passed down through generations of the shipwrights of Water 7 are not ancient weapons, but merely ship designs. If I were to create something in line with the designer's vision now, I believe there would only be one course of action. With that, Frankie raised the blueprints high, his cheeks puffing up, ready to unleash flames. Lucci's brow furrowed tightly as he admonished, "Stop it now. Do you wish to die?" As the flames were about to erupt from Frankie's mouth, a figure clad in black suddenly dashed past him, a gust of wind swirling by. No one knew what had transpired. The next moment, the flames erupted from Frankie's mouth, scorching his empty palm. "Ah, it's so hot." "The blueprints?" Lucci was the first to notice the blueprints had vanished. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted a man in a black robe standing nearby, holding the design blueprints of Pluton. And he barked, "Who are you? Hand over the blueprints." "I am Hai. Have you not heard of my name?" Lu Chun chuckled softly, stowing the blueprints away. "Since you all have no desire for these blueprints, I shall reluctantly accept them." "Bastard!" Lucci growled, glaring fiercely at Lu Chun. Hai's name was certainly not unknown to him. He just hadn't expected to encounter him here. "Everyone, take your time fighting. I shall take my leave." Lu Chun glanced at Robin with a smile, leaving behind a reminder to her not to reveal his identity. After all, her mother was still in his grasp. "Damn it. I will pursue him. You watch Robin." Lucci's eyes narrowed, swiftly utilizing the Navy's 6 styles to chase after him, determined to retrieve the Pluton blueprints. "Very well." Kaku and the others immediately obstructed Luffy and the others, preventing them from advancing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward, 200 energy points. Materials required for constructing Pluton, 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Eliminate Lucci. System reward, 400 energy points. Body technique 1. Materials for constructing Pluton, 10. Lu Chun regarded the system notifications, then glanced back at Lucci, who was still pursuing him. Character, Rob Lucci. Position, CP9 Commander. Devil Fruit, Zoan type cat fruit, leopard form. Level, A. Skills, Navy 6 styles, Devil Fruit Mastery, A. Armament Hockey, A. Bounty, none. Suddenly, Lu Chun halted, turning to face Lucci with an exasperated tone. "You are truly bothersome. Do you seek death? Hand over the blueprints, and I may allow you to leave." Lucci responded expressionlessly. The Navy and the world government know little about Hai. He was uncertain of his opponent's strength, only aware that it was formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "I truly wonder how you found the courage to utter such words. Was it given to you by Liang Jingru?" "Liang Jingru? Who?" Lucci retorted. "Forget it. You wouldn't recognize her even if I told you. I cannot be bothered to waste my breath." With that, Lu Chun instantly enveloped his right fist in armament hockey, a tremendous red aura coalescing around him, gradually concentrating onto his fist. In an instant, Lucci's brows knitted tightly as he sensed a hint of danger, immediately deploying his devil fruit ability. His body swelled, transforming into a towering figure over 3 meters tall, morphing into the beast-human form of a leopard. "Roar!" Lucci let out a fierce roar, raising his right foot to deliver a Navy 6 styles gale foot towards Lu Chun with blinding speed. What you're playing with are merely the remnants of my games. Liu Chun gently shook his head, unleashing a powerful punch. Mighty Tiger Fist. Howl! With a single strike, the sound of a tiger's roar resonated. A massive fist shadow shot forth at incredible speed, accompanied by a red aura that resembled a ferocious crimson tiger. The massive jaws of the beast gaped wide, lunging towards Lu Qi with the intent to bite. The fierce tiger fist directly engulfed the Gale Leg unleashed by Lu Qi. In an instant, the energy of the Gale Leg was neutralized by the fierce tiger fist, which continued to advance menacingly toward Lu Qi. What? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. With no time to contemplate or evade, he unleashed a series of Gale Legs in rapid succession. Chapter 92. The Ultimate Technique, Six Kings Spear, Gale Leg, Gale Leg. Multiple Gale Leg strikes collided against the fierce tiger fist, but it was akin to a single drop of water falling into the ocean, merely creating ripples without any tangible impact. Simultaneously, the colossal fist drew ever nearer to Lu Qi. This is bad. Lu Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily covered his arms with haki, crossing them to shield against Lu Chen's onslaught. Bang! 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 The moment the fist made contact with Lu Qi, he felt as though his arms had been struck by a hammer weighing 100,000 pounds. His arms trembled with a numbing sensation. A wave of acute pain surged through him. The force propelled him like a cannonball, hurtling him into the buildings behind. One building, two buildings, three buildings, until he crashed through 7 or 8 walls before coming to a halt, landing heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wow, that was powerful. Lu Qi slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Just a single punch had left him bleeding. How could it not be strong? No wonder the world government had placed a bounty of 100 million berries on him. Moreover, 100 million berries likely did not adequately reflect the true value of the bounty. Liu Chun cast a glance at Lu Qi, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before him once more, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. The Marine Six Styles Soru. However, Lu Qi's gaze sharpened, and the muscles in his hind legs erupted with tremendous force, narrowly evading Lu Chen's strike. Bang! Meanwhile, Lu Chen's fist unleashed a shockwave of air. Suddenly, the wall before them cracked with a crisp sound, developing fissures reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. Boom! Slayedthe. The entire wall could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Lu Qi, panting heavily, began to regulate his breathing and steeled himself. If he didn't take this seriously, he might very well lose his life. Life restoration, a technique to rejuvenate the body. Lu Qi shouted, as his robust physique began to pulsate and contract. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Skill life restoration detected. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Upon hearing the prompt, Liu Chun decisively chose to learn it. Life restoration was an advanced skill that could only be comprehended after mastering all 6 styles of the Marines. Even Luffy possessed this skill, albeit he was unaware of it. Moments later, Lu Qi's muscles ceased their pulsation, but his body had become noticeably leaner, and he could distinctly feel an increase in strength. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his previous location, reappearing before Liu Chun with astonishing speed. Channeling all his power into his fists, he swiftly swung to attack Liu Chun. The Six Kings Spear. Countless fist shadows emerged, all striking against Liu Chun as though Lu Qi possessed 6 arms, concurrently launching an assault. None could escape. Bang! 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 Liu Chun merely stood his ground, his arms enveloped in haki, effortlessly parrying Lu Qi's relentless strikes with simple hand movements. Ding! Congratulations! The host gained 200 experience in armament haki. Ding! Congratulations! The host gained 200 experience in armament haki. Ding! Congratulations, the host! With each attack, Liu Chen's experience in Conqueror's haki increased, presenting a prime opportunity to enhance his armament haki. Thus, he hardly made any effort to defend himself, allowing some of the strikes to land on his body. Though painful, Liu Chun found joy in the experience. Painful yet pleasurable. Suddenly, with an air of nonchalance, Liu Chun scoffed. Hey, is this a tickle? What? Lu Qi's brow furrowed. No longer holding back, as he brought his fingers together, unleashing a greater force upon Lu Chun. Finger pistol. His hands shot forth countless finger bullets with incredible speed and power. However, to Lu Chun, it was merely a means to accumulate experience. Ding! Congratulations. The host gained 120 experience in armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations. The host gained 120 experience in armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations, the host. The attacks were indeed formidable, shredding the clothing Lu Chun wore to tatters, riddled with holes. Yet, Lu Chun's body only bore numerous red marks, with not a drop of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Suddenly, a smile graced Lu Chun's lips. Ding! Congratulations. The host gained 200 experience in armament hockey. The Marine 6 Styles Soru. Lucci assumed Lu Chun was about to strike, swiftly retreating several dozen meters to widen the distance between them. Why are you running? Now that you wish to flee, I 1T let you escape. If you strike a few more times, I might just collapse. However, Lu Chun had no intention of attacking. He merely observed the rapid accumulation of experience, revealing a satisfied smile. Oof, what a pretense. Lucci snorted coldly, convinced Lu Chun was merely putting on a facade. Such intense attacks could not possibly leave him unscathed. He must be acting. He was surely holding back a mouthful of blood. With that thought, he unleashed his powerful burst of strength, creating a massive crater in the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lucci reappeared before Lu Chun, again launching a barrage of attacks that landed heavily on Lu Chun's body. Flying finger gun, handgun Yellow Lotus. Various strikes rained down upon Lu Chun like a torrential downpour, pelting him relentlessly for several minutes. Lucci suddenly released the life restoration state, utilizing his powerful leopard tail to ensnare Lu Chun, preventing his escape. Channeling all his might into his fists, veins and muscles bulging, he aimed a punch directly at Lu Chun's chest. The Six Kings Spear. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the massive shockwave struck Lu Chun, even penetrating his body and shattering the wall behind him. Instantly, Lu Chun was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Hoo-hoo! This should be my victory. Lucci gasped for breath, staring at the dust, letting out a long sigh of relief. However, he seemed unaware of the law of smoke and injury. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the haze, revealing Lu Chun, who had just been thrown back. Clapping the dust from his clothing, Lu Chun wiped the blood that had trickled from his mouth and smiled. Not bad. Your strength is quite impressive. How are you unscathed? At that moment, Lucci's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. That last move was his strongest attack. How could it fail to harm his opponent? How could he possibly continue fighting? As I said, you are too weak. Lu Chun's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling aura. In that instant, Lucci felt a wave of murderous intent, sending chills down his spine. He exhibited no hesitation, abruptly turning to flee, unleashing the power of his leg muscles as he sprinted away at the utmost speed. Chapter 93. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. It is widely acknowledged, if he did not escape now, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of the knight shortly. Observing Lucci's retreat, Lu Chun remained unperturbed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. However, within his right hand, white lightning began to coalesce. The arcs flickered. Enormous currents of electricity gathered in his hand and enveloped his body. Then Lu Chun raised his hand and waved it, releasing countless bolts of lightning. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. In an instant, all the gathered lightning surged forth at astonishing speed, pursuing Lucci ahead. The bolts twisted and turned like a silver thunder dragon, its maw wide open as it roared forward. Zzz. Meanwhile, Lucci, still in flight, suddenly heard a terrifying roar behind him. Turning back, he was met with the sight of the colossal thunder dragon. Instantly, his brow furrowed in shock. What? He is also a devil fruit user. The speed of the lightning was naturally swifter than Lucci's escape. In the blink of an eye, the 60 million volt thunder dragon had caught up with Lucci, and upon contact, he felt an overwhelming numbness throughout his body. Powerful currents coursed through every cell, electrifying him as if swarms of ants were devouring his flesh. The electricity rendered his bones visible. Zzz. Moments later, a burnt odor wafted through the air, and black smoke began to emanate from Lucci's body. However, this time, it would not adhere to the rule of no harm with smoke, for it was black smoke. White smoke would have indicated a higher probability of being unscathed. Lucci's eyes had already turned white from the electric shock, completely paralyzed, and he plummeted from the air. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled softly, drawing his sword, War Heaven, and unleashing a wave of sword energy. The sharp blade of energy cleanly sliced through Lucci's neck. In an instant, his head was severed from his body, and blood gushed forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System rewards: 400 energy points, 1 body technique, and 10 materials for the Underworld King construction. Lu Chan did not even cast a glance at Lucci's corpse as he departed, vanishing above the sea. As for Luffy and his crew, they were certainly safe, especially with the formidable Lucci dispatched by Lu Chun. A few days later, news of the Straw Hat Luffy's rampage at Enies Lobby and the death of CP9's captain reached both the Navy headquarters and the world government. At the Navy headquarters, in the conference room, all Navy officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above gathered. Only 3 seats were occupied at the head of the table, occupied by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zifa, and Vice Admiral Garp. Each Navy officer wore a serious expression, silent, awaiting Sengoku's address. I believe you have all heard about the events at Enies Lobby. Please share your thoughts. Sengoku finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Almost immediately, Sakazuki, Akainu, could no longer contain himself. The chaos at Enies Lobby is nothing short of a challenge to our Navy's dignity. If we do not capture the Straw Hat crew in the night, where will our Navy's reputation stand? How can we maintain our position in the world? As he spoke, his right hand, fueled by anger, began to transform into molten lava. We are already aware of this. No need for you to reiterate, Sengoku replied blandly, glancing at Garp. The captain of the Straw Hat crew is none other than Garp's grandson, Luffy, yet Garp feigned ignorance, absent-mindedly picking his nose, as if to say, "Don't ask me. After all, Luffy is my grandson. Whoever touches him, I will eliminate." Of course, he knew that both the knight and Luffy were his grandsons, and inwardly he was berating them. Damn it, none of my grandsons are making this easy for me. I don't want to see them again. Seeing this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly and declared, "Increase the bounty on the Straw Hat crew and the knight. As for the death of CP9's captain, we need not involve ourselves or disclose any information to the outside world. This is the directive of the world government." TCH, they require this much face? Garp scoffed, still picking his nose in disdain. If it weren't for face, why the need for secrecy? Even the entire Navy headquarters knows about this. They're all sitting right here. Cough, cough. Sengoku awkwardly cleared his throat. Upon hearing this, Garp finally ceased speaking. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, 5 elderly men with white hair sat together. A bounty notice featuring a man in a black cloak placed before them, his face hidden beneath the hood. The bald elder, Saint Zangbar V. Nezashiro, scrutinized the bounty notice with a serious demeanor and remarked, "I never anticipated that Lucci would perish at the hands of the knight. The dispatched CP0 has already examined Lucci's corpse. There are signs of electric shock, and the cause of death was a sword strike to the neck. This individual is merciless and possesses formidable strength." Indeed, the long-haired elder, Saint Marcus Maz, nodded slightly, continuing, "A bounty of 100 million is far too low. It should be raised to 1 billion. Furthermore, we must ascertain his true identity swiftly. Dispatch CP0 to investigate." The others unanimously agreed. As for the deceased Spandam, it seemed no one paid him any mind. Days later, news of the Straw Hat crew's ruckus at Enies Lobby and their burning of the Navy flag spread throughout the Grand Line. However, there was no mention of CP9's Lucci's death, merely an alarming increase in the bounty on the knight to a staggering 1 billion berries. At Sabiti Archipelago, in Shaki's bar, Shaki handed a newspaper to the drunken Rayleigh beside her. "Look at this." Taking the newspaper, Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock as the effects of intoxication faded, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well done. This lad is quite to my taste. Too bad I can no longer teach him anything." Hee hee. Shaki smiled silently. If Lu Chan were present, upon hearing this, he would undoubtedly refuse and exclaim, misleading the young. At Amazon Lily, Hancock clutched a newspaper featuring Lu Chun. Her cheeks flushed as she gushed. Brother Lu Chun is so handsome. I wonder why he hasn't come to see me yet. Moreover, Sister Shaki has also conveyed news that Brother Lu Chun has killed the CP9 captain working for the Celestial Dragons. He is a Navy officer. It isn't so simple for him to come here, Girolioza awkwardly explained. In the East Blue, in Windmill Village, a woman clad in a black cloak sat in a tavern, her eyes fixed on the two individuals in the newspaper, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Robin, you have finally met your companions at sea. And Lu Chun, are you there to aid me in helping Robin? This individual was none other than Alvia. Chapter 94. The Knight's Renown. Why me? She was a scholar, and, upon seeing Lu Chun's presence, surmised that the captain of CP9 must have been slain by Lu Chun. First, only Lu Chun's strength could feasibly defeat such an opponent. Second, CP9's involvement was undoubtedly for some other purpose, likely concerning the design schematics of the Underworld King. Regarding Ming Wang, AO Airway also possesses some understanding. At this moment, at the G-39 naval base on the Grand Line, Lu Chun leisurely reclined in his chair, perusing the freshly released newspaper, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Not bad, not bad. My bounty has been elevated to 1 billion. Were I a pirate, I would undoubtedly be considered a supernova among pirates. Perhaps I could seize an opportunity to establish my own pirate crew. As he spoke, the system's notification sound resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Form a pirate crew. System reward. Rewards will be issued based on the overall strength of the pirate crew. Observing the task issued by the system, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Chun's mind, and he swiftly reached a conclusion. Aha! That battle might just be my opportunity. Henceforth, the name He Yi would surely reverberate throughout the entire Grand Line. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by AIN's voice, knock, knock, knock. Major Lu Chun, a telegram has arrived from headquarters. Kumin. Lu Chun quickly concealed his smile. Sun et en terre. His expression grave as he began reading the telegram aloud. Major Lu Chun, headquarters orders you to immediately proceed to the Water 7 to capture the Straw Hat crew. Ensure that you apprehend them all. Who issued this command? Lu Chun's expression darkened as he inquired. Do they not realize that Luffy is my brother? And yet, they expect me to arrest him? Are they looking for trouble? AIN chuckled softly, aware of Lu Chun's relationship with Luffy, and explained, I heard it was Vice Admiral Carp who recommended your name, specifically requesting you. Understood. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun suddenly regretted his earlier remarks. The world is well aware that he is Carp's grandson. Sending him now only serves to reveal to others that Luffy is also his grandson, indeed his brother, no less. Is this a double assurance for him? Hee, when do we set sail? Il n'inquiète Wizasmide. Did not the Navy headquarters order us to apprehend them immediately? Let's depart now. All right. With that, the two exited the office, preparing to board their ship. En route, et ensuite il posait la question. Lucien. I noticed you were reading the newspaper as well. Did you see that man named He Yi whose bounty has surpassed 1 billion? He is now recognized as a supernova among pirates. Among all the supernovas, his bounty is the highest. I wonder how you compare to him. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, Who do you think is stronger? AIN replied with certainty. It must be you who is stronger. He has only been around for a few years, and his strength could not have increased so rapidly. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun merely chuckled in silence. How could one compete against oneself? Even he did not know who was stronger. What are you laughing about? I'm not laughing. I clearly saw you smile. Yet you deny it. I truly did not laugh. The two bantered cheerfully until they reached the dock. Accompanied by over 100 people, they set sail for Water 7, including Baru, Maybo, and KB. After several years of training, both had grown significantly taller, and their strength had increased quite rapidly. A few days later, the ship carrying Lu Chun arrived at the waters near Water 7, where he and AIN stood at the bow, gazing at the beautiful city ahead. Quite lovely, Lu Chun remarked. Previously, he had not had the chance to fully appreciate the charm of Water 7. AIN nodded slightly. Indeed, Last time you were ordered to come, but you went out. Huh. Lu Chun chuckled. He later inquired with AIN and learned that AIN had only gone to assist the CP organization in Water 7 and had not visited Judicial Island. Meanwhile, the residents of the coast of Water 7 spotted the approaching naval ship. Look, it's a Navy ship. What are they here for? Are you foolish? What else would a Navy ship do but capture pirates? What? They are here to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, who are the saviors of Iceberg. Slayedthe. The naval ship docked. Everyone disembark, Lu Chun commanded, fixing his gaze on the wooden house ahead. Yes, with a single command, all the Navy personnel disembarked. They formed 2 long lines, leaving a passage for 2 people to walk through, clearing the surrounding crowd. Only Lu Chun and AIN remained on the ship. Once the Navy personnel stood at attention, Lu Chun nodded and stepped down from the ship, dressed in the Navy's justice cloak. He strode confidently between the 2 rows of Navy. Those present were intimidated by the aura of authority exuding from Lu Chun. It's him, the Navy Major, the supernova of the Navy, Carp's grandson, Munki de Lucien. What brings him here? He must be here to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. We cannot allow them to enter. Meanwhile, not far away, Sauron spotted the naval ship and hurriedly rushed towards Frankie's residence, exclaiming, "Quick! We must inform Luffy and the others at once." However, he was unaware that he was merely going in circles. Suddenly, numerous civilians appeared ahead, blocking Lu Chun and the Navy's path. "You cannot enter. This is our territory, and it is uninhabited. Yes, there is no one inside." Lu Chun would not afford them any courtesy. His gaze turned icy, emanating a hint of conqueror's haki, as he coldly commanded, "Get lost," with that low growl. The obstructing individuals trembled in fear, as though death awaited them in the next moment. Their bodies instinctively parted to clear the way. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun led the Navy directly to the entrance of Frankie's residence, stopping and stating, "You all can wait here." "Yes, Major," Ilno did, instructing all the Navy to remain outside. Lu Chun then stepped forward alone, pushed open the door, and with keen interest remarked, "Everyone, long time no see." The unexpected arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone inside, all eyes turning towards the doorway. The Navy, Brother Lu Chun, it's Luffy's brother. Frankie and his friends immediately grew tense, even raising their weapons in preparation for battle. Only Luffy remained sprawled on a chair, soundly asleep. Nami excitedly dashed over and embraced Lu Chun, beaming, "Brother Lu Chun, what brings you here? Did you come see me?" "Oh my Nami." Upon witnessing this, Sanji was instantly moved to tears. Chapter 95. The Straw Hat Crew. Here, it's a capture. Sort of, the Navy headquarters has ordered me to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, which includes you all, Lu Chun explained. At this statement, the room fell into stunned silence, with everyone staring at Lu Chun in disbelief. "You're here to capture us? Brother Lu Chun, do you really intend to arrest us?" Several individuals among Luffy's crew assumed battle stances, while only Nami and Robin hesitated. Robin understood they were not a match, while Nami could not believe her brother Lu Chun would truly apprehend them. Luffy, after a couple of light chuckles, Lu Chun glanced at the sleeping Luffy and swiftly darted towards him. Oh no, he intends to capture Luffy. Sanji's expression shifted as he immediately positioned himself in front of Luffy. Navy 6 styles, shave. In an instant, Lu Chun darted past Sanji and materialized before Luffy, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in Busashoka haki. "Luffy, get up." With that blow, the chair Luffy was seated on shattered into pieces. Boom! A large bump appeared on Luffy's head as he clutched it, crying out, "Ah, that hurts." "Who hit me?" "Lu Chun. Why are you here?" Lu Chun replied, "Consider your grandfather's summons, allowing me to give you a few well-deserved punches." A faint smile graced Lu Chun's lips as he unleashed several more punches. Boom! Boom! Seeing this, Luffy attempted to evade, but realized the speed of the punches was too swift to escape. Boom! Boom! After 2 more strikes, Luffy sported 2 fresh bumps on his head. Lu Chun, your punches are just as painful as Grandpa's," Luffy exclaimed, utterly helpless. Lu Chun explained, "It's merely Busashoka haki, specifically designed to counter those with Logia-type abilities like yours." Luffy nodded, quickly sidestepping to avoid further blows. "Ha! Lu Chun chuckled lightly, settling into a chair and gesturing for everyone to relax. No need to be tense. I was sent by headquarters to capture someone, but I also came to check on my brother. He continued, Luffy, I actually have 3 matters to address during my visit. First, to teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandpa. Second, to inform you about your father. He is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries, and recognized by the world government as the most dangerous criminal. At these words, everyone was taken aback. What? Monkey D. Dragon? Luffy, your father is the leader of the revolutionaries. Robin furrowed her brows, looking into Lu Chen's eyes, suddenly realizing something. Could Lu Chen also be a revolutionary? Beyond that, she struggled to understand why Lu Chen, clearly a member of the Navy, would oppose them. Luffy frowned. I don't recall much about my father. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle erupted from outside. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Chen turned to see Zoro with green hair engaged in a tussle with the Navy outside. He nodded toward Barumabur and KB, instructing go on, engage him. Yes, Major, they replied in unison. Upon witnessing this, Luffy rushed outside to intervene. Hey, Zoro, stop fighting. They aren't here to capture us. However, as he stepped out, KB utilized Zoro to arrive before him and delivered a swift kick. The sharp strike came at lightning speed, but Luffy quickly dodged using his rubber body, bracing himself for the man before him. Who are you? Mr. Luffy. Don't you recognize me? It's KB. KB replied with a smile. After sizing KB up, Luffy still felt he wasn't the same. The KB I know isn't like you. He was a coward. Mr. Luffy, that was in the past. Now, I've learned from Major Lu Chun. KB scratched his head in embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Chun stepped forward, halting Barumabur and KB. Enough, you two. You may step back. Under Lu Chen's tutelage, while their skills may not match Zoro and Luffy's, they would not fall easily. Lu Chun, is he really KB? Luffy asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Yes, Lu Chen affirmed, continuing, there is one last thing I must tell you. The Navy headquarters has ordered your capture, so it would be prudent for you to leave quickly, lest you find it difficult to escape later. As he spoke, a knowing smile graced his lips. Ha! Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Robin, let us hurry. Suddenly, inspiration struck Luffy, and he called his crew, all dashing towards the beach where their new ship, the Thousand Sunny, awaited. All right. Nami and the others understood Lu Chun's intent and promptly followed Luffy's lead towards the coastline. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Chun smiled gently, murmuring to himself, Grandpa, I suppose I fulfilled the task you entrusted to me. In a flash, An approached his side and inquired, when shall we pursue them? Let us wait until they board their ship, Lu Chun replied. Understood. I nodded, not contesting his decision. From the outset, she had known Lu Chen's arrival was not genuinely aimed at capturing the Straw Hats. After all, Luffy was his brother, and it was Vice Admiral Garp who had sent him here. He would never truly capture Luffy. At that moment, KB and Barumabur approached Lu Chun. Teacher, you two are still no match for Zoro and Luffy. You lack the experience. If you awaken your haki, perhaps you could contend with them, Lu Chun stated seriously. His remarks served as both guidance and a warning. Do not assume that mastering the Navy's 6 styles makes one formidable, as many surpass them in strength. Yes, teacher. Barumabur and KB lowered their heads in shame. Seeing this, Ein quickly reassured them. Do not be disheartened. The Major has your best interests at heart. Moreover, this outing is to prepare you for real combat. Really? Instructor Ein? KB's expression brightened with hope. Indeed, I nodded. Following this, Barumabur and KB hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, teacher. MHM. Lu Chun nodded slightly, gazing towards Luffy and the others at the coast, declaring, all right, we should pursue them now. Yes, Major. With a single command, everyone surged towards the shoreline in pursuit of the Straw Hats. I suddenly walked beside Lu Chun and quietly asked, what do you think? The remark I made earlier was quite astute. Wasn't it? That remark? Lu Chun countered. Upon hearing this, Ein frowned slightly, appearing surprised. The look you gave me just now was clearly meant to prompt me to comfort them. Wasn't it? Besides, you would have brought so many people here unless you intended to confront the warlord you mentioned, right? Chapter 96. The Second Warlord. The Devil's Triangle. You guessed correctly. I indeed plan to deal with a warlord along the way. Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Just recently, he had triggered 2 quests. The other task being to eliminate one of the warlords, Gecko Moria. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest. Eliminate Gecko Moria. System rewards. 1,000 energy points. Materials needed for the construction of the Grim Reaper, 10. The rewards were substantial, making it imperative for him to proceed. Crafting the Grim Reaper as swiftly as possible was also a commendable choice. Upon hearing this, Ein became energized, asking, "So, which warlord is it?" "Gecko Moria," Lu Chun replied. "It's him. It is said he currently resides in the Grand Line and commands his own army of zombies. His devil fruit is troublesome if he steals your shadow." Ein trailed off. She had heard tales of Gecko Moria. In his youth, he had even challenged the Yonko Kaido, only to have all his crew slain by Kaido. However, this also attested to his considerable strength. Coupled with that peculiar devil fruit ability, Lu Chun reassured her, "Rest assured, I am confident in handling him." Good. Upon hearing this, Ein felt a sense of relief. Having followed Lu Chun for so long, I am well aware that he would never engage in a battle without confidence. A few minutes later, all the Navy personnel boarded the ship. Lu Chun stood at the bow, urging the sailors to pursue the new vessel of Lu Fei and his crew ahead, catch up to them. "Yes, Major General." The helmsman of a naval ship accelerated with all his might, chasing after the Straw Hat crew. Moments later, the Navy ship drew ever closer to the Thousand Sunny. "Lu Fei, your brother won't really catch up to us, will he?" Sanji asked with concern. "He definitely won't." Before Lu Fei could speak, Nami assured with a frown. Lu Fei grinned. "Brother Lu Chun won't take me away." At the same time, Lu Chun stood at the bow, drawing his sword, Wu Qian, and enveloping his right hand with Busashoka Haki. A sharp intent coalesced upon the blade. The Haki gradually covered the entire sword, entwining around it, shimmering like crimson arcs of electricity. The blade transformed into a dark red hue, exuding an intense sword aura. Those around him felt a wave of terrifying pressure. Major General Lu Chun is about to strike. Everyone get back. Yes, get back. On the Thousand Sunny, so powerful. Zoro stared intently at the long sword in Lu Chun's hand, realizing it must be one of the supreme blades, yet he had never heard of such a sword before. The last battle had been in the East Sea, and now observing Lu Chun's swordsmanship, he knew he had grown stronger, while he himself was also improving. Lu Chun was growing even more formidable. "Lu Fei, your brother is really about to make a move," Usopp exclaimed, his expression shifting nervously. Chopper was also running around the ship in a panic. He. Lu Fei simply laughed at Lu Chun at the bow. In the next moment, Lu Chun smiled slightly and swung his sword. A flash of sword light erupted. The fierce sword energy cleaved through the air like a sharp axe, aimed directly at the Thousand Sunny. The calm sea was split in two by the sword energy, and the clouds above seemed to be severed as well. The sword energy howled forward, accurately striking the surface of the sea beside the Thousand Sunny. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, generating massive waves that surged towards Lu Fei and his crew. "Oh no!" Nami's expression changed, and she shouted loudly, "Lu Fei, Zoro, quickly adjust the sails." "All right." In response, Lu Fei and Zoro hurriedly maneuvered the sails of the Thousand Sunny to face the opposite direction. As the towering waves crashed against the ship, it felt as though a colossal hand had struck it. The Thousand Sunny was sent flying sideways, the Navy ship unable to catch up. In no time, it vanished from sight. "Major General Lu Chun, you are essentially letting the pirates escape." At that moment, AI approached him with a teasing tone. However, Lu Chun would not concede. Responding earnestly, "I unleash my strongest attack. It merely went astray." AI chuckled, covering his face, and chose not to say more. The crew aboard was well aware of Lu Chun's intent, though none dared to voice it. This Major General of the Navy was not to be trifled with. Lu Chun then addressed the naval personnel with gravity. "Everyone, since we have set out, we cannot return empty-handed. Join me as we eliminate the warlord, Moonlight Moria, in the Devil's Triangle." "Yes, Major General." The Navy responded in unison. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny sailed alone across the sea, its crew having narrowly escaped danger. However, Nami held the log pose with a troubled expression. I truly wonder what Brother Luchin is thinking, bringing us here. It will take at least another 10 days to reach the next island. Nami, set sail. Lu Fei shouted, pointing forward. He cared not for anything else. Only for the journey ahead. Nami rolled her eyes, too exasperated to respond to him. Days later, the Navy ship with Luchin was drawing closer to the Devil's Triangle, and the sailors aboard began to grow restless. We're nearing the Devil's Triangle. They say 100 ships vanish there every year. Shouldn't we be fine, especially with Major General Luchin with us? Of course, we'll be fine. We're a naval ship. Who would dare touch us? But I've heard tales of spirits being sighted there. The Navy personnel were becoming increasingly agitated, while Luchin lay relaxed on the deck, unconcerned. Major General Luchin, at a time like this, shouldn't you be calming the troops? Il n'inquiète de curieusely. Luchin smiled and replied, if I go, will it really calm their nerves? Ultimately, they are simply afraid. Once we enter, they will know. You have a point. Il n'acknowledged. Suddenly, Luchin turned to Kabi and Belu Meibois behind him and asked, are you afraid? Not at all. Kabi and Belu Meibois replied in unison. Haha, I hope you won't be frightened later. Moonlight Moria has several formidable subordinates. You two will be tasked with handling them. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Luchin emphasized with each word. Yes, teacher. Kabi and Belu Meibois affirmed solemnly. This was the first mission entrusted to them by Major General Luchin, and they were determined to accomplish it splendidly, lest they bring shame upon him. Chapter 97. The Yomi Yomi no Mi. Brook. As time passed, the naval ship had entered the Devil's Triangle. Ahead lay a vast area cloaked in thick fog, a dark gray mist engulfing the sea, reducing visibility to a mere 50 meters. The speed of a Navy ship had to be significantly reduced. Gradually, Luchin rose and stood at the bow, surveying his surroundings. All around were various abandoned vessels and the remains of countless human corpses. It was uncertain how many ships and lives had been lost in this treacherous area. Suddenly, a massive ghost ship appeared ahead, drifting slowly towards their position. Upon closer inspection, the vessel appeared to have been abandoned for many years, rendering it impossible for anyone to be aboard. Thus, others deemed it a ghost ship. What is that? Is it a ghost ship? Could there truly be spirits? In an instant, the Navy personnel began to panic. Even AI, subconsciously inched closer to Luchin, softly asking, Luchin, do you think there are really spirits in this area? Indeed, Luchin replied with certainty. Logically speaking, Brook was a being that existed as a ghost, merely inhabiting a skeletal body. AI's brows furrowed as she noticed a skeleton on the ghost ship, which was playing a violin and singing. Yo-ho-ho. A ghost. There really is a ghost. She was so frightened that she clung tightly to Luchin, her entire form dangling from him. A fragrant scent wafted towards Luchin, who smiled calmly and gently patted her back, offering reassurance. It's all right. If it truly is a ghost, I can vanquish it. Moments later, Ayn let out a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. However, she soon became aware of her and Luchin's appearance, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily released her grip. Sore, Luchin. It's nothing. You can cling on for as long as you wish. You're not heavy at all. Luchin chuckled in response. Indeed, il no de gently. As time passed, the ghost ship drew ever closer to their vessel, and the figure of the skeleton atop it became increasingly distinct. The skeleton was tall and slender, clad in a black gentleman's suit, sporting an extravagant afro, unmistakably Brook, who had been hiding in the Devil's Triangle. In an instant, the Navy personnel aboard the ship huddled together in terror. A skeleton. A ghost. It's truly a ghost. Run. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. For triggering the mission. Assist Brook in reclaiming his shadow. System reward. 300 energy points. After glancing at the mission triggered by the system, Luchin prepared to approach Brook. If you're frightened, stay aboard the ship. I shall investigate this so-called ghost. I'm not afraid. I want to go too. Il déclarait, puffing out her chest and raising her chin earnestly. Hearing this, Luchin chuckled softly, took her small hand, and jumped toward the ghost ship. Very well then. You may accompany me. Wait, I'm not ready. Ain exclaimed in panic, yet she could only follow along passively. Before long, Lu Chun and Ain arrived on the ghost ship, where Brooke stood, curiously gazing at Ain, and cheerfully remarked, "Yo ho ho, beautiful lady, may I see your undergarments?" Lu Chun, this skeleton can talk. Eon gasped, eating behind Lu Shen. However, Lu Chun displayed no fear, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Monkey D. Lu Chun. You may call me Lu Chun. Greetings. I am Brooke. Are you not afraid of me?" Brooke inquired in return. He had lingered there for many years, and every crew that beheld him would flee in terror. Never had anyone dared to board his ship to converse with him. What is there to fear? Everyone must face death, and ultimately, we all turn to bones, Lu Chun replied. Yo-ho-ho-ho, that is indeed a valid point. Brooke laughed heartily. The solitude of countless years had conditioned him to mask his loneliness with laughter, a habitual chuckle. Care for a drink? Perhaps we could converse? Lu Chun inquired, retrieving a bottle of red wine from his system bag, intrigued by the myriad questions he wished to pose to this man who had once tasted death. Although the author of One Piece had not delved deeply into the details of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, a man who had consumed the fruit surely possessed knowledge of this world. Moreover, this world differed significantly from the narrative woven by the author. Certainly, it has been ages since I had someone to talk to. Brooke readily accepted. Then, Lu Chun turned to Ain, advising, if you feel afraid, you may return. I shall be back shortly. No, I wish to stay with you. Ain quickly shook her head. For some reason, being with Lu Chun instilled in her an inexplicable sense of safety, even in the presence of the ghost that terrified her. Very well, let us remain together then. Lu Chun acquiesced, deciding to follow her wishes. This way, please, ladies and gentlemen. This is my cabin. I hope you do not mind, Brooke said, extending his arms in a gentlemanly manner to welcome Lu Chun and Ain into the ship's quarters. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy's ship, the crew watched the unfolding events on the ghost ship, whispering among themselves. Major Lu Chun and Ensign Ain have both boarded. They are with that ghost. Will they be all right? They will be fine. Major Lu Chun is formidable, Kobe stated with a serious expression, addressing the gathered Navy soldiers. The Major will certainly be safe, and that skeleton may not even be a ghost. Otherwise, it would not be able to speak. Upon hearing this, the soldiers fell silent, aware of Kobe's relationship with Lu Chun and respecting his higher rank. Within the ghost ship's cabin, Ain carefully poured red wine for Lu Chun and Brooke. Thank you. Lovely miss. Brooke nodded appreciatively. You're welcome. Upon hearing this, Ain paused, suddenly feeling that this skeleton was not so fearsome after all. Lu Chun smiled faintly, raising his glass. Brooke, drink up, and while you're at it, share your story with me, shall we? Certainly. With that, Brooke downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and began recounting his tale. Over 50 years ago, I led my pirate crew into the Grand Line, and since then, I've been hiding in this Devil's Triangle. Brooke shared a great deal about his experiences, albeit in a rather cursory manner. Yet, throughout his narrative, the smile on his face and his laughter never faded. It was unclear whether his laughter was born of resignation or genuine joy. Lu Chun nodded slightly, responding earnestly. I did not expect your journey to be so fraught with hardship. Now that you cannot leave this area, I am headed to eliminate Gecko Moria, and I shall assist you in reclaiming your shadow. Though aware of certain matters, hearing Brooke's account firsthand still elicited a sense of reflection. Gecko Moria emploie qu'une technique, and I am quite comfortable in this sea. I would prefer you avoid unnecessary risks. Brooke quickly shook his head. We are but strangers. I would not wish for you to take such a risk on my behalf. Lu Chun reassured him with a smile. Well, since you're so determined, I shall accompany you. However, since his zombie minions are created from Moria's fruit abilities, they are particularly vulnerable to salt. You might want to prepare some, Brooke advised. Thank you. As they conversed, Lu Chun suddenly inquired, there is something I wish to ask you. Did the Yomi Yomi no Mi take you to the afterlife? What lies beyond? I'm not entirely sure. It is a very dark place, seemingly beneath the earth. I kept walking upward, but only vaguely heard what sounded like animal calls. Since returning to my body, certain memories seem to have vanished, and my recollection has become somewhat unclear, Brooke explained. Indeed, Lu Chun pondered deeply upon hearing this. From Brooke's account, it could be inferred that the so-called afterlife truly existed. However, its genuine purpose remained a mystery, as did the means of accessing it. Everything appeared to be an unresolved enigma. After a lengthy discussion, Liu Chun brought Brook aboard the Navy's ship, setting course for Gecko Moria's lair, the terrifying three-masted ship. The Navy personnel, upon seeing Brook, were initially too frightened to speak. Fortunately, Liu Chun offered an explanation, allowing the crew to regain their composure. However, Brook maintained a cautious attitude towards his skeletal state. After approximately half an hour, a colossal phantom gradually materialized ahead, resembling a castle upon the sea, yet adorned with sails akin to those of a ship. 3 enormous sails, to be precise. This was the lair of Moonlight Moria, the terrifying three-masted vessel. It was said to be the most formidable sailing ship in existence. The castle within harbored a multitude of zombies, presenting a significant challenge. Brook gazed intently at the grand ship, murmuring softly. Upon hearing this, Liu Chun slightly nodded, casting a serious glance at the naval officers behind him. Gentlemen, Moria has long hidden in the Devil's Triangle, preying upon passing vessels. It is time for us to exact our vengeance upon him. Although there are various types of zombies within, I have already informed you of the method to deal with them. Salt. Eliminate those minions, and I shall personally deal with Moria. Yes, Major. The naval officers replied in unison. With the protection of Salt, they regarded Brook with curiosity, eager to test its efficacy against the malevolent forces. Thus, the vessel advanced toward the ominous three-masted ship. Shortly after docking, a horde of zombies surged toward their position with alarming speed. These grotesque creatures resembled a collection of stitched monstrosities, men with bat wings, individuals possessing elephantine legs and trunks, and zombies with crocodilian jaws. Among them, the leader was a familiar face, Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit. Absalom glared at Liu Chun with an accusatory tone, questioning, "Hey, Navy, our captain is one of the Shichibukai. What brings you and your numerous companions to our territory? Since you have identified us as the Navy, it is only natural that we come to eradicate pirates." Liu Chun's face, once filled with mirth, now bore a chilling intent. To think you would dare approach us with such a small force. Absalom's expression twisted with rage as he commanded, "Attack. Eliminate them." With that command, the horde of zombies charged toward the naval officers. "Soldiers, follow me and slay them all," shouted Ian, raising his sword high. Yes, the naval officers surged forward, and chaos ensued. The air was filled with the sounds of battle and anguished cries. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, most were mere minions, and the naval officers, armed with ample salt, proved more than a match for the undead. At this moment, Absalom confronted Ian. Just as Ian prepared to attack, Absalom seemed to vanish into thin air. Where'd he go? Absalom had merely activated his transparent fruit, remaining concealed near Ian. Ha ha ha. This Navy fellow is rather handsome, he thought wickedly, extending his malevolent hands toward Ian's body. As he neared his target, a sharp blade of sword energy shot forth. What? Absalom felt a chill down his spine and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the sword energy cleaved through numerous zombies before him, creating a clear path. Any object or being in the direct line of that sword energy would be severed. "Liu Chun, what are you doing? You almost harmed me," Ian exclaimed, furrowing his brows. Liu Chun, with a serious demeanor, activated his Kinbunchika haki and replied calmly. That strange individual had gone invisible. He nearly took advantage of you. In shock, Ian instinctively clutched his chest, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, realizing that the eerie sensation he felt earlier was indeed Absalom lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the transparent Absalom glared venomously at Liu Chun and Brook, cursing under his breath. It must have been that skeleton who revealed our abilities and weaknesses to the Navy. Just wait until I take you down. Before he could finish his thought, Liu Chun's eyes flickered as he sensed a hint of murderous intent through his Kinbunchika haki. He swiftly drew his sword and unleashed a powerful strike. Itoria Bakuzan. The blade's radiance blazed forth, soaring directly towards Absalom's location. What? How'd he detect me? Absalom's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he beheld the approaching sword energy. The speed was tremendous, leaving him no time to evade. He hastily drew his saber to defend himself. As the piercing sword energy collided with Absalom's blade, it manifested a crack. Soon, more fissures appeared, resembling a tortoise shell. The blade began to fracture further. With a resounding clang, the sword energy shattered the transparent sword, hurtling toward Absalom's body. Absalom screamed as he was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth, revealing his once invisible form, now marred and incomplete, his eyes filled with tears of regret and disbelief. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Lu Chen had discerned his presence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 100 energy points. Originally, Lu Chen intended to leave Absalom for KB and Barumabur, but upon witnessing Ian being threatened and the system triggering a task, he acted decisively. Absalom had to die. If he lived, he would surely pose a danger to Nami. Killing him was the better option. At that moment, Ian looked at Absalom's lifeless body on the ground and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lu Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, it's nothing. That creature was merely a stitched abomination, daring to take advantage of you. He deserved death. Lu Chen replied coolly. MHM. Ian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Subsequently, Lu Chen stood aside, allowing others to continue the fight. There was no need for him to handle everything alone. Suddenly, Lu Chen spotted KB and Barumabur. They were working in tandem against the Cerberus, their training together allowing for seamless cooperation, rendering the beast helpless. Minutes later, the duo triumphed over the Cerberus. After roughly 10 more minutes, the battle at the entrance concluded, and all the zombies lay defeated. Lu Chen surveyed the naval officers and declared, "Those injured and unable to fight should remain behind to guard the ship. The rest of you shall follow me into Moria's lair." "Yes, Major." At his command, nearly all the naval officers surged forward. Meanwhile, within the hull of the three-masted ship, a zombie hurriedly dashed into the hull, anxiously exclaiming, "Captain, something grave has transpired. The Navy has stormed in. Did Abusalio not go to intercept them? Why have they breached our defenses?" Moria, seated at the head of the hull, frowned in displeasure. The zombie hastily replied, "Lord Abusalio has been slain." Upon hearing this, Moria sprang to his feet, indignantly bellowing, "Which Navy officer dares to take my men's lives? Come, let's see who it is." "Yes, Captain." His subordinates quickly followed him out, including the ghostly Princess Perona and Hogback. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, leading a contingent of Navy personnel, had arrived mere hundreds of meters from the castle, ready to close in. As Moria descended the staircase with his followers, he caught sight of Lu Chen at the forefront, his brow furrowing in recognition. It is he, Karp's grandson, the Navy's supernova, Munki de Lucien. "Captain, why have you stopped?" Hogback inquired, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Moria replied resolutely, "You must intercept him. I shall retrieve our secret weapon." "Understood, Captain." Hogback nodded and promptly led his men away. Moments later, the two factions confronted each other before the castle. Tension crackled in the air, though no blows had yet been exchanged. At this juncture, Hogback noticed Lu Chen among the Navy ranks, his expression shifting in surprise. "It's you? The Navy's supernova. Munki de Lucien. What brings you here?" "As if you don't know." Lu Chen retorted sharply, scanning the area for Moria. "Where's Moria? Why should I tell you? Do you not understand that our captain is one of the 7 warlords?" Hogback challenged, aware of Lu Chen's formidable prowess. It was clear why Abusalio had fallen. Hogback knew he could not stand against Lu Chen. At that moment, he comprehended Moria's decision to seek out the secret weapon. 7 warlords? Moria hardly qualifies, Lu Chen scoffed. In truth, he admired Moria's audacity in confronting Kaido. However, since the demise of Moria's crew, he had descended into a path of decline, overly reliant on the powers of shadows, effectively rendering him the weakest of the 7 warlords. During the Marineford War, he had barely withstood a few blows from Jinbei. Such weakness could only lead to elimination. Hogback was left speechless, fearing Lu Chen might strike at any moment. "If he won't speak, I shall simply find him myself." With that, Lu Chen sprinted towards the castle behind them. "No way." Perona floated into the air, suddenly appearing before Lu Chun. With a sweep of her hand, several white specters emerged from behind her, negative spirits. The spirits surged towards Lu Chun's position. Conqueror's Haki. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki. The two negative spirits were caught in its wake, their forms disintegrating into countless white ashes, dispersing into the air. Perona cried out, clutching her head in agony. Ultimately, the negative spirits were manifestations of her own mental energy, and being attacked by Conqueror's Haki was particularly devastating. Unless one were as pessimistic as Usopp, others not imbued with Conqueror's Haki would inevitably feel its effects. As Perona regained her composure, she found Lu Chun had vanished from sight. Where did he go? Perona, notify the captain. I shall hold them here. Hogback shouted, simultaneously fending off the navy. Understood. Just as Perona was about to depart, a white figure suddenly blocked her path. Ein, who had remained by Lu Chun's side, declared, If you wish to leave, you must first contend with the sword I bear. Perona furrowed her brow, having no choice but to deal with Ein first. Yet, I was not so easily vanquished. Meanwhile, Kabi and Barumabur were engaged in a joint assault against Hogback. Concurrently, after departing the battlefield, Lu Chun began his search for Moria within the castle. After a prolonged search without success, a sudden realization struck him. Is he in the frozen chamber? Convinced, Lu Chun attuned himself to the temperature gradients throughout the castle, racing towards the coldest area. Inside the frozen chamber, Moria gazed upon the colossal form of the zombie Oz. His brow furrowed. I did not anticipate having to awaken you prematurely. Alas, I have no other choice. Lacking confidence against Lu Chun, who had recently defeated Crocodile, he resolved to deploy his strongest weapon acquired over the years, the demon warrior, the giant Oz. However, without a suitable shadow to control, he prepared to merge his own shadow with Oz, thereby enhancing his control over the giant. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from behind. The thick wall was cleaved open, collapsing under the impact, cold air spilling forth, and dust swirling into the atmosphere. Emerging from a haze, Lu Chun stepped forth with interest. Moonlight Moria, I see you are indeed here. How did you know I was here? Moria's expression momentarily faltered. Lu Chun smiled knowingly. You may venture a guess. Moria's face darkened at the remark. Lu Chun, as a rear admiral of the Navy, do you not recognize that I am one of the 7 warlords? How dare you lead troops to assault me? Spare me your empty words. Lu Chun interjected, his tone casual. I am well aware of your intentions, to merge your shadow with Oz. I shall await the fusion. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. He had discerned that Moria had yet to merge his shadow with the zombie Oz, and the prior dialogue was merely a stalling tactic. Do not be so arrogant. Moria's displeasure was palpable. Strength was the true currency in this confrontation. I will ensure you pay for your overconfidence. With that, Lu Chun observed quietly, preparing not to intervene just yet. Character: Moonlight Moria. Title: Captain of the Moria Pirates. One of the 7 warlords. Fruit: Shadow Fruit. Rank: A skill. Fruit development: A. Bounty: 320,000,000 berries. How weak? I cannot fathom how Moria ascended to the rank of 7 warlord. Noticing Lu Chun's reluctance to act, Moria resolved to hasten the fusion of his shadow with the zombie Oz. Soon, Moria's shadow fully merged with the zombie Oz, its dormant body suddenly awakening, massive eyes opening wide as it stirred to life. The surrounding walls and ice began to tremble and crumble under its movements. Oz stood as a gargantuan figure, an eerie sight to behold. After all, he is the formidable demon from 5 centuries ago, who shocked the entire world. Character: Owzy Zombie. Position: None. Fruit: None. Level: A skill. Super strength. Bounty: None. He at last I have achieved fusion. Boy, you shall pay for your underestimation. Moria laughed triumphantly, glancing back at Owzy and gesturing towards Lu Chun. Owzy, eliminate him. Roar. At the command, Owzy unleashed a furious roar. The sound waves reverberated, deafening. It felt as if the very ground and castle trembled under the force of his roar. The ceiling and surrounding walls crumbled, debris falling everywhere. Bang! Bang, bang. Yet, Lu Chen wore an expression of calm amusement. I am eager to see just how powerful this demonic warrior truly is. D. Zombie Owzy bellowed, his massive fist barreling towards Lu Chen's position. Despite the moderate speed of the punch, Lu Chen chose to remain grounded, drawing the long sword Zhan Tian with deliberate slowness. He braced himself with the sword. Bang! A tremendous impact sent Lu Chen flying, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. The spot where Owzy's fist struck had already formed a colossal pit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience points in the skill armament hockey. From the ruins, Lu Chen gradually rose, brushing the dust from his attire. Indeed, he is worthy of being called the strongest demon from 5 centuries ago. Just one punch granted him 500 experience points. It is rare to find an opponent capable of bestowing such a wealth of experience in armament hockey these days. Unless it is his grandfather, Carp. Pretentious. Do you honestly believe you can contend with Owzy? Moria hissed, entirely convinced that Lu Chen was merely putting on a show. However, Lu Chen suddenly sheathed his supreme blade Zhan Tian, enveloping his fists in hockey, and with a wicked smile said, "Come on, let the battle escalate. You seek death." Moria's eyes narrowed, his teeth clenched in fury. He yearned to crush Lu Chen on the spot. He knew Lu Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Yet to insult him by abandoning the sword was the greatest affront. The damage may not be severe, yet the insult is profoundly humiliating. Owzy, obliterate him, Moria bellowed. Yes, master. With that, zombie Owzy clenched his fists and rained down blows upon Lu Chen below. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch reverberated, shaking the castle as if a giant were pounding the ground. Lu Chen merely used his fists to absorb Owzy's strikes, despite the jolting pain in his arms. It was manageable, allowing him to endure. Listening to the delightful notifications from the system, Lu Chen suddenly found the pain lessened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience points in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience points in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience points in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points in the skill armament hockey. Before long, Owzy ceased his assault, staring intently at the ground before him. After a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, the castle lay in ruins. Clouds of dust obscured the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, a smirk crept across Moria's face, revealing his smugness. Ha ha ha! Just a Navy major, daring to cause a ruckus in my domain. He seeks his own demise. Alas, he seems unaware of the law of smoke and injury. Hey, are you celebrating too soon? Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the dust. Lu Chen stepped forth from the debris, gazing with keen interest at Moria, taunting. Is that all the power your zombie possesses? It appears to have inflicted no harm upon me at all. Chapter 101, The Mighty Owzy, The Gathering of Shadows. Oh, you are truly arrogant, boy. Moria's eyes reddened with fury. He had never encountered a man who could withstand Owzy's fists without sustaining injury. Do not rush. I await your attempt to kill me. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, discarding his tattered garments to reveal his robust physique. It must be said, Owzy's fists possess formidable power. That previous exchange granted him a substantial surge in armament hockey experience. If he persevered a little longer, he would elevate to S rank, which is why he chose to provoke Moria. And indeed, things unfolded as he anticipated. Owzy, eliminate him. Moria, now enraged, commanded Owzy to attack once more. Roar. Thus, Owzy unleashed another torrent of punches and kicks towards Lu Chen below. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike echoed with a thunderous roar. The entire three-masted ship seemed to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Yet, Lu Chen refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers, focusing solely on defense and watching his armament hockey experience accumulate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 experience points in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 350 experience points in the skill armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining experience points in the skill armament hockey. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the castle, The battle between the Navy and Moria's pirate crew raged on, all sensing the tremendous tremors. What is happening? Eindai furrowed her brow, observing the source of the tremendous noise. Suddenly, Hagaback boasted, "Ha! It must be that the captain has subdued zombie Owzie. Your major is destined to be defeated. Umph, you should be more concerned about yourself." KB punched Hagaback squarely in the face, sending him sprawling. Seeking death. With that, the two resumed their fierce struggle. Time passed without notice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to the skill Armament Hockey. The system finally delivered the long-awaited news of skill enhancement, and Liu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he declared, "Thank you." With that, he finally unsheathed his blade, the supreme Sword Zhan Tian alongside Qing Feng. With a swift motion, he unleashed two sword energies imbued with intent, slicing towards Owzie. Bang! Bang! However, the formidable sword energies merely sent Owzie reeling, landing heavily on the ground, yet causing no actual harm to his form. What a powerful physique! Liu Chen marveled at the sight of Owzie's chest. The two sword energies had left mere scratches, barely breaking the surface of his skin. Moria grinned wickedly. I have stated before, the demon Owzie is invincible. What can your supreme sword do? It cannot harm him in the slightest. Oh, in response, Liu Chen's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. If I cannot kill him, can I not kill you? Navy 6-style shave. As the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Moria. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, executing the one-sword style, draw cut. What? Suddenly, Moria's complexion changed dramatically, as he had not anticipated that Liu Chen would switch targets and launch an attack against him. Just moments ago, he had been focused on assaulting Oz. The vivid crimson sword aura sliced through the air, leaving Moria no time to evade. Just as the strike was about to connect with him, his form transformed into that of a colossal figure, blocking Liu Chen's path. Bang! The clash of sword energy resounded. Upon glancing upward, Liu Chen realized that the one he had attacked was actually Oz, while Moria had already taken Oz's previous position. It was evident that he had utilized the powers of his devil fruit, the Shadow no Mi, to exchange the positions of his shadow and his real body. Since the shadow had merged with Oz, it was indeed Oz who had been replaced. Roar! Suddenly, Oz let out a furious roar, delivering a heavy punch downwards. Observing this, Liu Chen swiftly employed the Marine 6-style Zaru to evade. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. A deep crater formed where the punch landed, sending dirt flying. Meanwhile, Moria cautiously observed Liu Chen, fearful of another impending attack. He then entered Oz's body and boasted, "Boy, I am now within Oz's form. Let us see how you can strike me." Hee. Liu Chen scoffed disdainfully and replied, "You rely too heavily on the strength of others, which is why your power never reaches its peak. Oz is merely an external entity, ultimately insignificant." Umph, what do you know? Oz, eliminate him. At that moment, Moria erupted in fury. Oz relentlessly swung his massive fists down towards Liu Chen. However, Liu Chen had long since dodged to a distant spot. He gazed at Oz, gradually lifting two long blades, instantly enveloped in an aura of dominance. A powerful sword intent coalesced atop the blades, forming two strikingly potent auras, one white and one red. As Liu Chen wielded the blades, the energies danced in the wind, reminiscent of flowing silk, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In a swift motion, Liu Chen simultaneously swung both blades towards Oz, proclaiming, twin blade style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. In an instant, two waves of sword energy were unleashed, the white and red energies striking forth. The intense sword intent gradually morphed into two ferocious beasts, a white tiger and a crimson dragon, both resembling colossal primordial creatures. They opened their massive jaws, lunging towards Oz with a ferocious hunger. Roar! Oz seemed to sense the imminent danger, unleashing his most formidable strength yet, his muscles bulging as he hurled two punches towards the oncoming sword energies. Boom! The moment the sword energies collided with Oz, a thunderous explosion reverberated. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, sweeping through the surroundings and leveling everything in its path. Even Lu Qian had to retreat swiftly to avoid the onslaught. Slayedthe. As the tumultuous aftermath of the battle subsided, the original scene was revealed. Oz lay on the ground, his eyes glazed over like a lifeless corpse. His sturdy arms severed cleanly by Lu Qian's sword energy, now discarded beside his body. Furthermore, Oz's bones were shattered throughout, rendering him incapable of rising again. Bang! Suddenly, a door opened in Oz's abdomen. Bloodied Moria emerged from within, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I will not be defeated again. Absolutely not." With that, he let out a furious roar towards the heavens. Shadow, assembly. The entire three-masted ship seemed to resonate with his roar. Shadows began to fly in from the distance, each one entering Moria's body from his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The number of shadows surged rapidly, and Moria's form began to swell. After absorbing 1,000 shadows, Moria's body had expanded to nearly the size of a giant. Such a massive physique could indeed accommodate 1,000 shadows. He augmented his strength through this absorption, now possessing the destructive power to shatter an island with a single blow. Moreover, his attributes had transformed. Character: Moria. Position: Shichibukai. Fruit: Shadow no Mi. Level: S. Moria gazed down at Lu Qian, coldly stating, "Boy, perish." With that, he slammed his palm towards Lu Qian's position. Boom! Standing firm, Lu Qian looked up at the colossal hand descending upon him, akin to a miniature Wuxishan crushing down, accompanied by overwhelming pressure. "Get lost!" Lu Qian roared, raising his sword, Zhantian, and swiftly evading with Soru. The sword energy struck Moria's massive palm, akin to a droplet of water falling into the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. Fortunately, Lu Qian managed to evade Moria's strike, sidestepping just in time. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as Moria's palm smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying, and the entire surface trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. This force was far greater than Oz's, creating cracks in the ground resembling tortoise shells. The entire three-masted ship appeared as though it might be cleaved asunder by his blow. Moments later, Moria realized that his previous strike had missed Lu Qian and attempted another, exclaiming, "If you have the skill, don't run." "All right," Lu Qian responded nonchalantly. He raised his right hand, wielding the long sword Zhantian, as dense haki converged upon its blade. The red haki coiled around the sword like arcs of crimson lightning. One sword style, open the sky. He then delivered a straight cut towards Moria. The gleaming sword light flashed. The fierce red sword energy surged forth, akin to a red sword aiming to cleave the heavens asunder. The clouds above were split in two by the overwhelming sword intent. Swoosh! The sword energy accurately struck Moria's enormous palm. Despite his amplified strength and size, the tremendous impact and fierce sword energy sent his gigantic form hurtling away. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The shadows that Moria had absorbed erupted from his mouth and various parts of his body, scattering into the air. Lu Qian approached him, stating with indifference, "You rely too heavily on the strength of others. You, who once battled Kaido, are truly too weak." With that, he raised his blade and severed Moria's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points. Materials required for the construction of the Underworld King: 10. Picking up Moria's head, Lu Qian was about to depart when a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Who? Lu Qian turned sharply, only to see a man clad in black, wearing a hat of black and white. It was Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant Kuma. Character: Bartholomew Kuma. Position: Shichibukai, Revolutionary Army Officer. Fruit: Paramecia Nikyu no Mi. Level: S. Skills: Fruit Development SS. Martial Arts S. Bounty: 296 million berries. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Lu Qian, then inquired, "If you could travel anywhere, where would you like to go?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Qian furrowed his brow and instinctively took a few steps back, increasing the distance between the two. "I do not wish to travel at the moment." "What brings you here?" he inquired. "The Marine headquarters has dispatched me to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, but it appears he is your brother, as well as Ace's, correct?" Kuma asked with an expressionless demeanor. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded, understanding that he would not act against Luffy, yet he could not guarantee his own safety. The formidable powers of his devil fruit were indeed a cause for concern. You have killed Moria. The Marine headquarters will undoubtedly seek to trouble you. Let them come. Do I fear them? He retorted. Well then, I shall take my leave, having failed to locate the Straw Hat crew. With that, Kuma turned it apart. Lu Chen watched his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Was that statement directed at me? He pondered, using the excuse of failing to find Luffy's group to refuse the mission assigned by the Marine headquarters. After Kuma's departure, Lu Chen returned to the battle zone of the castle, carrying Moria's severed head. However, he had just triggered a new mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. On triggering the mission, rescue Kuma before Dr. Vegapunk modifies him. System reward: 2,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the King of Hell. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lu Chen's return, Ein hurried over, anxiously asking, Lu Chen, are you all right? Are you injured? I am fine. Moria could not harm me. Lu Chen replied. Indeed. Ein felt relieved. Lu Chen continued. What is the status of the battle? We have sustained 21 severe injuries and 76 minor injuries. Every member of the Moria pirate crew has been captured, except for Perona, who managed to escape. Should we pursue her? Ein answered honestly. No need, let us return. Lu Chen waved his hand. At this point, attempting to chase after Perona would likely be futile. Completing the mission was sufficient. Understood. Thus, Lu Chen led all the Marines back to the G-39 Marine base. Several days later, at the Marine headquarters, Sengoku pondered. What on earth does this kid, Lu Chen, intend to do? Not only has he captured one warlord, but he has now killed another. What is he after? Does he not understand the cooperative relationship between the warlords and the Marines? He gazed at the incoming information with a troubled expression. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Garp strode in, picking his nose as he asked, What do you want? You should see for yourself. Sengoku said, handing over the telegram. Garp took a look and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha! My grandson is truly remarkable. Splendid work. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. You may find it amusing, but others will not share your sentiment. Lu Chen is likely to be summoned back. Why must he return? His strength rivals that of the vice admirals. And yet they do not even assign him a vice admiral position. Garp's demeanor became serious as he stated, As long as I am here, who dares to touch him? Sengoku nodded slightly, acutely aware of the weight of Garp's words. As long as Garp remained, and as long as Lu Chen was a Marine, no one would dare to lay a finger on him. Simultaneously, in a certain area of the Grand Line, Lu Chen reclined on a deck chair, leisurely basking in the sun while glancing at his familiar interface. Host, Lu Chen, level S, position, Rear Admiral, Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit, skills, Swordsmanship S, Sword Intent S. Body techniques, Devil Fruit development C, Conqueror's Hockey S, Armament Hockey S, Observation Hockey S, Marine 6 Techniques, Shave S, Marine 6 Techniques, Gale Foot S. Marine 6 Techniques, Moonwalk S, Life Restoration G, Cooking A, Talent, Simplified Skills, Energy, 2,469, Berries, 18,989 billion. Chapter 103. The Three Admirals of the Marines. Kizaru, Akainu Akiji. At last, his level had reached S, and he had also mastered Life Restoration. Ding. Would you like to simplify the skill Life Restoration? Yes. Ding. Simplifying skill Life Restoration. Simplification successful. Life Restoration can now be activated by speaking. The Life Restoration skill could be considered a hidden ability. The higher the level, the more powerful its effects. Luffy merely utilized Life Restoration to replenish his stamina through meals. However, the Life Restoration skill was far more complex than that. As Lu Chen contemplated how to further explore Life Restoration, Ein suddenly approached him with a telegram in hand, a frown on his face. Rear Admiral, the Marine headquarters has sent an urgent message requesting your immediate return. Taking the telegram, Lu Chen glanced at it, noting that it did not specify the reason, only demanding his prompt return. However, He suspected it was primarily due to his killing of Moria. Some individuals would inevitably seize upon such matters to make a fuss. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate so quickly. After a moment's reflection, Lu Chun instructed, "Reply to them that I shall return to headquarters immediately." Understood. I nodded, but could not help but ask, "Is this about our killing of Moria? What if I had not returned with you?" "No need. You should escort them back to the base. They are likely recalling me to headquarters." Lu Chun smiled. Indeed, although Lu Chun wore a smile, Ein could not share in the amusement, sensing that something was amiss. After Ein departed, Lu Chun set off alone in a small boat, heading towards the Marine headquarters. Half a month later, at the Marine headquarters, Lu Chun sat alone in a small boat, slowly making his way towards the grand entrance of the Marine headquarters. Before reaching the dock, he noticed several Marines waiting on the shore. Are they here specifically to await my arrival? Moments later, Lu Chun leaped from the boat, gracefully landing on the shore, and inquired, "Are you here to escort me?" "Indeed, Rear Admiral Lu Chun, please follow me." The lead Marine, Samuel Mandel, replied expressionlessly. "Very well." Lu Chun nodded slightly and followed them into the Marine headquarters. Meanwhile, the surrounding Marines, busy with their tasks, took notice of Lu Chun's return. There was no escaping it. As the strongest supernova in the Marines, he was well known to all. "It's Rear Admiral Lu Chun. What brings him back to the Marine headquarters?" "I do not know. Could something have happened?" Mandel and his companions usually escorted those who had erred, so the notion that Rear Admiral Lu Chun had made a mistake was perplexing. The news of Lu Chun's killing of Moria had not yet spread among the ordinary Marines, so they were unaware. Yet, Lu Chun could sense that something was not quite right. Minutes later, the Marines led Lu Chun to a sealed door, stating, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun. The Admiral is already waiting for you inside." "Understood." Lu Chun nodded, thinking to himself, Sengoku, is it more than one person? This time, it might indeed be quite serious. He then pushed open the door, only to be met with the imposing figures of Admiral Sengoku and the three admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizuru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. The four stood in a commanding manner, resembling a panel ready to interrogate a criminal. As he entered, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Admiral Sengoku." Three admirals. Lu Chun first offered a respectful salute before stepping forward. Suddenly, Akainu spoke sharply. "Halt! Remain right where you are." "Umph. The marshal hasn't said anything. So who are you to command me?" Lu Chun retorted with a cold scoff. Nevertheless, he did not cease his advance, proceeding to take a seat on the side. Akainu, his teeth grinding in frustration, turned to Sengoku and remarked coolly, "Marshal, Lu Chun has committed an offense. Can he still sit here? Until he is convicted." "Lu Chun remains a Rear Admiral of the Navy," Sengoku replied. Upon hearing this, Akainu was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Chun smirked, gazing triumphantly at Akainu, and chuckled softly. "Did you hear that? I'm still a Rear Admiral." Suddenly, Sengoku admonished firmly, "Lu Chun, take your seat." "Yes, Marshal." Lu Chun promptly complied, maintaining a smile as he looked at Akainu, as if to say, "You fool, do you not know the relationship between my grandfather Garp and Sengoku? You think you can intimidate me? Dream on." He also took note of Kizuru and Akiji's reactions. Akiji at least offered Lu Chun a smile, whereas Kizuru seemed preoccupied, merely polishing his nails as if he were indifferent to the proceedings. After a brief silence, Sengoku finally spoke. "Lu Chun, I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully and do not conceal anything." "Understood," Lu Chun affirmed. Sengoku continued, "Did you kill the warlord Gecko Moria?" Lu Chun replied without hesitation, "Yes." As soon as he finished, Akainu eagerly interjected, "Since he admitted to killing him, can we declare him guilty now?" He knew full well that the Navy had an agreement with the warlords, yet he dared to kill one of them. This is a deliberate offense, warranting a heavier penalty. "I believe Rear Admiral Lu Chun would not kill a warlord without just cause," Akiji added, which prompted Akainu to glare at him, clearly displeased. Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Akainu and remarked coldly, "Are you so eager to see Lu Chun convicted before I have even finished my questioning?" "Not at all," Akainu replied, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. "It would be prudent not to interrupt me," Sengoku cautioned. He turned back to Lu Chun and continued. Now, let us proceed to the second question. Why did you kill Gecko Moria? First, while passing through the Devil's Triangle, Moria attacked me with intent to kill. Naturally, I had every right to defend myself. Second, he is a pirate. It is only just for the Navy to eliminate pirates. Third, although Moria is a warlord, he has caused great harm to numerous crew members and civilians in the Devil's Triangle. Is such behavior permissible for a warlord? Lu Chun stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku displayed a faint smile. Indeed, he was the grandson of Garp, as his ability to weave lies into truth was remarkable. This is mere sophistry. You clearly sought out trouble with Moria's crew, yet now you claim they sought trouble with you. Akainu scolded, his brow furrowed in anger. Admiral Sakazuki, some matters cannot be carelessly discussed, and assertions must be substantiated. Do you have any witnesses to support your claim that I sought out trouble with Moria's crew? Lu Chun countered. On the way back, I executed every last member of Moria's crew, leaving none alive, except for the one who fled, Perona. I am confident no one will locate her, and my subordinates would not dare divulge this information. Chapter 104. Innocence. Who was struck? For it was Lu Chun who personally dealt with the remnants of Moria's crew, executing them in full view of all the Navy personnel aboard. They were well aware of Lu Chun's ruthless methods and dared not challenge him. You may command your men, but the fact remains that you killed the warlord Moria. Akainu asserted darkly. Do you truly believe you can evade culpability? Indeed, I am the one who killed him, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Akainu turned to Sengoku and proclaimed, Marshal, since Lu Chun has confessed, we must render a guilty verdict. I agree to condemn Lu Chun. Instantly, Sengoku raised an eyebrow, preparing to respond, but Lu Chun interjected with a smirk, saying, Admiral Sakazuki, are you out of your mind? With a thunderous crash, Akainu erupted in rage, slamming his hand on the table. Lu Chun, what do you mean by that? I mean that you are out of your mind. As a Navy admiral, you would condemn me for the actions taken against a pirate? Do you not realize how many vile pirates I have slain? Is it not the Navy's duty to eliminate pirates? If you condemn me for the actions taken against one pirate, who will dare oppose them in the future? Shall we allow them to wreak havoc upon the seas unchecked? I have likely sent more pirate souls to their demise than you have had meals. Lu Chun declared with a serious expression, his words resonating with righteous indignation. At this, Akainu's face turned ashen, his fists clenching tightly as he shouted, Lu Chun, you are courting death. Such statements were the gravest affront to Akainu's unwavering sense of justice. Suddenly, his form vanished, enveloped in searing magma, launching a powerful punch at Lu Chun. Sakazuki, stand down. Sengoku called out urgently, rushing forward to intervene. As the fiery magma fist approached, Lu Chun remained unflinching, his right hand cloaked in haki, poised to draw his sword. Just then, a furious roar echoed from behind him. Who dares lay a finger on my grandson? With a resounding crash, the heavy iron door shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. A figure appeared before Lu Chun, none other than Garp, who had rushed upon hearing the commotion. His haki-imbued fist struck Akainu squarely on the head. With a mighty thud, Akainu was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a crater forming beneath him as molten rock splattered about. He coughed violently, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. Fortunately, he had managed to coat his head with haki in time, or the blow could have proven fatal. The force of that punch was overwhelming. Lu Chun looked joyfully at the familiar figure before him, exclaiming, Grandpa, Lu Chun, are you all right? Garp asked, his eyes fixed intently on Akainu. Grandpa, don't worry. That guy can't harm me, Lu Chun reassured him. Garp nodded, visibly relieved, and his gaze sharpened, unconsciously emanating a powerful presence as he advanced toward Akun. Do you truly think I am senile? How dare you attack my grandson without consulting me first? The overwhelming aura of Garp's haki bore down upon Akainu, pressing on every cell within his body, rendering him unable to rise, even freeing himself from his magma form. Akainu found it difficult to even speak. On the platform, Akiji observed with a smile, thinking, it seems Vice Admiral Garp is still formidable. This fool kinda dared to lay hands on Liu Chun. Just then, Sengoku cleared his throat pointedly and said sternly, "Garp, step back. Am I not allowed to see my grandson?" Garp replied, feigning innocence as he picked his nose. At this moment, Akainu finally regained his composure, staggeringly rising to sit on a chair nearby, his vigilant gaze fixed on the grandfather-grandson duo, Garp and his grandson. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Sengoku helplessly nodded. "Very well, but this inquiry is specifically regarding Major General Liu Chun. You should return quickly. If I don't return, what if someone takes action against my grandson while I'm away?" After saying this, Garp casually plopped down in front of Akainu. Akainu, however, didn't dare to meet Garp's eyes, opting to selectively avoid his gaze. He had heard of Vice Admiral Garp's formidable strength, but he never anticipated it to be so overwhelming that a single punch could knock him down. Truly a man worthy of being called a hero of the Navy. "Fine. You can stay here," Sengoku conceded after a moment's contemplation, turning to the three individuals and continuing, "In that case, let us raise our hands for a vote. Those in favor of convicting Major General Liu Chun, please raise your hands." Akainu's eyes flickered as he glanced at Sengoku and Garp, too fearful to raise his hand. That would be akin to courting death. Sengoku then added, "Now, those in favor of not convicting, please raise your hands." As the words fell, only Akiji and Sengoku raised their hands, while Kizuru and Akainu remained still. "What is the matter with you two?" Sengoku inquired in confusion. "Marshal, I abstain." "Marshal, I also abstain." Kizuru spoke up, and Akainu immediately echoed him. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slightly and proclaimed loudly, "In that case, I announce that the Navy headquarters finds Major General Liu Chun not guilty." His voice was raised, seemingly intentionally directed at Garp. "Marshal, does that mean the bounty and military achievements from defeating Moria also belong to me?" Liu Chun seized the opportunity to ask. "Indeed," Sengoku replied with a wry smile. At that moment, Garp stood up and, taking Liu Chun with him, strode out, saying, "All right then, since there is nothing amiss. It's time for us to bond as grandfather and grandson. From now on, you will stay at the Navy headquarters to avoid being bullied outside." He shot a glance back at Akainu. Akainu's face darkened, filled with resentment, yet he dared not utter a word, merely suppressing his feelings. On the high platform, Sengoku's expression soured as he watched Garp and Liu Chun's retreating figures, pondering to himself, "I am still the Navy Admiral. Must you two leave without discussing it? After all, personnel adjustments in the Navy require my approval." As Liu Chun and Garp exited, many Navy personnel gathered to witness the spectacle. "Quick, quick, look! It's Major General Liu Chun and Vice Admiral Garp coming out. It seems they're both fine. It must have been Vice Admiral Garp who took action. I wonder who he struck. It certainly wasn't the Admiral, nor could it have been Admiral Kizuru." After the two departed, Sengoku, Kizuru, and Akiji followed suit. The expressions of Sengoku, Kizuru, and Akiji were relaxed, while Akainu bore a large red bump on his forehead. Anyone who saw it would immediately know that Akainu had been struck by Vice Admiral Garp. However, upon witnessing Akainu's menacing expression, none of the Navy personnel dared to meet his gaze, let alone laugh. Chapter 105. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. A return to Slayedthe Archipelago. In Garp's office, he frowned and said, "Kid, you haven't had a moment of peace these days and have caused such a big incident. Aren't you worried someone will come after you?" "Grandpa, isn't there still you?" Liu Chun replied with a grin. Hearing this, Garp's expression softened into a smile. "You've done well. Some pirates indeed deserve to be eliminated. With me around, no one in the Navy headquarters will dare to touch you. I will also advocate for you to remain at the Navy headquarters, and you shall attain the position of Vice Admiral. When Sengoku retires, you'll be well prepared to take over." "Yes, Grandpa, I hope so, but I doubt Admiral Sakazuki will agree," Liu Chun remarked, knowing that Akainu had just engaged in a fierce battle with Akiji over the position of Admiral. Garp's expression turned serious as he said, "Train diligently. When you possess the strength to defeat him, you will naturally become an admiral. Otherwise, I cannot assist you much." "Understood, Grandpa," Liu Chun affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. defeat Sakazuki. System reward, 2,000 energy points, growth type quick blade, reincarnation 1, Sakazuki. After a moment of contemplation, Garp suddenly recalled something. By the way, Luffy is likely to arrive at Slayedthe Archipelago soon. That kid loves to stir up trouble. If you have the time, go lend him a hand. He needs to understand that his strength is still lacking, and there are many situations he cannot resolve. Understood, Grandpa, Luchin replied. Hearing this, he recognized Garp's good intentions for his 3 grandchildren, including himself. At present, his greatest concern was probably Ace. Suddenly, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Defeat Luffy and his companions. System reward, 1,000 energy points. Materials required for constructing the Pluton, 10. After a prolonged silence, Garp sighed deeply, saying, Luchin, you are the last person I need to worry about. If I'm no longer around, you must protect Luffy and Ace at all costs. Consider it a request from your grandfather. What? Upon hearing this, Luchin felt a weight in his heart. Garp's words sounded like a last will. Grandpa, why do you say such things? You are still in your prime. How could you not be around? Hee. Garp laughed without replying. They conversed for quite some time, and Luchin felt a sense of confusion from Garp, as if he was perpetually troubled by something. Eventually, Luchin exited Garp's office and returned to his previous office for a brief rest. Meanwhile, at Mary Geo's, the 5 elders gathered once more. A telegram regarding Luchin's defeat of Moria and another concerning Luchin's promotion to Vice Admiral laid on the table. Monkey D. Luchin. Is he also one of the D lineage? His strength has skyrocketed in just a few years. It's somewhat terrifying. Shepherd Tinbit remarked with a worried expression. Though he bears the D in his name, he is Garp's adopted grandson and does not belong to the D clan, said Topman watchily, stroking his mustache. I believe he is as rumored. He harbors a deep hatred for pirates, as his entire family was killed by them. Indeed, Izambaron V. Nazashiro nodded in agreement, stroking his long beard. In that case, he poses no threat. Talents should be promoted. Yes, the others chimed in agreement. A few days later, at the Navy headquarters, Luchin received the promotion notice along with the Navy's Justice Cloak that belonged to the rank of Vice Admiral. He officially became a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In the office, Luchin examined the cloak behind him, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. The Vice Admiral's cloak is indeed more durable. Beside him, Ein smiled at Luchin. You look good in anything. Considering your fighting style, it would be strange if your clothes didn't get damaged. Ha ha ha. Luchin chuckled. Just a few days prior, Ein had returned to the Navy headquarters from a base in the first half of the Grand Line, alongside Barton, Kobe, and Barumabur. As a Vice Admiral, one must have trusted aides, and these individuals were among those Luchin felt he could rely on. However, upon their return, Kobe and Barumabur were promptly sent to Zifa's advanced training camp. First, trained for a few years before speaking. Suddenly, a knock echoed outside, accompanied by the voice of Baduin. Bang, bang, bang. Luchin Jiang. Kumin. Luchin called out. As the words fell, Baduin opened the door and hurriedly entered, saying anxiously, the Straw Hat crew and other pirate supernovas have arrived at Xiangbua Di Chuandao. Very well. Let us head to Xiangbua Di Chuandao. Luchin swiftly rose and exited, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Pirate supernovas, I am eager to witness their true strength. Baduin and Ein followed closely behind him. As the trio stepped outside, every member of the naval base took notice of them, particularly the newly promoted Rear Admiral Luchin. Look, it's Rear Admiral Luchin. What Rear Admiral? He is now a Vice Admiral, holding the same rank as his grandfather, Kapu. Incredible. Within just a few years, he has ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Indeed, it is said that all his achievements were earned through the defeat of pirates, which propelled him to this rank. Walking beside Luchin, Ayan and Baduin noticed the envious and admiring gazes from the surrounding Navy personnel. Baduin jested. Luchin, they are all looking at you. You have become the object of admiration among all the Navy at headquarters. Yes, you have accumulated numerous accolades. Being the youngest Rear Admiral in naval history, a naval supernova, and the grandson of the naval hero Pu Ka. Ayan chimed in, Since you are all aware, as my subordinates, shouldn't you also carve out a name for yourselves? Luchin smiled. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Baduin could not help but cough twice, reminiscing about the days when Luchin had mercilessly overpowered him. Luchin, you truly shine too brightly. We are but mere embellishments. No waities. You will have your opportunities to shine in the future, Luchin replied earnestly. In truth, Baduin and Ian were not lacking in strength, especially Ian, whose fruitability was formidable and could even serve a supportive role, such as restoring Kapu to his peak condition from 18 years ago. Surely, he would be stronger than his current self. Well, your words are sufficient, Baduin said. Shortly after, the three boarded a navy vessel, setting sail for the nearby Slayedthe di Chuandao. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at island number 1 of Slayedthe di Chuandao. Ian gazed at the distant island, puzzled, and asked, Luchin, why have we come to island number 1? We will search island now. 1 to ascertain the whereabouts of those pirate supernovas, and also look for my brother Lu Fei, Luchin replied calmly. However, this was not his primary objective. He had another matter at hand. I nodded. She was already aware of the relationship between Luchin and Lu Fei and knew he would not take action against him. After all, he was his own brother, and Kapu was still at the naval headquarters. Soon, the trio disembarked on island number 1 of Slayedthe di Chuandao, dressed in navy uniforms. Luchin and his companions quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. It's the Navy. No, it's Rear Admiral Mong Chi Di Luchin, a naval supernova. He has also come to the island? Is it for those pirate supernovas? Most likely. I wonder which is more formidable, the naval supernova or the pirates. Observing the crowd, Luchin raised an eyebrow slightly and whispered, split up, find Lu Fei or the other pirate supernovas, and use the Den Den Mushi to contact me. Understood. Hearing this, Ian and Baduin immediately headed off in different directions. The entire Slayedthe di Chuandao was vast, and it would be challenging to locate the pirate supernovas while moving together. After Ian and Baduin departed, Luchin swiftly vanished from view. He arrived at a secluded corner and donned a long-lost black cloak. The navy uniform was too conspicuous. It was far more prudent to wear this attire for covert operations. Luchin mused with satisfaction. In reality, his visit to island number 1 was not solely to find Lu Fei. He aimed to attend the auction on Slayedthe di Chuandao to fulfill a task triggered by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue Kaimi, eliminate St. Cha system reward. 2,000 energy points. Although the task appeared simple, it was essentially opposing the entire world government. No wonder the reward was 2,000 energy points. The target to be eliminated was none other than St. Cha, a celestial dragon. Should this be accomplished, the name Hei Ye would resonate throughout the Grand Line and surely become an adversary of the entire world government. Contemplating this, Luchin furrowed his brow and murmured, Grandfather, I may have to undertake this task. You promise to assist me should any issues arise. His strength, though formidable, was not the strongest in the world. There were still those who instilled fear in him, and the terrifying presence of the Gorosei and him lingered. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, Achu, Kapu sneezed, continuing to pick his nose, wondering which rascal was speaking of him. At island number 1, the auction venue. The electrifying auction had commenced, with guests bidding on the slave goods on stage. Guest number 13 bids 300,000 berries. Does anyone bid higher? Guest número 34 bids 350,000 berries. Does anyone bid higher? 350,000 berries. First call for 350,000 berries. Backstage at the auction venue, all the slaves destined for sale were confined in sturdy iron cages. Among them, an elderly man with white hair stood out, accompanied by a giant. That elderly man was none other than Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the pirate King Roger, who had sold himself into slavery. Suddenly, several auction staff members entered with a registration book, casually stating, "The fishman has been taken out. Next is auction item number 23. No sooner had the words been spoken than 2 arcs of silver lightning flashed through the air. Zap! In an instant, the 2 were charred black, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Rayleigh frowned, sensing something amiss, and glanced toward the dark corner to his left. A man in a black cloak slowly emerged from the shadows, jesting. I did not expect the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh to be imprisoned here. Hey, yeah. What brings you here? Rayleigh instantly recognized Luchin, but still addressed him by his moniker. Hey, yeah. Upon hearing this, the slaves in the jail turned their astonished gazes toward the cloaked figure. Hey, yeah, it's him. The bounty criminal with a 1 billion berry bounty. They could hardly believe he was present as well. Luchin remarked, just here to have some fun. Hee hee. Rayleigh smiled without speaking, pondering, what is this young man up to now? For Luchin, whether in his identity as a Navy officer or as Hey Yeah, whatever he undertakes is never trivial. Luchin inquired, do you need my assistance? No need. Rayleigh shook his head. Upon hearing this, Luchin exited the backstage, heading toward the auction venue. He had merely come to check if Kai-Mi was present and wanted to converse with Rayleigh. Simultaneously, at the auction front, Kai-Mi had already been displayed and bidding had commenced. She was trapped within a circular, transparent dome, her neck bound by an iron collar. Mr. 4 offered 8 million berries. Is there a higher bid? Mr. 7 bid 8 million berries. Is there a higher offer? In the dimly lit corner, Luchan was observing the proceedings on stage while also keeping an eye on Nami and her companions, who seemed to be preparing to bid for Cammy. Suddenly, St. Charlos, adorned with a transparent hood, rose, extended 5 fingers, and proclaimed, 500 million berries. What? 500 million berries, a sum that far exceeds the worth of a mermaid. Do you see who that person is? He is a celestial dragon. Does he lack money? Upon utterance of these words, the crowd was taken aback, and none dared to challenge St. Charlos. Nami and her companions furrowed their brows, pondering their predicament. They only had 200 million berries, a sum woefully insufficient. Suddenly a voice, laden with gravitas, rang out. 1 billion berries. At this proclamation, the crowd turned to locate the source of the voice. A figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, draped in a black robe, rendering his features indistinct. Nevertheless, some in the throng recognized his identity. The Dark Knight, the notorious criminal with a bounty of 1 billion berries. It is he. Who would have thought he would be here? 1 billion berries. Does he truly possess such wealth? Nami's countenance brightened with realization. It is Luchan. He has come because we are here too. Beside her, Robin watched the dark-clad Luchan, her brows knitting together. It is him. Why has he appeared here? St. Charlos's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. I don't care who you are. Do you know who I am? How dare you oppose us, the celestial dragons? Do you wish to die? Huh. Luchan chuckled coldly. His interest piqued as he queried. What? Do you not even recognize me? Chapter 107. The Pacifist. You're still too weak. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing that familiar attire, St. Charlos was abruptly transported back in time to a few years prior. It was also on Sabiti Archipelago when a man in black had rescued 2 slaves from his grasp, leaving him to lie on the filthy ground for an extended period. It was you. You harmed me. You shall pay. In an instant, St. Charlos's eyes glimmered with rage, his fury palpable. The humiliation of lying in the dirt must never be known to another. The one who deserves to be damned is you. Luchin's gaze was as frigid as ice, his tone devoid of warmth. What did you say? Before St. Charlos could finish, Luchan unleashed a burst of silver-white lightning from his hand, surging towards St. Charlos. Just as it was about to strike him, a portly figure appeared in front of St. Charlos, absorbing the lightning strike. Zzz. The robust figure was left charred from the electric assault. It was at this moment Luchan discerned the identity of the man before him. A round head, short hair, and clad in a red coat. It was Bartolomeo Kuma. Character, Bartolomeo Kuma. Position, Captain of the Marine Science Division. Fruit, no rank. Skill, armament hockey. Bounty, none. His presence here was likely due to being assigned as a bodyguard for St. Charlos. Initially paralyzed with fear upon seeing the Marine's arrival, St. Charlos regained his bravado. Hey, Marines, quickly kill him. No, I want him captured alive. He shall be my slave. Bartolomeo Kuma replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. His gaze fixed on Luchan, he said coolly, Dark Knight, let me, the strongest defender in this world, see just how formidable you truly are. With that, he swung a massive axe, nearly his own size, towards Lu Chun. Divine retribution. Lu Chun, however, remained rooted in place, slowly raising his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced around his hand, arcs of silver flickering to life, forming a colossal pillar of lightning. With a gentle flick, the massive pillar shot straight towards Bartolomeo Kuma. The speed of the lightning was evidently swifter than that of Bartolomeo Kuma's attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Bartolomeo Kuma was precisely struck by the lightning pillar, countless arcs of electricity coursing through him, wreaking havoc on every cell of his body. Zzz. With the emergence of thick black smoke, a charred scent filled the air. The spot where Bartolomeo Kuma had stood was reduced to a charred expanse. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo Kuma lay unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Lu Chun cast a fleeting glance at the fallen Bartolomeo Kuma, then appeared before St. Charlos, delivering a powerful punch. "You could die now." "No." Instantly, St. Charlos's face turned pale, his eyes wide with shock, mouth agape. Regrettably, he could not even finish his words, as a mighty punch obliterated his skull. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the entirety of the venue. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the hall. A celestial dragon has died. Someone has killed a celestial dragon. Run, run. They are dead. The majority of the attendees fled in panic, while only Nami and her companions remained, stunned by the unfolding events. It all transpired too swiftly. They had never anticipated that the figure clad in black, Lu Chun, would slay a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Lu Chun appeared before Cammy, smashing the glass dome with a punch. Bang! The seawater surged forth, and Cammy tumbled out. Fortunately, Lu Chun caught her just in time and tossed her to Nami across the way. "Cammy!" Sanji rushed forward, eagerly receiving Cammy. Suddenly, a contingent of Marines burst into the hall, swiftly surrounding Lu Chun. "Quickly, surround him. He is the one who killed the celestial dragon. Yes, it is he who has slain the celestial dragon." Lu Chun chuckled lightly, glancing at Nami not far away. "You all go first. I will hold them off." "Yes, let us go quickly." Hearing this, Nami bit her lip and nodded, immediately leading Sanji and the others to flee. At this moment, she had no choice but to trust Lu Chun. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Upon witnessing Nami and her companions fleeing with the crowd, a faint smile crept across Lu Chun's lips, and his eyes narrowed as an invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki swept around him. Conqueror's Haki! Instantly, every Marine affected by the Haki rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Just as Lu Chun was about to depart, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Halt!" Bartolomeo Kuma staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You shall not escape." He had just regained consciousness after being struck by lightning, and now saw the Marines sprawled around him. He must intercept Lu Chun. Such an opportunity may never arise again. "I have already stated, you are far too weak." Lu Chun's gaze turned icy, his tone devoid of emotion. Just as he was about to make his move, a colossal figure appeared before him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the tyrant Kuma, but displayed no emotion. It was a robot developed by Vegapunk the Pacifista. Character: Pacifista PX4. Position: Fruit. Rank: Skill: Energy Cannon. Bounty. Then upon seeing the Pacifista arrive, Bartolomeo Kuma's expression brightened, and he immediately commanded, "Pacifista, restrain him for me." At this moment, he did not expect the pacifist to slay the knight, but merely to entangle him, thus allowing time for the naval headquarters to dispatch an admiral. Surely, they would be able to eliminate this notorious bounty of 1 billion berries. The pacifist's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth wide, gathering immense energy within, before unleashing a powerful laser cannon directed at Lu Chun's position. Boom! However, Lu Chun exhibited no sign of movement. Instead, he stepped forward. Just as the laser was about to strike him, he merely shifted slightly to the left, allowing the beam to whiz past him without inflicting a scratch. Boom! The laser collided with the wall behind him, leaving a substantial hole. What? Jean Tamaru's expression changed, realizing that Lu Chun possessed the ability of Ken Bunchika Haki. Had he not possessed it, evading the laser would have been impossible. Upon further reflection, it made sense. If this man could awaken Conqueror's haki, he would undoubtedly master Kinbunchika haki as well. At that moment, the pacifist launched another attack. Yet, Liu Chun had already appeared before him, raising his right foot enveloped in Busashoka haki and delivering a powerful kick towards the pacifist. Tiansen kick. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged forth, manifesting as a crimson foot slash aimed at the pacifist's body. Bang! With a deafening roar, the pacifist was sent flying, taking Jean Tamaru along with him. Chapter 108. Too slow. Let us determine the outcome. One man and one machine thus crashed through several walls of the auction hall, ultimately bursting through the last wall and plunging into the waters outside the island. Splash! After glancing at the spot where the pacifist and Jean Tamaru had vanished, Liu Chun sensed something amiss and swiftly departed from the scene. Moments later, a beam of yellow light appeared, launching Jean Tamaru from the sea onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Tamaru spat out copious amounts of seawater, glaring at the man in an admiral's cloak and yellow suit hovering above, complaining, "Old man, you are too slow. The knight has likely escaped." The man before him was none other than Admiral Kizuru from the naval headquarters, and Jean Tamaru was his subordinate. "I will check it out." With that, Kizuru transformed into a beam of yellow light, soaring towards the auction hall. In mere moments, Kizuru arrived at the scene, surveying the multitude of unconscious Navy personnel strewn across the floor, murmuring to himself, "It appears the knight truly has made an appearance." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Jean Tamaru at the shore. The man has indeed fled. Jean Tamaru's expression darkened as he retorted, "Aren't you going to pursue him? I told you your speed was lacking, yet you did not believe me." Kizuru replied nonchalantly, "That man's speed is exceptionally swift. He has long since fled, and I have no idea where he has gone." Just then, Jean Tamaru was about to respond when a din-din mushi began to ring. He promptly answered it, and a voice from the other end urgently called out, "Is this Admiral Kizuru? We have discovered the Straw Hat crew, Kid, and Law. 3 supernovas, over here. We need support. We need support." "Where?" Jean Tamaru inquired. "Island number 36. Island number 36. Upon hanging up, Jean Tamaru immediately stood up and declared, "Old man, let us head to island number 36. "All right." Kizuru nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly, hinting at his impatience. Meanwhile, on island number 36, the Straw Hat crew, Kid Pirates, and Heart Pirates were engaged in battle against the encircling Navy. The 3 supernova pirate crews were exceptionally formidable, inflicting severe casualties upon the ordinary Navy present. They appear to be no match for their opponents. There was no need to await Kizuru's arrival, as the Navy was already facing defeat. Fortunately, Kizuru and the warlord Bartholomew Kuma were en route and had already taken down several supernovas. However, at that moment, Luffy and his crew were struggling against the pacifist at the dock. The pacifist merely unleashed shockwaves, forcing Luffy and his companions to flee desperately. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji could still manage to fight. Huff, huff. At this moment, Luffy and his companions were battered and panting as they stared at the pacifist before them. "Let us go," Luffy urged. "All right." As he spoke, Zoro and Sanji prepared to strike in unison. One sword style, drawing slash. Soudainly, a piercing sword aura manifested, slicing through the pacifist's body. The sword aura continued its flight until it severed an entire tree before barely coming to a halt. In an instant, the pacifist was cleaved in two, the upper half of his body slowly descending. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the pacifist's body erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing forth and obscuring the area. Luffy gazed towards the smoke and remarked casually, "Who is it? Luffy, have you forgotten me so soon?" A familiar voice emerged from within the haze. Liu Chun, donning a vice admiral's cloak, stepped forth, wielding the supreme sword Jantion. Liu Chun, Luffy beamed, ready to rush forward and greet him, only to be seized by Zoro, who cautioned, "Wait, he is a Navy officer now." It was not merely due to Liu Chun's naval affiliation, but rather Zoro sensed a hint of hostility emanating from him. Not a murderous intent, but a sense of enmity. "I know, Liu Chun has always been with the Navy," Luffy replied earnestly, rubbing his hat. At that moment, Nami also sensed something amiss and inquired, Lu Chun, are you here to assist us? Sort of, but I am currently a Navy officer, so let us settle this. Lu Chun slowly raised his long sword, Jean Tian, pointing its blade toward Luffy and his crew. I understand. Upon hearing this, Luffy appeared to grasp something, adjusting his hat as he turned to his companions. Everyone, let us go all out and win this battle. Ha ha ha, all right. Zoro replied enthusiastically, being the first to respond. Soon, the others echoed their agreement. Okay, let us do this together. As long as their captain spoke, they were inclined to follow. Let us go. Luffy's gaze sharpened as he urged. All right, with that, Luffy and his crew sprang into action. The first to charge was Luffy, lowering his legs to pump energy, preparing for a powerful strike. In an instant, his skin turned a vibrant red, releasing white steam as he augmented his strength and speed. Gum Gum Jet Pistol. Luffy suddenly vanished from his position, dashing towards Lu Chun, swiftly and relentlessly unleashing a barrage of punches. Busashoka Haki hardened. Yet, to Lu Chun, these attacks posed no threat. He merely enveloped himself in Busashoka Haki. Luffy's fist struck against him without inflicting harm. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another, he never ceased. Meanwhile, Lu Chun's ears were constantly bombarded by the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host skill Busashoku, Haki experience 100. Ding! Congratulations, host skill Busashoka Haki experience 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. What? Suddenly, Luffy noticed something was amiss, for Lu Chun had not taken a single step back, remaining composed as he stood in place. Lu Chun seized the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily distracted, gripping Luffy's right arm and delivering a powerful blow with his right fist. Enveloped in the color of armament Haki, the impact was so fierce that Luffy spat out blood, his body propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. After rolling several times, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Luffy! Luffy! Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji called out with concern. Nami and Usopp rushed over to check on Luffy's condition, while the others continued their assault on Lu Chun. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji were sprinting towards him at high speed. One on the left and the other on the right, they launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Three-sword style, 600 calamities, demon wind foot, chest meat. Lu Chun regarded the two with a faint smile, employing the Marine 6 techniques. Soru. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind. This not only caused Zoro and Sanji to miss their targets, but also resulted in them inadvertently striking each other. Bang! Zoro was kicked in the chest, while Sanji suffered a fierce cut from a powerful sword aura. Both tumbled to the ground, immediately engaging in a heated argument. Hey, are you blind? Don't you know it's me? Is it not you? Suddenly, the vanished Lu Chun appeared beside Zoro and Sanji, raising his hand to unleash a slash imbued with sword intent. During battle, do you still have time to bicker? Oh no! The sword energy, imbued with immense power, rushed toward them, causing Zoro and Sanji's expressions to change drastically as they attempted to defend themselves. Two-sword style, Rhino charge. Zoro raised his dual swords, adopting a stance resembling a rhino's horn. Meanwhile, Sanji spun his right leg rapidly, generating heat that ignited flames, kicking out with demon wind foot, chest meat. Regrettably, their attacks were utterly powerless against Lu Chun's release strike. In an instant, Zoro and Sanji were sent flying by the razor-sharp sword energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others shouted in worry. At the same time, Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, enhancing his leg strength and causing his limbs to bulge with muscle. His speed and power surged as he dashed forward, rapidly approaching Lu Chun, kicking with his enhanced legs. Hoof Cherry Blossom. Ha! Lu Chun's eyes flickered as he swiftly retreated, twisting his body. With merely the use of observation Haki, he easily evaded all of Chopper's attacks. What? Chopper stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Suddenly, Lu Chun seized the moment while Chopper was stunned. His left fist instantly hardened with armament Haki, gleaming like metal, and he slammed it towards Chopper's head. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Chopper spat blood, being hurled away like the others, rolling on the ground numerous times before finally coming to a halt. Just as Chopper was sent flying, Frankie appeared behind Lu Chun, launching a powerful punch. Strong iron hammer. Simultaneously, Usopp readied his slingshot, firing off shots at breakneck speed, deadly gunpowder stars. A series of explosive stars shot forth in a straight line towards Lu Chun's position. In midair, Brook appeared above Lu Chun, sword in hand, aiming to stab downwards. Flying swallow jump. However, Lu Chun's expression remained unchanged as he lightly stepped on the ground. Employing the Marine 6 techniques, Suru, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, causing Frankie, Brook, and Usopp's attacks to collide with each other instead. Bang! Bang! The explosive stars left Frankie and Brook covered in soot. Robin crossed her arms, closing her eyes, summoning her powers. 80 petal flower, 4 trees. Suddenly, forearms appeared on Lu Chen's shoulder, all clenched into fists, aimed at his head. Yet before the attack could land, he materialized in front of Robin, stating coolly, "Too slow." With a swift slash, the sword radiated brilliantly, sending Robin flying backwards, crashing to the ground with no strength left to fight. Ultimately, only Nami remained standing among Luffy's crew, still possessing the strength to battle. Furrowing her brows, Nami puffed her cheeks, gazing at Lu Chun, unwilling to engage. With a deep sigh, she declared, "Brother Lu Chun, enough. I am not your opponent." It was not a matter of fear, but rather that she needed to conserve her energy to care for the injured crew members and ensure their swift escape. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun remained silent, turning to look at Luffy, who was struggling to rise. He sternly remarked, "Luffy, you are too weak. In the Grand Line, there are countless pirates stronger than you, each capable of annihilating your entire crew. Without the ability to protect your crew, what kind of captain are you? I am merely a Marine Vice Admiral. Yet I can defeat you all. How much more so a Marine Admiral?" Luffy roared, clenching his fists. "I can still fight. All right, then I shall see how long you can endure." With that, Lu Chun utilized the Marine 6 techniques, Soru, and in an instant appeared before Luffy, unleashing a barrage of punches covered in armament hockey. Bang! 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 One punch after another left Luffy battered and bloodied. Brother Lu Chun, please stop hitting Luffy. He is your brother." Nami's eyes glistened with tears, but Lu Chun did not relent. He continued until Luffy could no longer rise, collapsing heavily backward, unable to lift his weary body. "Luffy, had I wielded a sword just now, you would have perished." Lu Chun's expression was grave as he spoke sternly. Luffy's mouth opened slightly, struggling to utter a few words, but he could not articulate properly. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. Weak, too weak. If only he could be stronger. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward: 1,000 energy points. 10 materials needed to construct the Pluto. Suddenly, Lu Chun sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning to look, he saw a yellow light materializing, revealing the figure of Kizaru clad in a yellow suit. Hey! It seems I need not lift a finger." Behind Kizaru, Bartholomew Kuma was leading a large contingent of Marines and pacifistas toward them. Lu Chun glanced at Kizaru, contemplating, "Continue your performance. I shall quietly observe." Soon Kuma arrived, issuing a direct order. "Go, take the Straw Hat crew away." Having been thoroughly defeated by the darkness earlier, he was now filled with resentment. Yes, with a single command, a swarm of Marines surged towards the unconscious Luffy and his crew. The lone Nami stood firm with her weather staff, blocking the path of the advancing Marines, shouting, "Do not come any closer." However, the Marines paid her no heed, relentlessly preparing to take Luffy and the others away. Meanwhile, Lu Chun merely observed, internally urging, "Rayleigh, if you do not appear soon, they will be taken away." Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the approaching Marines to collapse to the ground. Hey, is there anyone left?" The yellow ape looked on with keen interest in the direction from which the Conqueror's haki emanated. Shortly thereafter, Rayleigh emerged slowly, a bottle of wine in hand. Taking a hearty swig, he chuckled, "Those fellows are my friends. Is it your turn to make an appearance, Dark King Rayleigh?" The yellow ape, pursing his lips, seemed somewhat displeased as he replied coolly. Rayleigh responded, Do not pluck the tender sprouts. Their era has only just begun. Although I have often heard that you reside on this island, I never expected it to be true, and that you would go so far as to protect these young upstarts. Even in decay, you remain a pirate, Mr. Rayleigh. If you could arrange for the bounty to be rescinded, I could retire in peace, Rayleigh jested. The two continued their dialogue, seemingly intent on stalling for time. Chapter 110. The Gorosei meeting. The Grand Line trembles. Meanwhile, Nami had awakened Luffy and the others, preparing for a collective escape. However, Pacifista noticed them and bellowed. Planning to flee? Not on my watch. Pacifista stopped them. With a command, two Pacifista alongside Pacifista moved to intercept Luffy and his crew's escape. Seeing this, the injured Luffy furrowed his brow and shouted, "Everyone, split up and escape. Split up." All gathered together, they would inevitably be captured by the Pacifista and Pacifista. Only by dispersing could they have a chance of survival. All right. Thus, Luffy's group divided into three paths. Though Rayleigh wished to assist, he was entangled with the yellow ape and could not break free. He glanced at the unmoving Luchan beside him, seemingly conveying, "You little brat. If it weren't for you having beaten them so severely, we would all be too exhausted to escape now. Why not take action?" Understanding his intent, Luchan swiftly drew two supreme great swords from his waist. Qingfeng, Zhantian, armament haki enveloped his arms and blades in a deep black hue, the profound sword intent coalescing upon the long swords. The sword body of Zhantian radiated a crimson sword intent, while Qingfeng emanated a white sword intent. The two long swords differed in color, yet matched in might, even exuding a sense of rivalry. After a brief moment, the sword intent solidified. Luchan slowly raised both long swords, each directed towards a Pacifista, unleashing a dual-wielded technique. White tiger dragons roar. Two waves of formidable energy surged forth. One sword resembled a fierce white tiger, while the other mirrored a vibrant red dragon, roaring towards the two Pacifista. The sound of the sword energy echoed like the roars of a mighty tiger and a colossal dragon. The two beasts opened their gaping maws, consuming the two Pacifista whole, obliterating them entirely. Boom! Boom! The resounding explosions echoed. The two Pacifista detonated, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The shock waves from the explosions radiated outward. Upon hearing the commotion, Pacifista turned to see that his two Pacifista had been completely destroyed. He halted and shouted furiously at Luchan. "Luchan, what are you doing? Are you allowing the pirates to escape?" "I am preventing their escape, but it seems your Pacifista are obstructing the way," Luchan replied earnestly. At these words, Pacifista was momentarily at a loss for words. A figure flashed through his mind, that of Vice Admiral Carp. The two, grandfather and grandson, were indeed cut from the same cloth, both adept at crafty maneuvers. After a brief silence, Pacifista gritted his teeth and said, "Since you believe my Pacifista are in the way, then refrain from attacking." "Very well," Luchan readily agreed. This was because he had spotted a familiar face appearing before Zoro and the others. The true warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Certainly, Pacifista's request for Luchan to cease his actions stemmed from Kuma's arrival. With him present, capturing the Straw Hat Pirates would undoubtedly be a certainty. However, events seemed to unfold contrary to Pacifista's expectations. Luffy and his crew were whisked away one by Kuma's devil fruit abilities, leaving not a single member behind. Pacifista was left bewildered, exclaiming, "Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing?" Kuma offered no response, merely standing still. At this moment, Luchan suddenly appeared before Kuma, whispering, "Send me to Amazon Lily." Kuma's expression faltered slightly, uncertain of how Luchan knew Luffy's destination. After a moment of contemplation, Kuma raised his hand to strike Luchan. A shield resembling a meatball enveloped Luchan, propelling him into the sky, his figure gradually shrinking until disappearing from view. Witnessing this scene, Pacifista was on the verge of collapse, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Why was Luchan also sent flying? Was he not formidable? Was this to take revenge for his brother, Luffy? Rayleigh observed the vanishing figures of Luffy and his crew, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he withdrew from the battle with the yellow ape and approached Bartholomew Kuma. Meanwhile, Lu Chun found himself within the meatball, continuing his flight forward. The meatball would not cease for 3 days and nights, only stopping thereafter upon reaching Amazon Lily. He decided to close his eyes and rest. Simultaneously, events unfolding at Slayedthe Archipelago began to gain momentum, swiftly spreading outward from the island. At Shaki's bar in Slayedthe Archipelago, Little 8 expressed his concern. "I hope they're all safe." Shaki reassured him, "Do not worry, they will surely be all right." Moreover, Lu Chun left with them. Perhaps he's going to find Luffy. Little 8 nodded. Nearby, Cammy furrowed her brows in worry and tentatively asked, "Aunt Shaki, will that dark figure be all right? He seemed to have saved me, only to vanish into thin air." Shaki nodded affirmatively, thinking this rascal truly brings trouble wherever he goes. It would be odd if anything happened to him. At the Navy headquarters, Carp stood by the office window, gazing outside with a troubled expression, despite knowing that Lu Chun might be aiding Luffy. His greater concern lay with Ace. Not long ago, Blackbeard had exchanged Ace for a warlord position with the world government, which was now preparing to publicly execute Ace. Lu Chun returned quickly. At Mary Geos, damn it, that dark figure has killed a celestial dragon, outright challenging the authority of the world government. St. Shepard Tenbit fumed. Indeed, St. Topman Voback nodded slightly, coldly proposing, "I suggest increasing his bounty to 2 billion berries and dispatching CP0 to gather intelligence on him. He must be eliminated." Agreed. The other 4 members expressed their concurrence. Thus, a flurry of bounties and newspapers began to circulate throughout the Grand Line, akin to a colossal storm. Even all pirates connected to the New World beheld this bounty and the accompanying papers. 3 days and nights later, in the windless sea near Nuerdeo, a massive energy sphere resembling a bear's paw suddenly erupted in the air, scattering debris downwards. Why wasn't I directly transported to Nuerdeo? Is it a sudden teleportation? Lu Chun gazed ahead and beheld an island isolated in the still waters of the sea. It was indeed Nuerdeo. Chapter 111, Nuerdeo, Boa Hancock. Suddenly, several grotesque and enormous sea creatures emerged from the depths below, their gaping maws prepared to catch the falling pie from the sky, which was none other than Lu Chun. How foolish! Lu Chun scoffed lightly, drawing his long sword, Jean Tien, and channeling a formidable sword intent into its blade. He slashed downwards towards the sea creatures. The sword energy, suffused with intense sword intent, sliced through the air. The crimson blade of energy shot forth. The sea creatures below trembled in fear, their pupils dilating as they turned to flee into the ocean. However, the sword energy was already upon them, leaving no chance for escape. Boom! The powerful sword energy cleaved the sea in two, annihilating all the sea creatures beneath in one clean sweep. Blood surged from the depths, staining the vast sea of vivid crimson. Soon after, several sea creature corpses floated to the surface, drifting upon the waves. Lu Chun merely cast a glance before employing a moon step, hastening towards Nuerdeo, determined to reach it swiftly and not allow that fool Luffy to take advantage of his wife. Meanwhile, on Nuerdeo, 3 guardians of the island, including Marguerite, raced towards the shoreline, having heard the commotion while patrolling nearby. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from deep within the jungle, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. "Marguerite, there's noise over there. Someone has definitely appeared," exclaimed Aphilandella, who, being tall, spotted the anomaly first. Upon hearing this, Marguerite turned her gaze, running as she spoke. "You two head that way. I'll go to the beach first and then regroup with you." Understood. They immediately split up, with Marguerite heading towards the beach while Aphilandella and her companion ventured deeper into the jungle. On the other side, after a few minutes of flight, Lu Chun finally arrived at the shore of Nuerdeo. Just as he was about to dash towards the island's center, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Nuerdeo?" "In the night, I seek your empress, Boa Hancock," Lu Chun replied. Fortunately, he had donned a black robe early on. Otherwise, his identity as a Navy officer would have been recognized. Yet, He immediately recognized the identity of the woman before him. Her exquisite features, slightly curled golden hair, and a quiver strapped to her thigh. She was Marguerite. Marguerite furrowed her brow. Our empress does not meet outsiders. They hardly read the newspaper and were unaware that Hancock had long been fixated on the man standing before her. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain. Lu Chan waved his hand dismissively and continued forward, eager to make haste. Wait. Seeing his determination to depart, Marguerite swiftly drew an arrow, knocking it and aiming directly at Lu Chen's back. If you take another step forward, I will not hold back. However, Lu Chen showed no signs of stopping, continuing his advance. Stop! Marguerite shouted, and as he persisted, she released the arrow. It shot forth, aimed straight at Lu Chen's back. Just as it seemed destined to strike, the arrow pierced only his afterimage as he vanished and reappeared atop a tree several dozen meters ahead. After a moment of hesitation, Marguerite could no longer see Lu Chen's figure. He had vanished into the jungle. This won't do. I must return quickly to inform the others. With that, she sprinted towards the town of Slayedthe. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Chen materialized in the village of Slayedthe, the women surrounding him. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, swiftly encircled him. Who are you? What brings you to our land? We've never seen someone like you before. You must be an outsider. Looking around, he noticed there were no men in sight, and the beauty among them was rather scarce. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen explained, I am He Yi, seeking your empress, Boa Hancock. I wish to meet an old friend. The empress has a friend from outside? Is it true? Does she really have friends? Upon hearing this, the women seemed a bit saddened, yet they remained skeptical of Lu Chen's claim. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to push his way through, a familiar voice rang out. Make way. Let me see. Immediately, the crowd parted, revealing an old woman with a hunchback and white hair, old Giro. Perhaps she would recognize him. Indeed, Giro Luza laid eyes on the man in black before her and exclaimed in astonishment, Monkey He Yi, is it truly you? How did you end up here? She nearly revealed Lu Chen's true name. In her hand was the latest newspaper detailing He Ye's defeat of a celestial dragon, which she had read just 3 days prior while in Slayedthe archipelago. How could you possibly arrive at Slayedthe in such a short time? Tell Hancock that I've come for our appointment, Lu Chen said with a light chuckle, providing no further explanation. All right, Giro Luza, not daring to delay, immediately dispatched someone to notify the empress. She then leisurely led Lu Chen to meet Hancock. Along the way, Giro Luza could not help but whisper, He Yi, is it true that you killed a celestial dragon? Isn't it written in the newspaper? Can it be false? By the way, let me see how much my bounty is now. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, as if killing a celestial dragon was a trivial matter. 20 billion berries. Not bad. 20 billion berries, still 30 billion short of the Yonko's bounty. Upon hearing this, Giro Luza's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. If this was the case, what kind of chaos would ensue in the future? She dreaded to think of what might happen if Carp found out. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out ahead. Brother He Yi, you finally made it. A woman clad in a red bodysuit, her skin as smooth as jade and her cheeks lightly flushed, hurried towards Lu Chen. It was none other than Boa Hancock, who had rushed out upon hearing of Lu Chen's arrival. Before he could finish his sentence, she threw her arms around him. Cough! Cough! Feeling her softness against his face, Lu Chen smiled slightly, awkwardly clearing his throat. Hancock for now. I am not Lu Chen. Please call me He Yi. It is inconvenient to reveal my true identity here. All right then, I shall call you Brother He Yi from now on. Hancock responded with a charming smile. Chapter 112. A private conversation. Ace has been captured. Lu Chen slightly nodded. At the same time, the system's notification sound echoed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 50 energy points, sword technique 1. Designate is skill level 1. Brother He Yi, did you come specifically to see me? I heard you killed a celestial dragon. Well done. Hancock's delicate brow furrowed, pouting as she spoke. I didn't come solely to see you, but indeed, part of my purpose is for you, Lu Chen replied truthfully. Hearing this, Hancock's entire being radiated a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Brother Hei, you are so kind to me." It seemed she was unconcerned about Lu Chen's other reasons for being there. As long as he came for her, that was enough. Lu Chen gazed at Hancock's radiant smile, reluctant to shatter her fantasies. However, the nearby Guoli Osa suddenly interjected. "You aren't here to avoid trouble, are you? Please don't involve our daughter kingdom." Silence. "Even if it does involve our daughter island, what of it? Am I to fear those Navy men?" Hancock's expression abruptly turned serious as she retorted sharply. Upon hearing this, Guoli Osa's face darkened, urging, Hancock, you are now the queen of the daughter kingdom. You must consider the safety of everyone on the island. Do you understand?" Hancock was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Lu Chen quickly interjected, "Hancock, it's fine. Don't mind what she says. Let us go inside and talk. There is something I wish to discuss with you privately." "Humph." Hancock coldly snorted at Guoli Osa, taking Lu Chen's hand as they proceeded towards the grand hall, declaring, "Let us go, ignore her." Watching their retreating figures, Guoli Osa shook her head in exasperation, muttering, "Being with this Lu Chen, trouble is bound to arise." Hancock led Lu Chen to a chamber within the grand hall. Upon entering, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped them. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lu Chen realized this might be Hancock's sleeping quarters. "What did you bring me here for?" Lu Chen inquired, puzzled. Instantly, Hancock's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she stammered, "This room is more secluded. We can talk without others overhearing." Chuckling silently, Lu Chen understood her implication. Yet, this was not the time for such matters. After settling on the soft bed, Lu Chen became serious, stating, "My brother Luffy should have arrived at Daughter Island as well. If your people find him, please inform me at once." "Of course, brother Lu Chen." Hancock nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed upon him, seemingly oblivious to whether she was truly absorbing his words. Suddenly, Hancock lunged forward, drawing close enough for them to feel each other's breaths, a faint fragrance wafting between them. Lu Chen smiled. "It's been years since we last met. And you've grown up, becoming even more beautiful." "Yes, brother Lu Chen, actually I." Hancock began, but a blush graced her cheeks, her breath becoming heavy. Lu Chen was well aware of her meaning. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted, "Sister, a man has appeared on the island." "Ah!" Hancock was jolted awake. Immediately rising to regain her composure, "A man? Where is he?" "He is already locked up," said Sangdajuonia. "All right, I will go see for myself. You may leave for now." "Understood." With that, Hancock's face brightened with a smile. "Brother Lu Chen, could that man be your brother?" "It's possible. Take me to see him." Lu Chen stood and declared, "Okay." Together, they departed the room, heading towards the prison on Daughter Island. In the prison, Luffy donned a frilly outfit, his expression one of despair as if on the verge of tears. Outside the cell, the female warriors raised their bows and arrows, preparing to execute Luffy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty has arrived." Upon hearing this, the female warriors immediately lowered their weapons, parting to create a path, their eyes fixated on the slowly approaching Hancock. Even women found themselves captivated by Hancock's beauty. Lu Chen remained unaffected due to his formidable conqueror's haki, which shielded him from being easily petrified. But should he become ensnared, if Hancock unleashed her ability, he would undoubtedly be turned to stone. "Your Majesty, how beautiful." "Indeed, but why is there a man in black beside her?" "He seems to be another man." Spotting Luffy in the cell, Lu Chen whispered to Hancock, "Let them all leave. I need to speak with him privately." Hancock nodded, her demeanor serious as she commanded, "All of you, step back." "Yes, Your Majesty." With her command, all the female warriors retreated, though Hancock remained by Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen smiled. "Hancock, you should leave as well. After I finish talking with him, I will come to find you." "All right, I will wait for you." Hancock's expression brightened, and she left with joyful steps, not stopping until everyone had exited. In the prison, Luffy continued to stare at Lu Chen, picking his nose. "Who are you? What? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Lu Chen removed his black hat, smiling as he inquired. Instantly, Luffy's eyes widened in recognition, pressing against the cell door, excitedly shouting, "Brother Lu Chen, it's you. How did you get here?" Did Nami and the others send you to find me? He bombarded Lu Chen with questions, seemingly unconcerned about Lu Chen's previous victory over them. You have many questions, and I'm unsure how to respond. I came to see you primarily to convey 2 pieces of news. The first concerns Nami and the others. Their situation is similar to yours. They have simply been scattered across the world, and they are not in any danger, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Luffy sighed with relief. That's good, as long as they are safe. Lu Chen maintained his serious demeanor, continuing, the second piece of news is about Ace. He is set to be publicly executed at the Navy headquarters. With that, he produced a newspaper detailing Ace's impending execution and tossed it over. What? Luffy caught the paper, glancing down to see Ace's captured image. Instantly, his eyes reddened, fists clenched as he shattered the wall, bursting forth. No, I must go save Ace now. Luffy, with your current strength, do you think you can rescue him? To simplify it further, can you defeat me? Furthermore, do you even know where Ace is? Lu Chen's words made Luffy gradually halt. Suddenly, Luffy turned away, tears streaming down his face. Wah, brother Lu Chen, what should we do? Chapter 113. Rear Admiral Mole. Reinforcements for Impel Down. At this moment, Luffy was utterly at a loss, yet still desperate to rescue Ace. I will find a way to get you into Impel Down. Arriving before Ace is taken to the execution site at the Navy headquarters. Whether or not you can save Ace depends entirely on your own efforts, Lu Chen declared solemnly. For this matter, he merely needed to provide a nudge. As the child of destiny, Luffy was bound to survive whatever he undertook. And Lu Chen need not worry about his safety. I understand. Thank you, brother Lu Chen. Luffy nodded, ceasing his tears. Crying is not a solution. We must urgently devise a plan to rescue Ace. Immediately, Lu Chen took Luffy away and instructed Han Kuka to prepare a substantial amount of food for Luffy to replenish his strength. A few days later, within the Grand Hall of Newer Dao, Lu Chen donned a black robe and sat beside Han Kuka, who gazed intently at him, her eyes never wavering even slightly. Not even the presence of her second and third sisters below could divert her attention. She remained entranced by Lu Chen. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in, exclaiming loudly, Your Majesty, a Navy ship has entered our waters, claiming to seek an audience with you. Do not entertain them. Drive them away. Han Kuke Vito Sapi. Not even glancing at the warrior. She only wished to be with Lu Chen. The presence or intentions of others were of no consequence to her. The warrior hesitated. Words caught in her throat. Guluali Sa frowned slightly and advised, Your Majesty, you are the queen of the New Kingdom, and there are many subjects on the island who rely on you. Moreover, you are Wahai. Before she could finish, Lu Chen interjected, Let's go. I wish to see for myself. Very well, let us go. Han Kuka immediately agreed and rose to follow. Guluali Sa's expression darkened. She thought to herself, Did any of my words register with him? Enivdol, a Navy ship anchored 3 kilometers away from the island, accompanied by the carcass of a sea king. The leader aboard was none other than Rear Admiral Wushu. Suddenly, a Navy officer pointed ahead, exclaiming, It's the Wuhai, the ship of Han Kuka. Indeed, how beautiful. I have never seen such a stunning woman. They gushed. Wushu cast a glance back at his men and shook his head in resignation. Han Kuka's allure was simply too powerful. Even his reprimands failed to elicit any response from them, utterly captivated by her beauty. This very charm is why Han Kuka became one of the Wuhai, the formidable sweet fruit. Soon, Han Kuka's ship approached the Navy vessel, and she looked down from her elevated position, fixing her gaze upon the Navy. What business do you have with me? The world government has convened a Wuhai meeting and requests your prompt attendance at Navy headquarters, Wushu explained. Han Kuka frowned slightly, chuckling lightly. You wish for my assistance? If you intend to kill Whitebeard's son, rest assured, Whitebeard will not let you off easily. Wushu, having his intentions seen through, did not argue, but continued. Might I inquire if the Empress will attend? No. Han Kuka was about to respond when Lu Chen, clad in a Navy cloak, appeared behind her, smiling faintly. Rear Admiral Wushu, it has been a while. Lu Chen, what brings you here? I thought you were. Wushu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. However, upon reflection, he deduced that Lu Chen must have been sent flying to this location. Lu Chen explained, I was pondering how to return when I saw you had arrived. Leave a ship behind. I will persuade Han Kuka to attend. Wu Shu hesitated. At that moment, Lu Chen's demeanor shifted, emanating a formidable aura as he stated coldly, Did you not comprehend my words? Should I fail to convince Han Kuka to attend, I shall seek an audience with Marshal Wangwa to offer my apologies. You may leave now. Understood, Wu Shu replied. Marshal Wangwa has emphasized the necessity of your prompt attendance at Navy headquarters, so please be mindful of time. Sensing the pressure, he merely added a final remark before swiftly departing, leaving a ship behind. Although both were rear admirals, Wu Shu's strength paled in comparison to Lu Chen's. Han Kuka regarded the remaining Navy ship, her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired, Lu Chen, what do you need the Navy ship for? To take Lu Fei along, to impel down. Lu Chen responded, Ah, yes, we can disguise your brother as a Navy officer. Indeed, let us prepare thoroughly. We shall depart for Navy headquarters tomorrow. Excellent. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Han Kuka returned to Newer Dao and informed Lu Fei of their plans, readying to set forth the following day. Meanwhile, above the sea, Wu Shu dialed Navy headquarters, reporting, Marshal, I encountered Rear Admiral Lu Chen. He has been sent flying to Newer Dao. He stated he would bring Empress Han Kuka along to the meeting. Understood, Rear Admiral. At Navy headquarters, Wangwa hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern as he shook his head in resignation. Lu Chen cannot be stationed at the execution site, for now. Let him go to impel down. If he were at the execution site, unexpected events might arise, and he certainly does not wish to witness a gifted traitor emerge from the Navy. Moreover, he is swamped with matters these days, leaving him little time to spare. The next morning, Lu Chen and Han Kuka set sail for Navy headquarters, while Lu Fei donned a Navy uniform, blending in among the Navy crew. Upon learning of ACS capture, he had become considerably more subdued, no longer inclined to cause trouble. Shortly after their departure, Kapu personally called Lu Chen. Hello, Lu Chen. Wangwa wants you to temporarily go to impel down for support, to prevent Whitebeard from launching an attack. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen replied before inquiring, should I take action? Kapu paused, momentarily taken aback, and did not respond. After a lengthy silence, a voice finally came through. It is best you remain at impel down, avoid getting involved. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen acknowledged, comprehending the underlying message. Although he was instructed to stay at impel down, it was not stated that he could not venture to the Navy headquarters execution site under the cover of night. Regardless, Kapu would certainly not permit himself to watch AC perish before his eyes. Hang up, return safely. Yes, Kapu concluded the call, while across from him stood Wangwa, observing Kapu with a knowing gaze. You must be quite conflicted. I do this for Lu Chen's sake. Given Wangwa's rank, he surely overheard the conversation between Lu Chen and Kapu. However, he remained blissfully unaware of Lu Chen's other identity. Chapter 114. Impel Down. Farewell, AC. I know. I am leaving. Kapu's expression was grave as he departed. This was perhaps one of the rare instances he spoke without engaging in his habitual nose-picking. Watching Kapu's retreating figure, Wangwa sighed deeply. Days later, Lu Chen and Han Kuka arrived at the waters near Impel Down. A dark fortress loomed on the small island, the largest prison in the world, Impel Down. However, the true prison lay beneath the sea. It consisted of 6 levels, each descending deeper into terror. Beneath the waves lurked countless powerful sea kings, making escape from Impel Down nearly impossible. Impel Down, Navy headquarters, and Judicial Island formed a triangular blockade, obstructing all pathways to the Grand Line. Before long, several black ships from Impel Down approached, surrounding the vessel carrying Lu Chen. Standing at the bow, Lu Chen gazed at the woman leading the opposing ships. With an air of elegance, adorned with brown sunglasses, a hat tilted at an angle obscuring her eyes, and despite her Navy uniform, she sported a pair of pink knee-high boots. Character, Tuami Nua Domino. Position, Deputy Warden of Impel Down Fruit. Nank. His skills, Navy 6 styles. A. Physical combat, a bounty. None upon seeing Lu Chen. Tuomi Nua immediately stood upright and respectfully saluted, stating, "Admiral Luchin, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The prison had already received word of Admiral Luchin's impending assistance. Luchin nodded slightly, glancing at the figure beside him, Han Kuka, and explained, "The Empress is accompanying me. Let us proceed into Impel Down." "Very well, but any pirates wishing to enter must be searched," Tuomi Nua asserted with conviction. Luchin made no further comment, aware that Lu Fei was not concealed on Han Kuka, but rather hidden behind his naval cloak. "Search away." Han Kuka cast a glance at Tuomi Nua, her voice devoid of warmth. Had she not wished to accompany Luchin into this grim prison, she would not have ventured inside. However, even such a cold gaze was enough to leave Tuomi Nua and the surrounding navy entranced, perhaps even deeply enamored by the woman before them. Tuomi Nua stood frozen, momentarily forgetting her duty to conduct the search. "Hurry up and search. Han Kuke Uget." "Oh, right." At her prompting, Tuomi Nua snapped back to reality, cautiously beginning the search of Han Kuka, seemingly fearful of marring her exquisite visage. Observing from the side, Luchin felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, possessing power and beauty often elicited forgiveness and better treatment. Slayedthe. Tuomi Nua completed the search and smiled, stating, "The search is finished. You both may enter." "Good, lead the way." "Yes, Admiral Luchin." Under Tuomi Nua's guidance, they boarded the dark prison ship bound for Impel Down. Along the way, Tuomi Nua explained, "Admiral Luchin, the warden is unable to greet you personally due to some personal matters, so I was asked to convey his regards." "I understand, that's fine," Luchin replied with a slight nod. He was well aware of Maika Luan's situation, the warden of the deep-sea prison, a user of the superhuman poison fruit. He could generate deep purple venom from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even sighs. Due to the negative effects of his fruit, he often found himself confined to the restroom. It was entirely reasonable that he could not be present, although the deep-sea prison was constructed for the sake of criminals. It seemed more tailored to accommodate Maika Luan. A few minutes later, the ship docked, and everyone disembarked. Tuomi Nua led the way. Continuing her introduction, "I believe you are aware of your primary target here, Porgas Diaz, the only son of the Pirate King." "I am." "Take me to see him," Luchin commanded. "Isn't that somewhat against protocol?" Tuomi Nua replied awkwardly. Luchin's expression soured as he retorted, "What? Am I not permitted to see him? Are you afraid I, an admiral of the Navy, might kill him? Or rescue him? Is your prison so soft?" "No." In a sudden moment, Han Kuka, growing impatient, interjected, "Did you not hear what Admiral Luchin said? Take us to Ace at once." "Of course, let us proceed. That is permissible." Hearing Han Kuka's command, Tuomi Nua's face lit up with joy as she promptly agreed. Luchin could only smile wryly, shaking his head in resignation, seemingly understanding the helplessness of Gulua Li Osa. Following this, Tuomi Nua personally led Luchin and Han Kuka into the elevator, descending to the 6th level of the underwater prison. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, Han Kuka flashed a smile, forming a heart shape with her hands, exclaiming, "Sweet, sweet wind." The red heart struck Tuomi Nua, instantly petrifying her. At this moment, Luchin turned and whispered, "Lu Fei, come out." "I understand." Lu Fei emerged from behind the cloak, immediately climbing onto the ceiling. "I can only take you this far. There will be stricter checks ahead, and you will surely be discovered. So be careful," Luchin cautioned. "Got it, brother Luchin." With that, Lu Fei swiftly vanished from sight. Only after he disappeared did Luchin speak again. Han Kuka, lift the petrification. "Certainly, brother Luchin." Han Kuka touched Tuomi Nua, and the petrification was instantly undone, restoring her to her original state. Tuomi Nua, bewildered by the recent events, played with her hair and muttered, "Why does it feel like something is amiss?" "Please, lead us into the elevator," Luchin urged. "Of course." Tuomi Nua opened the elevator, allowing Luchin and Han Kuka to step inside. She pressed a button for the 6th floor and activated the elevator. In an instant, it began its rapid descent. The duration felt lengthy, though she could not tell how far they had fallen. Soon, the elevator slowed. With a thud, It halted at the entrance of the sixth-floor prison. Several guards awaited them, conducting another search of Lu Chen and Han Kuka. Once the guards completed their inspection, they saluted, stating, "Admiral, the search is complete. You may enter." Lu Chen nodded and proceeded inside with Han Kuka. The inmates housed on the sixth level were all serious offenders, leading many cells to be unoccupied. The prison felt eerily empty, the sound of their footsteps echoing throughout. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chapter 115. Heart-to-heart conversation. Farewell, old friend. Through that faint light, a figure became discernible. The individual sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, head drooping, hands and feet shackled by sea stone. Though his face remained obscured, Lu Chen recognized him at once. "Bolgat Diaz." "Who?" Ace lifted his head slowly upon hearing footsteps. His pupils widened, and his expression shifted with surprise as he exclaimed, "Lu Chen, it's you." "Indeed. Who would have thought our next meeting would be here?" Lu Chen reflected. "Hee." Ace responded with a calm smile, asking, as the son of that man, "I carry much weight on my shoulders. Perhaps this is my fate." "Before you arrived, the old man had already come by. What brings you here?" With that, Lu Chen sat down, sincerity etched on his face, and said, "Do not worry. I was not sent by Grandpa. I merely wish to share something with you. Something concerning Lu Fei." "Lu Fei? Where is he?" Ace inquired, his expression filled with fervor. However, Lu Chen did not elaborate. "You should be seeing him soon, but there are some words I wish to convey. When we met in Alabasta, you were pursuing Blackbeard, right? You and Lu Fei seem to share a similar flaw. Despite your evident lack of strength, you still crave to prove yourselves. Had you heeded Whitebeard's advice, perhaps today's outcome would have been different." Upon hearing these words, Ace's expression stiffened, and with a hint of inquiry in his tone, he asked, "Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know so much? How could Lu Chen be aware of the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates? Furthermore, why does he know that we are in pursuit of Blackbeard? You need not concern yourself with that. I hope you enjoy your last moments," Lu Chen replied, standing up and departing. However, before leaving, he cast a glance at another individual in the adjacent cell, Shichibukai, Jinbei. Observing Lu Chen's retreating figure, Ace furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Have I truly erred? Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Hancock exited the sixth level of the Infinite Hell, preparing to ascend to the upper floors via the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, Lu Chen caught sight of an old acquaintance, Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard, noticing Lu Chen and Hancock, immediately flashed a meaningful smile, exclaiming, "It has been a while. At what point have I ever met you? You are far too unsightly," Hancock retorted disdainfully, expressing her distaste for the aura surrounding Blackbeard. Lu Chen smiled. He was referring to me. "I never anticipated that after our last encounter, you would have already risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in Navy. You are not doing too poorly yourself, having become a Shichibukai. However, I have dispatched quite a few of the Shichibukai, so your demise would not be particularly significant." Hee. Blackbeard chuckled ominously. "I look forward to seeing when you might attempt to kill me." "That day will come," Lu Chen declared, gesturing for Hancock to follow as they departed. Blackbeard's presence in the underwater prison seemed to be aimed at creating chaos and recruiting notorious criminals for his crew. Simultaneously, the system triggered 2 consecutive missions. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Steal the Gura Gura no Mi system reward. 2,000 energy points, swordsmanship 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Prevent Blackbeard from recruiting several escapees and other criminals from leaving the underwater prison. System reward, based on the strength of the criminals you thwart." The first mission was also something Lu Chen desired. First, the power of the Gura Gura no Mi is formidable. Second, seizing it from Blackbeard would weaken his strength, facilitating Lu Chen's task of eliminating him. As for the second mission, the rewards could be substantial. However, allowing the escapees to flee would undoubtedly incite chaos throughout the battlefield. Hence, Lu Chen ultimately resolved to hinder some individuals from escaping, which would also alleviate some pressure on Magellan. Maintaining the right balance was essential, with a focus on the members of the Blackbeard pirates. At the entrance of the underwater prison, Lu Chun bid farewell to Hancock. You should head to the Navy headquarters first. I must remain here to oversee things. Once all is settled, I will come to see you. All right, brother Lu Chun. I shall await your return. Hancock replied, seemingly understanding his intentions. Meanwhile, the envious Tomino, who was oblivious to the situation, inquired, Colonel Lu Chun, are you quite familiar with Her Majesty the Empress? One could say that. Why do you ask? Lu Chun replied, I envy you. Tomino exclaimed, but that is of no consequence. There are more pressing matters awaiting our attention. Has the warden assigned me any tasks? Indeed, the warden has instructed you to temporarily assume his position and manage the control room. Tomino reported. Oh, Lu Chun expressed surprise upon hearing this. He did not expect Warden Magellan to entrust such a significant responsibility to him. You're not only a colonel, but also the grandson of Admiral Karp. The warden has great faith in you. Tomino clarified. Very well, lead me to the control room. Lu Chun commanded. Thus, Tomino guided the way, with Lu Chun following closely behind. He was astonished that Magellan would assign him such an important task. Could it be that he is an admirer of Karp? The control room offered a comprehensive view of the prison's various levels, allowing Lu Chun to better grasp the entire situation and respond swiftly to any developments. Naturally, the fifth level, known as the extreme cold hell, was not monitored due to the absence of surveillance devices. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tomino brought Lu Chun to a room filled with monitoring equipment and technical Navy personnel, the control room of the entire underwater prison. Upon their entrance, the Navy officers respectfully greeted. Warden Tomino, this is Colonel Lu Chun, who has come to assist us. He has been appointed as the acting warden by Warden Magellan. Tomino nodded slightly, introducing Lu Chun. Greetings, everyone. Lu Chun naturally returned the salutation. The officers responded in unison. Greetings, Colonel Lu Chun. Please take your seats. We must restore the surveillance and report any incidents to me at once. Lu Chun instructed. Yes. With that, the officers began their respective duties. Colonel Lu Chun, if you require nothing further, I shall attend to my own matters, Tomino stated. Understood. Tomino then exited the control room, leaving Lu Chun alone in the center of the room, observing the myriad surveillance feeds. Chapter 116, The Clown Buggy, Chaos in the Underwater Prison. Suddenly, a Navy officer called out, Acting Warden, the prisoner Buggy the Clown has escaped from Cell 4 on the underground floor. Lu Chun turned to the monitor displaying Cell 4, which now appeared eerily vacant. Continue monitoring and locate his whereabouts. Dispatch personnel to pursue. Lu Chun commanded. Yes, Acting Warden. The officers responsible for monitoring the first level swiftly began checking all surveillance devices. Minutes later, an officer reported, We have spotted Buggy the Clown in Cell 22. We must pursue him at once. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, the guards on the underground floor set off to chase after him. Meanwhile, Lu Chun reclined leisurely in his chair, intrigued by the images displayed on the monitors. Have Luffy and Buggy joined forces? It appears that chaos will soon engulf the entire underwater prison. As for the pursuing Blue Gorilla, he was quickly dealt with by the duo, and they embarked on their escape. Lu Chun remained relaxed, aware that it was not yet time for him to intervene. He would wait until Luffy stirred up enough commotion to warrant his involvement. After a brief silence, Lu Chun closed his eyes to rest, stating firmly, Should any significant developments arise, I shall awaken. Yes, Acting Warden. The guards echoed in unison, refraining from further chatter. They were well aware of Lu Chun's esteemed reputation, having gained notoriety for his ruthless eradication of pirates during his tenure as a rear admiral. Few pirates survived his wrath, and even the most ordinary of them were often annihilated. It was said that his family had fallen victim to pirates, fueling his deep-seated hatred for them. Time passed steadily. Second by second, the underwater prison has been stirred into a commotion by Luffy, to the extent that they had to awaken Lu Chun. Deputy Warden, it's a crisis. That Straw Hat Luffy has already rushed down to the 3rd underground level, and many prisoners have been freed. No worries. ISNT Warden Magellan on the 4th level. Once they reach the 4th level, we can inform the warden to intervene personally. Am I not meant to remain in the monitoring room? Lu Chun replied with sound reasoning. If you doubt me, you may call Warden Magellan, he added. The guard looked skeptical, but proceeded to contact Warden Magellan with a den mushy. To his surprise, Warden Magellan readily agreed to take action. Lu Chan found no oddity in this. After all, he had been transferred to the prison to avoid encountering Luffy. With Luffy invading the underwater prison, Magellan would certainly not let Lu Chan take action, lest he would be lenient. Thus, Magellan's swift consent was understandable. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was visibly furious, slamming his hands on the table and berating Carp across from him. How is it that your grandson is at it again? Luffy has already infiltrated Impel Down. Carp chuckled, slowly raising his thumb in approval. Sengoku's expression darkened further as he continued. Did you already know Luffy would head to Impel Down, which is why you allowed Lu Chan to assist the underwater prison? If I said I didn't know, would you believe me? Carp retorted while picking his nose. Sengoku, at a loss for words, fell silent for a long while before finally sitting down, his brow furrowed. I just received news that chaos has erupted in the New World. Shanks is fighting Kaido. It seems Shanks aims to thwart Kaido's attempt to attack the Whitebeard pirates, making a clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines inevitable. Carp merely nodded, saying nothing more. After this battle, could the Marine headquarters ever return to its former state? The power of the four emperors should not be underestimated. All one could hope for was that Ace and his other two grandsons would remain safe. In the monitoring room of the underwater prison, a guard reported to Lu Chan. Deputy Warden, the Straw Hat Kid has been defeated by the Warden and thrown into the 5th level. Lu Chan, fixated on the surveillance screen, replied with a piercing gaze. I saw it. There is no need for a report. It was Warden Magellan who instructed me to inform you, the guard added. Understood, Lu Chan responded, and the guard obediently returned to his post. The intensity of Lu Chan's gaze was overwhelming, leaving the guard feeling as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Lu Chan remained focused on the monitor. Though Luffy was not visible on the screen, his unwavering stare remained. It would be false to claim he had no feelings for Luffy. Watching Luffy being attacked by Magellan's venomous dragon was infuriating. Moreover, although Luffy would be treated in the 5th level, he would endure excruciating pain. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chan exhaled slowly, silently wishing, Luffy, take care. The task you cannot complete, I shall take upon myself. A few hours later, Luffy's figure reappeared on the monitor, having reached the 6th underground level. The prison riot was about to commence. Just as a guard was about to report the situation, he saw Lu Chan rise, preparing to leave the monitoring room. Deputy Warden, where are you going? To kill. Lu Chan replied without looking back, leaving the guards in stunned silence. In that instant, they sensed a murderous intent akin to that of Chief Warden Shiryu, even more potent. Instead of heading to the underwater prison, Lu Chan made his way to the prison entrance. Bang! Bang! At this moment, a fierce battle had erupted at the prison gates, with the 7 warlords Blackbeard pirates assaulting the entrance. Blackbeard had descended to the 6th level of the underwater prison to negotiate with the formidable pirates. And now he was determined to fulfill his promise to lead them out of Impel Down. Consequently, he led his crew to attack the prison gates. A multitude of Marines fell, some even being sucked into the endless darkness of Blackbeard's black hole. The peculiar nature of a Yami Yami no Mi was indeed formidable. However, by the time Lu Chan arrived, Blackbeard and his crew had already entered the underwater prison. A guard, spotting Lu Chan, swiftly approached to report, Admiral Lu Chan, the 7 warlords Blackbeard has launched an assault on us. Most of our brothers have entered the prison to prevent the prisoners from escaping, resulting in heavy casualties. You all go rest and recuperate. I alone can guard the gates, Lu Chan declared, driving his twin swords into the ground, exuding an aura that rippled outward like a surging wave. Admiral Lu Chan, the guard hesitated. Lu Chan continued, those without the strength to fight should leave. The rest can stay here. The mission is to organize the prisoners' escape from Impel Down. We might as well wait at the gates. Understood, Admiral Lu Chan. The guards, awestruck by his imposing presence, began their respective duties. Some carried the injured, others reorganized defensive positions, while some readied cannons for an assault. Bang! 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 Though Lu Chan stood at the entrance of Impel Down, he could still hear the tremendous sounds emanating from below. It seemed Magellan was fervently blocking the escaping prisoners. The resounding chaos persisted for an indeterminate time before gradually subsiding. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up and gazing at the now-sealed gates, saying softly, "They're coming." As soon as he spoke, the heavy wooden doors began to creak open. Emerging from within were numerous prisoners who had just escaped, their faces lighting up with joy at the return of light. "We're out. Finally out. I can't believe I'm free after so many years." Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their thoughts. "Itoryu, Monzon." Lu Chun slowly raised his right hand, wielding the supreme blade, Zhan Tian, as a fierce sword intent and domineering aura coiled around the blade, resembling black flames that formed a colossal sword stretching 100 meters. With a sweeping slash, he aimed it at the fleeing criminals. The terrifying black flame sword descended like a black sun. The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, helplessly witnessing death approach. Suddenly, a shadow leaped high into the air. The figure transformed its hands into grains of sand, gradually coalescing into 4 massive sand blades, charging toward the enormous black flame sword. Desert Diamond Sword. The clash between the sand blades and Monzon erupted into a powerful wave of energy, sweeping outward. Golden sands fell from the air, intermixed with countless black flames raining down, resembling a torrential downpour of dark fire. It's raining. It's so hot, so hot. My backside is on fire. Help! Many prisoners were caught in the fiery wave, including one with a red nose, seemingly suffering from a fiery rear end. As the swirling yellow sands descended gently, a grave expression adorned the face of Lu Chun, the rear admiral of the Navy and a rising star within its ranks. He declared with fervor, clutching 2 mighty blades, "I shall not allow you to proceed without first consulting the knife in my hand." Suddenly, Luffy emerged from the throng, beseeching Brother Lu Chun, "Let us depart. I must rescue Ace." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's countenance darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. He inwardly chastised, "You insolent brat. Do you wish to have the onlookers believe I am deliberately allowing your escape?" The other prisoners present were taken aback by this revelation. What? The Rear Admiral Lu Chun is the brother of the Straw Hat Brat? Luffy's grandfather is none other than Rear Admiral Carp, and now another Rear Admiral surfaces. Since you're family, Straw Hat, do you recall the incident when I escorted you to the 4th floor below? The clown Buggy promptly flitted to Luffy's side, feigning familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun was unsure whether to intervene, yet Jinbei had already led several individuals in pursuit of the Navy's warship. Magellan had relocated all the warships, necessitating a swift interception. Abruptly, a colossal shadow loomed. The giant, clad in the prison garb of Impelled Down, with light brown hair and a dark beard, was none other than Saint Juan Wolf. Character: Saint Juan Wolf. Position: none. Fruit: Paramecia-type expansion fruit. Level: A. Skills: Gigantic Strength A. Fruit Development at Bounty 310,000. 000 berries. In an instant, Lu Chun executed the moonwalk, soaring into the air, deftly bypassing the crowd and charging toward the monstrous wolf, vociferously proclaiming, "Saint Juan Wolf. As an inmate of the 6th level of this underwater prison, I, Lu Chun, shall not permit your escape." The others were bewildered. Was he letting them go? "Brother Lu Chun, why do you not answer my query?" Only Luffy remained perplexed. Enraged, Buggy hurled a fist at him, exclaiming, "Straw Hat, are you a fool? Can't you see your brother has already ceased to obstruct us?" "I see now." Luffy clapped his hands, realization dawning upon him. Brother Lu Chun must not have heard what I said. Buggy, taken aback, could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, Lu Chun stood before Wolf, gazing at his immense form, even larger than oars, feeling a sense of awe. Suddenly, Wolf launched an attack, his fist barreling toward Lu Chun. The enormous fist dwarfed Lu Chun several times over. Its speed was somewhat sluggish. Navy 6 techniques, shave. Lu Chun deftly evaded the strike. Boom! Wolf's fist collided with the air, generating a resounding shockwave that surged forth. Intriguing, Lu Chun remarked with interest. He then raised his right hand, summoning forth the sword Tian, as rich sword energy and haki coalesced along the blade. A formidable aura radiated outward, instilling fear in the surrounding fugitives. The crimson haki crackled like arcs of electricity entwining the sword. One sword style, open heaven. With that, Lucien raised his hand and, with seemingly effortless motion, unleashed a strike imbued with overwhelming force. The blade's brilliance flashed, the vivid scarlet energy cleaving through the air, aimed directly at Wolf. Wolf bellowed, sensing the terrifying energy of the strike, and utilized his fruit's power to expand his body several-fold, becoming even more colossal, as if a single punch could shatter the entire underwater prison. Yet he crossed his arms in defense. The fierce sword energy struck him. Instantly, blood gushed forth. Wolf cried out in agony, the expansion effect dissipating as he gradually reverted to his original form. His arms, severed by Lucien's blade, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! Nearby, Blackbeard furrowed his brow, astonished at Lucien's remarkable progress since their last encounter, declaring, "We must go, abandon Wolf, and leave this place." With Lucien in the lead and Magellan behind him, he dared not linger, especially given Magellan's fearsome venom, still fresh in his memory. At that moment, Lucien noticed Blackbeard and his companions fleeing. After a brief consideration, he opted to forego the pursuit and instead moved to intercept the other escaping prisoners. A flurry of sword energy sliced through, blocking their path. Any further attempts will result in death. How formidable! They decided against proceeding, realizing that the one who had vanquished even Saint Juan Wolf was no foe to be trifled with. Indeed, I shall return quietly. The remaining fugitives retreated. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had already escaped via the Transvestite King, boarding the warship. However, the remaining warships still encircled them. Chapter 118. The Gates of Justice. The night returns. Seeing Luffy had departed, Lucien felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Magellan, drenched in venom, emerged from the prison gates, demanding, "Where are the others? Where are the remaining fugitives?" Magellan, most of the escapees have been thwarted. Only the Straw Hat crew managed to flee by boat, Lucien replied, gazing toward the warships. Magellan's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the tightly sealed gates of justice. He calmly stated, "No matter, they shall not escape that gate. We shall ensnare them here." "Very well." Lucien nodded and promptly pursued the figures ahead. No sooner had he spoken than the gates of justice emitted a thunderous roar, beginning to creak open. Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief, barking, "Who is it? Who ordered the gates to be opened?" Only he held the authority to command their opening. Even Lucien lacked such power. Suddenly, Magellan realized something and dashed toward the fourth level of the underwater prison. Meanwhile, Lucien flickered, vanishing above the sea, where silver lightning crackled. When he reappeared, he stood aboard the fleeing vessel with Luffy and the others, now cloaked in a long black robe. He blended seamlessly among them, drawing no attention. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. 3,000 energy points awarded." The mission to prevent the escapees from leaving the underwater prison was accomplished. Now only the tasks of acquiring the Gura no Mi and rescuing Ace remained. The warships continued their voyage across the sea, directly toward the Marine headquarters. Marineford. Simultaneously, within the bay of the Marine headquarters, Ace knelt upon the execution platform, flanked by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Below, the elite forces of the Navy stood poised for action. Additionally, the 7 warlords of the sea, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Hancock, have been summoned by the Navy. The 3 admirals occupied the platform above the execution stage, arranged from left to right: Kizu, Akainu, and Akiji. Other officers of the Marine headquarters, including rear admirals and commodores, stood at the periphery, their gazes fixed ahead. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all understood that the man from the sea would inevitably arrive. The 4 emperors, Whitebeard pirate crew captain, Edward Newgate. Suddenly, a naval officer rushed to Admiral Sengoku, saluting as he reported, "Admiral Sengoku, the gate of justice opened automatically without any orders, and we are unable to contact the power room." "What did you say?" Admiral Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. "That door only opens upon his command. How could it have opened inexplicably?" Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood outside the Gate of Justice at the naval headquarters. As the door swung open, a beam of light illuminated the bow of the ship, casting a glow upon Buggy, leading others to believe that Buggy had opened the Gate of Justice. Who opened the door? Buggy? Could it truly be him? At that moment, Buggy appeared astonished, reveling in the adoration of the crowd, thinking, indeed, heaven has chosen me to become the Pirate King. In the corner, Lu Chun merely chuckled lightly, indifferent to the commotion. However, since the incident had impelled down, Buggy had been fortunate, as if he had struck gold. SwordsmanWho. The mist over the sea surrounding the naval headquarters began to unveil the silhouettes of pirate ships. If one were to count, they would clearly see 43 vessels, all belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. All the captains stood on their respective ships. Sengoku's expression grew grave as he uttered a few words. He has arrived. Why do we not see Whitebeard's ship? Akainu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The pirate crews under Whitebeard had come. Indeed, they were a formidable force, each renowned throughout the New World. Such an intimidating lineup. Can we triumph? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at the navy behind her and scolded. What is there to panic about? Such lack of resolve. Next to Vice Admiral Tsuru, Karp remained silent, his eyes fixed ahead. The absence of Whitebeard's ship did not imply he had not come. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The waters of the bay surged as a coated ship emerged from beneath the surface, the very vessel of Whitebeard. Whitebeard and several of his captains appeared upon the deck. Old man, Ace instantly spotted Whitebeard, tears brimming in his eyes. What? It came from beneath the sea. The four emperors. Edward Newgate. His overwhelming presence was palpable. Simply gazing at him instilled a sense of strength. The other Navy personnel stood in shock at Whitebeard's arrival. Ace, wait a moment. Whitebeard scanned the numerous Navy officers before him, grinning widely. With that, he plunged his sword into the deck, channeling his power, and unleashed a colossal punch into the air. The atmosphere around his fist split apart. Boom! With a series of thunderous sounds, the sea trembled under Whitebeard's might, triggering a massive tsunami. The waters surged skyward, sweeping towards the naval headquarters like a ferocious beast. The entire naval headquarters was engulfed by the tsunami, blocking out the sun and plunging it into darkness. What? Is this the power of Whitebeard? Such formidable strength. Hurry, run, or the tsunami will engulf us. Suddenly, the three admirals sprang into action, vanishing from their seats at phenomenal speed. They reappeared before the tsunami, their bodies encased in ice as they extended their hands, causing the ice to flow outward, countering the tsunami. Ice Age. The icy aura encased the massive tsunami, sparing the naval headquarters from destruction. Akiji, you brat. Whitebeard scoffed. In an instant, Akiji engaged in combat with Whitebeard. Akiji landed on the ocean's surface, freezing the entire area. Meanwhile, Lu Chun felt the immense tsunami from his position and leaped off the ship, racing towards the naval headquarters. He felt compelled to witness the war at the summit firsthand. A shadow vanished before the eyes of the crowd, instantly capturing their attention. Who is that? Who is the man in the black cloak? I don't know. When did he board the ship? He looks a bit like the latest wanted criminal, Hei, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. Upon hearing this, Buggy was so frightened that he nearly split apart. What? That guy is Hei? He is on our ship? Then he must have seen me acting cool. Could he have been the one who opened the door? Several minutes later, Lu Chun, fully charged, was enveloped in silver lightning. Utilizing the Raimei fruit to transform his body into pure electricity, advancing at lightning speed. Chapter 119. The Three Admirals. Little oars. Like a bolt of lightning, he zipped across the surface of the sea, leaving behind arcs of electricity and agitated waters, drawing a straight line across the sea. Not long after, Lu Chun finally arrived at the naval headquarters bay. Looking out, the grand battle had yet to fully commence. Only Akiji and Mihawk had launched attacks, which were countered by Whitebeard and his captains. In the next moment, all the pirates leaped off their ships, charging across the ice to commence their assault. The frontline Navy lieutenant raised his sword and shouted, "Charge!" At his command, the Navy also surged forward. The two sides clashed, igniting the battlefield. Kill! Die for me! Clangs of weapons echoed through the air, mingling with the roars of combatants. Sengoku glanced at the pirates, remarking, "Such foolishness. Do they intend to break through head-on?" As he spoke, he seized a Den Mushi to issue orders. "Cannon units, aim at the enemy ships and the incoming pirates." "Understood," came the voice from the Den Mushi. Subsequently, all the cannons in the naval headquarters bay targeted the pirates and fired in unison. Boom! 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 The cannons nearly struck every inch of the bay. Countless pirates and their ships were hit, falling heavily. But for the Whitebeard pirates, it was merely a fraction of their might, especially the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, whose extraordinary strength rendered several Navy vice admirals powerless. Truly, they were worthy of being the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each one as formidable as a monster. On the high platform, Kizaru smirked and slowly rose. Luchan noticed Kizaru moving and smiled, thinking, is he about to put on a show again? With Kizaru's acting skills, he could easily win an Oscar. To minimize losses, they must seize the captain first. Just as the words left his mouth, Kizaru suddenly moved, his entire being transformed into a streak of yellow light, appearing above the battlefield, shining brilliantly like a new sun, illuminating the land. It seemed to challenge the sun itself. In an instant, Kizaru crossed his arms, gathering countless beams of light in his hands, which he then shot down towards Whitebeard at incredible speed. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless dazzling light orbs were fired rapidly, resembling a downpour, akin to numerous machine guns unleashing bullets. Whitebeard stood his ground, unperturbed. Hey, what is that blinding light? As all the light projectiles were about to strike before Baihuzi, a figure with blue wings materialized, standing protectively in front of him. Countless blue flames flared up, intercepting the barrage of light projectiles ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Every last projectile was unleashed in succession. With a resounding explosion, waves of scorching heat surged outward. As the smoke dissipated, onlookers finally discerned the identity of the enigmatic figure. It was Make, the captain of the 1st Division of the Baihuzi pirate crew, known as the Immortal Bird. With a slight smile, Make remarked, "How could I allow you to disrupt our captain so soon? How terrifying, indeed, is the Baihuzi pirate crew." The yellow monkey, Yuzi, maintained an air of nonchalance. However, many Navy soldiers below were left in astonishment. What was going on with that individual? He directly withstood an attack from Admiral Yuzi and appeared completely unscathed. What is the nature of those blue flames? It must be the fabled ability. Yuzi gazed at Make with intrigue, commenting, more rare than a Logia type, a Zoan type, mythical beast. Thus, the two engaged in combat. Yet, not long into the skirmish, Yuzi was sent flying by a kick, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Ultimately, he ceased his offensive against Baihuzi, stating coolly, "It seems they will not allow us to easily penetrate their ranks." Luchan, unable to hear his words, would have surely given him a thumbs up had he been able to. Meanwhile, the captain of the 3rd Division, Zuanshi Chaozi, shattered a massive slab of ice, hoisting it high before hurling it toward the Navy's towering fortress. At that moment, the remaining figure on high, Akainu, stirred, rising with fury and bellowing, abandoning one's post. "If we all depart, who will protect this place?" As he spoke, his hands transformed into searing magma, gradually coalescing into a colossal magma fist aimed at the ice block opposite him. With a tremendous eruption, the magma fist collided with the gargantuan ice mountain, producing a thunderous roar. Instantly, the ice was obliterated, vaporized into nothingness. However, Akainu's assault did not cease there. The colossal magma fist exploded, releasing countless volcanic projectiles, raining down like heavenly fire upon the gathered pirates and Navy alike. The searing projectiles wreaked havoc, claiming numerous casualties, and even obliterating a ship entirely. What overwhelming power! Luchan mused, watching the unfolding scene with awe. He was acutely aware that he had a mission to defeat Akainu. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, as if the very ground trembled beneath its weight. Luchan turned to see a massive silhouette emerging from the bay. It bore resemblance to Ozi, but was somewhat smaller, appearing to be a descendant of the zombie Ozi, known as Little Ozi, a friend of Ace. Recognizing him, Lu Chen's brow furrowed. In the war on the summit, Oz played a pivotal role. Had he not obstructed the closing barrier with his body, the Baihuzi pirate crew would have been entirely encircled, leaving no opportunity to rescue AC. Well then, I shall refrain from intervening further. I have already dealt with Molia. Your success now rests solely upon your own efforts, Lu Chen murmured to himself. With Molia gone, at least there was no one else coveting little Oz's corpse. Perhaps he could save AC in advance. With Oz's emergence, the wall of the bay was successfully breached, allowing the pirates outside to surge in. Despite Baihuzi's pleas for little Oz not to proceed, he resolutely prepared to rescue AC. With red-rimmed eyes, AC anxiously shouted, "Oz, don't come over. Your massive frame will become a target. AC, I am on my way to save you." Yet, little Oz harbored no other intentions but to save AC. Countless naval cannons bombarded his body, leaving him riddled with wounds. Nevertheless, he steadfastly pressed onward. It was not until the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and Don Quixote da Flamingo intervened that little Oz was finally brought down, crashing heavily before AC. Kuma's strike severely injured him, while da Flamingo severed one of his enormous feet. Fortunately, without Molia, little Oz only succumbed to unconsciousness, still clinging to life. Oz! Baihuzi's expression darkened upon witnessing little Oz's fall, his gaze fixed intently on Kuma and da Flamingo. Suddenly, the giant Vice Admiral Rongzi, wielding a massive axe, appeared beside Baihuzi, swinging down with force and exposing an opening. "Get lost, Baihuzi." However, Baihuzi dismissed him entirely, effortlessly grasping Rongzi's axe. Utilizing his fruit ability, he shattered the weapon and swiftly apprehended Rongzi, pressing his head down onto the ground. The power of the Zheng fruit unleashed an energy wave that enveloped Rongzi's head, producing a resounding boom. The force shattered Rongzi's iron helmet, resulting in a concussion and causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices. In the next moment, he was flung aside, unconscious. How pitiful! The naval vice admirals are becoming increasingly inept. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, it was merely that Lu Chen and Kapu were exceptionally strong. The vice admirals were already formidable in their own right. With little Oz's body serving as a springboard, countless pirates surged towards the plaza of the naval headquarters. Suddenly, Lu Chen spotted 2 familiar figures. One was Ain, engaged in battle with a captain of the Baihuzi pirate crew, while the other was Hankook, hastening towards him. Observing this, Lu Chen quickly shook his head, signaling her not to approach. "I still have matters to attend to." With a reluctant expression, Hankook redirected her frustration towards others, indiscriminately attacking both pirates and navy alike. Any man would fall victim to her wrath, save for one individual. At that moment, Kapu quietly ascended the execution platform, sitting beside AC, tears streaming down his face. The two seemed to be engaged in a conversation. Suddenly, a naval ship descended from the sky at breakneck speed. Countless escapees from Impel down plummeted from above. Among them Lu Fei, who spotted AC on the execution platform and called out, "AC, have you arrived?" Lu Chen looked up at Lu Fei, suspended in midair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems my time to make an entrance is nigh." In this instance of the Dingshang Zhanzheng, there remains much for him to accomplish. A thunderous crash resounded as a colossal warship descended onto the battlefield, precisely landing upon the very waters from which Kidr had excavated. Indeed, the fated child of fortune, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fei scaled a height and at last beheld him upon the execution platform, his voice bursting forth in exuberant exclamation, "Hasu, Lu Fei." Upon hearing his voice, Hasu promptly replied. Nearby, Kavu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "How did this rascal arrive here?" "Kapu, yet again, it is your wretched kin," Zhang Guo rebuked. In response, Kapu, picking his nose, retorted, "What did you say?" He could sense that besides his 2 grandsons, Lu Chen must be present as well. For Lu Fei had safely arrived at the Navy headquarters. Zhang Guo found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, not far away, Truching had also taken note of Lu Fei, his countenance darkening. Mengqi Lu Fei, the pirate supernova, son of the Revolutionary Army leader. He too must perish. In comparison to Fu, Lu Fei was perhaps the more desirable target for his wrath. While Slayedthe had already met his demise, Long remained active in the world, leading the Revolutionary Army in its quest to overthrow the existence of the world government. Soon, Lu Fei charged towards the execution platform. The true Dingsang Zhanzheng had commenced. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen allowed a significant smile to grace his lips, leaping from the towering walls into the fray. Hey, there's a pirate over here. Kill him. A few inconspicuous Navy soldiers launched an attack on Lu Chen. Heh. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, raising his right hand, channeling formidable lightning power towards the opposing Navy. Discharge. Crackle. In an instant, every Navy personnel ahead was struck by the lightning, engulfed and charred. One after another, they fell. Lu Chen surveyed the surrounding Navy forces and bellowed, "Those seeking death may come forth and try." Upon hearing this, not a single Navy soldier dared to approach. That terrifying power instilled dread in their hearts. Suddenly, a Navy major shouted, "Retreat! Begin the withdrawal." As commanded, with that order, a multitude of Navy soldiers began to retreat. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered, and he remarked, "So, it is a retreat to lure the Bandit into the fray? The strategic mind of Zhang Guo is indeed formidable." Crackle. With that, he transformed into lightning once more, appearing at Bandit's rear with astonishing speed, unnoticed by others. Only Bahujer sensed the disturbance behind him, slightly furrowing his brow. Kid, who are you?" "Ye." Lu Chen concealed himself behind Bai Huzi, whispering. Bai Huzi smiled nonchalantly. "Are you the one who killed the Tenlong? Indeed. The Navy intends to draw you into the fray to annihilate all of you in the Bandit. You should be on your guard," Lu Chen cautioned. He truly wished for the legendary Bai Huzi not to meet his end so soon. "Let's assist where we can." Ha. One can only hope. But what is your purpose for being here? Just to have some fun. Upon finishing his sentence, Lu Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, darting across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Han Kuke, inquiring, "Han Kuke, did you retrieve the key?" "Ye Gurga, I have it here." Han Kukura exclaimed gleefully, producing the key from her bosom and handing it to Lu Chen. "Thank you." Receiving the key, Lu Chen enveloped Kukura in a warm embrace before vanishing once more. Lu Chen Gurga touched me. Han Kukura blushed, lost in a reverie. Meanwhile, Su Moge, utilizing his smoke fruit powers, had completely ensnared Lu Fei, employing handcuffs forged from Hilo Shru to neutralize Lu Fei's abilities. So the Straw Hat Kid is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. The assembled Navy, upon witnessing Lu Fei's capture, felt a surge of excitement. Major Sumoga has subdued the Straw Hat Kid. Impressive. As the words left their lips, a thunderous roar erupted. Chapter 121, The Final Battle. Bai Huzi is severely wounded. Boom! 60 million volts of Layla. A gigantic lightning dragon manifested, opening its cavernous maw, roaring toward Fe and Lu Fei below. Roar! In an instant, the immense Lei Long engulfed Su Moge and Lu Fei. Crackle! Countless bolts of lightning surged outward, consuming all around, be they Navy or pirate. A charred scent permeated the air. A multitude of Navy and pirates fell unconscious. Only Lu Fei remained unharmed, picking up his hat and donning it once more, grinning widely. "I'm fine. Lu Fei, take this." The key to unlock his Su's shackles. In that moment, clad in a black cloak, Lu Chen materialized before Lu Fei. "Oh, thank you," Lu Fei said without hesitation, grasping the key and sprinting towards the Su on the execution platform. Watching Lu Fei depart, Lu Chen smiled. This boy shows no concern for my identity. Originally, it should have been Han Kukura who saved Lu Fei, but now it fell to Lu Chen to intervene. As for he had long succumbed to unconsciousness from the electric shock. The other Navy soldiers attempted to charge forward to attack again, but Lu Chen merely transformed into lightning, instantaneously vanishing from sight. He wished to avoid prolonged combat and attract too much attention. There were more pressing matters to attend to. In the rear, Su Kuyade suddenly appeared beside Bai Huzi, stabbing a blade through Bai Huzi's body. Blood trickled down the blade. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. All gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Bai Huzi has been stabbed. Instantly, Lu Chen's anger flared, and he growled, "Foolish subordinate." Initially, he had intended to intervene, but had first chosen to assist Lu Fei. Damn it. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that Bavijur could not even have evaded his ambush, indicating that his body was already failing him. The world's strongest man, meeting his end upon the battlefield, might indeed be his most fitting conclusion. Slayedthe. Bavijur led all the navy in a charge, signaling the true climactic battle to commence. Yet, the surrounding navy had already begun to retreat, withdrawing to the square. The ground gradually rose to form new encircling walls, preparing to trap all pirates within the bay. Oh no, we are to be surrounded. Quickly, charge forward. There remains a section of wall yet to rise where Aoju lies. Charge. Rescue Aisu. Among them, Baivu's strike caused the very ground to tremble. Boom! With a single blow, the walls ahead were shattered, along with the city walls behind the Navy headquarters, nearly obliterating half of it. The strongest man in the world remained the strongest. As the enclosing walls ascended, Tru Cheng stepped forward, extending his magma-filled hands to launch streams of molten meteors into the air. Meteor volcano. Fist-sized magma meteors plummeted towards the ground at breakneck speed. The searing fireballs descended from above, indiscriminately assaulting the pirates and ships below, melting the previously frozen sea back into a tumultuous ocean. The pirates found themselves devoid of any ground to stand on. Amidst the chaos, Lu Chun swiftly evaded the falling meteors, cursing vehemently, "Damn Akainu, just wait. I will settle the score with you." If only he had known better than to arrive so early. The frozen ocean began to melt, revealing countless cannons atop the surrounding walls, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. With cannons in front, pacifists behind, and an ocean on the brink of complete dissolution, they were left without a ship, without a foothold. The battle raged on, fierce and brutal. Countless pirates fell, their crimson blood staining the battlefield a deep red. Fortunately, Oz still clung to life. Whitebeard, meanwhile, had another ship, and, through Oz's efforts, most had been sent to the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. Naturally, Lu Chen also boarded the pirate ship to enter the square. However, this time he had learned his lesson and refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to observe quietly. Knowing that Luffy would not perish, he watched intently as Kizaru enacted his role, kicking the severely injured Luffy into Whitebeard's arms. He observed as Akiji helped Marco across the battlefield. He witnessed Akainu desperately engaging in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. Yet, standing atop the execution platform, Garp had no choice but to intervene, delivering a punishing blow that sent Marco flying, then taking his place among the three admirals, proclaiming, "Kids, if you want to get past me, you must first contend with my fists." Due to his injuries, Whitebeard fell helplessly, ambushed by Akainu, who pierced his chest. Once again, he was wounded. Simultaneously, Luffy implored the Okama King Ivankov to inject him with resistance hormones, allowing him to rise once more. It was time. Lu Chun stepped out of the shadows, his expression grave. What he intended to do today would undoubtedly astonish the entire New World and beyond. At the execution platform, the new executioners were preparing to carry out Ace's execution. Luffy and Ivankov raced towards the platform, only to be suddenly obstructed by two pacifists. The pacifists unleashed lasers from their mouths, and just as they were about to fire, a tiger's roar echoed. Tiger Pounce! A massive red fist shadow emerged, resembling a fierce tiger, utterly crushing the two pacifists. Who? Ivankov looked on, but could not discern the figure responsible, only catching a glimpse of a dark silhouette. No time for that. We must save Ace. Luffy disregarded everything else and charged forward. However, Whitebeard was gravely injured, and Sengoku issued a direct order. Hastening, commence the execution. Yes. As he spoke, two executioners standing nearby raised their blades, the sharp edges swiftly descending towards Ace's neck. Time seemed to slow significantly as all eyes focused on the execution platform. Luffy sprinted furiously, yet he could not reach in time, unleashing a furious roar. Stop it! In an instant, an unconscious, formidable conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the surroundings, incapacitating both approaching marines and pirates alike, rendering them unconscious on the ground. The executioners nearby suffered the same fate. Conqueror's haki. Is this for real? Has he awakened Conqueror's haki? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The sheer power of his unconscious haki intensified Akainu's resolve to eliminate Luffy. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy and Ivankov surged once more towards Ace atop the execution platform. However, the remaining Marine commanders surrounded Luffy and Ivankov, determined to block their path. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, positioning himself before the pirates, sneering, "Ha ha ha! A bunch of cowardly Marines attacking a mere child. Do you not wish to claim my head?" Chapter 122, Rescue Ace. The Buddha of Sengoku. As he spoke, the majority of the Marines charged at Whitebeard, engaging him in combat. Whitebeard instructed his crew behind him, "Go assist Ace's brother." "Yes, old man." The members of the Whitebeard pirates dared not disobey, rushing to help. With their assistance, a clear path was created for Luffy, leading directly to the execution site. "There's a way." Luffy's face lit up with joy as he hastened forward. Right behind him, Ivankov shouted, "We're almost at the execution platform. Straw Hat. Just keep charging ahead. I'll handle the rest." "Thanks." Luffy nodded, racing onward. "Lightning, it is our turn to strike." Ivankov abruptly halted, speaking earnestly. "All right." Suddenly, a voice emerged from Ivankov's dense hair as a figure emerged. It was the revolutionary officer, Lightning Imizuna. Lightning leaped forth, transforming his hands into colossal scissors, swiftly running ahead and slicing the ground to create a long runway. With a flick of his hands, he flung the extensive runway onto the execution platform. Luffy beamed at the long ladder, exclaiming, "Little Crab, you build a ladder." "Thank you." It was the revolutionary officer Imizuna. "Quick, stop the Straw Hat from reaching the execution platform. Fire cannons at him." The Marines renewed their assault on Luffy. Yet all were thwarted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With their presence, Luffy faced no obstacles. Meanwhile, Luffy ascended the long ladder, drawing closer to Ace. His smile widening with clarity. "Ace, I'm coming." "Luffy." Ace's expression shifted in surprise. Suddenly, Garp leaped from below, employing the Marine's 6 styles to reach Luffy. His face darkened. "Grandpa, step aside." Luffy shouted loudly. After a moment of silence, Garp roared, "How could I step aside? I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. I have fought pirates since before your birth. If you wish to pass, you must step over my corpse, Straw Hat Luffy. That was the path you chose." Nearby, Luchin observed the scene atop the ladder, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself, "Grandpa, your act is truly remarkable. You caught up to me." Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, an unexpected event occurred. The Marine hero Garp was unexpectedly taken down by a single punch from a pirate. He fell heavily from the ladder, his head hitting the ground. Sengoku glared at the approaching Luffy, gritting his teeth. "You are indeed their grandfather, Garp." How could he not recognize that Garp was deliberately acting? Ultimately, Luffy reached the execution platform, producing the key that Luchin had given him to unlock Ace's chains. Sengoku's expression darkened, his body radiating a golden glow as he transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, towering over them. His size rivaled that of a giant race, emanating a continuous golden light. This was the ability of the devil fruit, the Zoan-type mythical beast, the human fruit, in its Buddha form. With a single swipe, he could easily obliterate both Luffy and Ace. Sengoku loomed above, gazing down at the two, declaring, "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" As these words were spoken, all eyes turned towards the execution platform, fixated on its unfolding events. The great Buddha, the Warring States Marshal, has unleashed his abilities. How formidable! Truly worthy of being the Fleet Admiral. Just as Luffy was about to unlock the shackles, a yellow beam severed the key. Ah, the key. At that moment, the Buddha of Warring States clenched his fist and hurled it towards Luffy and Ace. "Straw Hat Brat, you are indeed a wicked villain deserving of death. I shall execute both you brothers." Simultaneously, A dazed naval officer stirred, scratching his head in confusion. What just happened? Why did I lose consciousness? Mr. 3, displaying a look of astonishment, swiftly activated Gear 3rd, inflating his body to barely withstand the onslaught from warring states. Bang! Yet, the overwhelming force of warring states shattered the entire execution platform. Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 plummeted downward at an alarming speed. It was only due to Mr. 2's influence that Mr. 3 chose to aid Luffy in rescuing Ace, using his powers to create a key and toss it to Luffy. Straw Hat Brat, the key. Below. The Navy, realizing that Ace and Luffy were still alive, urgently began firing upon them. Hurry! The Straw Hat Brat isn't dead yet. Fire upon them. Yes, fire. Countless cannonballs rained down upon Luffy and the others. Boom! 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 Several explosions erupted, encircling Ace and his companions. Amidst the billowing smoke, a surge of intense flames erupted. A fiery silhouette emerged from the thick smoke. It was Fire Fist Ace. The key unlocked the Hylu stone shackles, allowing him to regain his powers, and he enveloped the three of them in flames, mitigating the blast's destructive force. Amidst the searing heat, Luffy gazed at the familiar figure, grinning. Ace. You've always been like this, Luffy, reckless and audacious. Ace grabbed Luffy's shirt, dragging him and Mr. 2 downward. The crowd, witnessing this, erupted in exhilaration, cheering loudly. Hooray! Ace is safe. Ace. Slayedthe bot. Mr. 3. That guy is truly capable. Soon, Ace and Luffy landed safely, though Mr. 3 bore the brunt of the fall, nearly breaking his neck. Luffy, let's charge out together. All right. With that, Ace and Luffy, harnessing their extraordinary strength, carved a bloody path through the throngs of pirates. No matter how many Navy officers stood in their way, they could not hinder their escape. Even when confronted by Aokiji, they managed to elude his grasp. Moreover, Whitebeard single-handedly held back a large contingent of the Navy, allowing his subordinates to flee. Suddenly, Akainu fixated on the fleeing pirates, scoffing. The Whitebeard pirates really are a bunch of cowardly wretches. What? Don't fall for his blatant provocation. Stopping now would play right into his hands. The Whitebeard pirates seethed with rage, though many remained rational. Seeing no effect, Akainu removed his hat and continued to mock. But what can be done about the captain's character? Whitebeard is ultimately a failure of the previous era. With that said, Ace, who was escaping, suddenly halted, flames surging from his fists as he glared at Akainu, coldly stating, "Retract your words. Stop it, Ace. Don't fall for his trap. Let it go. Quickly, we must flee." The surrounding pirates urged fervently. Chapter 123, Fire Fist Ace. Akainu the Red Dog. Yet, Ace remained resolute, his gaze locked onto Akainu, for that man was insulting their father. Ace, hurry and leave, Luffy shouted anxiously. Akainu smirked wickedly. Retract? I shall never retract. I speak nothing but the truth. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to open the door to the new era known as the Great Pirate Era. While it may be inappropriate from a naval perspective, he indeed deserves the title of Pirate King. Compared to him, what is Whitebeard? Does he possess the courage to challenge Roger to a duel to the death? Hiding away with a huge gang and content to be a mountain king. Is that truly satisfying? Although many fools still protect the peace of numerous islands under Whitebeard's name, to me, it merely signifies subduing a few insignificant pirates. What a farce of heroism. It is laughable. When Roger was alive, he bowed before him, and even after Roger's death, he could never become a true king. In essence, he will forever fall short of Roger. Or have I erred in my reasoning? Upon reflection, he is truly pitiful, being called father by a multitude. At this moment, Ace was already seething with rage, his fury igniting into a blazing inferno that enveloped him. He took deliberate steps towards Akainu. Meanwhile, Akainu's mouth spewed taunts like a machine gun, never ceasing. I truly don't understand how you've learned so well. Have you practiced in secret? Silence. This era is named Whitebeard. Ace roared, unleashing a fiery punch towards Akainu. Unfazed, Akainu transformed his right fist into a torrent of magma, meeting the attack head-on. solemnly proclaiming, "Whitebeard and all of you who admire him are nothing but failures." Fire Fist collided with Magma Fist, erupting in a wave of searing energy that swept outward. The ground trembled beneath, cracking and splintering into countless fragments. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ace fell heavily to the ground, his body scorched. The Magma Fruit is, after all, a superior variant of the Flame Fruit, possessing not only greater power, but also the ability to burn Ace even without Haki. Ace has been burned. The other pirates looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. Akainu gazed down at Ace with disdain, to claim to be the strongest user of the strongest Logia. "You truly are ignorant. You are merely an ordinary fire, while I am magma that can extinguish even flames. Our powers cannot be compared." Suddenly, Akainu noticed Luffy, who lay limp behind Ace, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth, stating, "Joel D., Roger, and the revolutionary leader Dragon, both of you brothers are irredeemably guilty and must perish here." In comparison to Ace, he yearned to eliminate Luffy first. With that, Akainu surged past Ace, his magma-laden fist aimed at Luffy. Exhausted, Luffy attempted to reach for Ace's life card, completely unaware of Akainu's impending attack. Even if he had noticed, his body, pushed to its limits, could not resist. Just as the attack was about to strike Luffy, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the rapidly approaching Ace. The searing magma fist hurtled towards Ace's chest. "Ace!" Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the familiar silhouette before him. "Ace! Ace!" The members of the Whitebeard pirates, observing from their position, shouted anxiously. This included Whitebeard, Garp, and Marco. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered. A figure darted past countless individuals, appearing before Ace. Akainu roared. The magma fist was unleashed. Yet it struck as though it were colliding with an iron block, utterly failing to incinerate the opponent. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a multitude of magma explosions, enveloping the area where Akainu and his companions stood in a veil of white mist, obscuring the events from the onlookers. Even Akainu himself, caught in the midst of it all, could scarcely discern the situation, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before him. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the spectators finally grasped what had transpired. A man clad in a black robe had emerged, intercepting Akainu's assault, his arms gleaming with a metallic sheen, indicative of Haki. Who was he? How could he withstand an attack from Admiral Akainu? Though unfamiliar, there was an undeniable sense of recognition. Dressed in black, possessing formidable strength. Could he be the infamous Heiyi, the bounty of 2 billion berries? Akainu furrowed his brow and declared, "Heiyi, is it you? Have you come to oppose the world government once more?" The old man retorted, "You talk too much." With that, Lu Chun delivered a swift punch to Akainu's face, catching him off guard and sending him hurtling backwards, rolling on the ground several times before regaining his footing. Not far away, Carp allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, murmuring, "You finally made it, brat." Heiyi, how dare you?" Akainu bellowed in fury, transforming his entire being into molten magma, wielding his right hand to conjure a massive dog-shaped head of lava that roared ferociously towards Lu Chun. Unfazed, Lu Chun turned and kicked Luffy and Ace towards the side of Ivankov, urging them to flee. Ivankov paused momentarily, but quickly gathered himself, leading Luffy and Ace away with all haste. "You think you can escape? Not a chance," Akainu shouted, extending his hands as searing magma fists were launched towards Luffy and Ace, one after another, in a wide arc with tremendous force. Given Ivankov's severe injuries, the chances of survival were slim. Suddenly, Lu Chun appeared behind Ace and Luffy, a calm smile on his face. "Red Dog, do you wish to kill them? Have you consulted me?" He concentrated Haki in his hands, which spiraled around his fists, forming arcs of golden electricity, as a massive magma fist charged towards him. Lu Chun merely raised a hand and unleashed a palm strike, the Rulai palm. Instantly, a palm imprint materialized, initially no larger than a handprint, but as it progressed, the energy surged exponentially. It expanded and grew until it reached a size akin to a giant, resembling a small mountain, moving towards the magma fists released by Akainu. The fist crashed against the golden palm, yet it proved utterly ineffective, akin to fiery stones plunging into the ocean, dissipating into mere wisps of smoke. Chapter 124, Edward Newgate. One Piece is indeed real. Countless magma fists were thwarted by Liu Chen's Rely Palm. Akainu, witnessing the impending giant golden palm, had no choice but to evade swiftly, though a portion of his body was still caught in the blast, transforming into magma and scattering across the ground. Fortunately, he was quick enough to revert to molten form, barely avoiding complete obliteration. As he slowly reformed from the ground, his right cheek bore a grievous wound, exposing raw, crimson flesh, a sight both alarming and macabre. The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. Hei Yi was formidable. Not only had he blocked Akainu's attack, but he had also injured him. Truly powerful. No wonder his bounty was 2 billion berries. Yet, he had never claimed to be a pirate. Could he be a revolutionary instead? Even Carp could not suppress his astonishment, pondering where this young man had learned such remarkable martial arts. Akainu, his brow furrowed, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Armament Haki! Conqueror's Haki! You truly possess the legendary abilities. You must have mastered all 3 forms of Haki. Red Dog, watch closely. My capabilities extend beyond mere Haki." With that, Liu Chun unleashed a torrent of powerful lightning, releasing a staggering 200 million volts. The crackling electricity coalesced around him, his form growing larger, resembling a colossal figure of lightning, akin to a god descending upon the earth, the god of thunder with 200 million volts. As Liu Chun gestured with his hands, the overwhelming power of lightning surged forth, sweeping towards Akainu and a multitude of marines. Wherever the lightning struck, it transformed into a sea of electric energy, rendering all caught within its grasp charred and blackened, their skeletal shadows faintly discernible. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, remnants of its power lingered on the ground, leaving the battlefield scorched and reeking of charred remnants, further desolating the already ravaged terrain. As for Akainu, he too was not spared from the onslaught of electric strikes, even in his molten form. He could not resist the might of the natural element. Liu Chun surveyed the scene with a hearty laugh. "Red Dog, farewell. I hope that when we meet again, you shall not be so weak. You bastard." At that moment, Akainu slowly arose from the electrified ground, his clothing tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Devoid of the former dignity of an admiral, he attempted to pursue the robed Liu Chun, only to witness him vanish in a flash of lightning, his speed unparalleled. An impossible chase for Akainu. The only one capable of keeping pace with Liu Chun would likely be Kizaru with his Pika Pika no Mi, as both could be considered beings flying at the speed of light. However, would Kizaru truly be willing to chase after Liu Chun? Simultaneously, while Liu Chun clashed with Akainu, Whitebeard was embroiled in a fierce battle with the other 2 admirals and Sengoku. Despite his battered form, he stood resolute against 2 admirals and the fleet admiral. A remarkable feat. With a single, full-force punch, he cleaved the entire naval headquarters in half. The earth trembled as if a deity had descended, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. The reverberations echoed throughout the naval headquarters, which had been rent asunder, creating a vast chasm between the Marines and pirates. In a bid to ensure the escape of his crew, Whitebeard exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the entire naval force. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures emerged from the execution platform. It was none other than the Blackbeard pirates and their key members who had been lurking in the shadows, observing the chaos unfold. The gates of justice had swung open due to their machinations. Upon his arrival, Blackbeard chose to confront Whitebeard directly, leveraging the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to nullify all abilities, forcing Whitebeard to retreat. However, Whitebeard quickly recognized the anomaly and opted to engage Blackbeard with his sword, inflicting a wound upon him. As I was about to unleash my power to shatter the skull of Blackbeard Titch, my weary body could no longer endure, rendering me incapable of activating my abilities. I failed to deliver a decisive blow to Blackbeard. Seizing this opportunity, Blackbeard commanded his crew to launch an assault on Whitebeard. Countless strikes descended upon Whitebeard's battered form, leaving him a mass of wounds. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down one after another. Blood gushed forth, staining the entire battlefield. The members of the Blackbeard pirates seemed to revel in the slaughter of a lamb destined for the slaughterhouse, relentlessly attacking. Perhaps it was fear of Whitebeard's potential retaliation in his final moments that drove them to unleash all their might. The pirates across the ravine were already beside themselves with rage, shouting, "Ah, Father! Father! Father!" Moments later, the Blackbeard pirates ceased their assault. Whitebeard gazed at the gathered navy and Blackbeard pirates, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a deep voice. "One day, there will emerge those who inherit Ace's will. Even if bloodlines are severed, their flames shall never extinguish. This legacy shall continue to flow from the distant past. And one day in the future, there will arise individuals capable of shouldering centuries of history and challenging this world. Sengoku, you and your world government tremble at the thought of the monumental battle that will one day envelop the entire world. Although I have little interest in it. When that treasure is discovered, the world shall be upended. Someone will find it. That day shall inevitably arrive." Hearing this, Sengoku gritted his teeth in fury. Yet found himself at a loss for words. One Piece is indeed real. Following this proclamation, Whitebeard threw back his head and emitted a roar that reverberated throughout the world. Sengoku bellowed, "You bastard!" This statement would undoubtedly plunge the entire world into chaos, ushering in an even more tumultuous era. With a smile upon his face, Whitebeard reminisced about his life. "My sons, I have come to the end of my journey. What a magnificent life it has been. Thank you, my sons, farewell." With those words, he slowly closed his eyes, his breath gradually fading. The members of the Whitebeard pirates stood weeping, their tears flowing freely. Although he had already fallen in battle, Whitebeard still clutched his sword, standing tall. He stood proud amidst the heavens and the earth. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, fell in battle. Though his body perished, his indomitable spirit, marred and battle-worn, could only be described as monstrous. In this fierce conflict, he endured a total of 267 knife wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannonballs. Nevertheless, his silhouette radiated dignity. He left behind no shame of cowardice or disgrace throughout his life as a pirate. At the age of 72, he was a man who once rivaled the pirate king in these waters, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. He fell in the climactic clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters, joined by the 7 warlords of the sea. Suddenly, the Blackbeard pirates moved, draping a black cloth over Whitebeard's corpse. Chapter 125, The Gura Gura, No Me is Now Mine. And so, the grand performance begins. Blackbeard laughed heartily, lifting the black cloth and turning to the Navy behind him with a cold smile. An ultimate spectacle that will astonish the entire world. What lies beneath that black cloth? It conceals both Blackbeard and Whitebeard's corpses. What trickery is this? They are the traitorous scoundrels who disguise themselves as warlords of the sea. Everyone must remain vigilant. The Navy members stared intently at the Blackbeard pirates, yet hesitated to strike. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates encircled their captain, engaged in their own conversation. "Well, I apologize, but entry is temporarily prohibited. How thrilling this is. If we fail, shall we disband on the spot?" Beneath the black cloth, it appeared eerily still. No one knew what transpired within. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. Dual sword style, White Tiger's roar. Lieutenant General Liu Chun, clad in a navy cloak, emerged abruptly, wielding 2 supreme blades that sliced through the air toward Blackbeard concealed beneath the cloth. Roar! Roar! A tiger's roar and a dragon's chant echoed. 2 slashes, one crimson and one white, transformed into a ferocious white tiger and a colossal red dragon, their gaping maws roaring toward the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, the Navy finally recognized the man who had appeared behind them. Lieutenant General Liu Chun. Yes, Lieutenant General Liu Chun has arrived. Why has he only just shown up? The magician-like Lafitte frowned, urgently commanding, "Quick, protect the captain." Understood. With that, Jizasu and several others activated their powers, attempting to fend off the overwhelming sword energy. However, that strike was Lu Chen's most formidable blow. The full force of his sword intent was unleashed, imbued with swordsmanship and domineering spirit. "Grandfather, lend me your strength," Lu Chen called out sternly to the two nearby. "Yes, Lieutenant General." In response, employed the Navy's 6 styles to swiftly charge toward the Blackbeard pirates. Karp smirked, a wry smile on his lips. "You little brat, how dare you command your grandfather?" Nevertheless, he moved with lightning speed towards the Blackbeard pirates. Impact punch. A punch imbued with immense power and force surged toward the Blackbeard pirates. Before Karp, they had no chance to retaliate. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous crashes erupted. At an unknown moment, Lu Chen executed the Navy's 6 styles and vanished from his position, entering the black cloth at incredible speed. Seeing this, Lafitte's expression shifted, and he shouted in panic, "Quick, stop him!" Just as he was about to act, Ein suddenly appeared before him, merely touching his body. Instantly, Lafitte transformed into a younger version of himself, regaining his youth by 18 years, but losing a significant portion of his strength. Inside the black cloth, Lu Chen saw Blackbeard holding an ordinary fruit. However, dark energy swirled around it, transforming it from an ordinary fruit into a devil fruit imbued with powers. The black aura enveloped Whitebeard, seemingly siphoning something from his body. Lu Chen, Blackbeard's countenance paled in shock. He immediately attacked with his remaining hand, dark energy enveloping his palm as he lunged toward Lu Chen. "Hey, I'm not a devil fruit user," Lu Chen sneered, raising his sword to execute a decisive strike. One sword style, draw cut. The blade flashed. It accurately struck Blackbeard's right hand. Blackbeard shrieked in agony, clutching his wounded hand. The fruit slipped from his grasp, tumbling through the air. That was a strike infused with hockey, perfectly effective against a natural-type fruit user. For some reason, Blackbeard appeared to fear pain greatly. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered as he swiftly reached for the devil fruit. "Forgive me, but this devil fruit is now mine. Get lost." Upon witnessing the situation, Haihuzi disregarded his pain and sought to harness the power of the Inan fruit to draw it back. However, Lu Chen had already grasped the devil fruit, and the sharp blade of his unparalleled Kuai Dao struck towards his arm, forcing Haihuzi to retract his hands. "You bastard!" Haihuzi roared, exuding a dark aura as he activated his ability. And Shuadao, countless streams of black fluid cascaded down from his body, surging towards Lu Chen. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from his original position, evading the reach of Haihuzi's and Shuadao. He reappeared several dozen meters away, holding the artificially created devil fruit, the Jinjin fruit. What is that in his hand? A devil fruit? Where did it come from? Could it be Whitebeard's? Impossible. Could Haihuzi possess the ability to absorb others' fruits? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired amidst the chaos. "Haihuzi, this fruit is now mine," Lu Chen proclaimed, promptly simplifying the fruit and taking a bite, experiencing the familiar sweetness once again. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a surge of new energy within him. "You bastard!" Haihuzi let out an enraged howl, his teeth grinding in frustration. The Jinjin fruit, which he had painstakingly acquired, had fallen into another's hands, specifically Lu Chen's. "I was going to thank you, but since you insulted me, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he clenched his fist, a white air shield forming above it, and he hurled a punch toward the air before Haihuzi and his companions. Earthquake! With a crack, a series of sharp sounds erupted. The air before him appeared to fracture, and the ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves towards Haihuzi and his crew. Boom! The earth quaked beneath them. The Jinjin fruit had indeed succeeded. It seemed we need not disband after all. Choosing to ally with him was indeed a wise decision. Haihuzi's crew was both startled and elated, with only Haihuzi feeling despondent. As long as Haihuzi possessed such power, they all could become users of abilities. And though they had not obtained the Jinjin fruit now, they could pursue other fruits in the future. Although the earthquake shattered the ground beneath Haihuzi's crew, their strength was formidable, allowing them to retreat and escape the affected area. You little brat. One day I will kill you and reclaim my Jinjin fruit. Haihuzi roared, swiftly leading his crew away. Now, Carp stood beside Lu Chun, uncertain if he could triumph over the legendary marine hero. Chapter 126, Becoming a Pirate. Truly a headache. Well, I hope when we meet next, you won't find yourself at my mercy. Lu Chun sneered. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward. 1000 energy. Sword technique 2. Upgrade 3 designated skills by 2 major levels. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward. 2000 energy points. Sword technique 1. You little brat, you have obtained a fine fruit, the fruit of the strongest man in that world. Utilize it well. I believe you will grow stronger, Carp said earnestly. He seemed unperturbed by Lu Chen's knowledge of Haihuzi's ability to create devil fruits. Understood, Grandpa. Lu Chun nodded affirmatively. Of course, he had not contemplated that aspect. Acquiring the fruit was all that mattered. As for why he utilized his identity as a marine to obtain the Jinjin fruit, there were 2 reasons. Firstly, typically, an individual could consume only one devil fruit. Should Haihuzi consume another, it would appear unusual. Moreover, possessing a devil fruit while acting as a marine could serve other purposes. Secondly, if Haihuzi and Lu Chun appeared simultaneously during the Marineford War, it would divert suspicion away from him. This concealment of identity held significant advantages. After a brief contemplation, Lu Chun observed Ace and Luffy, who were still being pursued by Akainu, and suddenly asked quietly, Grandpa, do you need me to assist them? No, you have already done enough. Carp gently shook his head, gazing in the direction Ace and Luffy had departed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. As their grandfather and a Marine Rear Admiral, he felt powerless. If not for Lu Chun, Ace might have perished moments ago. Shortly thereafter, Luo and the Red Heart Pirates appeared, intending to rescue Luffy and Ace. Suddenly, KB dashed past Lu Chun toward the Kainu. Hey, KB, what are you doing? Barumabur shouted anxiously. Attempting to stop him, Lu Chun interjected, Don't worry, leave him to me. Yes, Colonel Lu Chun. Barumabur finally halted. KB confronted Akainu, blocking the relentless slaughter of pirates, and shouted, Cease fire. No more fighting. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has families waiting for their return. Our objective has already been achieved. Yet you seek to annihilate the cornered pirates. Continuing this battle, which could be concluded, only increases casualties among those who can still be saved. Isn't that foolish? In response, Akainu remained unfazed, disdainfully retorting, Who are you? You've wasted several precious seconds of my time. The Marines do not require soldiers with such warped values. With that, Akainu's molten fist surged toward KB's head. Oh no, am I going to die? KB's expression changed, yet he felt no regret, having expressed everything he wished to convey. Just as the blow was about to land, a figure suddenly appeared before Akainu, a black blade intercepting his attack. It was Lu Chun. With his left hand already charged with an air shock punch, he regarded Akainu with interest. He is my subordinate. If you dare harm him, have you consulted me? You, Lu Chun. Akainu gritted his teeth, glancing at the familiar power in Lu Chun's fist, a hint of fear creeping in. Sakazuki, do you intend to strike at my grandson again? At that moment, Carp approached slowly, exuding an invisible pressure, manifesting his conqueror's haki. With each step, the pressure upon Akainu intensified. The precise release of conqueror's haki was a skill not easily mastered. Just moments ago, Akainu had nearly killed his 2 grandsons. How could Carp not be furious? He yearned for the opportunity to deliver a proper beating to Akainu. An imminent battle loomed. Sengoku suddenly appeared before them, admonishing Akainu, Carp, Lu Chun, do you wish for the pirates to mock our marines? Cease this at once. Yes, Admiral. Upon hearing this, the 3 had no choice but to retract their abilities. Soon after, Shanks and his crew arrived on the battlefield, demonstrating their formidable strength, seeking Sengoku's favor. Naturally, Sengoku granted Shanks this courtesy by allowing him to take Whitebeard's corpse. Before departing, Shang Kasi suddenly cast a glance at Lu Chun, grinning widely. Lu Chun, it has been quite some time. Your strength has grown even stronger. I look forward to your further progress, and hope you make good use of Whitebeard's power. We shall meet again soon. Lu Chan slightly nodded, feeling perplexed by the deeper implications of his words. It seemed there was more to it than met the eye. Shortly thereafter, the pirates gradually exited the naval headquarters bay, while the Navy began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Yet, Akainu appeared reluctant, stating coolly, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I hope you will uphold your promise to red-haired Shanks and take responsibility for releasing all the pirates." Of course, Sengoku replied with an expressionless face. "If you have the ability, go and kill red-haired Shanks instead of talking nonsense here." Unable to contain himself, Lu Chun interjected. This Red Dog's words are merely a ploy to force Sengoku to step down for his own ascendancy. Logically, Akiji is quite favored within the Navy, yet Akainu seems overly eager to prove himself in this war. His goal may very well be the position of Fleet Admiral. Perhaps he has gained the approval of the Five Elders and their support to defeat Akiji. In summary, regarding the three admirals in this war, one could succinctly state, Akiji is merely coasting, Akainu is fighting desperately, and Kazuru is half-heartedly coasting. Akainu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure as he barked, "Lu Chun, you remain only a vice admiral. Do you wish to challenge authority? Oh, if I were not a member of the Navy and became a pirate, would that grant me the right to openly criticize you?" Lu Chun retorted. The room fell into stunned silence. What? Vice Admiral Lu Chun intends to become a pirate. If he were to take that path, would the Navy still have any peace? Indeed, his strength is not far from that of the four emperors, especially after acquiring Whitebeard's Gura Gura Nomi. Sengoku furrowed his brow and scolded the two. "Both of you, silence. If you continue to argue, I will have you thrown out of the naval headquarters." With that, the two suddenly fell silent and departed in unison. After their exit, Sengoku gazed at Lu Chen's retreating figure and murmured, "Garp, keep an eye on your grandson. If he truly becomes a pirate, it may cause me greater headaches. Moreover, the entire Navy may no longer be at peace." Garp merely scratched his nose and walked away, ignoring Sengoku's words. Thinking to himself, that kid has been acting like a pirate for quite some time. He's already given you headaches. Chapter 127. The War Concludes. The Ruined Naval Headquarters. "Master, I have brought you shame," KB said, lowering his head in embarrassment. "No, there is nothing to be ashamed of. You are still my disciple," Lu Chan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "However, I must tell you this. Sometimes, to pursue certain matters, one must possess adequate strength. Therefore, strive to enhance your abilities." "Yes, master," KB replied, determination flickering in his eyes as he nodded earnestly. Lu Chan turned to Barumabur beside him and smiled. "What are you laughing at? You too must quickly elevate your strength. This world is likely to become even more chaotic." "Yes, master," Barumabur responded. In truth, during this battle, KB and Barumabur had not chosen to flee due to Lu Chen's prior training, and they had remained engaged in combat, thus proving their potential. Additionally, KB could be regarded as another supernova within the Navy, comparable to Luffy in the mind of the One Piece author. He was also a pupil of Garp, having learned the Fist of Love. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shanks had appeared relatively late this time. Had it not been for Lu Chun, KB might have truly perished. After bidding farewell to KB and Barumabur, Lu Chun walked towards Hancock, who had been waiting anxiously. As Lu Chun approached step by step, Hancock's cheeks flushed with shyness. Her arms wrapped around herself as she lost herself in daydreams, contemplating something. Upon noticing Ayn behind Lu Chun, her expression soured immediately. "Lu Chun, who is this woman? Why is she standing with you? Why didn't you call me when you confronted Blackbeard? You were quite far from me at that time, were you not?" Lu Chun replied, his expression darkening as he hastily explained. In truth, he had distanced himself from the battlefield and returned to the naval headquarters in a rush after changing back into his naval uniform, fearing that Blackbeard might consume the Gura Gura Nomi first. "Humph, Lu Chun, I am about to leave. You must remember to visit Amazon Lily." With that, Hancock stepped forward, linking her arm with Lu Chen's, her expression cheerful. "All right, I will go." Lu Chen nodded. After all, Hancock was still a warlord of the sea. and visiting in his capacity as a Navy officer posed no issue. Since she did not assist Luffy, her position should remain intact until the World Conference. After the conclusion of the World Conference, the warlord system would be abolished. Moreover, the naval headquarters at Marineford had been destroyed, and a new naval headquarters would soon be established in the New World. After a while, Lu Chun personally escorted Hancock away before returning to the devastated naval headquarters. On the way, Ein shot him a glance and teased, "Lu Chun, are you planning to form an alliance with a warlord? A marriage between the Navy and pirates sounds quite intriguing. I fear that if my grandfather finds out, he might just kill me." Lu Chun chuckled. "Are you afraid?" Ein countered. "Afraid? Would I be afraid? As long as I am with the one I love, what is there to fear?" Lu Chun stated earnestly. Hearing this, Ein bit her cherry lips, hesitating to speak. The two walked side by side, heading to assist the other Navy personnel. As Lu Chun helped, he checked his attribute panel. Host, Lu Chun. Level, SS. Position, Vice Admiral. Fruit, Raiji no Mi. Gura, Gura no Mi. Skills, Swordsmanship, SS. Sword Intent, SS. Physical Arts, S. Fruit Development, S. Conqueror's Hockey, SS. Armament Hockey, SS. Observation Hockey, SS. Navy 6 Style. Suru, S. Navy 6 Style. Ransei, S. Navy 6 Style. Jeppo, S. Life Returned. Cooking, A. Talent. Skills Simplification. Energy. World Weary Novel Transmission Station 937929266. World Weary Novel Transmission Station 1937-929-2666. Berries 19-989-000-000. His power had reached a terrifying level. Perhaps he could partake in the contest for Fleet Admiral. How wonderful it would be to become Fleet Admiral. However, upon reflection, becoming Fleet Admiral may not be as advantageous as it seems. The Fleet Admiral must oversee the entire Navy, negotiate with the world government, and comply with the Celestial Dragons. What hassle! Furthermore, if he truly became Fleet Admiral, would he be responsible for hunting down Blackbeard himself? It might be better to follow Garp's example and coast along or emulate Kizaru's half-hearted efforts. Being an admiral would suffice. Vice Admiral felt slightly lacking. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun had already formed his own thoughts. First, he would aim for the admiral position and see how it goes. Not long after, the Navy began broadcasting to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the conflict at Marinfondo Bay between our Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, we faced fierce resistance from the latter, resulting in a duration that exceeded our expectations. However, thanks to the unwavering spirit of justice exhibited by our soldiers, we have completely defeated the infamous Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliates. Our Navy headquarters has achieved a resounding victory. Upon hearing this proclamation, navies and citizens across the globe erupted in cheers. Fantastic! The Navy is invincible. The Navy headquarters is formidable. The world government is powerful. We have triumphed. Ha ha! I must strive to train hard and join the Navy headquarters. Lu Chun, standing in the square and listening to the Navy's announcement while surveying the surrounding ruins, shook his head in resignation. He pondered how the Navy could utter such words. It appeared that while the Navy claimed victory, the world was being thrust into a different climax. With Whitebeard weakened, the balance among the four emperors of the New World would inevitably escalate the competition for his territory, plunging the entire world into greater peril. That night, amidst the wreckage of the Navy headquarters, all admirals and vice admirals gathered in an open area. The Navy headquarters had been rendered devoid of intact buildings, yet everyone was provided with a chair and table. Sengoku sat at the head, his expression grave as he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Ladies and gentlemen, after this incident, I may resign from my position as Fleet Admiral. What? Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Why would you say such a thing? Yes, didn't we win? If you resign, who will lead us? The words startled the crowd, leaving them in disbelief. Sengoku raised a hand to quell the ensuing chaos, continuing, after this battle, the world may not become the peaceful place we envisioned. Rather, it may descend into further chaos. I have received reports of an increasing number of pirates preparing to venture into the New World in pursuit of the great treasure. The world is about to become more dangerous, and I must bear the responsibility for this." At these words, the assembly fell into a deep silence. Not a single word uttered. Chapter 128, Mission Failed. Navy Headquarters Scientific Division. This situation could indeed precipitate a significant event, one they were all ill-equipped to handle. Perhaps Sengoku's resignation was the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Akainu kept his head bowed, the brim of his navy cap obscuring his expression. Though it was evident he was lost in thought, perhaps calculating how to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. After a moment of silence, Sengoku gestured dismissively. "All right, everyone, return to your duties. There is no longer any need to repair Marinfondo. I will propose the establishment of a new Navy headquarters, preferably in the New World, to suppress the pirates there and prevent further unrest." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The attendees responded in unison before rising to leave, each with their own thoughts. "Grandpa, I'm off," Luchan whispered to Carp before slipping away quietly. "You rascal, you're quick on your feet." Carp shook his head helplessly, reflecting on how his grandson had grown and become increasingly unmanageable, realizing it was time for him to learn to let go. After departing from the bay of the Navy headquarters, Luchan made his way towards the rear of Marinfondo, where the headquarters of the Navy's scientific division was located. Ordinary individuals were entirely barred from entry. As he walked, he reflected on the task of rescuing Kuma, which ultimately remained unfulfilled. Kuma's consciousness had been entirely altered. To restore it, he might need to consult the world's most brilliant mind, Vegapunk. Of course, even if he managed to recover Kuma's consciousness, the task could only be deemed automatically forfeited, as completion was impossible. Several minutes later, Luchan finally arrived at the door of the scientific division. Despite the widespread devastation of Marinfondo, the entrance to the scientific division stood resilient, showing no signs of damage. The solid, thick door, constructed from an unknown material, bore not a single crack. Even amidst the chaos of battle, the door was guarded by considerable force, predominantly pacifists, with a few Navy personnel present. Soon, the pacifists noticed Lu Chun approaching and began scanning him with their eyes, confirming his identity. Lu Chun, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Just as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted by a Navy officer. "Vice Admiral, please wait. Do you have a pass?" "What pass? Can't a Vice Admiral enter directly?" Lu Chun inquired, puzzled, as his tenure at the Navy headquarters had been brief, leaving him unaware of many protocols. The officer patiently explained, "Vice Admiral, our scientific division is highly secure. We require a pass for entry." Who do I obtain the pass from?" Lu Chun asked with a frown. "Admiral Borisolino." With that, Lu Chun fell into contemplation. Admiral Kizaru? Could it be that he oversees the scientific division at the Navy headquarters? After all, he is the superior of Frankie, who is Vegapunk's bodyguard. It could indeed be the case. Initially intending only to tour the facility, it now appeared more complicated than anticipated. Just as he was about to turn away, a yellow figure approached. Kizaru, with a smirk, remarked, "Oh, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here?" "Just came to take a look. I've never visited the Navy Headquarters Scientific Division before." Lu Chun replied earnestly. Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Since you're here, you might as well go in and take a look. I believe that person would like to see you." "Who?" "Dr. Vegapunk." With that name, Lu Chun decided to follow him inside. After all, this was the Navy headquarters, and he hoped nothing untoward would occur, though he was wary of Dr. Vegapunk's intentions. With Kizaru leading the way, Lu Chun successfully entered the Navy Headquarters Scientific Division. Upon entering, he was greeted by a uniform design aesthetic, walls of light blue metal, various instruments, and an array of piping, all permeated by a distinct metallic scent, evoking an indescribable sensation. As they walked, Kizu elaborated, "The scientific division isn't very tall. Most research facilities are located underground, fortified against earthquakes, floods, and other assaults. However, it might not withstand close-range attacks like those from Whitebeard. Fortunately, they attack from the front. Otherwise, the scientific division would have been affected, and I would be in trouble." "Indeed," Lu Chun replied with a smile, pondering why Kizaru, usually so taciturn, was suddenly so loquacious. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves in a transparent elevator. gradually descending into the depths below. Through the glass enclosure, Lu Chun observed numerous underground research facilities, each engaged in various investigations. Artificial beings, biomodifications, and synthetic devil fruits are most prominently represented by the numerous peacekeepers currently being produced underground. Each peacekeeper possesses formidable strength, approximately equivalent to Class A capabilities. However, there are certainly limitations in the manufacturing process, preventing large-scale production. Otherwise, relying solely on these peacekeepers would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the majority of pirates. In addition, there exist various peculiar creatures. The method of their creation remains a mystery. What Lu Chun observed was merely the surface. Many rooms are concealed from outsiders, and only by entering can one uncover their true nature. After descending for several minutes, Lu Chun and Kizaru came to a halt. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a metal corridor stretching several dozen meters. Just as they were about to proceed, Kizaru suddenly called out to Lu Chun, urging him to wait until he activated the self-protection measures before advancing. Complying, Lu Chun stepped back a few paces. As he was about to step forward, an involuntary chill ran down his spine, and his Kenbunchiko haki sensed a hint of danger. A seemingly simple corridor concealed an array of defensive mechanisms. Invisible to the naked eye, Kizaru approached the wall, retrieving a metallic card from his pocket and pressing it against the surface. "You may proceed now, Admiral Lu Chun," he announced. Thus, Lu Chun and Kizaru continued onward, and the strange sense of crisis dissipated. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Upon opening it, they found numerous Navy researchers engrossed in their studies, among whom a small, elderly man stood out. With rosy cheeks, graying hair, and a cap resembling branches of an apple tree, his oversized tongue extended to his abdomen. The moment Lu Chun laid eyes on the old man, a name flashed through his mind: Albert Einstein. Chapter 129, Dr. Vegapunk. A deal is struck. The bustling figure in the research lab was none other than the head of the Navy's scientific division, Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world. Character: Dr. Vegapunk. Position: Head of Navy Science Division, Devil Fruit. Paramecia Brain Fruit. Rank: Skill: Fruit Development SSS. Bounty: None. Dr. Vegapunk, look who I brought, Kizaru exclaimed. However, Dr. Vegapunk was too engrossed in his work to respond, barely turning his head as he inquired, "Who did you bring?" "Navy Vice Admiral Lu Chun," Kizaru replied. Upon hearing this, Dr. Vegapunk immediately set aside his current task and hurried towards Lu Chun. He began to examine Lu Chun frantically, touching and prodding him all over. "Could you possibly move aside? I have no interest in men." Lu Chun's expression darkened, nearly delivering a kick to send him flying. "Cough, cough." Kizaru cleared his throat, interjecting, "Dr. Vegapunk, Vice Admiral Lu Chun is a high-ranking officer in our Navy. Perhaps you should exercise a bit of restraint." He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled. Finally relenting but maintaining his gaze on Lu Chun, his curiosity piqued. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, I've long heard of your remarkable strength. Indeed, your physical density surpasses that of others. It is quite extraordinary that you managed to defeat the warlord Moria and triumph over Crocodile. Such feats are merely the responsibilities of a Navy officer," Lu Chun stated earnestly. Kizaru chimed in. "He has also consumed the Gura no Mi, gaining Whitebeard's fruit abilities." "What? Whitebeard is dead. How could his fruit reappear so soon?" Dr. Vegapunk's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback by the news of the world's strongest man's demise and the sudden appearance of his devil fruit in Lu Chun's possession. "Perhaps it is best for Vice Admiral Lu Chun to explain the details. I am not entirely informed," Kizaru added, casually finding his seat and relaxing. Dr. Vegapunk, fixated on Lu Chun, urged, "Quickly, tell me how the abilities of that devil fruit came to you." "After Whitebeard's death, it seems Blackbeard utilized his powers to transfer the Gura no Mi's abilities to a fruit, which subsequently became the new Gura no Mi," Lu Chun explained. Upon hearing this, Dr. Vegapunk's excitement was palpable. "I never imagined someone could achieve such a feat. If only I could obtain a sample of Blackbeard's blood, I might be able to conduct further research." Lu Chun's face darkened as he regarded the eccentric scientist, thinking, Surely, he doesn't want my blood? Suddenly, Dr. Vegapunk composed himself, grinning broadly as he asked, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, would you permit me to take a small sample of your blood for research? It pertains to the Gura no Mi. Perhaps I could replicate another fruit, thus enhancing the strength of our navy. Absolutely not. Lu Chun firmly rejected, frowning as he replied, who knows what experiments you might conduct with my blood? I cannot agree to that. Handing over his blood to this man would be exceedingly perilous. If he were to create a new entity as powerful as an archangel using his blood, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Yet, Dr. Vegapunk persisted. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, do not hastily decline. You might wish to hear my conditions. If you allow me to study your blood, I shall grant you any request you desire, provided it is within my capabilities. Well, I think I shall take my leave now, Kizuru remarked, rising and discreetly exiting. Lu Chun observed Kizuru's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Was his departure a sign that he knew more than he let on? Or had he simply grown accustomed to such situations? After all, Kuma and Dr. Vegapunk had engaged in transactions before, and there were matters Kizuru likely preferred to remain unaware of. The more one knows, the greater the trouble. Hee. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, ushering Lu Chun into a sealed office within the research lab, stating, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, this is my private office, where no one can intrude upon us. The materials are composed of sea stone, ensuring that regardless of what we discuss inside, even those with devil fruit abilities outside cannot hear us. I can't shake the feeling that this sounds rather suspicious, Lu Chun remarked, a shiver running down his spine. Unfazed, Dr. Vegapunk continued, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, please, share your conditions with me. I shall accommodate you as long as it is within my power. His sole focus was on obtaining Lu Chun's blood. Very well. I do have a query regarding the warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, Lu Chun stated plainly. In response, Dr. Vegapunk showed no surprise or further inquiry, promptly stating, the current Kuma can no longer be referred to as Kuma. He should be designated as PX-0. He has lost his previous consciousness and now operates solely on program commands. Is there no possibility of restoring his consciousness? There's a possibility. I sealed away his self-awareness. However, the value of your blood does not warrant me divulging the method to restore his consciousness. Then forget it. With that, Lu Chun turned to leave. However, Dr. Vegapunk hastily grabbed his arm, pleading, please do not rush to depart. While your blood may not hold sufficient value, if you can procure a sample of Blackbeard's blood for me, I will reveal how to restore his consciousness. To understand, XP0 can undoubtedly be regarded as a weapon of unparalleled might. Had it not been for the unique nature of the blood shared between you and the Blackbeard, I would have never consented. Very well, Lu Chun readily acquiesced. However, after conversing with the two, he perceived that Vegapunk was indeed a mad scientist. During the negotiations, Vegapunk exhibited not a trace of human empathy, resembling a cold, unfeeling machine. It is no wonder he has created such bizarre inventions, even conducting various experiments on bears. One is left to ponder why the bear would agree to Vegapunk's modification requests. What secrets lie concealed within? After sealing the deal with Vegapunk, Lu Chun departed from the scientific department, eager to escape this place teeming with monstrosities. Remaining there felt stifling. His acceptance of Vegapunk's conditions was also prompted by the activation of a new mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue the Tyrant Bear. System rewards. 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for the construction of the Underworld King. In any case, the task of slaying Blackbeard and obtaining his blood was a matter of course. 2 missions would yield considerable rewards. Chapter 130, Admiral of the Navy. A contest of 4. After leaving the scientific department, Lu Chun returned to the few remaining dormitories at the Navy headquarters to rest. The habitable rooms were dwindling. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Carp and Sengoku stood atop a height, gazing into the distance with furrowed brows. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke gravely. That individual has also escaped from the underwater prison, and he did so without any external assistance, severing his own legs to make his exit. I am uncertain of his intentions. Nonetheless, he poses a threat. Carp muttered. That man is none other than the notorious pirate of the same era as Whitebeard and Roger, the Golden Lion Shiki. Alas, I hope he does not inflict any further harm upon the Navy. Otherwise, the headquarters will be unable to bear it. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Carp, while picking his nose, retorted, "Old man, you aren't planning to pass this mess on to someone else by stepping down, are you? How could that be? I genuinely made a mistake this time," Sengoku lamented. As for Shiki's escape from the underwater prison, only a handful of individuals are privy to this information. The longer we can keep it under wraps, the better. Within the palace of Mariehua, the five elders convened once again to deliberate on matters concerning the Marineford War. Just moments ago, Sengoku sent a telegram announcing his intention to resign from the position of admiral. They were to discuss opinions and who should be the next admiral. Jagor Lucius Satan placed the telegram upon the table. With that, Marcus Mazza was the first to express his thoughts. According to tradition, when an admiral resigns, a new admiral should be selected from the three admirals, allowing them to compete amongst themselves. Indeed, that is true. Topman Vacheli nodded slightly and continued. However, this year, there may be one individual who can contend for the position of admiral. Although he is merely a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters, his strength should be sufficient to warrant the role of admiral. You are referring to Monkey D. Lucien? Upon hearing this, the adjacent shepherd Tiberius became intrigued, noting that he had acquired Whitebeard's tremor fruit during the recent war, likely enhancing his power further. Yes, as a marine supernova, he should have a chance to vie for the title of admiral. Well, it is merely an opportunity. It remains to be seen if he can seize it. Agreed. Others chimed in. The discussion continued as the five deliberated various significant events that had transpired, such as the escape of Luffy and Ace, the mysterious figure known as the Black Knight, and the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, Liu Chun, stationed at the Navy headquarters, remained oblivious to the fact that he now had a chance to contend for the position of admiral. Half a month later, Liu Chun received news from Sengoku, requesting him to visit the temporary office. Knock, knock, knock. He arrived at the office door and rapped on it. Soon, Sengoku's voice called from within. Come in. Yes. As he opened the door, Liu Chun was greeted by the sight of three admirals standing inside, Kizu, Akainu, and Akiji. Upon witnessing this scene, he guessed what Sengoku was about to discuss. Liu Chun, what brings you here? Akainu glared at him, visibly displeased. Previously, it was Liu Chun and the Black Knight who had embarrassed him. Thus, seeing Liu Chun irritated him. If anyone was truly bothersome, it was the Black Knight, as he had directly thwarted Akainu's attempts to eliminate Ace and Luffy. Otherwise, the position of admiral would undoubtedly have been his. Admiral, I have arrived. However, Liu Chun paid him no mind, not even casting a glance in his direction. Just wait, Red Dog. There will come a day when I will teach you a proper lesson. It was I who summoned Liu Chun here. Do you have a problem with that? Sengoku inquired, his expression unyielding. Upon hearing this, Akainu frowned and retorted. He is merely a vice admiral. Isentihi? Does he possess the qualifications to stand with us in the contest for the position of admiral? Sakazuki, I am still the admiral of the Navy, and you are merely a marine admiral. Is this how you choose to address me? Sengoku reproached. Apologies, admiral. Akainu's countenance darkened as he quickly offered an apology. Enough. I have something to convey. Sengoku snorted coldly and continued. The world government has approved my resignation from the position of admiral and has allowed me to continue serving as the chief inspector of the Navy headquarters. As for the role of admiral, it will be selected from among you four. According to tradition, Liu Chun would not qualify to compete for the position of admiral. However, the five elders have all recommended Liu Chun, which is why you now have this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Liu Chun's expression turned perplexed. The five elders? What do they wish to recommend me for? Could it be that I have performed exceptionally well? The recommendation of a vice admiral by the five elders certainly raises eyebrows. Moreover, the other three admirals could not help but glance at Liu Chun. This marine supernova, the youngest vice admiral in the history of the Navy, is not even an admiral, yet he finds himself in contention for the position of admiral. Most importantly, he has earned the recognition of the five elders. Truly impressive. His future is bound to be limitless. That concludes my remarks. You may now determine the fate of the Admiral. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Kizura chuckled. I voluntarily withdraw from the contest for Admiral. Hearing this, Sengoku and the others showed no signs of surprise. It seemed quite normal. However, with 3 individuals remaining in the race for Admiral, a decision must be made. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the mission, assume the role of Admiral of the Navy. System rewards: 4,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, 20 materials needed for constructing the Underworld King. The rewards for the mission were substantial, yet the difficulty was formidable. After all, it meant defeating 2 Marine admirals. Liu Chun felt uncertain at present. It appeared that Akiji could not defeat Akainu, but the reality could be quite different. Since this is about the position of Admiral, the strongest shall assume the role. What do you both think? Looking at Liu Chun and Akiji, Akainu suddenly spoke. That sounds agreeable. Akiji nodded. Then, Akainu turned his gaze to Liu Chun and inquired, what about you? Indeed, but as a younger generation, perhaps it would be more fitting for the 2 of you to compete first? Liu Chun remarked with a cheerful smile. He may not be able to triumph over Qing Ji and Qi Quan, yet he might accomplish other tasks. Very well. Qi Quan agreed without hesitation. In his eyes, Liu Chun was merely a brash youth, somewhat capable, but lacking the qualifications to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral. He was merely there to fill the ranks. Just make sure to keep your distance during the fight and avoid causing any further damage to Malenvander, which has already suffered significant destruction. Sengoku cautioned. Chapter 131. The News of Ace and Luffy. Banku Forbidden Zone. Understood, Admiral, the 3 replied in unison. Sengoku waved his hand and said, All right, you may all leave now. I seek solitude. Having finally attained a rare moment of leisure, he awaited the appointment of the new Fleet Admiral, which would allow him to completely relax. Suddenly, Sengoku gazed out the window, musing aloud. If that lad Liu Chun were to become Fleet Admiral, he would likely be the youngest in the history of the Navy. Ha. Meanwhile, after the 3 admirals and Liu Chun departed the Admiral's office, Kizura was the first to leave, having voluntarily relinquished his claim to the position of Fleet Admiral, thus choosing not to engage in the fray. This left Qi Quan, Qing Ji, and Liu Chun together. The palpable tension between Qi Quan and Qing Ji suggested that a battle could erupt at any moment. Observing this, Liu Chun wore a knowing smile, eager for them to clash, as it would allow him to benefit from their struggle. Before long, the 2 departed from the Navy headquarters, their destination unknown. However, Liu Chun was aware that they had ventured to the Banku Forbidden Zone in the New World. Their battle would likely last 10 days and nights, so he remained unhurried, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. Just as he was pondering this, a familiar voice called from behind. Liu Chun, grandfather. Liu Chun recognized it was Carp's voice and inquired, What brings you here? Come with me. I have something to discuss, Carp replied. All right. Liu Chun followed Carp to a deserted ruin within the Navy headquarters. I owe you my gratitude for saving Ace and Luffy. Had it not been for you, they might have perished before my eyes, Carp said earnestly, gazing ahead. Grandfather, what are you saying? They are like brothers to me. Saving them was the least I could do, Liu Chun responded seriously, finding it peculiar that Carp would speak in such a manner, which was uncharacteristic for him. Carp chuckled lightly, continuing, I understand that you possess the qualifications to vie for the position of Fleet Admiral, but given your current experience, it would be wise not to pursue it, as many would likely contest your claim. Moreover, you have another identity. The role of Fleet Admiral no longer suits you. He gestured towards Sengoku. Look at that old fellow. Since becoming Fleet Admiral, has he enjoyed any peace? He scarcely has time to leave the Navy headquarters, constantly burdened with various matters. I understand, grandfather. I feel the same way, Liu Chun admitted. The title of Fleet Admiral indeed seemed ill-suited for him, as it could expose his identity in the shadows. In truth, serving as a vice admiral would be more advantageous. There were numerous vice admirals within the Navy, and tasks seldom fell upon him. Furthermore, with Carp's protection, few would dare to cause him trouble, wouldn't they? Indeed, Carp nodded slightly, advising, you must exercise caution. This world is likely to grow increasingly chaotic. Understood, Grandfather, Lu Chun replied. The two conversed for quite some time, during which Carp made a request for Lu Chun to inquire about Ace and Luffy's whereabouts. He was eager to ascertain their safety. Naturally, Lu Chun readily agreed, as he too was curious about their destination. They likely would not remain on Amazon Lily, and since Ace had survived the Summit War, where could he possibly be headed? The following morning, Lu Chun arrived early at the Slayedthe archipelago, making his way to Shaki's bar. Upon entering, he discovered Shaki sitting alone, smoking and sipping a drink. Sister Shaki, long time no see. Why isn't Uncle Rayleigh with you? Just as he was about to respond, Shaki abruptly halted, chuckling. You're here to gather information, aren't you? That comes at a price. Tell me what you wish to know, and I'll see about the cost. Where are Ace and Luffy? Lu Chun asked straightforwardly. After a moment of contemplation, Shaki replied, the price for that information is rather steep, but I'm likely the only one in the entire Slayedthe archipelago who knows. Is it because Uncle Rayleigh is with them? Lu Chun countered, understanding that Rayleigh would certainly be training Luffy, while Ace needed to strengthen his abilities, suggesting they might be together. Oh, you've guessed correctly. Shaki did not conceal the truth, stating, they are currently training in a certain location and should return to the Slayedthe archipelago soon. Lu Chun nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Before long, Luffy was expected to arrive at Malinvander, making his reappearance to inform his companions of their reunion time, which would naturally be set for 2 years hence. In 2 years, Lu Chun's strength would likely surpass what it was now. After enjoying a few drinks at the tavern, he returned to the Navy headquarters to relay the news of Luffy and Ace to Carp, thereby fulfilling his entrusted task. Grandfather, I intend to venture to the New World. If anything arises, please buy me a few days, Lu Chun said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Carp furrowed his brow and asked, what are you up to this time? Alone? If it's just you, I fear it may involve utilizing your identity in the shadows again, likely leading to some trouble. It is indeed just me, but rest assured, it is nothing nefarious, Lu Chun assured him, aware of Carp's concerns. All right, be cautious on your journey. By the time you return, the Navy headquarters may have relocated to the New World, allowing you to return directly to the new base, Carp replied. Understood, Grandfather. With that, Lu Chun departed from Malinvander, setting his course for the New World. 5 days later, a small vessel drifted near the Banku Forbidden Zone, where a young man leisurely reclined. This young man was Lu Chun, who had arrived from Malinvander. Upon reaching the Banku Forbidden Zone, he noted that the entire island had been cleaved in two, one side a frozen wasteland, the other ablaze with flames, resembling an island of ice and fire. The sound of massive explosions echoed from the island, indicating that the battle was still ongoing. However, the duration of 10 days and nights was drawing near its conclusion. Soon, the sounds of conflict ceased on the island. Lu Chun sprang to his feet, lightly stepping on the small boat and swiftly running across the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the icy portion of the island. Preferring the cold to the heat, he stepped onto the icy terrain, where a rush of chill enveloped him, but it was mitigated by his haki, rendering it much more bearable. He had been racing through the region where ice and fire converged, in search of the figures of Akainu and Akiji. Chapter 132, Lu Chun vs. Sakazuki. Slayedthe. Two silhouettes emerged ahead, those of the dejected Akiji and the spirited Akainu. Moreover, Akiji's leg was noticeably shortened as he was retreating from the Bankin no Kyuku, while Akainu wore a smug smile, as if proclaiming, the position of Fleet Admiral is mine. Hey Sakazuki, it has been a few days, so you are here to spar? Lu Chun suddenly appeared before Akainu, teasingly remarked. Upon seeing him, Sakazuki's brow furrowed. Lu Chun, how did you find this place, and what are you doing here? I came to challenge you. If I win, wouldn't I become the Navy's Fleet Admiral? Lu Chun stated with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Sakazuki looked skeptical. What do you mean? If we are to spar, it cannot be now, can it? Why not now? If not now, how could I possibly defeat you? Lu Chun replied with keen interest. With that, he slowly drew 2 unparalleled swords from his waist, their metallic sheen glimmering as haki enveloped his hands and spread towards the blades. Instantly, the swords transformed into black blades. Simultaneously, haki gradually coiled around the black swords, forming arcs of red lightning that crackled audibly. Lu Chen, are you truly intent on striking? This is against the rules. Even if you win, I will report your actions to the world government, and you will never become Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki admonished, visibly anxious. He had fought Akiji for 10 days and nights to determine a victor, and had scarcely any strength left to battle. Furthermore, Lu Chen's prowess was formidable, boasting powerful swordsmanship and the might of the Gura no Mi. Defeating him would not be an easy feat. You are quite verbose, Lu Chen smiled slightly, showing no inclination to engage in further dialogue. Crossing his two blades, he concentrated a vast sword intent upon the sword bodies, exuding a terrifying red aura that accompanied his haki. Dual blade flow, demon slash. With that, both blades cleaved through the air simultaneously, unleashing a streak of sword energy that raced towards Sakazuki, laden with terrifying energy. The overwhelming force surged forth like a red demon, extending its sharp claws towards Sakazuki. Lu Chen, you seek death. Sakazuki's eyes turned crimson with fury, astonished that the opponent would truly strike, and without a hint of hesitation, suggesting he had long desired this confrontation. Dog bite Red Lotus. With those words, his hands transformed into molten magma, forming two colossal dog heads that lunged at the sword energy released by Lu Chen. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting with a powerful wave of energy that swept outward. The magma heads released by Sakazuki were cleaved in half by the sword energy as they fell to the ground. Yet, the might of the sword energy was far from exhausted, continuing its relentless charge towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki roared, his fists enveloped in haki, bracing against the sword energy. Clang! However, the tremendous impact still propelled Sakazuki backward several meters before he could stabilize himself. Navy 6 styles, Soru. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Sakazuki. It was Lu Chen, seizing the opportunity to attack, extending a hand to firmly press Sakazuki's head into the ground. Suddenly, a white circle appeared around Lu Chen's right hand, encompassing Sakazuki's head within it. What? Sakazuki's face shifted dramatically, recalling the terrifying technique used against him by Whitebeard. At that moment, Lu Chen uttered two words, shockwave. A tremendous force of vibration surged forth, driving Sakazuki's head downward into the ground. His head felt as though it were subjected to infinite tremors, akin to being stirred in a cauldron of agony. The ground quaked violently, fragmenting into countless pieces, some collapsing, others rising, as if the very earth were splitting apart. Even Sakazuki could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, relying on the little strength he had left, Sakazuki transformed his entire body back into magma, especially his hands, which erupted with searing molten lava. Hellhound! Navy 6 styles, Soru. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly retreated, barely managing to evade the attack. His clothing, however, was scorched and melted by the intense magma, leaving it charred and clinging to his body. Sakazuki, dragging his weary body, gritted his teeth. Lu Chen, you are shameless. I'm not as shameless as you, Lu Chen replied with a grin. Without further ado, he continued to condense sword intent upon his blade, preparing for his next assault. Lu Chen, even if I cannot defeat you now, do not think you will have it easy in the future. Sakazuki roared in fury, his right hand transforming once more into a torrent of magma, turning the ground beneath him into the same molten substance. It was evident that his devil fruit had awakened. Had he awakened only after battling Akiji for 10 days? Or had he been awakened all along? In an instant, a massive magma fist coalesced around his right hand, hurling itself towards Lu Chen's position. Great fire. One sword style. Heavenly Thunder's sacred blade. Lu Chen remained unfazed, slowly raising his sword. Zhan Tian. Instantly, the heavens darkened, clouds gathering ominously. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, as if a torrential storm were imminent. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt, as thick as a pillar, descended rapidly, striking Lu Chen's sword. The power of the lightning surged along the blade. Moreover, Lu Chen utilized the abilities of the Raiji no Mi to amplify the electrical power that enveloped the sword. A colossal lightning blade formed, cleaving down towards Sakazuki. With just one strike, it seemed poised to slice the entire island in half. The clouds above parted as the blade descended. As for Sakazuki's unleashed attack, it was mercilessly cleaved in two by the razor-sharp sword energy. Boom! The massive magma fist erupted, disintegrating into countless molten stones that rained down upon Liu Chen's position. The area was vast, with no avenues for retreat. The only option was to attack. Yet, Liu Chen's assault persisted, striking directly against Sakazuki's body. Bang! Sizzle! The thunderous explosion mingled with the crackle of electricity. Sakazuki's location was engulfed in powerful currents, while the fierce sword energy wreaked havoc on the surrounding terrain. The powers of Raiji no Mi were certainly on par with those of Gura no Mi. Meanwhile, Liu Chen raised Zhan Tian, gradually maneuvering the blade around his body, as countless sword energies coalesced into pink arcs surrounding him. Though diminutive, the sword energies held immense power. One sword style, Celestial Maiden Scatter. With that, Liu Chen swung his long blade, unleashing a flurry of sword energies that shot towards the incoming fragments of magma like pink flower petals. Every magma shard that came into contact with the sword energies was utterly crushed, transforming into countless minuscule pieces of magma that scattered across the ground. Due to the location where Liu Chen resided, in the region of Bingdao, the small fragments had lost their heat before even touching the ground, transforming into black stones. Not a single piece of magma rock struck Liu Chen's position, leaving him unscathed. Conversely, Sakazuki, already physically and mentally exhausted, found himself collapsing to the ground after Liu Chen's recent assault, appearing utterly powerless to rise. His entire body was charred black, resembling a humanoid lump of coal. Suddenly, Sakazuki stirred, shedding large chunks of blackened exoskeleton from his body, the nature of which remained unknown. Just as he attempted to rise, Liu Chen's dark blade was poised at his neck, delivering a cold declaration. You have lost. Taking advantage of my weakness is not a loss in my eyes. If you have the capability, wait until I recover before we fight again, Sakazuki retorted stubbornly. Liu Chen, however, did not hear the system notification and pondered. Was it necessary for Sakazuki to verbally concede defeat for the mission to be deemed complete? Thus, he pressed his blade against Sakazuki's throat, while another blade pointed at Sakazuki's head, stating indifferently, Surrender, or I will kill you. I am not jesting. Should I kill you, I shall claim you accidentally fell into the sea and drowned, and I lack the strength to save you. I will not concede. Sakazuki snapped defiantly. Hearing this, Liu Chen remained expressionless, yet his eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he thrust the long blade forcefully towards Sakazuki's head. Then you shall meet your demise. The dark blade exuded an overwhelming aura, one that even Sakazuki could not withstand. Should it penetrate his skull, death would be certain, especially from the swordplay of a master such as Liu Chen. As the dark blade drew ever closer to his head, Sakazuki was enveloped in a chill, acutely sensing Liu Chen's murderous intent, and he hastily shouted, I concede. I have lost. At that moment, Liu Chen's blade halted, its tip merely grazing Sakazuki's skin without piercing deeper. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards, 2,000 energy points. Growth type, Quick Blade, Reincarnation 1. Materials for constructing the Underworld, King 20. Upon reading the system's message, a satisfied smile graced Liu Chen's lips. Now that is more like it. Surrendering is all that is required. Farewell. Take your time returning. I shall head back to the Marine headquarters. With that, Liu Chen abandoned Sakazuki and departed. Sakazuki, gazing at Liu Chen's retreating figure, struggled to his feet and bellowed, Liu Chen, do not harbor illusions. The position of Marine Admiral shall never be yours. I had no intention of becoming an admiral. I merely wish to give you a good thrashing, Liu Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's rage surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! He could hardly fathom that the opponent's sole intent was to beat him, even willing to forsake the position of admiral for such a purpose. Just how profoundly detested must he be? Meanwhile, Liu Chen, having exited the bank-restricted zone, advanced towards Slayedthe, not to the place itself, but rather towards Slayedthe Island. In the wake of the Paramount War, the system had triggered numerous tasks, one of which was, ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Travel to Slayedthe Island and serve as Zolong's sparring partner for 6 months. System rewards: 1,000 energy points, sword technique 1. Initially, he had no desire to go, as it merely entailed training someone else, seemingly devoid of any additional benefits. However, upon reflection, since it was a task initiated by the system, there must be some underlying purpose or ulterior motive. Perhaps it was worth a try, as 6 months was not an overly long duration. A few days later, Luchin received a call from Zhanghua. As soon as the connection was made, Kapu's hearty laughter resounded from the other end. Huh, well done, young lad. It is high time you taught that rascal a lesson. Hey, Kapu, pass the din mushy to me, Zhanghua urged from the side, his expression one of exasperation. Before he could even speak, the din mushy was snatched away. Hee. Luchin smiled without a word. It was likely that Slayedthe had reported the incident upon returning, which was precisely why he felt no inclination to return and instead wandered leisurely in the new world. Before long, Zhanghua's voice came through the din mushy. Luchin, Slayedthe reported your ambush and taking advantage of his vulnerability to the world government, resulting in your withdrawal from the contention for the admiral position. Hence, the final Marine Admiral is still Slayedthe. Is there any punishment from the world government for me? Luchin inquired. Not at all. Then, that is acceptable. I shall roam outside for a year before returning. I need to visit my swordsmanship teacher. Very well, do not return anytime soon. With Slayedthe as admiral, you likely won't enjoy any favorable treatment, Zhanghua advised. Upon hearing this, Kapu immediately grew displeased, retorting, what of it if that brat becomes Marine Admiral? If he dares to bully my grandson, he must first contend with my iron fist. Ha ha ha, thank you, Grandpa. Luchin laughed heartily. Zhanghua shook his head in resignation, stating, all right, I'll hang up. After all, I'm no longer the Marine Admiral. It won't be long before Slayedthe initiates a worldwide conscription, and there will be a vacancy for a Marine General. If you wish to become a Marine General, you may return to participate in the selection. Understood, Uncle Zhanghua. After exchanging a few more words, Luchin ended the call. A Marine General. Truth be told, it was a rather vexing position right beneath Slayedthe, and he would constantly be on the receiving end of Slayedthe's ire. It was well known that the future Marine General, Hu, had endured much from Slayedthe. He had no desire to assume the role of Marine General. For some reason, the system also seemed to have not triggered any tasks related to the Marine General. The following day, Luchin glimpsed the news of Lu Fei's return to Slayedthe and the signal he sent to his comrades scattered across the globe. We shall meet again in 2 years. Half a month later, Luchin successfully arrived at Slayedthe Island. Gazing upon the familiar, mist-covered isle, he felt a wave of nostalgia for the days spent training there. It was a time spent with Aoerwea, and he wondered how she fared in the East China Sea now. He hoped all was well. After all, aside from the heroic Kapu, he, a Marine supernova, was watching over the region, with the prowess of 2 major generals. It should equate to the strength of 2 formidable generals. Common pirates would scarcely dare to cause turmoil in the East China Sea. Only a few small fry wandered aimlessly. Chapter 134. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Roronoa Zoro. Perhaps once this task is completed, it would be time to return to the East China Sea to check on Aoerwea, while also updating her on Luobin's situation to alleviate her worries. Approximately half an hour later, Luchin arrived outside the castle where Yin Mahok resided, stepping forward with purpose and releasing a hint of sore intent. Simultaneously, within the castle, Yin's eyes flickered as he gazed down at Luchin from the window, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. What brings you to my abode? To visit the master, of course. Is it that the teacher does not wish for my presence? Luchin replied in kind. A subtle smile curved Yin's lips. Come up. All right. With that, Luchin leapt into action, employing the moonwalk technique to ascend continually until he reached Yin's chamber. Please have a seat. Mi Huoke gazed at the stool before him. Very well, teacher. Luchin sat down and began to savor the steak and red wine before him, relishing every bite. Indeed, no one could compare to the delectable steaks prepared by his teacher. Although Lu Chun possessed an A-level culinary skill, he could never match Miyakura. After all, Miyakura often busied himself with cooking steak. Aside from practicing his swordsmanship, it was a passion of his. Moreover, steak was his favorite dish. What brings you here? Surely, it is not merely to see me. Miyakura chuckled lightly, intrigued. It had been years since this young man had visited. His sudden appearance surely indicated something significant. After finishing the steak, Lu Chun continued, Indeed, nothing can be concealed from you, teacher. I came here to see you and, incidentally, to meet someone. Oh, at this, Miyakura's interest was piqued, as if he had deduced whom Lu Chun was referring to. Nonetheless, he refrained from revealing his insight, knowing that this individual was a companion of his brother. Teacher, let us reminisce later. I must first seek out the person I wish to meet. Very well. With that, Lu Chun set aside his knife and fork and began searching for Solon within the castle. In a certain part of the castle, Solon was entirely swathed in white cloth, while Perona was unfolding a newspaper beside him. What on earth does this mean? The anxious Solon stared at the photograph of Luffy printed in the newspaper, desperately trying to discern the significance of Luffy's actions. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. He has summoned you to gather at Slayedthe Archipelago 2 years hence, Lu Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, Solon immediately turned, his pupils narrowing. You, Vice Admiral, Lu Chun, I will kill you. Perona's eyes welled with tears as she rushed towards Lu Chun. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chun drew his supreme blade, Jean Tion, its domineering aura enveloping the blade as it rested against Perona's neck. Little girl, if you make another move, I won't hesitate to end your life. Were it not for your amicable relationship with my teacher, you would have been long gone. Perona gritted her teeth, yet she did not dare to strike, knowing that doing so would only lead to her demise. She was aware that she could not contend with Lu Chun, the very man responsible for the death of Moria, who could be considered Perona's adoptive father, having rescued and raised her in her childhood. Unfortunately, Perona paid no heed to the deeper implications of Lu Chun's words. Lu Chun, what brings you here? How did you know I was here? Solon asked, perplexed. Lu Chun replied, let's say Kuma informed me. Luffy and Ace are safe now. So I came to see my teacher and, on the way, decided to check on you. With that, Solon fell silent. He felt inadequate, lamenting his lack of strength. Had he been powerful enough, he could have aided Luffy during the Marineford War. Regrettably, he lacked such formidable prowess, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lu Chun, let alone defeat the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. After a prolonged silence, Solon unsteadily rose to his feet and suddenly knelt before Lu Chun, bowing his head in supplication. I beg you, teach me swordsmanship. Oh, kneeling? Do you think I would agree to your request simply because you kneel? A man's knees are worth gold, Lu Chun remarked, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. However, Solon did not relent, stating solemnly, I wish to grow stronger, to become Luffy's greatest ally in his quest to become Pirate King. What does it matter if I kneel? I am willing to do anything to aid Luffy. Besides, nurturing a swordsman capable of defeating oneself is quite an intriguing prospect, is it not? Lu Chun chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Very well. Were it not for your dedication to Luffy, I would be disinclined to teach you. You have 3 days to defeat the armed baboons in the forest and recover from your injuries. After 3 days, I shall teach you swordsmanship. Understood. Thank you. Solon expressed his gratitude earnestly, and Lu Chun departed the room. Once he left, Perona began to encourage Solon. Solon, you must do your best. Learn his swordsmanship, and then defeat him so that I can kill him. You are too weak. Even if I defeat him, you may not stand a chance against him, Solon replied candidly. At his words, Perona grew furious, stomping her feet and delivering several punches to Solon's body. Are you looking for a fight? That hurts, Solon cried out in agony. 3 days later, Solon had already vanquished all the armed baboons, his swordsmanship improving somewhat, though he had yet to fully comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. Outside the castle, Roronoa Solon, To become a true swordsman, you must grasp the essence of swordsmanship. Your understanding of the sword is still insufficient. Once you comprehend its essence, there will be little left for me to teach you. Lu Chun elaborated. He then drew a new, evolving, legendary blade from his waist, named Reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation. The blade was pitch black, emanating a dark aura as if a ravenous demon were anticipating the bloodshed of battle. To grow, reincarnation needed to engage in combat and revel in bloodshed. Legendary blades possess a spirit. Your first task is to attune yourself to your blade, to conquer it completely, and to perceive the essence of its swordsmanship, thus grasping your own. Lu Chun observed the legendary blade, Reincarnation, in his right hand, its formidable essence and domineering aura enveloping the blade. In an instant, the aura was completely absorbed by Reincarnation, leaving his arm in a state akin to a desiccated corpse. Break! Lu Chun exclaimed, releasing a precise burst of conqueror's haki that subdued the spirit of reincarnation. Simultaneously, a dark aura spread outward, affecting Solon across the way. He felt a profound unease. His emotions a tumultuous mix of joy, jealousy, and rage, even his facial expressions reflecting this turmoil. Chapter 135. The Sword of Heaven's Path. 6 months later. However, Lu Chun seemed unaffected, his expression remaining unchanged. This was merely due to his complete conquest of the blade, rendering him impervious to its influence. Observing the blade of reincarnation, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "A fine sword. The name Reincarnation is truly befitting of this blade." The 6 paths of reincarnation represent 6 emotions and the 6 realms. The realm of heaven embodies arrogance. The realm of Azura signifies jealousy. The realm of humanity represents desire. The realm of beasts denotes ignorance. The realm of hungry ghosts symbolizes greed, and the realm of hell signifies anger. Each realm possesses its own sword technique. The system has already granted 4 sword techniques, all exclusive to reincarnation, much like specialized gear for certain heroes in a game. It is unique. Is this a demonic blade? Could it truly influence human emotions? Solon inquired curiously. One could say so, but others may find it unusable even if they were to obtain it. Lu Chun replied with a subtle smile. He then continued to elucidate the essence of swordsmanship to Solon, imparting all that he understood, hoping he would grasp it. I will demonstrate for you now, and I hope you can comprehend it. I shall also serve as your sparring partner, for I will depart in 6 months. Lu Chun stated. Understood. Solon's eyes shone with determination, as if he had made a resolute decision. In the span of 6 months, he must learn more about swordsmanship from Lu Chun. For the remaining year and a half, he would have to rely solely on himself. As he spoke, Lu Chun concentrated his sword intent upon the cycle of reincarnation, suddenly raising his long sword. The blade pointed towards the heavens. The heavens and the earth changed hue. A surge of sword intent soared into the sky, piercing through the layers of mist enveloping the island. The sunlight once again illuminated the island, as if a divine being had descended. Soren gazed at Lu Chun, bathed in sunlight, and felt an inexplicable awe, perceiving him as untouchable and beyond direct gaze. Not far away, in the castle, Yin was also drawn by the shift in the atmosphere. Observing Lu Chun outside the castle, his expression brightened. This young man had grown increasingly powerful, unexpectedly creating such formidable sword techniques. Moreover, that blade seemed no ordinary weapon. What extraordinary adventures had he encountered? The sword intent blazed skyward, forming a colossal golden sword, stretching an impressive 100 meters in length. With a single word uttered by Lu Chun, the giant sword descended straight down. Wherever the golden sword passed, all mist and darkness were dispelled, leaving only brilliance in its wake. With a thunderous boom, the ground ahead was cleaved by the sword energy, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long, its depth reaching 1,000 meters, resembling an artificial canyon. The entire island seemed to tremble in response. After a cacophony, the surroundings gradually stabilized. Once the dust settled, only an exceedingly long canyon remained. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction at this sight. Although the cycle of reincarnation was not the supreme blade, its power was certainly unrivaled. Suddenly, Yin appeared behind him, smiling as he said, "Your strength has progressed swiftly. I look forward to our battle." "Teacher, I still have a long way to go." Luchin waved his hand. Yin's sword intent was already at SSS level. To surpass this tier required immense proficiency. Even in a simplified form, it demanded the time of a general. As for the system rewards that offered direct skill enhancements, he was reluctant to use them, preferring to reserve them for critical moments. In this world, the strong were numerous. Some of the strongest had yet to unleash their full power, such as the Wu Laoxing and Imu. Hee. Mihak chuckled silently, turning back toward the castle. Meanwhile, Soren, seemingly enlightened, was meticulously examining his 3 long swords. Luchin did not disturb him, allowing him to meditate in solitude. As one of the leading characters, Soren's combat prowess ranked second on the ship. His talent for swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable. In the days that followed, their routine consisted of Luchin battling Soren for a day, followed by 3 days of rest. Of course, it was not Luchin who required the rest, but Soren, to recuperate from injuries. Otherwise, the accumulation of wounds could wreak havoc on his body. However, Soren was truly reckless. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he insisted on rising to duel Luchin again, fighting until he had no strength left. Even Luchin felt a sense of admiration, unsure if he could ever reach such dedication. Yet, he had never faced significant setbacks, never having been beaten to the point of helplessness. He could only blame his own strength. Alas, invincibility is a lonely path. Time flew by. One day, 6 months later, Soren lay in bed, his body wrapped in white cloth, nursing his wounds. He had just fought Luchin the previous day and sustained heavy injuries. Suddenly, Perona floated by the window, frowning and saying, "Hey, Soren, it seems he is about to leave." "Leaving?" Soren exclaimed. He attempted to rise, but lacked the strength, so he decided against it. Throughout the past 6 months, he had fought Luchin countless times and learned much. He had successfully mastered sword intent. Yet, he had never once triumphed over Luchin, not even glimpsing his true strength. Despite this, he firmly believed that one day in the future, he would succeed in defeating Luchin. On the other side, Luchin had already departed from Kana Island, but Yin remained. Over the past 6 months, they had battled numerous times, yet Soren's eyes remained unscathed. As for the circumstances of his blindness, it seemed the will of this world did not wish for Luchin to know, perhaps deeming the time unsuitable. However, none of that mattered now. What was important was that he should return to the East China Sea. Yet, shortly after leaving, the Marine's din mushy rang. And Kapu's voice came through. "Hey, you little rascal, when are you coming back? If you don't return soon, your position as Rear Admiral might be revoked by a Kainu." "Haha, Grandpa, I'll be back soon," Luchin replied with a resigned smile. Within 6 months, the Marine headquarters had relocated to the New World SG-1 branch, which had become the new Marine headquarters. Marineford had turned into a desolate ruin, with only Marines stationed there. Akainu had successfully ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, and Akiji had departed from the Marines, initiating a worldwide conscription, recruiting not only many Marines, but also selecting 2 new admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora. Luchin was aware of these developments, as they had been reported in the newspapers. A few days later, upon returning to the new Marine headquarters, Luchin went to Kapu's office. "Grandpa, you little rascal, you finally decided to come back." Kapu laughed heartily. "Is this visit to see your grandpa? Are you really back to see me?" Kapu said, while picking his nose. Chapter 136. Grasping Your Little Braid, Gold Lion Shiki. Luchin laughed without a word, stating frankly, "I first returned to the Marine headquarters. Then I'll head back to the East China Sea." "Well, a trip back to the East China Sea sounds good." Kapu nodded slightly, continuing, "Did you see the news in the papers? I heard Ace has appeared in the New World several times, gathering remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to form a new pirate crew. They still call themselves the Whitebeard Pirates, seemingly to inherit Whitebeard's will. If you encounter them again, lend a hand if you can. Rest assured, Grandpa, I am aware of it all," Luchin affirmed with a nod. He indeed knew of these matters. Furthermore, he had speculated about Ace following the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. However, He remained oblivious to Luffy's whereabouts. He wondered if Ace had hidden Luffy, allowing him to train with Rayleigh. If fate permits, they shall meet again. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Rear Admiral Kapu. Is Rear Admiral Luchin inside? A man's voice came from outside. Yes, what is it? Can't you see my grandson and I are reminiscing? Kapu barked. Upon hearing this, the Marine outside hesitated for a moment, but continued. Admiral Sakazuki requests Rear Admiral Luchin to come at once. He says there is an important mission. As soon as Kapu heard the name Sakazuki, he became furious, reprimanding, "Get lost." Yes, yes. The Marine outside dared not knock again, delivering the message and swiftly fleeing. He did not wish to incur Kapu's wrath. "Grandfather, I won't keep you any longer. I shall see what Akainu wants," said Luchin as he turned to leave. Carp nodded slightly, advising, "Do not fear that lad. If anything happens, come to me. If he dares to put a cap on you, watch how I deal with him." "Understood, grandfather." Luchin grinned and exited the office. He proceeded to the Admiral's office and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in. Soon." The voice of Sakazuki resonated from within. Luchin pushed the door open and entered, finding Sakazuki engrossed in paperwork. Anger surged within him at the sight of Sakazuki, and he stood silently before him. Sakazuki, displaying his displeasure, spoke. "Vice Admiral Luchin, the G1 branch, formerly known as Marineford, currently lacks a vice admiral for its garrison. You are to be dispatched to the G1 branch until its reconstruction is complete. There are no objections, I trust?" "Very well." Luchin nodded readily. There was little enjoyment to be had at the Navy headquarters, laden with restrictions. It was preferable to be stationed elsewhere. Although Sakazuki intended to relegate Luchin, that place would take at least 2 to 3 years to repair. Sakazuki was taken aback by Luchin's prompt acceptance. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing else. If that's all, I shall take my leave." With that, Luchin turned to exit. Observing Luchin's attitude. Sakazuki recalled the previous incident where Luchin had taught him a lesson and admonished Luchin. "What is this attitude? Is this how you address the fleet admiral? What do you care about my demeanor? I have spoken. Must I not be allowed to leave? My grandfather has stated that if you lay a finger on me, he shall fight you to the end." Luchin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Ever since Akiji departed from the Navy, its combat strength had diminished significantly. Should Luchin and Carp, both of whom possessed the strength of formidable admirals, be allowed to leave, the Navy he commanded would be utterly devoid of fighting capability, perhaps even unable to contend with the 4 emperors. Suddenly, an alarm echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. An incident has occurred. Sakazuki's expression shifted, and he dashed out the door. Luchin followed closely behind, ascending the walls of the Navy headquarters to ascertain the situation. In the sky, a multitude of derelict ships and massive boulders began to drift toward the Navy headquarters. Is that Shiki the Golden Lion? Luchin gazed into the heavens. At the highest point, a colossal ship loomed, Shiki's pirate vessel. Simultaneously, the only one capable of such a feat that he recognized was Shiki. What could he possibly be plotting so soon after the conclusion of the Marineford War? Indeed, Carp and Sengoku also appeared atop the Navy headquarters. Their brows furrowed as they observed Shiki's ship in the sky. At that moment, countless Navy personnel were stationed defensively in the harbor, yet the enemy hovered above, beyond the reach of their cannons, rendering them unable to retaliate against the airborne vessels and boulders. Suddenly, the derelict ships and boulders began their rapid descent. An alert notification from the system rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the host has triggered a mission. Assist the Navy in resolving the current predicament. System reward, 200 energy points. Slayedthe technique. Ding! Congratulations, the host has triggered a mission. Eliminate Shiki the Golden Lion. System reward, 3,000 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 physical technique. 1 supreme great blade. The rewards for these tasks were indeed substantial. As numerous derelict ships plummeted from the sky, Akainu remained unmoved, standing his ground. Naturally, Carp and Sengoku did not intervene either, as both were currently in advisory roles. Fire, fire, run. The ships are about to fall. Chaos erupted among the navy below. A smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he suddenly leaped from the high wall, positioning himself before everyone, and shouted, "Everyone, fall back. Stand behind me. It's Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun is here to save us. Hurry, get behind Vice Admiral Lu Chun." The Navy personnel rushed towards Lu Chun, seeking refuge behind him. Immediately, Lu Chun drew his renowned blade, SwordsmanWho, channeling immense sword intent and hockey that coiled around the blade, manifesting arcs of crimson lightning and a vibrant red aura. 6 paths of Azura's jealousy sword. His eyes narrowed as he swung his sword. The blade of SwordsmanWho released an overwhelming bloody aura, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, akin to a realm of Azura. The dense Azura energy enveloped the sword aura, resembling a powerful Azura descending upon the descending vessels and boulders with furious speed. Even if Shiki attempted to alter their trajectory, it was already too late. Bang! Where the sword aura rampaged, all boulders and ships were reduced to mere dust. Countless shards of stone and wood cascaded from the sky like a hailstorm. Though the hail was not excessively large, the sword aura cleaved through the sky, directly aimed at Shiki's vessel. Chapter 137, Marineford, a familiar face again. At that moment, within the cabin of Shiki's ship, several scientists hastily reported to him, "Captain, a sword aura is heading straight for us. Please evade to the sides immediately." Shiki's expression shifted, and he barked, "Do you take me for blind?" With that, he maneuvered the ship to evade. However, the speed of Lu Chen's sword aura was astonishing. Even with Shiki utilizing his fruit's abilities, the ship could not completely evade the assault of the sword aura. A corner was sheared off. Boom! The ship exploded as a result. Countless fragments rained down from above. Had it not been for Shiki's floating fruit ability, their vessel would have plummeted from the sky. Vice Admiral Lu Chun is magnificent. Vice Admiral Lu Chun is incredible. His strength has grown. Ha! Our Navy is not to be trifled with. The Navy personnel erupted with excitement, their gazes toward Lu Chun filled with admiration. Up high, Sengoku observed Lu Chun below, murmuring, "This grandson of mine has grown stronger, and that blade he wields appears to be an extraordinary weapon. Indeed, one must consider whose grandson he is," Karp remarked, picking his nose. Simultaneously, Sakazuki noted Lu Chen's prowess. Yet he was more concerned with the opinions the Navy held of Lu Chun, and thus bellowed, "You lot, what are you still doing? Hurry and clear the wreckage. Restore the Navy headquarters." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The Navy personnel hastily departed. Nevertheless, they whispered their grievances regarding Sakazuki. "Ever since Sakazuki assumed command, it seems we haven't had a moment's peace." Indeed, had Admiral Akiji been Fleet Admiral, things would have been different. Alas, he chose the path of piracy. "Shoo! Are you not afraid Fleet Admiral Sakazuki will hear you? I believe Vice Admiral Lu Chun would make a fine Fleet Admiral. At least he would care for our well-being." Sakazuki shot them a death glare, causing them to flee in fear. As for Shiki in the sky, he appeared at the ship's deck, gazing down at Lu Chun, muttering to himself, "Is this the Navy's rising star? The grandson of Karp? Monkey D. Lu Chun indeed possesses the same demeanor that Karp once had." Observing that Shiki had ceased his actions, Lu Chun approached the sides of Sengoku and Karp, stating, "Grandfather, Sakazuki has dispatched me to oversee Marineford. It is likely I shall not return for several years." Karp, his expression grave, replied, "It is well that you go to Marineford. It will allow you to ascertain Shiki's true intentions. He is heading towards the East Blue, and I fear he may undertake actions that could retaliate against the world." Lu Chun nodded affirmatively. "I am aware, Grandfather." His agreement to Sakazuki's assignment was also motivated by a desire to return to the East Blue and complete certain tasks. Suddenly, Sengoku interjected, "That's Sakazuki, allowing you to go there." Karp retorted, "Well, if he has the ability, let him prevent my grandson from going." Sengoku coughed tactically, his face darkening. "Grandfather, Uncle Sengoku, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Chun slipped away, not wishing to remain amidst their quarrel, especially since he was about to depart from the New World. The following morning, Lu Chun left the new Marine headquarters for Marineford, accompanied by Ein. Following the war at Marineford, Ein had been promoted to Rear Admiral, yet she remained Lu Chen's aide. After several days, they arrived at Marineford and conducted the handover with the stationed Rear Admiral. However, shortly after the transition, Lu Chen came across unsettling news regarding the East Blue. An island had been utterly destroyed, with no survivors, and numerous strange, large creatures remained on the island. Strangely, all those creatures had perished in battle, suggesting they had killed each other. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen rose slowly, saying, "I must make a solitary trip to the East Blue to resolve some matters. Are you intending to confront Slayedthe the Golden Lion? He was a pirate of the same era as Pirate King Roger, and his strength should not be underestimated," Ein expressed with a furrowed brow. "Villages in the East Blue have already been destroyed. I fear my childhood village may be next. I must return," Lu Chen replied earnestly. It was not merely about fulfilling a task. The East Blue held individuals he cherished. Furthermore, it was something Karp hoped he would do. "Then I shall accompany you," Ein insisted. Lu Chen shook his head. "You must remain in Marineford to oversee matters and delay Sakazuki. Otherwise, he will seek trouble with me, and I find his presence vexing." After much contemplation, Ein relented. "Very well, be cautious on your journey. If you cannot handle Slayedthe, you must flee swiftly. He is a ruthless pirate. Rest assured, there are few in this world capable of confronting me," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Following his farewell to Ein, Lu Chen quietly departed Marineford, setting his course for the East Blue. However, prior to reaching the East Blue, he needed to visit another location. Slayedthe might not be in the East Blue, but rather on a floating island known as Strong World. Reaching that place solely by human effort was nearly impossible, unless one possessed a special devil fruit ability like Slayedthe. Thus, he needed to devise a means to find a vessel to that floating island, Strong World. Consequently, Lu Chen discreetly visited the Marine headquarters and borrowed an electrically powered flying ship from Vegapunk. Fortunately, possessing the Raijin devil fruit granted him a continuous supply of electricity. Regrettably, when he had initially acquired the Raijin fruit, Enel had yet to construct the ship capable of reaching the moon. Otherwise, he could have seized it and needed not borrow from Vegapunk. Aboard the flying vessel, Lu Chen soared towards the East Blue. As he flew high above, he felt no fear of being spotted by the Marines below. They could only perceive him as a mere black, especially since he was mostly obscured by the clouds. With the powerful electrical output, Lu Chen's vessel moved at remarkable speed. Approximately 10 days later, the sound of an argument stirred Lu Chen from his slumber. "What is that? A ship? I've never seen anything like it." "Wait, that seems to be Vegapunk's creation. It bears his mark. It's the Marines." Standing on the deck, Lu Chen took out his telescope and suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is you." He deftly maneuvered the ship towards the island ahead. Chapter 138. Together to the destination, the system's intent. At that moment, the individuals on the opposite island observed the ship speeding towards them, filled with trepidation. "That vessel appears to be approaching us. Should we run? What if they come to attack us? I think I shall take my leave. Let me take a look." Suddenly, a woman with orange hair stepped forward, raised her telescope, and smiled gently. "It's him." "Who? Which one?" the elderly man around her inquired. The girl merely smiled. "You do not know him." Upon witnessing this exchange, the surrounding elders suddenly comprehended. They had never seen such a smile on Nami's face before. It seemed she was reunifying with an old friend. Before long, Lu Chen's vessel landed on the island. He leaped from the ship, cheerfully exclaiming, "Nami, it has been a long time. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Brother Lu Chen." Nami's face lit up with joy as she rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Since their last encounter at Slayedthe Archipelago, it had been quite a while, and she found herself alone. Her companions had scattered across the world. "How have you been?" Lu Chen, reminiscent of their childhood, gently ruffled Nami's hair, marveling, "Our little Nami has grown so much. Her hair has lengthened." "Oomph." Nami's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she playfully punched Lu Chen's chest. Pouting, "Brother Lu Chen, how can you say that? At Slayedthe, you certainly gave us quite the thrashing." "Haha, that was merely to remind you of your current inadequacies. The dangers of the New World are far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is the territory of the four emperors, Lu Chen remarked with a serious expression. In truth, his primary intention was to fulfill the task triggered by the system. Oomph. Nami huffed, continuing to question, what are you planning to do? Why are you alone? She had long known Lu Chen's identity as the Knight, and, seeing him in marine attire, suspected he had a mission. The East Blue, Lu Chen simply stated. However, clever Nami quickly deduced his intent, pressing further, you are going to the East Blue to prevent further destruction of islands, aren't you? Indeed, the East Blue is my homeland. I must return, Lu Chen affirmed. I shall accompany you. The East Blue is my homeland as well, and I am concerned for Belmir and the others. I fear they may be next, Nami expressed with worry. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into contemplation, solemnly stating, do you understand the enemy we are about to face? He is not easily dealt with, and if you go, you may encounter danger. I do not know, but I must go. Nami nodded affirmatively. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Lu Chen consented. All right, let's go together. Yay. Thank you, brother Lu Chen. MHM. Lu Chen slightly inclined his head. His agreement to her request was not merely due to his inability to dissuade her, but also because the system had triggered task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Accompany Nami to defeat Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. System reward. 100 energy points. The task appeared simple. Yet for the system, it might be far from easy. There was undoubtedly a hidden agenda behind it. Once Nami was prepared, she and Lu Chen embarked on their journey towards the East Sea, seeking the floating island-strong world. Days later, the sea was clear and bright. The two continued their aimless navigation through the skies. Lu Chen lay leisurely on the deck, resting. Suddenly, Nami emerged from the cabin, her brows slightly furrowed. Brother Lu Chen, steer the ship to the left. A torrential downpour is approaching. Oh, all right. Lu Chen, without hesitation, harnessed the power of lightning to swiftly maneuver the ship to the left. At the same time, a massive dark cloud sped towards them, precisely the storm Nami had mentioned. Thunder rumbled within it, and wherever it passed, chaos ensued. A few minutes later, they successfully evaded the downpour. Yay! Brother Lu Chen, do you have another devil fruit? Nami rushed over, high-fiving Lu Chen in celebration and whispered her question. After a light chuckle, Lu Chen nodded. Yes, but keep it a secret. Otherwise, my secret will be exposed. All right. I'll consider myself privy to two of brother Lu Chen's secrets. Nami smiled sweetly. All right. I know you're impressive. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, the sunlight above them was suddenly obscured by the silhouette of a colossal ship appearing overhead. Instantly, Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he pulled Nami behind him. Be cautious. It's Shiki the Golden Lion. Isn't he a pirate from the same era as Pirate King Roger? Nami's face paled slightly. She had heard tales of that legendary pirate. But how could he possibly be here now? Indeed, Lu Chen nodded slightly, fixating on the approaching figure. With golden hair cascading down to the ground, resembling a lion's mane, and his entire body adorned with golden fur, it was no wonder he was called the Golden Lion. Character, Shiki. Position, Captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Fruit, Fua no Mi. Level, SSS. Skills, Fruit Development, SSS. Armament Hockey, SS. Bounty, 2. 8 billion berries. Shiki floated in the air, observing Lu Chen and Nami with great interest. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chen, what brings you here? Are there only 2 of you on your ship? Why am I here? Don't you know? Lu Chen replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course. You're from the East Sea. Are you here to stop me? Shiki laughed boisterously. Such a chatterbox. With that, Lu Chen, uninterested in further banter, drew his sword, Reincarnation. Just as he was about to strike, Shiki suddenly appeared on his ship, his hand touching the vessel. As he twisted his palm, the entire ship came under his control, spinning wildly and sending Lu Chen and Nami tumbling out. Nami! Lu Chen's brow knitted in concern as he struggled to regain control of his body. Reaching out for Nami's hand, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Shiki. Young man, I'll be taking your friend for now. Shiki smiled faintly, knocking Nami unconscious and whisking her away. Bastard. Lu Chen's expression darkened with fury as he activated Moonwalk, momentarily suspending himself in the air, drawing Reincarnation. Just as he prepared to attack, Shiki shamelessly used Nami as a shield. Chapter 139. The Secret of Reincarnation. The Just Navy. Ha ha ha, kid, you can go down now. In an instant, Shiki and Nami vanished on his pirate ship. Lu Chun's expression tightened as he roared, "Shiki, you'd better wait. I will not spare you this time." With that, he swiftly executed moonwalk, pursuing the spinning ship. Fortunately, the sails were unfurled, causing the descent to be slow enough for Lu Chun to return to the ship in time. Of course, falling from a height of 10,000 meters would not spell his demise. However, he needed a tool to chase after Shiki, or else he would lose him altogether. Upon returning to the ship, Lu Chun retrieved the hockey stone he had prepared in advance, dispelling Shiki's control over the vessel, and swiftly steered the ship to pursue Shiki. Meanwhile, Shiki had returned to his cabin, handing Nami over to his subordinate with instructions. "Lock her up and take her back to Strong World." "Yes, Captain." With that, a man resembling a clown, wearing shoes that made a sound with each step, departed. After approximately half an hour of sailing, just as they were nearing Strong World, the helmsman shouted, "Captain, someone is following us from behind." "What?" Shiki approached, peering through the image snail, and saw Lu Chen's ship. He muttered, "That brat again. He didn't fall after all. He does possess some strength. Let's see if he can manage to stay afloat." Simultaneously, Lu Chun concealed his ship as he observed that they were nearing Strong World, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Finally, we have arrived." Moreover, he now understood why the system had triggered the task to bring Nami along. Just as Nami was abducted, the system triggered a new task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue Nami. System reward: 1,000 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. 10 materials needed to construct the Pluto. It appeared the system was well aware of certain matters, which was why it required him to bring Nami along. Regardless, triggering a convenient task was remarkably favorable for Lu Chun. Now, all that remained was to eliminate Shiki. Suddenly, Lu Chun's brow raised as his Kenbunchika haki detected an anomaly. He looked up to see a lion formed of clouds roaring towards the ship. "Shiki!" Lu Chun scoffed, slowly raising both hands, generating 2 pulsating energy orbs. He struck down towards the air before him with great force. Crack! Crack! With a resounding noise, the air seemed utterly shattered, fissures appearing in the space around them. All the cloud lions Shiki had conjured exploded from within, transforming into countless thick clouds, reduced to dust. Just as Lu Chun believed it was over, Shiki's ship suddenly vanished from sight. "Bastard!" Lu Chun muttered under his breath. He had no choice but to temporarily descend. Reaching Strong World was paramount. After that, he could explore other avenues to locate Shiki's whereabouts, trusting that the villagers on the island would know. Upon landing in one of the dense forests, a colossal mantis, resembling the stature of a giant, charged towards Lu Chun. Its sharp and enormous arms were capable of severing an entire tree, which would require several individuals to embrace. The system rated this creature as B-class, a force to be reckoned with. On the islands of the East Sea, its strength, coupled with its overwhelming numbers, would render any island virtually defenseless against obliteration. Yet, in the presence of Lu Chun, its might seemed almost insignificant. With a swift draw of his sword, Slayedthe, Lu Chun executed a single slash. A flash of black, sword energy surged forth. Just as the giant mantis attempted to strike, its body was inexplicably cleaved in 2, blood gushing forth in torrents towards the Slayedthe in Lu Chun's grasp, which absorbed the life essence until the mantis was reduced to a desiccated husk. The sword appeared to revel in this feast, its blade now adorned with an eerie hue. Intrigued, Lu Chun observed Slayedthe with keen interest. This was his first encounter with the sword's blood absorption ability. Such a trait hinted at Slayedthe's extraordinary nature, suggesting that as it progressed, it would transcend the realm of an ordinary blade. Perhaps it could evolve into something even greater than the supreme swift blade. Moreover, Lu Chun harbored a bold hypothesis. Beyond this world existed another, surpassing even the realm of One Piece, a world of formidable strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun, wielding Slayedthe, smirked with mischief. "With so many beasts on this island, they shall serve as fodder for my ascension. Such a prime hunting ground is rare indeed. Thus, he unleashed a massacre throughout the forest. Every beast encountered met its demise at Lu Chen's hands. Once the prey, they had now become mere victims of a relentless hunter. The forest echoed with the agonizing cries of the monsters and the sounds of battle. Most of the beasts were around A-class strength, though such creatures were not overly abundant. Half a day later, Lu Chen had almost eradicated every beast within his reach. Suddenly, a faint rustle emerged from the left. The grass stirred. Lu Chen turned to face it, his voice indifferent. "Come forth. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall take action. Please do not kill me." A small girl with wings on her arms stepped from the underbrush, shielding her eyes, too frightened to look at Lu Chen. "Why are you covering your eyes?" "I do not consume humans," Lu Chen asked, puzzled. He had sensed that she was not a beast and had refrained from attacking. The girl, Margaret, shook her head vigorously. "If I see your face, I will die, as my grandmother warned." Lu Chen's expression darkened. It seemed she mistook him for a villain due to the carnage he had wrought. "I'm not a bad person. I am a righteous marine here to assist against Slayedthe," he explained, feeling slightly embarrassed as he said it. "A marine?" At this, Margaret opened her hand slightly, peering at Lu Chen, noticing his different attire from Slayedthe's men. Upon further inspection, he did not resemble the devil her grandmother had described. "What is a marine? Are you here to confront the notorious pirate Slayedthe?" Margaret's eyes widened in curiosity. "The Marines specialize in combating pirates, capturing evildoers," Lu Chen elaborated patiently. "Is that true?" Margaret's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed," Lu Chen affirmed. "Then you must drive away the Golden Lion pirates. They have caused many illnesses in our village, including my grandmother." She lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. "Rest assured, just tell me where the Golden Lions are. They are atop the highest mountain ahead." "Excellent." With newfound determination, Lu Chen smiled meaningfully. "I shall ascend and eliminate them. Will you come to our village, big brother?" Margaret asked. "No need. I would not want to bring trouble to you. I shall hunt more beasts here before confronting that lion." "All right, big brother, I trust you." Having escorted Margaret safely out of the forest, Lu Chen continued his hunt, slaying every beast that crossed his path. Each encounter enriched the experience of Slayedthe, which soon ascended from the swift blade level to the good blade level, enhancing its power further. Several hours later, Lu Chen arrived at the gates of the Golden Lion Pirates' lair. Towering walls loomed above, guarded by numerous pirates who, upon spotting Lu Chen, brandished their weapons and demanded, "Marine, how did you get here?" Dressed in marine attire, he was instantly met with hostility. However, Lu Chen disregarded their threats, effortlessly swinging his blade to unleash a powerful strike. The slicing energy surged towards the gates. The guards, caught off guard, were unable to react as the formidable energy cleaved through the sturdy wall with a resounding crash. The once impenetrable barrier was split asunder, sending debris flying towards the surrounding pirates. That hurts. Run. This marine is formidable. Quickly, alert the captain." The sentinels scattered in fear, each one fleeing from the terrifying display of power. Chuckling softly, Lu Chen shook his head. What a pity. These individuals could have served as experience for Slayedthe. He then strode toward the Golden Lion pirate stronghold, dispatching any pirate that dared to obstruct him. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the lair, a panicked pirate rushed to the captain. "Slayedthe, Captain, we have a problem. A marine has breached the front gate, and we don't know how many of our brothers he has slain." Slayedthe frowned, glancing at Nami beside him, and coldly instructed, "You all go and stop him. I will be there shortly." "Yes, Captain." The crew members promptly exited to confront the intruder, leaving Slayedthe alone with Nami, who steadfastly declared, "I will not join you. My brother Lu Chen has come to rescue me." Just a marine newbie. Does he think the Golden Lion fears the weak?" Slayedthe scoffed, adding, "Once I eliminate that brat, we shall see if you still refuse to join my crew." He understood that Nami's reliance on Lu Chen made her vulnerable. With Lu Chen gone, her allegiance could easily be swayed. Moreover, Lu Chen is the grandson of Carp, and by slaying his grandson, he avenges the grievances of that fateful day. Nami gazed at Slayedthe's silhouette, a worried expression crossing her face as she murmured, "Brother Lu Chen, I believe in you. You will surely triumph over the Golden Lion." Meanwhile, Several officers from the Golden Lion Pirates burst forth from the main hall, charging at Luching with fierce intent. "You blot, D. How dare you trouble the Golden Lion Pirates? Prepare to meet your end. Attack." Luching's lips curled into a wicked smile. Indeed, these foes should suffice. With that, he activated the Navy's Rokushiki technique, Soru, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before one of the pirate officers. A swift strike to the throat. Blood gushed forth. It was entirely absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation. The slain pirate officer was left as a withered husk. As the others prepared to retaliate, Luching vanished once more, systematically dispatching his adversaries with a series of precise strikes. With each blow, another pirate fell beneath his blade, their bodies transformed into desiccated remains. This time, Luching refrained from releasing slashes, opting solely to utilize the cycle of reincarnation to eliminate his enemies, aiming to elevate its power. As time passed, the corpses continued to drop, 1, 2, 3. The surrounding pirates, thoroughly terrified, began to flee. "Run! He is a demon! Quick, escape! We stand no chance against him." Suddenly, a realization struck. He is Vice Admiral Luching from the Navy. The supernova. Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted the sword in my hand? Luching's gaze sharpened, filled with murderous intent. He transformed into an ethereal entity, weaving through the fleeing pirates, systematically slaughtering them all. Moments later, Luching stood before the remaining pirates, who had all frozen in place, now mere lifeless shells. Not a drop of blood was spilled. Simultaneously, the blade of reincarnation shimmered with an eerie crimson hue. Once again, it ascended to a higher level, transforming into a formidable greatsword. Observing this, Luching wore a satisfied smile. "You pirates have at least made a contribution." Suddenly, a voice of profound resonance echoed. "I never imagined there could exist such a ruthless figure within the Navy. It is indeed a rarity." Shiki, the Golden Lion, emerged from the hall, a hint of astonishment on his face. The Carp he knew was a hero of the Navy, not one to exhibit such cruelty. He had not anticipated that his grandson would be a remorseless butcher. In such a short time, he had decimated a significant portion of his crew. The Navy's purpose is to eliminate pirates, is it not? Moreover, having slain so many in the East Blue, is it not justifiable for me to retaliate against you? Luching retorted coldly. A pirate daring to lecture him on morality? How tedious! Shiki's expression hardened, and he suddenly noticed the long sword in Luching's hand, his brow furrowing. "Is that a cursed sword? It seems unlike any I am familiar with, for it absorbs blood. The only blade I know that absorbs haki is Enma. This blood-draining blade is a first for me." Chapter 141. Sword of Wrath from the Six Paths of Reincarnation. "You certainly meddle too much. I shall slay you and return to report." Luching pointed his sword at Shiki and elegantly swung it. The fierce slash surged forth. In response, Shiki raised his right leg, employing the famed sword upon his foot to unleash a slash. Wave slash. In an instant, a golden slash shot forth, colliding with Luching's strike. A thunderous sound erupted. Their slashes met, the sword energies dispersing into countless fine shards that wreaked havoc in all directions, creating an invisible wave that swept through the surroundings. All within its path were left battered and injured, some even slain. Shiki chuckled lightly, intrigued. "I did not expect there to be such a master of swordsmanship within the Navy. You likely possess the strength of a Navy admiral. Yet, I wonder why you have not attained that rank. You really do concern yourself with trivialities," Luching scoffed. As he spoke, Shiki suddenly levitated high into the air, declaring, "As one grows old, one tends to take an interest in intriguing matters, hence my curiosity. If you were to join my Golden Lion Pirates, all prior grievances could be forgotten, and together we could rule this world. What say you? To rule this world alongside you? You still do not comprehend your position. There are many who could easily erase you from existence, and likewise, my own presence could be extinguished. You clearly have not witnessed the true horrors of this world." Luching shook his head. Shiki's expression darkened, and he growled, "Very well. I shall see just how formidable you are. By slaying you, that navigator will naturally join my crew. Lion's might." With that, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Chang steadied himself on the shifting terrain, surveying his surroundings. What was happening? Countless mounds of earth rose, forming a menacing encirclement. The soil gradually took the shape of a colossal lion's head, its gaping maw poised to devour Lu Chang, who stood at the center. Roar! 6 lion heads completely surrounded Lu Chang, leaving him with no means of escape. Even if he attempted to flee upwards using the moonwalk technique, Shiki would simply raise the lion heads higher, with all the earth under his command. Soon enough, Lu Chang found himself encircled by the 6 lion heads, dwarfed before their enormity, akin to an insignificant ant, destined to be consumed without a trace. You dare challenge me, brat? You are far too naive, Shiki boasted, gazing down at the 6 stone figures that had solidified below. Just as he finished speaking, black light emanated from the stone lions, fissures appearing upon their surfaces. Crack! Crack! Sword of wrath from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom! It seemed as though the stone lions under Shiki's command were shattered, reduced to countless fragments scattered across the ground. In the next moment, Lu Chang's figure materialized before the onlookers. Yet, he appeared somewhat different from before. His right hand clutched the reincarnation sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of black energy, his entire being enveloped in this terrifying darkness, and his eyes gleamed blood red, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. A cursed sword. Indeed, it is a cursed sword. How did this boy acquire such a blade? Shiki furrowed his brow, fixating on Lu Chang's hands, muttering, "And the powers of the Gura no Mi. Indeed, it is in his possession." He had heard rumors of Lu Chang consuming Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, but it had merely been hearsay. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he could affirm its authenticity. With a sudden roar, Lu Chang howled towards the heavens, unleashing a piercing shriek as he gently swung the reincarnation sword. The black energy coalesced, forming a rapidly flying slash aimed directly at the golden lion Shiki. The accompanying dark aura resembled a pitch-black demon from the depths of hell, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, all poised to seize the golden lion Shurji across from it. The lion, known as King Kigu, floated in midair, continuously wielding long blades from its legs, unleashing numerous slashing strikes. The golden slashes surged toward the demon, yet all were effortlessly caught by its massive arms. Indeed, they were caught. The tangible sword energy was seized and hurled back at the golden lion Shurji. The sword energy rebounded. What? A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the golden lion Shurji as he evaded his own sword energy in midair. However, the furious sword released by Lu Chang had already manifested before him, delivering a heavy blow upon his form. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. The golden lion Shurji could scarcely withstand such formidable sword energy, plummeting like a cannonball. Thud! He sank deep into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dirt flew and dust billowed. At this moment, the dark energy clinging to Lu Chang gradually dissipated, his eyes returning to normal, yet he gasped for breath, murmuring, "I can no longer employ this technique. I almost lost myself in the path of hell." The cycle of reincarnation combined with the 6 paths indeed wielded immense power, potentially reaching an SSS level. However, the most terrifying aspect was the risk of losing oneself within the 6 paths. Just moments ago, Lu Chang felt as though he was trapped in hell, his heart consumed by rage. It seemed that only through slaughter could he alleviate his inner fury. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the golden lion Shurji slowly rose from the ruins, appearing extremely disheveled, coughing up copious amounts of blood. The demon sword is indeed formidable. Yet you can no longer wield such fierce sword techniques, can you? Had it not been for his earlier use of armed color hockey to defend himself, he would have been cleaved in two. One could not help but admire the swordsmanship of this young lad. There is more to my skill. Lu Chang smiled faintly, abruptly raising his right hand. His sword pointed toward the heavens. The heavens and earth seemed to change color. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a storm were imminent. Within the clouds, lightning flickered, poised to strike at any moment. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the storm clouds. It plunged straight down, accurately striking the reincarnation in Lu Chen's hand, enveloping the sword and his entire being in electric energy. Crackle. Not only that, but Lu Chen also subtly utilized the powers of the Thunder Fruit, amplifying the electric force accompanying his sword. A flowing heavenly thunder holy blade was born. Chapter 142. The Demise of the Golden Lion Shurji, the End of an Era. A colossal lightning sword formed, slicing rapidly toward the Golden Lion Shurji. Oh no! The expression of the Golden Lion Shurji shifted drastically as he felt an overwhelming pressure. The last time he felt such pressure was under the combined might of Karp and Sengoku. Had they not teamed up, he would have certainly evaded capture. Yet now, he felt a formidable oppression beneath the sword of a mere young lad. Was he truly aging? Just like Whitebeard, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The Golden Lion Shurji let out a defiant roar, waving his hand to command the surrounding blizzards with his fruit powers. Lion's might, the earthquake. He conjured 4 enormous snow lions from the swirling blizzards. The 4 snow lions charged toward the heavenly thunder sword unleashed by Lu Chen, extending their icy claws in an attempt to block the divine lightning blade. However, lightning is one of nature's most destructive phenomena. The overwhelming force of the lightning enveloped the snow lions, melting them into vapor. White mist dispersed. They became naught. The Golden Lion Shurji was struck by the mighty lightning sword, his entire form engulfed in electric power, illuminating every cell within him. Crackle. In mere moments, the body of the Golden Lion Shurji was char-black. A wisp of black smoke began to rise. The entire ground was engulfed in electric energy, shimmering with silver arcs of lightning. You have aged. The old era has truly passed, and the new era has arrived, Lu Chen proclaimed as he slowly advanced. Before him, the Golden Lion Shurji lay amidst the ruins, exhaling a plume of black smoke, weakly uttering, "The old era? Roger, Whitebeard, it seems I, Shurji, must also follow you in the abyss. Ha. Yes, once down there, send my regards to them, especially to Whitebeard." With that, Lu Chen severed the head of the Golden Lion Shurji with a single strike. The reincarnation absorbed his body entirely, leaving only his head behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 3,000 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 physical technique, 1 supreme great blade. Cough. Witnessing Shurji's demise, Lu Chen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His battle with the Golden Lion Shurji had indeed inflicted some injuries, which he had merely endured. Truly, a powerhouse of the old era, his strength was remarkable. Had it not been for his advanced age, akin to Whitebeard, he might have been a true contender against the Golden Lion Shurji. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Brother Lu Chen. Nami, spotting a familiar figure, hurriedly ran over. Turning, Lu Chen noticed Nami racing toward him and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I knew you would come to rescue me," Nami replied with a smile. Suddenly, she noticed the blood lingering at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth and asked with concern, "Brother Lu Chen, are you hurt? Shall we go inside to rest?" "No need. The Golden Lion has been slain, and we should leave this place. We can rest on the ship," Lu Chen reassured her. All right. Thus, the two set out on their journey back. The system chimed again with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points, 1 sword technique. 10 materials needed to construct the Underworld King. Days later, Lu Chen safely escorted Nami to Slayedthe Island, agreeing to meet again in the Chambered Archipelago. While he lingered in Slayedthe for a few more days, primarily to enjoy time with Nami. Following that, Lu Chen returned to Windmill Village to visit the townsfolk, particularly to spend a few days with Alvia. Only then did he return to Marin Fandur. His station mission was far from complete. There were still several years ahead. Nevertheless, the news of Lu Chen's victory over the Golden Lion Shurji had spread like wildfire, cascading through the world like snowflakes. With the death of the Golden Lion Shurji, the old era had indeed come to a close. Indeed, Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, all three had perished, leaving the pirate world diminished. The new era had dawned, with the pirate supernova and the Admiral Supernova Lu Chen, whose strength had likely already reached the level of a marine admiral. As the news spread, everyone began to take greater notice of this Marine Rear Admiral Lu Chun, dubbing him the Terminator of the old era and the inheritor of the new era. Thus, Lu Chun acquired yet another title. Somewhere in the New World, Lu Chun is indeed formidable. His strength continues to grow, and we cannot afford to remain stagnant. Ace firmly grasped the newspaper, his gaze resolute. Indeed, Ace, let's engage in battle. Luffy, standing beside him, urged. Since the Marineford War, the two have been training under Rayleigh's guidance in the New World, mastering the 3 types of hockey. At the new Marine headquarters, Lu Chun has abandoned his post. Sakazuki snorted coldly, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. His anger was not solely directed at Lu Chun's dereliction of duty, but also at his own inability to take action against him. After being ambushed by Lu Chun, he personally approached the Gorosei at the Holy Land, reporting the incident. However, the 5 elders showed no intention of punishment, merely stating that Lu Chun was disqualified from competing for the position of admiral. It was evident favoritism. Sakazuki could see through this, which is why he dared not take severe measures against Lu Chun, nor did he have the courage to demote him. On the other side, upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chun was approached by Ein, who handed him a telegram. Lu Chun, this is a message from the headquarters, requesting your presence at the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The Gorosei wish to meet you. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Chun's interest was piqued. The Gorosei, the pinnacle of power in the world, with only one individual above them. They are indeed a league apart from the rest. Suddenly being summoned. One wonders whether it is a blessing or a curse. You cannot escape this time. We shall go together, Ein said with a smile. Very well, let us explore this. I have yet to visit Mary Geos. I too. Thus, after preparing, the two set off for Mary Geos. Given that Marineford is in close proximity to the Red Line, they quickly arrived at the continent. However, reaching Mary Geos, located at the summit of the Red Line, required ascending via vehicle. Unlike the upside-down mountain, there were no waterways, only mountain roads. To traverse the Red Line by sea, one would have to travel 1,000 meters beneath the ocean, requiring a coating for the vessel. Yet, beneath the sea lurked powerful sea kings and sea beasts, as well as underwater volcanoes, making it exceedingly perilous. Compared to abandoning their ships for the mountain route, pirates are generally more inclined to choose the underwater path. Chapter 137 Izambaron v Nasuro. Lu Chun, how much longer until we arrive? The Red Line is truly high. Ein gazed ahead, marveling. Although they were riding in a carriage provided by the world government, the journey to Mary Geos required considerable time. I do not know. It is my first time visiting the Holy Land, Mary Geos. Lu Chun shook his head slightly. All right, Ein replied. Suddenly, the driver of the carriage spoke. Gentlemen, we should arrive in about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Thank you, Ein responded. Lu Chun peered through a gap, observing the driver, a faintly meaningful smile gracing his lips. It is worth noting that the driver outside possesses A-rank strength. In Mary Geos, even a carriage driver is A-rank, indicating the formidable power of this place. It is said that the previous Holy Land was God Valley. 40 years ago, the Rock's pirates, who had already dominated the world, attacked God Valley, nearly annihilating all celestial dragons, prompting the relocation of the Holy Land to Mary Geos. Of course, it is also possible that Mary Geos was always the Holy Land. The specifics elude Lu Chun. He merely knows of the existence of the Rock's pirates. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver called out, Lords, you may disembark. We have arrived at Mary Geos. Good. With that, Lu Chun and Ein stepped down from the carriage. Before them stood a colossal city, and even from the outer walls, the opulence within was apparent, far surpassing that of the Slayedthe archipelago. It resembled a royal palace. Upon reflection, Mary Geos is indeed the epicenter of the world government's power, akin to a royal palace in essence, is it not? Lu Chun, let us proceed. Ein agreed. Thus, the two walked together toward the city gates of Mary Geos. After presenting their identities at the entrance, they were granted passage into the city. As they entered Mary Geos, the sight of the buildings became increasingly vivid. Nearly every structure was a villa, with no ordinary residential houses in sight. Furthermore, the streets were teeming with celestial dragons adorned with glass domes, making Lu Chun and Ein, dressed in navy uniforms, stand out as anomalies. Many celestial dragons regarded them with curiosity. Marines? What business do they have here? Surely, they are here to serve us. For we are the exalted celestial dragons. Indeed, who would have thought it was a Marine rear admiral and a captain? Hearing their unabashed conversations, Ein's brows knitted in displeasure. She was not accustomed to such encounters with celestial dragons, and found their attitudes quite repugnant, bordering on shamelessness. They hold themselves in far too high regard. Suddenly, a male celestial dragon obstructed Ein and Lu Chen's path, bluntly declaring, "Hey, Marine, you will follow me from now on and serve as my personal bodyguard. I have my own position. I must decline," Ein replied, frowning. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon, Flynn Lawrence, displayed displeasure, angrily retorting, "Wretched Marine, did you not hear my words? I command you to be my personal bodyguard, and you will attend to my every need." Ein's brow furrowed tightly as she hesitated to respond. Clenching her fists, she struggled to restrain her fury. Suddenly, Lu Chun stepped in front of Ein, coldly stating, "He is my aide. He cannot serve as your bodyguard." You, a Marine rear admiral, dare to defy me? Are you seeking death? Kneel and lick my shoes, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will have you killed on the spot." Flynn Lawrence bellowed in rage. Hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." At this declaration, the entire crowd gasped. What? He dares to insult us, celestial dragons. He is truly courting death. Who is he to utter such words against a celestial dragon? Lu Chen? No. In addition to the celestial dragons, there were also their slaves present in Mary Geos. The slave of Flynn Lawrence, who was currently mounted on the back of the tyrant bear, treated him as a steed. You, seeking death. Flynn Lawrence, filled with fury, immediately commanded, "Kill him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Chen's hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to unleash his sword technique. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching. An ancient voice resonated. "Halt!" A man clad in a white robe, bald, and sporting round glasses approached. Upon seeing him, the other celestial dragons promptly became extremely respectful. The martial god! The martial god! Even Flynn Lawrence dared not utter another word, lowering his head. Lu Chun also watched as the man, who had appeared to be several dozen meters away, suddenly stood before them in the blink of an eye. Character: SwordsmanWho Nasishalang Shung. Position: God of Wealth and War. Fruit: None. Level: SSS. Skills: Swordsmanship. SSS. Armament Hockey. SS. Bounty: None. Remarkably strong. Truly formidable. The God of Wealth and War. One of the 5 Elder Stars. I wonder how he compares to Karp in strength. Yizambalong Nasishalang Shimk approached Lu Chen, slightly nodding in acknowledgement. "General Lu Chun, you have arrived?" "Indeed," replied Lu Chun. "Very well, follow me." Yizambalong Nasishalang Shung continued. "All right." With that, Lu Chen took Ein's small hand. Just as they were about to leave, a harsh voice pierced through from behind. "God of War, this brat insulted me. Are we going to let that slide?" exclaimed Flynn Lawrence Shung, his face filled with resentment. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Did he not deserve some respect? How could he continue to navigate the circles of the celestial dragons after this? Yizambalong Nasishalang Shung remained expressionless, merely retorting, "Are you not aware that celestial dragons cannot arbitrarily command the Navy to undertake other matters? Do not presume that your status as a celestial dragon grants you impunity. Were it not for Topman Watchley Shung, I could have killed you right here." Topman Watchley Shung, the god of law among the 5 Elder Stars. Flynn Lawrence Shung was momentarily rendered speechless, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Chun, yet he dared not say more. After all, the God of Wealth and War truly had the capability to end his life. Even celestial dragons were not above the possibility of death. Although Yizambalong Nasishalang Shung would not openly kill him, his immense power provided ample means to do so. "Enough, let us depart." Yizambalong Vnasushlang Shank snorted coldly, leading Lu Chun and Ian away. Chapter 144. Smooth Talker Confusion. Dreaded Navy, just you wait. Flynn Lawrence, Shung, could only emit a futile rage. Meanwhile, Yizambalong v. Nasiviling, Shung led the way in silence until they reached a deserted street, where he suddenly spoke. General Lu Chun, had I not intervened just now, would you have killed that celestial dragon? The question struck like a bombshell. Even Ian, standing beside them, was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting concern as she looked at Lu Chun, fearing his affirmative response. After all, Lu Chun had offended the celestial dragon because of her. After a brief pause, Lu Chun smiled and replied, killing is out of the question. Ha 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 ha. Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung laughed heartily, saying no more. This left Lu Chun somewhat puzzled regarding the man before him. What could he possibly mean? Was he perhaps dissatisfied with the celestial dragon's arrogance? The original text did not elaborate much on these five, so he was not well informed. More interaction will be necessary. Shortly thereafter, Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung brought Lu Chun and Ian to a reception room within a palace. Ian, please wait here in the reception room. General Lu Chun will accompany me for a short while. He will return shortly. Ian nodded. General Lu Chun, follow me. All right. Thus, Lu Chun followed closely behind Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung to another location. Upon opening a large door, they entered a familiar space resembling a tea room, the very place where the 5 Elder Stars often convened. The other 4 members were present, and upon noticing Lu Chun's arrival, they turned their attention towards him and Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung. Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung, why did you come with General Lu Chun? Inquired Topman watchily Shung. Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung chuckled. We happened to meet on the way. Topman watchily Shung did not pursue the matter further. At the same time, Lu Chun was observing the other 4 Elder Stars, each possessing SSS level strength. Truly, they represented the pinnacle of power. Their might was not to be underestimated. The god of scientific defense, Jigaru Sitten Shung, beckoned to Lu Chun. General Lu Chun, come here. The reason we summoned you to the Holy Land today is to entrust you with a task. You flatter me. There's no need to say entrust. As a member of the Navy, serving the world government is my duty, Lu Chun replied with a smile. Before these 5, he dared not act arrogantly. After all, dignity could not be eaten. Living was of paramount importance. Living is what truly allows one to eat. Chuckled Sitten Shung, continuing, in truth, we all recognize that with your strength. Becoming a Navy admiral is well within your grasp. Coupled with your talent, it is only a matter of time before you become the fleet admiral. Therefore, we wish for you to undergo some training in the New World. Once you possess the true capability to defeat Sakazuki, we can nominate you as the fleet admiral. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun sensed a hint of a bargain, repeatedly waving his hands in humility, saying, you truly overestimate me with my strength. I'm still unable to confront Admiral Sakazuki head-on. These 5 old men could not possibly nominate him as fleet admiral without underlying motives. Too modest. Our expectations of you are not high. As long as you serve the world government, we can assist you greatly and help you acquire more power, Sitten Shung continued. Subsequently, the 5 Elder Stars engaged in extensive discussions with Lu Chun, mostly concerning his affairs, summarizing their optimism towards him and urging him to serve the world government. It felt almost like guidance. Naturally, Lu Chun nodded in agreement throughout. What other choice did he have? Refusal was not an option. As for the implications, Lu Chun could not quite grasp them before he was allowed to leave. After Lu Chun departed, the 5 reconvened to discuss his recent exit. The god of environmental defense, Makasamaz Shung, spoke first. What are your thoughts on him? A smooth talker. However, there is no denying that, given his age and talent, he is indeed very powerful. Topman watchily Shung stated frankly. Yizambalong v. Nasishiling Shung chuckled lightly. Is that a smooth talker? That is called being diplomatic. He has certainly not learned much from Karp. I think he's quite promising. It all depends on whether he can grow. Shepherd's sure bite, Shung remarked. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had reunited with Ian, and they departed Mary Geos, heading back to Marineford. On the way, Ayan could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "What did the 5 elder stars discuss with you?" "Not much. They seemed to hold me in high regard, mentioning something about wanting me to become the fleet admiral, but I turned it down," Lu Chun answered with a serious demeanor. Ayan appeared to believe him completely, exclaiming in surprise, "Are you foolish? They wanted you to become fleet admiral, and you declined? Isn't that much better than your current position as a vice admiral? And what of being an admiral? In the end, it is still the fleet admiral, unable to pursue what one truly desires." "Why seek is something more personal," Lu Chun replied. Hearing this, Ayan shot him an incredulous glance, saying, "If you want personal freedom, why not become a pirate? Pirates have far more freedom." "Ha ha! If I became a pirate, I doubt any navy could catch me. Besides, if I turned pirate, would you follow me?" Lu Chun laughed heartily. "Umph, let them go. They are merely pirates. Et on snorted lightly, our cheeks lightly flushed." "Ha ha ha!" Lu Chun laughed heartily and strode forward. "Hey, wait for me." Ayan quickly caught up. The two engaged in a playful chase along the way, gradually returning to Marinfander. A few days later, in Lu Chun's office at Marinfander. "Are you going out again?" Ayan furrowed her brow slightly. "Yes, this time I wish to visit Fishman Island. A place I have yet to explore," Lu Chun replied. "Let us go together," Ayan exclaimed suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun agreed. "Very well. Let's embark together." His journey to Fishman Island was not for mere leisure, but to fulfill a task triggered by the system prior. During his days at Marinfander, he had managed to resolve all pressing matters, thus freeing himself to venture out. The mission to Fishman Island did not require his alter ego, so Ayan's company was permissible. At the very least, she would serve as a capable assistant, and her strength was commendable. Yea, Ayan smiled brightly. Since becoming Lu Chun's aide, she had grown fond of the adventurous lifestyle, disliking the monotony of remaining in one place. Chapter 145, 10,000 meters under the sea, Fishman Island. To reach Fishman Island, Lu Chun first visited Slayedthe archipelago, seeking out Shaki to assist in coating their warship. This preparation was essential for their journey to Fishman Island. He also inquired about Rayleigh and learned that he was soon to return to Slayedthe archipelago. The 2-year period was drawing to a close, and the Straw Hat Pirates would soon return one by one to Slayedthe archipelago, where Lu Chun had arranged to meet Nami. After completing the task at Fishman Island, he hoped to return in time to see them. A few days later, with the ship's coating completed, Lu Chun and Ayan, accompanied by several Navy personnel, set off for Fishman Island. The vessel gradually descended into the depths of the ocean, enveloped by the blue sea as the surrounding light dimmed. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with numerous electric lights, restoring brightness amidst the deep waters as it floated towards the 10,000-meter depths of Fishman Island. The ship bore the Navy's insignia, along with a distinctive mark representing Lu Chun's rank as a rear admiral. As a result, many pirate crews in the vicinity refrained from attacking, fully aware that engaging him would lead to their demise. Lu Chun's reputation for ruthlessness had long been established among pirate circles. He had previously slaughtered tens of thousands of pirates, even defeating the notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion. As the ship swayed with the currents, Lu Chun stood on the deck, admiring the underwater scenery, filled with bizarre and peculiar fish, the only commonality being their unappealing appearance. The deeper they descended, the larger the fish became, with ocean beasts occasionally surfacing. Suddenly, a naval officer in the lookout tower shouted, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, there seems to be a large number of ocean beasts ahead. Should we steer clear?" "No need. With me at the helm, we shall charge through," Lu Chun commanded. "Yes, Rear Admiral." The naval officer, though puzzled, chose to trust his superior. As the warship advanced, enormous shadows loomed ahead, gradually becoming clearer. It was a multitude of ocean beasts, each as massive as sea kings. Some bore the heads of camels or bulls, each more bizarre than the last. They obstructed the ship's path, opening their gaping maws as if to swallow the vessel whole. At that moment, Ayan emerged from below deck, her expression filled with concern. "Lu Chun, can we manage? If the coating is damaged, we will have no escape, and we are already at a depth of 7,000 meters. Fear not. Do you not trust me?" Lu Chun replied with interest. "Ayan turning her gaze towards the looming ocean beasts ahead. As the ship approached, Lu Chun held his breath, channeling his formidable conqueror's haki with precision, targeting the beasts before them. The invisible red aura surged forth, and upon contact, the creatures trembled in terror, retreating swiftly to hide behind rocks, unwilling to remain in the current. Is your mastery of Conqueror's haki already this profound? Lu Chun? Ain remarked, recognizing his use of the powerful ability. I have yet to achieve my peak. I am still refining my skills, Lu Chun replied. In truth, his Conqueror's haki was at an SS level, requiring extensive mastery to elevate further. And he wondered when he might achieve that advancement. The strongest indeed, your prowess is already remarkable, and with your youth, you are destined to grow even stronger. Ain said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun chuckled in silence. Shortly after the ship passed, figures emerged from behind the rocks, whispering amongst themselves. Who is that Navy officer? He managed to drive away those ocean beasts, and there were so many. I thought we could extort some from him. Are you seeking death? That man is Rear Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy headquarters, the supernova who ended the era of pirates. Do you dare confront him and risk annihilation? Half an hour later, the warship carrying Lu Chun and Ain finally arrived at Fishman Island. They navigated through the official passage and, after passing inspection, entered the island directly. Upon entering the vicinity, they were greeted by the sight of numerous beautiful merfolk swimming around the ship, all gazing intently at Lu Chun and his companions. Look, it's a navy. It has been ages since they last visited our Fishman Island. He seems to be the person from the newspaper, Munki de Lucien, Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Is he here to help us eliminate pirates? I heard he despises pirates. Lu Chun observed the enchanting merfolk around him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he unconsciously remarked, "They are quite lovely." It was his first encounter with merfolk, and to see so many of them, especially the beautiful ones, was a novel experience. Lovely? Am I not more attractive? Merfolk do not even have legs. What is there to admire? Et peut-être? Huffing in response. Are you upset? Lu Chun asked with genuine interest. In response, Ain turned her head away. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, explaining, I have never seen merfolk before, so I was merely taking a closer look. I shall refrain from doing so. That is more acceptable. At that moment, Lu Chun fixed his gaze ahead, observing the virtual interface displaying the task. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Resolve the troubles of Fishman Island. System rewards. 2,000 energy points, sword technique 1, and materials for building the Pluto 20. Completing this task, along with the one related to the Tyrant Kuma, would provide the necessary materials to construct the Pluto. Perhaps he could even complete its construction ahead of time. Possessing one of the 3 ancient weapons would grant him a true foothold in this world. Not long after, the warship reached the bay, and Lu Chun and Ain disembarked with the Navy personnel. Upon their arrival, the surrounding fishmen and humans parted to make way, while the earlier disembarked Navy members cleared a path for Lu Chun and Ain. Where shall we go now? First, let us pay a visit to the illustrious King Neptune of Fishman Island, suggested Lu Chun. Very well. With that, Lu Chun and Ain proceeded ahead, making their way directly toward the Dragon Palace. Perhaps some fishmen had already reported the arrival of the warship to Neptune, for as they journeyed, a fishman suddenly appeared before them, with azure hair adorned with a circular mark on his forehead and cascading wavy locks. He bore a striking resemblance to the noble lineage he hailed from. He was none other than Prince Sharkstar, the eldest son of Neptune. However, the absence of Neptune's other 2 sons did not go unnoticed. Lu Chun held no desire to encounter them, for they were said to be rather unappealing. Chapter 146. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Princess White Star. Admiral Lu Chun, greetings. I have been sent by my father to welcome you upon hearing of your arrival. Sharkstar greeted with a warm smile. He was well aware of Lu Chun's identity, and his respectful demeanor was largely attributed to Lu Chun being the grandson of Carp, a connection that Fishman Island valued. Thank you for your hospitality, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. Sharkstar chuckled. You are too kind. A guest is a guest. It is only right to welcome you. Indeed, please take me to see my father, Lu Chen requested. Certainly, this way please, Sharkstar gestured respectfully. Thus, Lu Chen followed closely behind Sharkstar as they made their way to the royal palace. Half an hour later, they boarded Sharkstar's vessel and arrived at the base of a grand city, receiving bubble coral from Sharkstar to facilitate their movement within the Dragon Palace. As Sharkstar activated the mechanism to announce their identity, a vast tunnel appeared before them, and the vessel sped through its depths. After a brief passage, they successfully reached the opulent and bustling Dragon Palace. A diverse array of fish species mingled about, alongside many enchanting mermaids. Directly ahead stood a magnificent castle, adorned with a golden dragon sculpture, the residence of the royal family of Fishman Island. Upon recognizing Sharkstar, the guards immediately swung open the golden gates with a thunderous roar. As they entered the castle, they were met with an endless line of fishmen guards. And upon the throne sat King Neptune himself, a formidable figure resembling a spiny pufferfish, crowned and more robust than an average mermaid. His voluminous orange hair and beard framed his face, and his arms bore fiery tattoos. It was a mystery how fishmen propagated, for his wife was certainly not as imposing. Admiral Lu Chun, please take a seat, Neptune said with a smile. As he finished speaking, several beautiful mermaids brought chairs for Lu Chun and Ein, while the other naval officers were left outside, as numerous sailors were not permitted entry into the true Dragon Palace. Thank you. Lu Chun and Ein settled into their seats. I presume your visit, Admiral Lu Chun, must be for a particular purpose. What brings you here? Neptune inquired. It is, in part, for the future of both humans and fishmen. I have heard of a new fishman pirate crew that seeks to usurp the power of the royal palace and disturb the harmony between our races. As a righteous Navy officer, I feel compelled to intervene. Moreover, I hold great admiration for Princess Odoheim. Thus, I intend to cleanse Fishman Island of all pirate threats, eliminating them entirely, Lu Chun declared, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace as he spoke the final words. The fishmen ministers exchanged wary glances, whispering amongst themselves. Neptune raised an eyebrow, frowning. Admiral Lu Chun, are you suggesting a purge of Fishman Island? That may be excessive, as I am the king here, and we advocate for harmonious resolutions. I believe those fishmen pirates will understand my good intentions. His later years were devoted to fulfilling Odoheim's unachieved dream, promoting peace. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, derisively stating, what you seek is peace, yet those pirates have no such intentions. As a Navy officer, it is my duty to vanquish pirates. Should you dare obstruct me, I shall treat it as an affront to the Navy and eliminate you alongside them. With that, he unleashed his Haushikahaki, directing it towards Neptune. The king felt a chilling wave envelop him, sensing the cold intent of Lu Chen's words. After a prolonged silence, Neptune spoke again. I only hope, Admiral Lu Chun, that you will not disrupt the lives of our citizens. Lu Chun scoffed, uninterested in further discussion, and rose to depart. Suddenly, Neptune recalled something and called out to them. Admiral Lu Chun, I have one more request. Might you consider assisting me in capturing Vanderdecken 9? If you succeed, we can offer you as much treasure as you desire from Dragon Palace. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun erupted into laughter, fully aware that Neptune's plea was motivated by Princess White Star, yet unable to suppress his ridicule. How absurd. You previously opposed my cleansing of the pirates on Fishman Island, yet now you request that I capture one? Furthermore, Vanderdecken 9 is a fishman, not a human. However, Neptune, despite his imposing stature, lacked significant strength. Only at the A level. Neptune's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he desperately wished for Vanderdecken 9 to be apprehended. After a moment of contemplation, Neptune spoke once more. This request is made personally by me, Neptune, and is independent of my royal status. I implore you to accompany me. Very well. I shall see what you wish to convey, Lu Chun replied, following closely behind. Wait for me. Ein quickly followed suit. The two trailed behind Neptune as they traversed the Dragon Palace. Minutes later, they arrived at a heavy iron door adorned with axes imprinted with roses. Neptune glanced at the axes and opened the door with a mighty push. with light flooding into the chamber. Lu Chun and Ein beheld the scene within. A massive mermaid lay upon a bed, identical in size to Neptune himself. She was none other than Princess White Star of Dragon Palace, one of the 3 ancient weapons. With flowing pink hair, azure eyes, exquisite features, a voluptuous figure, and a pink tail that varied in shades, she was indeed hailed as the most beautiful mermaid. "Father," White Star exclaimed joyfully, eager to approach. But upon noticing the unfamiliar figures of Lu Chun and Ein behind Neptune, she hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Father, who are they?" "Fear not, they are members of the Navy. This is Admiral Lu Chun from the Navy headquarters, and beside him is Major Ein, whom I invited here," Neptune reassured her. "Oh," White Star clutched a shark plushie, still wary of drawing too close. Sensing her apprehension, Neptune sighed, "Please do not take offense, Admiral Lu Chun. My daughter is merely—" Before he could finish, a colossal axe whizzed through the massive door, hurtling straight toward Princess White Star's head. Chapter 147. Bandit, 9, the Cowardly Star. "White Star, be careful." Neptune, in a state of urgency, cried out loudly, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Bai Xing had already been frightened into closing her eyes, letting out a sharp scream. Navy 6 styles, shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from his original spot and appeared before Bai Xing, extending a single hand. His right hand, enveloped in haki, effortlessly caught the massive axe. With a slight exertion, the entire axe was crushed to pieces, scattering across the ground. Bai Xing, unaware of any pain, slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the man before her, her eyes widening as she softly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lu Chen replied, waving his hand. "Bai Xing, are you all right?" Neptune asked with concern. Bai Xing shook her head. "I'm fine, father." "That is a relief," Neptune said, finally feeling reassured. "Suddenly, et asked curiously, King Neptune, are there no guards near Bai Xing? How could an axe fly in her room?" She hesitated to finish her question, contemplating how a princess could be confined in such a manner. Moreover, she was taken aback by Bai Xing's beauty, developing a fondness for the charming mermaid princess. Neptune shook his head helplessly and explained, "It is actually due to a pirate named Bandit, the same Bandit 9 that both Lu Chun and I mentioned. He consumed the target fruit, which allows anyone he touches to become his target. Whatever he throws will inevitably hit the target. Young Bai Xing was marked by him since childhood. Initially, he sent her love letters, but after she rejected his proposal, jealousy consumed him, and he began hurling weapons instead." As Neptune continued to converse with AI-N, Lu Chun showed no interest in their discussion, as he was already aware of the situation. Consequently, he engaged Bai Xing in conversation. "Your name is Bai Xing. Staying here must be quite dull. How about I take you out?" "I cannot go outside. Father says it would bring disaster to Fishman Island, and that man has been trying to kill me." Bai Xing shook her head repeatedly. Ever since being tormented by Bandit 9, she had developed a paranoia about going outside, fearing that anyone approaching would seek to harm her. She felt no fear towards Lu Chun, entirely due to his earlier act of saving her, which led her to believe he was a good person. "Do not worry, I will protect you. As long as I am here, anyone who dares to harm you will meet the same fate as that axe," Lu Chun declared earnestly. With his strength, no one on Fishman Island could rival him. However, he pondered that Bai Xing might be even stronger, as she was one of the 3 ancient weapons and could summon powerful sea kings. The sea kings encountered previously were merely shallow water creatures, lacking significant power. The sea kings dwelling at depths of over 3,000 meters were formidable, yet they typically concealed themselves in the deep sea and never ventured out. Bai Xing was likely of SSS-level strength. Otherwise, she would not be regarded as one of the 3 ancient weapons. "Really? You could take me out?" Bai Xing's face brightened, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Naturally," Lu Chen assured her. "But my father will not agree," Bai Xing murmured, casting a glance at Neptune. "He is merely your father. He cannot control you. Do you not wish to see the world beyond?" The two continued their conversation while Neptune remained oblivious, engrossed in recounting his tale. Suddenly, Aion, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Bandit 9 is utterly despicable for daring to target Princess Bai Xing. I will surely capture him." "King Neptune, Rest assured. Thank you very much. Neptune expressed his gratitude hastily. AI and then turned to Lu Chun and asked, Lu Chun, should we not assist Princess Bai Xing? What? Lu Chun momentarily faltered, having not heard AI's previous remarks. Do you not wish to help Princess Bai Xing? Her plight is already tragic enough, AI retorted. She had long heard the tales of Fishman Island, including the story of Odoheim, who advocated for harmony between fishmen and humans. Of course, if you say we should help, then we shall. Lu Chun finally grasped the situation and continued. However, drawing out Vanderdecken 9 will not be easy. My suggestion is to take Princess Bai Xing out so that we can lure him out. What? That is out of the question. It's far too dangerous. Neptune immediately rejected the idea. With a light chuckle, Lu Chun shrugged. You sought my assistance, yet now you refuse my proposal. Are you questioning my capabilities? I could simply leave right now without offering any help. Neptune fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Very well, I trust you, Lu Chun. Please ensure the safety of my daughter, and I hope she remains unscathed. Otherwise, Fishman Island will suffer dire consequences. Understood. Lu Chun nodded. He recognized Neptune's concerns were primarily about Bai Xing summoning the Sea Kings, which could lead to the island's destruction. Princess Bai Xing, rest assured, I will protect you well. AIN said with a smile as she stepped forward. Bai Xing nodded slightly. AIN, use your ability to shrink Princess Bai Xing. Her size makes her too conspicuous, Lu Chun proposed. However, AIN furrowed her brows in skepticism and asked, Aren't we trying to lure Vanderdecken 9 out? Why should we draw attention to ourselves? Moving conspicuously would only raise suspicion. We can take Bai Xing out and drop a hint. I am confident Vanderdecken 9 will come, Lu Chun replied, a smirk gracing his lips. I understand now, AIN said, finally comprehending. She reached out and touched Bai Xing, causing her to regress 10 years in age. Instantly, Bai Xing's enormous form transformed, shrinking to a size comparable to that of an ordinary fishman. Why have I become smaller? Bai Xing exclaimed in surprise, spreading her arms. Now that you're smaller, you can go outside and explore the world. Where do you wish to go most? Lu Chun inquired playfully. To the sea forest. Then, let us head to the sea forest. Thus, Lu Chun and AIN escorted Bai Xing out of the palace. Before their departure, Neptune repeatedly urged them to ensure Bai Xing's safety. As they made their way to the sea forest, Lu Chun had another motive, to obtain the historical texts of Fishman Island. Beep. Congratulations, host, for triggering the quest. Acquire the fragments of Fishman Island's historical texts. System reward. 500 energy points. Chapter 148. The fifth fragment of historical texts. With this fragment, Lu Chun now possessed 4 pieces of the historical texts. There were a total of 30 fragments, 4 of which were markers, while the remaining 26 contained historical accounts. Among these, the 4 red fragments documented the location of Raftel, the endpoint of the Grand Line. The 26 black fragments contained a comprehensive narrative chronicling the void of 100 years. Collecting all 30 fragments would undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. As Bai Xing was led out of the royal palace by Lu Chun and AIN, her large eyes were filled with wonder as she gazed at the myriad of unfamiliar sights surrounding her. Lord Lu Chun, what is that? Is it something edible? I want to eat. After spending decades confined in a small room, she was astonished by the immense changes that had transpired outside. Every little thing piqued her curiosity. Lu Chun and AIN patiently explained each marvel to her and treated her to an array of delicacies. However, for Bai Xing, the only disadvantage was her small stature, which limited her capacity to consume much food. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the bus station and boarded a vehicle heading towards the sea forest. Bai Xing was bewildered by the existence of automobiles in this world. Naturally, the vehicles of Fishman Island were propelled by large fish, navigating through the currents towards the sea forest. Moments later, a lush expanse of forest came into view, a vibrant green spectacle beneath the waves, illuminated by the dazzling sunlight, rendering the sea forest the most beautiful locale on Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. I wish I could live here forever, AIN sighed. Beside her, Bai Xing leaned against the window, gazing into the distance, tears welling in her large eyes as she softly uttered, Mama, do not worry. In the future, humans and fishmen will coexist amicably. Just as your mother said, Lu Chun reassured her, gently patting her head. Though Bai Xing's voice was barely a whisper. Lu Chun caught her words. She nodded softly in response. Before long, the three disembarked from the bus and strolled through the sea forest, heading towards the destination of Princess E.G. Due to the influence of Bandit, Bai Xing had been too frightened to attend Princess E.G.'s funeral, remaining confined in her room for nearly a decade. As they walked, Lu Chun furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of danger through his kenbunchikahaki. Turning around, he spotted two axes hurtling towards Bai Xing's position at breakneck speed. Oomph! Lu Chun scoffed, drawing his Nicaran blade and unleashing a swift strike. The fierce sword energy effortlessly cleaved the two enormous axes in half, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, not far off, Vanderdeckin was approaching with a throng of pirates, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Princess Bai Xing, don't run away. You must marry me. Protect Bai Xing. I will handle them. Lu Chun instructed AI before slowly advancing towards the Vanderdeckin pirate crew. Understood. AI took Bai Xing's small hand, retreating to the side and watching quietly. With Lu Chun present, they had no need to worry about their safety. Lord AI, will Lord Lu Chun be all right? Bai Xing asked anxiously, aware of Vanderdeckin's formidable reputation. Otherwise, her father and brother would not have struggled to capture him for so many years. He'll be fine. Lu Chun is very powerful, AI replied with a smile. On the other side, upon seeing someone obstructing his path, Vanderdeckin's expression darkened, and he barked, lowly human, get out of my way, or I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. Ha! Lu Chun remained unfazed, sneering lightly, his gaze turning cold as he casually executed a horizontal slash. Instantly, a fierce strike surged towards the hundreds of sea thieves in front of him. The speed of the sword energy was staggering. Some pirates didn't even have time to react before being sliced in half. Others attempted to defend themselves with their swords, but those weapons crumbled upon contact with the sword energy, shattered by its sharpness. Even with blades in hand, they were no match for Lu Chun's devastating attack. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Don't look. AI quickly covered Bai Xing's eyes with her hand, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Chun as if to say, couldn't you hold back a little? After a single strike, nearly 100 pirates lay slain, leaving only Vanderdeckin alive, albeit injured with blood streaming from his abdomen due to the sword energy's impact. Had he not shielded himself with a subordinate, he would have met the same fate as the others, dying on the spot. What a pathetic fool. How dare you attack me? Truly seeking death, Lu Chun scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the familiar interface of the system. Vanderdeckin, his face ashen, recognized the might of the human before him and cautiously inquired, Human, who are you to possess such strength? Enough with the nonsense. With that, Lu Chun appeared before him in an instant, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. AIN, you take Bai Xing and go ahead. I will deal with this fool. All right, no dead. Knowing it was best to leave with Bai Xing before Lu Chun took lethal action. Subsequently, Lu Chun transported Vanderdeckin elsewhere, decapitating him along the way, a fitting gift for King Neptune. As for his departure, it was to seek the historical text hidden within the sea forest. He sprinted deep into the forest, searching for traces of the ancient document. The historical text was substantial, making it relatively easy to locate. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chun finally spotted the historical text and stored it in his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward, 500 energy points. After completing the task, Lu Chun continued towards Princess E.G.'s tomb. Upon arrival, he found Bai Xing alone at the gravestone, accompanied by a familiar figure, Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea. Moshi de Lushen, Jinbei exclaimed upon seeing Lu Chun, his expression momentarily startled. I should have anticipated this. If she is here, you would be too. But I did not expect you to bring Princess Bai Xing out. Was she not supposed to be confined in the palace? King Neptune instructed me to bring her out, and I took the liberty of eliminating Bandit Dekin 9. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Jinbei raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the man before him. Lu Chun smiled and countered, "What? Do you not believe me?" Jinbei simply shook his head, refraining from answering. Given Lu Chun's formidable strength, he could easily believe that he could abduct Bai Xing from the palace. However, the notion that King Neptune personally sent Lu Chun to escort Bai Xing was the hardest to swallow. Yet, Bai Xing seemed quite fond of Lu Chun and and the absence of any safety issues along their journey indicated their good intentions. Still, the sudden change in Bai Xing's size only deepened Jinbei's suspicions that Lu Chun had forcibly taken her. Chuckling softly, Lu Chun chose not to elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, Jinbei suddenly inquired, "Lu Chun, do you know where Luffy is now?" "I do not. Do you?" Lu Chun retorted. Jinbei shook his head. "I do not know. After the war at Marineford, that was the last time he met with Luffy and Ace. Indeed, he also learned that Luffy would reunite with his companions on the Slayedthe archipelago in 2 years, which is why he was waiting for Luffy on the crucial path to the New World. Regardless, that lad is as resilient as rubber. He is certainly not destined to perish." Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. He held no concern for Luffy. As the protagonist of this world, the likelihood of his demise is minimal, for there seems to be a force of the worlds will safeguarding him. Should Luffy meet his end, the entire world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation, perhaps even face annihilation. I wonder what brings Admiral Lu Chun to the Fishman Island? Jinbei inquired with curiosity. "Just a bit of leisure to eliminate some pirates and provide some protection to Fishman Island," Lu Chun responded nonchalantly. Since Whitebeard's demise, Fishman Island has lacked a guardian, leading to a gradual surge in pirate activity. In the original narrative, the Yonko Big Mom designated Fishman Island as her territory, requiring substantial confectionery offerings from the island each year. However, now that the Whitebeard pirates have been succeeded by Ace, although they do not possess true Yonko strength, their might remains formidable enough to deter some petty pirates, for Ace is still alive. The Whitebeard pirates have not been entirely extinguished. Jinbei's expression darkened as he gazed at the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well. At times, he truly cannot fathom what kind of navy Lu Chun represents. Perhaps Fishman Island genuinely requires a thorough cleansing. If Lu Chun is indeed willing to station himself there, it would ensure tremendous security for the island, not solely due to Lu Chun's formidable strength, but also the influential power behind him. Monkey D. Garp. Could it be that Lu Chun's visit to Fishman Island is at Garp's behest, aimed at aiding an old friend like Whitebeard? Shortly thereafter, Shirahoshi, having concluded her conversation at the grave of Queen Odoheim, approached Lu Chun and Ein. "Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ein, let us be on our way." "Very well." Lu Chun nodded slightly, taking Shirahoshi's small hand, and they returned to the palace. This left Jinbei standing alone, watching Lu Chun's disappearing figure with a profound smile. I truly wonder what this admiral intends to accomplish. After leaving the sea forest, Lu Chun directly escorted Shirahoshi back to Ryugu Palace, while also requesting Ein to restore Shirahoshi to her original form. "Here, the head of Bandit Dekin 9. Lu Chun tossed the severed head over. Upon inspection, Neptune confirmed it was indeed Bandit Dekin 9 and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you is of little use. Instead, how about you provide me with some treasures from Ryugu Palace?" Lu Chun spoke candidly. Sometimes, mere words of thanks may not hold as much value as tangible actions. "Very well, I shall dispatch someone to retrieve them." Neptune showed no reluctance. Their Ryugu Palace is abundant in treasures, having salvaged numerous riches from shipwrecks. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded. This time, he intended to have his subordinates strive earnestly, necessitating the production of some concrete rewards. However, the two ministers flanking King Neptune wore expressions of discontent and even stepped forward to advise. "Your Majesty, those treasures are our protection. How can we easily grant them to outsiders? Indeed, besides, eliminating pirates is the Navy's responsibility. Why should we offer treasures?" I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion." Neptune firmly rejected them. Suddenly, Lu Chun fixed his gaze on the two ministers, sneering. I find you two quite reminiscent of pirates. Perhaps you should be eliminated. These two ministers are utterly useless, merely adept at blabbering. They indeed deserve punishment. The soldiers of Ryugu Palace are equally inadequate, lacking in skill. It is likely they trained under these two fools. No wonder a pathetic pirate like Hody Jones managed to breach the entire Ryugu Palace. The two ministers bear significant responsibility. The two ministers' faces darkened, grappling with their words. They were well aware of Lu Chen's strength and naturally dared not speak further. Before long, several soldiers brought forth a substantial amount of treasure. Lu Chun instructed the navy to enter and transport the treasures, directly addressing the gathered navy in Ryugu Palace. My fellow comrades, today, I, Admiral Lu Chun from the Navy headquarters, have resolved to purge all pirates from Fishman Island. Today may witness a fierce battle, with the potential for loss of life at any moment. However, all may choose not to partake in this conflict. Those who do join will receive a share of all treasures and bounties here. Should you tragically fall in battle, I shall ensure your portion is delivered to your family. Upon hearing this, the Navy members appeared solemn, their eyes devoid of greed for treasure, instead ignited with fervor. Very well, those unwilling to participate stepped forward. Lu Chun continued. At his words, no one stepped forward. Instead, they shouted in unison, Fight! 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 Excellent! I have not misjudged you. Those who follow me, Lu Chun, shall not suffer. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Neptune and his two ministers watched nearby, their faces displaying astonishment. They likely pondered Lu Chun's true identity. How could he address the navy as if he were speaking to pirates? The treasures recently acquired were thus distributed. Are these individuals truly part of the navy? The longer they observed, the more they resembled pirates. Onward to Fishman Street. Yes. With that, Lu Chun led everyone away from Ryugu Palace towards the chaotic realm of Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Most of the pirates congregated in Fishman Street. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all. Fishman Street. The Navy. The Navy has arrived. The human Navy has come. Flee. Cretans. Why are you running? We are many. Why should we fear a handful of Navy? As Lu Chun and his troops entered Fishman Street, chaos erupted throughout. Chapter 150. New Fishman Pirates, the Slaughterhouse. Pirates sprinted through Fishman Street, desperately searching for their comrades, gathering at the entrance of Fishman Street with the intent to annihilate the approaching Navy. At the entrance of Fishman Street, Lu Chun and Ein stationed all Navy personnel, keenly observing the desolate street. Dozens of pirate corpses lay scattered on the ground. They had been slain upon the Navy's arrival to instill fear among the pirates, while the remaining pirates had retreated deeper into Fishman Street to rally more forces. Approximately 80 Navy members lined up, blocking the pirates' advance. Lu Chun stood at the center, with Ein to his left, both gazing intently ahead, awaiting the pirates to come to them. Soon, the sound of footsteps and furious shouts echoed from ahead. Kill! Charge! Annihilate the human Navy! Exterminate the inferior human Navy! A multitude of pirates erupted from the depths of Fishman Street, a dense throng that obscured the view. Their numbers exceeded 1,000. The very ground seemed to quake beneath them. Among them were not only Fishman pirates, but also a significant number of human pirates charging forward. At the forefront were several officers from the new Fishman pirates, including the likes of Jinbei, Dosen, and Hammond. Lu Chun scanned the crowd, but did not spot Hody Jones, and thus inquired, "Where's your captain, Hody Jones? And who are you? How dare you inquire about the whereabouts of our captain? Who do you think you are? Just a mere human, daring to step into our Urangia. Do you seek death?" A few Fishman pirates unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lu Chun. At that moment, Lu Chun's gaze turned icy, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he unsheathed the sword of reincarnation, unleashing a wave of sword energy that ruthlessly surged towards the speakers. The ferocity of the sword energy was overwhelming, and the feeble fishmen could not react in time. Their heads and bodies were severed apart. A fountain of blood erupted, sending shock waves through the surrounding fishmen. What? How'd he die? What is happening? Such strength. Was it the work of the pirates across from us? The fishermen were thrown into chaos, staring in astonishment at the Navy. Only a few of the fishermen pirate officers recognized that it was Lu Chen's doing and understood the formidable power he possessed. Who dares to challenge your esteemed self? With a flushed face, Bao Tsong stepped forward, holding a wine jug, and politely inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen swiftly drew his sword, launching a rapid strike far more powerful than the previous ones. Even Bao Tsong, a master swordsman, barely perceived it and had no time to evade, only able to draw his long knife to defend. Upon contact, he felt an immense force, the blade of his knife pressing painfully against his chest. The violent impact sent him flying, crashing into dozens of fishermen pirates behind him, ultimately breaking through several buildings before coming to a halt. Whether Bao Tsong lived or died remained uncertain, as he lay buried beneath the rubble. Bao Gang, Hammond, and Dos Santos cried out anxiously, dispatching several fishermen pirates to assess Bao Tsong's condition. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke again. It seems you have failed to answer my question. So I shall ask once more, where's Hody Jones? As the mastermind behind the chaos on Fishman Island, he must be eliminated. Hammond's expression darkened, baring his teeth as he growled, brothers, attack. Annihilate this group of Navy. These mere humans are no match for us fishmen. Kill them. Charge. All the pirates surged forward in an assault against the Navy. Did you not hear my demand for a proper response? Lu Chen shook his head in resignation, his brow furrowing as he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The crimson aura of his haki swept across the opposing pirates like a tidal wave. Most of the pirates closed their eyes and fell unconscious, with only a small number retaining awareness. Subsequently, Lu Chen waved his hand and coldly commanded, all pirates are to be executed, leaving none alive. Even those who are unconscious must not be spared. Yes, the Navy, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure. At this point, they finally understood the meaning behind Lu Chen's words about cleansing Fishman Island of pirates. In truth, Lu Chen alone could vanquish all the pirates on Fishman Island, but the sheer number of them made it impossible to do so alone. That is why he called upon them to assist in the slaughter. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The Navy charged forward, mercilessly slaughtering the unconscious pirates, leaving not a single one alive. It was akin to a slaughterhouse. Are you truly a Navy? How could you be so cruel? Hammond's face darkened. He never anticipated that their thousands of pirates would fall in droves, while the Navy continued their merciless onslaught on his subordinates. Cruelty? Do you dare to speak of cruelty to me? Lu Chen scoffed. Oof. Hammond retorted angrily. Is humanity not cruel towards us fishmen? Those deeds are not mine. As long as I remain on Fishman Island, no one dares to harm any fishman. Lu Chen's expression turned serious as he stated, You. Hammond hesitated, unable to counter the argument. Indeed, no one dared to harm any fishman on Fishman Island, but what are you doing now? Enough talk. You have said too much. And now you shall die. With that, Lu Chen's figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Hammond. The flash of his sword, the 3-foot blade of light, swept past Hammond's neck. Hammond had no time to react, only feeling the world spin as if he were falling. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that his lower half was gushing blood uncontrollably. Simultaneously, I had already slain several individuals. He effortlessly dispatched a few officers of the Fishman pirate crew, as their strength was woefully inadequate, with none even reaching a rank. Weak, truly too weak. Just as Lu Chen finished eliminating all the officials of the Fishman pirate crew, a furious roar echoed. Foolish human, what are you doing? Hody Jones howled, gazing at the sea of corpses on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. He had merely come to negotiate with Vanderdecken 9, but instead found his own home ransacked. Oh, you have arrived, Lu Chen remarked with keen interest. Character, Hody Jones. Position, captain of a new Fishman pirates. Fruit. Level. Skill, Fishman karate. Bounty, 45 million berries. The new Fishman pirates were not yet well known and only wreak havoc on Fishman Island, hence their low bounty. Chapter 151. The Sword of Greed in the Realm of Hungry Ghosts. Hody Jones, his eyes aflame with rage, bellowed. Did you do all this? Hurry and command your subordinates to cease, or do not blame me for being impolite. The new fisherman pirates were his life's work, created to fulfill the dreams of fishmen. How could he not be enraged when it was being destroyed by a human navy? I shall see how you will be impolite. Lucian replied with interest. A fisherman of a rank dares to be so brazen before me. It is rather foolish. You. Hody Jones gritted his teeth, reaching the peak of his fury as he gathered the surrounding seawater and hurled it at the navy slaughtering his fishmen. Shark arrow. Instantly, the seawater transformed into sharp, arrow-like projectiles hurtling towards the navy. Just as they were about to be struck, a figure appeared before them. It was Lucian, who had swiftly arrived using the navy's 6 styles, and he did not even draw his long knife. He merely unleashed his haki, forming a dark red barrier that deflected all the water arrows. In the next moment, they reverted back into seawater, cascading to the ground. Do not mind me. Continue to exterminate all the pirates here, leaving not a single one alive. Lucian instructed the navy behind him. Yes, sir. With that, the navy resumed their task, continuing to slay the remaining fishmen pirates. Scoundrel! Hody Jones seethed with rage, grabbing a red pill and swallowing it. He realized the navy before him was exceptionally strong. If he did not take the deadly pill, he would truly stand no chance against them. Only by consuming the pill did he have a glimmer of hope, perhaps even saving his fisherman brethren. As an abundance of deadly substances coursed through his body, Hody Jonas felt an excruciating agony erupt within each of his cells, akin to being devoured by ants. The intense pain forced him to kneel, unleashing a heart-wrenching howl. Yet, despite such torment, he chose to endure, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, overthrowing the reign of Neptune and ascending as the new king of Fishman Island, leading the merfolk to dominate all humanity. Moments later, Hody Jonas's body began to swell rapidly, tearing his garments as his entire form even shifted in color, with his once black hair turning entirely white. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, and his stature grew significantly larger. Moreover, his strength surged from A to A, radiating a crimson aura reminiscent of fresh blood. With a primal roar, Hody Jonas vented his fury, extending his arms as seawater rapidly gathered between his hands, forming 2 colossal water orbs, which he hurled toward Lucian. The water orbs flew with remarkable speed, twisting in midair, rendering their trajectory elusive. Yet Lucian stood unfazed, activating his Kenbunchika haki, and deftly waved his long blade, Reincarnation. The blade of Reincarnation effortlessly met the 2 incoming water orbs, cleaving them apart and reducing them to scattered droplets upon the ground. What? This is impossible. Hody Jonas's eyes widened in disbelief. He had absolute confidence in his own power, no matter how formidable his opponent. They should not have been able to discern the trajectory of his water orbs unless they could foresee the future. There is nothing impossible, merely your sluggishness. Lucian replied nonchalantly. His Kenbunchiko haki had awakened to the extent that he could predict brief glimpses of the future, allowing him to effortlessly counter Hody Jonas's assault. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hody Jonas remained in disbelief, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of various attacks. Regardless of the techniques employed, each one was easily evaded by Lucian, as if it required no effort at all. In the face of Lucian's overwhelming strength, Hody Jonas found himself utterly defenseless. In an instant, Lucian appeared before Hody Jonas, swinging his blade toward Hody's chest. There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak. Panic surged through Hody Jonas as he swiftly retreated. But his speed was ultimately insufficient. Lucian's blade struck him, carving a deep gash across his body while the blood that flowed was absorbed by Reincarnation. In a flash, Hody Jonas found himself several meters away, grimacing at the wound on his chest. So powerful. Fishman Island is still too small. While he may be the strongest there, he is actually quite weak on the global stage. Many could easily dispatch him, and Lucian was certainly one of them. The reason he hesitated to eliminate Hody Jonas was to allow him to witness the slaughter of all the Fishman pirates. Some might perceive Lucian as cruel, but in light of Hody Jonas's actions toward humanity, this was nothing. Stop! Hody Jonas let out a helpless roar, his heart trembling as he witnessed the Navy systematically slaughtering the merfolk pirates. They are dead. All of them are dead. Not a single one remains. Even if he gained control over Fishman Island, without his brothers by his side, he was merely a solitary figure. With that, Hody Jonas glared fiercely at Lu Chun. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he gathered a vast amount of seawater and hurled it towards Lu Chun. Foolish human, perish. The water transformed into enormous sharks, their gaping jaws poised to devour Lu Chun. Lu Chun chuckled softly, raising his sword toward the heavens, unleashing a powerful sword intent. The dense sword aura morphed into a dark red energy, surging skyward as though piercing through the depths of the ocean. The sword energy pierced through the entirety of Fishman Island. With a single word, Lu Chun commanded, "Slash." As he uttered the command, the dark red sword energy descended like a crimson demon, devouring Hody Jonas's unleashed attacks and consuming him whole. The flesh and blood were entirely absorbed by reincarnation. Furthermore, that sword energy, imbued with reincarnation's essence, soared back toward Lu Chun. Chapter 152, The Ascendance of Reincarnation, the Supreme Great Blade. Be careful, Ayan exclaimed with concern. She understood that Lu Chun wielded a cursed blade, which could potentially turn against its master. However, Lu Chun stood his ground, observing the departing blade with keen interest. Reincarnation brushed past him, causing him no harm. "Lu Chun, are you all right?" Ayan rushed over, her voice laced with worry. Lu Chun shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. Reincarnation would not dare harm me." Suddenly, Ayan's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed. "Lu Chun, look!" Following her gaze, Lu Chun noticed reincarnation hovering above a multitude of corpses, absorbing the blood from below. Countless streams of crimson flowed toward the blade, transforming its once black surface into a vivid shade of red. The surroundings were bathed in blood, enveloping the entirety of Fishman Street as reincarnation absorbed the essence of countless Fishman pirates. All eyes were drawn to the blade suspended in midair, yet few dared approach. For anyone who came near felt their blood boil, as if it might erupt from within. This was the result of reincarnation's bloodthirsty nature being triggered, coupled with the overwhelming presence of blood in the vicinity, compelling it to absorb the vital essence. Such an abundance of blood might allow reincarnation to ascend to the status of the supreme great blade. Slayedthe. The area surrounding reincarnation transformed into a massive sphere of blood, pulsating like a heart. With each beat, the sphere shrank, until ultimately consumed by reincarnation. At last, reincarnation returned to its original black hue, yet now bore an alluring aura. "Come back," Lu Chun commanded, and reincarnation obediently returned to his grasp. Examining the blade that had ascended to the supreme great blade, he nodded in satisfaction. "Quite impressive." "What do you mean, quite impressive?" "Lu Chun, you should refrain from using that blade. It is far too sinister," Ayan cautioned. As soon as she spoke, reincarnation seemed to understand, gently tapping Ayan's head with its back, as if in playful defiance. Who hit me?" Ayan appeared bewildered, completely unaware of who was responsible. Upon glancing down, she discovered that Lu Chun's sword was missing, and she exclaimed, "You wretched Lu Chun, why did you strike me? It was not I who harmed you, but rather the cycle of reincarnation that did so. It has begun to develop a rudimentary intelligence, and seems to be quite irate," Lu Chun explained with a smile. He felt a sense of joy at the prospect of reincarnation attaining consciousness. "What?" AI furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly struggling to believe such a revelation. It appeared that no renowned blade had ever exhibited such sentience. Could Lu Chun's demon sword truly be that extraordinary? Nonetheless, the demon sword was indeed the most marvelous of all, utterly beyond explanation. "Very well, I apologize. I had spoken incorrectly before. My sincerest apologies," she conceded. At her words, reincarnation ceased its hostility, gently nodding its hilt. Lu Chun chuckled silently, raising his gaze toward the residents of Fishman Island surrounding them. Captivated by the commotion, they soon realized that all the pirates had been slain by the human navy before them. The once dreaded Fishman Street was now devoid of pirates, all having fallen to the navy's might. In fact, there were no remains to be found. Upon catching a glimpse of Lu Chun, Many fishmen and humans alike recoiled in fear, terrified that the ruthless Navy would turn their weapons upon them as well. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile. Fully aware of their trepidation, he proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, Fishman Island shall be under the protection of me, Monkey D. Lu Chen. Should anyone dare to harm even a single hair on the fishmen of this island, they shall not escape my wrath. Regardless of whether they were pirates, navy, or any other, those who transgressed would meet with no mercy." His resounding voice reverberated throughout Fishman Island, instilling fear in the hearts of all fishmen and humans alike. As he spoke, Lu Chen unleashed a hint of conqueror's haki, adding an air of intimidation to his declaration. In Dragon Palace City, White Star heard the familiar voice, her face lighting up with joy. It was the voice of Lord Lu Chen. Had he come to aid Fishman Island? Alas, it seems I cannot stop him after all. Is this a blessing or a curse? Murmured Neptune, the king, shaking his head in resignation. This matter was beyond his control. Even if they had allied with the world government, the latter had never sent troops to assist them. Discrimination against fishmen by humans persisted. Perhaps Lu Chen's actions would indeed prove beneficial for the entire fishman community. Meanwhile, at the Fishman Cafe, a fortune teller named Xiaoli furrowed her brow in frustration. Why can I not discern who this person is? There are no indications at all. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the surrounding fishmen erupted into cheers. "Thank you, Lord Lu Chen. Thank you, Lord Lu Chen." Observing their reaction, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Very good. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 2,000 energy points, sword technique level 1, and 20 materials for building the Underworld King. Lu Chen, you shall have your hands full from now on." Fishman Island is a troublesome place, AI warned with a serious expression. All pirates heading to the New World must traverse this route, making it quite challenging to suppress them all. "Fear not. I shall make them aware of my prowess," Lu Chen replied indifferently. Indeed, AI nodded in agreement. Regardless of Lu Chen's actions, she would remain by his side. Subsequently, Lu Chen and AI stationed their forces on Fishman Island for 3 days, slaying all pirates who dared to cause chaos, be they fishmen or human. Simultaneously, the world bore witness to a new headline. The Navy's supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chen, had appeared on Fishman Island and declared his intention to protect it. The formidable Navy Vice Admiral Lu Chen, akin to the previous generation's Monkey D. Garp, instilled fear in all pirates. Even the supernova among them could not help but tremble at the thought of Lu Chen, for even Luffy had been defeated by him, compounded by the terrifying power of the Tremor fruit. Who would not be afraid? However, Lu Chen would not remain on Fishman Island indefinitely. They merely needed to avoid trouble. Should they provoke him or capture fishmen for sale, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from Lu Chen, which was the source of their fear and something they wished to avoid. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu bellowed in fury. "This Lu Chen is causing trouble everywhere, neglecting his duties. Watch how I report this to the higher-ups and see how they handle him." He slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Sakazuki could never have anticipated that, despite sending Lu Chen to Marineford, he would remain restless and venture to Fishman Island, where he essentially slaughtered it. The massacre of nearly 10,000 pirates, in his view, tarnished the Navy's honor. Just when he was at a loss for a reason to reprimand Lu Chen, he found one. Thus, Sakazuki promptly contacted the 5 elders, reporting truthfully, "Elders, I trust you are aware of Lu Chen's recent actions. He has gone too far this time, blatantly insulting our Navy by killing so many pirates. I recommend that he..." "Sakazuki, you are overreacting. Is there a fault in the Navy slaying pirates? You have repeatedly sought trouble with Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Are you still harboring a grudge from the last encounter?" Before he could finish, the voice of Izo Baron V. Nasusho rang through the transponder snail. Sakazuki's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Yet, he was aware that he still harbored resentment toward Lu Chen, unwilling to witness his success. I believe Vice Admiral Lu Chen's actions were commendable. His ruckus on Fishman Island has deterred some unscrupulous pirates from venturing into the New World, effectively blocking the entrance. What is wrong with that? Izobaron Bati. Nasusho continued. Yes, Sakazuki gritted his teeth, uttering a single word. With that, the call ended, leaving Sakazuki alone, bewildered in the wind. He had initially thought to reprimand Liu Chun, but ended up being thwarted instead. Days later, Liu Chun returned to Marineford, unaware of the developments within the Navy headquarters. He knew only that the events he had orchestrated on Fishman Island had spread throughout the world. The prolonged silence from the Navy headquarters and the world government suggested tacit approval of his actions. For Liu Chun, this was a fortunate circumstance. In the days that followed, Liu Chun primarily stationed himself at Marineford, overseeing the repairs of the damaged infrastructure while personally training the Navy. His objective was to cultivate a cadre of loyal soldiers. As the world was bound to grow increasingly chaotic, and with more endeavors ahead, it was essential to train his own elite forces. It was imperative to establish his influence both within the Navy and among the pirates. Suddenly, AI entered the office, reporting, Vice Admiral Liu Chun. The Slayedthe archipelago has descended into chaos. The might of the Navy has emboldened the pirates there, and many civilians are urging us to suppress them. Oh, today I happen to have the time. Let us see just how audacious those pirates have become. It has been quite a while since I last took action. Liu Chun remarked with keen interest as he rose to his feet. In the Slayedthe Islands, there exists a considerable number of fishmen, and it is precisely at this moment, amidst the incident on Fishman Island, that they seek to amplify their own notoriety. Yes, Vice Admiral, came the response. With that, Ein swiftly departed to rally the Navy, setting course for the Slayedthe Islands. A fleet of naval ships, helmed by the esteemed General Liu Chun, advanced toward the nearby Slayedthe Islands. The sails of the flagship bore an emblem, a circular design featuring a long sword, symbolizing the blade, known as Slayedthe. The cursed blade Slayedthe, subduing countless pirates. Standing upon the deck of the warship, Liu Chun gazed ahead with an air of authority as the distance to the Slayedthe Islands dwindled. Which island are we heading to? Ein inquired. Island number 1, Liu Chun replied succinctly. Acknowledging his directive, Ein refrained from further questioning, fully aware that Liu Chun had his own strategies in mind, and relayed the orders to the other sailors aboard the ship. The 3 naval vessels sailed in formation towards island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago. The sight of the Navy's flag swiftly caught the attention of the pirates and residents alike. A Navy ship? Why has a Navy ship suddenly appeared here? Aren't they still repairing Marineford? Fool! Open your eyes and see clearly. That is the ship of the notorious Vice Admiral Monkey D. Liu Chun. Due to the incident at Fishman Island, many pirates had already bestowed upon Liu Chun a new moniker, the Butcher, having slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates. He was regarded as an unmitigated fiend in the eyes of the scoundrels. Upon sighting Liu Chun's warship, numerous pirates fled in terror, many not even daring to glimpse the man himself before making their escape. On board the naval vessel, Liu Chun observed the pandemonium on island number 1, where pirates were frantically fleeing to other islands, desperate to evade his presence. At that moment, Ein cast him a knowing glance, seemingly grasping Liu Chun's intentions. Last time, it was a bloodbath on Fishman Island. This time, is he aiming for the same on the Slayedthe Islands? Before long, the warship docked at island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago. Disembark, Liu Chun commanded calmly. Yes, Vice Admiral. With that, the sailors swiftly leapt from the ship, forming 2 straight lines on the shore, standing at attention, awaiting Liu Chun's orders. Subsequently, Liu Chun descended the gangplank, facing the assembled sailors with a serious demeanor. Gentlemen, our sole purpose for coming to the Slayedthe Islands today is to eradicate pirates. Kill the pirates. Slay the pirates. Slay the pirates. The entire crew echoed his fervor. Only by following Liu Chun could they feel that initial surge of passion that had driven them to become Navy men to vanquish pirates. Accompanying Vice Admiral Liu Chun, they were afforded the thrill of slaying pirates, a sentiment particularly cherished by those who had previously journeyed with him to Fishman Island. The bloodshed had dulled their senses. Thus, Liu Chun led his contingent on patrol across the Slayedthe Islands, commencing with island number 1. Upon discovering any pirates, they would execute them without hesitation. This time, Liu Chun brought only the elite from the G1 branch, many of whom were adept in the Navy's 6 styles, making it relatively simple to dispatch the lesser pirates. The residents of the Slayedthe Islands, witnessing Lu Chen's arrival with the navy, were filled with excitement, applauding their welcome. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. The spectacle rivaled that of a royal procession as the local populace enthusiastically greeted him. As for the pirates on the island, they either fled entirely or concealed themselves, making them difficult to detect, even too frightened to show their faces. Observing the local residents, Lu Chun smiled and nodded slightly. "You are all too kind. This is our duty. Should any pirates cause trouble, do not hesitate to inform us." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. You truly are a good person." The pirates were rampant when the navy was here before. Indeed, ever since Vice Admiral Lu Chen's arrival, all those pirates have vanished. Chapter 154. A premeditated scheme, just one sword. Thus, the long silent Slayedthe Islands were once again bustling with activity. The name of Monkey D. Lu Chun, Vice Admiral of the Navy, echoed throughout the island. Countless pirates, upon hearing this name, began to scatter in a frenzy, seeking refuge far from his gaze. Even within the Slayedthe Islands, particularly, Islands 1 through 29 were notorious havens for pirates, but Lu Chen's presence had caused the entire lawless zone's pirates to vanish, transforming the once chaotic scene into one of tranquility. The surrounding residents lined the path to welcome him. Suddenly, a Navy sailor rushed to Lu Chun and Ein, whispering, "Reporting to Vice Admiral Lu Chun, as you anticipated, all the pirates are heading toward the dock on island number 79. "Very well," Lu Chun nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Prior to landing on the Slayedthe Islands, he had discreetly dispatched Navy personnel to infiltrate the pirates' ranks and gather intelligence. He would not act so ostentatiously without prior consideration. In truth, he had anticipated that all the pirates would flee, and his visit to the Slayedthe Islands was to ensure a more spectacular display. "Lu Chun, you sent people ahead, didn't you?" Ein inquired, her brow furrowing in suspicion. Even she had not detected Lu Chen's maneuvering. Lu Chun nodded slightly, replying quietly, "It seems unlikely there will be any large-scale battles this time. Most of the pirates have been intimidated into fleeing, allowing us to suppress them without further conflict." "Understood," I responded. However, a hint of discontent flickered across her delicate features, as if lamenting Lu Chun for not informing her sooner, leaving her to worry needlessly. "Do not be upset. I will be sure to inform you in advance next time." Seeing Ein's irritation, Lu Chun quickly reassured her. That will suffice," Ein pouted. With that, Lu Chun led the Navy from island number 1 straight to island number 79, without diverting to any other islands. Their progress, however, was considerably slowed by the throngs of well-wishers lining the route. Yet, Lu Chun wore no expression of concern, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. "Lu Chun, we are almost at the dock on island number 79. What are your plans?" Ein asked, her curiosity piqued. Even at this juncture, she remained unaware of Lu Chen's true intentions. "You will find out soon enough," Lu Chun replied with a slight smile. "Very well," Ein conceded, refraining from further inquiries. For ahead lay the dock of island number 79. Before they even reached the dock, the sounds of heated arguments reverberated in the air. "Hurry! Move it! What are you all dawdling for? Get moving! What are you waiting for? Run! Don't crowd here!" When Lu Chun and the Navy arrived at the dock, they discovered that the pirates had flooded to island number 79, overwhelming the dock's capacity. The entire area was congested, a chaotic scene of blocked passageways. Ein chuckled lightly. "No wonder you weren't in a hurry along the way. Now it was their turn to feel anxious." Lu Chun smiled and stepped forward. The Navy on both sides began to clear a path for him, wielding their long swords to eliminate the pirates blocking their way. However, it would be more accurate to say that the pirates were trapped on the shore, unable to escape. Let's fight them. Kill. Brother, didn't you say we would fight? Why are you running toward the sea? You are the same. Why question me?" The pirates on the shore were in a state of panic, desperate to evade Lu Chen's gaze, with some even plunging directly into the water. Those trapped at the dock and the pirates who had already fled to the sea were even more terrified, urgently instructing their subordinates to hasten their escape from the dock. "Quick, hurry up, run. The murderous General Lu Chun is coming. Run." At that moment, Bai Rumei and and KB rushed to Lu Chen's side to report. General Lu Chun, the pirates on the shore have been eliminated. Should we pursue those who have fled to the sea? No need. I will handle it myself. You have done enough. I cannot remain idle. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Yes, sir. KB and Bairumi saluted in response, knowing their teacher was about to act. They were eager to witness his terrifying strength once again. Lu Chun then stepped forward, unsheathing the long sword Slayedthe from his waist. The appearance of the exquisite sword stunned everyone present. The Navy felt their blood boil with battle fervor, eager to charge forward and slay the pirates. Meanwhile, the pirates were filled with dread, sensing that an evil spirit seemed to lurk within the Slayedthe, ready to devour their flesh and blood. The demon sword Slayedthe, that is General Lu Chen's demon sword. With its appearance, today may very well mark the end for us. Run. Lu Chun has drawn his sword. If we don't flee now, we truly will have no chance. Having ascended to the status of the supreme great sword, Slayedthe could accurately influence people's emotions, perfectly embodying its name, the 6 paths of reincarnation, corresponding to 6 distinct emotions. Suddenly, a smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he raised the long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. His hands, enveloped in armed haki, extended towards the blade of Slayedthe, covering it completely. A tremendous sword intent surged from Lu Chun's body, its golden hue shooting skyward, transforming the very atmosphere. The sky appeared to be pierced open, with surrounding clouds cleaved apart. Avoid it! The sword intent coalesced into a colossal golden great sword, infused with powerful haki and pressure. Observing this, those nearby instinctively stepped back, fearful of the overwhelming force that could compel them to kneel. Some civilians, confronted with the divine-like pressure, gazed at Lu Chun, enveloped by the golden sword intent, and saw him as a deity, a celestial being judging the sinners. At this moment, Lu Chun was completely shrouded in golden sword intent, the formidable aura clinging to Slayedthe, causing him to float in midair. He swung the golden great sword, producing a deep, thunderous sound, sort of the heavenly path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the words fell, the golden great sword sliced through the ranks of pirates before him. The pirates, upon witnessing the enormous golden sword, stood frozen, utterly devoid of the will to escape. They all knew there was no chance of fleeing. They were ensnared within the sword's reach. At this instant, time seemed to slow, and as the golden great sword descended, the clouds were cleaved in two, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. Chapter 155. The crowd cheers, the 2-year pact. In an instant, the golden great sword struck the surface of the sea, affecting every pirate and their ships upon the water, gradually reducing them to nothing amidst their screams. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. The waves stirred by the sword strike soared over 100 meters high, spreading outward in a terrifying cascade, prompting onlookers to flee in panic. One misstep, and they could be swept away by the waves and dragged into the sea. On the other side, the entire surface of the sea appeared as if it had been neatly sliced open, with sword energy rampaging, preventing the surrounding waters from filling the cleaved area. Even the seabed was carved into a deep chasm by the razor-sharp sword energy. The sounds generated by the sword strike had yet to fully fade, causing the entire Slayedthe archipelago to tremble. At Shaki's bar, Shaki furrowed her brows, asking, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Beside her, Rayleigh, unperturbed, chuckled. "Didn't you say Lu Chun brought troops to Slayedthe archipelago again? It's probably his doing. So it's him. His strength has truly increased rapidly. It won't be long before he surpasses you," Shaki teased. "Indeed, we are growing old. The new generation is about to rise. Lu Chen's strength will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world. It is a pity he is uninterested in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he could very well be the next pirate king," Rayleigh said solemnly. Indeed, at Dock 79, time passed, and eventually the ground stopped shaking, while the sea regained its tranquility. However, the scene on the surface was one of devastation. The wreckage of pirate ships, countless severed limbs of pirates, and the once azure waters were now stained a deep crimson with blood. The stark contrast between the blood-red sea and the blue waters elsewhere was jarring. Many who witnessed this sight felt their scalps tingle, with some even beginning to retch. How many pirates must have perished? It was at this moment they understood why the pirates referred to General Lu Chun as the murderous demon. He truly killed without a flicker of emotion, having slaughtered so many pirates without a hint of fluctuation in his expression. "Let us go," Lu Chun said expressionlessly. Yes, at his command. The Navy promptly followed General Lu Chun's lead. Within just a day, no, less than half a day, they had eradicated the majority of the pirates in Slayedthe archipelago, a feat that even the Marine headquarters had not accomplished while stationed at Marineford. Yet today, under General Lu Chun's command, his status among the people of Slayedthe archipelago had soared significantly, especially in recent years. Lu Chun's achievements had all been in slaying the pirates who collaborated with the oppressors, earning him the love and admiration of the people. However, few knew that Vice Admiral Lu Chun of the Marine headquarters held another identity. In the shadows, he was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 2.1 billion berries. Soon, Lu Chun returned to Marineford with his troops. The station navy, upon learning of the events in Slayedthe archipelago, gathered at the entrance to await the victorious return of their comrades. General Lu Chun, General Lu Chun, General Lu Chun. Upon seeing Lu Chun return with his navy, the soldiers erupted into cheers. Lu Chun nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone, it is our duty as the Navy to slay pirates. You now have an even more important task to restore Marineford. Quickly, return to your duties. In the future, everyone will have the opportunity to pursue pirates." "Yes, General Lu Chun," the Navy responded in unison before dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Lu Chun summoned KB and Bai to his office, and observing the two, advised, "Your strengths are somewhat lacking, yet it is time for you to undergo some training. I shall send you to an island for your development. Return only when you have acclimated." "Yes, Master," they replied, exchanging glances filled with excitement. "Now go prepare." Lu Chun nodded slightly. "Yes, Master." With that, they exited the office to gather their belongings. "Where do you intend to send them?" An inquired suspiciously, as she was unaware of any suitable training grounds among the islands she knew. "To Slayedthe, a place I have previously visited," Lu Chun replied. Slayedthe, where the giants Dongli and Brokey resided, was home to numerous large creatures, all of A rank or below, making it an ideal training ground for KB and Bai. Furthermore, with Dongli and Brokey serving as their protectors, their safety would be assured, and it would be a chance to visit old friends. This would accelerate KB and Bai's advancement to A rank, facilitating their mission completion. After a moment of silence, Lu Chun stated plainly, "It will not be long before I must venture out, Ein. Please remain in Marinvondo to assist me. Cannot I accompany you?" Ein asked. "No." Lu Chun shook his head. This time he would operate under the guise of the night. "All right, I shall await your return." Ein nodded obediently. With that, Lu Chun stepped forward, embracing Ein and gently kissing her forehead. Embarrassed, Ein's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Lu Chun's chest. The following morning, Lu Chun emerged from his office, with Ein following closely behind, while Ein returned to her room to rest. Lu Chun donned ordinary attire and set off for the Slayedthe archipelago. Based on information he received from Xia Qi, Nami and Luffy's crew should be arriving at Slayedthe archipelago, and it was time to see them. At a tavern in Slayedthe archipelago, Lu Chun sat at the bar, drinking alone when a striking woman with flowing hair approached the counter. "Boss, a glass of red wine, please," she ordered. "Coming right up, beautiful," the bartender replied. Lowering his voice, Lu Chun interjected, "I shall cover this lady's tab." Nami raised her eyebrows in surprise, glancing at the man clad in a black cloak beside her, her expression brightening. "Lu Chun," she exclaimed, but he swiftly gestured for silence. Understanding his intent, she suppressed her words and smiled, whispering, "How did you know I was here?" "Considering the timing, I anticipated your arrival. Furthermore, this place is now my territory. Knowing you are here is quite simple," Lu Chun replied with a smile. Chapter 156, Annihilation of the Pirate Crew, Farewell. Nami grinned and continued, "Lu Chun, what are your plans moving forward?" I may be away for some time, but if the opportunity arises, we shall meet again, Lu Chen said. All right. Nami nodded with a smile, reassured by his words. As they enjoyed their drinks, the tavern's door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A group of ruffians stormed in, one wearing a straw hat, another with short orange hair, and another with green hair, wielding 3 swords, accompanied by a fox. Lu Chen turned to observe them, a knowing smile creeping across his lips, barely suppressing a laugh. The intruders were none other than the fake Straw Hat crew. Their arrival sent a wave of tension through the tavern, patrons whispering anxiously. It's the Straw Hat crew. I can't believe they've returned to Slayedthe archipelago. Do they not fear Vice Admiral Lu Chen's wrath? Nami noticed the impostors behind her, her lips curling into a smirk. Look, Lu Chen, how unappealing. That fake Nami is not even close to your beauty, Lu Chen remarked earnestly. Nami beamed at the compliment. Yet the fake Straw Hat crew was causing chaos within the tavern, even brandishing firearms. The counterfeit Nami approached her, aiming a pistol and sneering. Hey, you're quite attractive. Mind if I put a hole in your face? Nami, unfazed, responded with a cold smile, unperturbed by the threat. Even without Lu Chen, she felt no fear, especially with him by her side. Suddenly, a flash of steel. The hand holding the gun was cleanly severed, blood gushing forth, and the fake Nami, momentarily stunned, let out a shriek. Who did this? The speed of the blade was so swift that she hadn't even perceived the attacker, ruling out the woman before her as the assailant. Who dares to harm members of the Straw Hat crew? Step forward, the other impostors shouted, attempting to identify the culprit. At that moment, Lu Chen rose slowly, shedding his black cloak to reveal the admiral's coat beneath. With keen interest, he asked, Are you searching for me? Gasps of surprise rippled through the room. It's Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Truly it is him. I knew he would protect us. Laughter erupted as the fake Straw Hat crew grew anxious, hastily attempting to explain, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Before they could finish, Lu Chen had already acted. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a flurry of blades, a cold gleam flashing forth. The impostors fell, their heads severed, lifeless bodies collapsing to the floor. The patrons, still reeling from the shock, stared at the fallen figures. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. He.S. incredible, eliminating the Straw Hat crew in an instant. I want to have your children. Astounding. Truly, the infamous killer, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Lu Chen, appearing exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, please, no need for such formalities. If someone could help clean up, I'll cover all expenses at the tavern today. Enjoy your drinks. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Thank you. Slayedthe. Lu Chen resumed his seat, shaking his head in resignation. Fame brings trouble. Now, anyone can recognize me. Lu Chen, don't you have another identity? Nami inquired with a smile. By the way, why didn't you mention they were the fake Straw Hat crew earlier? If I had, it would have made it too easy for you to be discovered. Now, let us leave. If I act again, there will be no chance for you to escape. Lu Chen replied earnestly. Sure, thank you, Lu Chen Gij. See you later. After saying this, Nami rose to leave, while Usopp had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's actions inside, he decided against entering, well aware of the extraordinary relationship between Nami and Lu Chen. Still haunted by the events of the last encounter at Slayedthe archipelago, Lu Chen remained seated in the tavern, observing as Nami and Usopp departed. It was only after their figures faded from view that he also exited the tavern, disappearing into the darkness. Besides Nami, he wished to meet 2 others. One was Luffy, and the other was Zoro. Somewhere on Slayedthe archipelago, Kuma, battered and bruised, slowly departed from the dock, followed by the Thousand Sunny, which he had protected for 2 years. Zoro, having just arrived, spotted Kuma. Lu Chen watched from a distance. Kuma's appearance did not surprise him, but Zoro's closed eyes garnered his attention. Over the past 6 months, Zoro's eyes have been fine. However, after more than a year apart, they remained shut, whether due to blindness, injury, or some other issue was still a mystery. Soon after, the other crew members arrived. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Luffy, Frankie, and Brook. All 9 gathered, and under pursuit from the Navy. They commenced their journey towards the Grand Line. Luching gazed at Luffy's departing figure, murmuring, "I hope you could surprise me next time we meet." There was no need for him to intervene, yet it appeared he would soon leave Marineford. With that thought, he vanished from sight, returning to Marineford to pack his belongings. Unbeknownst to him, Ain had appeared behind him, her brow furrowed with curiosity. "Luching, are you leaving?" "Yes, I will depart tomorrow," Luching replied candidly. "So soon?" Ain's delicate brows knitted together. Hearing this, Luching suddenly turned, resting a hand on Ain's shoulder, and with a smile, asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to miss me?" "Yes," I nodded affectionately. "Ha ha, then that is splendid." Luching laughed heartily, lifting Ain and heading indoors. The following morning, Luching took KB and Balumabur out for training. But Ain was nowhere to be seen. She remained in her room, watching Luching through the window. Chapter 157, Night Pirates Double Agent. Indeed, he left quietly but intentionally allowed a few Navy personnel to be aware that he was departing with KB and Balumabur. The aim was for some Navy officers to know he had taken them for training, diverting suspicion from himself regarding occurrences elsewhere. Days later, Luching delivered KB and Balumabur to the island of Little Garden, greeting his old friends, Dory and Broggy, for a drink and a chat. It was not until the next morning that he donned a black cloak, transforming into night, and left Little Garden. This time, under the guise of night. He primarily aimed to fulfill the task of establishing a pirate crew. He had initially intended to visit Punk Hazard to capture Caesar, but after some contemplation, he chose to forego that plan. If he captured Caesar ahead of time, Luffy and the others would be left without purpose, negating the subsequent battle at Dressrosa. He intended to make a significant impact during the Dressrosa conflict, so there was no rush. Luffy and his crew would inevitably reach Dressrosa. Everything would unfold in due course. Thus, Luching followed his itinerary, sailing alone towards the New World, passing through Fishman Island, with his destination set for Dressrosa. At this moment, Luffy and his companions were likely still wandering around Fishman Island, where they had already learned of Luching's exploits and witnessed the tranquility of the island. However, by mere chance, they might still encounter Noah of Fishman Island and the countless formidable Sea Kings. These events were no longer within Luching's control, which is why he had left Fishman Island early. More than half a month later, Luching leisurely reclined on the deck, his pirate ship adorned with a new flag, a pitch-black design featuring a singular silver lightning bolt, an emblem he had personally crafted. He had even settled on a name, the Night Pirates. All that remained was for him to seize an opportunity to recruit more pirates into his crew, aspiring to become the fourth emperor of the New World. Following Whitebeard's demise, only 3 emperors remained in the New World: Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. The remnants of Whitebeard's crew, led by Ace, had already suffered significant losses in the battle at Marineford, and with Whitebeard's death, their status had plummeted from that of an emperor. The vacancy left by the former emperors had stirred recent pirate supernovas to aspire to claim the title of the 4th emperor of the New World. Suddenly, Luching furrowed his brow, sensing a sharp drop in temperature around him. He looked up to find himself in the vicinity of Punk Hazard. The last time he visited, he had not ventured into the laboratory. This time, he was passing by the icy side of the island. Just as he was about to rise and investigate, he caught sight of a Navy ship approaching from the opposite direction, seemingly headed for Punk Hazard. The Navy personnel on the vessel immediately reported to their rear admiral, Admiral Virgo, "A pirate ship has appeared ahead. Should we engage?" "Oh, let me see," Virgo replied, stepping out from the cabin. Upon seeing the pirate flag, he waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Destroy it." "Yes, Admiral." The Navy personnel relayed the order, promptly preparing to fire their cannons. Boom! 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 Dark cannonballs surged towards Luching's ship, a barrage of dozens aimed directly at him. Yet, Luching gazed at the approaching Navy ship with intrigue. "How amusing! I did not provoke you, yet you choose to engage me. Begone!" he bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept toward the incoming cannonballs, redirecting them back to the Navy vessel. "What is happening? Why are the cannonballs returning? Who are those pirates? I've never seen them before. Fire back. Turn the ship around. Do you wish to be hit?" The Navy personnel panicked, utterly unprepared for the pirate ship's formidable power. Many cannonballs fired by the Navy collided in midair, resulting in explosions, yet several still descended towards the Navy's ship. Just as it seemed they would strike, a white figure suddenly appeared in midair, executing a series of kicks that unleashed multiple gusts of wind, knocking all the cannonballs aimed at the Navy vessel out of the sky. Boom! 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 At that moment, Liu Cheng finally recognized the individual who had intervened. Character: Virgo. Position: Navy Rear Admiral, Commander of Navy G5 Branch, member of the Don Quixote family, Devil Fruit. Level: Skills: Armament Hockey. Navy 6 Styles: A. Bounty: None. The man before him was none other than the infamous double agent in One Piece, Virgo. To my astonishment, encountering him in this maritime expanse was unexpected. Could he be here in search of Kaisa? Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host has triggered the task. Eliminate Wyerge. System reward: 500 points. An opportunity for points delivered right to my doorstep. How could I possibly refuse? With this thought, Liu Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. By vanquishing Wyerge, I could facilitate Luffy and his crew's swift passage through Binghua Island, thus expediting the completion of my subsequent mission. At that moment, Wyerge landed firmly on the deck, fixating on the figure clad in black aboard the opposing pirate ship. He soon realized that there was but one individual, yet that man appeared somewhat familiar. In an instant, he recalled a notorious naval fugitive, Heiyi, the elusive figure, whose true visage had never been witnessed. No wonder he was unfamiliar with that pirate flag. Oh, have you spotted me? Then allow me to present you with a grand gift. Liu Chun noted the glimmer in Wyerge's eyes and offered a faint smile. In his right hand, the white power of lightning coalesced, gradually forming an immense storm of electricity. With a swift gesture, Liu Chun sent forth the colossal force of lightning towards the naval vessel, transforming it into a fearsome thunderbird. Instantly, Wyerge furrowed his brow, activating Moonwalk to ascend into the sky. However, the Navy below bore the brunt of the attack. The gigantic thunderbird struck the ship, unleashing a torrent of silvery lightning that enveloped the entire vessel, scorching everything aboard to a charred black. The crackling arcs of electricity continued to flicker atop the ship, incapacitating the Navy personnel, leaving not a single soul unscathed. After a brief moment, Wyerge dared to descend cautiously onto the ship, his feet cloaked in hockey. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been electrocuted. Chapter 158. Useless to me, a new technique. Yet, the power had diminished somewhat, and the damage inflicted upon him would naturally be less severe. You are Heiyi, aren't you? Upon witnessing Liu Chun wield the abilities of the Sound Thunder Fruit, Wyerge became increasingly convinced of his assumption. The man before him must indeed be Heiyi. With a bounty of 1 billion berries, his strength was unfathomable, and no Navy personnel had ever escaped his grasp. Even during the Marine-Ford War, the 3 great admirals, now the current fleet admiral, had suffered at Heiyi's hands. Thus, Wyerge did not dare to presume his strength could rival that of Heiyi. Have you recognized me? Liu Chun inquired with an amused smile. What brings a naval officer like you to this place? Engaging Wyerge in conversation seemed prudent, for he would inevitably meet his demise. Official business, Wyerge replied tersely, his demeanor turning serious. I am a Rear Admiral and the commander of the Navy's G5 branch. I hope you will refrain from attacking me. Otherwise, the Navy will not let you off easily. Oh, really? Liu Chun responded with a hint of impatience. Why not also mention that you are a member of the Don Quixote family? What are you talking about? Wyerge's expression momentarily froze, though he quickly regained his composure. Truly, a pirate who had infiltrated the Navy for over a decade exhibited remarkable control over his emotions. Yet before Liu Chen's formidable observation hockey, he was utterly exposed. Do not feign ignorance before me. Don Quixote da Flamingo has placed his eyes within the Navy. Surely, you came to Binghua Island upon his directive? Let me take a wild guess. You are here to rendezvous with Kaisa? Liu Chen articulated each word with precision. With every utterance, Wyerge felt a surge of shock within him. How'd he know? What was the source of his information? Could he also be affiliated with the Don Quixote family? But why had Da Flamingo not disclosed this information to him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Liu Chun teased, observing the dazed expression on Wyerge's face. his lips curling into a knowing smile. After a prolonged silence, Wired's brow furrowed deeply as he solemnly inquired, "Who are you? How do you know these things?" He was utterly bewildered. Few possessed knowledge of such matters, and no one had ever uncovered his identity. "Oh, you may regard me as a deity, a magnificent deity, omniscient." Liu Chen grinned broadly. Yet Wired would not be swayed by such reasoning. Coldly, he retorted, "Since you are aware of my identity, I cannot allow you to live." As his words fell, his fist became enveloped in hockey, gleaming with a metallic sheen as he forcefully stomped on the deck. Boom! He created a deep crater in the deck. In the blink of an eye, Wired vanished from his position, utilizing the Navy's 6 powers, shave, to reappear before Liu Chen, launching a swift kick aimed at his face. However, Liu Chen suddenly turned his head, as if he had anticipated Wired's every movement, effortlessly taking a step back to evade the attack. Wired's body continued its momentum, hurtling forward. Simultaneously, Liu Chen extended his right hand, cloaked in hockey, clenched into a fist, and delivered a powerful blow to Wired's chest. It was a simple straight punch, yet the speed at which it was unleashed was astounding, producing a sound that pierced through the air. It struck Wired's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wired expelled a mouthful of blood, his body propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the sea and generating a tumultuous wave. Merely a single blow. Liu Chen shook his head slightly, steering the ship toward the direction where Wired had fallen. At that moment, Wired was floating on the surface of the ocean, struggling to rise, utilizing moonwalk to return to the naval vessel. "Impressive," he gasped, clutching his chest. Despite having employed hockey for protection, several ribs were shattered, and his chest had caved in. The bounty of 2.1 billion was indeed not an empty title. Liu Chen's gaze hardened, about to act, when Wired suddenly shouted, "Wait. I concede. I am indeed a subordinate of Doflamingo, but who are you? How do you know my identity? Since we are both pirates, why not spare me? Admit it. Have you?" Liu Chen's lips curled upward, revealing a knowing smile. This was precisely the acknowledgement he sought, and he had recorded a brief video using the system, which could be played back with a din-din mushy. Indeed, Wired nodded affirmatively, though his left hand slipped into his pocket. Satisfied, Liu Chen replied, "As long as you admit it, I will not let you go." No sooner had he spoken than Wired erupted with fury, his veins bulging as he summoned his utmost strength and speed. Utilizing the Navy's 6 powers, shave, Wired appeared before Liu Chen, brandishing a capture net forged from sea stone and hurling it toward him. Observing this, Liu Chen merely sneered, remaining still as the sea stone descended upon him. Seeing Liu Chen's lack of response, Wired assumed he was either caught off guard or paralyzed with fear, a triumphant expression crossing his face as he aligned his fingers, preparing to unleash the Navy's 6 powers once more. Finger pistol. A projectile-like slash shot directly toward Liu Chen's chest as Wired's smile widened. As the strike approached, the gun pierced through Liu Chen's clothing, yet was thwarted by the formidable power of his armed hockey. Moreover, Liu Chen remained completely unaffected by the impact, standing firmly in place. What? Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed the capture of a knight by the Hailu stone net. Could it be that the net was a counterfeit? In that moment, Liu Chen slowly removed the Hailu stone net, stating indifferently, "Hailu stone? Unfortunately, it holds no power over me." Upon consuming the devil fruit, he had simplified its effects, rendering himself immune to the constraints of the Hailu stone and even the sea, which was why Liu Chen felt no fear whatsoever. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Virgo shook his head frantically. Nothing is impossible. Allow me to send you to meet Yama with my newly acquired technique. Liu Chen sneered, gathering the power of lightning in his hands. He formed 4 silver orbs the size of basketballs around his body, which began to orbit and spin at an ever-increasing velocity, intensifying the electric force that surrounded them. Oh no! Virgo's expression shifted as he turned to flee. However, just as he dashed away, the massive lightning orb struck his back. Boom! Crackle! The overwhelming force of the lightning engulfed Virgo, charred his body, leaving no unblemished skin, and seared thick blackened crusts across his entire form. The sheer intensity of the electricity revealed his bones, and he fell heavily into the sea, lying on the surface, his fate uncertain. Nevertheless, the system did not indicate that the task was complete, confirming to Lu Chun that Virgo had not perished. Virgo, allow me to escort you on your journey. Your appearance has indeed been a boon for me. Lu Chun materialized before Virgo and swiftly severed his head, placing it into the system's backpack. He also stored the recorded footage within an imaging bug, intending to deliver both the head and the bug to a messenger bird upon reaching the next island. This would serve as a grand gift for Akainu. Shortly after taking office, the commander of the Navy branch encountered a traitor, particularly a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote, Doflamingo, a development that would surely trouble Akainu for quite some time. As Su Yin prepared to depart from Ice Fire Island, a man suddenly flashed through his mind. A man who must die. No, more accurately, it should be a boy. Kazuki Momonosuke. He should currently be at the Punk Hazard Research Facility, and with Luffy and his crew yet to arrive, this might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Suddenly, the system activated a mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Eliminate Kazuki Momonosuke. System reward. 1,000 points, 1 physical skill. Such a generous reward? Does the system also harbor disdain for this boy? Since the system issued the task, it seemed imperative to pay a visit to Punk Hazard Island. Immediately, Lu Chun docked a ship at the shore and leapt ashore, heading towards the research facility at Punk Hazard. He landed in the icy region, which should also have an entrance to the facility. As he set foot on the icy expanse, a chilling wind swept towards him, causing even Lu Chun to feel a slight chill. Truly, the aftermath of the fierce battle between Aokiji and Akainu had transformed this island into Ice Fire Island, demonstrating the immense power of both fighters, whose abilities had permanently altered the surrounding environment. Roar! Suddenly, a colossal roar reverberated from ahead. Lu Chun looked up to see a massive frost dragon emerging from the snow, adorned with wings and covered in crystalline scales, its entire form a striking icy blue, reminiscent of a western dragon, exhaling frosty breath. Its basketball-sized eyes fixated intently on Lu Chun, unleashing another icy breath. Roar! Creature, frost dragon. Position, none. Fruit, none. Level. Skills, ice immunity, A. Frost breath, bounty, none. The scales are rather exquisite. I could craft a few hairpins from them. Lu Chun remained unperturbed, yet his gaze lingered upon the frost dragon's scales. Roar! The frost dragon, sensing its underestimation, let out a furious roar. It then opened its massive jaws, gathering a multitude of frost within, poised to unleash its breath. However, Lu Chun chuckled softly, lightly stepping forward to create a deep crater in the ground, vanishing from sight. He shot straight upwards, appearing above the frost dragon. His right hand was enveloped in dark armed haki, which coalesced into a colossal golden palm imprint as he descended, growing larger with each moment until it could entirely cover the dragon's head. The Buddha's palm. At that moment, the frost dragon aimed its gaping maw at Lu Chun, ready to unleash its icy breath. But Lu Chun's enormous palm struck its head with tremendous force. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and a massive wave of frost surged from the dragon's mouth, scattering in all directions with an impact so powerful it shattered several of its teeth. With a whoosh, dragon teeth flew out, embedding themselves in the surrounding frozen ground. Subsequently, the dragon's massive head, along with its body, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The frost dragon's vision darkened, and it lost consciousness, collapsing without a hint of life. The ground trembled violently due to the frost dragon's fall, sending forth a massive wave of snow that spread outward. This snow wave compelled the pirates hiding nearby to emerge and even cry out for help. Help! Run! An avalanche is coming. Lu Chun turned towards the source of the commotion, spotting numerous heavily armed pirates fleeing. However, their speed was woefully inadequate, and they were quickly buried beneath the snow. A guide has appeared. Lu Chun smiled faintly, having dealt with the frost dragon. He approached the area where the pirates had been buried, taking a step that shook the very ground. Boom! Countless snowflakes were hurled into the air as several buried pirates were tossed free, landing safely on the ground. Hey, wake up! Lu Chun approached, locating a pirate still clinging to life and gently tapping his face. Huh? Who? Who? Pirate Job leapt up in shock, only to see the man who had just defeated the frost dragon standing before him, causing him to recoil in fear. Are you a pirate from the Punk Hazard Research Facility? Lu Chun inquired directly. I'm not. Job stammered at first, then shook his head. Not being truthful, are we? Lu Chun chuckled coldly, lightly stepping onto the ground, causing the frozen surface to crack open. The overwhelming display of power instilled fear in Job, who could no longer hold back the truth. Yum, yum, oomph. Take me to the Punk Hazard Research Facility. I wish to meet your director, Caesar. Lu Chun continued. All right. Job nodded eagerly in agreement. Thus, under the leadership of Xiaobu, Lu Chun made his way to the research facility on the island. After walking for an hour through heavy snowfall, a formidable iron gate loomed ahead. Xiaobu attempted to open it, yet the gate remained obstinately shut. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, sweat beading on his forehead as he exclaimed, This should be open. It must be open. Perhaps it is best to step aside. Lu Chun suggested with a wave of his hand, reasoning that the inhabitants of the research facility had likely noticed his presence and were deliberately withholding access. Indeed, Xiaobu concurred. Stepping aside, Lu Chun then advanced, tightening his fists, which were instantly enveloped by the aura of his haki. With a powerful punch, he struck the heavy iron gate. Bang! With that blow, the gate was indented with a fist-shaped mark and was sent flying along with its entire structure. Meanwhile, the corridor behind the gate was already filled with numerous, strangely clad and fully armed modified beings, who were caught off guard as the iron gate barreled towards them. They raised their weapons to retaliate, but their firearms were utterly ineffective against the gate's formidable defense. Bang! 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 The bullets merely left scorch marks on the gate, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Soon, the weighty gate crashed into the modified beings, only coming to a halt after colliding with the wall at the far end. Yet, in the midst of this commotion, a flurry of snowflakes suddenly began to swirl in the air. Gradually, the snowflakes coalesced, forming the silhouette of a woman, complete with wings and bird-like talons. Character: Monet. Affiliation: Don Quixote family. Fruit: snow fruit. Rank: skill: fruit development. Bounty: 20 million berries. Before Lu Chun stood the woman known as Monet, serving as Caesar's secretary at the research facility, a fervent believer that Don Quixote da Flamingo would ascend to the title of Pirate King, only to ultimately meet her demise at Caesar's hands. Monet fixed her gaze on the man concealed beneath a dark robe and inquired, Who are you? What brings you to Punk Hazard? I am here to find a young man, Lu Chun replied calmly. Upon hearing the knight, Monet's expression shifted to one of surprise. The infamous bounty criminal with a price of 2 billion? Indeed, I offer you two choices. Either allow me entry, or I shall eliminate you first, then proceed inside. Lu Chun stated with indifference. After a moment's contemplation, Monet furrowed her brows and replied coolly, This is the territory of the Don Quixote family. Gaining entry will not be so simple. This is quite bothersome. Inform Doflamingo that I, the knight, seek to enter. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my actions. Lu Chun said, his impatience becoming palpable. He did not wish to destroy the entire Punk Hazard, as he needed Luffy and his companions to rescue the inhabitants and acquire Caesar's heart for the ensuing chaos in Dressrosa. Otherwise, his plans would be thwarted. Very well. Monet felt a pressure building, hesitant to act rashly. She had intended to leverage the Don Quixote family's influence against the knight, but it seemed he was unfazed. Thus, she contacted Doflamingo via the transponder snail, reporting, Master, the knight wishes to enter the research facility to find someone. If I do not permit him, he will force his way in. The knight? Doflamingo mused, a wry smile forming on his lips. I did not expect the illustrious knight to visit my research facility. Who is it that you seek? A wretched boy you captured, Lu Chun interjected. Very well. As long as you do not damage my research facility, you may take him. Doflamingo replied succinctly. Excellent. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter, the transponder snail spoke again. Might I inquire if the knight is interested in joining the Don Quixote family? No individual can become the Pirate King alone. Not interested. I take my leave. Lu Chun waved dismissively, vanishing into the depths of the research facility. After his departure, Monet turned to the transponder snail, asking, Master, why did you allow him entry? There are many secrets within that must not be revealed. He is not a Marine. His knowledge matters not. Furthermore, do you or Caesar stand a chance against him? He possesses strength rivaling that of a Marine admiral. Doflamingo stated gravely, unwilling to risk the lives of his subordinates, especially those within his family. Understood, Master, Monet acknowledged. Doflamingo continued, follow him to ascertain whom he seeks, and instruct the personnel at the research facility not to provoke him. Yes, Master, Monet complied, swiftly disconnecting the call and trailing after Lu Chun. Meanwhile, far away in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile as he pondered, the knight, who are you? The knight's elusive presence had become a source of frustration for the Marine headquarters, for no one had ever laid eyes upon his true visage. At the research facility, Lu Chun descended to the lowest level via the elevator, while Monet observed his every move from the monitoring room, perplexed. Is he going below? Isn't that the biscuit room? She was aware that the children they had captured were all confined within the biscuit room. Suddenly, Lu Chun glanced at the surveillance transponder snail, flashing a smile. Stop peeking. For now, I harbor no ill intentions. Continue to do so, and I shall not be so courteous. What? He can sense us? Monet's brow furrowed in confusion. Their surveillance devices were hidden exceptionally well, and how could he ascertain that someone was watching? It could only be possible if he possessed formidable observation hockey. With a chuckle, Lu Chun released a surge of Conqueror's hockey, instantly incapacitating the hidden surveillance device. The screens went dark. Simultaneously, the elevator came to a halt in the abandoned chamber at the lowest level of the research facility, where Kazuki Momonosuke had likely escaped from the biscuit room and arrived here, having ingested a failed artificial fruit created by Vegapunk. This fruit was derived from research utilizing Kaido's blood. Though deemed a failure, it did not seem so. Regardless of whom Momonosuke was or what fruit he had consumed, today, he must meet his end. Lu Chun proceeded into the abandoned chamber, activating his observation hockey to sense the surrounding environment. After a brief moment, a faint smile graced his lips. Found you. He continued deeper into the chamber, filled with discarded experimental subjects, a musty odor permeating the air, likely due to prolonged neglect. Momonosuke, come forte. Lu Chun called into the darkness ahead with a smile. In the shadows, a pink dragon, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, muttered to himself, Do not see me, do not see me. He had heard footsteps earlier and assumed it was one of the modified beings from the research facility, prompting him to hide. Overwhelmed by his nerves, he had transformed into his dragon form. With the Marine's sixth form Soru, suddenly, Lu Chun's right foot struck the ground, causing him to vanish from sight and reappear before Momonosuke. What? A ghost. Momonosuke, completely unaware, saw a man clad in a black robe materialize before him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 161. The Death of Tozo Dressrosa. Little brat, you deserve to die. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun struck Tozo on the head with a palm. Bang! Instantly, Tozo's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering across the ground. To ensure Tozo's demise was complete, he employed the powers of the Raime fruit, subjecting Tozo's corpse to a full-body electrical treatment, turning it into charred, blackened remains before he was satisfied. At this moment, the system's voice finally echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. System reward. Energy 1000, Body Technique 1. After confirming Tozo's death, Lu Chun departed the abandoned room and exited the research facility. As for Monet, she remained oblivious to what Lu Chun had done within the lab. She merely noted that he left without a child, but reported the events truthfully to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Dressrosa, what intentions lie behind this darkness? Doflamingo reclined on his throne, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already left Ice Fire Island, continuing his journey to Dressrosa aboard a pirate ship. After a fortnight, he finally arrived at Dressrosa. Dressrosa is indeed a beautiful city, its exterior adorned with vibrant flowers. Strolling through the streets, one could faintly see numerous colorful blooms, as well as an array of toys. However, Lu Chen knew these toys were actually the residents of Dressrosa, transformed into their current forms by sugar. After wandering for half an hour, Lu Chen found a cafe, settled down, and sipped his coffee while perusing the newspaper on the table. The headline was dominated by a Navy scandal. G5 branch commander is actually a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Observing the contents of the newspaper, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Not long ago, he had already transmitted footage regarding Virgo to the newsbird, and now the news of lax Navy oversight was rampant. Many were concerned whether the newly appointed Admiral Akainu could effectively fulfill his role. It was likely that Akainu was in a state of turmoil. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chen sought to achieve. Having Akainu as the admiral felt like a volatile bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Therefore, it was necessary to employ certain methods to remove him from the position of admiral. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure passing by. Raising his head, a knowing smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Character: Rebecca. Position: former royalty of Dressrosa. Fruit: none. Level: B. Skill: swordsmanship. B. Bounty: none. How intriguing, Rebecca. Have you come to participate in the arena competition hosted by Doflamingo? Lu Chen murmured. Even without the Mera no me, Doflamingo still chose to host an arena competition. As reported in the newspaper earlier, the prize for this event was also a devil fruit, albeit an unknown one that no one had ever seen before. It seemed even the devil fruit encyclopedia had not documented it. The more mysterious it was, the more it would attract powerful pirates to the arena, perfectly aligning with Doflamingo's plans. It remained uncertain whether this event was targeted at Luffy or if there were other schemes at play. Abruptly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a task. Participate in the arena competition and seize the unknown devil fruit. System reward: Energy 2000, Sword Technique 1, Body Technique 1. A task? Initially, Lu Chen had little interest in participating in the arena competition, but the emergence of the system's task indicated that this devil fruit might be something he needed. It was worth attending. Thus, Lu Chen made his way to the arena in the city and registered for the competition. Upon arrival, the registrar, accustomed to the eclectic nature of pirates, was not surprised to see a figure in a black cloak. He casually inquired, Name? Hey, Lu Chen replied. Good. The registrar jotted it down, feeling the name was somewhat familiar, but not pondering it further. After registering, Lu Chen received his contestant number. Akin to a badge from a school sports event, a piece of cloth bearing the contestant's name and number. Lu Chen's number was 9527. The competition was not set to commence today. Thus, the arena was not crowded, with the actual contest beginning 3 days later, while these days were reserved for elimination matches. Following his successful registration, Lu Chen exited the arena alone, only to encounter a somewhat familiar man outside, a robust figure wielding a stick that resembled a blind cane. Though not quite, draped in a recognizable navy cloak adorned with the word justice. Character: Fujitora. Position: Navy Admiral. Fruit: Paramecia Gravity Fruit. Level: SSS. Skill: Fruit Development SSS. Swordsmanship SSS. Bounty: none. The man was none other than one of the newly appointed admirals, Fujitora, also known as the Blind Tiger. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to sense something, turning his head toward Lu Chen's direction, furrowing his brow as he asked his accompanying vice admiral, Is there someone over there? Yes, the vice admiral replied. What do they look like? Wearing a black cloak. It seems they're looking this way. Black cloak? Fujitora frowned slightly, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to leave. However, Lu Chen continued to observe Fujitora's retreating figure, chuckling softly. Is this Fujitora truly blind? He must be sent by Akainu to capture Luffy. In reality, Fujitora was indeed blind, yet possessed formidable Kinbunshika haki, allowing him to sense Lu Chen's gaze. Furthermore, Akainu was already under considerable stress. It was surprising he would dispatch Fujitora to apprehend Luffy and his crew, likely an attempt to rectify the regrets of the Marineford War, where he failed to eliminate the deeply sinful pirates Luffy and Ace. Soon after, Lu Chun found a hotel near the arena to settle in, preparing for the competition 3 days hence. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Palace, young master He Yi has arrived in Dressrosa and is participating in the arena competition. A member of the Don Quixote family reported to Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Doflamingo's lips, accompanied by an eerie chuckle. He Yi, wielder the rhyme fruit. What need does he have for this devil fruit? How interesting. In the dead of night, at the hotel, Lu Chun stepped out of his room for some fresh air, gazing at the star-filled sky, and suddenly recalled the name he had whimsically chosen. He Yi. Chapter 162. The Arrival of He Yi, the Paramecia Dingiki Fruit. A pitch-black void, mysterious and unknown. It seemed no one could penetrate this darkness, much like himself, unable to decipher the world or the system he possessed. Uncertain of what the system required of him or how his future would unfold, he sighed. Never mind. For now, I shall simply enjoy it. The system would not bring me harm. Lu Chun shook his head in resignation. As his strength grew, a subtle connection seemed to form between him and the system, leading him to sense that the system bore no ill will towards him. Thus, he chose to trust the tasks assigned by the system. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated nearby. Sir, are you also admiring the moonlight? Following the source of the voice, he beheld a woman with long black hair, a striking appearance, and a vibrant red flower adorning her head, standing on the balcony adjacent to him. The woman before him was none other than Violet, a member of the Don Quixote family and the former second princess of Dressrosa. While her identity was not particularly significant, her fruit ability, which allowed her to see through all lies, was of utmost importance. She could undoubtedly uncover his true identity. With a cold smirk, he remarked, Stop pretending in front of me, Violet. While you can see through my disguise, your own is futile against me. At this, Violet's expression faltered slightly, revealing her surprise. She had always been the one to see through others, but had never encountered someone who could unveil her. She believed that this man could not possibly know her identity. Yet, he seemed to understand her so well. Did he possess a fruit ability of his own, or perhaps some other skill? After a moment of contemplation, Violet retrieved a din-din mushie from her pocket and crushed it completely. Major General Lu Chun, you truly are insightful. I never imagined that the man known as the Knight would be you. There are many things you remain unaware of, such as my knowledge of your discontent with Don Quixote Doflamingo, as you await the opportunity to eliminate him. Am I correct? Lu Chun responded with a smile. Violet remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his words. She continued to inquire, How did you come to know these things? It cannot be that Doflamingo informed you, can it? Even with a bounty of 2 billion berries, you would not ally yourself with him. According to her understanding, this naval officer, despite his bloodlust, targeted only wicked pirates, while Doflamingo was indeed a nefarious pirate, perhaps even the most vicious. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively and settled into a chair on the balcony, intrigued. I know your intentions. Today, Doflamingo must have sent you to gather intelligence. I can state unequivocally that should you wish for me to eliminate Doflamingo, I have but one condition. You must become my woman and serve as my subordinate. It must be said that Violet's fruit ability was indeed formidable, capable of discerning all untruths. Upon establishing his pirate crew, he would certainly require a vice captain. With Violet aboard, any spy on the ship could be detected and promptly eliminated, which was an imperative task for Lu Chun, a lesson drawn from history. Upon hearing his proposal, Violet furrowed her brows, her heart seemingly torn as she clutched her skirt. Are you confident that you can confront Doflamingo alone? Of course, I'm not alone. I have my brother, Monkey D., Luffy, and Trafalgar Law with me, Lu Chun declared earnestly. Those two, Violet exclaimed, astonished. The infamous supernovas of the worst generation. Her surprise was not solely due to the revelation, but also because she sensed the sincerity in Lu Chun's words, indicating that he, alongside Luffy and Law, would indeed take action against Doflamingo. Whether they would succeed, however, remained uncertain. Now you know, Lu Chun smiled. After a brief silence, Violet bit her lip and said, Very well, I accept your terms. If you can defeat all members of the Don Quixote family, I will become your woman. Excellent. Lu Chen replied with a charming grin. I trust you know what to say upon your return. I shall not elaborate. Simply play your role well, and when necessary, assist the Straw Hat crew. I will make my appearance when the time is right. Violet nodded affirmatively. Having chosen to trust Lu Chen, she was determined to fulfill her responsibilities. Subsequently, she departed the hotel, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile, for he had finally found a prospective vice captain. Yet, he still needed to recruit a few strong captains, individuals who would wholeheartedly trust him. With Luffy's ruckus in Dressrosa, Lu Chen saw it as a prime opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa palace, Violet stated with an expressionless face, the knight came solely for the devil fruit, with no ulterior motives. Oh, in that case, let us not concern ourselves with him. Give him the devil fruit. It is merely a fruit of unknown capabilities, and besides, he already possesses a devil fruit. Doflamingo chuckled lightly. Yes, young master. Violet nodded. 2 days later, Lu Chen set off once more for the arena, where the sounds of a raucous crowd could be faintly heard, eager to witness the thrilling battles. However, he felt no interest in the spectacle, his gaze scanning the surroundings in search of his target. At last, he spotted a figure clad in armor and sporting an exaggerated appearance. It was none other than the disguised Luffy, who should now be referred to as Lucy for accuracy. In the waiting area of the arena, a number of familiar faces were visible. Don Quixote, Cavendish, Rebecca, Bartolomeo, Bellamy, and others. Yet, the one individual he could not gaze upon was likely Rebecca. Of course, her attire was chosen to facilitate her swordsmanship, as armor would be excessively cumbersome and would restrict the movements of her joints, unsuitable for her water-dance swordplay. Chapter 163, Bullfighting Arena, Group A Elimination Round. Nevertheless, Lu Chen found it quite satisfactory, as he had high hopes for the outcome. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced through the air behind him. Hey kid, you're new here, right? How dare you stand in my presence? Are you courting death? Sparta barked without hesitation. Turning around, Lu Chen faced a man several heads taller than himself, whose furious glare was fixed upon him. Seeing the opponent's attributes, Lu Chen frowned slightly and coldly remarked, How weak? At this declaration, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, drawing many curious gazes. It's the sword fighter Sparta. He often bullies newcomers in the arena. That kid is in for a rough time. Indeed, to call Sparta weak, he will likely be punished even more severely. Run quickly. You don't want to provoke him. Most competitors regarded the situation with a sense of morbid curiosity. You little punk, are you asking for death? Sparta seethed with rage. As his words fell, he clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of punches towards Lu Chen. However, the speed of his strikes was painfully slow, appearing to Lu Chen as though they were being played in slow motion. With a leisurely shift of his body, Lu Chen effortlessly evaded all of Spaden's attacks. This only fueled Spaden's fury, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing fervently to eliminate Lu Chen on the spot, which only made him increasingly impatient. At that moment, many spectators in the arena began to recognize that Lu Chen's prowess surpassed that of Spaden, their lips curling into knowing smiles. Slayedthe. Spaden launched a punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen's head. For an ordinary individual, such a strike would surely result in a shattered skull. Yet, to Lu Chen, it resembled the clumsy antics of children at play. With his formidable Kinbunchika haki, he had long sensed the trajectory of Spaden's assault. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the blow and extended his right foot, placing it at Spaden's feet. Spaden, caught off guard, stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The impact sent tremors through the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving Spaden's face a mess of bruises. With a roar of rage, Spaden sprang to his feet, swinging his fists, eager to retaliate. However, before he could strike, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful wave of haki toward Spaden. Instantly, Spaden felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he had plunged into an eternal frost, cold sweat trickling down his back. When he beheld Lu Chen again, his eyes were filled with dread. His fist hung suspended in the air, paralyzed by fear. In that fleeting moment, Spaden realized the gravity of the situation and hastily turned to flee, distancing himself from the terrifying figure cloaked in black. What just happened? Why did Slayedthe run away? It was perplexing and intriguing. Most of the competitors had not grasped Luchen's formidable strength, with only a few discerning the hint of his terrifying conqueror's haki. Undoubtedly, he was a powerhouse, and his abilities were far from ordinary. Not far away, Lu Fei sensed a familiar aura and turned a glance, recognizing a silhouette that seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not identify the individual. Who is that? Why does he seem so familiar? Lu Fei scratched his head, deep in thought, but nothing came to mind. After pondering for a moment without resolution, he decided to dismiss the thought altogether, concluding that he must not know the person. Luchen chuckled softly and then turned to leave. As he did so, his name and title became visible behind him. Hey-ya! In an instant, the entire waiting hall fell silent, shock rippling through the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon the two characters emblazoned behind Luchen. Hey-ya! The notorious bounty criminal with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries had arrived. Who could possibly challenge him? I hope I'm not in the same group as him. Otherwise, I certainly won't survive to the end. As the crowd gazed upon the familiar garb and name, memories were stirred, and they recollected who the man before them truly was. In an instant, other competitors hastily made way for Luchen, not daring to obstruct his path. Luchen smiled lightly, uttering no further words, and found a place to sit and rest. Today marked the elimination rounds, with 100 participants in each match, and only the final 5 standing would advance to the next stage. Meanwhile, a man nearby, upon hearing the name Hey-ya, wore a subtle smile and cast his gaze towards Luchen's seating position. After a brief interlude, the elimination round for Group A commenced. 100 contenders stood upon the stage, surrounded by a throng of spectators who cheered fervently for the battling participants. The more intense the clashes on stage, the louder the audience's roars became. Luchen stood aloft, observing the fierce contest unfolding below, where one individual captured everyone's attention, easily dispatching multiple opponents with a single blow. Yet his face was obscured by a paper bag, concealing his true identity. Nevertheless, the system could identify him, and even without it, Luchen was well aware of his identity. Character: Slayedthe GSC. Position: Captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. Fruit: Level: Skills: Martial Arts. Armament Haki. A bounty: 80 million berries at this time. Slayedthe had yet to acquire the Riri fruit, and had opted to seize the fruit of the victorious Doflamingo, despite its unknown properties, as it was simpler than hunting down a devil fruit user. After all, capturing fruit users was no easy feat, and the other members of his crew were eagerly awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Eliminate Slayedthe GSC. System reward: 800 points. Oh, a mission? Luchen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he gazed down at Slayedthe, a glimmer of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Slayedthe was a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Eliminating him would weaken their strength, facilitating a future confrontation with Blackbeard while also allowing for the acquisition of his blood. Several minutes later, the elimination match for Group A drew to a close, and without a doubt, Slayedthe remained standing, revealing his true identity as the first division captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, eliciting cheers from the audience. It was perplexing why Slayedthe chose to reveal himself. Was it necessary to wait until the end of the match to do so? Was he intentionally trying to act superior? When the time comes, I shall have to deal with him appropriately. Soon, the battles in Group A concluded, leaving Slayedthe as the sole survivor on the stage, having defeated all others. The host continued, Now, let us welcome the 100 participants of Group B. With that, one competitor after another entered the arena. Luchen was among the group, placed in Group B, yet as he made his presence known, the surrounding competitors instinctively chose to keep their distance, unwilling to stand too close, lest they become the first target to be eliminated. They had all heard of the terrifying reputation of Hey-ya, who had ruthlessly slaughtered numerous Marines, regarded as a merciless demon, possessing the formidable abilities of the Reigai fruit. No one wished to become the first casualty at the hands of Hey-ya. Luchen surveyed the surrounding competitors, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Remaining silent, It was perhaps a blessing that these individuals refrained from attacking him. He need not reveal too much of his strength. Merely dispatching a few opponents would suffice. However, among them were still some formidable adversaries, particularly Slayedthe II, the king of boxing. A man born with a powerful punch, known as the King's Fist, said to possess the capability to defeat the four emperors. Yet, despite his immense strength, his techniques required extensive preparation, often taking over an hour to execute. Therefore, surrounding him, numerous contenders shielded the center. Character: Slayedthe II. Position: King of Slayedthe's kingdom. Fruit: none. Level: skill: martial arts. Bounty: none. King Ili arrived, presumably to assist Li Ku in reclaiming his throne, for they were indeed close friends. Suddenly, a loud gong resounded, signaling the commencement of Group B's battle. 100 participants had already plunged into chaos. Yet none dared to provoke Luchin. Observing this, Luchin nonchalantly sat on the ground, intrigued by the combat unfolding before him, meticulously assessing each individual's attributes. Many among them would soon join his night pirate's crew, thus he must pay close attention. Meanwhile, in the audience stands of the arena, a slender figure clad in a black robe was also observing Luchin, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, as expected of a knight, "Not even seated. No one dares to make a move against him." Suddenly, a man approached Luchin, grinning broadly. "Senior Knight." "Oh." Luchin lifted his gaze slightly to regard the approaching man, who sported a grass-green crest, an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a ghastly visage with sharp teeth. None other than Bandit. Character: Bandit. Position: none. Fruit: barrier fruit. Level: skill: fruit development. Bounty: 200 million berries. Do you wish to strike me? Luchin inquired with keen interest. Bandit was indeed a formidable pirate, especially with the defensive capabilities of his barrier fruit. Once unleashed, it could withstand any assault. How could I possibly attack Senior Knight? I actually admire you greatly. I wonder if you would be so kind as to grant me an autograph. With that, Bandit produced several bounty posters, all depicting the likeness of Knight. Examining the posters, Luchin smiled. "Very well, I shall sign." Originally, Bandit idolized Lu Fei, but due to Luchin's earlier fame as Knight, he had shifted his admiration to Luchin, which was rather unexpected. However, for Luchin, this was indeed a fortuitous development. "Thank you, Senior Knight." Bandit immediately handed over the bounty posters along with the pen. Subsequently, Luchin inscribed Knight's name upon the posters and returned them. As Bandit received the signed bounty posters, his eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with joy at obtaining an autograph from Senior Knight. Just then, an aged voice rang out, "Knight, I shall see just how strong you truly are." Bellamy, having dispatched 2 lackeys, slowly advanced toward Luchin. "Senior Knight, allow me to handle him for you," Bandit declared earnestly. "Very well. I am quite disinclined to move." Luchin chuckled softly. If he could avoid fighting, he certainly would. "You seek death," Bellamy shouted, his legs transforming into springs, compressing forcefully before releasing. He launched himself like a cannonball toward Bandit at breakneck speed. "Humph." Bandit scoffed dismissively, fingers crossed to form a barrier with his barrier fruit, erecting a square shield before him. Bellamy, unable to perceive the invisible barrier, collided with it, akin to tofu striking a stone, resulting in excruciating pain while he was rebounded by the force of his own momentum. He landed heavily, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself, his face bruised and bloodied. Staring at Bandit with gritted teeth, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. What just happened? It felt as though I crashed into a wall. Even if I hit a wall, my strength should have been sufficient to shatter it. Quite intriguing, Bandit, Luchin remarked with a smile. Utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, he discerned the barrier before Bandit, pondering whether he could breach it. While breaking through might be improbable, he estimated that he could likely send Bandit flying alongside it. Against overwhelming power, Bandit would still find it challenging to withstand. I refused to believe it. With that, Bellamy wiped the blood from his lips and charged once more toward Bandit at full speed. Concurrently, his right hand transformed into a spring, compressing to the utmost limit. ready to unleash tremendous energy. As he neared Bartolomeo, he released the stored energy from his right hand, concentrating all his might onto a single point, aimed directly at Bartolomeo's face. Even Lucian, positioned behind Bartolomeo, sensed a surge of powerful energy approaching. Bellamy's strength had indeed escalated significantly compared to before. However, that formidable strike proved futile against Bartolomeo's impeccable shield. Boom! The spring punch collided with the barrier Bartolomeo had conjured, producing a tremendous sound. Yet, Bartolomeo remained unfazed, standing his ground as if the damage inflicted upon him was negligible. In stark contrast, Bellamy, bloodied and battered, was forcefully repelled, crashing to the ground. His injuries evidently more severe, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, the surrounding contenders hesitated to approach. "Senior Knight, what do you think? Am I not formidable?" Bartolomeo cheerfully approached Lucian. "Indeed." Lucian nodded slightly, continuing, "However, you did retreat somewhat during that last strike. As expected of Senior Knight, you noticed that." Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. Such overwhelming force had compelled his retreat, yet he remained confident in the impenetrability of his barrier. "Indeed, let us observe quietly," Lucian urged. "All right." With that, the two remained stationary, watching the battles of others, while no one dared to approach their position. As time passed, the number of participants dwindled, leaving only Yelizabuluo, Bulakali, and a few unfamiliar faces. At this moment, the guards protecting Yelizabuluo, had been defeated, and others dared not confront Lucian and Bartolomeo, redirecting their focus toward Yelizabuluo. However, Yelizabuluo continued to unleash punches, accumulating energy, entirely oblivious to the approaching adversaries. "Charge!" one individual urged the others, uncertain of when Yelizabuluo would complete her accumulation. They hesitated to attack. "Let us all strike together. We have sufficient numbers." "Very well, let us go." After deliberation, the remaining few rushed toward Yelizabuluo. Simultaneously, Yelizabuluo abruptly ceased her punches, having completed her energy accumulation, slowly exhaling a breath of murky air. The figure stood before them, his entire body flushed with a vivid crimson hue, exuding an aura reminiscent of blood vaporizing into the air. His skin tone mirrored that of Luffy when he entered his second gear. Witnessing this spectacle, the remaining onlookers were momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at the man before them. Alarm bells rang in their minds. The charge had been completed. They needed to flee swiftly. Rumors had circulated that the King's fist of Yelizabuluo possessed the might to shatter a fortress with a single blow. Such terror was palpable. Instantly, the entire arena trembled in response to the force of Yelizabuluo's impending strike, prompting the spectators in his vicinity to scatter, fearful of his fist crashing into the stands. With a resounding roar, Yelizabuluo unleashed his formidable King's fist. In an instant, a colossal force surged forth, its overwhelming power radiating like a blinding sun, hurtling from the area where Yelizabuluo stood. Those competitors who failed to escape in time were struck directly by the force, their garments torn asunder, flesh rent apart, obliterating everything in front of the gladiatorial arena. The once sturdy platform bore a deep indentation from the impact. With a thunderous boom, the entire arena quaked, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, rendering the scene nearly unrecognizable, with only the silhouette of Yelizabuluo faintly visible amidst the chaos. Moments later, as the dust settled, he re-emerged into the spectators' view, revealing a massive chasm on the platform, while the other competitors lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to continue. Observing this, Yelizabuluo raised his fist, ready to celebrate his victory, when suddenly two figures materialized before him, Lucian and Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's barrier absorbed the entirety of Yelizabuluo's force without yielding an inch. This was largely due to Lucian assisting him in maintaining the barrier. Otherwise, Bartolomeo would have been pushed back significantly. A frown creased Yelizabuluo's brow as he scrutinized the two before him, hesitant to strike again. If his strongest technique could not vanquish them, he certainly could not do so in his current state. At that moment, the host once again struck the gong, signaling the conclusion of the match and congratulating the remaining 3 competitors for their advancement. Senior Heiyi, will you not make a move? Bartolomeo inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. No need. Liu Chan waved his hand dismissively. It was undeniable that Yelizabero II was indeed formidable. However, his preparation time was too brief. Had he been afforded an entire day to charge, he might have possessed the strength to challenge the 4 emperors. Thus, the 3 descended from the platform, making their way to the resting area, where they fortuitously observed the ongoing battle in Group C. This group also consisted of 100 competitors, among whom were notable figures such as Qing Jiao, his 2 sons, the giant Hayerding, and a formidable Black Bull. The intensity of the battles persisted unabated. Liu Chan meticulously observed the skilled fighters on the field. Qing Jiao had reached an S rank, and while there were few others of the same caliber, none had attained SS rank. Of course, Luffy had also achieved S rank, showcasing significant growth compared to 2 years prior. Senior Heiyi, both Lucy and Qing Jiao appear quite powerful, Bartolomeo remarked suddenly. Do you feel confident in dealing with them? Liu Chan inquired. Not at all. Bartolomeo shook his head. Hearing this, Liu Chan chuckled softly and continued. Their strength is considerable among the competitors, yet they do not stand as the mightiest. After all, we have Senior Heiyi among us. Bartolomeo nodded affirmatively. In his heart, he believed that Heiyi was the strongest presence in the arena. Minutes passed, and only Luffy and a few others remained in the arena, while Qing Jiao persistently sought to provoke Luffy. After all, Qing Jiao's previous appearance had been that of a sharp-headed figure, a transformation attributed to Luffy's grandfather, Carp, which had led to his current state. Thus, Qing Jiao sought to trouble Luffy, believing that if he could not defeat Carp, he would take his frustrations out on the grandson. However, Qing Jiao seemed unaware that Heiyi was Liu Chan, Carp's grandson. Otherwise, he would never dare to bully Luffy so casually. It was rumored that Qing Jiao was once known as Jian Jiao, possibly a name change influenced by Carp. Eventually, Luffy utilized his 3rd gear to triumph over Qing Jiao and resolve the issue with Qing Jiao's former sharp head, leading Qing Jiao to decide to align his 8 treasure navy under Luffy's banner. As Chapter 166 unfolds, the situation becomes more intricate with the arrival of Sabo, heralding impending chaos. This newfound alliance with the 8 treasure navy, albeit somewhat troublesome due to their strength, could prove advantageous if they were to join the Heiyi pirate crew. The competition in Group C concluded swiftly, paving the way for the D Group elimination matches, which also featured 100 competitors, among them the renowned Rebecca and Cavendish. Notably, Cavendish's second persona was exceptionally powerful. Liu Chan gazed intently at the platform, murmuring, Dressrosa is on the brink of chaos. What does that mean, Senior Heiyi? Bartolomeo queried, puzzled. After a light chuckle, Liu Chan continued, prepare for battle. A great conflict is imminent. Understood. Bartolomeo nodded resolutely. Soon after, the D Group elimination round concluded, with only Rebecca emerging victorious, thanks in part to Cavendish's slumber, which allowed his second personality to take over and eliminate the majority of challengers. With the D Group concluded, the forthcoming battles would not be simple. All victors would convene to determine the ultimate champion. The victor would claim the Devil Fruit. 15 minutes later, the champions from the 4 battle zones gathered in the new arena, surrounded by seawater, within which were numerous colossal horned fish. The compartment containing the Devil Fruit rested atop one of these horned fish. Whoever obtained it would possess the fruit. As Liu Chan, Bartolomeo, Rebecca, and others arrived, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, eagerly anticipating the battles to come. What should I do? Senior Heiyi, Bartolomeo whispered. Stop Lucy. Do not let him acquire the Devil Fruit. With that, Liu Chan's gaze fixed on Lucy across the arena, though it was not truly Lucy, but rather Sabo, who had just made his appearance. Surprisingly, even with Ace's survival, Sabo had still come to Dressrosa. Character: Sabo. Position: Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Fruit: Rank: Skills: Martial Arts S. Armament Hockey S. Bounty: 620 million berries. Very well, Senior Heiyi. Leave it to me, Bartolomeo declared, thumping his chest. Just then, a host appeared on the platform, energetically playing music. He was a member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Character: Diamante. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: fluttering fruit. Rank: skills, fruit development A. Bounty: 32 million berries with the stage set. The true competition was finally about to commence. Sabo immediately began searching for the horned fish that bound the devil fruit, while Bartolomeo stepped in to obstruct it with his barrier fruit. Naturally, Lu Chun had no intention of seizing the devil fruit just yet. He had another matter to attend to, eliminating the presence of Bashes before him. "What do you intend to do in the darkness?" Bashes inquired, sensing Lu Chun's murderous intent, his brow furrowing. "I merely wish to end your life," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. At his words, Bashes' expression twisted with rage as he bellowed, "You seek death." Unyielding ship style, he launched a powerful fist towards Lu Chun, wielding his right hand adorned with an unusual iron gauntlet. In an instant, a formidable shockwave erupted from Bashes' hand, accompanied by a deafening sound, its speed swift as lightning. Just as it seemed destined to strike Lu Chun, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Where'd he go? Bashes' face momentarily reflected confusion. He had not even noticed Lu Chun's departure. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. "Were you looking for me?" Lu Chun appeared behind Bashes, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "You scoundrel!" Bashes exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he swung his massive clawed hand towards Lu Chun. Yet before he could fully turn, Lu Chun's hand had already made contact with his. Arcs of electricity crackling forth, enveloping Bashes' arm and body in a torrent of lightning. Bashes felt a numbing pain coursing through his right arm, rendering it almost lifeless. As a sensation spread throughout his entire being, the crackling electricity ravaged Bashes' form, and unable to withstand it, he collapsed to the ground. Wisps of black smoke emanating from him. "Too weak," Lu Chun remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he covered his right fist in a dark hue of hockey, driving it towards Bashes' head. With a resounding thud, what appeared to be a simple punch carried immense power. Even before making contact, the forceful gust of wind bore down on Bashes' face, as though his very body had been pushed downward. Blood splattered as Bashes was instantly dispatched. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. System reward: 800 energy points. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers for Lu Chun. However, he paid them no mind, striding towards Sabo and Bartolomeo. It was time to claim the devil fruit. Just as he was about to proceed, a figure suddenly blocked his path, exclaiming, "Halt, Rebecca!" Lu Chun's eyes lit up, surprised that Rebecca dared to obstruct him. Nevertheless, her determination to contest for the devil fruit for the sake of her country compelled her to act, and she would need to summon unwavering resolve. Otherwise, she would never become strong. Waterfall sword dance. Rebecca charged towards Lu Chun, sword in hand. Lu Chun merely stood, observing her with interest, noting her speed was far too slow to pose a challenge. As her blade swung at him, Lu Chun vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. By the time Rebecca realized, Lu Chun had already appeared behind her, his speed surpassing her visual comprehension. At that moment, Lu Chun unleashed his right fist towards Rebecca. Terrified, Rebecca shut her eyes, frozen in place. A dull thud resonated, yet she felt no pain, only sensed something whizzing past her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Lu Chun's punch had struck the enormous horned fish that had been poised to attack her. The fish was sent flying, crashing into the audience, causing chaos among the spectators. Chapter 167. The Chosen Fruit, the Third Devil Fruit. What is this person thinking? Daring to attack us. Hey, what are you doing? Why attack us? Don't think being a pirate makes you invincible. Our king is one of the 7 warlords. The ire of the audience, previously directed at Rebecca, quickly shifted to Lu Chun, who was met with a barrage of insults. However, Lu Chun remained unfazed, turning his gaze towards Rebecca and softly stating, "This country may appear peaceful on the surface, yet it is riddled with wounds beneath. Allow me to rescue it from the abyss." "You." Rebecca's brows furrowed, her lips parting but hesitating to speak. She seemed to grasp the essence of his words. albeit vaguely. Lu Chun then turned his attention to the multitude of spectators in the arena, his gaze sharpening as he commanded, "Silence." A formidable wave of conquerors' hockey surged forth, enveloping the audience entirely. In an instant, large swathes of the crowd collapsed, leaving only a handful standing, primarily the contestants. Now it is quiet. Lu Chun observed the audience, nodding in satisfaction. He then advanced towards the battleground where Sabo and Bartolomeo were engaged, while Rebecca watched his retreating figure, inexplicably reluctant to continue her assault. "Lu, this devil fruit is mine to claim. Depart now, and you may escape unscathed," Lu Chun spoke calmly. Sabo felt an eerie familiarity from the man before him. Have we met before? Though aware that this man was a notorious bounty criminal, known as Lu Chun, he couldn't shake the feeling. "Perhaps," Lu Chun replied. "Regardless," Sabo insisted, "this devil fruit is essential for us. We cannot relinquish it to you." "Then I must apologize, as this devil fruit is equally vital to me," Lu Chun replied indifferently, showing no mercy simply because Sabo was present. Bartolomeo suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "Senior Lu Chun, allow me to handle him." "No need. I can manage alone. You go after the devil fruit," Lu Chun replied, shaking his head. "Understood, Senior Lu Chun." With that, Bartolomeo immediately set out to locate the horned fish bound with the devil fruit. Observing this, Sabo swiftly moved to intercept, his right hand clawing towards Bartolomeo. "Dragon Claw Fist. Do you think I am invisible?" Lu Chun smirked, employing the Marine Six styles to instantly appear before Sabo, his arms cloaked in hockey, shimmering with a metallic sheen. With his arms, he intercepted Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist. A tremendous sound erupted. A shock wave radiated from their confrontation, stirring a cloud of dust. Sabo raised an eyebrow, his expression grave as he regarded the man before him, exclaiming, "Impressive." That last punch had been his full force, yet the opponent had merely taken a step back, while he himself had been pushed back 4 or 5 steps due to the recoil. This was ample proof of the opponent's superior strength. However, he could not abandon the devil fruit. It was a necessity for their revolutionary cause. Breath of a dragon. Sabo took a deep breath, his hands enveloped in the formidable hockey of armament, and gently placed his fists on the ground, gazing intently at the location of Lu Chun. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the earth with astonishing speed, generating an immense force. The entire arena trembled in response to Sabo's blow, and from the point of impact, enormous fissures resembling ghostly patterns erupted, spreading outward in all directions. It was akin to the breath of a colossal dragon, shattering the arena into fragments. In a moment, dirt and dust were sent flying, and countless shards of stone hurtled towards Lu Chun's position, while Sabo seized the opportunity to maneuver amidst the debris, seeking a horned fish bound with the devil fruit. A mere parlor trick. Let me show you the true dragon." Lu Chun scoffed, his body enveloped in white lightning. Particularly, his hands crackled with an abundance of electricity. As they came together, the electric powers surged and expanded outward, forming a gigantic lightning dragon. 60 million volts of lightning dragon. As Lu Chun released the accumulated electricity, a dragon composed entirely of 60 million volts surged forth, its gaping maw aimed at Sabo, ready to devour him. Every stone in its path was obliterated by the overwhelming electrical force, reduced to charred remnants. How formidable, though still at a distance. Sabo could sense the terrifying power of the lightning, quickly shifting his direction to evade. To his astonishment, the lightning dragon was under Lu Chun's control, capable of altering its course and relentlessly pursuing Sabo at breakneck speed. Unforeseen, the dragon's velocity proved too swift, ultimately striking Sabo midair. Boom! Crackle! The dragon's gaping maw engulfed Sabo, consuming him with torrents of electricity that flickered across his body, illuminating every cell. Sabo let out a pained cry, crashing heavily to the ground, his body scorched by the lightning. At that moment, Bartolomeo approached Lu Chun, bearing a treasure chest. "The devil fruit has been found in the knight's presence." "Excellent." Upon receiving the chest, Lu Chun extracted the devil fruit, resembling an apple, yet grotesquely bare, akin to a bald head. Transformation fruit. Consuming it allows one to assume any appearance envisioned, including altering one's body and aura. A splendid find. Upon reading the system's description, Luchin couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior Knight, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is?" Bartolomeo inquired curiously. "I suppose so." Luchin accepted the fruit and expended energy points to simplify it, enabling him to consume it once more. With the transformation fruit in hand, he could better navigate his public persona as he established his pirate crew. After all, one couldn't always remain in disguise. "Let's depart." "Indeed, Senior Knight." With that, the two exited the arena. Meanwhile, Sabo staggered to his feet, intent on intervening, when a figure appeared beside him, advising, "Sabo, enough is enough. The captain just called and instructed us not to provoke the knight. He is not to be trifled with." Hearing this, Sabo ground his teeth. Glaring at the knight's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Elsewhere, Luchin seized an opportunity to consume the transformation fruit, altering his visage to resemble his previous life: black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Chapter 168. A true pirate man just wants to provide them a home. Reuniting with Bartolomeo, Luchin still donned a black cloak, deeming it unnecessary to reveal his transformed appearance just yet. "Senior Knight, where shall we go now?" Bartolomeo asked. "Let us visit the toy factory," Luchin replied. "Good." Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called from behind. "Hey, can you take me with you?" Rebecca hurried forward, her tone laced with a plea. The arena lay in ruins, and the devil fruit had been taken by the knight. Her only course of action seemed to be following him. She wished to witness what he would do in Dressrosa. Bartolomeo glanced at the woman behind him, remaining silent. "Let us go together." Luchin, indifferent, readily agreed. Thus, Rebecca followed in their wake toward the toy factory in Dressrosa. Boom! Before they could reach the factory, Luchin already heard the sounds of explosions and battle emanating from within, and upon looking up, he saw smoke billowing from the entrance. Quickened his pace. "Let's head to the toy factory." Luchin's brow furrowed, his steps involuntarily quickening. He could not allow his carefully laid plans to fall apart. "All right." Bartolomeo immediately followed suit, managing to keep pace with Luchin due to his formidable strength. However, Rebecca struggled to keep up, breathless as she called out, "Hey, wait for me. Women can be so bothersome." Hearing this, Luchin shook his head helplessly, employing the Marine Six powers to flash to Rebecca's side, swiftly embracing her slender waist and speeding toward the toy factory. In an instant, Rebecca realized something was amiss, feeling herself leap between buildings, as though perpetually suspended in midair. More importantly, a man was holding her waist, the very man who had previously rescued her, the knight. A pirate like Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet this pirate seemed somewhat different from Doflamingo. "Hey, little girl, could you please refrain from moving about? I can't guarantee I won't accidentally bump into something," Luchin remarked, keeping his gaze forward. At his words, Rebecca's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded shyly, acutely aware of her scant attire. After several minutes, Luchin finally arrived at the toy factory. However, chaos reigned within. The Don Quixote family subordinates and the Navy were united against Frankie alone. Were it not for Senor Pink being a stalwart man who forbade any interference, Frankie would have surely been defeated by now. Character: Senor Pink. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Paramecia type, swim fruit. Level: a skill, fruit development, a bounty, 23 million berries, Senior Knight. "What shall we do now?" Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. "Let us head to the underground factory. Leave Pink to handle Frankie." After a moment of contemplation, Luchin replied with determination. Firstly, he did not wish to waste time here. Reaching the underground factory sooner would facilitate task completion. Secondly, facing a true man among pirates, Luchin had no desire to defeat him. Let Pink and Frankie engage in a battle of men. All right. With that, Bartolomeo and Rebecca promptly followed Luchin's lead toward the underground factory. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family and the Navy attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the moving barrier released by Bartolomeo, unable to approach the trio at all. "Before the night, I shall take charge of these individuals." You need only to forge ahead. Bartolomeo crossed his arms, running while unleashing barriers. Excellent. Lu Chen nodded slightly, proceeding without obstruction. Regardless of the naval forces or pirates unleashing their assaults, none could approach, deterred by the barriers conjured by Bartolomeo. It must be said, Bartolomeo's barrier fruit is quite commendable. Moments later, the trio finally arrived at the underground factory, the Smile Factory, constructed as the second artificial devil fruit factory in Dressrosa, a collaboration between Kaido of the Beasts and Doflamingo. To destroy this place will be tantamount to declaring war against Kaido. Nevertheless, this task must fall upon Lu Chen. Surveying the scene, chaos reigned within the factory. Countless pirates and toyified dwarves continued their labor at a leisurely pace, all tools bound by Sugar's contract, rendered mere automatons. Predecessor of the night, where are the others? Bartolomeo pointed towards an open space ahead. Following Bartolomeo's gesture, Lu Chen beheld several familiar figures, the Sniper King Usopp, Robin, numerous dwarves, and Sugar standing behind Toripole. Sugar appeared to be in little danger, yet Toripole posed a significant threat. At this juncture, the majority had been transformed into toys, with Usopp returning only due to the inspiring cries of the dwarves. Otherwise, he would have continued his flight. Regrettably, Usopp was still too feeble, swiftly subdued by Toripole, left bruised and kneeling before Sugar. Since you are so eager for me to consume this candy, allow me to share this grape with you. Sugar bent down to retrieve a candy from the ground, preparing to feed it to Usopp. Just as she was about to do so, a figure suddenly appeared before Usopp, swatting the grape from Sugar's hand. Who is it? The sudden arrival captured everyone's attention. Before Sugar stood a man clad in a black robe, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight that enveloped him, as though he were a beacon of hope. Little fellow, you are rather audacious. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, unleashing an overwhelming pressure toward Sugar. It hurts. Sugar, lacking in strength, could not withstand the immense pressure. Her legs shattered with a sharp crack, collapsing to the ground in agony. Toripole, save me. Knight, you scoundrel. Toripole furrowed his brow, one hand pinching his nose, a torrent of mucus erupting from the other nostril. Sticky cannon. Chapter 169, Hero Knight. It was akin to unleashing a deluge of mucus towards Lu Chen's position. Electrocute. Lu Chen, unperturbed, extended his right hand, channeling a potent current, raising it slightly as the formidable electricity surged forth to engulf Toripole's sticky substance. Crackle. A bolt of lightning encircled the mucus, igniting it and triggering an explosion. Boom! With a resounding blast, the mucus detonated mid-flight before it could reach Lu Chen, sending forth a massive fireball. Simultaneously, Lu Chen observed Sugar with keen interest, gathering the power of lightning in his hand, and coldly declared, "Now it is your turn." With that, his electrified palm reached toward Sugar. Toripole, unable to arrive in time, could only unleash more mucus, adhering it to the ground near Sugar. In his haste to intervene, he refrained from using the mucus to ensnare Sugar, fearing that the electric current would ignite the substance, potentially incapacitating her. Unfortunately, Toripole underestimated Lu Chen's prowess, as one hand extended towards Sugar while the other amassed an even greater charge of electricity. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Before Toripole could close the distance, a colossal Thunderbird, infused with 30 million volts of electricity, soared directly toward him, tracing a silvery line through the air. The speed was so great that Toripole could not evade. Attempting to withdraw the mucus was futile. The Thunderbird collided with his mucus-coated form, triggering its melting point and igniting the entire surface, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! An immense wave of energy radiated outward from Toripole's explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze of smoke, obscuring his fate. As for Sugar, the brilliant lightning struck her head, electrifying every cell in her body. Sugar's eyes widened in horror, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream as she succumbed to the excruciating pain. Collapsing into unconsciousness, the lightning charred her body, leaving her fate uncertain. With her fall, all the toys throughout the Dressrosa kingdom reverted to their original forms. including everyone within the toy factory. Astonishment filled the eyes of all as they gazed at themselves, excitement and emotion flooding their hearts. I'm back. Ha ha. I'm back too. That damned Doflamingo dared to treat me thus. Kill them. How dare they enslave me? In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa descended into chaos. Marking the first strike against Doflamingo, many lost memories surged back into their minds, particularly for Rebecca, who stood nearby. Memories of her mother, father, and grandfather flooded her consciousness. Her expression shifting as a torrent of emotions overwhelmed her, tears streaming uncontrollably. At that moment, Liu Chun turned his gaze towards Tori Pole amidst the smoke, gradually approaching, retrieving a long knife from the ground, and decisively severing his head for all to witness. Ladies and gentlemen, Tori Pole is dead. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Knight. The multitude of pirates expressed their gratitude. Although unfamiliar with Knight, he had indeed saved their lives. Had he not appeared, they might have toiled in this factory for eternity, trapped in the darkness of despair. At that moment, Robin hurried over, glancing at the severely wounded and unconscious Usopp. Tentatively inquiring, "May I see him?" Liu Chun nodded in assent, and as he looked up again, many formidable pirates had gathered around him, eager to express their thanks. Only the strong seemed to comprehend the true value of power, while the ordinary pirates mostly fled. In a certain corner of the underground factory, two figures suddenly emerged, observing the throng surrounding Liu Chun in silence. "Knight, is he preparing to confront Doflamingo?" Sabo questioned, his face a mask of uncertainty. He could not fathom this man's true stance, nor could he discern his genuine visage. "Forget it. We have already uncovered the matters we sought to investigate. Let us not concern ourselves with anything further," Curlo advised. Very well. Having spoken, the two swiftly departed from the factory. Just as Qingjiao, Cavendish, and the others were expressing their gratitude to Liu Chun, the entire underground factory suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it were being uprooted from the ground. "Everyone, let us exit first," Liu Chun shouted, raising his brow. "Understood." With that, the group swiftly utilized their abilities to escape the factory. The assailant must undoubtedly be the Spade Pika from the Don Quixote family, a user of the Sure fruit, capable of controlling all stones. This ability is formidable, yet its wielder is not particularly strong. In an instant, Liu Chun appeared beside Rebecca, lifting her effortlessly. "We must go." Hum. Rebecca nodded affectionately, seemingly accustomed to his actions. Moments later, the group successfully fled the factory. Looking up, they beheld the entire factory, along with the palace of Dressrosa, rising into the air, ascending hundreds of meters. As all the stone structures of Dressrosa underwent significant upheaval, buildings crumbled and scattered as if an earthquake were occurring. Once the tremors subsided, a highland formed on Dressrosa Island, with the palace of Dressrosa perched atop it. What has transpired? What is happening? At that moment, the group remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only suspecting that it was likely the handiwork of Doflamingo and his crew. Liu Chun gazed toward the distant mountains, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his kin Bunchika Haki sensed an anomaly. Extending his right hand, he grasped several threads that came flying from above. Other pirate strongmen also noticed the disturbance and severed the threads, descending upon them. However, many of the weaker individuals fell under the control of the threads, turning upon one another in chaos. "Elder Heiyi, what is happening?" Bartolomeo inquired, perplexed. Liu Chun replied, "It is Doflamingo's ability, Parasite Thread. Once struck by these threads, one is ensnared and controlled by Doflamingo. It is a terrifying power." "I see," Bartolomeo responded. Meanwhile, a massive thread birdcage enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa, though it had yet to begin contracting. However, these threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through buildings or any other objects. Moreover, it appeared that nothing could sever them. Chapter 170, 1 Billion Berries Thunderstorm. Doflamingo intends to take the entire populace of Dressrosa down with him. Suddenly, a curtain composed of threads manifested in midair, with Doflamingo appearing before the crowd, holding his Den Mushi, announcing to the entire island, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Doflamingo. I am acutely aware of the seething hatred you harbor for me. Now, we can commence a game that could lead to my demise. I am currently within the palace. Anyone may come and attempt to slay me, or be slain by me. Should you succeed in taking my head, this game shall conclude. However, if no one can claim my head, the game shall persist, and all of you must perish. Of course, there exists another method to end the game. Eliminate the individuals I shall name next, all of them, without exception. Furthermore, whoever can kill one of them shall receive a substantial bounty from me. Upon finishing, the images of numerous individuals appeared on the curtain. Rebecca, Robin, and Violet were marked with a bounty of 100 million berries. Jairus and Zoro with 200 million berries. Luffy, Sabo, Law, and Riku with 300 million berries. And Hei Yi with a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. Even Liu Chun was somewhat taken aback. I have a bounty of 1 billion berries? What had been meticulously planned for over a decade was now undone by Hei Yi, that is, Liu Chun himself, consolidating all of Doflamingo's ire upon him alone. 1 billion berries, such a paltry sum. Elder Hei Yi is worth 20 billion berries. Bartolomeo exclaimed disdainfully. Ha! Liu Chun chuckled silently, turning to glance at the previously rescued toys who had reverted to their human forms. He noted the change in their gazes towards him, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, as though they were ready to devour him. They had completely forgotten who had rescued them, who had transformed them back into humans, and who had previously shouted Hei Ye's name. All that had transpired seemed to have been forgotten in their greed. Kill. Charge. For 1 billion berries. Slayedthe. Slayedthe. In an instant, countless pirates, marines, soldiers, and the citizens of Dressrosa surged toward Liu Chun, intent on his destruction. Such is the tragedy of human nature. Elder Hei Yi, allow me to deal with them. Bartolomeo was about to make his move when Liu Chun raised a hand to stop him. No need. They are but a rabble, and it is just the right time for me to stretch my muscles. All right, Elder Hei Yi, Bartolomeo acquiesced, immediately retreating to a safe distance. He knew well of Hei Yi's prowess. Should he strike, there would be no opportunity for him to intervene. Gazing at the array of assailants wielding various weapons, Liu Chun remained unfazed, a faint smile dancing upon his lips. Let me demonstrate the consequences of crossing me. With that, he gathered a tremendous force of lightning in his hands, which continued to coalesce, and then he thrust his hand skyward. Boom! Crackle! A powerful surge of lightning shot forth from his hands, arcing toward the heavens, casting its influence over the skies above Dressrosa, causing even the very fabric of reality to shift. The sky darkened, thick clouds roiling as thunder rumbled ominously, as if a monumental technique were brewing. Those who were preparing to charge forward sensed something amiss, halting in their tracks, bewildered. What is happening? Is it going to rain? I don't know. It seems to have been conjured by that pirate named Hei Yi. Liu Chun regarded the crowd with keen interest, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he uttered 2 words, thunderstorm. As soon as the words left his lips, the thunderclouds roiled, unleashing countless bolts of lightning in a relentless deluge, striking down with blinding speed, akin to an unending tempest of electric fury. Run! At that moment, the individuals below finally sensed the danger and began to flee. Unfortunately, their warning went uncompleted as they were struck down one after another by the rapidly descending bolts, collapsing in succession. Crackle! Crackle! The entire Dressrosa resonated with the sound of massive explosions, plumes of black smoke rising. Each plume signified a life claimed by the thunderstorm unleashed by Liu Chun. In mere moments, the storm subsided, yet all present remained ensnared in the aftermath of that overwhelming technique, unable to recover from its impact. Throughout the entirety of Slayedthe, tendrils of black smoke wafted through the air, instantly ushering in a profound silence. Silence. Liu Chun gazed at several charred figures before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Observing this, Rebecca bit her red lip, casting a glance at Liu Chun. Though her heart ached, she felt utterly powerless. All of this could be deemed self-inflicted. Had they not chosen to attack high, such a fate would not have befallen them. Hi, you truly live up to your reputation. This move is remarkably potent. Bartolomeo approached briskly, a grin plastered on his face. Merely a trifling matter. Lu Chun waved dismissively, his gaze shifting towards the distant high ground, where he presumed Minggu had witnessed the earlier spectacle. However, Minggu was likely engaged in combat with Luffy at this moment. It would be prudent to wait until Luffy had exhausted some energy before vanquishing Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. System reward: 2,000 energy points, with a skill upgrade of 1 level. Nevertheless, Lu Chun turned his attention to Qing Jiao and the others behind him, speaking earnestly. My friends, I must first secure the head of Don Quixote Doflamingo. You shall manage the subordinates of the Don Quixote family. Understood, Hai. Rest assured, they replied in unison. Having already regarded Lu Chun as their pillar of support, they had attempted to destroy the birdcage but found it utterly impervious. Just as Doflamingo had proclaimed, only by severing his head would this game of the birdcage come to a definitive end. Chapter 171. The Battle at the Royal Palace of Delisailaosa, Part 1. As he spoke, the group followed closely behind Lu Chun, rushing towards the palace ahead. Due to the formidable prowess Lu Chun had just displayed, the ordinary citizens dared not obstruct their advance, making their journey considerably easier. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the air. Fire Fist, Maramara no Mi. Following the sound, Lu Chun beheld a sea of flames not far away, where two familiar figures stood, Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, who were currently fending off the navy led by Fujitora. To his surprise, Ace had also arrived. It seemed that this world had shifted many plot lines due to his presence, though ultimately it would be rectified by the will of this world. Casting a fleeting glance, Lu Chun resumed his forward momentum. The most pressing task remained, to eliminate Doflamingo. All other matters could be set aside for the time being. Minutes later, a colossal silhouette emerged ahead, engaged in battle with Zoro. It was Pika. His immense physique boasted tremendous power in each punch. Alas, he lacked the ability to wield haki. Had he enveloped his entire body in it, his strength would have escalated to another level. Hi, do not flee. At that moment, Pika noticed the group headed toward the palace, determined to thwart their advance and prevent them from disrupting the young master's plans. Merging with the colossal stone giant, he transformed one of his massive arms and launched it with great speed towards Lu Chun and his companions. Let me handle this. I'm coming too. Qing Jiao and King of Punch, Elizabello II, were about to step forward. Yet, Lu Chun utilized the Marine Six Styles to instantaneously position himself before them, commanding, You two should proceed ahead. This fellow is mine. Understood. Seeing this, Qing Jiao and the others kept their silence, placing their complete trust in Lu Chun's capabilities, and sprinted straight ahead, undeterred by Pika's gigantic fist hurtling toward them. As for Lu Chun's decision to intervene, it was entirely prompted by the system's mission. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. System reward. Stop Pika. System reward: 200 energy points. According to the plot, it should have been the King of Punch and Qing Jiao who confronted Pika, but the system's insistence on Lu Chun stepping in must have its own significance. Undeniably beneficial overall. As Pika's enormous fist bore down, Lu Chun clenched his right fist, enveloping it with haki, and, with a powerful leap, shot forth like a cannonball, aiming directly at Pika's fist. Even the ground where he had been standing was left with a shallow crater due to the immense force. Boom! Fierce Tiger Fist. The potent haki coalesced around Lu Chun's fist, and with a mighty strike, he slammed it against Pika's colossal stone fist. Roar! The punch surged forth, akin to a massive tiger tearing into Pika's enlarged form. Boom! With a resounding crash, Pika's stone fist shattered like fragile glass, fissures spreading from the point of impact throughout his entire arm. In an instant, Pika's arm crumbled to dust, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro, who had been observing Lu Chun as he passed by, murmured to himself, So, he is high. His physical prowess is remarkable. Hey, I leave him to you. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Chun swiftly departed, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. System reward. 200 energy points. Zoro regarded Lu Chen's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow as a sense of familiarity washed over him. But he quickly shook it off and resumed his battle with Pika. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each reflecting the other. Lu Chen's speed was astonishing, allowing him to swiftly catch up with Qing Jiao and the others as they advanced toward the royal palace of Slayedthe. Although they encountered numerous pirates along the way, they dispatched them with ease, swiftly reaching the first level of the palace. Meanwhile, the officers of the Don Quixote family had also set forth, preparing to thwart Lu Chen and his companions. Upon arriving at the first level, Lu Chen spotted Luffy and his group still struggling to ascend. Due to the lack of assistance, they had remained stagnant on the first level. Now, with Qing Jiao and the others joining forces, they alleviated some of the pressure on Luffy and Law, though Law was still shackled by sea stone chains, unable to utilize his abilities. I entrust the officers of the Don Quixote family to you all. Today, let me claim the head of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Lu Chen declared solemnly. Very well, Hai. Be extra cautious. Bartolomeo, Qing Jiao, and the others responded in unison as they charged toward the Don Quixote officers. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Luffy sprinted upward, shouting to Lu Chen, Doflamingo must face my fists. Hee hee. Lu Chen chuckled. All right, let us see you test Doflamingo's strength first. He had been concerned about Luffy not reaching Doflamingo in time, but now it seemed Luffy could indeed be of some use. Luffy, do not blame your elder brother later. This is all for your own good. I hope you can rapidly enhance your strength. Soon, the two arrived at the second level. Although they encountered several officers from the Don Quixote family, the pirates who followed behind impeded them, enabling Lu Chen and Luffy to advance smoothly to the third level. The third level was shrouded in mist, resembling a world of fog, with visibility reduced to a mere 20 meters. While Lu Chen and his companions were momentarily taken aback, a crooked, massive toy emerged from the mist, wearing a black hat and towering at least 10 meters high. Though it bore no weaponry, its appearance was exceedingly grotesque. Character, Naodai Jaziwana. Position, a fruit. No level, C. Skills, crawling C, biting C. Bounty, and the Naodai Jaziwana crafted by Tanguo appeared, prompting Lu Chen to raise an eyebrow and murmur, that fellow is still alive. In the underground factory, he had forgotten to check on Tanguo's fate due to Circa's intervention. It was likely during that moment that Circa had rescued Tanguo. Yet Lu Chen still managed to eliminate Toribol, thus depriving Doflamingo of another ally. Suddenly, the Naodai Jaziwana crawled swiftly towards Lu Chen and Luffy. Rubber pistol. Luffy preemptively struck the Naodai Jaziwana with a punch, causing its head to detach. Yet, as he felled one Naodai Jaziwana, more emerged from the mist, surrounding Lu Chen and his companions. Chapter 172. The Battle at Dressrosa Palace. Part 2. Remarkably, the Naodai Jaziwana that had lost its head rose again, retrieved its head, and reattached it, joining the other toys in their assault on Lu Chen and his companions. Lu Chen scoffed, summoning brilliant arcs of lightning that manifested as successive orbs before him, resembling a barrage of cannonballs. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed them upon the advancing Naodai Jaziwana. Zzz. Each lightning orb that struck a toy engulfed it in flames, reducing it to charred remnants. Though these toys were impervious to pain and did not perish from losing their heads, they could still sustain damage, albeit with some difficulty. For instance, Luffy found himself hindered, as he had to carry Law, who was shackled with sea stone. Just as Lu Chen prepared to act, a figure appeared before them, wielding a sword and dispatching numerous toys with ease. Oh, someone has arrived. Glancing up, they beheld a figure clad in a red cloak, sporting a scar on his forehead. But most notably, he had a single leg. Character, Joisai. Position, none. Fruit, no level. Skills, swordsmanship B. Physical combat C. Bounty, 200 million berry. The newcomer was none other than the one-legged soldier toy, Joisai, Rebecca's father, whose bounty had risen to 200 million berry due to Doflamingo's machinations. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen as he looked at Joisai and said, You hold these toys off while I and he go to eliminate Doflamingo. Jaluisi raised an eyebrow and replied, no. There is someone I must kill on the 4th level of the palace. He must fall by my hand. This was not up for negotiation. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. He understood that Jaluisi referred to Diamante, a member of the Don Quixote family and the murderer of his wife. However, Diamante must be dealt with by Lu Chun himself, as Rebecca awaited him on the 4th floor. Even though Jaluisi was Rebecca's father, he could not disrupt Lu Chun's plans. What do you mean? Jaluisi frowned, perplexed. He had heard of the man's formidable reputation, the one who had liberated the citizens turned into toys. Shortly thereafter, all the Nodai Jaziwana were vanquished by the trio, and as they prepared to ascend to the 4th level of the palace, a figure emerged ahead, accompanied by a series of explosions. Boom! 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 Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and looked ahead to see a woman in a blue-black bodysuit, wearing a hat and possessing a slender figure, gracefully descending. Her sides adorned with wings fashioned from hands. Indeed, it was Robin descending from the heavens. The figure before them was clad in black armor-like attire, with a striking blue afro. Character, Gula Duc. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, bomb fruit. Level, skills, fruit development, a bounty. 34 million berry. It was Gula Duc. The bomb man, who had struck Robin down. Knight, it's you. Gula Duc exclaimed upon recognizing the formidable presence, aware of the reputation of the knight. Furthermore, their young master had ordered that upon encountering the knight, they should proceed to the palace without obstruction. This was for their safety and because Doflamingo desired to personally vanquish the knight. Ha! Lu Chun chuckled coldly, preparing to act. But Gula Duc stepped aside and said, you may pass, but the others must remain. I too wish to ascend, Luffy declared, disregarding Gula Duc's words and climbing upward. As soon as he touched the wall, Gula Duc activated a mechanism behind him, causing the section Luffy touched to bulge outward, which Luffy found rather convenient. That's nice, quite labor-saving. Boom! In the next moment, the bulging section exploded, sending both Luffy and Law crashing down. How amusing! Lu Chun chuckled lightly, quickly moving forward to catch Luffy and Law, preventing further injury. Soon, they would need both of them to wear down Doflamingo's stamina. It must be said that Doflamingo's strength was indeed formidable, particularly in his mastery of Devil Fruit. He surpassed most users and had even reached the stage of Devil Fruit Awakening. Thank you. Luffy steadied his straw hat, sincerely expressing gratitude before attempting to ascend once more. However, Lu Chun grasped his arm, pulling him back. Sending you along. Lu Chun smiled faintly and with a firm tug, drew Luffy back. At that moment, Luffy seemed to understand Lu Chun's intention, covering his mouth and beginning to blow air, inflating his rubbery abdomen like a gigantic balloon. Lu Chun clenched his fist, muscles bulging, and delivered a powerful punch to Luffy's belly. Boom! With a muffled sound, Luffy shot upward toward the 4th level like a bouncing ball, while Lu Chun propelled himself against the vertical wall, creating deep impressions with each step, hastening toward the 4th level, leaving behind a remark. Hey, one-legged fellow, you deal with that afro-headed one. You. Jaluisi found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at the Don Quixote cadre before him, and he could only raise his sword in combat, resolving to eliminate the man before him before ascending. Simultaneously, Robin joined forces with Jaluisi. I'll assist you. All right. Thus, the two engaged in combat with Gula Duc. In the 4th level of the palace, Lu Chun landed steadily, gazing ahead at a vast sea of sunflowers, where Rebecca stood amidst the blooms. Shortly thereafter, Luffy, carrying Law, landed beside him. Thank you. No need for thanks. You both go deal with Doflamingo. I shall follow shortly. Lu Chun smiled lightly. All right. After speaking, Luffy took the key from Lei Baika and unlocked Luo's sea stone handcuffs. Then, they proceeded together towards the 5th level of the palace. You are here too? Lei Baika inquired, gazing at Lu Chun's face hidden beneath the black cloak. Her voice tentative. Although he rarely spoke to the knight, his presence here suggested he might have something to say to her. Yes, we need to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo soon. But there is something else that must be done first, Liu Chun replied seriously. Chapter 173. The Battle at Dressrosa Palace, Part 3. Slayedthe looked at him with suspicion, wondering what else could possibly need to be done in this place. With that, Liu Chun advanced forward, activating his observation haki to scan the vast sunflower field, and finally discovered the person he was searching for. "Come out," he bellowed, yet there was no response. Only the empty expanse of sunflowers swaying in the wind. "What are you looking for?" Slayedthe stepped forward, puzzled. However, Liu Chun did not respond. Instead, a slight smile crept onto his lips. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands." As he spoke, his right hand began to gather the power of lightning, gradually forming 2 volleyball-sized orbs of silver light that emitted dazzling sparks. With a swift gesture, he propelled the lightning orbs into the sunflower sea, creating a white arc as they sped through. Suddenly, a man dressed in orange leaped from the flowers. It was Diamante, who had been hiding there. Upon seeing the lightning orbs approaching, he had no choice but to dodge. The orbs zipped past him at an incredible speed, his eyes wide as he tracked their movement. Just as he thought he had evaded the attack, Liu Chun's finger twitched, and the lightning orbs abruptly halted, changing direction to continue their pursuit of Diamante. "What?" Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. He attempted to swing his sword to deflect the orbs, but he seemed to have forgotten that the sword was also a conductor. At the moment of contact, the lightning orb coursed through the sword and into his body. "Zzz. Diamante screamed in agony, his body charred. Yet his strength was formidable enough to prevent him from being electrocuted to death. At that moment, Slayedthe's eyes turned red as she unsheathed her long sword and advanced step by step toward Diamante, her gaze filled with hatred. "It's you. You killed my mother. I will kill you." With a fierce cry, Slayedthe charged forward, determined to slay the man before her. Just as her sword was about to strike Diamante, he finally regained his senses, his eyes flashing as he raised his cloak to shield himself. Clang! The sword met the cloak as if striking steel, failing to harm Diamante in the slightest. The cloak was indeed made of steel, but thanks to Diamante's devil fruit ability, it had become surprisingly lightweight. Not only did it lack substantial weight, but it also boasted formidable defensive capabilities. "What?" Slayedthe's expression shifted slightly as she attempted another attack, but Diamante had already risen, swinging his lightweight sword toward her. The sword appeared delicate, yet it moved like a serpent, leaving Slayedthe with no opportunity to counterattack. It was a one-sided suppression. Just as Diamante's sword was about to strike Slayedthe, Liu Chun, who had been standing nearby, finally intervened. He appeared suddenly in front of Slayedthe, extending his right hand covered in armament haki to block Diamante's sword. Clang! Slayedthe shut her eyes in fear, bracing for the pain of death. But when she felt no harm, she slowly opened her eyes. There stood the familiar black silhouette before her, and her lips parted slightly. "It's you." He. Liu Chun smiled faintly. In an instant, his other hand, also enveloped in armament haki, shimmered with metallic brilliance as it struck Diamante's chest with tremendous force. "This is bad," Diamante exclaimed, hastily raising his cloak in defense. Yet, Liu Chun's punch was not something a mere steel cloak could withstand easily. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as Liu Chun's fist left an imprint on the cloak, breaking through it and landing heavily on Diamante's chest. The straightforward blow felt as though an immense weight had smashed into him. The tremendous impact sent Diamante crashing into the wall behind him, embedding him within it. Dust erupted from the wall, enveloping Diamante, who was already coughing up blood. "Are you all right?" Liu Chun inquired with a smile, extending a hand to help Slayedthe rise. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, placing her hand in his as he helped her up, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. "I'm glad you're okay. I will go capture Diamante for you." "Hey!" Before Slayedthe could finish her sentence, Liu Chun had vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow as he sprinted towards Diamante. In the blink of an eye, he appeared to be lifting a small chick, throwing Diamante at Slayedthe's feet. "Here, he has been thoroughly beaten and cannot resist. His fate is in your hands." With the murderer of her mother before her, Slayedthe's eyes glistened with tears as she raised her long sword, her hands trembling. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Slayedthe stared intently at Diamante, yet her sword remained suspended, burdened by overwhelming pressure, her voice barely a whisper. "Whoa. Kill him. He must be your enemy. You cannot show mercy to an enemy. Otherwise, it may be us who suffer the consequences." Seeing her distress, Lu Chen knelt beside Diamante, rummaging through his belongings until he finally produced a handgun, handing it to Slayedthe. "This is the gun he used to kill your mother. Use it to end his life." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Slayedthe halted her tears, her gaze resolute as if she had made a decision. She aimed the gun at Diamante's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired, the bullet striking Diamante in the head. As a blood hole appeared, the already unconscious Diamante met his demise. Notification: congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward: 1,000 energy points, sword technique level 1. Seeing the system's notification, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you." A long-lost smile graced Slayedthe's face. "It's nothing," Lu Chen replied. "Why did you help me?" Slayedthe asked, puzzled. She did not understand why Lu Chen had chosen to assist her, sensing that his earlier mention of a necessary task was somehow linked to aiding her. "Perhaps it is fate. I must take my leave now. There are still 2 individuals waiting for me above." With that, Lu Chen turned and departed, leaving Slayedthe with only his silhouette. As she gazed at Lu Chen's retreating figure, Slayedthe's mouth opened slightly, her foot poised to step forward. Yet the words remained unspoken. "Hey, be careful." Chapter 174. The Battle at Dressrosa Palace, Part 4. At the top of the palace. When Lu Chen arrived, the battle between Doflamingo and Luo, as well as Luffy, was nearing its conclusion. Particularly for Luo, one of his arms had been brutally severed, blood gushing forth. As for Luffy, after entering Gear 4th, his body had shrunk considerably, and he lay on the ground, panting heavily. "It seems you still cannot defeat Doflamingo," Lu Chen remarked lightly as he approached. "Hi." Luffy and Luo turned towards the source of the voice, suddenly recalling that another individual had accompanied them. "Hi. You have finally arrived." Upon seeing Hai, Doflamingo's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. This man, who had once invited him into his family, had now taken advantage of the chaos to slaughter several of his kin. He was eager to eliminate Hai on the spot, yet he would not allow such an easy death to come too swiftly. "Well, you arrived a tad late. Was it not your family member? What was his name again?" "Diamante, if I recall correctly." Dealing with him wasted a bit of time, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. "Humph." Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, fury evident, yet he suppressed his anger, for he was accustomed to provoking others' rage. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo finally calmed himself and spoke in a deep voice. "You shall pay for your actions. I am curious why you have refrained from revealing yourself. Could be due to your appearance? If that is the case, I could arrange for someone to help you with surgery. Otherwise, why is it that you have not shown your true face for years?" Doflamingo attempted to incite Lu Chen's anger, a tactic he often employed against his adversaries. "Are you trying to provoke me? If so, your assumptions are rather simplistic. I am not easily angered," Lu Chen replied with an air of tranquility. It is worth noting that his choice to don a black cloak was not due to any perceived ugliness, but rather a personal preference. "Huh!" Doflamingo scoffed, seemingly unconvinced. Suddenly, he raised both hands, forming a gesture akin to a gun, and initiated his attack. Gunshot thread. Countless thin threads, resembling bullets, shot forth from Doflamingo's fingers at high speed, possessing enough strength to pierce through bone. "Huh!" Lu Chen chuckled, his Kinbunchika haki fully activated, having anticipated Doflamingo's move. His body swayed as if intoxicated, effortlessly evading all the threads released by Doflamingo, none striking his form. 5 colored threads. Yet Doflamingo was not to be trifled with. Seizing the opportunity as Lu Chen dodged, he unleashed 5 different colored threads from each finger with incredible speed. These threads, sharp as wire, sliced through the ground beneath them. A total of 10 threads aimed directly at Lu Chen's position. Armament haki. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he enveloped his hands in armament hockey, successfully blocking the barrage of threads released by Doflamingo. However, the force of the impact caused him to slide several meters across the ground. Nevertheless, Lu Chen maintained an air of calmness, as if untouched by the assault. Both combatants possessed immense strength, rendering ordinary attacks insufficient to determine a victor. Unexpectedly, the threads controlled by Doflamingo reappeared before Lu Chen, rapidly advancing towards his head. As Lu Chen reached out to grasp them, the threads, forming a single rope, scattered into numerous fine strands, attacking various parts of his body. It must be said, Doflamingo's Ito Nomi abilities were indeed formidable, and Lu Chen's Raimei Nomi had little effect on him. Doflamingo's powers had awakened, allowing him to transform his entire body into threads, rendering lightning ineffective against him. Seeing no other option, Lu Chen could only retreat continuously to evade Doflamingo's relentless onslaught. However, the speed and potency of Doflamingo's threads were such that they relentlessly pursued him. He had no choice but to stand his ground, fully unleashing his armament hockey, covering his entire body. The threads struck Lu Chen, merely tearing his outer garments to shreds. However, Doflamingo's intentions seemed far from simple. As a multitude of threads appeared above Lu Chen, shredding his black hat and revealing his true visage. Beneath the black cloak was not an ugly countenance, but rather a delicate and handsome face, black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Lu Chen's visage from his previous life. It was known that in Blue Star, he was considered quite the heartthrob. At that moment, everyone beheld Lu Chen's true form, indelibly etched in their minds. Hai is so young, yet possesses such formidable strength. Where does he hail from? Observing the revealed face of Hai, Doflamingo fell into contemplation, his voice indifferent. I did not expect you to be so young, and you are not as ugly as I had presumed. I am not ugly. I merely wear this black cloak because I fear becoming too attractive and drawing too many admirers. Lu Chen jested. Instantly, Doflamingo's brow furrowed, no longer holding back. Determined to defeat Lu Chen directly, he barked, seeking death. As he spoke, he suddenly extended his hands backwards, from which several hundred nearly transparent threads erupted. Subsequently, all the threads intertwined, forming a thick column resembling a rope. The threads rapidly extended backwards, with a forward flick of Doflamingo's hands. The robust column shot forth like a swift blade towards Lu Chen's position. Super Striking Whip. Lu Chen activated his Kin Bunchika Haki and skillfully employed the Marine 6-style Soru to evade Doflamingo's assault, while the thick thread severed the very ground Lu Chen had occupied, slicing through with ease. It was akin to cleaving a watermelon. Large sections of the castle crumbled and fell below. Concurrently, a tremendous surge of lightning power began to gather within Lu Chen's hands. And with a flick of his right hand, a violent, dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth towards Doflamingo. 30 million volt Thunder Beast. The furious lightning coalesced mid-flight into a colossal beast with a gaping maw, hurtling towards Doflamingo at breakneck speed. Chapter 175. The Battle of Dressrosa Royal Palace. 5. The speed of the Thunder Beast was such that Doflamingo found himself unable to evade, and he could only brace himself for the blow. The thunderous force enveloped Doflamingo's position, erupting in a massive explosion. Boom! The ground was blasted into a deep crater. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed. Suddenly, through the haze, a figure emerged, unmistakably Doflamingo. As the smoke cleared, Doflamingo appeared before the crowd, his entire being transformed into threads, insulating him from the lightning. He bore no injuries whatsoever. Yeah. Doflamingo grinned, emitting an evil and triumphant laugh. Hi. You are still too weak. My devil fruit has awakened, rendering your abilities ineffective against me. As he spoke, Doflamingo, his body entwined in silk threads, gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded slightly. That previous move was merely a test. With the awakening of the devil fruit, the strength of its wielder would naturally increase significantly. If that is the case, then let me defeat you with my fists. Suddenly, Lu Chen's fists were enveloped in armed haki as he executed the Marine 6 style Zhu. stomping the ground to create a deep pit. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch infused with armed haki directly to Doflamingo's face. Bang! The speed was so astounding that Doflamingo had no time to react. He took the blow squarely, blood spattering forth, and the crimson glasses he wore shattered. He was sent flying, tumbling several times before managing to stabilize himself with the silk threads in his hands. Doflamingo slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Heavenly Knight, you seek death." At this moment, he realized that the true strength of Heavenly Knight lay not only in his devil fruit ability, but also in his physical prowess. That last punch had left him with a throbbing headache. If he allowed Heavenly Knight to close in again, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose, especially after exhausting considerable stamina in his previous battles against Luffy and Law. Utilizing the devil fruit's powers also consumed energy. Fierce Tiger Fist. Lu Chun chuckled softly. Gathering formidable haki in his right fist, the dark energy coalescing as he thrust his fist forward towards Doflamingo. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, forming a gigantic black tiger that opened its massive jaws to pounce upon Doflamingo. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo's brow furrowed tightly as he sensed the might of that punch. He immediately spread his arms, unleashing hundreds, even thousands of transparent silk threads that rapidly formed a vast defensive web. The diameter of this protective net spanned several hundred meters, perfectly capable of enveloping all of Lu Chen's unleashed attack. Roar! The fierce tiger fist collided with the enormous web Doflamingo had released, producing a resounding roar. The tiger seemed eager to claw its way through Doflamingo's restraints. The overwhelming energy rippled outward, while Doflamingo desperately controlled the web, pulling sideways to redirect the force of the attack. Bang! That relentless punch struck the buildings behind Doflamingo, demolishing several structures before the energy finally dissipated. Impressive. Doflamingo's brow tightened. Realizing he could no longer hold back, his opponent was not significantly weaker than himself. He then placed his hand on the ground, causing the earth beneath his palm to transform into white silk threads, gradually extending forward. The entire ground around him and the surrounding buildings he touched turned into white threads, completely under his control. Raging white threads, Doflamingo exclaimed, as countless white threads converged, transforming into tentacle-like attacks that spiraled towards Lu Chun from all directions, resembling a closing lotus flower. Marine Six Styles, Moonwalk. Witnessing this, Lu Chun swiftly propelled himself off the ground, using the moonwalk to evade Doflamingo's onslaught. However, Doflamingo's attacks were relentless, overwhelming Lu Chun and nearly ensnaring him within the endless white threads. As Lu Chun ascended, he evaded Doflamingo's strikes, but when he reached an adequate height, he halted. Yet, countless white threads surged towards him, forming sharp spikes that surrounded Lu Chun as if to pierce him completely. Bang! Observing the impact on the airborne Heavenly Knight, Doflamingo smirked wickedly, proclaiming, "Heavenly Knight, you have ultimately failed to reach that threshold." As his words fell, a far greater power erupted from the area engulfed in white threads, shattering them into fragments. Moments later, Lu Chun, radiating a golden glow, appeared before everyone. His body riddled with wounds, yet he had elementalized himself, successfully evading Doflamingo's attacks. Realized Divine Palm. Lu Chun extended his right hand, channeling a powerful strike infused with armed and conqueror's haki downwards towards Doflamingo. The immense pressure descended, pinning Doflamingo to the ground, causing the earth beneath to crack under such overwhelming force. Doflamingo roared in fury, realizing he could not escape. With a sweeping motion, thousands of white threads erupted from the ground, all covered in armed haki, launching at Lu Chen's colossal golden palm. Bang! Instantly, a massive wave of energy detonated in the air, sweeping outward. The surrounding structures shattered under the force, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The overwhelming energy surged around the two, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. "Get down!" Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he exerted more pressure, unleashing SSS-grade Conqueror's Haki that cascaded down towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki. The two Haki waves collided, the crimson aura flickering in the air like countless arcs of lightning. Alas, in the end, Lu Chen's Conqueror's Haki proved superior, as the massive golden palm crushed Doflamingo's white threads, delivering a resounding blow upon him. Chapter 176. The Battle at Dressrosa Royal Palace, Part 6, Bang. A deafening explosion resonnated. The entire surface of Dressrosa Island trembled, with countless clods of earth flying about, as if a tremendous earthquake had erupted from Lu Chen's position. Doflamingo was enveloped in a massive cloud of dust, yet a large imprint of a hand could be discerned. Although Doflamingo's current state remained obscured, Lu Chen glanced upward at the birdcage suspended in mid-air, which had yet to disperse. This indicated that Doflamingo had not met his demise and was still alive. Suspended in mid-air, Lu Chen dared not relax for a moment, fixating intently on Doflamingo below, murmuring to himself, "His vitality is remarkably resilient. Has he somehow shielded himself from my attack?" That fleeting moment was far too brief. Even Lu Chen could not discern how Doflamingo had survived his onslaught. After a moment, as the dust cleared, the true form emerged below, not Doflamingo, but rather a sphere composed of white threads. Despite the sphere being deflated, it was evident that Doflamingo was concealed within, though his precise condition remained unknown, even with the formidable defense of his devil fruit's white threads. The overwhelming force of the Haki would inevitably inflict damage upon Doflamingo. Enveloped within the white threads, Doflamingo had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet a flicker of consciousness lingered within him. Suddenly, Doflamingo opened his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them as he commanded the white threads to mend his internally injured organs. If he did not repair himself swiftly, he would certainly face another assault from the darkness, leaving him with but one outcome: defeat. At that moment outside, Lu Chen had sensed the anomaly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Doflamingo, you shall ultimately fall by my hand." Lu Chen understood the principle of striking when one's opponent was vulnerable. He would not grant his adversary any opportunity for a counterattack. With that, an immense surge of energy and pressure erupted from him, sweeping outward. The surrounding environment trembled under the force of his furious energy, as if on the verge of collapse. The overwhelming energy detonated in the air, cascading towards the ground where the myriad of Buddhas gathered for worship. Panic surged within Doflamingo as he noticed Lu Chen was about to strike again. Had he torn away the birdcage sooner, perhaps Lu Chen would not have acted so swiftly. The fault lay in Doflamingo's insatiable greed, his refusal to acknowledge defeat, and his desire to prolong the game. Meanwhile, everyone within the Palace of Dressrosa observed the ongoing battle not only because it pertained to their very lives, but also due to the dwindling time left for the birdcage. It was nearing closure. If the conflict did not cease soon, they would all perish. Suddenly, Lu Chen closed his eyes, radiating a dazzling golden aura as he gazed down at Doflamingo, unleashing a colossal golden palm aimed directly at him. What appeared to be a mere hand was, in fact, a flurry of strikes, generating countless golden imprints as though 1,000 warriors were attacking simultaneously. The technique was the Buddha's palm, a manifestation of divine power. At that moment, Doflamingo finally emerged from the circle formed by the white threads, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the 16 divine bullets of execution. From the ground surged 16 strands of tightly coiled white threads, imbued with the power of Haki, hurtling towards Lu Chen in a swift assault. However, Lu Chen's massive golden palms were equally formidable, intercepting all of Doflamingo's Haki-infused threads. The two forces collided midair, unleashing fierce waves of energy that erupted and reverberated through the atmosphere, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Under Lu Chen's overwhelming offensive, Doflamingo, already grievously injured, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. The 16 powerful hockey-coated threads were knocked to the ground by the immense golden palms, driven deep into the earth. Doflamingo could muster no further strength to control them, as more golden palms descended upon him relentlessly. One strike followed another without pause. The ground, already riddled with damage, began to collapse under the relentless blows, reducing the surrounding structures to mere dust and rubble. Meanwhile, the populace of Doflamingo's kingdom could only watch the chaos unfold, obscured by the clouds of dust, utterly unaware of the battle's outcome. As the crowd held their breath, anticipating the final result, whether life or death, suddenly, a cry rang out among them. The birdcage is gone. It's truly gone. We have won. Victory belongs to the darkness. In an instant, the entire kingdom of Dressrosa erupted into jubilant celebration, reveling in their hard-won triumph, scarcely pausing to consider Lu Chen's condition. Only Rebecca and Violet, closest to the fray, hurried towards the battlefield, searching for the figure of the darkness. "Darkness, are you still there?" they called out anxiously. Suddenly, from the haze of smoke ahead, a familiar voice emerged. "What's the matter? Did you miss me?" At the sound, Rebecca and Violet rushed towards the voice, discovering a familiar silhouette standing resolutely amidst the chaos. "Darkness, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Coughing, Lu Chen expelled a mouthful of blood, loosening the grip on his injured arm, murmuring, "Doflamingo is indeed powerful. I've been wounded." A significant hole had been pierced into his arm by Doflamingo's white threads. Yet fortunately, it was not life-threatening and would heal with a few days of rest. "That wound is severe. I will fetch the princess to treat you," Violet said, her brow furrowing as she prepared to seek the princess of the little people. Chapter 177. The Battle of the Dressrosa Palace. Complete. Rebecca remained by Lu Chen's side, gazing at the horrifying wound, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gently inquired, "Does it hurt?" "It is a wound. It will hurt as all wounds do," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Then how can you feel more comfortable?" Rebecca bit her cherry lips, suddenly realizing her question was misplaced. "The wound feels like fire, burning and stinging. If you could blow on it, perhaps it would ease the pain." "All right." Without hesitation, Rebecca stepped beside Lu Chen, brushing her hair aside as she prepared to blow gently on his wound. As she did so, a soft smile graced Lu Chen's face, finding her intentions sweetly innocent. "Do you feel any better?" Rebecca asked between breaths. "I feel much improved," Lu Chen responded. "Then let me blow a little more." Just then, Violet returned with a little people princess in tow. Upon witnessing Rebecca and Lu Chen's intimate scene, she froze in place. "Rebecca, what are you?" Violet." Hearing the voice, Rebecca's cheeks flushed as she stood shyly, her head lowered, unsure of what to say. "Oh, have you brought someone to treat my wounds?" Lu Chen quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Yes." At that moment, Violet recalled the more pressing matter and turned to the little people princess, earnestly stating, "Princess, please help heal the darkness. If not for him, we would never have liberated Dressrosa. Of course it is my duty." The little people princess, Manchueli, replied softly. The princess approached Lu Chen's wound, activating her healing fruit powers, and radiant waves of white energy enveloped his injury. Soon, Lu Chen felt a cool sensation at the wound, followed by a slight itch, signaling its healing process. In an instant, the wound was entirely mended, restored to its previous state. However, the princess appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion pale, stating, "It's done." "Thank you." Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. It is merely my duty." With that, Manchueli continued her efforts to heal the remaining citizens. Lu Chen observed the departing Manchueli, harboring a desire to recruit her into his pirate crew. Yet he lamented that she was unlikely to agree. Swiftly, he leaped to a higher vantage point, surveying the entirety of Dressrosa, under the leadership of King Liku. The populace was actively striving for their own salvation, while the pirates appeared to be converging in a singular direction. As for Doflamingo, he had long since perished beneath Lu Chen's formidable assault. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Choose one skill to elevate by one major level. One must admit, the awakening of Doflamingo's fruit was indeed powerful, with few capable of developing their abilities to such an extent. Moments later, a multitude of pirates, including Bartolomeo, Qingjiao, and Cao Wendixu, gathered before Luchin, encircling him with solemn expressions tinged with respect. One might mistakenly assume they intended to besiege him. Senior High, I never imagined your true appearance to be so formidable, and your strength remains unparalleled. Bartolomeo chuckled. Not excessively strong, but sufficient to deal with Dufulangming, Luchin humbly replied. Hi, we are grateful for your life-saving intervention. Had it not been for you, we would likely have perished beneath this birdcage. Indeed, to express our gratitude, I am prepared to join your pirate crew. Yes, I too wish to join. Count me in. Numerous pirates raised their hands, eager to join High's crew. Everyone. Luchin raised his hand to silence the crowd and proclaimed, First, I must express my gratitude for your recognition of my strength. However, I must inform you that currently, my crew consists solely of myself, so please consider this carefully. Ha ha ha. Senior High, though you are alone, once we join, you shall no longer be by yourself. Indeed, we are all here. Hearing this, the pirates remained undeterred in their desire to join. Witnessing their enthusiasm, a subtle smile crept upon Luchin's lips as he glanced towards the distant Waialiite and declared joyfully, In that case, I shall graciously accept your companionship. As long as my brothers follow me, you shall enjoy abundant rewards, and none shall dare to harm you. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Bartolomeo waved his hand, instructing the surrounding pirates, Quick, fetch some wine. We shall toast to our newfound brotherhood here. Very well. With that, the pirates eagerly scoured the area for wine. Seizing the opportunity, Luchin approached Wayol, a smile gracing his face as he said, Let's go. Where to? Wayol inquired, her brows furrowed in suspicion. Were we not in agreement? You were to join my pirate crew. Do you intend to renege on that promise? Luchin's displeasure was evident. Me? Wayol's expression froze. Taken aback that Hai still sought her companionship in his crew, especially when so many formidable pirates were already present. She had assumed Luchin would no longer seek her out. Indeed, who else could it be? Luchin asserted. Very well. At once, Wayol's countenance brightened as she followed Luchin, only to suddenly recall their agreement from that fateful night. Realizing that she aspired not only to be a member of Hai's crew, but also to belong to him in a deeper sense. As this thought crossed her mind, Wayol's pace slowed, her cheeks flushing, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Before long, the pirates returned with fine wine, pouring it for all present, including Wayol. Everyone, raise your cups, Luchin declared, lifting his large bowl. With that, the others followed suit, raising their vessels. After this toast, we shall be one family, united within the High pirate crew. Cheers! With a resounding command, Luchin led the others in drinking deeply, shattering their bowls upon the ground. Boom! 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 From this moment forth, we are one pirate crew. I trust that in the near future, the flag of the High pirate crew shall flutter across the vast seas. Luchin proclaimed, High pirate crew! High pirate crew! The other pirates echoed in fervent shouts. Chapter 178. The Establishment of the High Pirate Crew. After a brief respite, Luchin departed Delisluosa with the High Pirate Crew. However, the establishment of the High Pirate Crew and the tumultuous events in Delisluosa would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed throughout the New World. The name of the High Pirate Crew would inevitably spread, boasting a formidable roster of 630 members. Captain, Hi. First Mate, Wayol. Ship 1, Jume Pirate Crew, Captain, Cao Wendixu. Ship 2, Bateau Club, Captain, Bartolomeo. Ship 3, Babeo Water Army, Captain, Lao Tsai. Ship 4, Combat Gym Alliance, Captain, ADU. Ship 5, Dontata Clan, Captain, Liu Yu. Ship 6, Yubang Pirate Crew, Captain, Hyerding. Ship 7, Uatemalia Fleet, Captain, Aolong Busey. Such a vast assembly could be deemed a powerful pirate crew in the New World, though still lacking compared to the Four Emperors. Yet, they could certainly contend with the Four Emperors' crews. Thus, Luchin's mission to establish a pirate crew had finally come to fruition. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward, for 1,000 energy points. Choose 3 skills to elevate by 1 level. Senior High, where shall we go now? Bartolomeo inquired, puzzled. To seek a suitable base of operations that shall become our headquarters. Luchan replied with a smile. Do not ask questions. Follow this pointer. Understood. Set sail. Receiving the pointer, Luchan's ship led the way, with the other vessels closely trailing behind. With such a grand pirate crew, it was only fitting to engage in training and cultivate a spirited atmosphere. Except for Ship 5's Slayedthe, who remained in Slayedthe. The other 6 ships followed Luchan to their next destination. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and his companions continued their journey aboard their own vessel. As time passed, news of High-S ruckus in Slayedthe and the establishment of the high pirate crew spread like wildfire throughout the New World. Moreover, during the battle in Slayedthe, the likes of Fire Fist AC, Straw Hat Lu Fei, Surgeon of Death Law, and Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabo all made their appearances, drawing the attention of nearly every faction in the New World. Even the former Marine Admiral Fazazin Gua personally arrived in Slayedthe, in the New World, at the new Marine headquarters. Damn it! Hi! How dare you cause such chaos in Slayedthe and Slayedthe? How am I to explain this to the Gorosei? Akainu seethed with rage, his teeth grinding, itching to eliminate Hai at that very moment. Originally, the Straw Hat crew and the remnants led by AC were already a source of great annoyance. Now, with the emergence of the high pirate crew, their strength was alarmingly formidable. They were evidently on the path to becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and Akainu felt utterly powerless to intervene. Kapu also caught sight of the newspaper featuring Heiyi, and his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "What is this lad up to? How has he come a look this way? Has he obtained yet another devil fruit?" He had long been aware that Heiyi was, in fact, Luchan, and he had subsequently learned that he had consumed 2 devil fruits. Now discovering that he had ingested a 3rd was hardly surprising. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile graced Kapu's lips. "Ah well, I shall inquire directly when I next encounter this fellow." On Daughter Island, Hancock clutched the newspaper featuring Heiyi, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she exclaimed, "How is my brother, Luchan, transformed like this? Is it through disguise? Nevertheless, he still looks incredibly handsome." In Marineford, Ein sat in Luchan's office, occupying the chair he often used, holding the very newspaper about Heiyi. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to a more distant spot, a gentle smile adorning her face as she softly cautioned, "Be careful." Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region of the New World, several ships sailed across the waters. A figure lounged on the deck, basking in the sun while sipping fine wine. "Heiyi, look, your bounty has increased again, now reaching 3.5 billion berries." Bartolomeo approached Luchan with the updated bounty notice, beaming with enthusiasm. Another increase, yet still falls short of the Yonko's bounties. Luchan waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, he was undoubtedly among the mightiest of the supernovas, with no one able to rival him. Indeed, Heiyi is formidable. It won't be long before he ascends to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Bartolomeo continued. "Gather all the captains for a meeting," Luchan suddenly declared. "Understood." "Heiyi," Bartolomeo replied, promptly utilizing a din-din mushi to summon the other ship captains to the flagship. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. System reward: 8,000 energy points, 1 martial skill." In the main conference room of the flagship, 6 captains, the vice captain, and Captain Heiyi were all present, sitting upright and awaiting their captain's orders. Since everyone is here, I shall dispense with pleasantries. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the establishment of our Black Knight pirate cruise base. I have decided to set our headquarters on Hive Island, Luchan stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, astonishment swept across the faces of those present. "Captain, are you referring to the former base of the Rocks Pirates? I've heard it is currently occupied by the Blackbeard Pirates, and they're no small fry." Only that location is worthy of Heiyi. He is destined to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. While the group engaged in lively discussion, none voiced dissent, all knowing that a fierce battle awaited them. The Blackbeard Pirates are of no concern. Our goal is to eradicate them entirely and establish Hive Island as the headquarters of our Black Knight pirate crew," Lu Chan said with a serious demeanor. The task of defeating Blackbeard was not only a mission from the system, but also a personal objective for him. If he did not eliminate the Blackbeard pirates, his grandfather Kapu might fall victim to them. They would only grow stronger, and it was better to strike first. "Yes, Captain. Following you. We fear nothing from the Blackbeard pirates." Indeed, the captains were filled with fervor, though Violet bore a hint of concern on her face. Having been part of the Don Quixote family, she had heard tales of the Blackbeard pirates, notorious for harboring many wicked pirates and an escaped marine admiral, Akiji. Chapter 179, Hive Island, the Blackbeard Pirates. "Very well. Since you all are resolute, I shall not hesitate. I will take on Blackbeard and Akiji, while I entrust the other captains of the Blackbeard pirates to you," Lu Chun stated firmly. The Blackbeard pirates had 10 captains, having dealt with one in Dressrosa, leaving 9 remaining. With only 6 captains on Lu Chen's side, pressure loomed, especially since Leo of the Little People had to remain in Dressrosa to assist with city construction. "Captain, rest assured, we will handle this matter." "Yes, you are confronting 2 foes. Surely we can manage the rest?" "Indeed, Captain, have faith in us." The captains nodded in agreement, exuding confidence. "With your assurances, I feel at ease." Lu Chan smiled, though inwardly he worried about their strength in facing the Blackbeard pirates' formidable captains, particularly Shiryu of the Rain. However, with Violet present, he felt somewhat reassured. After concluding the meeting, Lu Chan sent everyone off to prepare, leaving only Violet behind. She approached him, concern etched on her face, asking, "Are we truly going to Hive Island?" "Yes, are you worried?" Lu Chan discerned her unease. "Indeed, Blackbeard is not so easily dealt with," Violet said, biting her cherry lips as she hesitated. "Do not fret, trust in your man. I would not choose to confront Blackbeard unless I were confident. This time, you must be wary of another individual," Lu Chan replied with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. "Who?" "Shiryu of the Rain." Violet's expression turned to one of surprise. She was aware of the significance of that name. One of the 2 aces from Impel Down. Now part of the Blackbeard pirates. According to my information, he has likely acquired the transparent fruit. Should he fully awaken its abilities? Only your powers may be able to perceive him, Lu Chun stated earnestly. "Very well. I shall keep a close watch on him." Violet nodded resolutely. Indeed, Lu Chun slightly inclined his head, gazing out at the sea, though he had previously eliminated the original user of the transparent fruit. The nature of this world suggested that certain events were inescapable. Shiryu might still acquire that fruit, which was why Lu Chan needed Violet to join the Black Knight pirate crew, as it was also the reason Kapu had fallen victim to an ambush on Hive Island. Furthermore, if Hive Island could indeed be conquered, it would serve as the ideal stronghold for the Black Knight pirate crew. Days later, the Black Knight pirate crew's fleet drew closer to Hive Island, the silhouette of the island becoming discernible. The vast island was dotted with yellow hillocks resembling a beehive, and a colossal skull loomed above it. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's voice rang out from the deck. "Captain, we are approaching Hive Island." "Excellent." Lu Chan nodded slightly, and alongside Violet, emerged from the cabin onto the deck. Gazing at the approaching Hive Island, a faint smile graced his lips. "At last, we have arrived." He then turned to the 6 captains beside him, his expression serious as he inquired, "How prepared are we? A fierce battle lies ahead." "Captain, we are fully prepared. It has been far too long since our last battle. We are itching for action." "Yes, this will be our first battle since the formation of the Black Knight pirate crew. We cannot afford to lose. Let's annihilate the Blackbeard pirates." Bartolomeo and the other 6 captains were filled with anticipation. "Ha ha, splendid." Lu Chun laughed heartily, gazing ahead as he proclaimed, "All ships, full speed ahead. Destination, Fengchao Island." "Yes, full speed ahead. Full speed ahead." With a single command, all vessels surged toward Fengchao Island. Simultaneously, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirates on Fengchao Island noticed the approaching ships and hurried to report to their captain. "Hey, you stay here and keep watch. I'm off to inform the captain." "All right." With that, a pirate swiftly dashed into the depths of Fengchao Island. Captain, pirate ships are heading our way." The pirate exclaimed breathlessly as he ran. Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brow slightly and grinned, inquiring, Which pirate is it? He presumed it might be another pirate seeking to join his ranks. The Black Knight pirate crew had dozens of ships at their disposal. The pirate underling gasped for breath. Upon hearing this, Teach narrowed his eyes with a smile and remarked, "So many have come. Their intentions cannot be good. Let us go see for ourselves." Understood. With that, several captains followed closely behind him to investigate personally. Teach's previous encounter with the Black Knight was during the War of the Best. Though he remained unaware that Black Knight was actually Lu Chun. Few knew this secret. Those who did were mostly dead. Slayedthe. Lu Chun led the entirety of the Black Knight pirate crew ashore at Fengchao Island, yet did not rush to enter. "Captain, I was already aware this place's incredibly complex terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. It certainly appears to be as such," someone remarked. "With so many hives, entering without a map could easily lead us astray." Indeed, the crew marveled at the extraordinary craftsmanship of Fengchao Island. "Therefore, let us refrain from entering recklessly for now. We shall wait outside for the Blackbeard pirates to emerge," Lu Chun suggested with a slight nod. It should be noted that even Absalom, who possessed the transparent fruit, faced death upon infiltrating Fengchao Island, having his powers seized by Blackbeard. Of course, it was also possible that Absalom was simply too weak, as before Blackbeard, all fruit abilities were rendered ineffective. Suddenly, several figures emerged from Fengchao Island, led by none other than Marshal D. Teach, captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Following him were several captains, Lafitte, Van Augur, Poison Q, and Katarina Devon. Among them, Lu Chun's attention was particularly drawn to the individual wearing a hat and missing a leg, Akiji. Many speculated that Akiji had joined the Blackbeard pirates as a naval spy. But this remained mere conjecture. The truth was likely known only to Akiji himself. One could only wonder what insights Akiji had gleaned following that monumental battle. Chapter 180. The Black Knight Pirates vs. the Blackbeard Pirates. To think he chose to join the Blackbeard Pirates. Yet today, he stood opposed to Akiji. Regardless of Akiji's thoughts, it seemed today would be a gamble. Who would have thought the infamous Black Knight would grace my humble abode, and with such a multitude? What does this signify? Teach grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Your reputation is hardly less than mine," Lu Chun replied with a subtle smile. Teach let out a sinister laugh and inquired, "Black Knight, we are both pirates. There is no need for pretense. What is your purpose in coming to my stronghold?" "Quite simply, to kill you," Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. At this declaration, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were taken aback. Never had anyone dared to speak so plainly to Blackbeard. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to utter such words?" They scorned. "Do not think that just because your bounty is high, you are powerful. Before our captain, you are nothing." Their bravado was palpable, eager to engage. Yet several captains refrained from taking action. Akiji cast a glance at Black Knight, raising an eyebrow. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not place it. It was as if Black Knight were someone he knew, an unshakable intuition. Teach's demeanor grew icy as he retorted, "You come from afar merely to claim my head. Is that not audacious? Do you truly believe my Blackbeard pirates are pushovers?" "Not audacious, merely a sudden desire to end your life. And I happen to be in need of a suitable base," Lu Chun continued. Upon hearing this, Teach's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "You think killing me will establish your reputation for the Black Knight pirates? It won't be that easy to kill me, Blackbeard." "Oh," Lu Chun began. But his kin Bunchiko Haki suddenly sensed a hint of danger. His companion, Violet, also seemed to notice something, urgently shouting, "Captain, be careful." Instantly, Lu Chun clenched his fists, coating them with Busashoka Haki, shimmering with a metallic sheen, and struck forward with a punch. "Get lost." Boom! A deafening sound echoed as his black fist struck what appeared to be empty space. Yet something impeded its advance. A powerful force surged from the point of impact, and Lu Chun realized there was indeed someone present. Without needing further explanation, it was undoubtedly Shiryu of the Rain. When Teach and the others had emerged, he had not seen Shiryu, so he had remained vigilant, and it appeared his caution was warranted. "Shiryu, with the devil fruit, you have taken to ambushes, have you?" Lu Chun sneered. As his words fell, Shiryu's form gradually materialized before him. his sword poised in confrontation with Lu Chun. Character: Shiryu of the Rain. Position: Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Fruit: Transparent fruit. Level: SS. Skills: Fruit Development S. Swordsmanship SS. Busashoka Haki SS. Bounty 1. 03. Bienvenidos a... Shiryu chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and retreated swiftly. He had indeed not anticipated that the pirate Black Knight possessed such formidable strength, capable of detecting his presence in a timely manner. Moreover, the woman behind Black Knight seemed equally adept at sensing him. Was it due to her fruit ability? Or was there something else at play? Captain, are you unharmed? Violet inquired with concern. She had been positioned behind Lu Chun, utilizing her fruit ability to assess the situation ahead. Upon spotting the individual targeting Lu Chun, she had immediately called out a warning. I am fine, Lu Chun waved dismissively, casting a smile at Blackbeard. You still favor your underhanded tactics, as always. One must win at all costs, regardless of the means, Teach replied with a grin. Attack! Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he gestured lightly. Yes, Captain. With his command, the entire Black Knight pirate crew surged forward, launching an assault against the Blackbeard pirates. Countless pirates rushed past Lu Chun, swiftly engaging the enemy. Charge! Di immediately summoned the Blackbeard crew to charge forward. Yet both he and Lu Chun remained stationary, showing no haste to engage. Let us change the venue. This place is ill-suited for our battle, Lu Chun proclaimed. Agreed, replied Tiki with a nod. After all, this was his stronghold, and he did not wish for the island to suffer damage due to the conflict with Hai. Just as they were about to depart, Tiki suddenly recalled something and called out to Qingji, who was not far away. Qingji, join us. Let's see just how formidable this Hai truly is. Tiki was uncertain of Hai's strength, but knew he had defeated Doflamingo and taught Akainu a lesson. Hence his power could not be underestimated. Bringing Qingji along would not only assist him, but also ensure that this powerful individual would not obliterate Hai Violent. A soft chuckle escaped Lu Chun's lips as he remained silent. For this was precisely what he wished to see. Blackbeard accompanied by Qingji would alleviate considerable pressure on his pirate crew, and moreover, Qingji was a unique entity in his own right. Very well, Qingji replied succinctly, trailing behind Tiki and Lu Chun. After a moment, the trio arrived at a desolate expanse on the eastern side of Hai Violent. Hi, you have chosen a rather fitting graveyard for yourself. Should you wish to join my Blackbeard pirates, I might consider sparing you, Tiki remarked with interest. Dream on, Lu Chun scoffed. Humph. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Once I slay you, I shall claim your thunder fruit, which is indeed quite formidable, Tiki retorted coldly. He was still seething from not acquiring Whitebeard's tremor fruit last time, and had yet to select a better fruit. Oh, if you desire my fruit, you must first prove your worth, Lu Chun replied, his demeanor unflinching. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiki wasted no time and directed his gaze towards Qingji, commanding, let us attack together, eliminate him. Very well, Qingji began to respond, but Lu Chun interjected, Admiral Qingji, why the rush? Perhaps we should first witness this. With that, Lu Chun suddenly drew a long sword from his system backpack. It was the demon sword, SlayedThe, now elevated to the supreme blade. Upon its emergence, the blade exuded a terrifying aura of bloodlust and an insatiable thirst for carnage, as if it were eagerly anticipating the taste of blood. Since the last time he had summoned SlayedThe, a considerable span had elapsed, and the sword seemed to bear some semblance of ire. All right, today you shall engage in battle, Lu Chun reassured the sword. Upon hearing this, SlayedThe gradually calmed, returning to its former state. However, upon witnessing the familiar longsword, both Qingji and Tiki displayed expressions of astonishment, fixating their gazes on Lu Chun's face and the enchanted blade in his grasp. Who exactly are you? How did you come into possession of that demon sword? Tiki questioned, a hint of incredulity in his tone. Hee. Lu Chun merely smiled and remained silent, allowing Tiki to speculate, before turning his attention to Qingji, asking, do you not wish to know who I am? You seem to have already revealed that to me. Qingji replied, shaking his head. Very well. Would you grant me the favor of standing aside while I deal with this Blackbeard? His existence is a threat to both of us, Lu Chun continued. Certainly. Qingji agreed readily, leaving Tiki visibly displeased as he chided. Qingji, what do you mean by that? Are you contemplating betrayal? I merely wish for you to have a fair duel. Qingji clarified, then stepped back to a considerable distance, observing Lu Chun and Tiki while keeping watch over their surroundings. Should anyone approach, he would be poised to intervene. Today marks your demise, Tiki, Lu Chun declared with a devilish grin, slowly raising Slayedthe to deliver a seemingly ordinary slash. The sword's energy sliced through the air with remarkable speed, aimed directly at Tiki. Armament Haki. Tiki, however, was no novice. He swiftly hardened his arms with Haki, bracing for the blow. Boom! The tremendous force still compelled Tiki to stagger back several paces before he could regain his footing. You seem a bit weak, Lu Chun taunted. All fruit abilities were rendered ineffective against Tiki's dark fruit, so he opted to rely on his most familiar swordsmanship. You're courting death, Tiki bellowed in fury. With that, his right hand was suddenly enveloped in a dark aura, the formidable power of his fruit manifesting as he unleashed the dark water. Instantly, the dark energy spread outward, creating a powerful gravitational pull that sought to draw Lu Chun toward it. Perhaps due to Lu Chun containing 3 devil fruits within him, the force was exceptionally strong. Even as he pressed his hands firmly against the ground, he felt himself being tugged closer. As a result, deep fissures formed in the earth beneath him. One sword style, draw slash. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he unsheathed Slayedthe, executing a swift slash. The crimson energy surged forth, not only immense in power, but also exceeding the speed of his previous strike. What? Tiki's expression shifted in surprise. Momentarily taken aback that Hai could still unleash a technique amidst such overwhelming gravitational force. He quickly sidestepped to evade Lu Chun's strike, which instead cleaved through a mound of earth behind him, slicing it cleanly in half. Hee. Lu Chun smirked, disdainful. You don't seem all that impressive either. Your dark fruit hasn't even awakened, has it? Were the dark fruit to awaken, it could potentially consume all, including techniques that did not stem from devil fruit powers. Unfortunately for Tiki, he had yet to reach that level of growth. And the tremor fruit he should have obtained during the Marineford War had been snatched away by Lu Chun. Had he acquired it, dealing with Blackbeard would have posed a significant challenge for Lu Chun. Damn it, Tiki seethed, realizing that escaping from Hai's clutches today would prove to be quite the arduous task. He spread his arms wide, unleashing the most potent technique of his dark fruit. Dark Hole. An abundance of dark, fluid-like energy cascaded from Tiki, resembling the murky waters of a sewer, rapidly advancing toward Lu Chun's position. This dark water was exceedingly sinister. Anything or anyone that came into contact with it would be sucked in, crushed, and absorbed into the darkness. Moreover, the range of this attack was expansive, making it difficult to evade. Naval 6, shave? Lu Chun chuckled lightly and immediately employed the Naval 6, vanishing from his position and avoiding Tiki's assault. However, the dark waters continued to extend towards him, showing no sign of relenting. Even as Lu Chun utilized Jeppo to ascend into the air, the dark water followed suit, relentlessly pursuing him as if it were a relentless shadow. Suddenly, Lu Chun's brow furrowed as he observed the encroaching dark waters from all directions. He decided against passivity and commenced the direct enhancement of his skill levels, utilizing the opportunities he had accrued. Ding! Congratulations, host. Armament Haki level has been elevated to SSS. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Conqueror's Haki level has risen to SSS. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Observation Haki level has risen to SSS. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Sword Intent level has risen to SSS. A series of system notifications echoed, and an invisible golden light flickered around Lu Chun, while his aura surged rapidly. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Teach raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual. He quickly directed the dark water towards the position of the knight, baring his teeth and growling die. Instantly, a torrent of dark water surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Chun entirely. Complete encirclement. The dark water formed a black sphere, surrounding Lu Chun within, and due to the nature of the Yami Yami no Mi, those outside remained oblivious to the situation inside, unaware of Lu Chen's fate. Is he dead? Akiji, from a considerable distance, stared at the sphere, murmuring, though somewhat concerned. He felt that Lu Chun would not perish so easily. He held too many secrets. Upon seeing that cursed blade, Akiji recognized that the individual could be Lu Chun, the Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. The cursed blade possessed a spirit and would not easily recognize a master. Additionally, he had not heard of Lu Chen's demise, so it was highly likely that the man before him was indeed Lu Chun. The night is Lu Chun, and Lu Chun is the night. Despite the myriad of uncertainties, Akiji chose to trust his intuition. He and I, no matter how strong you are, your devil fruit will always belong to me. Teach cackled with glee. Chapter 182. The Demise of Blackbeard, Annihilation. However, a slender crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black sphere. Crack! The sphere shattered with a crisp sound, reminiscent of glass breaking. What? This is impossible. Teet's expression changed abruptly as he stared in shock at the crack. Disbelief etched across his face. Blackbeard Teach, you didn't think I was dead, did you? A familiar voice resonated from within the fissure. It was none other than Lu Chun, who had not been reduced to dust by Teach's assault. He remained perfectly unscathed. Impossible! Teach roared, once more commanding a vast amount of dark water to spread towards the enormous black sphere, seemingly attempting to seal the crack. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of the heavenly path. Suddenly, a furious roar emanated from within the dark sphere. Subsequently, the sphere, once again enveloped by endless dark water, began to develop numerous fissures from which blinding golden light radiated. Crack! Crack! The cracks multiplied, and the golden light that surged forth became increasingly dazzling. Suddenly, the entire black sphere exploded, a golden beam shooting skyward, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. The sharp sword intent, the arrogant haki, and the soaring sword aura all showcased an overwhelming energy. At that moment, Lu Chun wielded the reincarnation, which had transformed into a fully golden curse blade. The formidable sword intent materializing into a towering golden sword that reached for the sky. In stark contrast, Lu Chen's body bore no signs of injury whatsoever. In truth, he had unleashed his haki to form a protective barrier, completely blocking Teach's dark water from causing him harm. When it comes to dealing with devil fruit users, haki indeed reigned supreme. Moreover, Lu Chun had elevated his haki to its utmost level, rendering him more than capable of countering Teach's Yami Yami no Mi. You are Lu Chun. Teach's brow furrowed deeply as he finally articulated this realization, affirming his suspicions. Beyond Lu Chun, he could think of no other. Furthermore, through the ability of the Yami Yami no Mi, he sensed more than one devil fruit's aura emanating from Lu Chun, indicating that Lu Chun possessed multiple devil fruits. Now, he realized, it seemed somewhat too late. Lu Chun smirked, raising the long blade, reincarnation, and forcefully swung it towards Blackbeard Teach. The golden giant sword followed suit. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, plunging straight from the air, bearing down upon Teach with tremendous pressure. Teach, suppressed by the overwhelming force, let out an enraged roar. Struggling to break free from this immense pressure, yet to no avail, his expression contorted in agony. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and, as he slightly lifted his head, he could only watch in horror as the colossal golden sword descended upon him with alarming speed. With a single strike, the heavens and earth changed color. The once empty sky bore a fissure, as if cleaved open by the formidable sword intent. Teach was struck fiercely by the giant's sword, and even with his hardened arms fortified by haki, he couldn't withstand such overwhelming power. Boom! With a deafening crash, a long chasm appeared at Teach's position, resembling a canyon. The canyon began from beneath Lu Chen's feet, gradually stretching forward for over 1,000 meters. That single strike made the entire Hive Island tremble, as though an earthquake had transpired. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward, energy points, 燕是小说中转站1937929266. Sword Technique E, designated skill level increased by R. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chun confirmed that Blackbeard was indeed dead. He gazed at the lifeless form of Teach in the canyon, then swiftly appeared before him, taking a piece of his flesh to trade with Vegapunk. Lu Chun, I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable. It truly surprises me. At that moment, Akiji appeared before Lu Chun, astonished. After a long absence, he had not anticipated Lu Chen's growth to such an extent. Lu Chen smiled and inquired, "You guessed correctly, but I am curious as to why you joined the Blackbeard Pirates? And why have you become a knight?" Akiji countered with a question instead of answering. This left Lu Chun momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, the two suddenly exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Chen said, "Let's go and take a look." All right. The two walked side by side, conversing. "Do you wish to return to the Marines?" "I won't be going back." "Then how about joining my Night Pirates?" "I won't be staying here forever, so I need a powerful ally to help guard Hive Island." "You certainly have a high opinion of yourself, treating me as free labor." Akiji jested. Ha ha ha. "Regardless, you won't be a Marine anymore, and you could remain on Hive Island, doing what you wish. Isn't that splendid?" Lu Chen replied with a grin. If Akiji truly joined the Night Pirates, it would indeed grant the crew the qualifications to contend for the title of the fifth Emperor of the Sea. "All right, I shall join your pirate crew." Akiji nodded slightly. "Pleasure to cooperate." Indeed. With that, the two made their way towards the front lines of the ongoing battle between the Night Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. The clash between the Night Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates continued, yet it was evident that the Night Pirates were at a disadvantage, as the strength of several captains from the Blackbeard Pirates was truly formidable. Ordinary pirate crews are hardly his match. However, with the appearance of Lu Chun and Qing Ji, they captivated the attention of everyone present. "It is Hei Yi, Qing Ji. How have they returned? Where is Blackbeard? Why do we not see him? Has the captain perished?" Lu Chun slowly advanced, his demeanor indifferent as he proclaimed, "Blackbeard Teach has been slain by my hand. Those who wish to live, lay down your arms and surrender to me, the Hei Yi pirate crew, or else I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. "What? The captain is dead? Dead? Blackbeard! Hail the captain! Hail the captain! Annihilate them!" In an instant, the members of the Hei Yi pirate crew were filled with fervor, launching a fierce assault against the Blackbeard pirate crew. Many from the Blackbeard crew opted to flee, while some chose to lay down their weapons and surrender. Particularly, the captains predominantly chose to escape. Observing this, Lu Chun turned to Qing Ji, smiling as he said, "Qing Ji, it is now your turn to assist me. We must eliminate these captains, allowing none to escape." "Understood." Qing Ji nodded, making no objections. With that, the two charged toward the fleeing captains. Lu Chun pursued the escaping Shiryu, while Qing Ji moved to intercept the other fleeing captains. Blackbeard, as the captain of the Blackbeard pirate crew and a pivotal figure, was dead, causing the fragile ties of interest among the remaining captains to disintegrate instantly. "Shiryu, is it not a tad too late for you to attempt to flee?" Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on Shiryu's back, swiftly closing the distance and launching a punch imbued with the power of thunder. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. Sensing a hint of danger, he pivoted, shrouding his hands with armament haki and enveloping the cursed blade Raijin, transforming it temporarily into a black sword. He utilized Raijin to deflect Lu Chen's strike. However, the capacity of Lu Chen's Thunderfruit was not so easily thwarted. The moment their attacks met, the electrical force surged through his fist, racing toward Shiryu, engulfing him entirely. A torrent of electricity surged through Lu Chen's body, relentlessly assaulting Shiryu, who let out a piercing scream, contorting in agony as if every cell in his body were being devoured by ants. "Begone!" Shiryu bellowed, attempting to repel Lu Chun with the remnants of his consciousness. Yet his cursed blade was firmly grasped by Lu Chen's hands, enveloped in armament haki, and he could only escape by relinquishing his long sword. As a swordsman, who would willingly forsake their blade? "Scoundrel!" Shiryu roared, tightening his fist and swinging it toward Lu Chen's face. At that moment, Lu Chun released his grip on Shiryu's blade, nimbly dodging aside, intrigued as he remarked, "You shall not escape today." "Escape? Then I shall slay you." Shiryu's eyes widened, the blade gleaming with a blood-red aura. Raijin, a vampiric curse blade. No sooner had he spoken than Shiryu vanished from sight, utilizing his fruit's power to render himself and all his belongings transparent. Instantly, Liu Chun furrowed his brow, activating his observation haki, yet he still could not perceive his opponent's presence. Only when Shiryu exuded murderous intent did the observation haki register his location. Indeed, Shiryu had developed the transparent fruit to a remarkable degree, surpassing the previous user in strength. However, to eliminate him would prove a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a chill crept over Liu Chun. A flash of insight struck him as he sensed danger. He swiftly sidestepped and executed the Marine 6 style throw, evading Shiryu's assault. In the spot where Liu Chun had stood, a slash erupted, cleaving the ground in half. Dust and debris flew up, yet Shiryu's figure remained elusive. "Shiryu, as a swordsman, do you truly delight in relying on the power of your fruit?" Liu Chun scanned his surroundings, chuckling coldly. Naturally, Shiryu did not respond. To do so would reveal his position, and he was no fool. Instead, he retaliated with several slashes, striking from various angles toward Liu Chun. With the danger sensed by his observation haki, Liu Chun immediately hardened his entire body with armament haki and employed Soru to ascend into the air. However, the slashes had already arrived, detonating explosively beneath his feet. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded. The sword energy raged beneath Liu Chun, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder. And Liu Chun was no exception. The ground was shredded into fragments, then reduced to powder, enveloping Liu Chun in a cloud of dust. At that moment, Shiryu, concealed in the shadows, sported a smug grin. "Hey Yi, is this all you are?" However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged in scathe. It was Liu Chun, who, with keen interest, remarked, "Shiryu, your swordsmanship appears rather lacking." Just moments ago, Shiryu had unleashed his slashes through rapid movement. But Liu Chun had withstood the onslaught of sword energy thanks to his SSS-level armament haki, thus escaping injury. "What? This is impossible." Shiryu's expression faltered. Disbelief etched across his face. This very utterance betrayed his location. Liu Chun's eyes glimmered as he focused on the source of the voice. His hand already charged with formidable electrical energy, hurling it toward that direction. 60 million volt thunder dragon. A colossal dragon of lightning materialized, its gaping maw roaring toward Shiryu's position with astonishing speed. What? Shiryu's complexion changed dramatically. By the time he realized it, the thunder dragon had already arrived before him, and he could not evade its grasp, being entirely engulfed. Boom! An overwhelming burst of electrical power erupted upon impact, clinging to Shiryu's form and relentlessly tormenting his body, prompting another agonizing scream. Liu Chun chuckled coldly, rushing toward Shiryu, poised to conclude the encounter. In that instant, Shiryu, sensing the specter of death looming, struggled to activate the transparent fruit's power, rendering himself entirely transparent and vanishing from the scene, fleeing into the distance. At this juncture, Shiryu comprehended that he could not hope to defeat Hei Yi. His only option was to escape, believing that Hei Yi would never locate him. Liu Chun raised an eyebrow, realizing the residual electrical energy emanating from Shiryu was receding, seemingly in flight. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. Liu Chun inhaled deeply, summoning forth the most potent electrical energy throughout his being, transforming into a giant composed of lightning, the tremendous force surging skyward, scattering toward the heavens. In an instant, the sky transformed, dark clouds gathering as if poised to engulf the entire hive island. As the fleeing Shiryu sensed the shift in the air, a chilling aura enveloped him, prompting him to hasten his escape. The ominous clouds above rumbled with thunder, as if lightning were poised to strike at any moment. "All lightning," Liu Chun commanded, gesturing forward with an authoritative roar. Upon his order, the tempestuous thunderclouds unleashed their fury upon every object on the ground, sparing none. Under the relentless assault of the formidable thunder, everything was reduced to dust. Meanwhile, Shiryu, caught within the storm of lightning, desperately dodged the strikes. He managed to evade the first bolt, only to be confronted by another, swift as a flash, aimed directly at his head. Within the expanse of the tempest, any moving object was instantly detected by the power of lightning, which continued to manifest in relentless bursts. All of this was under Lu Chen's meticulous control. Shiliu had nowhere to hide. As time passed, Shiliu made a fatal misstep, struck by a descending bolt of lightning. The crackling energy enveloped him, rendering his body numb and painfully incapacitated, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. There, Lu Chen's eyes glinted as he pinpointed Shiliu's location. He directed the remnants of the lightning towards the fallen figure, coalescing into powerful, thick columns of electricity that bombarded Shiliu mercilessly. The thunderous booms drowned out Shiliu's anguished cries, silencing him completely. It was uncertain how much time elapsed before the sky returned to its serene, clear state. The once chaotic ground bore craters, each a testament to Lu Chen's devastating attack. Among these, one pit stood out, the largest, deepest, and widest, wherein lay the charred remains of Shiliu, a grotesque sight. Such was the might of the assault that even Shiliu succumbed to the lethal power of lightning. After dispatching Shiliu, Lu Chen turned to find that many of the captains had already been subdued by Akiji, and the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates had surrendered to the Night Pirates. Crouched in submission, he approached Bartolomeo and the other captains, solemnly inquiring about their well-being. "Everyone has worked hard. Are you all unharmed?" "Captain, only minor injuries. No issues here," they replied with smiles. Lu Chen nodded slightly, noting that although they were not gravely injured, they bore significant wounds, a clear indication of the peril they had faced. Suddenly, Akiji approached, stating in a calm tone, "All is resolved." Indeed, Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The sight of Akiji made the captains tense. Not only was he a former Marine Admiral, but he was also the leader of the Blackbeard pirates. Observing their unease, Lu Chen smiled and reassured them. "There's no need for concern. From now on, Kazan, the former Marine Admiral Akiji, will serve as the vice captain of our night pirates. While I am away, you must all heed his directives." "Yes, Captain," they chorused, their gazes toward Lu Chen imbued with newfound respect. The ability to recruit Kazan and even defeat Blackbeard showcased their captain's formidable strength. "Vice Captain?" Akiji raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Chen's immediate bestowal of such a significant title. Even Blackbeard had only assigned him to lead the 11th Division without conferring any crucial role. Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed confidently. "Very well," Akiji replied, accepting the position, content to remain in the same vicinity. "Those remaining, assist in cleaning the battlefield. The rest will accompany me into the hive." "Yes." With this command, the night pirates busied themselves. Lu Chen led his crew through an entrance in a hive island. Shortly after entering, they encountered several forks in the path, leaving them uncertain of which direction to take. Without Akiji's guidance, they might have truly lost their way. The interior resembled a series of interconnected hives, with a labyrinthine structure that made it challenging to discern the layout. Each hive featured openings sealed with glass to allow light in and ventilation. As they progressed, Lu Chen instructed his crew to examine the decor, criticizing Blackbeard's poor aesthetic choices. Everything was drab and dark. Soon, everyone selected a hive to settle in, with the captain's abode being the largest. Ultimately, only Lu Chen, Violet, and Akiji remained in the hive room. "Lu Chen, when do you plan to depart?" Akiji inquired suddenly, having gleaned hints from Lu Chen's prior remarks. "In a few days, I need to attend to some matters and will evaluate the situation thereafter," Lu Chen replied. "Understood." Akiji nodded. However, Violet, who had been listening intently, expressed surprise. "Lu Chen? Akiji knows who you are. I intentionally let him know," Lu Chen explained. "Had he been unaware of my identity, he might have acted against me. Akiji's strength is formidable, while I am absent from the base. It is prudent to follow his lead." "All right," Violet nodded, placing her unwavering trust in Lu Chen's words. "You should also rest," he suggested. "Yes." After Violet exited the hive, Lu Chen retrieved a large snail phone from his pocket and dialed. "Hello. Long time no see. Lu Chen, is it you? What prompted you to call?" Came the voice of Vegapunk from the other end. "I have acquired Blackbeard's blood. We agreed on a trade. Where are you now? Really? Naturally. I'm at Marineford. Come find me. I can't return just yet. It will take a few days. Understood. Do so promptly. After their conversation, Vegapunk hung up, his tone revealing a hint of urgency. After 3 days of rest on Hive Island, Lucien bid farewell to his crew and set forth toward Little Garden to retrieve KB and Bellamy. Not long ago, the system had also notified him of the completion of their tasks. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, a customized great knife, and a pair of boxing gloves. 5 days later, Lucien arrived at Little Garden, reuniting with his friends Dory and Broggy, as well as witnessing the ongoing battle between Bellamy and KB. Lucien, you finally made it. Ha! Your 2 apprentices have been quite the handful on the island. Dong Li and Buluo Ji expressed their grievances to Lucien. Lucien chuckled and remarked, brothers, it is precisely because I trust you that I entrusted these 2 disciples to your care. Ha ha! You never speak a word of truth, but I must say, your disciples have made significant progress in their abilities. Indeed, both Dong Li and Buluo Ji concurred, generously praising Belu Meibois and KB. Lucien replied, that is all thanks to you, my esteemed brothers. Teacher. Upon hearing Lucien's voice, KB and Belu Meibois immediately ceased their sparring and rushed towards him. Lucien nodded slightly as he observed KB and Belu Meibois, noting that both had become considerably more robust, their strengths having greatly increased. Teacher, no matter how strong we become, we cannot compare to your prowess, KB exclaimed, to which Belu Meibois echoed, yes, teacher. They laughed cheerfully, with a light chuckle. Lucien turned his gaze towards Dong Li and Buluo Ji and inquired directly, what are your plans for the future? In a few days, we intend to return to AI Airba Fu, Dong Li replied. Oh, excellent. Lucien responded with keen interest. I must come to visit you when I have the opportunity. AI Airba Fu is situated in a village within the New World, known to be the strongest among the giant race, as most of their warriors hail from there. It is a location that, to his knowledge, has not been extensively covered in the story of the Pirate King, with Luffy and his companions never having set foot there. Ha ha ha. If you wish to come, do inform me in advance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe passage, Buluo Ji jested. That goes without saying, Lucien nodded, aware of Dong Li and Buluo Ji's identities within the Navy, understanding that access to their territory could pose complications, especially since those warriors were friends of Dong Li and Buluo Ji. He did not wish to endanger their friends. Are you leaving now? Won't you stay on the island a few more days? Dom li pressa. No, the Navy has urgent matters. We must return, Lucien replied. Very well. We shall meet again in AI Airba Fu. Indeed. With that, Lucien departed with Belu Meibois and KB, particularly noting KB's notable enhancement in strength. Originally, Belu Meibois had not awakened his haki, but after witnessing KB's awakening and undergoing rigorous training on the island, he too had awakened his armament haki. Their current strengths were comparable to that of some ordinary Navy majors, and with further growth, they would undoubtedly surpass average Navy vice admirals. Moreover, KB, as a central figure in the world of the Pirate King, carried an aura of fortune. Once they returned to the Navy headquarters, Lucien considered entrusting KB and Belu Meibois to Carp to learn from his iron fist. Subsequently, he presented the system's rewards, a pair of gauntlets and a customized longsword, to Belu Meibois and KB as their trial rewards. Thank you, teacher, they exclaimed in delight, gazing at their weapons. These are well-deserved. Lucien acknowledged with a slight nod as he led them back to Marineford. Approximately 10 days later, the trio returned to Marineford. Upon arrival, Lucien made a beeline for the research department. Since the Summit War, the Navy headquarters had relocated to the New World, and Lucien had assumed the research department would follow suit. However, he was surprised to find it still hidden in Marineford. This may have been the reason for their decision to keep the scientific department in Marineford, as few would suspect its presence. Upon reflection, according to the original storyline, Luffy and his crew would return to Slayedthe Archipelago 2 years later, seemingly encountering Kizaru. Perhaps Kizaru was tasked with protecting the research department in Marineford. However, now that Lucien had taken Kizaru's place, Kizaru was free from the duty and had not come to Marineford. As Lu Chun approached the entrance of the research department, he was halted by the station Navy personnel. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, this is a restricted area of the Navy. Unless you have an appointment, we cannot permit you entry. Unless you're a Navy admiral. I have an appointment with Dr. Vegapunk. You can confer with a phone call, Lu Chun stated. The Navy's protection of Vegapunk was indeed stringent, bordering on excessive, verging on a form of house arrest. Nonetheless, Vegapunk seemed unconcerned, preoccupied solely with his scientific pursuits. Understood. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, please hold on a moment. The soldier promptly dialed Vegapunk's number. Dr. Vegapunk, Lieutenant General Lu Chun is here and claims to have an appointment. Yes. Let him in right away, came Vegapunk's enthusiastic response. The soldier had yet to hang up when Vegapunk abruptly disconnected the call and approached Lu Chun with a serious demeanor. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, you may enter. With that, the heavy iron door swung open, and Lu Chun proceeded inside, guided by the Navy personnel. Without proper identification, navigating within would prove difficult unless one resorted to brute force. Moments later, Lu Chun traversed through numerous gates and finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. Ha ha, Lieutenant General Lu Chun. It has been quite some time. Have you brought me what I requested? Vegapunk inquired excitedly upon seeing Lu Chun. You know very well what you're asking, Lu Chun replied coolly. Ha ha, Vegapunk chuckled, waving off the Navy personnel at the door. You can leave now. We no longer require your presence. Yes, doctor. The soldier promptly exited. Vegapunk then ushered Lu Chun into a private office, eagerly asking, Lieutenant General, please take out Blackbeard's blood. Certainly. With that, Lu Chun retrieved a bloody piece of flesh from his system backpack. Vegapunk's brow furrowed instantly. Is this meat? Has Blackbeard already perished? He had been confined to the laboratory and was unaware of the outside situation. Is the meat not suitable? Lu Chun countered. The current rumor outside was that Blackbeard's crew had been annihilated by the night pirates, leading many to believe that Blackbeard's crew had fled rather than vanished entirely. All right, there is still residual blood within the meat. Vegapunk seized the piece of flesh and placed it into a petri dish. Of course, you owe me the means to rescue Kuma as well, Lu Chun stated directly. Deal. Vegapunk wasted no time and retrieved a circular device, entirely black, the purpose of which was unclear. What is this? Lu Chun inquired. This device contains the last vestiges of Bartholomew Kuma's consciousness. If placed on him, his awareness will return. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but I never expected it to succeed, Vegapunk elucidated. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's expression brightened. He had not anticipated Vegapunk's technology to be so advanced, having left such a contingency. Upon reflection, the ability to create artificial devil fruits indeed signifies the remarkable prowess of his technology. As Lu Chun prepared to depart from the circular chamber, he declared, I am leaving. Lu Chun Zhongjiang, do make it a point to visit often. Vegapunk waved with a smile. It will be best if I refrain from visiting, Lu Chun retorted, musing to himself. Should Vegapunk discover his true identity and the existence of 3 devil fruits, he would undoubtedly be compelled to dissect him for research. It would be prudent to limit interactions. With his flesh, I wonder if I could create a new seraph or an artificial dark fruit, Vegapunk mused, fixating on the specimen in the petri dish, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was indeed intrigued by the ability to absorb others' devil fruits, as it presented another avenue for the creation of such powers. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each displaying its own branch. Lu Chun had exited the research facility and returned to Marineford. He was about to embark on a journey to Slayedthe archipelago when a familiar silhouette approached him. Aing, what brings you here? He inquired. What's this? You return and don't even think to see me first, coming to this place instead? Aing rolled her eyes and pouted. I have a matter to discuss with the doctor. How did you know I was here? Lu Chun smiled. I asked KB and the others. Aing replied with a huff. If I hadn't come looking for you, would you have come find me? Seeing her reaction, Lu Chun's expression darkened, and he quickly moved to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Oh, how could that be? I was planning to see you later tonight. You rascal. Aing's cheeks flushed as she continued. Where are we headed now? To Slayedthe archipelago, to find someone for a matter. May I accompany you? Of course. Let's go. With that, the two of them boarded a small boat bound for Shaki's bar at Slayedthe archipelago. As Lu Chun and Ein entered the bar, Shaki immediately noticed Lu Chun and the female Navy officer beside him. She exhaled a puff of white smoke and teased, well, little brother, you've brought a beauty with you this time. Shaki, please don't tease me. Let us have 2 drinks. Lu Chun waved dismissively. It was, after all, his first time bringing Ein to a bar on Slayedthe archipelago. All right, Shaki nodded and began mixing drinks. Ein, standing beside Lu Chun, surveyed the surroundings, seemingly pondering something. What is this place? Why has Lu Chun come here? It appears to be a bar, yet there are hardly any patrons. Is it because of his sister? But that seems unlikely. Here you go, Pink Lady, Shaki said, handing over 2 glasses of pink concoctions. Thank you, Lu Chun replied. Just as they were about to enjoy their drinks, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Little Lu Chun has come. What brings you here unexpectedly? Rayleigh strolled in, holding a jug of liquor, and soon noticed the Navy woman beside Lu Chun, exclaiming, "Oh, you brought along a young lady, king of the underworld." Rayleigh. Ein recognized him immediately, her brows furrowing in surprise. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively and sat beside them. Just call me Rayleigh, no need for titles. Ein's expression was one of disbelief. The right-hand man of the former pirate king appearing in such a humble bar was truly astonishing. Lu Chun chuckled, adding, Rayleigh, no need to frighten anyone. I have a serious matter to discuss. Speak, what is it? It's not for you, but for Shaki, Lu Chun replied. Handed her a note. Shaki, could you help me gather information about this person? I will compensate you generously. Oh, Shaki took the note, her eyes widening momentarily before she concealed her surprise. The reward is negotiable, but it will certainly be substantial. If I find anything, I will inform you in advance. Thank you very much, Lu Chun said, downing his glass of wine in one gulp. After spending some time in the bar, Lu Chun and Ein departed. Perhaps due to her encounter with Rayleigh, Ein remained unusually quiet, not posing a single question to Lu Chun even on their way back. Once they left, Rayleigh approached Shaki. His curiosity piqued. Who is Lu Chun looking for information on? Here, Shaki handed him the note. Upon reading it, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. It's him. He recognized Bartholomew Kuma, understanding that Lu Chun sought information on him to facilitate Kuma's rescue, which necessitated knowing his current location. This would allow Lu Chun to gather the materials needed to construct the king of the underworld. Upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chun noticed Ein remained silent and inquired, Ein, why so quiet? Oh, it's nothing. Ein shook her head slightly. Despite her words, Lu Chun perceived that she was harboring something. If there is something on your mind, just share it. Keeping it bottled up will only cause distress. It's nothing. If there was something significant, I trust you would tell me, Ein replied, flashing a radiant smile. Realizing this, Lu Chun understood that Ein had discerned his close ties with Rayleigh and Shaki. Having spent considerable time together, it was not difficult for her to infer certain truths about their relationship. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun embraced Ein, his expression turning serious as he said, Rest assured, I will not undertake any perilous endeavors. My meeting with Rayleigh and Shaki was solely for information regarding one individual, and I assure you, it will not involve any danger. Chapter 187, The World Conference, Part 1. Yes, I understand. I nodded affirmatively. In truth, she had long suspected much about Lu Chun. She simply lacked concrete evidence. It could be described as a woman's sixth sense. She had already surmised that Lu Chun was likely the notorious pirate with a bounty of 35 billion berries. The captain of the Black Knight pirates, known as the Dark Knight. Days later, Lu Chun received information about Kuma from Shaki. It turned out that Kuma was located in the Holy Land of Slayedthe, where the World Conference was about to commence, but he had yet to receive an invitation. He pondered whether he could gain access to Slayedthe. If so, it would be beneficial. If not, he would have to infiltrate the Holy Land. Regardless, this mission was essential for gathering the materials needed to construct the king of the underworld. Lu Chun believed the system would not provide any further rewards for the construction materials, making this task imperative. The following day, Dingling, Lu Chun ist in den Mushihang, and Karp's voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Lu Chun. I have a task for you. Proceed to the Holy Land of Slayedthe, to protect the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Grandfather, I haven't received any orders from Akainu. You're passing this task to me because you're too lazy to go, aren't you? Luchin inquired with keen interest. This task was originally meant for Carp, so he could easily guess that Carp was shirking his responsibilities by handing it off to him. What does it matter? Don't you know Shirahoshi? You shall protect her. Isn't that just perfect? No more words. I have matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Kapu ended the call. At the new Marine headquarters, Kapu savored a donut, gazing slowly out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder where that lad is off to and what he intends to do. He has already shared this matter with me. Could it be of such significance? I suspect it may involve something clandestine. I hope he does not stir up any trouble. In SwordsmanWho, Lu Chan found AI in and smiled as he said, I am heading to SwordsmanWho for a mission. Would you care to accompany me? Absolutely. AI in replied with a cheerful smile, not overthinking the decision. Very well. Let's set forth. The World Conference commences in 3 days, and we shall have time to explore SwordsmanWho as well, Lu Chan remarked. Indeed, et on odait d'affectionneté. The two had previously visited Mary Geos together, although that trip was marred by an unpleasant meeting. Nevertheless, AI-N was eager to revisit the sacred place, as it held many wonders not found elsewhere. After preparing, the two, along with a contingent of Marines, set forth to the Red Continent, the necessary port for reaching the holy land of Mary Geos. Several hours later, the naval vessel carrying Lu Chun and AI-N arrived at the port, which was already swarming with numerous Marines stationed for protection. Their duties extended beyond safeguarding Mary Geos. They were also there to ensure the safety of the representatives attending the World Conference. As the two descended from their ship, a young rear admiral approached them, greeting Lu Chun with utmost respect. Admiral Lu Chun. Indeed, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod, observing the familiar face before him, though he could not immediately recall who it was. Had we met before? Admiral Lu Chun, we were in the same advanced training camp. Fred, Gavin responded. You are Fred Gavin. Lu Chun feigned enlightenment, having not truly recognized him, but rather recalling his name from the system interface. I cannot believe Admiral Lu Chun remembers my name, Fred Gavin said, his expression brightening. I have been sent by the Marine headquarters to assist you in maintaining order, and my subordinates and I are at your command. Very well. Proceed with your preparations. I am merely here to oversee matters. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Admiral Lu Chun. Fred Gavin bowed and promptly set about organizing the tasks. Although he had trained alongside Lu Chun, the latter now held the esteemed rank of Rear Admiral and was regarded as a formidable naval prodigy, a figure of admiration within the Marine ranks, with many aspiring to emulate him. It could be said that Lu Chen's prestige had nearly eclipsed that of Kapu and Fleet Admiral Akainu, earning him the title of the new generation's naval hero. Meanwhile, after Lu Chun and AI-N departed, AI-N, seizing the opportunity, curiously inquired, Do you truly remember him? I do not recall him at all. Would you believe me if I said I did not? Lu Chun smiled, countering her question. After a moment of silence, AI-N shook her head. I would not. If you can call his name, how could you not know him? Then I must have remembered. Lu Chun confirmed with a nod. You are deceiving me. AI-N retorted, increasingly skeptical, and playfully pinched Lu Chen's side. Ouch! Spare me. Lu Chun pleaded repeatedly. The two, bantering and laughing, proceeded to a nearby tent to rest, as the time for the World Conference had yet to arrive. They were merely there to make a series of preparations, with the actual meeting set to commence in 2 days. The following morning, representatives from various nations began to arrive at the port in a steady stream, some arriving early. Lu Chun and AI-N were present, observing the incoming kings, among whom were a few familiar faces, the heir of the 8 Treasures Water Army, Old Kai, and the Boxing King. However, they were unaware of Lu Chen's current identity and did not recognize him as the infamous figure who had defeated and captured Crocodile. Every passing king cast a curious glance at Lu Chun. Suddenly, from a ship, 2 familiar figures descended, King Cobra of Alabasta and his daughter, Vivi. Vivi, surveying her surroundings, spotted the man gazing into the distance at the port and immediately tugged on her father's arm. Father, That must be Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, the one who defeated and captured Crocodile. Indeed, Cobra nodded, recognizing Lu Chun and recalling their previous agreement. Father, I will go greet him and express my gratitude, Vivi declared, turning to rush toward Lu Chun. Cobra called after her, Hey Vivi, do not run off. I will be back shortly, Vivi replied without looking back. Chapter 188. The World Conference, Part 2. Initially, she had intended to enlist Luffy and his crew to assist her country, only to later learn that it was Lu Chun, a Marine who had swiftly apprehended Crocodile. She had hoped for a chance to meet him, but after seeing his name and photographs repeatedly in the newspapers, she had developed a deeper impression of him. Hey Lu Chun, it seems a girl is running over. Could she be looking for you? Il remarqued, pouting slightly. Surely not. Lu Chun felt a sense of foreboding. Had he not met Vivi before? Or had they met, but he had forgotten? Surely not. Humph. AI rolled her eyes and huffed. At that moment, Vivi approached with a bright smile. Rear Admiral Lu Chun, thank you for capturing Crocodile and saving our country. Oh, it was my duty, Lu Chun responded, finally realizing how Vivi recognized him. Rear Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here this time? Vivi inquired curiously. To ensure the safety of those participating in the World Conference and to maintain the proceedings, Lu Chun explained. Ah, I see. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Cobra called out from a distance, Vivi, enough chatting. We must leave. They needed to head to Mary Geo's to settle in and await the start of the World Conference. Coming. Vivi waved goodbye to Lu Chun. Rear Admiral Lu Chun, see you soon. Lu Chun nodded without further comment. Once Vivi departed, Lu Chun adopted a serious demeanor and stated, See, I told you I did not know her. This is our first meeting. That's more like it. AI agreed with a slight nod. Meanwhile, as Vivi rejoined Cobra, he took her hand and led her away, quietly advising, do not associate too much with Lu Chun. His status is not ordinary. Too much interaction could pose a danger. Why is that? Vivi furrowed her brows in confusion. They belonged to the world government, and the Marines were part of it. To Vivi, Lu Chun represented a figure of justice, unafraid of power. Do not question it. Just trust me, Cobra asserted firmly. To comprehend the gravity of the situation, one must recognize that Lu Chun has taken the world's essence into his possession, without surrendering it to the Navy or the world government, indicating that his ambitions may extend far beyond the ordinary. This individual has concealed himself far too deeply, to the extent that even now, one cannot ascertain Lu Chun's true intentions. Wei Wei, albeit reluctantly, nodded in acknowledgement. Not far away, Lu Chun observed the silhouette of Cobra. Lost in contemplation, Cobra, this time you may indeed meet your demise. To save you would prove quite challenging. Moreover, the system had not activated a mission to rescue Cobra, perhaps due to the overwhelming difficulty it entailed. The five elders faced off against Cobra, and he remained oblivious to how Cobra met his fate, having simply vanished in the holy land of Mariewa. Some matters, even Lu Chun lacks the power to influence. It is more prudent to engage in tasks within his capability. The following day, a grand vessel approached the surface of the sea. Lu Chun lifted his gaze and spotted several familiar figures, among them the merfolk princess, Bai Xing, who was the focal point of his protective efforts. Her considerable size inevitably attracted the attention of others. It's Bai Xing, Ian exclaimed with delight. She held a fondness for Bai Xing, perceiving her as a child at heart, despite her imposing stature. Let us go greet them. Indeed, with that, the two advanced towards the port to extend a warm welcome, ensuring their safety. The historical enmity between the merfolk and humans instilled a fear that someone might harm the merfolk, which is why Carp was dispatched. Yet, it had somehow fallen into Lu Chun's hands. Initially, Lu Chun suspected Carp of laziness, but upon reflection, he discerned something amiss. This assignment seemed rather trivial, and given Carp's nature, he would likely be willing to participate. However, the timing of this task raised questions. What could be the underlying reason? Pondering this, Lu Chun decided to set it aside and focus on the immediate task at hand. Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ian, Bai Xing, aboard the ship, spotted them waiting at the port and waved enthusiastically. Ah, Lu Chun nodded slightly, and upon Bai Xing's approach, he smiled. You have arrived. It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been ages since I last saw you, Lord Lu Chun. Bai Xing replied cheerfully, genuinely happy to see him again. What? Did you not lament my absence? Ian teased. Oh, yes, and Lord Ian, I nearly forgot to mention you. They both laughed heartily as Ian conversed with Bai Xing. Meanwhile, Lu Chun approached King Neptune and stated solemnly, Your Majesty Neptune, it has been a while. This time, I will personally ensure your safety on this journey to the holy land of Slayedthe. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. I am also grateful for your assistance previously, Neptune replied, expressing his sincere appreciation. With Lu Chun's protection, he felt a sense of relief, as this admiral carried the legacy of the legendary naval hero Carp. Since Lu Chun's thorough cleansing of Fishman Island, it had become considerably safer, with no pirate daring to abduct merfolk, marking a significant achievement for the island. However, Neptune had previously been skeptical of Lu Chun, thus he felt compelled to express his gratitude now. Too kind, Lu Chun replied. Meanwhile, onlookers were captivated by the beauty and charm of Bai Xing, some even taking photographs. This sudden attention overwhelmed Bai Xing, causing her discomfort and fear. Lord Lu Chun, what are they doing? This was her first venture away from Fishman Island to the surface world. Photography is strictly prohibited in this area. If you dare to continue, my blade shall show no mercy. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he exuded a hint of conqueror's haki, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear, akin to a whisper in their ears. Individuals of lesser strength felt an immediate dread, deterring any ill intentions. Those aware of Lu Chun's formidable reputation naturally refrained from further actions, standing in respectful silence. Now, let us proceed. They shall not dare to take photographs any longer, Lu Chun said, turning to Bai Xing with a smile. Thank you, Lord Lu Chun. Bai Xing beamed, her innocent smile bringing warmth to those around her. Under Lu Chun's guidance, King Neptune, his two sons, and Bai Xing ascended to the holy land of Slayedthe. Chapter 189, World Conference, Part 3. Lu Chun returned to Slayedthe for the second time, but this visit was far more grandiose than the last. The World Conference was set to commence, prompting the holy land of Slayedthe to prepare an array of amenities, including automated elevators and various forms of entertainment. However, these trivialities did not capture Lu Chun's interest. He sought to locate Kuma. With the World Conference underway, the 5 elders and him would undoubtedly attend, potentially preoccupied, providing an opportune moment to rescue Kuma. Yet, he realized that attempting this alone would be perilous. Perhaps he should seek a partner for assistance. A subtle smile graced Lu Chun's lips as he contemplated the possibility of encountering someone suitable. Lord Lu Chun, what brings about your smile? Bai Xing inquired, having noticed his expression. Oh, it is nothing, merely a thought that crossed my mind, Lu Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, Ian, overhearing their exchange, cast a thoughtful glance at Lu Chun but chose not to comment further. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chun escorted Bai Xing and her entourage to the palace where the World Conference was to be held. The threat posed by St. Charles, who had intended to target Bai Xing, had already been neutralized by Lu Chun, ensuring her temporary safety. Thus, Lu Chun sought out Ian and said, Ian, I must step away for a moment. You are to safeguard Bai Xing and the others. Should any celestial dragon pose a threat, avoid confrontation if possible. Where can I find me? You're leaving again? Ian furrowed her brow, concerned that Lu Chun might be embarking on another dangerous endeavor. Do not worry. I am merely attending to a personal matter to meet someone. There is no danger involved, Lu Chun reassured her. After a moment of contemplation, Ian reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, be careful, and if anything arises, return swiftly. You too. Exercise caution, Lu Chun replied before turning and disappearing quietly from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a man lingered in the shadows, observing Lu Chun's departure and muttering to himself, Lu Chun, leaving already? I wonder what his true intentions are. I hope he does not bring harm to Wei Wei. This man was none other than Cobra, the king of Alabasta. As Lu Chun departed, he did not vanish into the night, but continued to roam the holy land of Slayedthe under the guise of a naval officer, employing his observation haki to sense the surroundings. As an admiral, he could navigate most areas of Slayedthe with ease. As he walked, a soldier from Slayedthe passed by. But Lu Chen's system interface revealed a familiar name, prompting him to call out to the soldier. Hey, stop! The soldier paused momentarily, then turned to face Lu Chen, lowering his voice deliberately. Admiral, are you referring to me? Come here for a moment. Lu Chen beckoned, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The soldier, compelled by his words, approached with an awkward gait. Standing before Lu Chen, he was clad in a silver helmet, revealing only his eyes and mouth. We have met before, my friend. Lu Chen teased. Returning to you, we have not crossed paths, the soldier replied, shaking his head. However, Lu Chen, with a light chuckle, whispered into the soldier's ear, Sabo, after all these years, do you not recognize me? Instantly, Sabo's expression froze, his fists clenched, bracing for a fight. He was taken aback that Lu Chen could still identify him. If discovered, the revolutionary's mission would surely falter. Ha! Do not be alarmed, I mean no harm. Lu Chen waved his hand, attempting to soothe Sabo's rising tension. Should the soldier act aggressively, Lu Chen's carefully laid plans would be jeopardized. Although they had encountered each other in Dressrosa, it had been under the cover of night. What is it that you wish to discuss? Sabo inquired softly, aware that Lu Chen would not summon him without reason and that he had yet to expose his identity, hinting at other matters at hand. Let's converse over there, Lu Chen suggested. Very well. They moved to a secluded corner. Lu Chen stated candidly, I am aware that you now serve as the chief of staff for the revolutionaries. The situation concerning Mary Gios is not my concern, nor do I wish to involve myself. But you must be aware of Bartholomew Kuma's circumstances. He appears to be aligned with the revolutionaries. Sabo's countenance grew serious upon hearing this. He was astonished that Lu Chen possessed such knowledge, rendering him cautious in his responses. Do not be agitated, Lu Chen assured him. I know you seek to rescue Bartholomew Kuma, who has aided Luffy in the past. Thus, I wish to assist him once more as a gesture of gratitude. Is that truly the case? Sabo asked, knitting his brows in skepticism. After all, Lu Chen was a rear admiral of the Navy, an enemy to both pirates and revolutionaries alike. Truth cannot be fabricated, nor can falsehoods be mistaken for reality. You shall see the current state of Bartholomew Kuma for yourself, as I possess the means to save him. Should you require it, do not hesitate to seek me here. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Agreed. Sabo nodded and departed, uncertain of Kuma's condition, only having heard rumors that he had become an emotionless machine. Despite this, Sabo refused to accept such a fate for his comrade. Lu Chen remained, watching Sabo's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, You will surely return to find me. Initially intending to seek Kuma directly, he had unexpectedly encountered Sabo along the way. He also sensed several concealed figures nearby, likely other captains of the revolutionaries. To infiltrate Mary Gios, only a few captains possessed the requisite strength. However, escaping the grasp of the 5 Elder Stars would prove challenging for them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun found a quiet spot nearby, leisurely sipping coffee while awaiting Sabo's return. Not long after, Sabo hurried back, accompanied by several shadowy figures who chose to remain concealed upon seeing Lu Chen. Oh, you have returned, Lu Chen remarked with interest. Indeed, you claim you have a way to save Kuma. Is it true? Sabo asked earnestly, his expression grave. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Kuma being humiliated. The gentle figure who had treated him like a son, now reduced to such a state, igniting a fierce anger within him. He had intended to rush forward to save Kuma, but was halted by 3 other captains. At that moment, Sabo remembered Lu Chen's words and dashed to his location. I have never spoken falsehoods, Lu Chen declared, though he himself doubted the assurance. Very well, I choose to believe you. Can we rescue Kuma now, with no other options? Sabo had no choice but to rely on Lu Chen, for otherwise, he would have no opportunity to save Kuma. There is no rush. We shall discuss it once the World Conference commences. I have my methods, Lu Chen replied. Understood. Sabo nodded, uncertain of Lu Chen's intentions, but recognizing that once the conference began, all attention would be diverted, facilitating their plan to rescue Kuma. They then agreed upon a time and place to meet, which would be after the World Conference commenced, naturally near Kuma's location. After finalizing their plans, Lu Chen returned to the vicinity of the palace hosting the conference, where he reunited with Ein. Lu Chen exclaimed, beaming upon his return. No waities. I merely took a stroll around Mary Geos. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, the World Conference is about to begin. Shall we return or remain outside? Let us stay outside. We still need to escort Shirahoshi and the others back. Was there any disturbance? None at all. Very well. After more than an hour, the World Conference commenced, with representatives from various nations entering the Grand Hall, while Lu Chen and Ein remained outside. As the conference began, Lu Chen prepared to depart. Ein, stay here. I shall return shortly. All right. Ein was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's sudden departure, her frustration evident, yet she could only acquiesce. With that, Lu Chen vanished from sight. Watching him leave, Ein muttered, always leaving, always busy. Is there an urgent matter? Meanwhile, upon arriving at the agreed location, Sabo awaited eagerly. Lu Chen, you have arrived. Yes, let's go see Kuma. Lu Chen replied with a nod, refraining from unnecessary conversation. Very well. The two swiftly made their way to where Kuma was located. Kuma had long since become a slave to the celestial dragons, residing within one of their abodes. Upon arrival, Lu Chen and Sabo witnessed Kuma in a courtyard, a celestial dragon seated upon his back, subjecting him to cruel humiliation. Numerous swords were embedded in his body, yet little blood flowed, and his face bore no expression, resembling a cold automaton. Damn it! Sabo seethed with rage at the sight. Meanwhile, Lu Chen observed quietly, recognizing Kuma, while the man atop him was also familiar, Saint Roseward, the father of Saint Charlos. Lu Chen, how shall we rescue Kuma? Sabo asked urgently. Do not fret. We only require this, Lu Chen replied, retrieving a black disc from his pocket with a smile. What is this? Sabo pressed. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just know it will save Kuma. Understood. Sabo nodded, realizing he had no choice but to trust the object in Lu Chen's possession, for even if he forcibly took Kuma, it would be impossible to rescue him otherwise. Navy 6 forms, Shurgan. Lu Chen held the disc in hand, employing Shurgan to propel it swiftly towards Kuma in the courtyard. The celestial beings and guards nearby were utterly oblivious to the rapidly approaching disc. As the disc drew near to Xiong, it seemed to be drawn to his chest, as if by some magnetic force. Suddenly, a pair of eyes began to flicker with light, and the figure froze in place, as though immobilized. Why aren't you moving? Useless. Move now. St. Loswo Wade unsheathed his sword from his back and lunged it toward Xiong's body. Just as it was about to make contact, a large hand appeared, deftly grasping the sword, followed by a palm resembling a massive, fleshly sphere. Boom! 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 A surge of energy erupted, and the sword was crushed to smithereens by the formidable hand. St. Loswo Wade let out a scream, bewildered as to what had transpired. All he felt was the man sitting suddenly rising, his enormous form and blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. What do you want, slave? Fear surged in the fallen St. Loswo Wade as he crawled backward on the ground in terror. Bastard! Xiong's voice resonated with a mechanical chill as he struck his hands towards St. Loswo Wade. However, the surrounding guards rushed in, intercepting Xiong, and the powerful wave of energy collided with them. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, all the guards were engulfed by the overwhelming energy shock, their bodies disintegrating into a sea of blood upon the ground. Help! Help! St. Loswo Wade's eyes widened in terror, nearly losing control of his bladder. As a celestial being, he had never witnessed such a scene. Almost immediately, Xiong's other hand struck down upon St. Loswo Wade, enveloping him in a circle and sending him flying into the unknown. Xiong! Sabo, witnessing Xiong seemingly regain consciousness, hurried over and inquired, Xiong, how do you feel? It feels like I've been asleep for a long time. Xiong spoke in a stuttering manner, reminiscent of a robot malfunctioning. Now, he was entirely a machine, yet retained the consciousness that belonged to him. What's wrong? Sabo hesitated, noticing Xiong's oddity, but sensed that the current Xiong was the true self. Xiong then approached Lu Chen, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, Thank you, although his consciousness was trapped within the disc. He was still aware of the outside world and understood that it was Lu Chun who had liberated him. It's nothing. You helped Luffy as well. Consider a return of favor. Lu Chun waved dismissively. As Xiong spoke, his speech system seemed to falter again. Observing this, Su Yun, already accustomed to such occurrences, urged, "You all should leave quickly. It won't be long before someone discovers the dead bodies." "All right. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun." Sabo expressed his gratitude and promptly departed with Xiong. Having witnessed Lu Chun save Xiong, Sabo now held greater trust in him. Chapter 191, World Conference 5. You all should hurry. I can no longer assist you. Be extra cautious, Lu Chun advised. Understood. Let us go. With that, Sabo and Xiong swiftly departed, while Lu Chun vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Shortly after their departure, a patrol of soldiers stumbled upon the remnants of corpses on the ground and immediately set out to inform more soldiers, initiating a search throughout the holy land of Mary Geos. Meanwhile, Ding, congratulations, host, task completed. System reward, 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for building the Pluto. Lu Chun returned to the castle where the World Conference was being held, standing alongside Ein. Though Ein was perplexed about Lu Chun's activities, she refrained from asking further questions. Suddenly, waves of soldiers began rushing toward the same location, as if something significant had occurred, causing a commotion. Hurry, go to East Street. We'll head to South Street. Yes. Ein observed them with suspicion, then unconsciously turned to Lu Chun, asking, "What are they going to do? Has something happened?" "Who knows?" Lu Chun smiled. He could surmise that the soldiers' bodies had likely been discovered, and it was entirely normal for people to mobilize in response. "Oh," I nodded, her gaze still fixed on Lu Chun, as if silently questioning whether he was involved in the incident. Lu Chun could only evade her eyes, feigning ignorance. In no time, the entirety of Mary Geos descended into chaos, with the Navy joining in to apprehend revolutionaries infiltrating the area. Naturally, Lu Chun and Ein remained uninvolved. They had more pressing matters at hand, and Lu Chun was disinclined to engage. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Now that he had gathered all the materials for constructing Pluto, he still needed someone to build it. Mere possession of materials was insufficient. Seeking Frankie for construction was virtually impossible, but returning to Water 7 could be a possibility, albeit fraught with complications. With the materials assembled, the absence of a shipwright posed a dilemma. Not long ago, Lu Chun had acquired shipbuilding skills, now in a grade. Yet attempting to construct one of the 3 ancient weapons alone was decidedly impractical. Thus, he needed to find other talents. One step at a time. There is no need to rush. The World Conference would last for 7 days, during which Lu Chun and Ein would remain in Mary Geos. At noon, the conference temporarily adjourned, allowing the attending kings to step out for rest, with the afternoon session scheduled to resume, followed by an evening dedicated to relaxation. When Shirahoshi emerged, she spotted Lu Chun and Ein outside and rushed over, beaming with joy. "Lord Lu Chun, Lady Ein, you are still here. Indeed, we came specifically to protect you. We'll be with you for the next few days," Ein replied with a smile. She was quite fond of Shirahoshi, treating her like a cherished friend. "Hooray! It's my first time on land after all these years. Can you show me around?" Shirahoshi's large eyes sparkled with eagerness. In an instant, Ein's heart melted, but she turned to Lu Chun, asking, "Can we take Shirahoshi out for a stroll?" Most residents in Mary Geos were celestial beings, and the relationship between celestial beings and fishmen was far from amicable. Thus, wandering the streets of Mary Geos required Lu Chun as protection. "Certainly. I have nothing pressing to attend to," Lu Chun replied. "Hooray! Thank you, Lord Lu Chun," Shirahoshi exclaimed joyfully. Consequently, the 3 of them ventured into Mary Geos. Despite the recent attack incident, the shopping areas remained bustling with life. Of course, only Shirahoshi and Ein were truly enjoying themselves. Lu Chun was not particularly fond of shopping, recognizing it as a pastime mainly enjoyed by women, while he merely served as a bodyguard. Shirahoshi was not required to attend the conference, so they spent the entire afternoon exploring, satisfying both of their desires to wander. In the evening, Lu Chun and Ai returned to the docks residence to rest, while the following day they would return to Ma Li Qiaoya. On one particular night, 2 days later, a man, not entirely unfamiliar, approached Lu Chun under the guise of anonymity. Clad in a black robe, he attempted to conceal his identity, but before he could see the other's face, the system had already disclosed the man's identity to him. General Lu Chun, I trust you have discerned who I am by now, the man stated as he removed his hat, speaking in a subdued tone. Indeed, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit, particularly in such attire. Lu Chun replied, slightly nodding, his interest piqued. I have a request. The man, Kobula, responded earnestly, a hint of resignation etched across his features. Speak, Lu Chun urged. After the World Conference, I hope that General Lu Chun will personally escort Wei Wei back to Alabasta. By what right? Lu Chun arched an eyebrow, countering the request. Do you presume I would undertake such a journey? Despite his awareness that Kobula was destined to perish at the hands of the 5 elders after the conference, it did not obligate him to acquiesce. If you refuse, I shall inform the world government of your possession of the historical text. Regardless, that piece of history will remain out of your hands. Kobula stated coolly, as if he had resolved to take a significant step. Are you threatening me? Lu Chun's expression darkened, an involuntary surge of conqueror's haki emanating from him. A powerful pressure enveloped Kobula, overwhelming him to the point of nearly losing his balance. After a moment, Lu Chun withdrew his haki, allowing Kobula to regain composure. Gasping for breath as he hastily apologized, I spoke out of turn before. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. Oomph. Lu Chun scoffed, his tone icy. I could eliminate you right now, and no one would know it was I who did it. The previous incident was a transaction between us. I saved your entire nation. Yet you dare to threaten me now. He had no intention of accepting Kobula's apology. Yet he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the grievances with a man who was fated to die. Kobula stood momentarily speechless, his demeanor grave as he solemnly declared, General Lu Chun, should you agree to escort Wei Wei safely back to her homeland, I am willing to meet any conditions you set forth, and I will ensure our secret remains just that, even in death. I will guarantee Wei Wei's safety. You may leave. Lu Chun gestured dismissively. A man on the brink of death was of little concern to him, and he was already certain of Wei Wei's safety. Thank you, General Lu Chun. Kobula expressed his gratitude earnestly. With Lu Chun's assurance, he felt a sense of relief, ready to pursue his own endeavors. Now leave. Lu Chun waved his hand, disinterested in further interaction. Understood, Kobula replied before turning away. As he gazed toward the mountaintop of Mali Chiaoya, he murmured, Wei Wei, this is the last thing your father can do for you. I hope you can forgive me. Shortly after Kobula departed, AI entered the tent and quietly inquired, what did he want from you? In truth, AI had been outside and had already sensed Kobula's presence. Recognizing him by his silhouette, though she could not discern the details of their conversation, he requested that I escort Princess Wei Wei safely back to Alabasta. Lu Chun replied candidly. Upon hearing this, AI's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. Why would he seek you out? Are you close with Wei Wei? Not particularly. We met during the pursuit of Crocodile in Alabasta. However, Kobula must be aware of his impending demise, which is why he sought my help. Lu Chun chose to withhold certain details. Some matters were best left undisclosed, as AI had already learned quite enough, and knowing too much could become burdensome. AI paused, her gaze shifting to Kobula's retreating figure, suddenly realizing something but refraining from further questioning. The World Conference continued, spanning a total of 7 days. On the 7th day, Lu Chun stood outside the palace, sensing a powerful energy wave emanating from the center of Mali Chiaoya. The sheer force caused the entire Mali Chiaoya to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred, with countless stones cascading from rooftops. The closer one was to Mali Chiaoya, the more intense the effects felt, akin to being near the epicenter of a quake. Fortunately, Lu Chun was positioned at a distance, experiencing only a mild impact, yet he could still perceive the overwhelming energy. It must be of at least SSS rank. Lu Chun contemplated the direction of the tremors, lost in thought. This must be the work of Im. Sabo is likely discovered by Im, but with Kuma's presence, he should be able to escape swiftly. Some matters were beyond his current purview, so he chose not to delve into them. With his present strength, there was no need to engage too closely with him, for he knew little of her, only that she resided at the epicenter of power in this world. To accompany a ruler is akin to courting danger. Maintaining a prudent distance is advisable. For now, remaining hidden was the best course of action, as he had no comprehension of the full extent of Im's abilities. As the World Conference concluded, the kings of various kingdoms emerged, all having sensed the recent tremor. Yet none dared to intervene. The affairs of the Holy Land, Li Qiao, were beyond their jurisdiction. Lord Lu Chun, Lilian. Suddenly, Bai Xing approached them at a brisk pace. Bai Xing, Ai greeted with a smile, adding at last, "You are here. Now, let me and Lu Chun escort you back to Fishman Island." "Yay!" Bai Xing exclaimed joyfully. However, Lu Chun remained silent, his gaze drawn to Wei Wei, who stood anxiously at the entrance, awaiting her father's return. Ai followed Lu Chun's line of sight and noticed Princess Wei Wei, her lips pressed together in concern. "Lu Chun, please bring her along." "Very well." Lu Chun nodded in agreement. He then approached Wei Wei, speaking earnestly, "Do not wait any longer. Your father is unlikely to emerge now." "What do you mean, General Lu Chun?" Wei Wei's expression flickered with surprise, as if she had begun to grasp the implications. "Your father sought me out, hoping I would safely escort you home. It seems the time has come to fulfill that promise," Lu Chun revealed plainly. In an instant, realization dawned upon Wei Wei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed into the distance. Whispering, "Father, you have." Long after a moment's hesitation, she appeared resolute, wiping away her tears. "All right, I will follow you." Since Lu Chun was chosen by her father, she would trust her father's decision. "Let's depart." "Okay." Thus, Wei Wei fell in line behind Lu Chun, embarking on the naval vessel. However, as she cast a glance back, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if someone were watching. The SS-level conqueror's haki sensed a presence, though it could not ascertain the identity of the observer, but their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be that Im has sent someone to keep an eye on Wei Wei? It was unlikely that Im herself would be involved. Perhaps it was one of the 5 elders? Regardless, Wei Wei was safe for the time being. Shortly thereafter, under the escort of Lu Chun's naval ship, both the vessel headed to Fishman Island and the ship from the Kingdom of Alabasta returned securely to their respective nations. Upon completing his escort mission, Lu Chun's task was considered accomplished as he returned to Marin Fandur. However, the reconstruction of Marin Fandur was nearing its conclusion, and Lu Chun would soon have to return to the naval headquarters. If he wished to venture out again afterward, it would pose some challenges. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements by appointing Qingji as the vice-captain of the night pirates. With him in charge, the crew would remain secure. Suddenly, the phone bug on Lu Chun's desk rang, and surprisingly, it was a call from Sakazuki. The admiral had never directly contacted Lu Chun before. Had he encountered an issue? After a brief pause, Lu Chun answered the call. "Hello, Admiral Akainu. What brings you to call me?" "Humph." Sakazuki grunted dismissively and stated, "You should be free now. I have a task for you. The reconstruction of Marin Fandur is nearly complete, and after you finish this mission, you will return to the naval headquarters." "Understood, Admiral." A smile played at the corners of Lu Chun's mouth. Intrigued by the task, Sakazuki mentioned, "The details will be sent to you via telegram. Pay attention to it." "I'm hanging up." Sakazuki had no desire to engage in further conversation and promptly ended the call. Had it not been for the 2 troublesome Marine admirals, one shirking responsibilities and the other meddling, he would not have to delegate this mission to Lu Chun, who would also assist at the naval headquarters. Without Lu Chun, the situation would indeed become quite tricky. Originally, this mission was intended for Karp to relay to Lu Chun, but Karp had claimed he was too busy, leaving Sakazuki with no choice but to handle it himself. It was likely Karp had ulterior motives, wishing to see Sakazuki struggle. Chapter 193, The Great D Solo. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, curious about the task Sakazuki had assigned him. His interest was piqued, as the details were presumably too sensitive to discuss over the phone for fear of interception. Shortly thereafter, I entered with a telegram in hand. "Lu Chun, the headquarters just sent a telegram specifically for you." "Let me see." Lu Chun nodded. Taking the telegram, he read the lengthy details that echoed Sakazuki's words. It emphasized the importance of completing the task without unnecessary chaos or violence. The core of the message revealed a notorious pirate, Gilder Tetsolo, known as the Golden Emperor and the possessor of the Jin fruit. It was unexpected that he had surfaced, and Luchan was to apprehend him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Eliminate Gilder Tetsolo. System reward: 2,000 energy points. Another task had been activated. It appeared that this journey to the Great Solo was indeed imperative. Additionally, not long ago, Luchan received a call from Rainbow Island, specifically from Henzu. He inquired about the funding for ongoing research into the Rainbow Mist, which had fallen short. To assist, Luchan had directly transferred 10 billion berries to him, allowing the research to continue. This left Luchan somewhat financially constrained, but a trip to Golden City could yield substantial returns, given that Solo controlled 20% of the world's berries. An unfathomable fortune. One could only hope that Henzu would produce tangible results. Otherwise, that money would be wasted. Luchan, what is the task? It came directly from Naval Headquarters. An inquired curiously. Arrest a pirate, Gilder Tetsolo. Luchan replied candidly. Indeed, I did not expect his ship to be here. Correct. Go prepare the crew. We set sail immediately. Yes, Commander. With that, Ein exited the room to ready the warship. This operation would not only involve the Navy, but also CP-0, along with encounters with several celestial dragons, which could complicate matters. Nevertheless, as long as the mission was accomplished, the challenges were inconsequential. An hour later, all Navy vessels were prepared to depart from Marin Fander, heading towards the Great Solo. Its location lay along the Grand Line in the New World, attracting numerous pirates and, naturally, a significant Navy presence. However, Luchan was well aware that they would not easily permit a large contingent of Navy personnel to infiltrate. 3 days later, Luchan and his fleet reached the waters surrounding the Great Solo, where a glimmering golden figure could be discerned in the distance. All Navy ships stay here. Ein and I will investigate. We will notify you immediately if we receive any news, Luchan declared. Understood, Commander. The Navy responded in unison. Suddenly, Kobe and Balumabur approached. Grinning. Teacher, take us with you. Yes, teacher, we want to see. Absolutely not. Luchan firmly rejected their request, stating earnestly, this is not an excursion. That place is extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Besides, I need you to remain here on guard. Understood, teacher, Kobe and Balumabur nodded, realizing that the Great Solo was indeed a dangerous locale. Ein, let us proceed. Right. With that, Luchan and Ein boarded a small boat, still adorned in their marine uniforms, pretending to be mere visitors. After all, there were plenty of Marines in the vicinity, and their presence would not raise alarm. As time passed, they drew closer to the Great Solo. Upon seeing it, they were taken aback. The colossal golden ship shimmered in the night, casting a golden hue upon everything around it. The vessel stretched an impressive 10 kilometers, drawn by 2 massive Navy vessels, unaffected by wind or current, embodying opulence in every detail. Luchan, this ship must be entirely made of gold. Ein gasped in astonishment, though he had anticipated this. Witnessing a ship constructed entirely from gold was hard to fathom. Indeed, if it were truly made of gold, it would surely sink. But there is undoubtedly a significant amount of gold, Luchan replied. Then Gilder Tetsolo's powers must be fully awakened. Gold is merely a gesture for him. Money is no object. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. As they piloted their boat into the Great Solo's entrance, golden dust began to rain down from above. Be cautious. Do not inhale the gold dust, Luchan warned. Understood. Ein was momentarily taken aback, but complied, raising a prepared umbrella to shield himself from the golden particles. Luchan, on the other hand, enveloped himself in a layer of Haushika haki to ward off the encroaching dust. Should they be tainted by the golden powder, they risked falling under Gilder Tetsolo's control, so it was best to avoid contamination. Before long, the golden dust had transformed the umbrella into a shimmering gold hue. If we were to sweep this area, we could earn tens of thousands of berries daily. Traversing the expansive, dimly lit passage, they soon encountered a bright light. signaling their impending entry into the Great Solo. However, upon entering, they found themselves confronted by a few unruly pirates blocking their path. "Ahoy, Navy! Surrender your riches. Or do not blame us for our impoliteness. Hand it over." Those who approached the Slayedthe ship were undoubtedly laden with gold, compelling the pirates to rob them. Was it not sufficient to merely sweep up some golden dust? Must they resort to plunder? "Get lost!" Lu Chen roared, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which rendered numerous pirates around him unconscious, parting the crowd like the Red Sea. In an instant, the pirates before him began to fall one after another, inexplicably collapsing to the ground. It was then that the surrounding pirates sensed something amiss, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld the formidable Navy officer. It was Vice Admiral Lu Chen, the infamous pirate hunter, a rising star of the Navy. "Run, run! If we don't flee, we shall be slaughtered." In an instant, the pirates scattered in a frenzy, terrified of Lu Chen's potential wrath. However, Lu Chen had no intention of pursuing them. He merely shook his head in resignation. When did I acquire such a reputation? Chapter 194, The Pirate Hunter. The title of Pirate Hunter was indeed rather unpleasant. Ein stifled a chuckle, continuing, "Is there anything inaccurate in what he said?" Hearing this, Lu Chen could only sigh in exasperation as he pressed forward, eventually reaching the dock and anchoring the ship at the shore. The water surrounding the Slayedthe had long been enveloped in a fine layer of golden dust, transforming it into a veritable sea of gold. As the two disembarked, a striking woman clad in a tight black outfit, with flowing crimson hair and an alluring figure, approached them. Each of her steps seemed to sway her body, as if enchanting the very souls of onlookers. Character: Bacala. Position: crew member of the Slayedthe. Fruit: luck fruit. Level: A. Skill: fruit development is bounty, 70 million berries. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed, his expression as clear and untroubled as ever, hardly sparing Bacala a second glance. This woman was not to be trifled with. She was indeed a chosen one, destined to be favored by the goddess of fortune. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, Major Ein. What a surprise to see both of you here today. Are you here to enjoy our Slayedthe? Bacala greeted with a professional smile. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded slightly, adding, "Lead us around and provide us with an introduction." "Certainly. This way, please," Bacala replied with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, Lu Chen and Ein followed her into the true heart of the Slayedthe. Upon truly entering the Slayedthe, they grasped the immense scale of the ship, which resembled a small city, entirely adorned in gold. Some decorations were even crafted from pure gold. It housed every conceivable form of entertainment. Rather than merely a vessel, it was akin to a nation. Seated in a vehicle fashioned from gold, Lu Chen surveyed the entirety of the Slayedthe, noting that surveillance bugs were scattered throughout. Should anyone attempt to steal the gold, they would be imprisoned in the underground dungeons, where vast amounts of gold resided, yet not a morsel of food could be found, leaving them to starve while gazing at the gold. Soon, Bacala led Lu Chen and Ein to a grand hotel, the 8-star hotel, the King of Gold. The entire establishment was constructed from gold, a true spectacle of opulence, with all forms of entertainment contained within its walls. "Welcome, please enter." Bacala gestured, her professional smile unwavering. Very well, Lu Chen nodded and entered with Bacala. Inside the hotel, they were greeted by a panorama of gold, exuding extreme luxury. Yet after gazing at so much gold, Lu Chen felt it lost its charm. It no longer captivated him. "Vice Admiral Lu Chen, do you have any money to exchange for chips?" "We also offer loans for chips," Bacala said softly. "I dislike owing debts. Here's 10 million berries. Exchange it for chips," Lu Chen replied, retrieving a black box he had prepared earlier. "Understood," Bacala nodded, converting the 10 million berries into chips and handing them to Lu Chen. "Please, enjoy yourselves. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out." "Very well," Lu Chen acknowledged, watching Bacala turn to leave. Lu Chen knew she was likely heading to the monitoring room. She was not someone to be underestimated. "Lu Chen, are we really going to play? That is 10 million berries." Ein furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. "This place fell off. The people here were too frenzied." "Fear not. I shall manage. Trust me." Lu Chen assured. All right. Upon hearing this, Ein chose to trust Lu Chen's judgment without further protest. Lu Chen then found a spot to sit and began to engage in the various entertainment facilities around him, not missing a single opportunity. Miraculously, he seemed favored by Lady Luck, never encountering a loss, his chips continually multiplying. 15 million berries, 20 million berries, 30 million berries. Ein watched in delight, astonished that Lu Chen could amass such wealth. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Bacala again. Ah, I see you two have won quite a bit. You are now eligible to enter the VIP room. Would you like to join? It's a place where fortunes abound, and many have become millionaires there. Bacala said with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Chen responded without hesitation. Excellent, follow me. However, before Bacala could finish, Lu Chen interjected coolly, not so fast. I prefer to win 100 million berries here before moving on. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, 30 million berries is already sufficient for entry. You could win even more inside. You will reach 100 million in no time, Bacala urged. What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Lu Chen's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. And no, I wouldn't dare. Bacala's countenance fell, but she complied and waited nearby. She could only watch as Lu Chen continued to win at the table, persisting until he reached 100 million berries. Finally, Lu Chen stood up from the table, smiling. All right, take me to the VIP room. Very well, this way, please. Understood. Under Bacala's guidance, they arrived at a secluded area surrounded by golden walls. A large-headed man dressed in black emerged from the golden wall, as though possessing the power to traverse through it. Character: Mr. Tianzhong. Position: Guard. Fruit: Warp fruit. Level: B. Skill: Fruit development. B. Marksmanship. B. Bounty: 20 million berries. Mr. Tianzhong, please escort them inside, Bacala instructed. Certainly. Mr. Tianzhong merely acknowledged her and led Lu Chen through the golden wall. Inside the so-called VIP room, representatives from various factions, including the Navy, pirates, and celestial dragons, gathered to partake in a simple game of high and low. Bacala took the initiative to introduce the game to Lu Chen, then said, Vice Admiral Lu Chen, I wish you a delightful experience here. As she spoke, her fair hand reached out towards Lu Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed. A dark blade was positioned before Bacala's arm, resulting in a delicate gash upon her fair skin. I apologize, Miss Bacala, but I'm not fond of other women touching me, Lu Chen remarked with indifference. Bacala raised an eyebrow, clutching her arm as she departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jier de Taizwa Luo observed the duo in the VIP room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. How very intriguing. Chapter 195. Not worth the price. Lu Chen, why are there so many Navy personnel here? I see a multitude from the Navy headquarters. Ein whispered as she surveyed her surroundings. This was her first visit to the Dasuo Luo, and the experience was indeed overwhelming, surpassing all that she had heard previously. This place is neutral. The Navy cannot act against pirates, and pirates cannot act against the Navy. Coupled with the substantial stakes and the influence of the celestial dragons, it has naturally become such a locale, Lu Chen elucidated. Oh, I nodded, still unable to fully comprehend. At that moment, everyone present became aware of the newly arrived Lu Chen and Ein. After all, those permitted entry were not ordinary individuals, and most recognized Lu Chen. It's him, Vice-Admiral Munqi de Luchen, a Navy supernova, reputed to possess strength rivaling that of an admiral. One wonders if it is true. It is highly likely true, but this is a neutral ground. He would not dare act against us. Conversations abounded, yet no one dared to stare for long, each returning to their own pursuits. Lu Chen, where shall we play? Are we really going to gamble? Ein inquired as they walked. Let's give it a try, Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. Approaching a table where crew members were shaking dice while patrons placed their bets, with the minimum wager being 100,000 berries. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen placed an initial bet of 50 million berries on a high outcome. The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment. What? 50 million berries on the first roll? Truly impressive for a Navy supernova. Lu Chen, are you really betting such a large amount on your first try? How bold. Lu Chen simply smiled, awaiting the crew member to reveal the outcome. When the dice were unveiled, Indeed, it was high, causing a wave of excitement among the onlookers. High. It truly is high. He just won 50 million berries, totaling 100 million berries. Incredible. This vice admiral is remarkable. Lu Chen, you are quite impressive. I stared at Lu Chen in amazement. It's just a small matter. Lu Chen waved his hand, attributing his success to his Kinbunchika hockey, which allowed him to foresee the outcome of the dice. Of course, this was merely a test of luck. The 50 million berries were winnings, and even in the event of a loss, he would still have profited 40 million berries. He did not believe that the SwordsmanWho had only Bacala as a backup, so this wager was just a preliminary exploration. In truth, 100 million berries was not a substantial amount for the SwordsmanWho. Shortly thereafter, the second round commenced, and Lu Chen, sensing a low outcome through his Kinbunchika hockey, boldly wagered 100 million berries on the low result. Observing this, many patrons followed suit, eager to share in the potential profits. Lu Chen was indifferent, though he did wonder whether SwordsmanWho would approve. As the dice were cast, 1, 2, 3 low, Lu Chen was once again correct, doubling his 100 million berries to 200 million, adding to the previous 50 million, resulting in a total gain of 250 million berries. Subsequently, he continued to win, utilizing his Kinbunchika hockey to secure victory after victory. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Bacala entered, her brows slightly furrowed. Captain, Lu Chen has already won nearly 300 million berries. Are we not going to intervene? Patience, dia de taisuo loriplaith. Savoring a glass of red wine, crafted from pure gold. The value of Vice Admiral Lu Chen does not warrant such a sum. We shall allow him to win a bit more. Understood, Captain, Bacala nodded, seemingly grasping his intent. As time passed, Lu Chen's winnings increased, his total amounting to an astonishing 3 billion berries in just a few rounds. It is worth noting that Lu Chen consistently wagered half of his total, leaving the remainder intact. Thus, the numbers soared dramatically. He effortlessly amassed 3 billion berries, with those betting alongside him also reaping considerable rewards. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, please place your bet. We are all following your lead, they urged him, eager to partake in a substantial win. Indeed, if you win, we win as well. The crowd's enthusiasm mounted, banking on Lu Chen's previous successes as assurance that luck would remain on their side. All right. Lu Chen smiled slightly and placed a mere 10,000 berries as his wager. Upon witnessing this, the others were slow to react and subsequently followed suit, some even wagering their entire fortunes, oblivious to the fact that Lu Chen had only bet 10,000 berries. Naturally, he had predicted a high outcome through his Kinbunchika hockey, but he had an inkling that something was amiss, which is why he chose a modest wager. After all, 30 million berries was already sufficient. Slayedthe. The others realized that Lu Chen's stake was merely 10,000 berries. What? Only 10,000 berries? Vice Admiral Lu Chen, are you jesting? Why so little? Is something amiss? Many were eager to retract their bets, but once placed, bets on the SwordsmanWho could not be withdrawn. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he regarded the crowd behind him, speaking with an icy tone. Do I need to inform you how much I wagered? Instantly, the faces around him darkened, as they recalled Lu Chen's status and prowess, silencing their protests. Meanwhile, the crew member SwordsmanWho appeared helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Roll the dice. Yes, roll them already. What are you waiting for? The crowd urged, their anticipation palpable. Although Lu Chen's wager was minimal, the collective bets from others amounted to at least 1 billion berries, and a loss would thus result in a significant defeat. After a brief silence, SwordsmanWho reluctantly rolled the dice. 3, 2, 3. 8 points low. As the words left his lips, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. What? Low? How is this possible? Could Lu Chen and the SwordsmanWho be colluding to deceive us? Previously, they had all placed substantial bets. How could one suddenly wager so little? As the crowd lost, their ire inevitably turned toward Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's expression remained unfazed as he coldly declared, "If you all choose to blame me for your losses, that seems rather unjust. I am a Navy officer. Would I conspire with pirates to swindle you?" He continued, "This amount of money is of no consequence to me. I could easily earn a bounty by dispatching a few pirates. His words carried an air of conviction. Chapter 196, Pirates and the Navy? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further commentary. First, they understood Lu Chen's formidable strength and realized he was not to be trifled with. Second, they sensed there was more to the situation. As Lu Chen had won so many times in succession, perhaps he had discerned something that prompted him to refrain from wagering more. Meiji remained unfazed and continued to inquire. General Lu Chen, will you continue to play? Having won such a substantial amount, it is only natural to indulge in some leisure, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a dark expression instantly crossed Meiji's face, leaving him at a loss for words. Hee. Lu Chen chuckled silently, having already discerned the underlying issue. The object in Meiji's possession allowed him to manipulate the size of the dice, and just before the reveal, he had altered their dimensions from large to small. In such an expansive place, it was clear that the game was not solely dependent on Meiji. Some high technology was involved. However, no matter how advanced the technology, it held little efficacy against Lu Chen, for he had already decided to cease playing. With his cards laid bare and a fortune amassed, he was prepared to leave. 30 billion belly. Such a sum could only be acquired by vanquishing 3 notorious pirate supernovas, and this world did not possess an abundance of such foes. Ein, let us depart. Certainly. Ein joyfully grasped the 30 billion belly in chips and prepared to exit. Just as they took a few steps, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Baccarat, who had left earlier. With a beaming smile, she asked, General Lu Chen, are you not playing anymore? Are you leaving? If I won money and do not leave, would I stay here for no reason? Lu Chen retorted. Hee. Baccarat smiled coyly and continued, General Lu Chen, perhaps you are unaware of our house rule. Anyone wishing to leave must wager all their chips one last time. Oh, I was not informed of such a rule. Lu Chen inquired with genuine interest. The gathered crowd was equally oblivious, as no one had ever genuinely triumphed. Those who lost had long been imprisoned in the underground dungeon. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. There's such a rule? I was unaware. How could I know? This is my first visit. Isn't it unreasonable to prevent someone from leaving? This is truly a scam. They were not fools, and it was clear they understood Baccarat's intentions. This is our house rule. I neglected to inform you earlier, and I apologize for that. I hope you will not take offense. Baccarat maintained her professional smile, as if no one would dare object. However, Lu Chen firmly declined. I shall not gamble. You just tricked me out of 10,000 belly, and I have not sought retribution for that. Now you demand I surrender 30 billion belly? Do you underestimate my capabilities? He felt no obligation to grant them any semblance of courtesy. General Lu Chen. One must not make unfounded accusations without evidence. Baccarat responded awkwardly. She had not anticipated that Lu Chen was already aware of their scheme. Oh, no evidence? If I am not mistaken, you possess the power of the lucky fruit. Am I right? You can absorb others' luck upon contact. And many individuals in this room have undoubtedly encountered you. Lu Chen articulated each word with precision. Once betting commences, most are bound to lose, Lu Chen stated earnestly. General Lu Chen, you cannot make baseless claims, Baccarat replied, her expression momentarily faltering before she regained her composure, feigning nonchalance. Yet, her moment of panic did not escape the notice of many, and it became evident that those who had lost upon entering the inner chamber had only managed to avoid losses when accompanied by Lu Chen. It was all due to the abundance of luck surrounding him. It seems to be true. I've been losing consistently. Damn it, this woman must be behind it. She must have touched my luck. I too was touched by her. No wonder I kept losing. In an instant, the crowd attributed their losses to Baccarat, inciting a wave of anger. You all, Baccarat's brows furrowed, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never expected Lu Chen to be aware of her fruitability, realizing that he had anticipated her intentions all along. Ladies and gentlemen, this establishment, the Slayedthe, is deceiving its patrons. I propose we demand the return of our funds. What do you think? Lu Chen proclaimed. Yes, I support General Lu Chen. Me too. Support. Many joined in, including not only naval personnel, but also pirates. No one would refuse the prospect of reclaiming their wealth, especially after suffering such losses. Baccarat huffed. instructing Mr. Tianzhong to escort her away from the inner chamber, leaving behind a single remark. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the captain. He will explain everything to you. Alone, she knew she could not contend with so many and needed to seek out Slayedthe for assistance. Observing Baccarat's retreat, Lu Chen remained unfazed and addressed the crowd. It appears she has fled to summon the captain to confront us. Fellow patrons, I believe the individuals aboard the SwordsmanWho are hardly honorable. Today, I, Lu Chen, shall represent the Navy and eradicate all the pirates aboard the SwordsmanWho. Is there anyone willing to join me? I am. I will fight alongside General Lu Chen. Me too. Numerous naval and world government personnel stepped forward. A few pirates hesitantly inquired, General Lu Chen, you won't be coming after us too, will you? No. My aim is solely to confront the pirates of the SwordsmanWho. Your involvement is unrelated. Should you choose to aid me against them, I shall spare you. Lu Chen stated earnestly. Letting these pirates go would incur minimal loss, especially since the immediate threat was Slayedthe and his cohorts. Very well, we shall follow your lead. Let's take them down. Kill them. In an instant, the pirates present launched an assault on the staff of the SwordsmanWho. They were pirates, after all, well-versed in the ways of plunder and chaos. As the pirates erupted into violence, the other naval forces joined the fray, targeting the crew of the SwordsmanWho. Those who managed to enter this establishment were hardly innocuous, and dealing with the crew was a straightforward endeavor. However, what would the other naval personnel and pirates think upon witnessing such a scene? The Navy was actually collaborating with pirates? Chapter 197, A Tale for the Ages. This was indeed a tale for the ages. Such a spectacle had only been witnessed during the Rocks Pirates' assault on God Valley, where Roger and the naval hero Carp allied, a mere few decades prior. Furthermore, following that incident, the Navy had attributed all accolades to Carp in an effort to obscure the fact that the Pirate King Roger was involved, fearing it would tarnish the Navy's reputation. Yet now, Lu Chen's actions would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Navy, though this was of little concern to him. Vanquishing the pirates aboard the SwordsmanWho was his utmost priority. Kill them. Eradicate them. Let us reclaim our money. Onward. Retrieve our funds. In an instant, the patrons aboard the ship engaged in battle with the crew of the SwordsmanWho, overpowering them decisively. Among them, the naval personnel stood united with Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen found that he need not even engage in combat. He merely observed. Lu Chen, what we are doing seems somewhat inappropriate. An's face was etched with concern as she spoke. It's all right. What is there to fear? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, showing little regard for the situation. Very well. Upon hearing this, Han chose not to press further. She would defer to Lu Chen's judgment, having only posed a couple of questions. Within 10 minutes, all the crew members of the SwordsmanWho had been subdued, and both the pirates and the Navy had essentially reclaimed their respective stakes. This was their original intention. Thus, Lu Chen refrained from further commentary. Ultimately, whether they could obtain their goals was beyond his control. It all depended on their fortune. None of it was within Lu Chen's purview. At this moment, numerous pirates and Navy personnel gathered around, all gazing at the formidable golden wall they had just encountered. General Lu Chen, what shall we do now? We cannot possibly escape. Indeed, they had all attempted to break through the golden wall earlier, to no avail. It seemed that only Lu Chen could intervene. Everyone, step back, Lu Chen instructed with a slight nod. As the crowd parted, he swiftly drew his enchanted blade, Slayedthe, and enveloped his fists with haki, delivering 2 powerful slashes. With a whoosh, the crimson blade light flickered, taking on the shape of a character as it surged toward the golden wall. Slayedthe had already transformed into a black blade, requiring no haki to unleash its formidable power. In an instant, the once massive golden wall was cleaved into 4 pieces, revealing a gaping opening. With a resounding crash, gold coins tumbled to the ground, and a cloud of white smoke erupted, prompting many to rush forward in a desperate bid to escape the enclosed space. However, as they emerged, a series of anguished screams echoed. This terrified those still inside, paralyzing them with fear. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, they could finally discern the outside scene. A throng of individuals clad in golden armor had surrounded them, and those who had rushed out were now completely encased in gold, resembling lifeless golden statues. The reason for this remained a mystery. Furthermore, a familiar figure emerged before them, Slayedthe, a man who revered gold as omnipotent. Strangely, his devil fruit ability had also originated from Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was peculiar that every time Doflamingo held an auction, he used genuine items only to have them stolen. Would he never learn from experience? Clap, clap, clap. Slayedthe exclaimed with a grin. I never expected a vice admiral like Lu Chun to possess such formidable strength. I am quite impressed. Your strength is not lacking either. Your fruit ability has awakened, Lu Chun replied with a smile. Anyone capable of awakening their devil fruit ability undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent and strength. Slayedthe's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Lu Chun would discern his fruit ability in its awakening. Was it the Navy's intelligence network that had informed him? However, the Navy was allied with the Celestial Dragons. They should not easily divulge his information. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for you to meet your demise. Lu Chun stated coldly. Without a shred of politeness, he resolved that anyone who appeared before him would surely meet their end. The victor remains uncertain, Slayedthe scoffed. Unperturbed, even in the face of a renowned vice admiral, he was determined to confront him. Little did he know, Lu Chun harbored the same intent, to eliminate him. Golden splash. Slayedthe raised his hand slightly, controlling all the gold aboard the Slayedthe, including the gold dust they had inhaled earlier. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of starving pirates and Navy personnel were ensnared by the gold dust, their bodies covered and immobilized. What is happening? Why am I like this? Help! My legs! Many cried out for help, while only a few who had not inhaled the gold dust remained unaffected. After a brief moment, those individuals fell silent, as if understanding their fate. Lu Chun, what is happening to them? Why are we unharmed? Un asked suspiciously, her expression betraying her worry. She had feared she would also succumb to the same fate as the others, as she had felt nothing. We did not inhale the gold dust. They must have. Slayedthe's fruit has awakened, allowing him to control all the gold aboard the Slayedthe, Lu Chun explained. Indeed, all the gold on this ship is at my disposal. Today, none of you shall escape, Slayedthe declared, his expression menacing. Not so fast, Lu Chun retorted with a sudden cold laugh, drawing his enchanted blade. Slayedthe, and executing a swift slash, blade drawl in an instant. A fierce and menacing sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at Slayedthe. What? Slayedthe's expression shifted as he sidestepped. Having not anticipated Lu Chun's speed, had he not been prepared, he would have surely lost an arm. However, he was unaware that the sword aura was not solely directed at him. The formidable sword aura struck the robust golden ship, Slayedthe, effortlessly cleaving through the impenetrable gold. After all, it was a black blade enhanced by haki, surpassing ordinary sword auras. In mere moments, a massive fissure appeared on the deck of Slayedthe, with the sword aura raging within, as if it sought to split the entire ship in two. The speed of the sword aura was astonishing. In no time, it had cleaved the ship, allowing torrents of seawater to flood in, drenching the crew and passengers alike. Help! Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Help! However, the surrounding individuals failed to comprehend Lu Chun's intentions and began to voice their grievances. Lu Chun remained unperturbed, regarding them as ignorant fools. As the seawater surged in, the gold encasing those controlled by Slayedthe began to dissolve, reverting back to gold dust scattered on the ground. Once liberated, the individuals realized Lu Chun's true intention was to save them. I can move. I can actually move. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. We misjudged you. Indeed, you were merely worrying unnecessarily. They chimed in, aligning themselves with Lu Chun and showering him with praise. Yet, Lu Chun remained expressionless, stating calmly, everyone, focus on how to deal with the adversaries before us. At present, he could not summon the Navy, as all signals had been obstructed. He could only utilize this group of ineffectual individuals to buy time while he confronted Slayedthe. Particularly, he needed to keep Bakera occupied. Her luck fruit was notoriously unpredictable. and even he might not be her match. The time had come to eliminate them, vanquish them, charge forth, seize their gold, and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. In an instant, all the navy and pirates surged towards the crew of the SwordsmanWho, driven by the insatiable desire for more gold. Lu Chun shook his head slightly. Gamblers are indeed gamblers, willing to forsake everything for the sake of wealth. Meanwhile, SwordsmanWho utilized his abilities to restore the slashed SwordsmanWho, preventing further seawater from flooding in. The faint water that had already entered began to dissipate under the ship's formidable drainage capabilities. One must admit that the SwordsmanWho was a fully equipped, super-large vessel, demonstrating immense power. It was surprising that a dignified Navy Vice Admiral would resort to collaborating with pirates. One could only wonder if the Navy headquarters were to learn of this. Would he still hold the title of Vice Admiral? SwordsmanWho inquired with keen interest. Sacrificing your head would suffice to atone for your sins, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. The moment those words were uttered, SwordsmanWho was instantly enraged, shouting, "You seek death." Aware of Lu Chun's formidable strength, he no longer concealed his abilities and unleashed his most powerful attack, the Golden Giant. With a swing of his arms, gold began to flow towards him, enveloping his entire being and gradually forming a colossal golden giant, towering at least several dozen meters high. As the transformed SwordsmanWho looked down at the crowd, he uttered in a hollow, thunderous voice, "Lu Chun, D." With that, his massive golden fist descended upon Lu Chun. Distract the others. I will handle him, Lu Chun said, pushing Ayn aside to protect her from the impending clash. Leaving himself to confront SwordsmanWho alone. All right. Ayn was momentarily taken aback, and before she could fully grasp the situation, she found herself pushed away, realizing she could do no more than delay the others. The enormous fist barreled towards Lu Chun, as if propelled by an unstoppable force, creating a sonic boom. The sheer size of the fist seemed to cover all potential escape routes. Remarkably, Lu Chun did not exhibit any intention to evade. Instead, he drew his sword, seeking to test the strength of the gold crafted from SwordsmanWho's fruit abilities. Bang! The powerful strike met SwordsmanWho's fist, leaving merely a shallow mark, failing to slice through it. One must acknowledge the strength of SwordsmanWho's abilities. Perhaps the less gold he controlled, the stronger its hardness became. Otherwise, the gold aboard the ship would not have been so easily cut by Lu Chun. Boom! In the blink of an eye, SwordsmanWho's massive golden fist landed at Lu Chun's position, smashing the ground into a deep pit. Both were gold, yet there appeared to be varying degrees of hardness among them. With a deafening crash, thick smoke billowed outward, drawing the attention of others who assumed Lu Chun had been struck. Yet, they seemed unaware of the principle that smoke signifies no injury. As time passed, a figure emerged from the haze, Lu Chun, unscathed, having utilized the Navy S6 styles to swiftly evade the descending Golden Giant's fist just before impact. Of course, even if struck, Lu Chun's life would not be in jeopardy. At worst, he would sustain minor injuries. You actually evaded it, but your swordsmanship seems incapable of piercing my gold. Prepare to meet your end, SwordsmanWho remarked, slightly surprised. A sinister grin creeping across his face as he launched another attack, his colossal golden fist hammering down on Lu Chun in rapid succession. He had only heard of Lu Chun's prowess. He had yet to witness the true extent of his strength. Based on that previous attack, he believed Lu Chun's reputation was exaggerated, as the newspapers were notoriously fond of fabricating stories. Unfazed, Lu Chun raised his long blade, pointing it skyward, his right hand enveloped in haki, which swiftly spread along the blade of reincarnation. In an instant, a tremendous force surged upward, seemingly breaking through the clouds to reach the heavens. Boom! The heavens shuddered, dark clouds gathered, and thunder ominously rolled, as powerful lightning coalesced above. What appeared to be a sword technique was, in fact, Lu Chun harnessing the power of his thunder fruit to summon lightning. Boom! Boom! A torrent of thunder converged, suddenly descending from the sky in a bolt as thick as a concrete pillar, aimed directly at the blade of reincarnation, bonding with it. It transformed into an enormous sword seemingly forged from thunder, crackling with lightning and blinding silver light. Boom! Lu Chun grasped the sword with both hands and struck down towards Tai Zuoluo's massive fist, proclaiming, "One sword style, heavenly thunder sacred blade." The thunderous sword collided with Tai Zuoluo's fist, momentarily halting his advance. Chapter 198, Divine Punishment of Gold. A clash of fist and blade erupted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outward, dispersing all surrounding people and objects. The magnitude of the energy was beyond their capacity to withstand. Even those who managed to endure were but a handful. Moreover, they were reluctant to become entangled in the fray, preferring to distance themselves. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion of thunder, Lu Chen's released sword energy was shattered by Tai Zuoluo's golden giant, dispersing into countless bolts of lightning. Ha ha! Your swordsmanship is nothing to boast about. Is that so? Lu Chen scoffed coldly. What do you mean? Tai Zuoluo furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could react, the scattered lightning energy began to converge anew, enveloping him entirely. Even the golden giant, comprised solely of gold, possessed strong conductivity, ranking third among all metals. Zizizi. Powerful currents ravaged Tai Zuoluo's form, tormenting every part of him, every cell. Tai Zuoluo trembled, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at his entire being, emitting agonizing howls. Moments later, the thunderous energy gradually dissipated, leaving Tai Zuoluo within the golden giant charred and battered. Fortunately, the vast surface area of the golden giant had conducted much of the current away, sparing him from death. However, Tai Zuoluo sustained internal injuries, realizing at that moment that Lu Chun was far from simple. How does it feel? Is it unbearable? Lu Chun inquired with keen interest. Lu Chun, you seek death. Tai Zuoluo's fury ignited as his eyes turned blood red, a torrent of energy erupting from them, golden divine fire. Beams of red radiation shot forth from his eyes towards Lu Chun at an incredible speed, surpassing even that of lightning. Even Lu Chun, relying on his formidable observation haki, had to concentrate fully to narrowly evade, where the radiation swept through. Even gold bore deep scorch marks. What a powerful pair of radiation eyes, akin to a superhuman, Lu Chun mused, slightly furrowing his brow in surprise. Don't run. Tai Zuoluo continued unleashing radiation, though each release required a brief interval to gather energy. While dodging, Lu Chun sought an opportunity. Having narrowly evaded a radiation attack, he seized a moment, two long blades appearing in his hands. The twin swords crossed to form the shape of a character, as his hands were instantaneously enveloped in the aura of Kinbunshiku haki. Subsequently, a colossal surge of energy coalesced atop the dual blades, its momentum steadily ascendant, manifesting as an even greater force. Meanwhile, Tai Zuoluo sensed Lu Chen's anomaly with youthful defiance. He swung his enormous golden head and unleashed the divine flames of gold towards Lu Chen's position once more. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, a focus sharpening within them as he crossed his blades and released, dual blade style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. Accompanied by two distinct beastly roars, two formidable slashes surged forth, transforming into one white and one red stream of sword energy that hurtled towards the radiation unleashed by Tai Zuoluo. One manifested as a white tiger, while the other morphed into a crimson dragon, both beasts racing towards Tai Zuoluo's bellow. With gaping jaws, they swallowed the divine flames of gold, thoroughly consuming them, and continued their assault towards Tai Zuoluo, who had transformed into a giant of gold. What? Tai Zuoluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the two streams of sword energy could devour even the energy of his divine flames, a notion so incredulous he found himself unable to evade. The powerful sword energy struck precisely against his chest, sending his enormous form hurtling backward until he crashed into the wall, shattering countless barriers, finally stopping only after his hands dug into the ground. The golden giant that Tai Zuoluo had become bore a massive character-shaped wound, blood seeping from it. The combination of Conqueror's haki and the black blade had penetrated the formidable hardness of gold, inflicting severe injury upon the body concealed within the golden giant. Yet, Slayedthe grimaced, staunchly sealing the wound with gold to prevent further blood loss. Gritting his teeth in fury, "You bastard! How dare you injure me? I will kill you!" Lu Chen sneered. In a fit of rage, Slayedthe ceased holding back. His right hand swung back, transforming his fist into armor. And then he thrust it forward, unleashing the molten gold's effect. His fist, enveloped in flames, hurtled towards Lu Chen's position. Golden Inferno. This was his second strongest technique, capable of melting anything under the might of that infernal flame. However, Lu Chen was no ordinary individual. With a fierce resolve, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he sheathed his twin blades, clenched his fists, and gathered a tremendous wave of energy within them, forming two colossal white circles. It was none other than the long-neglected power of the Jinjin fruit. As Slayedthe's gigantic, flaming golden fist bore down upon him, Lu Chen leaped forth like a rocket propelled by sheer force, charging directly into the path of Slayedthe's fist. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the massive flames engulfed Lu Chen, shrouding him in uncertainty. Within the flames, the air around Lu Chen was forcefully displaced, creating a vacuum, rendering the flames incapable of encroaching upon him. His fist collided with Slayedthe's, the immense shockwave seemingly shattering the very fabric of space before them, causing the colossal arms of the golden giant to crack as well. "Get lost!" Lu Chen roared, unleashing an even greater power. In an instant, the golden giant's arm was riddled with ghostly fissures. The entire limb disintegrated into countless pieces of gold, cascading to the ground. Those fragments were tainted with the flames released by Slayedthe. Puff! Even Slayedthe was caught in the fray, violently spewing blood. Reduced to a golden giant with but one arm remaining, his complexion pale, Slayedthe hastily retreated, avoiding direct contact with Lu Chen, recognizing that the overwhelming energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had it not been for the fear of sinking the entire Slayedthe, he surely would not have survived. It seemed all the gold upon him was destined to be shattered. Gradually, Lu Chen descended from the flames, landing gracefully, intrigued. "It has been a long time since I employed my fruit's abilities. I nearly forgot I possessed such powers." Cough, cough. Slayedthe began to cough violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, his pallid gaze fixed upon Lu Chen. In that moment, he could no longer afford to underestimate the Marine Rear Admiral before him. He recalled a report he had seen earlier, which indeed mentioned that Lu Chen had obtained Whitebeard's devil fruit, the Jinjin fruit, a paramecia-type fruit. The fruit possessed by the strongest man at sea was now in Lu Chen's grasp. He had previously underestimated Lu Chen's might. "Lu Chen, I concede. I had underestimated your strength before, but not now. You will ultimately regret your decisions made today," Slayedthe declared, his expression grave and detached. "Let's see." Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed. "Golden divine punishment." With those words, Slayedthe bellowed, emanating an overwhelming pressure as gold began to coalesce around him, forming golden pillars under his command, flowing like liquid gold. The pillars reformed and converged, shaping into a massive golden bullet, hurtling towards Lu Chen at breakneck speed. The enormous golden bullet enveloped all possible escape routes for Lu Chen, initially intending to evade. Lu Chen quickly realized that Slayedthe still maintained control over the golden bullet's trajectory, rendering escape futile. It was akin to a homing missile, impossible to evade. How intriguing! Lu Chen mused with a faint smile, opting not to wield his long blades, but rather to master the capabilities of the Jinjin fruit. He stood resolutely, awaiting the colossal golden bullet's approach, enveloping his hands in haki, extending them outward as the two energy rings formed by the Jinjin fruit materialized before him, preparing to directly confront Slayedthe's assault. In an instant, the massive golden bullet controlled by Slayedthe loomed before Lu Chen. As his palms made contact with the bullet, it felt as if a tremendous projectile had struck, bearing immense force. His hands appeared diminutive against the bullet, seemingly powerless. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The overwhelming impact sent Lu Chun flying, crashing against the wall behind him, shattering the robust golden structure into fragments. Nevertheless, Lu Chun exhibited no sign of retreat. His veins bulged as he unleashed a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his arms to intercept the golden bullet unleashed by SwordsmanWho. Bang! 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 The wall behind him was repeatedly demolished. Yet, Lu Chen's strength surged, gradually gaining control over the massive golden bullet, its velocity slowing with each passing moment. What? Moments later, SwordsmanWho sensed something amiss. Attempting to command the golden bullet for another assault, he discovered that it had slipped beyond his grasp. It seemed to be drawn by an unyielding force, no longer within his control. Suddenly, Lu Chen's footsteps came to a halt. Gripping the golden bullet tightly, he unleashed a furious roar. An immense vibrational energy surged from his palms into the golden bullet. Crack! Crack! Almost immediately, fine fissures began to appear on the golden bullet, gradually spreading outward in increasing numbers. Before long, the once massive golden bullet was shattered into countless pieces of gold by Lu Chen's Zhenjiang abilities, and SwordsmanWho completely lost control of the situation. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. SwordsmanWho's eyes widened like saucers, disbelief etched on his face. Even witnessing it firsthand, he refused to accept the reality. The Navy 6 form, shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage, while his true form appeared before SwordsmanWho. A punch infused with the power of the Zhenjiang struck SwordsmanWho squarely on the face, pinning him firmly to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered from the impact, rendering SwordsmanWho motionless. Let me go. You can take all the gold here. SwordsmanWho begged, fear evident in his voice. Gold? If I kill you, won't this gold still belong to me? Lu Chen scoffed. You. SwordsmanWho was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. He had once believed that wealth could achieve anything, but it seemed he finally grasped another truth. What does it matter how rich one is? In the face of greater power, without strength, money is merely a trinket for others. Farewell. Lu Chun smiled, unleashing the Zhenjiang ability to envelop SwordsmanWho's head, shattering it into a fine mist. Boom! Blood gushed everywhere. Then, Lu Chun hoisted SwordsmanWho's lifeless body and proclaimed loudly, SwordsmanWho is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. At his words, the crowd gasped, turning to the source of the announcement. He is dead. He is really dead. SwordsmanWho has been slain by Lu Chun, the strongest Marine Vice Admiral. The captain is dead. I surrender. Many chose to capitulate, unwilling to continue the fight, while Bakara, due to the nature of her fortunate fruit, managed to escape under the noses of the others. Lu Chun, Bakara has fled. What should we do? Ein rushed to his side, concerned. Let it be. Her abilities are too peculiar. I cannot guarantee I could capture her. Lu Chun waved his hand and continued. Notify the Navy outside to come in and clean up the battlefield. Understood. With that, Ein hurried off to inform the station Navy nearby. Lu Chun then addressed the remaining pirates, smiling. Gentlemen, if you wish to leave, do so quickly. Otherwise, when my Navy arrives, you may find it impossible to escape. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you. The astute pirates promptly fled, disappearing in an instant. If not now, then when? In their minds. Lu Chun was someone who kept his word, willing to let them go, unlike Akainu, who would capture them all without hesitation. Some pirates even thought that this Marine Vice Admiral, known for hunting pirates, seemed rather reluctant to kill. Chapter 199, New Marine Headquarters. Before long, the station Navy near the Desero ship rushed over, discovering that all the pirates aboard had been defeated, while the others who had come for entertainment had long since fled. Many Navy personnel were astonished by Vice Admiral Lu Chen's power, but Balumeb and KB felt somewhat helpless, as they had been unable to showcase their skills. All the enemies had been defeated before they could arrive. Unable to suppress their exasperation, they could only conclude that their teacher was simply too powerful. No one could match him. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, all the pirates have been apprehended. What should we do with this ship? KB reported earnestly, seeking guidance. Find someone to bring it back to Navy headquarters. We cannot let such vast amounts of gold go free. Lu Chen smiled. Yes, Vice Admiral. Understanding his intent, KB immediately set off to arrange for the Navy capable of controlling the massive sea turtle to sail towards the new Marine headquarters. They had successfully seized a considerable fortune, especially with Gilda Taizolo's bounty, amounting to hundreds of billions or even over 1,000 billion berries. It was enough wealth to last several lifetimes. Following the execution of Gilda Taizolo, Lu Chen would return to the new Marine headquarters, reassuming his role as Vice Admiral, which was more of an internal transfer rather than an external one. Days later, as a Navy ship piloted by Lu Chen and others had yet to return to the new Marine headquarters, Akainu opened a communication line. Lu Chen, what were you thinking? I ordered you to arrest Gilda Taizolo, not to kill him. Akainu's voice boomed through the phone, filled with fury, as if he were ready to confront Lu Chen physically if he were present. Oh, nothing much. I merely followed the Marshal's orders to capture Gilda Taizolo. However, he resisted, and I had no choice but to engage him. I never imagined he would fall so easily. I single-handedly defeated them all. Lu Chen replied casually. You will pay for this when you return. Akainu was momentarily speechless, unable to counter Lu Chen's logic. With Taizolo dead, what more could he say? Importantly, with Gilda Taizolo's demise, many celestial dragons sought retribution, claiming he had dispatched Lu Chen to eliminate Taizolo, disrupting their interests. Naturally, trouble would ensue. Fortunately, the decision to capture Taizolo had come from the world government. Otherwise, Akainu would have been in a rather precarious position. After hanging up, Akainu's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. You bastard. A Marine Admiral, a Marine Vice Admiral, one who can never seem to kill, and now has let someone escape. These two are truly thorns in my side. On the other end, Lu Chen hung up with a subtle smile, as if to say, who told you to send me to capture Gilda Taizolo? You brought this upon yourself. Lu Chen, what is the matter? Did the marshals say anything? I'd approach him with concern after he ended the call. After all, they had not acted according to Akainu's instructions, and blame was inevitable. He didn't say much, just that we should hurry back. Lu Chen smiled. Really? I was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. When has Marshal Akainu ever been so lenient? Was he perhaps only being lenient with Lu Chen? Upon reflection, it did seem plausible, considering that Marshal Akainu had once been defeated by Lu Chen, though that was merely a rumor and no one dared to speak of it openly within the Marine headquarters. Only Lu Chen and Akainu truly knew the reality. Of course it's true, Lu Chen replied earnestly. That's good to hear. With Lu Chen's assurance, Ein felt a wave of relief, knowing that upon their return, they need not fear the marshal's wrath. Hee. Lu Chen merely smiled, remaining silent. Who knew what Akainu might say upon their return? Regardless of what Akainu did, he felt no fear. If a fight was to happen, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? About 10 days later, the Navy led by Lu Chen, along with the grand ship, the Huangjin Slayedthe, arrived at the port of the new naval headquarters. The appearance of the magnificent vessel quickly captured the attention of everyone in the naval headquarters. What a colossal ship! It is Vice Admiral Lu Chen. They have returned, and to our astonishment, they have brought back the legendary Slayedthe. It is said to be laden with countless treasures and gold. For a moment, a throng of naval officers gathered at the port, eager to witness the splendor of the Slayedthe, rumored to be constructed of gold. Lu Chen, I see many of our Navy have come. Shall we dock? An inquired. The two had already positioned themselves on the deck, prepared to return to the new naval headquarters. Dock. Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. All right. Ein stepped forward and relayed the command to the naval personnel in the control room. Prepare to dock. Yes. At the sound of the order, the surrounding naval vessels began to maneuver towards the port, dropping their anchors in preparation to dock. Meanwhile, the sailors on the shore responded enthusiastically, beginning to welcome their long-missed Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, you have finally returned. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, it has been too long. You have taken down another formidable pirate. Magnificent. At the new naval headquarters, many ordinary sailors had received Lu Chen's kindness, and those in higher positions were either his classmates, seniors, or juniors. all having emerged from Slayedthe's training camp. They were mostly familiar with one another, and even those who were not acquainted with Lu Chun certainly recognized his name. He was certainly the most outstanding student trained by Admiral Slayedthe in recent years. Simultaneously, in the Marshal's office, Marshal, Vice Admiral Lu Chun has returned, a sailor reported to the working Sakazuki. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki frowned slightly, put down his pen, and rose, coldly muttering, "Humph. I shall see how Lu Chun explains himself. I must find a way to show him my might." The sailor dared not speak or respond, pretending he had not heard. It was only after Sakazuki had left that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness he is gone. What would I have done if he had stayed?" As a mere messenger, he dared not offend either Sakazuki or Vice Admiral Lu Chun, especially since Lu Chun was not only a vice admiral but also had a formidable reputation. Moreover, Lu Chun's grandfather was the esteemed naval hero, Carp. With Lu Chun's appearance at the dock, many sailors rushed forward, eager to exchange a few words with him, though most were halted by his subordinates. Nonetheless, Lu Chun warmly greeted them. "Hello, everyone. You have worked hard. It has been a while. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, it is you who has worked hard. Indeed, after finishing Marin Fander and returning to the new naval headquarters, you have also eradicated such a formidable pirate. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have toiled greatly." Hearing this, Lu Chun smiled, looking at the crowd before him, and proclaimed, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun." The crowd immediately expressed their gratitude. Lu Chun's wealth was now abundant, and he felt the need to spend it wisely. Much of it allocated for the Black Knight pirates' expenses, while some would be used to reward the sailors under his command. The remainder would be kept for himself. Suddenly, several familiar figures approached. "Lu Chun, you rascal, you still know how to come back." Carp scolded, munching on a donut. "Grandpa, am I not back now?" Lu Chun quickly apologized with a smile, knowing the old man was not to be trifled with. "What do you want to come back for, to see this old fool? A young man should aim for the world. You ought to venture out and take down the 4 emperors, so the Navy can have some peace." Slayedthe, shaking his head, countered, "Grandson, look at your grandfather. What is wrong with that?" Before long, the 2 elderly men began to bicker. "While only Vice Admiral, he took an interest in the Grand SwordsmanWho. Lu Kid, you actually brought it back. Hee, this is a fine vessel. Its facilities are quite complete. With some modifications, it could serve as our Navy's warship," Lu Chun replied with a smile. Such a grand warship would indeed present a commanding presence for the Navy. With a few adjustments to the gold within, enhancing its speed while maintaining its golden structure would ensure its durability. "That is indeed a good suggestion." Vice Admiral, he nodded in agreement. "I concur," Sengoku added, munching on food. Even the retired Sengoku found himself intrigued. "Ha, as long as a few agree. Allow me to handle it," Lu Chun said with a pleased smile. Before dragging the SwordsmanWho back to the naval headquarters, he had already plundered a substantial amount of gold and belly from within, which could be considered as reward. Otherwise, how could he claim to have money that was impossible to spend? "Very well," Sengoku nodded, interested in how Lu Chun would transform this warship. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. "Lu Chun!" The Navy ahead parted to make way, and a man clad in an admiral's uniform charged forward, exuding an imposing aura, angrily rebuking. "Do you know what you have done, daring to kill Gilda Teselo? Did you even heed my orders?" "Admiral Sakazuki, it was merely the slaying of a pirate. Is such fury necessary? After all, are we not the Navy, meant to eradicate pirates? Yet you, it seems, have taken the lives of many innocent civilians." Lu Chun replied with interest. "You." Instantly, Sakazuki's expression darkened as he retorted, "If you dare speak such nonsense again, do not blame me for being impolite. From what I have heard, on O'Hara Island, you ordered the bombardment of many innocent civilians. If I'm not mistaken, there should be numerous witnesses to that." Lu Chun stated seriously. He had witnessed it firsthand, though Sakazuki was unaware that he had also been on O'Hara Island at the time. "You lie." Sakazuki's face paled momentarily but quickly masked it, acting as if nothing had occurred. However, many powerful figures nearby noticed Sakazuki's change in expression, realizing that Lu Chun's words might hold truth. Knowing Sakazuki's nature, they believed he was indeed capable of such actions. Admiral Sakazuki, I believe Lu Chun has done nothing wrong. Killing a pirate, what is wrong with that? The first to speak was Slayedthe. Having lost his entire family to pirates, he harbored a deep hatred for all pirates. Thus, he was more than willing to speak in support of Lu Chun, especially since Lu Chun was his proudest student. Even though the man who had become the admiral was also his student, it did not fill him with pride. To punish a Navy officer for slaying a pirate was not the kind of student he wished to cultivate. It resembled a less than noble admiral. Marshal, I too believe my grandson did nothing wrong. He merely killed a pirate. What is the big deal? Carp stood beside Lu Chun, patting his shoulder in affirmation. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Chun smiled widely. With the support of these two, Sakazuki naturally dared not impose punishment easily. Indeed, Zifa nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Carp continued to enjoy his donut, offering a silent affirmation. Silence often speaks louder than words. The old man shared the sentiments of Admiral Carp and General Zifa. Vice Admiral, he displayed a radiant smile upon her weathered face. I felt the same way. Sengoku seized the moment to add a comment. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was initially taken aback, then confirmed that it was indeed Sengoku who spoke, pondering. It seems he has become quite adept at evasion, likely learning from Kizaru. The previous Sengoku was not like this. It was only by following Kizaru that he could master such skillful avoidance. In an instant, Akainu found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. The four individuals before him were all formidable forces within the Navy, possessing not only remarkable strength, but also considerable prestige among their peers. However, he suddenly realized that Lu Chun's reputation among these naval officers was also quite high, attributable to the numerous pirates he had vanquished. It could be said that the prestige of the four present was not inferior. Otherwise, so many naval officers would not have gathered here. What? Am I wrong? Zifa inquired, frowning. After a prolonged silence, Akainu finally managed to utter a single word. Correct. He dared not disagree, given that he was now the fleet admiral. Admiral Akainu, since you have said so, then there's no issue, right? Lu Chun interjected. None. Akainu shot a glare at Lu Chun, gritting his teeth. Were it not for the multitude of naval officers present, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with Lu Chun to ascertain who was stronger. Chapter 200. The Reconstruction of the Desolator. Thank you. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Were it not for Carp and the others' presence, he would have engaged in a more extended conversation with Akainu. But it was uncertain how long that might last. Akainu scoffed, flicking his sleeve as he departed, clearly eager to leave the gathering. Watching Akainu's retreating figure, Lu Chun shook his head helplessly, reflecting that he was fortunate not to have chosen the position of fleet admiral, as that would have brought considerable distress. Once, he thought the role of fleet admiral was manageable and not overly demanding. Now, seeing Akainu, it seemed an all-consuming endeavor. Lu Chun, I look forward to seeing you transform this ship. Once it's ready, remember to call me. Vice Admiral, he remarked before hastily departing, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Certainly, Granny he, just you wait and see. Lu Chun replied loudly. Subsequently, Carp, Zifa, and Sengoku offered a few words of encouragement to Lu Chun before they each returned to their respective duties. Lu Chun, what shall we do next? An inquired, puzzled. Based on the earlier conversation, she realized that Lu Chun had been concealing the truth from her, fearing her worry. Thus, he had reassured her that Admiral Akainu would not hold them accountable, though he indeed did harbor some grievances. This was merely hidden by Lu Chun, who silently noted it in his heart, planning to express his gratitude later that evening. First, let's sail the ship to a nearby uninhabited island, Docket. And after tonight's celebration, I will commence the ship's transformation, Lu Chun stated. He outlined a rough plan for the next few months. In preparation for constructing the Pluto, he needed to familiarize himself with shipbuilding techniques and enhance his skills. Although he had previously studied and simplified the process, he had not worked to improve his proficiency. And now, it was imperative to find a location to accelerate his skill enhancement. All right, I will contact the naval base for available shipwrights and scientists, and also arrange for tonight's dinner, An replied. Good, Lu Chun nodded, watching An depart. After years of collaboration, they had developed an unbreakable bond, allowing Lu Chun to rely on Ein to handle the more intricate matters. In the afternoon, Ein successfully gathered numerous willing shipwrights who were eager to accompany Lu Chun to the nearby uninhabited island for the ship's reconstruction and arrange for dinner to be prepared. As long as payment was provided, the naval cafeteria could accommodate additional meals. With payment, the naval chefs would naturally procure a variety of food from the vicinity to create a more lavish dinner. Notably, the shipwrights were particularly enthusiastic upon hearing about the transformation of the Desolate, especially eager to join Lu Chun. Unfortunately, the naval headquarters required a substantial number of shipwrights to remain at the base, allowing only a select few to accompany Lu Chun. During dinner at the naval headquarters cafeteria, all available naval personnel gathered together, including numerous officers, vice admirals, rear admirals, and commodores, many of whom Lu Chun had previously met or recognized. The assembly sat within the cafeteria, where tables were laden with a plethora of delectable dishes, albeit devoid of fine wine. Their mealtime was not particularly lengthy. Thus drinks were omitted, as many would soon return to their posts. Suddenly, Lu Chun rose, surveying the numerous naval officers around him, and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, first and foremost, I, Lu Chun, wish to express my gratitude for your presence here. Your willingness to attend is a testament to your support for me. This evening, let us indulge in a hearty feast, and in the future, may we revel until intoxicated. Let us toast to Vice Admiral Lu Chun." A toast to Vice Admiral Lu Chun. They raised their cups in unison, preparing to honor Lu Chun. Naturally, Lu Chun did not miss the opportunity. He raised his own cup and joyfully exclaimed, "Cheers! To a toast! Let us feast!" The assembly drained their cups, diving into the feast with hearty laughter and merriment. Lu Chun and Ein sat together, enjoying their meal, filled with camaraderie. Meanwhile, in the admiral's office, Akainu grumbled, "Damn it!" Despite having closed the doors and windows, he could still hear the sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from the nearby cafeteria. He was occupied with work in his office while those revelers feasted joyously. Most notably, it was mealtime, and he had no authority to prevent them from eating. Could he possibly deny the Navy their meals? The thought infuriated him, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. Approximately an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Most of the naval personnel returned to their respective posts, leaving only the shipwrights who would accompany Lu Chun to transform the Desolateur. They were temporarily under Lu Chun's management and were free from other duties. At that moment, the shipwrights stood respectfully before Lu Chun, addressing him as Vice Admiral Lu Chun. These shipwrights were seasoned veterans, having spent many years at the naval base. In shipbuilding, experience only grows with age. They had long admired Lu Chun, the rising star of the Navy, and upon hearing that he required assistance, they eagerly volunteered. "You all seem quite capable. It appears you may have to work hard for me in the future," Lu Chun remarked, scanning their attributes with satisfaction. Although none of the shipwrights possessed SSS-level skills, most were rated A or above, with one white-haired shipwright boasting an SS-level proficiency, soon to retire from the Navy. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, we are merely doing our duty," they replied with a smile. "Indeed, I too am nearing retirement, and before I do, I hope to transform a ship into something greater and more magnificent. This opportunity is a gift. It seems we all have the chance to make history." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. They were all aware that the vessel soon to be transformed was the legendary ship, the Slayedthe, said to be constructed entirely of gold. "Very well, everyone, please return and rest well. Tomorrow morning, gather at the harbor, and I shall lead you to the nearby island to commence the modifications on the Slayedthe," Lu Chun proclaimed with a smile. "Understood, General Lu Chun." With those words, the crowd dispersed, preparing for the journey ahead. Once everyone had departed, Lu Chun turned to Ein, inquiring, "How are preparations for tomorrow coming along?" "All is ready. You need not worry," Ein replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you. You may have to endure some toil these next few days. It's no trouble at all. This is what I willingly do. After all, you have treated me well. Ha! Then I shall be even kinder to you. Sound good?" The following morning, after rising, Lu Chun and Ein led the crew to the island where the Slayedthe was docked. Upon arrival, they began to meticulously examine the magnificent vessel, entirely gilded and pulled by two enormous tortoises. What a colossal ship! I merely caught a glimpse from afar yesterday, but seeing it up close, its size is truly astonishing. Indeed, I never imagined it could be this grand. It is overwhelming. I wonder how long the modifications will take. Lu Chun chuckled and called out, "Everyone, now that you have seen it, the task of transformation will require your utmost effort. Here are the blueprints I drafted last night. Please take a look." "All right, let me see." The shipwrights eagerly approached, eager to inspect Lu Chen's design plans. As an A-grade shipwright, Lu Chen's drawing skills were commendable, especially with the aid of the blueprints from the Ming Wang. Following those designs would undoubtedly enhance the ship's capabilities. "General Lu Chun, your blueprint is impressive, though some areas require adjustments. Yes, the overall plan is commendable, but the details need refinement." "Agreed." Upon reviewing the plans, everyone shared their opinions. Lu Chun welcomed their feedback with open arms. "If that is the case, let us commence." With a single command, the crew began their diligent work. Some revised the blueprints, while others prepared tools, dismantled the Dasuo Luo, and gathered materials. The primary challenge for the Dasuo Luo was its overall weight. Alleviating this burden was essential for increasing its speed, or else they would remain reliant on the two giant tortoises for propulsion. After all, if those tortoises were to perish, the ship would be rendered immobile, a rather precarious situation. The first step was to reduce the weight of the Dasuo Luo. The second step involved a complete overhaul, installing new power systems, incorporating not only sails but also electrical equipment. It is worth noting that Lu Chun possessed the Thunder Fruit, which he could utilize discreetly without others' knowledge. The third step involved a new coating and decoration. Currently, the Dasuo Luo appeared excessively opulent, failing to meet naval standards. Thus, a thorough redesign of its exterior was necessary. To acquire more equipment, Lu Chun contacted Vegapunk to purchase various devices, essentially trading gold for them. After all, these were components removed from the Dasuo Luo, and Vegapunk required substantial funds for his experiments. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Consequently, the transformation of the Dasuo Luo progressed smoothly. While participating in the modifications, Lu Chun simultaneously advanced his shipbuilding skills. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Congratulations! Host Skill Shipbuilding Proficiency Level 1. Ding! Merely striking the wooden planks enhanced his proficiency. So the majority of the hammering work was carried out by Lu Chun, which did not raise any suspicions among the others. 1 month later, the dismantling of the Dasuo Luo had only just concluded. Fortunately, during this time, all other preparations had been completed, and it was now time for the comprehensive transformation to begin. Thus, Lu Chun and the shipwrights on the island commenced the renovation. The island once again resonated with the rhythmic sounds of hammering, and Lu Chun's shipbuilding skills steadily progressed, reaching S-rank proficiency over the course of a month. Ideally, he aspired to elevate his skills to SSS rank to forge the Ming Wang, yet he could not accomplish this alone. He needed to find an opportunity to involve more individuals without drawing attention, which posed a significant challenge. 2 months later, the transformation of the Dasuo Luo continued. Though much of the work was nearly complete, and it had already evolved into a powered sailing vessel. One day, as usual, Ein brought Lu Chun his meal, and upon witnessing the completely revitalized Dasuo Luo, he stood in awe, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, can this truly still be called the Dasuo Luo?" "Certainly not. From now on, this ship shall be named the Luan Hui, exclusively ours," Lu Chun declared with satisfaction. He was immensely pleased with the ship's transformation, as it was the first warship he had ever crafted with his own hands. "Ours?" Ein's face lit up with joy. "Indeed," Lu Chun affirmed. At this, Ein's cheeks flushed with delight, unable to believe that Lu Chun would include him in this venture. "Thank you. No need for thanks. It is only right that you have a share in this." "Yes. How long until the ship is fully completed?" "At most 3 months." "Very well." Lu Chun awaited the completion of the Luan Hui before proceeding to fulfill the remaining tasks, which were all essential. Only then could he possess the capability to surpass the world's strongest, known as Im. In his understanding, Im was a mysterious woman, her abilities equally enigmatic, making it difficult to ascertain her strength. Thus, caution was paramount. After all, being cautious never goes amiss. A prudent approach ensures longevity. 2 months later, the new SwordsmanWho began to take shape, its overall style reminiscent of Liu Chen's familiarity. Without further elaboration, here is the image. It is finally nearing completion, Liu Chen exclaimed with joy. Indeed, I never anticipated that General Liu Chen's shipbuilding skills would be so remarkable. It is truly magnificent. I have never witnessed such a grand vessel before, capable of instilling fear in thousands merely by its presence. Moreover, with General Liu Chen's reputation, I doubt any pirate would dare to approach. The shipwrights around him were filled with excitement. Having participated in the construction of such an immense ship was indeed a significant honor. Liu Chen, the sails you requested are ready. Suddenly, An appeared, steering the military vessel toward them. Not long prior, Liu Chen had instructed Ein to have the sails custom-made, along with various paints, to execute a grand transformation of the SwordsmanWho's appearance. The ship would be adorned in the blood-red hue of the Yao Dao SwordsmanWho, befitting Liu Chen's title as the Pirate Slayer. Excellent. Let's install them immediately. Liu Chen's expression brightened with delight. The sails had arrived at the perfect moment. All right. With the collaborative efforts of the crew, the sails were successfully mounted, and the next step was to paint the entire hull. Chapter 201. Scheming. A few days later, the transformation of the ship SwordsmanWho has been thoroughly completed, and it has been rejuvenated, becoming a military vessel exclusively for Liu Chen. Upon hearing this news, Admiral, he personally came to the island to observe. Gazing at the newly refurbished warship before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent! The transformation is remarkable. What is the name of this ship?" SwordsmanWho How, a name that stands alongside my sword, Liu Chen replied. Indeed, it is worthy of such a name. Admiral, he nodded slightly, but suddenly changed the subject. Liu Chen, you are no longer a child. Do you have any thoughts on marriage? My granddaughter is still single. And if you're interested, I can introduce you. Admiral, isn't your granddaughter several years younger than me? Liu Chen was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. What of it? She is at an age where she could consider marriage. She has also joined the Navy and is training under Admiral Slayedthe. You should find an opportunity to meet her. Admiral, he said earnestly. That does not sound like a joke. Liu Chen's expression darkened, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Ein was not present. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. Observing Liu Chen's silence, Admiral, he continued, Liu Chen, I am serious. My precious granddaughter is waiting for you. Remember to visit her, or I shall not let you off easily. Liu Chen could only smile and nod. Although Admiral He's latter statement was made in jest, it seemed that avoiding the meeting would be troublesome. It appeared that before he set off, he must meet Admiral He's granddaughter. Additionally, he wished to pay a visit to his mentor, Slayedthe, as it had been quite some time since they last had a meaningful conversation. Since the defeat of Edward Weevil and his mother, Slayedthe had been training the new generation of the Navy at the naval headquarters, missing the chance to partake in the recent war due to his deployment elsewhere. Not having the opportunity to battle against Whitebeard had become a significant regret for Slayedthe, as they were nearly contemporaries, one belonging to the Navy and the other to the pirates. A few days later, Liu Chen returned to the naval headquarters aboard his warship, SwordsmanWho How, which had now become the largest vessel in the Navy, even more grand than the ships of the naval admirals. Naturally, this situation was tacitly accepted by Sakazuki, as most of the gold cut from the SwordsmanWho How had been handed over to the Navy, thus implicitly acknowledging the ship's ownership as Liu Chen's personal property, not belonging to any specific member of the Navy or the naval headquarters. This arrangement proved quite advantageous. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chen ventured to another island near the new naval headquarters in the New World, where Slayedthe served as the chief instructor for the new Navy training. Dressed in the cloak of a vice admiral, Liu Chen appeared on the island, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around, for he had long been a celebrated figure within the Navy. Vice Admiral Liu Chen, is that really Vice Admiral Liu Chen? It is true. I cannot believe I am seeing the real Vice Admiral Liu Chen. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. Liu Chen surveyed his surroundings in search of his mentor, Slayedthe. but was uncertain of his whereabouts. The new training facility differed greatly from the previous one, and he was unsure where to find Slayedthe. Therefore, he approached a nearby sailor and inquired, "Hello, may I ask where I can find Admiral Slayedthe?" "Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Admiral Slayedthe should be at the advanced training camp, in the last training area over there. You may go take a look," the sailor replied, somewhat nervously. "Thank you," Lu Chun said, turning ahead in that direction. Observing the reactions of those around him, he could only shake his head helplessly. Alas, there is no escaping my notoriety. Soon, Lu Chun found the training base where Slayedthe was instructing the current advanced trainees. "You lot are the worst group I have ever taught. After all this time, some of you still have not mastered the 6 styles of the Navy. The training will conclude soon, so get out of my sight." Slayedthe bellowed at the students below. Why does that sound so familiar? Lu Chun mused to himself. It seemed he recalled hearing similar words in the past. Perhaps every generation of students had to endure such remarks. Suddenly, Slayedthe appeared to notice the gazes of the students and turned around, catching sight of Lu Chun nearby, and his demeanor softened somewhat. "All right, continue your training." "Yes, instructor." With that command, everyone resumed their training. Slayedthe then approached Lu Chun, teasing, "What brings you to this humble place today, young man?" "Teacher, what are you saying? I have been at Marineford all this time." "It is that Akainu who transferred me elsewhere," Lu Chun replied earnestly. "Oomph. Speak, what do you want?" "I do not believe you would come to see me without reason," Slayedthe grumbled, resembling a petulant old man. "Teacher, I genuinely came to visit you," Lu Chun insisted, his sincerity evident. "Very well. I shall tentatively take your word for it." Hearing this, Lu Chun could not help but chuckle and continued, "Teacher, what do you plan to do after your retirement?" Upon hearing this, Slayedthe's expression shifted slightly, as if he had never contemplated such a question. Since the tragic loss of his family to pirates, he had been in a semi-retired state, teaching the new generation at the naval headquarters, never truly considering what he would do after retirement. "If I retire, I might find a small island to rest on. If I encounter any unruly pirates, I shall deal with them accordingly," Slayedthe said with a smile, as if envisioning a bright future. However, beneath that cheerful facade lay a hint of sorrow. What good is a beautiful future when he is all alone? The matters concerning his family had always been his greatest regret, leaving him feeling desolate. No matter how wonderful things might become, he would always face them alone. This very situation had shaped his disdain for pirates and led to the eventual betrayal. "Do not worry, teacher. When you retire, I shall certainly come to visit you often, and we will deal with those pirates together," Lu Chun vowed earnestly. "As long as you have that intention, it suffices. By the time I retire, you will probably have become an admiral yourself, leaving you no time to visit me," Slayedthe chuckled. "Haha, that may not necessarily be the case." Following this, Lu Chun and Slayedthe discussed many topics unrelated to pirates or the Navy. After their conversation, Slayedthe took Lu Chun to revisit the dining hall of the training base, and then they parted ways. As they separated, it coincided with the advanced training camp's break time. Lu Chun had arrived early and soon spotted Admiral He's granddaughter, Kong K, who still bore her striking and spirited demeanor, though she was not particularly old, resembling Lu Chun's age when he first joined the Navy. After several years without seeing each other, she had grown considerably. During their time at Marineford, they had met a few times. As Admiral, he had brought Kong K to visit, thus allowing them to become acquainted, albeit with limited interaction. Kong K. Seeing her resting, Lu Chun waved to her. Lu Chun Gij. Upon noticing him, Kong K smiled brightly, her face lighting up with joy, for she had not expected to see Lu Chun come to visit her. Indeed, she had noticed Lu Chun earlier, but as he had gone to find Slayedthe, she assumed he was merely there to visit teacher Slayedthe. To her surprise, Lu Chun remembered her. The other trainees observed the peacock running towards Lu Chun's position, unable to hide their envious gazes. It became evident that the peacock and General Lu Chun were acquainted. Seeing their familiarity suggested that they had known each other for quite some time. Was Lu Chun's visit merely to see her? How unexpected that the peacock knew General Lu Chun. Before long, the peacock reached Lu Chun, her face beaming with joy. "Brother Lu Chun, I never thought you would remember me and know what I look like, she exclaimed. Lu Chen nodded in affirmation. In truth, he barely remembered her. He recognized her solely through the system, as he had seen the peacock grow up. He recognized her at a glance. Hee. Brother Lu Chen, what brings you to find me? Are you here to teach me about domineering presence? The peacock asked with a playful grin. Understanding the concept of domineering presence cannot be rushed. It requires fate. I merely came to see you and visit teacher Slayedthe. I was unaware that you would be training today, so I took the opportunity to have a chat with the teacher, Lu Chen replied with a serious demeanor. This was indeed a moment of genuine deception. He had come to see the peacock in accordance with General He's request to meet his granddaughter. One cannot deny that General He's granddaughter had grown into a remarkably beautiful young woman, just as the peacock was about to speak. Another woman with golden hair and a well-proportioned figure rushed over, standing behind the peacock. With a smile, she said, "Hi, General Lu Chen. I didn't expect to meet you in person today. And you, peacock, knew General Lu Chen and didn't tell me. You never asked." The peacock replied, seemingly helpless. The woman was indeed Yun Ke, the daughter of a Kainu. She and the peacock had graduated from the same class. Thus they could be considered peers of the same tier as KB. Lu Chen had not interacted much with Yun Ke. He had hardly seen her as a child, and it seemed that a Kainu had only recently sent her to the naval headquarters, perhaps fearing that some pirates might seek trouble with his daughter. He believed it was better to send her directly to the naval headquarters for peace of mind. General Lu Chen, ayu, yama. She greeted with a smile. The new generation of the Navy regarded Lu Chen as a role model, and they all admired him, which is why Yun Ke took the initiative to greet him. You are the daughter of Fleet Admiral Akainu, correct? Lu Chen asked without any intention of concealing the truth. Yes, but my father is my father, and I am myself. Do not conflate the two of us, Yun Ke replied, nodding. Hearing this, a smile formed on Lu Chen's lips as an excellent idea crossed his mind. He invited, "How about you both join my unit after leaving teacher Slayedthe's training? You can accompany me in hunting down pirates." "Sure, I agree," Junke responded without hesitation. How could one refuse such an opportunity? Being able to follow General Lu Chen was the dream of many naval officers, even if it were due to Akainu's influence. Yun Ke was determined to showcase her strength to Lu Chen. "What about you, Peacock?" Lu Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards her. "I need to consult my grandmother." The Peacock replied. In truth, she wanted to go, but she felt it necessary to discuss it with her grandmother first. As general, he had previously mentioned that she should join his unit after graduating from the naval training camp. "All right, I await your news. I may soon have to venture out again to hunt pirates, so you both must act swiftly," Lu Chen said with a smile. After leaving that remark, he hurried away, not wanting to delay their rest. Bringing Akainu's daughter into his unit and taking her along to slay pirates, he wondered how Akainu would respond. Would he dare to punish his daughter alongside the others? Furthermore, with General He's daughter alongside, she would undoubtedly speak in his favor. This was indeed Lu Chen's plan, and just the thought of it brought a smirk to his lips, revealing a knowing smile. Approximately 3 days later, the Peacock and Yun Ke managed to find time to seek out Lu Chen, informing him of their decision to join his unit after graduating from the advanced training camp, and that the Peacock's grandmother had consented. This was precisely as Lu Chen had anticipated. After all, General He's intention was to facilitate a connection between Lu Chen and the Peacock, so her approval was not surprising. However, General He was no fool and was well aware of Lu Chen's aspirations. About 2 months later, the Peacock and Yun Ke graduated from the training camp, and Lu Chen personally went to retrieve them from teacher Slayedthe, accompanied by a woman named Ai. Ai insisted on following him after hearing about the 2 women joining the unit, leaving Lu Chen with no choice but to acquiesce. Upon arriving at the new recruit training base, they encountered Slayedthe. "You little rascal, I knew you came to see me last time for no good reason. You were trying to poach my students," Slayedthe remarked with interest. As the chief instructor, he was naturally aware of the situation regarding Yun Ke and the Peacock. But perhaps Akainu was too preoccupied with his duties to have received any updates. "Ah, teacher, I truly came to see you last time," Lu Chen said with a wry smile. "If I had known, I should have come later to avoid running into you. Go on. But if you dare to come again to poach my students, don't blame me for being impolite. Slayedthe teased, but he was not genuinely upset. Thank you, teacher. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude promptly. Go on then. Slayedthe waved his hand, allowing him to proceed. All right. With that, Lu Chen approached Yun Ke and the Peacock, who were waiting alongside others who had just graduated from the advanced training camp and wished to join his unit. He welcomed them all without hesitation. However, he did not take too many recruits, as that would leave other naval officers without new members, which was not permitted by the naval headquarters. Thus, Lu Chen selected only a few individuals with strong capabilities. As he scanned the area, he soon spotted the Peacock and Yun Ke, accompanied by others eager to join his unit, waving at him. General Lu Chen, we are over here. General Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hurried over, smiling as he said, You have all been waiting for me. Sorry for the delay. It hasn't been long for us either, someone in the crowd responded. Indeed, we haven't waited long at all. I didn't expect General Lu Chen to be so amiable. I used to think he was a very stern naval officer. The words of those present reached his ears, and he merely smiled in response, announcing, Everyone, please follow me back to my base. My unit has relocated to a nearby island. Lu Chen did not wish to remain in close proximity to Akainu. So he moved to the island where the reincarnation was docked, and Akainu, in turn, was keen to avoid seeing Lu Chen, thus agreeing to the arrangement. The islands are indeed quite close to one another, allowing for smooth communication. As the crowd followed Lu Chen to the dock, they were momentarily stunned upon sighting the ship named Reincarnation, gazing in astonishment at the war vessel before them. What kind of ship is this? Is it a naval vessel? I have never seen anything like it before. What are you talking about? Can't you see the Navy flag flying above? Moreover, it bears the exclusive insignia of General Lu Chen, undoubtedly marking it as his warship. How impressive! It is truly magnificent. Young Conke and the others were captivated by Lu Chen's reincarnation. Having spent most of their time at the training base, they were unfamiliar with the news of Lu Chen's ship. Lu Chen smiled and continued, Indeed, this is my warship, and it will serve as your vessel in the future as you embark on the seas to exterminate and annihilate pirates. Come aboard and take a look. With that, the group eagerly rushed aboard the ship, exploring its interior filled with numerous items they had never encountered before, some of which they had only heard about, such as the entire ship's imaging worm surveillance system, anti-eavesdropping system, and ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon attack system. Fully armed, it could be said to be the most formidable warship within the entire naval base. The ship can accommodate over 10,000 naval personnel, having undergone certain reductions from the original SwordsmanWho, yet enhanced with better equipment and possessing autonomous power. Had it not been for the reductions, a more powerful energy source would have been required to drive it, which was currently unattainable. Otherwise, the current reincarnation could hold even more personnel. Set sail. Lu Chen cast a glance at the still exploring crowd and issued the command. Yes. With the order given, reincarnation set off towards a nearby island. However, en route, a phone call suddenly came through. Ian promptly handed the phone to Lu Chen, saying, It's a call from Admiral Sakazuki. All right. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the purpose of the call, but sensing it must be important. After a moment's contemplation, he answered, Hello, Lu Chen, I have an important mission for you. Take your reincarnation and head to the Pirate Expo in the New World to eradicate all pirates in the vicinity. You will also be assigned 100 naval warships. Sakazuki stated. Upon receiving the news of the Pirate Expo, he immediately thought of Lu Chen. Coincidentally, he was free, and with the addition of the large naval warships, they would undoubtedly present formidable combat capabilities in this battle. Sound good? Lu Chen readily agreed. The Pirate Expo, masterminded by Buena Festa and Douglas Barrett, offered the reward of the Pirate King's treasure, a permanent pointer leading to Raftel. It was something many pirates yearned for, the true treasure sought by countless pirates, as all of the Pirate King's riches lay in Raftel. Accepting this mission was not merely due to its implications, but also because it triggered a system task. Ding! Congratulations. Host, for triggering the task, eliminate Douglas Barrett. System reward, 8000 energy points. Furthermore, as one of the figures from the old era, it was fitting for him to be dealt with by Lu Chun, who had already caused the demise of many from that time. Hearing this, Sakazuki paused, surprised by Lu Chun's swift acceptance. However, he dismissed any further thoughts, confident that assigning this task to Lu Chun would yield success. This mission was inherently a slaughter task, perfectly suited for Lu Chun. Initially, he considered sending Fujitora, but ultimately decided that Lu Chun could handle it alone. If manpower proved insufficient, he could dispatch nearby naval vice admirals, and perhaps even call upon Karp, as Karp was Lu Chun's grandfather. If Lu Chun were in danger, Karp would undoubtedly come to his aid. This was a clever strategy devised by Sakazuki. Chuckling to himself, Sakazuki hung up the call, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Suddenly, his aide entered the room, presenting a list. "Admiral, here is the distribution list of today's advanced training camp members, including the cadets brought by General Lu Chun." Sakazuki nodded slightly, glancing over it, eager to find out which unit his daughter Yunk had been assigned to. However, upon seeing her name and the unit to which she belonged, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, how dare you take Yunk? If anything happens to her, I will not let this go." Sakazuki could hardly fathom that his daughter would willingly follow Lu Chun, a reckless individual who often engaged in fierce confrontations with pirates, slaughtering them without mercy. Moreover, this mission was extraordinarily perilous, not only involving several supernovas among the pirates, but also the 7 warlords, and that man, even he could not guarantee he could handle him. Meanwhile, the aide stood dumbfounded, pondering, could it be that General Lu Chun is involved with the Admiral's daughter? As for Lu Chun, he couldn't help but envision Sakazuki's dismayed expression, breaking into laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Ian inquired curiously. "You'll find out soon enough. The headquarters will be sending the navigational route shortly. We will return to the small island and have all the Navy personnel board the ship in preparation for the mission," Lu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. "Understood." Ian ceased his inquiries, recognizing the mission's importance. Thus, Reincarnation, laden with a host of new recruits, returned to the island where Lu Chun's unit was stationed. Gathering all naval personnel on board, with everyone standing on the deck of Reincarnation, awaiting the command to set sail. They were not only waiting for the order to depart, but also for the arrival of additional naval vessels from the new naval headquarters. "Lu Chun, all naval personnel are assembled." Ian approached Lu Chun and reported. With that, Lu Chun rose and ascended to a platform on the deck, from where he could see all the subordinate naval personnel. The sailors stood at attention, straight as arrows, with a multitude of naval leaders draped in justice cloaks in front, followed by ordinary sailors wielding long guns and sabers. Although they appeared to be ordinary sailors, each one had undergone special training under Ian, with the majority boasting ranks of sea level and above. Their strength surpassed even that of the General Naval Headquarters, making them a formidable force against pirates on the battlefield. This was the very objective Lu Chun had entrusted to Ian, to cultivate a navy that was loyal to him and embodied the true essence of justice. In simpler terms, it was a navy created solely to eradicate the most wicked of pirates. "Greetings, everyone. I have gathered you here today because we have a new mission that requires our attention, and this mission involves the extermination of pirates. I cannot divulge the specifics, but I must emphasize that this task is exceedingly dangerous, potentially even life-threatening. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may step forward. I will hold no grudge." Lu Chun addressed the assembled naval personnel solemnly. He spoke with utmost seriousness, for this mission was indeed fraught with peril, and in addition to himself, numerous naval vice admirals and rear admirals would also be involved. This matter sufficiently demonstrates the perilous nature of this mission. After a moment of silence, not a single soul stepped forward. All remained steadfast in their positions, unwilling to retreat. Observing the crowd below, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since you have all chosen to follow me, Lu Chun, into life and death, I shall recognize you as my brothers. From this point onward, we shall share joys and hardships, life and death. This time, we will ensure that those pirates are left utterly vanquished. Kill, kill, kill." Instantly, All the naval officers echoed his fervent cries. Many among them had long been comrades of Lu Chun, accustomed to this lifestyle. Good. Lu Chun smiled. Suddenly, an approach from behind and quietly reminded him, the battleships from the Navy headquarters have arrived. Lu Chun nodded, turning to see hundreds of warships gathered, awaiting his command. Set sail. His booming voice resonated across the entire sea, reaching the ears of everyone aboard the surrounding vessels. With that, the ship named Reincarnation took the lead, followed closely by the other naval ships, advancing toward their destination. The sight of such a formidable naval fleet was indeed awe-inspiring from a distance. This massive operation was reminiscent of the previous demon extermination order, and this time it also encompassed such a decree. Otherwise, there would be no need to deploy so many warships. However, Sakazuki had not divulged this information to Lu Chun, a fact that Lu Chun was well aware of. Meanwhile, at the new Navy headquarters, Karp stood high above, watching the gradually retreating naval fleet while munching on a donut, muttering to himself, this time, it seems there will be quite a stir. That brat Lu Chun never fails to keep one on edge, yet he always manages to surprise, just like in the past. As he spoke, memories flooded back to the time he first encountered Lu Chun, when the latter's strength had astonished him profoundly. Now, it seemed everything made sense. On the other side, Sakazuki also gazed at the distant fleet, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Yunk, you must return safely to me. Otherwise, I cannot face your deceased mother. Young's mother had passed away long ago, leaving her alone. Due to Sakazuki's position as an admiral, he had been unable to provide her with paternal love, which weighed heavily on his conscience. After months at sea, the fleet was drawing closer to the pirates' gathering place. In addition to the various pirate factions, the presence of numerous supernovas, the 7 warlords of the sea, revolutionaries, and the world government was particularly noteworthy. As a new generation of pirates, the night pirates showed no intention of participating, merely sending a team to observe. This was all part of Lu Chun's meticulous planning. He would appear as Lu Chun while the night pirates would remain concealed. The simultaneous presence of both might lead to complications, especially in a gathering as chaotic as the Pirate Festival. The event was exceptionally vibrant, with many eager to claim the treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger. Yet few truly understood what that treasure entailed. However, the Buena Festa felt eerily reminiscent of Doflamingo's tactics, presenting a reward while disguising the true intention behind it, which was to eliminate the supernova pirates. Was this deliberate? Perhaps the aim was to exhaust several supernovas internally before the main event? Such cunning calculations were indeed impressive. Admiral Lu Chun, I am preparing to lead a team to infiltrate the island. Smoker proposed. Smoker, there is no need for such formalities here. Simply call me Lu Chun. Lu Chun replied with a smile. If you wish to blend in, then I shall accompany you. Very well. You intend to enter as well? But you're the main commander of this operation. Who will command the ships outside if you go? Smoker inquired with skepticism. He was part of this mission and reflected on how Lu Chun had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral while they had trained together. I will leave the command to Ein. I must see that man for myself. He is not to be trifled with, Lu Chun stated with a grave expression. Understood. Smoker nodded, aware of the formidable power Lu Chun referred to. He recognized that only Lu Chun could confront such a threat. Lu Chun then turned to Ein, instructing, You will have full command of the ships outside. Smoker and I will go in. Be careful out there. Ein replied, concern etched on her face. After all, they would be entering a den of pirates, making the situation perilous. You must also exercise caution, Lu Chun advised. All right. With that, Lu Chun, Smoker, and Tashiji changed into a different set of clothes, disguising themselves as mere spectators of the Pirate Festival, successfully entering the island hosting the event. Lu Chun donned beach attire and sunglasses, his short black hair making him nearly unrecognizable without his Rear Admiral's cloak. The trio wandered the streets, observing the arriving pirates, eventually finding a secluded spot to enjoy coffee. Lu Chun, many pirates have arrived, especially those supernovas, Smoker remarked quietly. But I haven't seen the Straw Hat crew, Tashiji added. Unbeknownst to her, Luffy was Lu Chun's younger brother and Karp's grandson. As she spoke, Smoker shot a glance at Tashiji, as if to say, Do you not know that Lu Chun is that kid's brother? However, Tashigi was completely oblivious, innocently asking, "Smoker, why are you looking at me?" "Nothing," Smoker replied, his expression darkening in exasperation. Lu Chun, unfazed, noted Tashigi's occasional lack of awareness, but reassured himself that they would come. After all, the prize for this championship was the treasure of Pirate King Roger, something every pirate would strive to seize. Indeed, Smoker nodded, with Lu Chun present. Even if the Straw Hat crew arrived, capturing them will be quite a challenge. It would not do to apprehend them before Lu Chun. Furthermore, Lu Chun was the overall commander of this operation, not Smoker, and given their past as classmates, mutual respect was expected. They will come? Upon hearing this, Tashigi's interest peaked, her little mind racing with thoughts. Lu Chun, however, remained indifferent to whether Luffy and his crew would show up. Whether they did or not, he planned to defeat Barrett. Yet, based on the world's nature, Luffy would undoubtedly make an appearance. Lu Chun, aside from the supernovas, it seems we have made other discoveries. Tashigi, and I will investigate. You should stay outside to assist the Navy, Smoker suddenly declared. Certainly. Exercise caution and notify me immediately via the telephone bug should any situation arise. Lu Chun nodded slightly. Currently, Barrett remains underground and will not emerge for the time being. With that, Smoker and Dasky departed, gradually fading from Lu Chun's view. Lu Chun lingered in place, gazing at the vast platform ahead, which was the stage for the Pirate Expo. Before long, a female host with fluffy light green hair and freckles stepped onto the stage and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ann, the host for this Pirate Expo. Now, let us welcome the initiator of this event, Mr. Buenafesta." Applause erupted from the crowd below. Accompanied by the applause was an elderly man with a mane of white hair, known as Buenafesta, a pirate of the same era as the Pirate King. Esteemed guests, I am Buenafesta, the organizer of this Pirate Expo. I shall not elaborate further, but I would like to present our grand prize, the treasure of Pirate King Roger. Whoever emerges as the victor of this Pirate Expo shall claim Roger's treasure. As for its contents, I shall refrain from divulging. Those who seize the treasure will naturally discover its secrets, Buenafesta said with a smile. After a brief pause to heighten the anticipation among the pirates, he continued, "Now, I officially declare the Pirate Expo open. It has begun. We've been eagerly awaiting this. Yes, let's get started. Charge. The treasure of the Pirate King is ours." Instantly, all the pirates plunged into a frenzy, steering their ships towards the starting point, ready to commence the competition. Lu Chun ascended the platform, surveying the multitude of pirates below. Most of the supernova pirates, aside from Luffy and his crew, were present. Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, SwordsmanWho, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Beach, while Law was mysteriously absent, and stood at the podium, microphone in hand, and declared, "I announce the competition has officially begun." With that command, all pirate ships sailed along the currents, their destination the sky island above, where the treasure of the Pirate King awaited. Lu Chun remained unhurried, merely observing the numerous pirate vessels above, muttering to himself, "Go ahead, it won't be as enjoyable as you think." Although it was indeed the treasure of the Pirate King, it also constituted a genuine trap, eagerly awaiting their descent. Minutes later, Luffy and his crew arrived belatedly aboard the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, and operated the large screen on the ground, narrating the fierce battles taking place above. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the screen. Our supernova, Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, has finally arrived, albeit in last place. Will they have a chance to secure first?" Casting a glance, Lu Chun reclined on a nearby chair, leisurely watching the unfolding events. After all, those above would eventually descend, rendering standing unnecessary. Watching while lying down was equally satisfactory, and he could even indulge in a nap if the spectacle became tedious. The only one finding the battles above uninteresting might very well be Lu Chun himself. At that moment, and continued her commentary, when suddenly, a man appeared, the clown Buggy. Lucky King Clown Buggy. The battle on the Sky Island ultimately led to Buggy acquiring the treasure of Pirate King Roger, but this would soon change, as Barrett was bound to emerge. Upon hearing Buggy's name, Lu Chun cast another glance at the situation above. The true conflict was about to commence. Time passed, and suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated from the sky, jolting Lu Chen awake as he opened his eyes to behold the sky island above. For reasons unknown, the island had erupted, transforming into a myriad of varying-sized stones that plummeted from above. Along with the debris, numerous pirates who had been atop the island were also among the falling wreckage. Oh, is it about to begin? Lu Chen slowly rose, intrigued. With the pirates descending, Barret should be making his entrance. Thus, it was time for him to appear. However, prior to that, it was prudent to allow the Supernova Pirates to expend some of Barret's hockey and stamina. To be fair, the Supernova Pirates held some utility in this scenario. Suddenly, his telephone bug rang. It was Smoker calling. Hello, Lu Chen. This Pirate Expo is a trap targeting the Supernova Pirates. Be extremely cautious outside. We may be unable to exit for the time being. Don't worry, stay vigilant. There are some issues outside as well, Lu Chen cautioned. Understood, you too. With that, Smoker ended the call. Both were aware of each other's intentions without further words. The priority was to address their respective predicaments. Run. The Sky Island has exploded. This place is no longer safe. Hurry. Help. Someone save me. In an instant, the crowd below was thrown into chaos, each person frantically fleeing in search of refuge from the falling debris. Lu Chen stood his ground, glancing at the multitude of descending boulders. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against intervening. Those present were not necessarily virtuous. There was no need for him to act. His earlier considerations were merely based on the identity he would soon reveal, Rear Admiral Lu Chen of the Navy. As a member of the Navy, rescuing civilians was an obligation. Yet these individuals were largely pirates. If they perished, so be it, even if they were civilians. Lu Chen would be disinclined to intervene if he did not require the Navy's identity. Before long, countless stones fell from the sky. Those who needed to escape had already done so, yet Lu Chen remained within the danger zone. With his observation hockey activated, Lu Chen leisurely strolled, seemingly oblivious to the descending stones. As a massive rock was about to land upon him, he suddenly stepped forward, effectively evading the debris that fell around him. For Lu Chen, it was as if he disregarded the falling stones entirely. His observation hockey allowed him to foresee their landing spots, enabling him to navigate through the gaps where no stones threatened to fall. In just a few breaths, Lu Chen had completely distanced himself from the area of falling rocks. Behind him, the debris had all plummeted to the ground, remaining solely in his wake. With a series of resounding thuds, he did not glance back even once, but instead advanced toward the front of the small island, where a new battle had erupted and a figure awaited him for resolution. Raising his eyes, he observed a vast expanse of flat ground that had emerged due to the island's collapse, and amidst it stood a robust man, none other than Dagurasa Barret. Character, Dagurasa Barret. Position, Pirate, Devil Fruit. Fusion Fruit, Level, SSS. Skills, Fruit Development, SSS. Conqueror's Hockey, SS. Armament Hockey, SSS. Bounty, for Billion Berries, a man of formidable strength. Barret had once served as the right-hand man to the Pirate King, Roger. He had been imprisoned on the 6th level of the underwater prison, Impelled Down, but had managed to escape during the chaos caused by Luffy prior to the Marineford War, ultimately being found by Buena Festa. Together, they orchestrated this grand pirate gathering. At present, Barret was engaged in combat with several supernovas, yet their strength paled in comparison to his. Before Barret's overwhelming power, they could only endure the onslaught. Even when all combined, they were no match for him. His might rendered them utterly powerless. Luffy's entry into the fray was no different. In a bid to vanquish Barret, Luffy even entered Gear 4th. Yet even in this state, he remained inferior to Barret and was relentlessly beaten. As time passed, Luffy reverted to his original form, succumbing to weakness, only able to regain his strength after 10 minutes had elapsed. Barret surveyed the incapacitated supernovas strewn across the ground. Disdain etched on his features. Is this what they call the worst generation? You are all far too weak. None can hope to defeat me. Allow me to bring an end to this so-called era of evil. Oh, and just how formidable do you believe yourself to be? A chilling voice suddenly resonated as a figure approached Barret's position. Barret's attention was drawn to the man, and his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Monkey D, Lu Chun, Rear Admiral. The strongest Rear Admiral. I never expected you to be here. Indeed, I never thought you would still be alive." Lu Chun responded with a teasing tone. "You are quite sharp for the grandson of Karp." Barrett chuckled, his words devoid of courtesy. He had heard of Lu Chun's exploits, not merely due to his strength, but also because he was Karp's grandson, the only one to instill fear in Roger. "I suppose I am somewhat stronger than you," Lu Chun remarked nonchalantly. "Oomph." Barrett snorted dismissively. At this moment, Lu Chun's appearance shifted the atmosphere among the surrounding pirates. All eyes drawn to the sudden arrival of Lu Chun. The Navy, Monkey D. Lucien, the brother of Straw Hat Luffy. How surprising that he has come as well. Is he here to capture us, or to confront Barrett? The supernovas present had heard whispers of Lu Chun's prowess, allegedly rivaling that of a Marine admiral. They had faced defeat at the hands of Admiral Khizr years prior, and it had been a crushing defeat, leaving them with no means of retaliation. Thus, they harbored a certain trepidation towards Lu Chun. Should he choose to act, their capture by the Navy would be inevitable. "Rest assured, my current target is not you, but him," Lu Chun declared, his gaze fixed on the formidable man before him. Indeed, Barrett's strength was undeniable. If Mihawk's strength lay in his swordsmanship, Barrett's resided in his physical combat and supreme haki, both of which were extraordinarily potent. Defeating the gathered supernovas did not require him to exert his full strength or employ any techniques. His power alone sufficed. Even the present Luffy would need to unite with all others present to overcome Barrett, and even then, victory would likely hinge on mere happenstance. "Brother Lu Chun." At that moment, Hancock hurried to his side, concern evident in her voice as she inquired, "How have you been lately? Are you injured? Did you sustain any wounds while dealing with the pirates?" She posed numerous questions, leaving Lu Chun momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Hancock, let us not rush. We shall converse after I defeat this man." Hum. Hancock nodded affirmatively, her faith in Lu Chun unwavering. Yet she cautioned, "Please be careful. This man is formidable, once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger." "It's quite all right, trust me," Lu Chun smiled reassuringly. With that, Hancock positioned herself to the side, choosing not to intrude further. Barrett's gaze sharpened, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson as he emanated a terrifying aura, declaring in a deep voice, "None have managed to defeat me. Do you believe you are capable?" "Indeed, I do," came Lu Chun's composed response. Barrett, with a cold snort, launched a sudden attack, hurtling toward Lu Chun with blinding speed. "You seek death." In an instant, he left behind only an afterimage, and before the apparition could fully dissipate, his true form materialized before Lu Chun, his right hand enveloped in black armament haki, gleaming with a metallic sheen. A straightforward punch aimed at Lu Chun's face tore through the air, producing a sound akin to a breaking wave. Boom! So swift. Lu Chun's expression shifted as he crossed his arms, armament haki enveloping his limbs, bracing against Barrett's assault. Bang! With a thunderous crash, their haki clashed where their hands met, unleashing a powerful pressure that rippled outward, causing the surrounding debris to tremble. As time progressed, the fierce confrontation of Conqueror's haki caused the ground beneath them to collapse, fissures resembling tortoise shells forming and spreading outward. "Retreat. We must vacate this area." The weaker pirates scrambled away from the battleground of the two combatants, leaving only the strongest to witness the clash between these titanic forces, eager to witness the extent of their terrifying might. As the ground continued to give way, the two warriors were compelled to retract their haki, swiftly retreating yet maintaining their footing. "You are indeed powerful, and your haki is no less impressive. It has been long since I encountered such formidable strength. Truly, a tiger begets no dog, as Karp's grandson is equally remarkable," Barrett remarked, a grin gracing his lips. The presence of such a formidable adversary exhilarated him, fueling his resolve in battle. "You're no slouch either, though it seems I am currently a shade weaker than you," Lu Chun replied earnestly. In this singular clash, merely through the contest of haki, a victor had begun to emerge. Presently, Lu Chun's strength did not match Barrett's ferocity, but he possessed the potential to elevate his prowess. "Oh, do you still intend to kill me?" Barrett inquired with keen interest. As a man of immense power, he sensed the murderous intent in Lucian's eyes. This was no mere apprehension, but a quest for his life. Naturally, Lucian responded with a light laugh. "Oomph. Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so," Barrett retorted with a cold snort, unleashing a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki that formed a formidable red pressure, bearing down on Lucian. Conqueror's Haki. Upon witnessing the scene, Lucian naturally refused to be outdone. His gaze sharpened as he unleashed the full potency of his Conqueror's Haki, confronting his opponent head-on. The clash of their formidable Conqueror's Haki generated a tremendous energy shockwave, manifesting as two colossal energy barriers that violently collided in the space between them, each vying to assert its superiority. The sound was akin to countless artillery shells detonating at their point of confrontation, an unceasing barrage. Moreover, a more powerful energy fluctuation radiated outward, causing the ground to fracture anew under the immense force, with countless fragments of stone soaring into the air, suspended as if defying gravity. The tremors rippling through the earth suggested that the entire island was quaking, as if on the brink of an earthquake. This was merely a contest of Conqueror's Haki, with neither party exerting their full capabilities. Soon, the barrier formed by Lucian's Conqueror's Haki began to be compressed, placing him at a disadvantage as Barrett's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki bore down upon him. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, uncertain of where he would land. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Conqueror's Haki has reached level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Conqueror's Haki has reached level 1. Lucian raised an eyebrow, his hesitation evaporating as he promptly utilized his points and the remaining skill upgrade opportunities to elevate all applicable skills. Particularly, the skills pertaining to the 3 types of Haki needed to be upgraded to their zenith, for without such enhancement, defeating Barrett would be utterly impossible. As his level ascended, the aura surrounding Lucian intensified, and his more potent Conqueror's Haki surged toward Barrett, leveling the battlefield. What is happening? Barrett pondered, a hint of confusion clouding his features as he regarded Lucian. The strength of his Conqueror's Haki had not been so formidable before. How had it suddenly surged to such heights? Was it a reawakening? Under the immense pressure, the capabilities of Conqueror's Haki surged once more. A possibility not entirely out of the realm of likelihood. In the next fleeting moment, the suddenly surging Conqueror's Haki swept toward Barrett, who found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Boom! The overwhelming and powerful Conqueror's Haki surged forth like the tidal waves of an ocean, crashing against Barrett's formidable frame. In an instant, the sheer force propelled Barrett backward, his legs firmly anchored in the ground, preventing him from being launched away, but causing him to slide along the surface, leaving deep and lengthy ruts in the earth, spanning several hundred meters. While it appeared extensive, it was in fact brief. Had it been anyone else, they would have been sent flying by such overwhelming pressure, perhaps even embedded within the opposing mountainside. Once the Conqueror's Haki subsided, Barrett came to a halt, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he boisterously laughed. "Ha ha! Excellent! At last, I have encountered an adversary worthy of unleashing my full strength upon. What a pity! You are a Marine and not a pirate. Were there a pirate of your caliber, the title of Pirate King would undoubtedly belong to you, and you would have my recognition. If it were not for the current crop of weak supernovas, I would not have chosen to end this so-called era of extreme evil. Perhaps I would even assist one of them in becoming the Pirate King. Alas, there exists a powerful pirate I have yet to see, known only by his codename. Hi, a man whose true name remains a mystery. However, I now know another name, Monkey D. Lucian, a name that shall linger in my memory. Oh, a smile graced Lucian's lips as he thought, had I not been bound by my identity as a Marine and the tasks assigned to me by the system, I might have considered recruiting him as a formidable ally. Yet, Barrett's temperament is too unpredictable, akin to a volatile bomb. Having perhaps spoken too much, Barrett declared solemnly, "Now, let me witness your true strength." With that, he unleashed his formidable armament Haki, merging it with his being to enter his first state, the Devil State. As the wielder of a paramecia fruit, he could amalgamate his haki with his essence, significantly enhancing both speed and strength, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. This was one of the reasons he was known as the Devil's Progeny. In an instant, his power escalated to a new echelon, and he hurled a punch toward Lu Chen's position. Ding! At that moment, Lu Chen could discern Barrett's movements, swiftly drawing the demon blade, Luan Hue, and delivering a decisive slash. The formidable haki entwining the blade's edge. A sharp crack echoed. The Luan Hue struck as if against an impenetrable iron block, unable to advance an inch. As sword and fist clashed in a stalemate, seeking death. Suddenly, Barrett's other fist lunged toward Lu Chen's chest. Yet, Lu Chen had already sensed the impending danger. With his other hand, he drew forth another supreme blade, parrying Barrett's assault. Kid, not bad. Barrett grinned, satisfaction lighting his features. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he became, assured he had not chosen incorrectly. You are no slouch yourself, Lu Chen responded with a light chuckle. The battle between strong foes often breeds mutual respect, and he could not help but admire Barrett's formidable prowess, a testament to his former role as the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. He even mused that Roger's strength was merely slightly superior to Barrett's, which earned him recognition. Perhaps it was the true conqueror's haki that compelled Barrett to submit, allowing Roger to ascend as the true Pirate King. This could elucidate why Barrett, despite his immense strength, chose to serve under Roger. Otherwise, it would be difficult to comprehend. In short order, following their brief exchange, the two resumed their fierce confrontation. Their strikes executed with such rapidity that onlookers struggled to perceive their movements. It could be said that no one present could ascertain their current positions. They could only witness two distinct figures flashing through the battlefield. They traversed from the east to the west of the combat zone, then from the north to the south. None could accurately gauge the state of their battle. All they could hear were the constant resounding booms of their conflict and the countless boulders being hurled into the air. So powerful, truly astonishing. Never before had they witnessed such a formidable display of combat. Neither combatant resorted to any specific techniques. It was a pure contest of haki and stamina, truly worthy of being the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, and that esteemed Marine, Lu Chen. How could the Marines suddenly produce such a formidable figure? At that moment, the surrounding pirates were already rendered speechless, afraid to intervene, and even more so, unable to do so. To interfere recklessly would result in being struck by both Barrett and Lu Chen, potentially leading to a swift demise. The terrifying energy rampaged through the battlefield, sweeping outward, forcing onlookers to retreat, fervently hoping to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Not far away, Hancock clutched her delicate hands tightly, anxiously observing Lu Chen's battle as she whispered, "Lu Chen, please be safe. That brute stands no chance against you. Lu Chen, be careful." Over there, Nami is also worried about Lu Chen. "Nami, how is the situation?" Luffy slowly opened his eyes and asked with concern. He knew it was Lu Chen who had taken action, but he was still in a weakened state and unable to use haki. Although he could not see the battle unfolding, he understood that such a level of combat was beyond his participation. In circumstances where Lu Chen did not require his assistance, he would never intervene. "It seems that neither side can gain the upper hand," Nami replied honestly. She hoped that Luffy would not be overly anxious. "Luffy, you should rest. If anything happens to your brother, we will certainly take action." Chopper helped him to a flat area and offered him some water. He understood how much Luffy cared for his brother. Chapter 206, Pirate Festival, Part 5, alright. Upon hearing this, Luffy finally felt at ease enough to rest. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Chen and Barrett continued, with their exchanges consisting of powerful, direct strikes, making it impossible to determine a victor in a short span of time. Of course, both Barrett and Lu Chen were aware of this fact. However, after several minutes of combat, they eventually paused, locking eyes with one another. "Monkey de Lu Chen, you are indeed formidable. You have earned my respect once more. Even if I were to perish at your hands today, it would be worth it," Barrett said solemnly, a smile gracing his face. Ever since he encountered a warrior as powerful as Roger decades ago, he had not faced an adversary with such overwhelming haki. and Liu Chun was the first to do so. Flattery. You are also the strongest opponent I have encountered, Liu Chun replied earnestly. This was the first time he had treated an enemy with such seriousness. Even when confronting Doflamingo, he had not revealed his full strength. Against Barret, he knew he must utilize all his power, even his trump cards. Naturally, in the face of Barret, the abilities of his devil fruit were nearly ineffective, as that overwhelming haki was the nemesis of all devil fruit powers. Nonetheless, Liu Chun was not solely reliant on his devil fruit abilities. He continued to strengthen his own haki. Since that is the case, I too shall show some of my strength, Barret chuckled, unleashing his most powerful abilities. With the might of his combined devil fruit powers, he spread his arms wide, awakening his powers to begin absorbing everything on the island, including Navy warships at sea. Suddenly, Liu Chun recalled something and swiftly took out his Den Mushi, addressing Ein on the other end. Hurry! Have all the Navy personnel disembark and move our ship. He nearly forgot that Barret's combined devil fruit abilities could absorb surrounding structures and fuse them into a colossal giant. The massive size of his ship, the Slayedthe, could not be easily absorbed by Barret, as it had taken him considerable time to construct. He could not afford to lose it. Understood. Ein did not hesitate. Sensing a hint of danger, he immediately notified all nearby Navy personnel and instructed the crew aboard the Slayedthe how to engage maximum power to move the ship. Meanwhile, Barret's awakened powers began to affect all structures on the island. Buildings were uprooted, some torn apart by his immense strength, scattering into countless fragments that hurtled toward Barret. Additionally, the Navy ships at sea were similarly affected by Barret's abilities. Despite their best efforts to escape, they were unable to break free from the invisible gravitational pull, all being drawn toward the island. Fortunately, thanks to Ein's prior warning, many Navy personnel jumped from their ships to safety. Otherwise, they would have been crushed upon absorption. Few Navy ships remained intact, with only Liu Chun's Slayedthe managing to distance itself due to its powerful propulsion, evading Barret's absorptive powers. The ships that had already been far away made their escape in time. Nevertheless, a multitude of structures and warships continued to soar toward Barret, converging upon him and transforming into a mass of shattered black matter, gradually merging with him. What a formidable ability! Liu Chun could not help but exclaim, witnessing the sheer power of Barret's abilities. He had developed such a potent fruit power, showcasing its might. What Liu Chun did not anticipate was that Barret would abandon his medium-sized bullet form, opting to unleash his strong estate to combat Liu Chun. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Only in this form could he hope to contend with the strongest version of Liu Chun. The so-called medium-sized bullet form would likely prove futile, as a single strike would easily be shattered by Liu Chun. As time passed, the structures converging around Barret increased in number, and his size grew exponentially, his body now towering with the mass of half an island. He loomed high above, gazing down at the others below like a giant ready to crush ants. Armament haki! Barret roared, his voice deep and resonant. His immense form became enveloped in a powerful layer of armament haki, transforming him into a colossal steel giant. This man, once defeated by the Demon Slayer Order, had spent 20 years preparing to challenge the symbol of the world government's power once more, absorbing all the Navy ships in his vicinity. It seemed he had achieved victory. What? Can armament haki cover such an extensive area? Is this truly armament haki? What manner of man can cultivate armament haki to such a degree? The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel were astonished, having never witnessed such overwhelming haki before. Monkey D. Liu Chun received my strike, Barret bellowed, looking down at Liu Chun, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. Very well. In response, Liu Chun felt no fear. A surge of sword intent erupted from him as he slowly raised the Slayedthe Long Jian, pointing it toward the heavens. A beam of sword intent shot skyward, reaching a height comparable to Barret's, perhaps even surpassing it. A golden aura of haki enveloped him, and the sword intent radiated in a brilliant gold. He soared into the air, wielding the golden great sword, resembling a celestial deity among mortals. At this moment, Liu Chun had elevated his sword intent and techniques to SSS rank, surpassing his previous strength. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of heavenly pride, Lu Qin murmured, and with each word, the surrounding air trembled as if a divine being were about to punish a powerful demon. As soon as he finished speaking, the soaring sword intent coalesced into a massive golden greatsword, slicing directly toward Barrett. What powerful swordsmanship! Barrett furrowed his brow, recognizing the might of Lu Qin's sword techniques and intent. He did not dare to be complacent, gathering more haki into his fists as he unleashed a mighty punch to counter the powerful strike aimed at him. Boom! The colossal fist collided with the potent slash, releasing an explosive burst of energy, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the clouds. It was as if a colossal bomb had exploded in midair, causing the entire cloud layer to scatter due to the fierce confrontation between the two combatants, dissipating into nothingness while simultaneously generating more smoke and dust from their battle. The previously dispersed mist was gradually replenished. Soon after, a more formidable energy wave, surpassing the intensity of their previous clashes, surged outward from above. Fortunately, the spectators on the ground remained unaffected. Only the clouds above were violently blown apart, and the birds were swept away, oblivious to their new whereabouts. Such power! Both individuals were immensely strong. Among those present, perhaps only Lu Qin could contend with Slayedthe. Indeed, the outcome of this titanic struggle remained uncertain. The onlookers fixated on the aerial duel, eagerly anticipating the final verdict. Yet, the battle continued unabated. The mighty golden greatsword relentlessly aimed at Slayedthe's formidable figure, while Slayedthe had already extended his other arm to counter the assault. As Lu Qin exerted his strength, the golden greatsword steadily and slowly advanced toward Slayedthe's position. Even someone as powerful as Slayedthe seemed unable to withstand such a potent strike. As time passed, the overwhelming sword intent struck Slayedthe's body, penetrating even through the hardened defenses of his haki. The haki, too, possessed its limits. Admittedly, the haki used by both was evenly matched, yet the vast area covered by Slayedthe's haki was considerably greater, resulting in a relatively weaker defense. Suddenly, Slayedthe let out a furious roar, unleashing an even greater force, which sent Lu Qin's sword technique flying away. Boom! The resounding noise was deafening. The shockwave from their clash radiated outward, causing many weaker individuals to cover their ears, akin to the crash of thunder. Moments later, Slayedthe's body, wounded by the golden greatsword, healed rapidly as he activated his abilities, restoring him to his original state. You are indeed formidable. You have not disappointed me. Slayedthe's eyes glowed crimson, filled with a mix of bloodlust and excitement. The presence of such a powerful opponent ignited in him a battle fervor unlike any he had ever experienced, reminiscent of his encounters with the Pirate King, Rogjie. Had you and Rogjie existed in the same era, it is likely that Rogjie would not have succeeded in becoming the Pirate King. No pirate could escape your grasp. Slayedthe continued. This was his heartfelt declaration, devoid of flattery or ulterior motives, merely an expression of truth. You flatter me. Lu Qin chuckled. To be acknowledged was indeed a cause for joy. Even if the one doing the acknowledging was a pirate, it mattered little. However, today we must determine a victor. Let me witness the extent of your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Slayedthe roared once more and charged at Lu Qin. Under his command, the once two-armed giant underwent a transformation, merging and synthesizing into a multitude of elongated arms that rushed straight toward Lu Qin. Such a wide-ranging assault left Lu Qin seemingly without an opportunity to evade. Yet he relied on his formidable Kinbunchiko haki to navigate through the perilous gaps. Utilizing Slayedthe's outstretched arms, he leaped through the air, evading the giant's punches while successfully entangling Slayedthe's arms into a twisted mass. Seizing the moment while Slayedthe was temporarily immobilized, Lu Qin finally found the time to execute his sword technique. Concentrating his power, he traced a circular motion in front of him with his sword, générating un formidable SwordsmanWho. What appeared to be a gentle gesture was in fact a rapid succession of strikes, each one giving birth to a wave of sword energy. To the spectators, it seemed as though Lu Qin had merely drawn a slow circle in the air, leaving behind numerous afterimages. With each afterimage, dozens of sword auras manifested around him. By the time he completed the entire circle, a multitude of pink-hued sword auras surrounded him, resembling delicate petals. Isaku Itoryu, Tenyo Saka. With a final swing of his sword, he uttered a few words. Instantly, all the sword auras surged toward Slayedthe's position at breakneck speed, cascading like a celestial shower. Yet these petals were far from mere embellishments. Each was a formidable manifestation of Liu Chen's sword technique, appearing diminutive yet wielding immense power in staggering numbers. What? Slayedthe's expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming quantity of sword auras. Realizing they would not be easily repelled, nevertheless, he conjured a massive hockey shield to counter Liu Chen's onslaught. Swoosh! 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 The sword auras burst forth, striking against the shield Slayedthe had erected. Some sliced past the shield, directly targeting his colossal form. Countless sword auras bombarded the shield, rendering Slayedthe unable to promptly repair the breaches, allowing even more sword auras to pierce through his defenses and penetrate his massive body. The vastness of his physique made it cumbersome to maneuver, leaving him unable to adequately shield against all the incoming attacks. Though the sword auras appeared insignificant, each carried profound sword intent, their power rivaling that of Liu Chen's earlier technique. One sword aura cleaved through Slayedthe's form, followed by 2, 3, 4, 5. An ever-increasing number of sword auras pierced through his massive frame, transforming what was once a hockey-imbued body into a ragged shell, devoid of its former grandeur. Boom! 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 The sword auras also siphoned away substantial material from Slayedthe's body, causing his once mighty form to become emaciated, with a slender midsection juxtaposed against his robust limbs, creating an unharmonious appearance. Even Slayedthe's core essence felt the repercussions, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pooh! So powerful! He had not anticipated Liu Chen's swordsmanship to be so formidable, seemingly surpassing even Rogier's techniques, though Rogier's hockey remained superior, especially his Conqueror's hockey.